while setting up a stall in Liyue to tell fortunes for passing fated people. Hu Tao, who overheard that I could predict the future, suddenly became interested. She would come over every now and then to pester me, asking how to improve the performance of the Yuhong Hall. Ever since Hu Tao first tasted success, she was determined that since she couldn't bring me back to the Yuhong Hall, she would treat me as a wandering guest. So the first thing she does every time she goes out is to come find me for a fortune-telling. This time, as soon as she came over, she saw that I was about to pack up and leave. Without saying a word, she hugged my thigh and wouldn't let me go, shouting, "I finally found you. Just help me with one more reading." I replied, "Why does your thigh feel a bit uncomfortable? Is this a rib? Master Hu, it's not working hours now, and it's inappropriate for men and women to be like this on the street." Hu Tao said, "But you don't know when you'll set up your stall next time. Every time I find you, you're about to close up." I frowned. It wasn't that I was closing up just when Hu Tao arrived, but rather that I closed up after seeing her. Since I helped her calculate where someone would pass away, many people thought I was cursing them to die. So I said to Hu Tao, "Please go back. I generally don't calculate life and death." Hu Tao wouldn't give up. "No, just one last time. Okay? At worst, I'll cook for you." Hu Tao lightly ran in front of me, constantly blinking her big eyes like plum blossoms, pleading with a mischievous tone that made me a bit soft-hearted. Then I sighed and said, "Tomorrow, at Sherman Mountain. Remember not to mention my name this time, and let's skip the cooking." Hu Tao cheered happily, looking at the happy walnut running away. I smiled and shook my head, thinking that I can't quite handle this child either. So I continued to stroll, taking a glance at my lazy system, which was probably still sleeping there. I said, "Is there something the master needs?" The system replied, "Nothing, just called you to get up and sleep." The system said, "I see, then I'll just..." Ningguang furrowed her brows as she looked at the intelligence sent by Yelan, pondering and unable to recall when Liyue had such a person. This man could appear out of nowhere on the street, leading to a preliminary guess that his strength was extraordinary, judging by his attire. He wasn't a Liyue native, but he owned a property in Liyue, and the property documents were quite strange. Ningguang wondered if the documents were forged. She wasn't particularly concerned about the sudden emergence of a new person in Liyue. After all, which country doesn't have a few such individuals? However, since it was presented personally by Yelan, there must be something special and noteworthy about him. Upon review, the procedures are complete and the goods are genuine and reasonably priced. But the date shows over 3,000 years ago. More than 3,000 years ago? Ningguang became somewhat interested and surprised upon hearing this. Yelan said, "I can't believe it either. But the official seal of the first generation of Liyue's 7 stars cannot be faked. The seal of the 7 stars has changed many times with the succession of the 7 stars, but each time it is recorded in detail. Nowadays, probably only the big shots of Liyue know about this seal." Ningguang's gaze kept scanning back and forth over the seal and signature part of the photo Yelan took, and several thoughts arose in her mind. She basically ruled out the possibility of being a spy from another country. But if I really had been lurking in Liyue for 3,000 years without doing anything, Ningguang would have nothing to say. However, among the emperor's friends, I have never heard of someone like me. Ningguang thought, should I say that I have been away from Liyue for a long time and have now returned? Remembering the past, it's interesting, Ningguang murmured. Let's observe him a little longer. In the Liyue alley, during the evening, I sat leisurely at my small stall under the streetlight beside the alley. Today the sky was clear and bright, perfect weather for setting up a stall, even though it was already night. I pushed up the sunglasses gifted by the system on my face and glanced at the large flag, also a system item, which indeed looked quite impressive and fitting. I said to the system, "Little system, I've heard that doing this kind of work can shorten one's life. If I go against fate and change my destiny, will I die on the spot?" The system replied, "Master, your life has reached the level of a demon god, so it can withstand it. If the words can defy fate and change destiny, it shouldn't lead to immediate death." I said in surprise, "It really can shorten one's lifespan." Shouldn't have asked that. After asking that one question, I felt a bit conflicted inside. The system also said, "In addition, Master, you are actually using props, which has little to do with real fortune-telling, so there's no need to worry." I pouted and continued to fan myself, muttering, "In plain terms, it means I'm of no use at all. That's it. A free and easy life is pretty good. When to work depends on my mood, and the fees are the same." The system then said, "By the way, Master, I need to discuss something with you. I need 2 million mora. Remember to earn enough for me quickly." Hearing this, I twitched the corner of my mouth. "Are you sure you're discussing this with me? Not only do you not give me a reward, but I also have to pay you mora." After saying that, I immediately packed up the stall into the system's warehouse and left, saying, I'm done, the system hurriedly shouted. Master, don't go. A million is fine. I pretended not to hear and quickened my pace. And then the system's anxious voice came. Items. I can get you stronger items. I thought to myself. The wind wasn't good in that place just now. So I'll set up on the street. I said to the system. Little system. You want 2 million mora, right? I'll give it a try. Disaster is where fortune leans. I was muttering this when a voice came from behind. There's that flavor. Are you a poet too? Nice to meet you. Have you heard of the Alley School of Dark Limerick Poets? That's me. Hu Tao. Suddenly, Hu Tao popped up from behind. A bit ghostly. Startling me. Hu Tao often roams the streets at night, either selling coffins or promoting her limericks. To be honest, I quite like Hu Tao's personality, but the gloom buried deep beneath her constant smile is something only she might know. I said, it's Hu Tao. Just to clarify, it doesn't count as any achievements, anything else is fine. Hu Tao said, I'm not here to ask you for divination. As friends, I think it's necessary to understand your business a bit. After saying that, Hu Tao took out a small stool from the space of the vision and placed it next to me to sit down, then curiously picked up the small trinkets on the table to examine them. I didn't pay attention and continued to leisurely fan myself. I thought to myself, friends? Speaking of which, I haven't made any friends since coming here. Since this girl wants to be friends with me so much, I might as well agree to her. Hu Tao said, these books are all so interesting. The 8 trigrams of heaven and earth, the 5 elements, the past and the future. Just listening to them sounds impressive. Can you tell me about them? Our Pure Land Hall also manages order. Maybe I can too in the future. I helplessly replied. I don't know anything about what you just mentioned. These things are just for decoration. Hu Tao said. All right. Hu Tao rested her chin on the table and started to spin the compass. Then said, that's true. This must be the ultimate skill of remembering the past. How could it be easily taught to others? So what is this pointer-like thing? I said, it's a compass, generally called a luopan. And as for its use, it's for making wishes. Then I saw Hu Tao moving the pointer back and forth with her delicate fingers. Since Hu Tao was interested, I let her play with it. Hu Tao made a wish in front of the compass, saying, Great compass, please tell me where there is a big business for the afterlife. I smiled helplessly, thinking that if this compass could make Hu Tao happy, it would be worth it, though it's a pity that it's just a decoration. At this moment, the needle on the compass suddenly spun rapidly a few times and finally pointed straight in one direction. Then I heard Hu Tao's excited voice, Ishi, look quickly. The compass responded to my wish. Hu Tao excitedly hugged the compass and spun in place, then continued to ask, when will that be? At the sound, the pointer moved rhythmically clockwise 6 times. I said, I mean after 6 time periods. This scene completely stunned me. It turns out this is not just for show. The system said in my mind. How could the things in my system's warehouse be ordinary? I complained in my heart. Why didn't you say so earlier? The system replied. I thought you knew. Hu Tao carefully placed the compass back in its original position. Her face filled with joy. These memories of yours are really amazing. The compass seemed a bit proud as it lifted its pointer slightly, then returned to its original position. At that moment, a calm voice sounded. May I ask if you could tell my fortune? I looked in the direction of the voice and saw a gentleman with graceful demeanor standing in front of the fortune-telling booth. Hu Tao said, Zhongli, you're here too. Let me tell you, Ishi is amazing. He knows everything. That's right. The people paying attention to me are not just the Liyue Qixing. Zhongli has also been keeping an eye on me. After all, it's hard to feel at ease with a deity suddenly appearing in Liyue. Zhongli said, Good evening, Master Hu. Good evening, Mr. E. Excuse me, sir, is what is written on the flag true? The two followed Zhongli's gaze to the flag fluttering in the wind, which boldly stated, critique the 5 elements, observe the sun and moon and the palm, measure feng shui, investigate the 6 harmonies, grasp the universe in the sleeve, astronomy like thunder, understand this life and past lives, divine vision like lightning, see through the world and all things, know everything, the 8 trigrams of life and death, clear understanding. I paused for a moment. I hadn't paid much attention before, but the writing on this flag is quite bold. And I like it. I then closed my folding fan, struck a mysterious pose, and said, then it depends on what the guest wants to calculate, which hexagram they wish to inquire about. I didn't answer directly, implying that whether it is true or not depends on what the other party asks. Walnut said beside her, yeah, what does Zhongli want to calculate? Could it be? Before Hu Tao could finish her sentence, a small stone hit her hat squarely. Walnut looked back in confusion, but there was no one there, and said strangely, hey, where did this stone come from? How strange. Zhongli said, I am Zhongli, just a guest official of the Wangxing funeral parlor. This time I came to find you. hoping to help calculate my fortune. Zhongli sat down opposite my fortune-telling booth, emphasizing the words fortune a bit more, seemingly testing me on the most basic level. Ishi heard Morex come to find their own fortune calculations suddenly came to interest. Hand-folding fan open non-stop shaking. There's no need to count your fortune if you're a guest, is there? Looking at the whole of Teyvat, I'm sure no one has more fortune than you. Yes, that's exactly right. It's still us, the Hall of the Past. Who raised him? Walnut nodded along. And just yesterday Zhongli sent a bill for a painting that was painted for a full 800,000 mora. It's just that Zhongli's fortune is so strong. It seems that in the future, we have to let him do more work for the Hall of the Living. Sir, that's a big word. So if you want to diffuse it, how do you go about it? At those words Walnut froze. Zhongli, what is wrong with you? Other people want to change their fortune only when it's bad. But Ishi said you're so prosperous that you still want to dissolve it? The guest is trying to change his life. Not a very good thing to do. Ishi turned sideways and pushed up her sunglasses, pretending to be in a difficult position. I understand the rules and etiquette, so please trouble the gentleman to take a look. Zhongli placed a jade bracelet carved from a fine night porcelain stone on the tabletop, which seemed to vaguely glow with a light blue fluorescence in the darkness of the night. Ishi used a folding fan to cover the jade bracelet, and with that, the bracelet disappeared onto the tabletop. Feel free to take a look then. The guest's destiny is really something. The rock is the bone that the 6 hexes lead to. The stone, the 8 wildernesses contain jade and are clear. The darkness of the night does not shift its light. Huang Chang, broken but not robbed of its firmness. San Bai, drive away for a long time to show the reason of heaven. Gold and jade, gift to the 4 directions of heaven and earth. As Ishi reads word by word, Zhongli's expression grows serious. Demon gods can sense each other's breath and it is not surprising that they recognize who I am. However, it seemed that this person in front of him was truly capable of seeing through the seed of the god's destiny, which not many people in the world could do. The guest's fortune is so great, I'm afraid it's not possible to change his fate. Unless what? Ishi closed the fan, her eyes looking straight at Zhongli, her sight as if she was looking through his body to see the essence. You die and I live. What followed was a full minute or so of staring at each other, with Zhongli gradually revealing his golden pupils and Ishi's eyes revealing starlight. The two men were too imposing. Walnut chose not to interrupt and continued to lie on the table and play with Mr. Compass. Since that's the case, it's better not to have to. Sir is worthy of the name of divine calculator. Mr. Zhong admires it. You die and I live? What a double entendre. For Zhongli it means, Morax dies, Zhongli lives. Ishia tells the people in front of her pretty much the same thing. Morax dies, Ishia lives, and then what business is it of Zhongli's if Morax dies? Receiving money from people and telling their fortunes for them is a natural right. No need to be polite. Ishi Zhongli, two people just dialogue translated probably. Morax, do you know who I am? Ishia, have a fart and let it go. Morax, do you know how the old man retired? Ishia, the god of heaven has to call money first when he comes to tell his fortune. Morax, count on not lifting your stall. Recap, your method of retirement is that Bellwether and Morax have to have none of them. And guess who? Morax, okay, you've got balls. Ishi, take your time. After Zhongli left, Walnut said while swinging his compass, is Zhongli's fortune really that strong? And it only goes away until he dies. Ishi just shook his head and laughed, did not answer. To the end of the day we are not talking about fortune and Zhongli didn't come here for fortune telling either. I'm sure he wants to find out more about me, right? Unfortunately, I failed. By the way Ishie, do you want to exempt? Ishi directly rebuffed to, I haven't said anything yet. Why did you reject me outright? Thank you for Hallmaster whose kind words. The words to become a guest secretary of the Hall of the Past Life are better dispensed with. Forgot you're a fortune teller? Okay. Actually, it wasn't that Ishia didn't want to go. It was that she could only do professions that the system had already unlocked. And although the minor faculty didn't say what would happen if she did it, it was best not to try. Little faculty, how much is that bracelet Zhongli gave me worth in mora? 400,000 moras. Are they converted? Turned. 400,000 mora. It seems like a long road to glory and prosperity for myself. Master cheering. By the way little faculty, what happens if I do another job? It won't be anything, but I'm not happy inside. It just feels like you're cheating on me. Well, I'm going to close up now, so Walnut be safe on your way home. It was only after Ishi took the stall back with a twinkle in her eye that Walnut reluctantly returned that compass to Ishi. Ishie, when is your next stall? Depends on the mood. Ishia smiled at the shadows in a corner somewhere before she left, then went home. Chuanyu Pavilion, condensed light office, omniscient, and suspected to have clashed with Zhongli, the guest secretary of the Hall of the Past Life? Ningguang looked at the information that Night Orchid had sent up about Ishi in the past few days, and became more and more interested in him yet. One more thing, I'm exposed. But I don't think my disguise is broken. Night Orchid's face was not very good, as her own proud family secret technique had been recognized at a glance. You know better than me what the other side is capable of. It's nothing strange, it's just that I'm a little concerned about this compass you said can guide others to fulfill their heart's desire? That's right. I saw with my own eyes Hall Master Who of the Hall of the Past Life make a wish on it, and then the compass needle precisely guided the direction. Although it has not been confirmed that the direction pointed to is correct, but I think it is. At those words Ningxuan came to be interested. If such a person can be used for me, wouldn't anything be possible? Ask him to come up and sit down sometime. I am not pictured chapter for the sky is the limit. Li Yu, Kun Yu Pavilion. Business hasn't been great lately. The Thousand Rock Army standing guard at the entrance of the Chuanyu Pavilion looked at Ishii and raised an eyebrow. Although it is true that I heard that Lord Ningxuan is going to invite you up, I don't care if you came before I invited you. What do you mean by setting up a stall in front of the Jade Pavilion? Can business be good in this stall? No. How did you get up here? Memory, sometimes it's not about quantity, it's about quality. And in this case there was only one guest. The 2,000 rock troops standing guard were silent for a while before averting their eyes and going in to report to Lord Nimbus. Lazuki, the land of contracts. Ishii turned to look at the lights of the glazed moon, the corners of his mouth hooked up in an arc. Galite, wouldn't it look like I'm losing face if I come when you ask me to? But it's different now. I set up a booth in front of your house ahead of time, and you had to come out to me in person. The priorities were reversed. I believe you are the rumored divine calculator. Mr. E, I've heard a lot about you. Ningguang walked slowly with a slender pace, not overly shocked to receive the news that Ishii was right in front of the Chuanyu Pavilion. But seeing the stall set up to the Chuanyu Pavilion, Ishii fell into a deep thought, thinking, could this be the way the fortune teller came out? In addition to this, Ishii's appearance is much better looking than he thought, ranking in the top 3 among the beautiful men he has seen. Just a false name. Is the lady here to read her fortune? No moolah allowed. Then I'll see if you've got what it takes to make me pay for condensing light. Have a seat. Nimbus crossed her bare thighs and sat across from Ishii in a queenly manner, then slightly lowered her body and rested her arms against the tabletop. This is Mr. Compass, right? Then may I ask Mr. Compass to tell me where the other half of my heart is at this time? With a slightly flirtatious smile, Ningguang stretched out her slender fingers and slowly traced the compass from end to end. As a country in power, how could he not see that Ishii had this in mind? On the other hand, there is some interest in this compass, only to see the pointer quickly nodded twice, without even turning in a circle pointing straight toward Ishii. Ishii's quick eyes and hands grabbed the compass a split second before the needle pointed at him and threw him down from the Chuanyu Pavilion. What is the meaning of this? Sir? The corners of Ningguang's eyebrows were smiling, and his eyes looked straight at Ishii, as if he had seen through everything. Ahem, this thing is broken, so throw it away if it's broken, because it's an accident, so the trigram doesn't take Mora. Compass, I introduced you to a rich woman and you threw it back at me? Small department, I don't need to worry about my $2 million if I take her. $20 million is easy to come by. Ishii had no choice but to take another compass out of the warehouse, well, the one that was just there, and the moment it fell Ishii retrieved it, only to see the compass pointer lifted up to give a grudging look at the memory of the past, and then returned to its original state. Ningguang had guessed that this compass has its own consciousness before. According to the abnormal behavior of Ishii and the compass reaction to see 80% is true it. Ha ha, you're a funny one, sir. But I, Nimbus, hire people to do things that Mora will pay for regardless of success or failure. So please take it, sir. In fact, this hexagram itself is unresolved. Ningguang simply does not have the other half of the heart. Only just ask the compass when the heart is really thinking about the memory of the past only. Although I let Ishii interrupt before the results came out, if I hadn't interrupted, it would still have been correct, and it would have been in line with Ishii's words of no Mora. Let's make an exception then. We do seem to be in a bit of a pinch lately, Ishii said like a cooked duck, never acknowledging the hexagram just now, and then took a look at the piece of paper that Galite had placed on the table. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000, 1 million Mora. A million Mora check from the Bank of the North? It's not bad to be rich as Tianquan Ningxuan, giving a million Mora check at the drop of a hat. Little faculty, why don't you just take it? The moment of Ishii's shock was accurately captured by the condensed light. The corner of his mouth did not move and hooked, as if he had already won. The world can be solved with the Mora is not a matter. Little faculty, how much is the deposit now? 1,700,000 moolah. Go master, we're only 300,000 short of 2 million. That's right, I eat every day from the sky. I cut down trees to build my own household goods. I drink water straight from the river. And I don't dare spend a single Mora for your sake. Master, poor thing, I'll give you a dress, only to see a flash on Ishii's body. The original black t-shirt on her body that she had brought from Blue Star turned into a long black trench coat. with an ever-changing pattern of star colors printed on the body. With the facebox sunglasses, there is a kind of melancholy feeling. This dress for today's Lee Yu may be too trendy, but on the Ishii that face wear anything have temperament. Remembering the past, Brother's trend is thousands of years ahead of this era. The sudden transformation startled Nimbus for a moment, then stared at Ishii's attire and pondered something. Though never seen, the long coat, the texture, the unexplainable color of the light, all spoke of the owner's identity, a demon god. So this outfit should be Ishii's demon god outfit. And what do you want to do by suddenly confessing your identity? That's right, little faculty. Ha where's that shirt inside my pants? Oh, I'll take it and wash it for you. Why does it feel like this system is like a stupid lowly? You can't tell gender or age by listening to the voice. So why does Ishii think so? He hopes so. Brother can be so handsome. At the words Ningguang raised an eyebrow. Thought you suddenly showdown have something big to say. The result came this? Ishii spun around in place a few times, satisfied that the small department had given her this dress, then turned around and stood at the edge of the Chuanyu pavilion with a feeling. Seeing the moon in the dust, my heart is also free, not to mention that it is among the immortal mansions in the early fall. The condensed light is long and the cold dew falls, and at this time it stands on the highest mountain. Ishii luckily felt her power, and as expected, she was a little stronger than an ordinary person. Is this a poem that Mr. Yi composed especially for me? Nimbus, it's so literary. Although I do not know why Ishii fortune-telling well suddenly with a change of person, but these two verses of poetry Ninglight is truly like. The group moves in a leisurely glance, and the sky is 10 million miles high and flat. The words fell. Ishii turned to look straight at Ningxuang. Her star pupil-like eyes seemed to peer straight into her heart. The clouds are spelling for the stars to move, and the heavenly music is a sound of muscle bone cold. When he heard the last three words, Naked Light's face was grave, definitely trying to tell himself something. A little hungry. Speaking of which, I haven't even eaten yet. Words fell. Condensed light mood instantly came to a 180-degree conversion. Also thought you finally want to command what? The results you say you are hungry. Just as well. He had wanted to invite him into the Chuanyu pavilion to have a seat, and it was just as well to change the reason, as the two of them had been blowing off steam on the doorway's platform from just now until now. If you don't mind, sir, you can come to the Chuanyu pavilion to have a meal. This is a bit of landlord's friendship that I can still fulfill. Just waiting for you to say that. Off work, dinner, and I'm going to have the fairy jumping wall. Nimbus had been looking across the room like he hadn't eaten in 800 years as Ishii brooded. You're a demon god now. Don't you care about your image? Where's that mysterious spirit you had just now? Ishii also noticed the gaze of the condensed light and said as she stopped her hand movements. Miss Nimbus, don't be polite. Just treat it like your own home and feel free to eat. I ate. So Ishii continued to eat up, although she was weak. But then again, her life level was above that of a demon god. It's been days since I've eaten without 800 years, so I'm not going to be hungry, but I still have a mouthful of food. But after eating so many mountains of food from others, you have to do something for them. By the way, that poem was actually written thousands of years ago, but the real situation seems to be a little off, but it's roughly the same. At the words of Ningguang, shocked to look at Ishii, meaning a few thousand years ago even to the present Li Yu to happen? Tenriko let out a muscular chill. Does it mean someone will die? And what does the sound of heavenly music refer to? If it were an ordinary dead man there would be no need to speak of it, but now that it is spoken of, could it be war? The war that took place in Rizuki. Make me an offer. Sir, I'd like your help in figuring out exactly what the poem is about. It is related to the survival of Li Yu's life and death. Although Li Yu has the Rock King Emperor, but Ningguang does not dare to have a little bit of blunder. Ishii obviously froze. I was letting you figure it out on your own, yet you used my profession to ask me instead? Worthy of the heavenly power to condense light it. See things angle is different. And there is a sentence Ishii want to say too long. That is, heaven's secrets must not be revealed. 10 million mora. Miss Nimbus, don't be embarrassed. $20 million. This figure directly silenced Ishii, and Nimbus saw this and continued to raise the price without the slightest hesitation. $50 million. Chapter 5. What's in the hood? Lizuki, Main Street. With her hands behind her back, Ishii walked at a steady pace on her way home. People come and go on the street. Remembering the new fashionable attire of the past cannot help but make people's eyes stop for a moment or two. It seems that the whole person is different after coming back from the Chuanyu pavilion. All righteous. Can a heavenly secret be desecrated with money? Just kidding. Master. You now have a full deposit of 52.7 million mora. Oh, so my 5 million. Just take it. It's a small fortune. Wait, how much do you want? Master, you're the best. Please wait a moment. Master. Then the small department did not move. Ishii silence 1 or 2. Also, brother is now a rich man. The district of 5 million can afford to raise. What will the little department do with 5 million mora? Let's look forward to one hand first. I sold $50 million today. This gentleman is so handsome. Did he just come from His Excellency Chuanyu? Ishi strolled along humming a song. At this time a rich merchant who looked just as rich rubbed his hands together and followed beside Ishi. Not bad. What's wrong? Then has the gentleman paid attention to what's in the paper on the wall off to the side inside Lord Nimbus' office? If I can provide some clues, I can offer that amount. Fortune held out 2 fingers as he spoke. And as for why that was? That's because the contents of the papers on that wall ranged from Ryu's future planning and development to trade secrets. Even if it's just a fragment of paper, it's something that the major merchants are squeezing their heads to know. Instead of going to her office, I went along to Ms. Nimbus, her more private place, and afterwards she paid me a mora and told me not to tell anyone. So you get the idea. Seeing that Fugue's entire person was directly dumbfounded in place, Ishi stopped caring and continued on his way. The art of language. Secretly buried in the night orchid draws the corner of his mouth. Back to tell the condensed light that Ishi wants to enter the family well. Now first continue to monitor. Where are the people who remember the past? This lady. If you have a crush on someone you might as well boldly say it. It's perverted behavior to keep snooping and stalking. Who? The sound sounded a moment. Night orchid immediately jumped away to maintain a safe distance. Surprisingly did not even notice someone approaching. Negligence. Oh, it's you. That's all right. Thank you sir for the reminder. I will pay more attention. While saving another lost young. The future is bright. After Ishi finished speaking, she turned around and left. And Night Orchid didn't move and clenched her fists. Who's talking about losing their footing? And what do you mean by your teenage girl breaking off in the middle of a sentence? Is that saying I'm old? Is Ms. Night Orchid making her move already? Oh, and if so, how would the gentleman respond? Night Orchid doesn't want to be put on the spot by Ishi again. This game has to be brought back. So Ishi twisted her head to survey Fugue, who was still standing stupidly in place, and then nodded thoughtfully. Although this rich merchant already has a wife, Liu doesn't have a monogamous system, so I think Miss Night Orchid still has a chance. Night Orchid resisted the urge to tie up this person in front of her with the life-limiting silk and whip her hard, and forced a smile. Mr. Overthinks It, I just wanted to come to you to have my fortune told. No work during non-business hours unless what? With an uncertain smile, Ishi surveyed the chesty Night Orchid from bottom to top. Night Orchid's pupils shrunk. Ishi wouldn't be looking at my body. The other party was most likely a demon god, and if Condensed Light knew it 80% would sell themselves, and he can be in Liu, so strutting must be the Emperor's tacit approval. Human law and cannot control the demon god. Some tricky unless it waits for me to get to work. If it's alright I'll take my leave. See you later. Ishi turned around and left after saying that, only leaving it dashing back to Night Orchid. As Night Orchid froze, Ishi folded back. Oh yeah, and then there's the fact that you're overthinking it. Bye. See you again. Gritting teeth. Jiang. Master, I'm back. It's the little department. Did you bring back any good news? Of course there is. Look at the warehouse. Ishi opened the warehouse and took a look. There were indeed quite a few more props in there. Come let me take a look. A scalpel. A black and gold gourd that seems to contain something. A land deed and it's soft, comfortable white stockings? Ishi looked at the pair of white stockings, fell into silence. The first 3 is quite normal. The last, this I'm a big man, you get me 2 stockings? You'd better explain now where you spent that $5 million. Aha! First of all, congratulations on unlocking your new profession, Divine Doctor. The scalpel and the black gold gourd are props for you. As for the deed, I bought it for you. Ishi silently took out that land deed and took a look. The address is next door to Manmin Hall. Oh, is it the meaning of trying out Shangling's food and sending it to the hospital next door? Purchase time is still 3,000 years ago, Liu. It turns out that the small department is back in the past to buy land for themselves, or today's Liu prosperous area. If you buy it now, you'll never be able to get it for that price, so have a heart for the little department. Another look at the scalpel prop description. Master, you will not be able to operate does not matter, as long as the 2 strokes of the wound is good as new. Too much trouble can also be directly stab the injured person a knife. The effect is the same. Black gold gourd. Hey, what drug is in the gourd? And it doesn't matter. Whatever disease they have, just prescribe this medicine. Well, that's a nice prop presentation. I like it. As Ishi lamented, her eyes noticed a very small line at the bottom of the land deed. The price of the deal, 1 million mora. What about the remaining 4 million? Master, don't be in a hurry. There is also the consideration that Master's strength is on the weak side, so it is specially given to you a new ability. That is, future simulation deduction. Ishi's eyes lit up. This is a good ability. It is directly equivalent to having countless opportunities for trial and error, and if you go to the raffle, you will win the jackpot 100%. That little faculty It's okay for me to be a little bitter and tired. I mainly don't want you to suffer after me. What else can you buy with the rest of the mora? Well, I'm touched. Master is really the best. It's just a shame that this is the limit at the moment, but there will be opportunities to gain other abilities in the future as other professions are unlocked. That's it for now then. So let's go home next, little faculty. Good master. Ishii was particularly pleased that the simulation of the deduction was simply a godly skill. It just seems like I'm forgetting something. What is it? Forget about it and go home. Chapter 6: The Past. Li Yu. Next door to Manmin Hall, an old man stood in front of Ishii's newly opened medical center pondering something. Strange, after so many years of living in Ryu, this building clearly doesn't exist here, but it does have its memories, so go in and take a look. The small store is not yet open, so please return. It's guest minister Zhongli. Make yourself at home. As soon as the door was opened, a lazy voice came. Ishii put her legs on the table, her body reclined against the chair, her right hand that was carrying a black gold gourd naturally drooped, looking like she had just woken up from a nap. Zhongli's gaze was first attracted by that black and gold gourd. It was an immortal weapon? No, it was something higher than the level of an immortal weapon. Can't even see through yourself. How much more? Good wine. Then he saw Ishii lifting the gourd and drinking. Zhongli was silent for a moment or two and took a seat opposite Ishii. Mr. E, it's been a long time. I didn't think that Mr. E would also cure diseases. It's because I'm uninformed. It's just a part-time job to support your family. And besides, there are no outsiders here. So if you have any difficult quandaries, just say so, and I won't laugh at you. Unless he couldn't help it. He took the opportunity to use Ishii to turn on the simulation deduction and try out his new skills in the meantime. The deduction begins. Ishii leisurely got up. Without saying a word, picked up a scalpel and stabbed at Zhongli. Then appeared a bottle cap-sized piece of Jade Zhang shield blocked in front of Zhongli's body. Expected. Unbroken defense. And Zhongli keep that sitting position always remain unchanged. Memory of the past store to the outside world does have a layer of shielding. Inside the magic god war outside will not hear a bit of sound. Zhongli also understands this point. Moreover, with the speed force of Ishii just now, that a small piece of shield open are redundant. Did not return fire is also because Ishii does not have the slightest killing aura. It's all redundant. Thought the knife attack was awesome. Lost in thought, Ishii sat back and picked up the gourd and continued to drink. Zhongli frowned slightly. This is, testing the knife with me? And such a small one. Do you not know who I am? It's just a matter of looking at you as a postulant, so I won't bother with you. With all due respect, this blade is not suitable to be used as a weapon. If you are short of weapons, sir, Mr. Zhong can grant you one. Ishii turned off the deduction, turning this on for fear that when he assassinated Morax he would backhandedly destroy himself. Morax, you call that an assassination? Who are you looking down on? A system beep sounded immediately afterward. Whether it proceeds is just deduced, and if not it will go back to the time before the deduction was started. No need. This blade of mine is a divine weapon. Your penetrating lance can't even compare. Ishii's words, Zhongli didn't doubt it. The knife could be felt to contain power beyond his own knowledge. It was just obvious that it wasn't used to kill or injure. Now Zhongli was becoming more and more enamored with Ishii's identity, and the props in his hands were all world-shattering existences when he casually took out one of them. But as long as he didn't do anything to jeopardize Liu, Zhongli naturally wanted one more friend. And then there's the fact that who knows if Ishii's weak strength was intentionally feigned to himself? This store, sir, is of unusual origin, and how did it come to be? Since there were no outsiders here, Zhongli asked directly, and Ishii didn't hide it, juggling the scalpel between her fingers as she said, this is simple, as long as you go back to the past, that is, the early stage of the construction of Ryu to permanently buy this piece of land is not good? Otherwise I can't afford it according to the current land price, and thanks to the currency you created has never changed. Otherwise it wouldn't work. Ishii's glib words made Zhongli's perception of him rise to a new level. It's already shocking to foresee the future, but to go back in time. So his identity was by no means as simple as some demon god. Could it be one of those higher level existences? Then Mr. And why did you come to Ryu? Hearing this, Ishii placed the scalpel down on the table, her eyes glittering with starry light, looking straight into Zhongli's eyes. And why do you want to retire? Seeing the starry sky in Ishii's eyes, Zhongli instantly lost his concentration, so he averted his eyes. The last time he confronted him sight for sight there was a guess. Now it seems that it is really a high level of existence. It was rumored that the Teyvat starry sky was false, and those who tried to peer into the real starry sky had all mysteriously disappeared without exception. So Zhongli didn't dare to take the risk of continuing to gaze into Ishii's eyes at this moment. But listening to Ishii, you also want to swing for the fences? Ishii, no. I just knew you wouldn't hit me the whole time I was playing V with you. And as for my eyes, didn't you feel like it didn't emit any power? As for the reasoning, it's also very simple. just like a work of art. If it's made by a master, if you see it's very average you'll think it's your own fault. Same thing with bells and whistles. Mr. here runs a medical clinic, right? Can you please save someone? Hearing this, Ishii slowly put down the black gold gourd in his hand, feeling that things were not that simple. It's not a big deal to save a life, but it depends on who is being saved and, well, what time period it is. Let's start with who. Although Ishii already had a rough idea of who it was. What if it wasn't? It's a former friend of mine, the demon god of dust, returned to the end. Well, that's her. But the problem is that I don't have the ability to travel back in time to buy a plot of land as a minor faculty. Karma has been set, and I can't guarantee what the consequences will be if we disturb it rashly. Hearing this, Zhongli's vision faded for a few moments. He was clear that Ishii didn't have a reason to help himself. I just vaguely remembered that the young girl with the big sleeves looked solemn and jumpy when she presented the token. Obviously there was no formal contract, obviously just acting together on their own. But it just brings back memories of when the two first met in the past on the field where the glazed lilies bloomed, and that last, somewhat forlorn smile of hers, which then slowly dissolved into an infinitesimal speck of dust. These images Zhongli rang from time to time, and now he also saw some hope. But, when had Morex ever begged for something that wasn't easy to say? I'll go ahead and agree to this, but I can say up front, don't get your hopes up. I don't really have a good idea, to be honest. Zhongli's eyes lit up as he got up and saluted Ishii. Thank you, sir, for your willingness to help. The price, sir? Feel free to ask. Mr. Zhong will never bargain. Forget it, we still have to live in your territory in the future. Just be a little more tolerant. Besides, it's not certain whether it will work or not. Ishii lying idly fanning up the fan. Return to the end is always a regret. If really can save her life, then Ishii is certainly very willing. There's another reason not to take Mora, and that's because the other side has to have no problem. Is sir worried about the power aspect? If it's mine you can borrow it. No, there's something you don't know, and that's that the world line will wind down and she'll end up dying for some other reason anyway, and there's not much I can do about that for now. This is indeed true. Even if you saved Return to End at that time, it would only delay her death, and you can't keep going back to save her, treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. After Zhongli said goodbye, Ishii asked about the cute little faculty. Little faculty, is there any way to do what we just talked about? Of course, and it's not hard. You're awesome, little faculty. So what's the solution? Aha! Since returning to the end will definitely die, it would be good to extract her soul before death and put it in a warehouse to bring it back to remake her body, and it would not affect returning to the end's death at that time. That's done then. 20 million mola. Here's $30 million. $20 million is fine. I don't need more. It's fine. Save it for later. I can't really take the extra and spread it on the street. Then I'll save it for my master. Chapter 7, You're changing fast. Congratulations, sir, on the opening of your new store. This is a little token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Ishii opened the door and saw this girl, Xiangling, holding a plate of unspeakable things standing at the door. If I'm not mistaken, you're using this as an excuse to get people to try the food. Thank you, Ms. Xiangling, and I wish Manmin Hall a prosperous business. After Ishii took it, Xiangling didn't leave, but her eyes gradually filled with anticipation. Thinking about it for a moment or two, it's just that. It's not like Shadow made it, so maybe it tastes good. Shadow? Ms. Shannon, please come in. The store has nothing to entertain. Just some drinks. That's okay. I'd also like to hear what you think of my new dish. It's important to me. Ishii picked up the black and gold gourd and poured 2 cups of Coke for herself and Xiangling. As to why it turned out to be Coke, remember the saying, it doesn't matter what's inside the gourd? It means that it can hold everything, and it's unlimited. A godsend. Xiangling had thought she was new enough with these dishes, but she was still shocked to see the dark liquids that Ishii had poured out. Thinking about the fact that Ishii runs a medical center, these really aren't any poisons, are they? Ishii picked up the chopsticks. Xiangling picked up the cup. Both of them at the same time apprehensively tasted the food in their hands. The difference was that afterwards Shannon seemed to have stars twinkling in her eyes. Wow, what kind of drink is this? It's so good. Can you sell me the recipe? As the chef of Manmin Hall, Xiangling was definitely interested in the recipe for such a delicious drink, and Ishii was frowning at the dish. It's hard to describe. This is called cola. Mortals can't produce it. After drinking it, do you feel any different on your body? So, the words fell. Xiangling closed her eyes and felt it carefully. Then she said with an excited face, it's like I feel filled with strength. So amazing. So you, sir, are also an immortal? Disrespectful. Ishii smiled and shook her head. It seems that whatever comes out of this gourd can cure all diseases. Not really. In addition, I think the selling of this dish can be improved a bit, and also it is better to try to choose ingredients that are easy for humans to enter and digest. Translation, not for human consumption. Aha, I've remembered. Thank you sir for your valuable advice. After improving it, I'll still trouble you to comment on it. Now I'll go back to cooking first. Well, after Xiangling left, Ishi covered her stomach and silently came to the door and changed the sign from in business to closed. I recalled that in the past, I was not yet halfway through my career, but the middle of the road collapsed and blocked. Are you alright, master? Can't die. Now I want to get some sleep first. That master, good night. Awake? Dear Mr. Memory. Ishia fell asleep on the healer's table and slowly woke up when she heard this mature female voice. When he opened his eyes, he saw two slender black silk legs in front of his eyes, accompanied by a nice aroma. Go back an hour. Night Orchid looked at the sign at the door of Ishi closed to think for a moment or two, raised his hand and knocked on the door, but no one answered. After a minute of knocking again, there was still no response from the door. Night Orchid thought to herself, could Ishi be asleep? Then let's go back first. Just out of a dozen paces away from the distance suddenly heard the sound of Ishi Medical Center open the door. Ishi glanced at the door, no one spit a sentence to be closed. Night Orchid saw this and drove straight to E to catch up, squeezing in at the last moment as the door closed, and Ishi had a little dizzy. Just feel a gust of wind blowing. Night Orchid just want to say something to see Ishi confused and lie back asleep again. Night Orchid sighed helplessly. It would be better to come back another day, but reached out to open the door but found that he couldn't pull it open. Night Orchid was well versed in all sorts of lock-picking techniques as a scrying spy, but that only works if there's a lock. The windows also looked like they were sealed shut even after trying inside and out, and Night Orchid couldn't open the door that looked like it could be opened with a gentle push even with all her efforts. I had to stop. It looked like I wouldn't be able to get out. During this time Night Orchid's gaze had been attracted by the black gold gourd on the table, and eventually couldn't help but be curious and carefully picked it up to scrutinize it. Absolutely none of Ishia's props are extraordinary. And what is the function of this uncomplicated-looking gourd? Night Orchid first shook it, then opened it to try to pour out something, but unfortunately there was nothing. Was it really just a decoration? Good afternoon, Mr. Yi. At this moment a woman with an azure figure sat with her legs crossed on Ishi's table, and the charming smell of her body made Ishi a little giddy. It's Night Orchid. Good evening. After saying that, Ishi picked up the black gold gourd that seemed to be untouched in its original position, and poured tea in Night Orchid's puzzled gaze. Strange. I had just clearly confirmed that there was nothing in there, let alone the steaming tea now. Good evening. Isn't Mr. Yi afraid of catching a cold sleeping here? Night Orchid took the cup of tea and took a sip. Surprisingly, it was better than even Ningxuan's Wanli tea, and after drinking it, I feel relaxed, and all the fatigue of the past few days is swept away. This black and gold gourd was really not a mortal object, and now it was suspected that the door wasn't either. Ha! You don't see what I'm doing now. I cure myself when I have a cold. Ishia stretched a comfortable waist, and Night Orchid smiled helplessly and asked, that's what I was going to ask. Why did you suddenly change your profession to become a doctor? Sir, I was going to ask you to read my fortune. Let's go then. Where is the gentleman going? Ishia retrieved the black and gold gourd, put her sunglasses back on and carried her own copy of the banner. It just so happens that I'm going to be out of the stall. Don't you want to tell your fortune? Come with me. Hearing this, Night Orchid drained the tea in her hand in one gulp and followed behind Ishi. Why don't you go? Sir, to the ground. Sit down. Where to set up a stall is not set up. Ishi directly in front of their own medical center to pull out the space in the table and chair to put it to work. Yo, if it isn't Miss Night Orchid, the non-existent person behind the General Affairs Division's intelligence organization? Quickly take a seat. Ishi constantly shook his fan and smiled in welcome. Watching this scene, Night Orchid mouth corner twitching. You identity change quite fast. Even my old bottom are set out. Really worthy of the name of divine calculation. And then Night Orchid removed the wrist bracelet to the table a put. Recently I accidentally lost one of the bracelets passed down from my family. Can I ask you to help me count where it is? I don't think Ms. Night Orchid is here for this, is she? Besides, you know better than I how the bracelet was lost. Smiling helplessly at the sound, Night Orchid retrieved the bracelet and put it back on her hand. It's true that nothing can be hidden from you, sir. Then I won't beat around the bush. Recently there has been an unprecedented number of Fool's Crowd personnel deployed in Ryu, and I'd like to ask you to calculate what they're up to. It's considered a state secret, so I'm not too bold to say. After Ishi finished speaking, he took out his black gold gourd and drank it. Night Orchid was stunned at the sight. He was directly picking up the gourd and drinking it, while he himself was drinking the tea poured out of his gourd. No, this is not the time to think about this. Night Orchid heard what Ishi meant and said, name your price. Sir, Miss Night Orchid looks back with a smile, and the 6 palaces have no color. Such a beautiful person should be able to understand my difficulties, so I mustn't. Night Orchid held her hand to her cheek and smiled slightly, in a good mood. You mean you can't do it without 1,600,000 moras, don't you? But I'm glad to hear it. You're really good at it. From within the Eye of God space a heavy bag was placed on the table at the same time Ishi's low voice rang out. The Heart of God. At those words Night Orchid froze. The Heart of God. The foolish crowd was targeting the Rock King Emperor's Heart of God? And their plan? How much is it worth? Night Orchid isn't the least bit worried that she can't afford it. This is also prying for information. It's a job. So Nimbus has to reimburse me. You get this trigram for free. They don't have a plan at the moment. None of the execs are here yet. But the only way to see Morax is to invite the immortal dignitaries. Night Orchid did back to the chair to think about it. Ishi said that there is no plan at the moment should be really cannot be revealed again, and mentioned the invitation of immortal ceremony. That means that this year's invitation of immortal ceremony will definitely be something wrong. Thanks, sir, I'll be on my way. Take care of your guests. Ishi lay back in the chair and closed his eyes and fanned himself. The Emperor? His old man still have to borrow the hands of the fools to test the Liu. Let you stop it, that's not good enough? Suddenly smelling an aroma coming from him, he opened his eyes to see Xiangling bringing a bowl of fragrant rice to him. Mr. E hasn't eaten yet, right? I'm pretty confident in my handiwork. Oh, and what are you doing here? During the day, Xiangling looked at the rest in the doorway of Ishi and realized that he must have eaten a bad stomach. Out of guilt dinner time took the opportunity to redo the course for him to send over. Just a little puzzled as to why Ishi was wearing sunglasses at night, Shannon sat down in her chair and surveyed the knickknacks on the table, not touching them out of politeness, despite curiosity, mainly because they were expensive to look at. Walnut, are you calling me rude? It just so happens that I haven't eaten yet. Thank you so much. Opening a medical center is just a part-time job. I used to do this. Miss Xiangling want to tell a fortune? It's very spiritual. Ishi took the bowls and chopsticks and ate, worthy of being the rice spooned by Xiangling's own hands, although it is not a mountain of food, but the taste is not bad in any way. Telling fortunes? Then can you tell me where I can find precious ingredients? Sir? With that, Ishi put the dishes down and picked up the compass to gesture. Good point. Just a moment. Under Xiangling's astonished gaze the needle on the compass kept turning and finally stopped straight in the direction of Qingchuan town. Miss Xiangling is lucky. There is a hidden cave near Qingchuan town where you can find extinct wild boar meat. At the word Xiangling said with incomparable excitement and anticipation, this kind of meat is heavenly, and just like that there is still a price for it. Surprisingly, it's that wild boar meat that is rumored to have excellent meat quality and flavor? I've always wanted to try it. I don't know how to thank you. How much is this gua? Ishia smiled and waved her hand as she continued to eat her meal. No need. Just cook for me more often when you have time. No problem. Thank you, sir. I'll be sure to be the first to ask you to taste it when I've finished cooking with it. Not bad. Not bad. And Ishi was quite curious as to whether that meat was really that good. Hundreds of thousands of mora in one bite. Oh yeah. That meat has survived until now because there's a rush tree there for the boar to freeze. Remember to be more careful. I'll keep an eye out. Clear Springs is in Mund. I'm planning to leave tomorrow. I can't wait to think about it. Just be safe. Xiangling waited for Ishia to finish eating and went back with the dishes. When the voice of the small department rang out, Master, I'm back. I've put my soul in the warehouse. Now all that's missing is my body. The little department is really great. Let's go and have tea with Zhongli tomorrow. Chapter 8 It Hurts. Li Yu, the Hall of the Living Dead. Knock. Ishi looked at the thick door of the Hall of the Past Life pondering something, then knocked gently, thinking again that the door was too small to knock so hard, and that the people inside might not hear it. He took a deep breath and prepared to launch himself. There's a doorbell next to it. Ouch. Knocking on the door just dropped. The door was suddenly opened, followed by Ishi body fell into the air to flash forward straight down. In an instant, the eyes of all the people in the Hall of the Future Life converged, and then they saw Ishi pouncing on Walnut to the ground. The entire room fell into silence. The scene was a bit awkward. The crowd looked at it for a few moments before averting their eyes and going about their business. At this time, Ishi and Walnut's faces were so close that even each other's breath could be felt, and after just staring at each other for a while, Ishi opened her mouth slightly. Good morning, Hall Master Hu. It's a nice day. So Ishia, you're here to hang out with me? Walnut's small face was slightly red. She could feel her heart beating fast, her big plum-like eyes looking at Ishi's face blinking. Yeah, probably. It just looks more like it's here to play you. Why don't you two get up and talk? It's not a good influence at the door like that. Zhongli silently brewed tea at the table. What kind of coincidence could have led to such an unfolding? Ishi and Walnut sat across from Zhongli as naturally as if nothing had happened. Then he coughed twice, and with a serious expression, solemnly handed a head-sized black box to Zhongli. Zhongli, your late friend. I brought it back for you. Walnut was visibly flabbergasted at the sight. A friend of Belle's from another country already. The cute cheeks became heavy with it. Zhongli, don't worry. Your friend, I will send her off in style. Zhongli glanced up at Ishi and picked up the urn-like object. Rather, I appreciate you bringing back the returned soul. It's just that can you give it to me in a different way? Hall Master Who? I have important matters to discuss with this friend, so I'll excuse myself. The words fell. Zhongli got up and dragged Ishi to leave. Walnut is expressed very confused. The past life Hallmaster is here at you go where to chat hello. Zhongli carefully holds returning to the end's bones, the box containing Guiyan's soul, and Ishi went all the way to his medical center without a word. The only place to talk is here to make people feel at ease. Thanks again for everything my friend. What's next? That's what I went to talk to you about. And then I just sat down and came back without taking a sip of my tea. At that moment a black box lay in the center of a table, and before and after it sat the two contemplative men. I apologize for the lack of courtesy. Zhongli was a little anxious in his heart about this matter, and his usual composure seemed to have lost some of it. These are irrelevant. The situation now is an empty soul without a physical body. We have to find a way to get one. What does my friend think of General Inazuma Raiden's body being a doll made using Kanria technology? Ishi shook her head. I don't think so. Guess why Thor ended up building it all in his own body? There shouldn't be any materials left. And besides, the Inazuma Locked Kingdom Thunder God is single-mindedly purified and in seclusion. So finding her is by no means easy, let alone inviting her to come out. So what's the idea, friend? I have to have a way to find you to discuss? Directly get finished overnight to return to the end to send you to bed. Isn't this body of yours Morex's earthly body? Can you get one for her as well? Ishai added, and Belle sighed softly. It's a pity that the demon god's origin is different. It can't be used concurrently. On the contrary, my friend who opened a medical center must have some skills. Can you think of a way? The corner of Ishi's mouth twitched. Something you are really not doing. It's just that you should really not know what to do. And you usually take things seriously when it concerns your friends. At best, I treat people for injuries and illnesses. What do you think I am? A miracle doctor? Zhongli asked rhetorically after a little thought. No? Well, that makes sense. Ishi, a change in momentum. Body side sitting legs cocked folding fan will be open. Fan god on the god was printed two big words, God Doctor. The way? I can't say there isn't. I'm just not sure it will work. But there's no harm in saying it. So Ishi took out the scalpel, and Zhongli's eyes fell on the small object. The blade's power overrides the laws and can only be used to save lives. I'm wondering if giving the returning soul a slash would just restore her. Now Zhongli understands why Ishi suddenly gave himself a knife for no reason before, and it turns out that he was really testing the knife on himself. But that doesn't mean it's not lethal. And if the returning soul can't be judged as a salvage, it might just break it up. So I'm going to try that first. What does my friend intend to try? My friend? Ishi will eyes closed after no more movement. Zhongli thought Ishi must have his what special way. Just ready to wait on the sound of Ishi's excited voice. It'll work. Zhongli, you dodge out of the way. It's up to me next. After saying that Ishi opened the urn once, copied the scalpel and stabbed at the dust-colored fire-like soul inside. Then Ishi and Zhongli each took a step back to observe. Only the returning soul slowly rose into the air and was reshaping its physical body at a speed visible to the naked eye. It hurts. Returning to the end of the sweet yell rang out, and was now crouching on the table with his head covered. Ishi was silent for a moment or two, quietly putting the scalpel away. It seems like a light scratch has the same effect. Thinking that if I say it, Zhongli might hit me. It's better not to mention it. Just watch the show next. Return to the end. Is that you? Zhongli looked at the girl in front of him, his voice trembling with meaning. Returning to the end of hearing this incomparably familiar voice froze, turned his head to see Zhongli frozen in place. Life and death instinctively jumped toward his arms. The demon god has hit the returning planes. Zhongli, I don't want to die yet. Then Gue finally thought of something and hurriedly pushed Zhongli away. Nope, the enemy possesses the means to directly attack the soul. Zhongli, you must go. And Ishi facing the wall, trying to find a crack to drill in. Just now the hand is indeed a bit heavy, but even if a knife directly stabbed people can give him to save life, no harm done. Looking at returning end, who was struggling to push herself away, Zhongli's heart sank and he placed his hand on her head. It's all right now. The war is over. At the sound of the words returned to the end of a blank stare, confirmed his state. Surprisingly good, but obviously just now was in a hellish battlefield near death. Looking around suspiciously, he found himself in a room with a man he didn't recognize sitting at the table pouring tea from a gourd. Who is he? Returning to the end? Anyway, first come with me and thank this gentleman who saved you. I thought to myself, is it possible that I was saved by this gentleman when I was unconscious afterward? So together with Zhongli, they saluted Ishi. Sit down, you too, and I'll explain the situation to MS. Returning, that's how it happened. Zhongli could never let you go and begged me to bring you back, so I brought your soul back to life before you died, Ishi added, and Zhongli smiled and shook his head, letting him be, accompanied by a teardrop streaking down from the corner of his eyes at the end of his return. he asked in disbelief. So Sir is saying that the demon god war is over and the world is at peace? That's right, it's just that the timeline span is a bit big. This time is 3,700 years later in Ryu. It's in the middle of a peaceful era. Rorani is also about to enter the era of human rule, so Morax is planning to retire. Returning to the end was smart enough to understand the current situation straight away, but it was still hard not to be shocked. But what was more important now was, Zhongli, I didn't realize that you'd rather shed your position as the Rock King Emperor than marry me. Just say so earlier, it's not like I won't agree. Returning to the end of the hug, Zhongli arm in his arms with his head happily rubbed, while Zhongli holding the teacup hand steady, opened his mouth. Thousands of years have washed over us, and even a rock gets slightly tired. And I once heard a merchant say to his men, you have done your duty, now go and rest. And I have often wondered if my duties have been fulfilled. Has Ryu traveled 700 years by now, and does she have the credentials to stand alone? Ishii silently listened to the end, thinking that the return to the end of the said marriage you are not mentioning a word return to the end, I'm used to it, and guess why I haven't taken him down in centuries. Zhongli, you've done enough already, don't wear yourself out. Returning to the end was full of worry about Zhongli, because it was obvious that at this point Zhongli's condition was not as good as it was back then. To put it bluntly, it's just wear and tear, and as far as wear and tear goes, there are ways to cure that. The words fell. Zhongli looked at Ishii. His heart was inevitably a little shocked, while Ishii once again opened the fan that had the Divine Doctor printed on it and fanned it. The black gold gourd also possesses power above the law, and the difference with the scalpel is that one heals the outside and the other the inside. So drink the tea poured out of the gourd in a single gulp, and the wear and tear will be healed. Because Zhongli's mind had not been on tea, he had not taken a sip. Zhongli, this cup of mine is for you too. I hope you'll get better soon. Returning to the end of the tea in his own hands to put in front of Zhongli. What a good girl, but it is a pity that she looks at a stone. In fact, a sip of this has the same effect as a cup. Miss Returning End's body has just healed. She also needs to drink some of this to regulate it, but I don't think Miss Returning End can drink it by herself right now. Can she? The words return to the end instantly slumped toward the chair, followed by a weak voice. Mister's right. I don't have any strength at all right now. So Zhongli looked at the state close to the heyday of the return to the end of the silence of 1 or 2. This is why it is necessary. But nothing was said. It wasn't the first time she had been capricious. Carefully, he lifted Returning End up, then picked up a cup of tea and passed it to her mouth. Careful, it's hot. Walnut had been hiding not far away trying to peek at Ishii and Zhongli, but so strange to see nothing. Finally, he froze in place as he watched Zhongli walk out with a pretty sister who had her arms around him. That sister wouldn't be Ishii, would it? Or did you and Ishii have a baby in such a short time? Do you believe me when I say it's helping her heal? Make a pair of lovebirds and merit 2 more strokes of faith. Saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. The merit is infinite, and the words follow the law. Master, you're not that strong. I know. Said it to myself for encouragement. Amusing herself with a gold glittering mora in her hand, something suddenly occurred to her. Mora was a cast of Morax's flesh and blood. If he stabbed Mora himself, would Zhongli react accordingly? Try and die. Ishii pulled out a scalpel and just kept poking at that mora, and soon the mora was riddled with holes. Meanwhile, inside the hall of the past life, Zhongli felt a pain in his waist position, followed by a flash of a new look on his body, and so on and so forth. At this time, Zhongli was constantly flashing rhythmically like a DJ lamp within the dim and depressing environment of the hall of the past life, shocking the Returning End for hundreds of years. Zhongli, you still have this kind of skill? Returning to the end of the new curiosity surrounded the black-faced Zhongli beside him to measure him, and the staff of the hall of the past life was obviously also very confused. So Zhongli he also has a younger side. Zhongli opened his divine sense to look around Liu for a while, eventually locking onto a medical center and placing his teacup on the table. It's time to popularize the kid with the laws of Ryu. It is illegal to willfully damage a mora. Meanwhile, on the other side, a certain hospital. The door was unlocked. After Zhongli and Guifeng left, Hu Tao apprehensively came to Ishii's medical center and knocked on the door, only to let go of her heart when she heard his voice. Thought Ishii women's clothing to go shopping with Zhongli. Ishii, who was that pretty sister who just walked out of here? Walnut entered and surveyed the interior decorations of the house. It was more like a small home when he said it was a medical center. That's Zhongli, his future daughter-in-law. As for that black box just now, what's inside is actually a gift. So that's what I thought. That old fart Zhongli would even have a daughter-in-law? I also think it's bad enough that its former friends reuniting again. To be precise, Walnut no longer cared. Moved a chair, went around the back of the table and sat next to Ishii, then picked up the black and gold gourd on the table to take a look at it. What a beautiful treasure. Much better than those old things from Zhongli. I wonder what will be inside. Might as well open it. Maybe it's what Walnut loves to drink. Walnut expectantly pulled the cork out of the bottle, brought his nose close to the mouth of the bottle and sniffed, then excitedly pulled on the corner of Ishi's coat. Wow! It's really boiled blackback sea bass soup. It smells so fresh. Did you prepare it especially for me? What? Ishia stumbled and almost fell over backwards from her chair. Why did you think the gourd would contain this? Well, consider it done. You're growing. It's quite nice to drink something nutritious. Walnut picked up the gourd and gulped into the mouth of the gourd to savor it. And suddenly the drinking stopped. Cough 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 cough. Drink slowly. There's still plenty left. Looking at the choking Walnut, Ishi helplessly smiled. It seems that she loves to drink this fish soup. Ahem. No, it's just that I suddenly feel a bit stuffy in my chest and I can't breathe. Hearing this, Ishia's eyesight looked to the front of the walnut, then was shot in place. The original Teyvat first Fire A seemed to be trending towards Fire B. The boost wasn't great, but there was. Add to that the fact that Walnut's outfit was tight, and it was no wonder it felt stuffy. Ishi looked at it for a while and then retracted her gaze. This gourd-prescribed medicine was so magical, unexpected and reasonable. No, the dress seems a little tight for a small size. It's... Walnut unbuttoned the 2 buttons in front of her body without much thought, and then noticed what had changed as well. Ishie, you're a doctor now, right? Why don't you help me see why I've suddenly gained weight? Walnut expression some puzzled look. Ishii is a good doctor. The patient's condition must be carefully studied. This is the so-called healer's benevolence. Ishii will face over to take a closer look. Walnut style and her this body clothing is the opposite of it. That is also should be changed. There's nothing wrong with it. Just go back and consult more of the female staff at the Church of the Past. It's normal. Ishii. Zhongli said he still wanted to come and thank you a little bit, so sorry for the disturbance. At this time the return to the end of the happy and Zhongli strolled all the way to the memory of the hospital. Just pushed open the door to see the memory of the hospital in, and closed the door. What followed inside and out was a minute-long silence, when suddenly the door was kicked in with a bang, followed by a smile as Belle walked in. Mr. Yi is quite funny. Returning to the end behind him, he admired Zhongli's magnificent back. So handsome. Zhongli, why don't you knock when you come in? Walnut suddenly covered the clothes, crouched down in a very aggrieved tone. Ishi thought to myself that you know what you're doing. Looking again at Zhongli, who seemed like he was about to raise himself at any moment, he forced a smile and began to explain. Brother Zhongli, when I say that I'm helping Hu Tao diagnose his condition, do you believe me? And does the gentleman believe me when I say that what is about to happen next is all an accident? Ishi sighed as she gave up her struggle. It's definitely not a good idea to leave now. I'll have to run. Just as Ishi was about to call on the small department to force her to take herself away, Walnut got up and angrily came to Zhongli and said, Zhongli, what are you doing? Just now Ishi is helping me to see the doctor. You go out first. After saying that, he raised his small hand in an effort to push Zhongli out. Zhongli watched the scene with an incredibly complicated mood, and finally stared at Ishi and left. Zhongli, aren't we going to thank Ishi for saving our lives? My friend was busy with work and we came at a bad time. Zhongli looked to the sky and sighed lightly. Walnut, is she growing up? Then you keep shopping with me. There's been so many more interesting things these last few thousand years, but how can such a great favor be neglected? Now first follow me to fetch my treasured Voltron tea, and I will personally deliver it to you, sir, later. Chapter 10. Help me, please, for insurance purposes. Ishi brought Walnut to buy a new dress. It is a very beautiful dress. The Walnut, who had removed the costume of the past life hallmaster, was a cute and lively girl next door, and Ishi was happy to see it. Isn't Walnut coming home yet? Walnut and Ishi had just come out of the Manmin Hall after dinner, and headed for the medical center next door. It's still early. It's no fun going back, and you're so much fun here. Walnut lightly skipped to the door of the medical center and pushed the door in. Ishi then followed. Your place is small but cozy. It's nice except for the fact that you can't tell it's a medical clinic. I quite like it here. Walnut picked up the Divine Healer's folding fan on the table and proceeded to fall back on the bed. After a meal you should exercise a little. Fanning yourself is good. Ishi helplessly smiled. That certainly cannot let see out is a medical center. I cannot practice medicine documents. The test if a question will not be. It is also impossible. So why do we know this is a medical center? It's because of a small line printed on the business closed sign at the door. It's a medical clinic. In fact, Ningguang wanted to secretly help Ishi a hand, as long as Ishi to go to the examination to hand in a blank paper also give over. But he did not go directly give documents, do not comply with the process. Later, he also wrote him a letter of implication, and then recalled that he felt that it was a fraudulent letter casually thrown away. So it can be seen that the sense of prevention is very strong. It is worth learning. Excuse me, is this a medical center? At this time a trembling voice rang out. Sniffing, Ishi looked toward the door. A clothing some ragged little girl carefully pushed open the door and walked in. From her gaze can be seen not quite believe that this is a medical center. To which she said the atmosphere is really not in place. And the store what herbs are not. You have to say where you do not feel well I do not understand. That's right. For advice on your condition or to buy medicine go out and turn left and go to the end of the road to a Nobu Lodge. They should have everything there. Ishii, aren't you also running a medical center? Why are you pushing patients toward your competitors? This sentence to the walnut will not get. Their hard work every day to go out to sell coffins are not much performance. Memory of the past is good. To performance to others to send. Ishii was silent for a moment or two, and reached out a hand to signal the little girl to sit first. So, little sister, tell us about yourself. The little girl once again surveyed the interior decorations of the house and sat down across from Ishii and bowed her head. Actually it's not me, it's my mom. My mom, she's been bedridden for 2 months now, and by Jutsu has come to see her many times, but her condition hasn't improved. I really wanted my mom to get better. And then I heard that Ryu had opened a new medical clinic. So could you ask Mister to help me look at it? The little girl finished in one breath somewhat anxiously, with a hint of pleading and helplessness in her eyes. Walnut also got down from the bed and sat beside Ishii, somewhat sympathizing with the mother and daughter. Having seen her before when she went to the neighborhood to sell, her family was rather poor. Ishii, why don't you go check it out first anyway? No, small problem. As the words fell Ishii pulled out his black gold gourd out of thin air, then poured out a blackish pill from it. Little sister, this you take back to your mother on the water to take. Within half a day the disease naturally cured. Walnut stared at the gourd in shock and confusion. Wasn't that filled with fish soup? The little girl will be convinced to take that pill, and then want to say something. So Ishii asked, any more questions? Can I get a credit for the medicine? Such a powerful medicine. The family can't get too much more at once. Oh yeah, like you have to pay for your meds. Next to the walnut looks a little lost. She has seen too many families suffering from serious illnesses and finally cannot afford to pay for expensive medication and left. Every time I hear the family's cries heart is very bad taste, but cannot do anything about it. Ishii prescribed this medicine efficacy walnut did not doubt. Just want to know so god medicine selling price and how much? Ishii, this medicine, it's expensive, isn't it? I suppose so, but little sister, seeing as you are the first visitor to this medical center, I'll just charge you 100 mora, and if you're keeping score, press your handprint here. Only the little girl was visibly stunned and her face opened up. No, 100 mora I have. Thank you sir. The little girl immediately pulled out 100 mora from her coat pocket and handed it to Ishii with both hands, then put the pills away carefully. Okay, go back to healing your mom. Aha! After the little girl left, Ishii headed for the chair and smoothly raised the black gold gourd in his hand and drank. It's a pretty easy job. 100 mora easy to get, and the wine in this gourd is good. Take another sip. Where's my gourd? Turned his head to look at the walnut sitting beside himself. At this time she is puzzled to look at this black gold gourd. Think for a moment or two. Learn from Ishii like lifting the gourd to drink a mouthful. Drink more puzzled. How strange. How did it turn into wine again? I clearly saw the pills pouring out just now. Ishii shook her head and smiled as she took the gourd back. Kids can't drink. And as for this gourd, it's got drops of everything in it. Walnut puffed her little face up, then said in exasperation, I just turned 16 this year, so I'm not a kid. When he finished speaking, he reached out and snatched the gourd up in a gambling gulp. Ishii, on the other hand, was thinking that it turned out that Teyvat was 16 and adult. In that case let her be. There's nothing wrong with it. Well, let's have a drink together then. Has Walnut ever had a drink before? Walnut wiped the corners of his mouth and filled the 2 glasses Ishii had pulled out. I secretly tasted Zhong Li's cinnamon wine before, and although I was discovered after 1 sip, it was really quite good. A little drink is good for the soul, but alcoholism. The wine in this gourd won't hurt your body in any way, but it's wine after all, and it's not good to drink too much. I guess that would be the case. So I'm welcome. Haven't had much of a good drink yet. After a few drinks Walnut was already tinged with drunkenness and his head was a little foggy. Well, Ishii, I'm like, a little dizzy. Looking at the appearance of Walnut Ishii some wonder, because Walnut did not have much to drink wine. This wine themselves before drinking a lot is also at most slightly drunk. Master, your physique is not comparable to that of a human being, and this wine is actually very high in alcohol content. So it is. That's right, that's enough for today. I'll take you back to Walnut. So sleepy. I'm going to take a nap first. Walnut does not win the wine has fallen asleep on the table. Ishii reached out to poke Walnut's lovely cheeks, as if the sleep is still quite dead. What to do about the reality that the distance from the Ritsuki Pass Life Hall to the Manman Hall is not a matter of walking a few steps. It's just that there's a bed here anyway, so let her rest here. So Ishii picked Princess Walnut up and headed for the bed. and just as she put it down the door was suddenly pushed open. Ishie, me and Zhongli again. Sorry, I guess we came at a bad time. Returning to the end of the sentence, he snapped the door shut, and Ishii thought to herself, why was this scene so familiar? So after carefully analyzing the current situation, Walnut and I were alone together drinking. Then Walnut got drunk, and now I'm trying to take her towards the bed being discovered by her parents. Hiss. Since it's a certain death, let's face it honestly. Ishii sat back in her chair and threw her legs on the table in a righteous manner, just waiting for Zhongli to kick the door. But a few minutes passed, there is still nothing moving. The past slowly opened a doorway to look outside, but found only a few boxes of ambrosia tea quietly placed in the doorway. What? Why is he gone? Why don't you come and fetch your master back? Forget about it, take those boxes of tea back into the house, and look at the walnut on the bed. I don't feel comfortable with her being here alone, so it looks like I'll have to sleep on the couch tonight. Is Mr. Yi in? At that moment there was a knock at the door, and Ishii lamented that someone would finally knock. Just as he opened the door, he saw Shannon happily handing himself a plate of roasted meat. Mr. Yi, this is a grilled pork chop I made from extinct wild boar meat. Try it. So it's Xiangling. Counting the time, these 3 days should be almost back. Ha, I remember Xiangling and Walnut are friends, right? Shannon asked when she saw that Ishii had been staring at herself. What's wrong with Mr. Shannon? Can you come sleep at my place tonight? Xiangling was first stunned. Her face immediately reddened. How could Ishii suddenly say this to me? Would it be a bit too direct? Xiangling was a bit squirmy, shyness written all over her face. Lowering her head, her vision kept fluttering. Just this once. It's a bit of an emergency. Please, please, please. But, it's not good, is it? Ishii didn't really want to sleep on the couch, so she was going to keep fighting for it. It's so close to Manmin Hall. It's fine just for one night. So help me out. Will you? Xiangling blushed a little deeper. Ishii, this is looking at me? How to do? Or the first time a member of the opposite sex likes me. No, now we've only met a few times. Is this the kind of thing you can just ask for? Looking up again at Ishii's incredibly serious eyes and his incredibly handsome face, and after a bit of a mental struggle, he gently nodded. So, just this once. Oh, thank you so much. Come in first. Shannon knows that it's definitely not as simple as just staying for one night, but Ishii asking me to do so is a bit. The point is that I agreed to it in my heat of the moment, heart thumping as if to jump out along with Ishii into the medical center, and then sat down to put the grilled meat in his hands on the table. Anyway, let's try my barbecued pork chop first. Ishii thought about what she should do, as Xiangling was bringing her food and helping out again. I heard that girls like to be complimented, so let's compliment her. Okay, Ms. Xiangling is so lovely and kind-hearted. She will definitely be a good wife in the future. Would you like to drink something now? I have everything here. It's enough. At those words, Xiangling's just calmed down mood was again disturbed. Wife or something? What is Mr. E talking about? But when you think about it, Ishii is actually quite nice and handsome. Just a little. That drink was just fine before. I'd like to try it again. No problem. I'm going home first after eating. So Walnut is in your care. Going home? Yeah. Walnut got drunk at my place and I didn't feel comfortable sleeping here alone. And now that you're here, I can go home without worrying. After Ishii left, Xiangling looked at the direction he left and fell into a deep silence, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Ishii wanted to talk to herself. So it was a misunderstanding. Ha ha. But, Ishii, you are such a good person. Chapter 11, the arrangement is clear. Give life to time and civilization to age. Early the next morning, Ishii put up his pen and wrote such a philosophical paragraph with a big hand. Not bad, grand enough. Let's hang this painting and calligraphy on the wall of the medical center. Master, judging by your level of calligraphy, I suggest you go to Mr. Zhongli to write for you. What do you know? It's called wild cursive script. It's art. I see. But your art may not be appreciated according to Teyvatian aesthetics. The general idea is that words that suck aren't meant to be read by people. I don't know how Walnut, Shannon and the others are doing. Buy some breakfast and go check it out. Li Yu, the medical center. This green hair seems to have been seen somewhere. Mr. White Magic of the Undeclared Lodge? Ishii almost arrived at the medical hall, found that there is a green light appeared in the door of their own medical hall. A closer look turned out to be Mr. White Art. At this time he seems to be hesitating for something. Are you two here to see a doctor? It looks like this medical center isn't open yet. Ishii pretended to be a passerby and went up to talk to Baijutsu. It was better to be cautious. The boss of the rival house came to the door. Ishii felt that nothing good could come of it. Even though it was just Baijutsu standing alone, Ishii gave the snake around his neck the least respect and earned the favor of both of them. Not really, just looking for the owner of this store for some advice on something. Is the gentleman here to see a doctor as well? Baijutsu looked back as a handsome man came to stand alongside him. seemingly also waiting for the healing center to open its doors. Neither. The owner of this medical center has wonderful hands to cure the sick. I specially wrote a calligraphy and painting to give to him to show my admiration for him. So that's how it is. Unfortunately, there are no hours of operation marked on the sign hanging on the door. And I've been standing here for some time now. And I'm thinking about whether or not to go back first. After confirming that this visitor was not looking for trouble, Ishii stopped pretending and directly pushed the door in. No, come in and sit down first. Seeing this scene, Baijutsu was obviously stunned. This door, just how he tried, could not be opened. And now it was directly pushed open by him? Ishii walked into the room and was relieved to see that those two little ones were still cuddling together on the bed and sleeping soundly. Placing the breakfast he had brought in his hand on the nightstand, he then pulled out the words he had written and posted them on the wall facing the doorway. The subsequent follow-up reaction of the white artistry was just as uncertain as that of a visitor to the medical center, who would survey the layout of the house a few times. But what puzzled him most was why there were two girls lying on the bed. And isn't that Master Hu of the Hall of the Future Life and Shangling of the Hall of All Mankind next door? Why are they here? Introduce myself. My name is Ishii, the owner of this medical center. What do you want from me? At the sound of the voice, Baijutsu looked towards Ishii before noticing they, on the wall behind him, selectively ignoring the girl on the bed and the piece of paper that had no idea what the hell it was drawing. Just now Ishii was able to open the door, as well as the natural movement of Baijutsu guessed that he was the boss and sat down across from Ishii. So you are Mr. E. Divine Doctor. It's better to be known than to be seen. Let me take the liberty of asking first, why did Mr. E decorate the medical hall in this style? Baijutsu had been running the Boo Boo Hut for years. Every layout was just right. And this medical center was barely a table except for this one. And the rest of the place was a cozy room any way you looked at it, wasn't it? I'd love to. And what's the point of putting those useless things in? And keep it down. The girls are sleeping in my bed. Hearing the white art directly into a deep contemplation. There is so open medical center? The two girls didn't look like they were uncomfortable anywhere, either, and looked around the walls once more, even more puzzled. So, sir, why don't you post your license to practice medicine and your drug license? It's easier for certain situations that way. Well, I'd have to have it to post it, so why don't you lend me yours? Baiju was silent once again, thinking that he could have come to the wrong place. But the name Ishii is correct, but this place doesn't look like a medical center in any way. So that's what you came to me to ask? If so, go back. Ahem. Sorry for the digression. But please, sir, take a look at this. White Art handed up a list of medical records with two photographs attached in a dignified manner. Ishii took a look. There was a pale woman lying on the hospital bed, and there was a little girl standing beside the bed. There's something familiar about this little girl. She seems to have been here yesterday. What's wrong? There is something that cannot be said to a patient, and that is that the lady's condition has become so serious that she can only be renewed by medicines. And I have come on this trip to ask for advice on how you, sir, can do it. For Ishii to cure an incurable disease is a big breakthrough in the medical profession. By Shu again to visit the sick, unbelievable witness the woman to open the door to their own. Some inquiries to realize that Liu has such a miraculous doctor. And they were full of excitement in their words. The women's illnesses were clear to her, but she just didn't want to worry her daughter. Her daughter stopped by yesterday and I prescribed her a random medication. That's all. What exactly is the drug? Ishii sighed, changed out his black gold gourd to pour out a radiant pill on the table, and picked it up to examine it carefully. 1 cures all diseases, 2 prolongs life, and 3 makes you immortal. At the words of the White Art shocked in place. In the ordinary person to speak this will be regarded as bragging to blow the sky, and Baijutsu had witnessed terminally ill people come to life in front of his eyes, and it was because of this medicine. But what concerned Baijio the most was the efficacy of the 3 pills. The method he had painstakingly researched for longevity was actually right in front of his eyes? Recall, also really is bragging. In fact, eat a few efficacy are the same. Baijutsu, I wanted to learn the art of healing, and you ended up showing me the art of immortality? Mr. is so divine. I'm out of respect. Baijutsu suddenly got up and saluted Ishii, then asked, I trade the Boo Boo Lodge for 3 pills for Mr. I wonder if you'd like that. No. Ishii reached back. White Art did not lose too much. How can such a miracle medicine can be used? Not Divination Hut exchange for the up. No more than 1 elixir is sold to mortals. Besides I see you're pretty sick right now. Consider buying one. No? Dare I ask what the asking price is? Ishii unhurriedly stretched out a finger, and a drop of cold sweat ran down by Joe's forehead when he saw it. 10 million mora? Ishii silence 1 or 2. In fact, want to say is 1 million mora. After all, your disease is also almost catching up with the terminal disease. The results you come up to 10 times? Right. After saying that, White Art then lowered his head to think about something. Ishii looked at his difficult look some heart. So he said again, just charge you 1 million mora if you do me a favor. Baijutsu looked up and back at Ishii. A million mora would be affordable, but I'm afraid this favor. Go ahead, sir. Ishii looked to either side, then leaned forward. Tell you what, you'll give me the answers to the next licensing exam for practicing medicine. I'm planning on getting a license and it really isn't very good to not have one. The entrance to the exam room. At this moment, Ishii was holding a top-level license to practice medicine in the wind. An hour ago, Ishii confidently went to the exam with the cheat sheet given by Baijutsu, but just after saying his name the examiner immediately took himself to a separate examination room and handed out the same question paper for the highest certificate. What can we do about this? The white art gave a normal paper answer. Ishii had wanted to give up, but just after writing his name the examiner directly collected the test paper, and then copied the standard answer on the test paper in front of his face. After copying it, he put Ishii's certificate in front of him and said you can go. And the whole process Ishii was confused. Gelatin, it's essential to go to the exam in person. Little faculty, do you know what's going on? It looks like a program, but who has so much power to be able to operate in the dark here? And why? Perhaps a big man looks at you may also say oh, but since all are cheating master why not use the fortune teller professional skills, so that the normal examination will not be caught. That way the atmosphere isn't in place and the cheating doesn't feel right at all. Ha! Atmosphere? Chapter 12 Proposals. Li Yu, Memories of the Past Medical Center. That was a good night's sleep. Ha! Walnut woke up in a daze and was just about to stretch when his hand seemed to touch something soft. Well, is it morning yet? Morning Walnut. Sensing movement, Shannon also rubbed her eyes and got up, turning her head to see Walnut staring at her with wide eyes. Morning. Shannon, what are you doing here? Ha. I'm not quite sure why. Shangling thought of yesterday's misunderstanding. Some blush lowered a nod, then keenly noticed the walnut is different. A few days not see slime size have caught up with their own? Ishii can even cure this? Walnut did not turn to understand what the situation at the moment, only remembered that yesterday and Ishii drink to fall asleep. This is Ishii's medical center is right. Then why with their own sleep together is Shangling? Ishii, is it hard to believe that it's me? You were drunk at my place yesterday, and I wasn't worried about sleeping here alone, so I asked Ms. Shangling to accompany you. There's breakfast by the bed. You guys should eat something first. Ishii was sitting on the sofa, and had been reading a novel intently with a novel in her hand. Protogod, the opening smash to Fufu. Walnut and Shannon looked at each other, picked up their respective breakfasts and sat down across from Ishii, before noticing the one plastered on the wall. What, Mr. E, is that painting on the wall stained by the ink? Do you need me to help you take it down and throw it away? Shangling said while eating. Ishii silently put down the novel in her hand. Is the word I wrote so unbearable? Yes, master, don't doubt it. Yeah, I'll do it. Just about to rewrite one now. Ishii got up and took off the word on the wall. Obviously I look quite good or except the world's eyes. Little faculty, do you know how to write with a brush? Flawless. Okay, get on. Only to see Ishii that calligraphy and painting flashed into white paper. Then appeared a brush with Ishii's hand soundly writing on the paper. After writing Ishii snapped the brush on the table, rather like a master. Wow, Ishii your writing is so nice too. The word is as good as the word says. The words written by the small department for Ishii were flamboyant and domineering, and seemed not to be bound in the least, and even the whole line came down in one stroke, with the indulgence of a god, coming and going without a trace. The vaguely glowing dark blue starry sky was extremely beautiful, and managed to attract the two girls to look around. Aha! Crosses arms, looks up, triumphant. Ishii expressed his satisfaction, then said nothing and silently hung the painting in its original position. The words are like the person. This should be a compliment to me. Actually, the previous writing was better than this one, but unfortunately no minions. In that case, it's really too bad. Master, you're lying. At this moment, the door of the medical center was pushed open and a woman with a dignified temperament walked in. This is the rumored medical of Mr. E. Hall, right? If it wasn't for the fact that Nimbus was well informed he would have thought he was on the wrong track, and maybe that was his style. That's right, make yourself comfortable. Ishii was also puzzled if this wasn't the Tian Quan star. How did she come here? Walnut and Shangling a look at Liu's big man came, so sat back on the sofa and continued to eat breakfast not to bother. Of course, certainly in the eavesdropping. The first thing every person who comes here does is to survey the interior for a while, and from the condensed light's broken sentence she could understand her confusion. The visitor is a guest, and Ishii calmly sat back in her chair to begin the day's work. Where is Miss Nimbus not feeling well? The condensed light sight was first attracted by the black gold gourd on the table, because what Night Orchid mentioned the most was that his own Wanli tea was far from the tea in this gourd. And isn't Ishii a fortune teller? Why is she suddenly a doctor? But none of that mattered. Nimbus had come in person this time, and for a bit of personal business. Indeed I am not well. and I think I need to use 3 of Mr.'s pills for my illness yet. The corner of Ishii's mouth twitched. White Art only left less than an hour. You news so fast? And that's bragging rights. It's better to think about what to do now. If we tell Ningguang that it's a lie, she probably won't believe it, and even if she does, if it makes her angry, then what's the point? Ishii first admired the curves of Ningguang's plump and rounded body for a while, then her eyes indifferently uttered 5 words. It's medicine that's poisonous. At those words Ningguang froze in place. No wonder they didn't sell mortals more than 1 elixir. It's because taking 1 can dissolve the world's suffering, 2 has half the probability of dying, and 3 has an 80% probability. I think this can be a really big gamble. But Ningguang is the 7 stars of the glazed moon, shouldering a heavy responsibility. Even 2 cannot afford to gamble. During the period when Ningguang froze, Ishii picked up her precious gourd and poured her a cup of tea. Ningguang's brainstorming was based on the premise of absolute trust in these words of Ishii, although it was a bit deceiving of feelings, but at the moment there was no other better way to round it off. The price of 1 is 10 million mora, right? I'll take it. Deal. Ishii took the check handed over by Nimbus, then poured out a pill from the gourd where she had just finished pouring the tea under her puzzled gaze. The efficacy of this medicine is to keep your body at its healthiest period all the time, but it doesn't mean that you won't get hurt. At the word condensed light on the spot will be the pill on the tea to take down. 10 million mora for a lifetime of health. Blood-earned business, but this tea is indeed better than the Wanli tea quite a lot. Ishii, in fact, you earn more than you think. You drink this tea and this potion effect is the same, only in terms of potency than really waste. After all, health is priceless, and the exact amount of mora that amnesia sells is determined by the patient's family situation. Make pocket money for the rich, not living expenses for the poor. However, if you come to me for medication for a cold or something minor, turn left and walk to the end of the door and there is a house without a hut. The 2 girls on the couch had their hands trembling slightly at the price. 10 million mora a pill. Rather, it seems to be worth the price. Mr. Memory, I think it's good to dilute the potency of this medicine to be sold as a health product. For one thing, birth, old age, sickness, and death are the laws of the earth. For another, it's a way to do business when Mr. Memory isn't around. And for the third, it's a way to make more mora. A multi-2-trick pony. Ningguang, this proposal led Ishii came to the interest. Yes, after eating you are not sick later will come back to buy, and the business of the Unabomber Lodge will become less because of this. In the end, it is still a capitalist a good old age, sickness and death of the laws of the earth. The proposal is that you eat the elixir, said it. Amnesia, will be assimilated by you evil capitalists? Joke, little faculty. Can what Nimbus said come true? Simply, Miss Nimbus has a point. This will help more of the Lazuli people in my absence. Ningguang Jade hand half cover face not lose polite smile. Ishii more simple than he thought it. Until then I can get a friend to help Mr. Promote it. Can I have some samples? The corner of Ishii's mouth twitched. You really can't afford to be unprofitable. Correctly guessed that you want to sell them at a high price, right? Worthy of the position of the heavenly power star of the condensed light of the great man. This wave of white whoring health body not to mention. And even a small amount of mora. The last memory of the past is also making a lot of money. Win-win. No problem. It's just that I'll have to trouble Ms. Nimbus to pack it. I can't give this gourd away. Little things. After Ningguang left, Walnut emerged from behind Ishii and attentively squeezed his shoulders. Ishii, you've been working hard. Let me rub your shoulders. How does it feel? Nice. Ishii obediently leaned against the backrest of the chair, enjoying Walnut's service. This guy must have a ghost in his heart. After a while, Walnut brought his face next to Ishii and looked at him with anticipation. Ishii, can I see that medicine of yours? It's really just a look. Ishii smiled gently and picked up the black gold gourd and poured out 2 of them and handed them to Walnut. Give 1 to Ms. Shannon as well, as a thank you for helping to take care of the walnuts. Yeah, 10 million moras. At those words Xiangling looked up at Ishii in surprise, then waved her hand again. No, this is too expensive so I can't have it. Ishii, last night when you promised me those things cannot think of your loss of the same very valuable it. Then said just want to see you this astringent not up the little girl has what reaction well take it though. I have plenty of this stuff. No need to care about anything. Although it is tempting to tell the 2 of them that you will not get sick a long time ago and eat for nothing, but I'm afraid of leaks, so I'd better cover up a little. The title went to bed with Walnut, the glazed moon of his time. The sea is infested with demons. There are evil chi dragons coiled in the mountains. The Rock King Emperor has summoned all the immortals to return the world to a clear sky. Legend. The Emperor, when he went on his journey, it has been said that the storyteller Tian Tizui was not far from the opposite side of the memories of the past medical center, and was recounting the great achievements of the Rock King Emperor. Ishii, directly move a recliner. Support the table in front of the medical center lying listening to It's so soothing to bring your own gourd. save the tea bill, and have sunglasses on your face. And the storyteller's stall, an old man who listened to his own deeds, is also noticed the door of the medical center. This white John. Compare 1 or 2. Move up a chair to sit on the other side of the table of Ishi. Good afternoon, friend. After saying this, Zhongli picked up the black gold gourd of memory and poured himself a cup of tea, not taking himself as an outsider at all. Good afternoon. Today there is nothing to do. The hook fence to listen to books. Why do not see return to the end of the miss come with you Returning to the end, she went to the Jedi Cloud Room an hour ago to visit an old friend. Ishi took off her sunglasses to look at Zhongli, her starry eyes filled with great disbelief. Then why are you here? Reuniting old friends after so many years, and all women, is not immune to touching and tearful episodes, and it's inevitable that I'll be constrained in them, so you won't become female and go alone? Ishi looked at Zhongli, who calmly drank tea and didn't want to pay attention to his own, and put the sunglasses back on. The Rock King Emperor Ji is a rare breed. On the other side, among the Jedi clouds, it's fine if Zhongli has something to do and doesn't come with me, but it turns out he's going to the theater. When will I get my wish at this rate? After the warm picture ended, returning to the end began to confide in her good sisters. The fairies on the side said that they were used to it. It's only strange that Emperor he came specially to accompany you. Zhongli, I'm going to start selling health products. The kind of medicine I sold before was too potent and the price was unaffordable for ordinary people. Diluting the potency to sell it would be great. Not a bad idea. And I know a little about the business side of things, so I might be able to help a friend with any questions. Ishi Zhongli, two people chatting up. Selling healthcare products. This program is good, but the need for manpower they cannot be lazy to do. The only problem at the moment is the need for a store clerk, which is easy to find, but hard to find one who is frugal. What do friends want from their employees? Ishi thought about it and stated the following. Intelligent, gentle, thrifty, beautiful young woman, single, preferably with the ability to protect this store. That's all for now. Zhongli was silent for a moment or two. Are you sure you're not choosing a concubine? It does seem a bit difficult to fulfill all of these conditions, and I'm sorry I don't have any good candidates. In fact, Zhongli had, that is, the immortals under his own command, but he was reluctant to do so, always feeling that this kid was unsettled. It doesn't matter. I had the candidate picked out a long time ago. I'm just struggling with which one to choose. Who is it? Ishi looked around, then pulled the external shielding of the medical center behind her to her side. Zhongli's eyes became serious with it. There was definitely something unseemly about Ishi's move. Something important to say. In fact, Sumeru's Desai Tree King and Inazuma's Raiden aren't dead. Give them a slash and they'll live. To be precise. At those words, Zhongli's hand that was drinking tea gave a start. His eyes were filled with shock, not to mention the great Ci Tree King. Back then, the Kiria War itself had seen Raiden fall in front of him. Of course Zhongli believed in what Ishi said, but what was even more shocking was that you let the previous generation of gods work for you. Imagine the scene then, me bringing them back to life, and then saving the lives of little girls who can't repay me for letting them do the work. Perfect. Nice. Zhongli didn't comment, but it was still excellent to see his former friends. Just say it and do it. It's not good to go to Inazuma lockdown, so let's go to the king of the Great Tree of Mercy. Zhongli, I'll go first. Farewell. Sumeru, the World Tree. It was surprising that having the little faculty bring himself here once cost 20 million mora, and his heart was bleeding. No matter where I take you, it costs 20 million mola drops. Just as well, it was worth it to think that in the future, the king of the Great Tree of Ci would possibly become an employee of his store, perhaps directly becoming the boss's wife or something. Wife, I've come. No, is Ms. to Ci Shu Wang here? The World Tree swaying in the wind gave a noticeable lurch, and then a cute little green barefooted loli appeared in front of Ishi. You, what did you want to see me about? The tiny Desai Tree King sensed that this uninvited guest had hashtag and power. Was it a new vizier? How did you get so small? Ishi kept circling around the Nashida-looking Desai Tree King to survey her. She was really cute. My power is almost exhausted. Please be brief if your honor has something to do. I won't be able to last long even in my current form, so you have no resistance. Then, Ishi picked up the gourd and kept moving closer to the little cutie in front of her. The eyes of the Great Tree King of Ci gradually became alarmed. This person did not have good intentions. You, what do you want? You don't want the little auspicious Grass King to not see the last of you either, do you? Then drink this obediently. The Great Tree King of Ci looked at the black pill handed over by Ishi with a reluctant face, but unfortunately, he was already at the limit of maintaining this appearance for a while now. Then please don't hurt her or the World Tree. No problem. After Ishi's verbal promise, the Great Tree King of Ci took the unidentified pill that seemed to be shining with a golden light and swallowed it in one gulp, and then he felt pangs of power surging out of his body. My power is returning? Almost in the blink of an eye the Desai Tree King's body had changed from a small loli to somewhere between a young girl and an adult woman. Spiritual turquoise eyes tinted with divinity, long white hair, innocent face as well as a delicate figure made Ishii sigh that the Teyvat ceiling women were no better. "How are you feeling? Any better?" Ishii asked caringly, thinking that it was really too pretty to be used as a caretaker. "Is that all you've got, master? What do you know? Come what may." The great tree king of Ci checked his own state, surprisingly close to full strength, and also realized that this person had come to his aid. It was how he just sounded like a bad guy, but everything has a price. The great tree king of mercy asked cautiously, "You have asked me for something, my lord. I will consider it as I see fit." The great Ci tree king also had a bottom line after recovering his strength. If this person wants to use the power of the world tree to do bad things, even if you are a savior, it is difficult to comply with the order. Ishii circled her once more under the gaze of the great tree king of Ci, and then stated his purpose. "It's still early in the day before the arrival of the Sumeru breaker, and until then it's the same wherever you are. I meant to say that I've opened a store in Ryu that needs manpower, and I'd like to ask you to come and help out. I wonder what you'd like to do." The great tree king of Ci mobilized all of his wisdom and didn't analyze the trap and other meanings hidden in Ishii's words, so he confirmed, "Does your excellency mean that I should come to your store as an employee?" "That's right. Of course I won't force you if you don't want to, just pretend I'm not here." Hearing these words the great tree king of Ci was even more puzzled, thinking that he had no reason to refuse, and that this lord also seemed to be a kind-hearted person, so perhaps it would be good to follow him. "Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. I will repay you, but please grant me leave when Nasada comes to find me here. I must return." "No problem, it's not too late. Let's go then, little department. Take the two of us back to Liu." "I'm sorry, master. Your balance is insufficient. It takes 40 million mora for two people to teleport together." Seeing that Ishii had been frozen in place after she said she was leaving, the great tree king of Ci asked, "Is there anything else, my lord?" Only to see Ishii face embarrassed. "Take the girl away but no money, this kind of thing how can say? Well, I only have enough power to get me out of here by myself right now, so can you come find me in Ritsuki by yourself?" At the words the king of the great tree of mercy smiled gently, every movement so soulful. It must be that his excellency has just expended too much power in order to help himself recover, right? "Your excellency has already done enough for me, so I won't trouble you with such a small matter. I exist wherever the roots of the world tree reach." "Good, then I, Ryu, will wait for you. Take your time, my lord." Chapter 14 You're teaching the god of wisdom to do things? At this time Zhongli is still sitting at the door of the medical center drinking tea. Ishii come and go in just a few minutes. The tea is not cold, and there is more than one cute little guy behind it. "My friend is back, so I guess this child is the employee my friend was talking about?" "Child?" Ishii looked back, and behind her, the Nashida-looking Desai Tree King was beckoning to her. "You're not running out of power again, are you?" Upon hearing this the little great tree king of Ci lightly jumped around Ishii with her hands behind her back, playfully spitting her tongue out at him. "Ritsuki also has a lot of Sumeru's populace. They might recognize me." Oh. Ishii looked at the Desai Tree King's mischievous movement silent for a moment or two. "A few thousand years old, don't be cute." "It's really cute though." "No, will she just send me in if she gives herself as an employee in her current state? It's illegal to hire child labor." The youngest Desai Tree King noticed the oldest man sitting in the chair and gave him a cute smile, and John Lee nodded in return. "Come in first. I intend to explain matters to her first. Ishii smoothly will be beside this." Xiao Ci sapling picked up and walked towards the store, where the innocent Xiao Ci sapling had been hugged by other boys, especially such a handsome one. His face immediately reddened, and he raised his small fists to pound Ishii's chest twice. I can walk by myself. Don't be naughty. Kids should act like kids. Touch." "Ah." Ishii freed a hand to touch Xiao Ci's head, and as a result, Xiao Ci accidentally liberated the suppressed power because she was too shy, and her size instantly recovered to crush Ishii to the ground. The fluttering sound of movement was not small. Zhongli had just entered the door when he saw the Desai Tree King sitting across the body of Ishii at a loss for words, and chose to ignore it and walk straight to the sofa. It's a good thing the store is shielded from the outside world, or else I don't know what rumors would spread if others saw it. I'm sorry. Are you alright, my lord?" Only to see the great Ci Tree King slowly floated up kept apologizing to Ishii. Some self-reproach look. The face is still very red. "No matter, it's done, so let's not act it out. Formal introductions. This is Morix, the god of Ritsuki, and this is Suya's former grass god, the great tree king of mercy, buyer, and from now on will be an employee of this store. Greetings, Emperor." Is this your store, my lord?" Ishii knew what the Desai Tree King, who was surveying the surroundings of the house, wanted to say, and sat down with her on the sofa to explain slowly. "Yes, you can stay here from now on. Just remodel the room in whatever style you like. Now let's talk to you about what needs to be sold. So packaging the merchandise, bookkeeping, selling it, watchman's wife and all these elements are your job. Any questions? No more. Thanks again for everything, sir. The king of the Great Tree of Mercy also fantasized about opening a small store on Earth and living the life of an ordinary person. And there was some small anticipation about it. If Miss Buell is concerned about being recognized by the populace, she may choose to show herself as a human body, as I am now. Zhongli recommended to the Great Tree King of CI. Plus in people's perception the Great Tree King of CI had passed away and would only be thought of as a look-alike. Thank you, Mr. Zhongli, for your valuable advice. So let's do it. The words fell a flash on the Great CI Tree King. A light green dress appeared on the body, although less divine, but the value of the face is still striking awe. Not bad, it's beautiful. All that's left at the end is a name. Does the King of the Great Tree of Mercy have any favorites? The Great Tree King of CI thought about it and shook his head. You saved my life, why don't you let the gentleman take my earthly name? In that case, I'll call you CI then. The King of the Great Tree of Mercy struggled to keep a smile on his face, then made a gesture of thanks. Thank you, my lord, for the name Yi Shi. I like it very much. No, it's little. Thank you, sir. I will take good care of your store. Well, it was you who made me see a flower blossom in the parched desert. It was you who. The next day, Ishi hummed all the way to the medical center. Yesterday, the king of Daisai Tree said that he wanted to redecorate the place. I do not know how it went. Boss, you're here? Cheers. Ishi opened the door and glanced inside, then immediately closed it. SSSH. Blurry eyes. Unsure. Open it for another look and close it immediately. Boss, what are you standing at the door for? Come on in. Just as Ishi was contemplating, Yishi opened the door and pulled Ishi in, then excitedly showed him the new decoration of the store. All of the original furniture is gone. The bed has been transformed into a leafy hammock, and the sofa coffee table is made up of fine vines, and the spot where Yishi was sitting turned into a hanging swing, very similar to the one in Naz Ida. Nature's style of various plants glistened throughout the room, which was completely refurbished except for the table directly in front of the doorway and the paintings on the wall. Ishi looked at Yishi's happy appearance, thinking I told you to treat this place like home just fine, you are really transformed into your own home, and looked to the swing next to the container. Hundreds of thousands of healthcare products in front of the big CI Tree King of the divine power of the box packaging is dull. On this selling, why worry about selling? The box is more expensive than anything inside. The entire room exuded an air that made people comfortable. Although the contrast with the simple and cozy environment from before was rather large, Ishi was still very satisfied with Feishi's decoration. Actually, it's because the King of the Great Tree of Mercy was in his heyday when he had so much energy that he had no place to use it, so he was preoccupied with decorating it. Not bad, very much your style. Aha, I've wasted a lot of effort. My lord, come here and rest for a while, the cups of tea will be right here. Suddenly the mirror image in front of me transformed like a dream, and a white pavilion with some green vines twisted around it appeared in front of me, surrounded by blue water and green mountains. This was also one of the abilities of the King of the Great Tree of Mercy, wasn't it? Ishi walked into the gazebo to take a seat, and the breeze that accompanied the scent of the sweet lake water blew pleasantly. Your Excellency, tea is here. This is used as a place like a private room in people's mouths. Now the plan is to first accumulate funds, contacts and fame. After that your store will be bigger to form an industry to create more benefits, during which I intend to appear as your secretary to talk about cooperation with the major vendors. What do you think? Ishi's hand trembled slightly as she sipped her tea, forgetting that you were the god of complete body wisdom himself. If you go to negotiate in person, I'm afraid Yingguan won't be able to get any favors in front of you, right? And I don't think it should be limited to selling healthcare products, but it should also expand. No need to say anything, just be happy. As for the paycheck, you just watch and pay yourself. I don't care. Ishi lifted her teacup and took a sip. The flavor of nature. 40 million moras to bring back the King of the Great Tree of Mercy was the right thing to do. And what do I care? I'm going to teach the God of Wisdom how to do things. And why do I remember that the original plan was for me to swing for the fences when you got here? And now I'm afraid you're going to be the new Rurani 7 stars when you get here. I'll let it go then. It's all in its infancy at the moment, and it might take some time to implement the plan I just made. Good. You shouldn't work yourself too hard. I'm only doing this to experience life, so I want you to do the same. There's no need to rush with fame and fortune. I won't be able to keep myself busy if you leave me with too much when you get back to Sumeru. Upon hearing this, the great CI Tree King froze and said with some aggression, I'm just making a trip back to check on the little auspicious Grass King. I'll be back afterward. You won't kick me out then, my lord. The Great Tree King of CI was genuinely fond of this place, carefree, and certainly had the same idea of retiring as Zhongli. Michael, after all, none of the ordinary people's worries are worries to you. Why yes, I don't want you to go back. Smart and capable. Just thought you'd want to keep going back to Sumeru after that. The great tree king of Ci breathed a sigh of relief and also took a light sip from his teacup to relax. Liu is very close to Sumeru. It's very convenient to go back and forth, and at that time, the little auspicious grass king will surely become a qualified god, and I'm relieved to leave Sumeru in her hands. Then I'm counting on you from now on, MS. Yi Shi. No problem, recall boss. Chapter 15, Repayment. The freedom to live easily and happily. Ishii asked Yi Shi to remodel the entrance of the medical center as well, with a shade of turquoise leaves, as well as a recliner tailored to Ishii's comfort to the extreme. All get the doorway. In the case of not occupying the street, Yi Shi solicited the entire outdoor completely remodeled. Business is booming, and the sign hanging at the entrance changed to a font compiled from green light vines. In business, it's not necessarily a hospital. Master, you're not very free now, with only 7 million moras in your savings. Enough for a while. Have you guys heard? There's a big elfin beauty opening up store in this neighborhood. Right, I saw her yesterday. One of those beauties you can't forget after one look. I think that's the store up front. Let's go in and see what's for sale, shall we? Most of the elves lived in forests remote from human towns, and when people saw Ishii's medical center that was out of place with its surroundings, they didn't even have to think that it must be the handiwork of the elves. The three boys ignored Ishii, who was soothing herself in the doorway, and walked straight into the store. Ishii, it seems like I own this store. Welcome to the forest house. Are you here to see a doctor or buy something? Just pushed open the door to see a fairy-like girl sitting quietly on a swing woven of light rattan reading a book, a pair of white feet and feet in the air naturally swinging. The mood is picturesque. The overwhelming beauty of the country made the three visitors look away, and Yi Shi noticed their sight and revealed a smile. May I help you with the store's merchandise? The gentle tone tugged at the hearts of every man in the room. It was the last three who didn't look so good as they walked out. I can't believe I'm selling 300,000 mora for a box, but it was worth it to see that sister smile. Go back to their families to try the healthcare product's efficacy. Surprisingly good. The waist is not sore, legs do not hurt. Full of spirit. Used to say yes. Ishii sighs. Yi Shi sitting in the store to read a book to publicize the effect that I heal the terminal disease are a lot stronger. Although the appearance is not inferior to her a few points, but their own ultimately is not a beautiful woman. Not the same drop. Good noon, Mr. Yi, come and try the dragon beard noodles I made. Xiangling was shocked to see the exterior of Ishii's medical center turned into a majestic tree in the morning. Ishii, this is. Want to change your style? Then he placed the dragon beard noodles in his hand on the vine table next to Ishii's recliner. When it was close to mealtime, whenever Ishii was there, Xiangling would make food and bring it to him, and it was never the same every day. Good noon. Shannon's handiwork is superior as always. Hey, as long as I can see a smile on the faces of the diners, I'm satisfied. Shannon sat down in another chair next to the table and thought to herself that these can't all be real plants, can they? Mr. E, your medical center is so beautifully decorated. These, are they all alive? At this time Yi Shi walked out from the forest house, then the original place out of thin air to generate a slightly swing up, said proudly, of course they are all alive. How can the owner's store use those indiscriminate decorations? Wow, what a pretty big sister. Is sister the new store clerk? As expected, Mr. Yi's staff was also very good, and in one day they had completely renovated the original medical center. Yes, this girl is Chef Xiangling from Manman Hall, right? You'll be neighbors from now on, so please take care of her. Of course, sister hasn't eaten yet either. Right, so wait for me for a while. Wait, it's already gone. After saying that, Xiangling quickly ran back to the Wanman Hall to bring out another bowl of longshu noodles out. Yi Shi thought that although he did not need to eat, but the other little girls are served to their eyes do not want to be more embarrassed. Thank you, Shannon. May I ask how much moolah is in this bowl? Hearing that, Xiangling hurriedly waved her hand and said, No, mister. Memory found tens of millions of moolah worth of extinct boar meat for me. I probably couldn't repay him by serving him food for the rest of my life. According to Durav in the game, wouldn't I have eaten hundreds of thousands of moolah in one bite? To put that in perspective, that whole pig is probably tens of millions less. There's also the fact that Xiangling would agree to sleep at the memories of the past medical center for part of this reason. A very small part. Of course, I've said not to care. In fact, I'm just helping Miss Xiangling to calculate her fortune. The wild boar meat is obtained by your own ability. That won't do. And Mister's medicine is, just too precious for health to be priceless. Ishii closed her eyes and fanned herself. Since this girl is so persistent, it's fine. Pretty good too. Master, according to ordinary people's perception, Xiangling is absolutely right. Indeed. After that, no matter whether Ishii was there or not, Miss Xiangling would come to deliver the food. The difference between one bowl and two bowls is just, and in the end, she simply went to eat with Ishi and the others herself. That's why Yishi and Xiangling are gradually getting acquainted and have a good relationship. Chapter 16, How Come It's You? Hiding the wind and gathering the water without moving. Excellent feng shui. With the doorway Yishi vine-woven tables and chairs. Ishi even stalls do not have to set up. Flaga hanging sunglasses aware directly dry up the old business. Boss, what are you doing? Ishi's new and strange line drew Ishi, who was staying in the forest house, out and was now sitting beside Ishi as a caretaker. Opening a store is just a sideline. My main job is as a fortune teller, and now that I have you, I'll be able to idle out of my stall. Yishi silent 1 or 2. So good a store they do not open prefer to go to the stall? But Ishi's gourd was amazing enough. So what new knowledge would those very interesting gadgets on his desk hold? Because accompanying the boss to work is what an employee should do. It's not because the king of the great tree of mercy is curious about this person. Ishi, do you want to have your fortune told? It's very accurate. Yeah, well, count my love then. Then hold out your hand and let me see your love line. At the word of Yishi will be as soft as if boneless white tender jade hand to Ishi in front of. Ishi carefully hold, and then turned over. Have to look at the palm of the hand. Ishi looked through her sunglasses towards Yishi's palm. The slim texture of her skin appeared delicate, meaning that no lines could be seen. After a little thought, he placed that compass on the table in front of Yishi. Love lines, love lines. Anyway, the hands are quite pretty, so here's a question for the compass. Maybe it'll show you the way. Seeing the situation, Ishi's small hand half-cover lips gently smile. In fact, guessed out Ishi, you have the ability to foretell the future related. But if you want to touch my hand, just say so. Now go ahead and play with Ishi. I'll try. Mr. Compass, may I ask where the other half of my life is at this moment? Only to see that compass pointer spinning twice at a rapid pace. Then straight, it was thrown by Ishi again. Compass, what am I doing wrong? I'm sorry, I forgot this thing was broken before and never fixed. Besides, God's love doesn't count. Does Sayaka have anything else she wants to count? Ishi's sudden action made Ishi feel that things were definitely not that simple. But why didn't she want to let herself know the result? No more then. It's not because Ishi realized I'd be with someone else that she's jealous, is it? Ha ha, how could I be with anyone else? Thinking of this, Ishi froze. Since I won't be with anyone else, the result of Ishi's count should be accurate. Then the answer is only, it's good to be unattached, have nothing to do, try some other props. There are actually 3 fortune teller professional props. The sunglasses, the compass as well as the crystal ball. Only the crystal ball wasn't unlocked before. Yishi precisely noticed the compass that Ishi had placed on the table along with the crystal ball, and was sure that this compass was the one that had just been thrown away, and was definitely not broken. What is the traveler doing at this moment? As the words fell, the crystal ball showed the corresponding image. Flux was sitting next to a beach with a small float floating beside her. So you came from beyond the world? And then when you were about to leave here you were stopped by a strange god and are now searching for your brother? Ishi will close the crystal ball. Looks like fluorescence has reached the territory of Mond. Not far from coming to Liyue. They are? A traveler and her sidekick. The one I call the breaker. Yishi's mind is not on this. Even if Ishi you say you are Tianli, I don't feel strange. Although I know that you really are not. Ishi, I've heard from others that Liyue's 4-square piece is especially delicious. Can you go and buy one for me? Please please please. Yishi put his hands together and requested, but also tilted his head a little bit pouty and cute. Although Ishi is very puzzled, Wanman Hall is just next door, a few steps away from you to go by yourself, is not it? But in getting up just happened to see Ishi's bare feet. Instantly not doubt. You bare feet to buy will inevitably be discussed. Or I go. After Ishi left, Yishi immediately came to the compass and asked, Mr. Compass, I still want to know the result of that hexagram just now. Can you tell me? Bought it back. Eat it while it's hot. Speaking of which, there's an upgraded version of Shangshi Taiping coming, but it should taste a Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi? Ishi placed the packed 4 sides of peace in front of Yishi, not noticing that she seemed to be blushing and frothing a bit. Thanks, I'll just go back inside and eat. Well, be careful with the heat. Ishi sat back in her seat, thinking that there were indeed very few elven people in Teyvat, and the only ones who knew about it were Alice, Corey, Yishi and Nazida. It all boils down to weak reproduction. Kinda admire Corey's father for that. I guess the man who can get Alice to accept him must be pretty peculiar too, right? You're the Mr. Divine Calculatory that Ning Su was talking about, aren't you? Can you read my fortune? This is a purple hair cat head girl came to the trigram stall asked. Ishi fixed eyes. You Hong star carved clear? Carved Haru was keenly aware when she worked with Nimbus that Nimbus seemed to look a few years younger, and her temperament had also improved a lot. Her own youth and skin texture had made Kakeru a strong presence in front of Gookie, but now she was catching up to her. Since Kakeru wasn't in charge of the intelligence organization side of things, she didn't know much about Ishi, And of course there was a reason why Guoguang hadn't told her about it. After some questioning, Ningguang just laughed and asked Carving Ching to come and ask one of Liyu's fortune tellers, so he came after finishing his work, and just in time for Ishi to come out of his stall. That's natural. Which fortune does Ms. Carving Clear want to tell? Saying love first doesn't count. Love? I want you to help me figure out why Ningguang's skin has suddenly gotten so good. If it's some kind of skincare product it's not that bad, but even her appearance has gotten a few years younger. Here this Ishi open folding fan with interest fan up. This is the woman's jealousy it. And condensed light did not tell you? This trigrams do not have to forget. See this store behind me. The owner of the store is powerful and omnipotent. Ms. Ning Su is to buy his black gold gourd and the elixir will always keep youth and health and live a long life. Carved Ching's heart gave birth to doubts. Was it really as godly as it was said to be? However, Ningguang did leave for a trip before and came back like that. Could it be that she came here to buy medicine? When did Liu have someone so powerful? Could it be an immortal? I'll go in first then. The owner doesn't come in until 8 o'clock at night, and it's his staff that's in there now, and that drug is only available to the owner. I see. Thank you sir. Here's the cost of the consultation. Please also take it. Ishi smiled and took the mora handed by Carving Haru. I have said that this trigrams do not need, and then opened a look. 300,000 mora. It is not bad. After all, she is not as rich as Ning Su. In the evening, Carved Haru came to the middle of the forest house on time. The first thing she noticed was Yi Shi on the swing. So beautiful. The woman gave off the same vibe that this store gave off. So she must be the owner, right? Just a little confused about when such a beautiful store was available. I think it was recently rumored that the elfin who was also the woman in front of me had repaired it. It was very forest-like. Boss, I'd like to come buy some medicine. Yi Shi knew Carving Harvest. It was a big shot in Liu. Closing the book in his hand and tucking it into the shelf, he proceeded to slowly fall from the swing. Welcome to the forest house. The boss words in the hammock sleep. Oh, if I had known that Ishi would not have said 8 o'clock, waiting for Kakuharu to fall asleep. For Ishi sleep their own bed. She blushed and twisted for a while. The bed surface should still have their own flavor. At the words Carved Ching was a little shocked. Even you are not the owner of the store? Then let me see the true face of the owner. So mysterious. Expectantly and a little nervously, Carving Haru came to Ishi's hammock to take a look inside. Why you? Aren't you the daytime fortune teller? Carved Clear mood incomparably complex looking at the hammock and the sleeping memory of the past. Should have thought of it. He was telling fortunes right in front of this store. Ah, shoo, the boss is sleeping. This will wake him up. Yi Shi whispered a reminder. When movement came from the hammock. Already awake. Welcome Lord Yu hunching to the store. Please have a seat. Ishi got up and moved around twice. Then took a seat on the sofa. During which she brought tea for the two of them. Why do you have? During the day? Never mind. Mister, do you have that kind of medicine? Carved Haru did not know how to open his mouth. It is difficult to ask Ishi, do you have a medicine that can become younger? Ishi looked up and surveyed Carving Haru once, then took down a box of a more privacy-oriented type of packaging from the container. You're in your youth. Half a grain at a time is recommended. Watch your moderation. Yes sir. Carved Ching thought worthy of the divine medicine. Packaging is good. Excited to take over a closer look. Efficacy is to help men and women to have a small baby. Suddenly blushed. It's not this kind. It's the kind you sold to Nimbus before. 5 million mora apiece. After saying that Ishi was drinking tea waiting for Kakuharu's reply. $5 million. Nimbus she bought this too, right? Carve Clear eyes with hesitation. Good thing the usual life is more frugal. 5 million words can afford to buy. But buy it. Yeah, but I'm selling her for $10 million. Buy it. Instantly Carved Haru became unhesitant. Selling Nimbus 10 million while only selling herself 5 million. This alone won her too much. I don't sell this medicine easily for reasons you should be able to understand. So don't spread it around. And also just eat it on the spot before you leave. No problem. Thank you sir. So why would you sell it to me? And give it to me so much cheaper? I'd be happy to, and if I have to ask, you can just assume I like you. Hearing the word like Carved Ching suddenly froze in place. Blushing like a kitten showed some cute. How could a normal person say that? Ishi closed her eyes without caring and fanned herself. I'm not a human being. If Ms. Carving Haru is fine then go back first. I'll go back to sleep. Chapter 17, The Scene of the Murder. Make Ryuki one more healthy person and add one to the merit. Ishi got up and tried to lie back down on Yishi's hammock to sleep. And just as she sat up, she was pressed down by Yishi. Boss has worked hard. Let me squeeze your shoulders. Not bad. Little. Yeah have. Heart. Ishi forced a smile. Why was such a gentle and pretty Ishi so strong? Boss, do you need me to help you chase that human girl you just saw? What's the point of going after her? It's not like I'm looking for her. After Ishi finished speaking she felt Ishi's force lighten down. Thinking for a moment or two, she asked with concern, Sayaka, haven't you eaten? Suddenly Yishi's movement stopped, followed by his turquoise eyes lighting up. Then let the boss try me now for not eating. What the? Ah! With a click, both of Ishi's collarbones shattered in response, and the immense pain caused Ishi to lose her concentration a little, and she was a little speechless for a moment. Now Yishi instantly panicked. How could the boss's body strength be the same as a human's? Sorry. I didn't expect this. How are you feeling now, boss? Yishi didn't dare to touch Ishi because it was a fracture and was afraid of hurting him twice. Great. See this little knife in my hand. Now pick it up and give it to me. Ishi spat out the words verbatim, and a scalpel appeared in her hand. Seeing this, Ishi was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying, blaming herself and being scared. Boss, I'm wrong. Don't think about it. I'll promise you anything if you don't kill yourself. Ishi silent 1 or 2. 2 arms cannot move at all. Use the mouth to inhale and continue to hold the word out. No, this knife is a lifesaver. Trust me. Quick. Yishi hesitated for a moment or two, thinking that this should also be one of those strange props from the memory of the past, and there was no reason for him to do something stupid. So let's do it. Oh yeah. Scratch a little. And woo. Yishi decisively drew out the sharp knife that was glittering in Ishi's hand, and then held it and stabbed it hard towards Ishi's back. Boss Yi, I just remembered that I forgot something. You still. Carve clear is to eat the medicine and then go. The way to remember to fill the box of medicine did not bring, so good box don't too pity. Then just after entering the door, he witnessed the scene of Yishi's murder. Just in time, Ishi fell forward and did not move, while the blade with blood in Yishi's hand glittered brightly in the air. The scene of the crime was too clear and obvious, and at this time Yishi was at a loss for words as he stared face to face with Kara Ching. Miss, you are breaking the law. Please cooperate and come with me. Carved Ching pulled out the box of Dragonine Irresistible said. Yishi looked at the knife in the hand, said awkwardly, I said I was helping the boss heal. Do you believe me? Confess and resist. Ha? What? Carved Haru cautiously approached Yishi step by step. Just then she felt someone grabbing her ankle. Kakaru, I didn't. Ah. Girls' ankles are very sensitive. Carved clear action without reaction, straight hard kick, then jump back to pull away. Upon closer inspection, what he had just kicked himself was Boss Yi? A few seconds later, Ishi's movements were stiff as she stood up leisurely and turned her head to look at herself. Blood dripping from her forehead was creepy, and Carved Haru's voice became shaky as she watched the scene. Are you are a human or a ghost? I don't think it's either of them. MS. Kakaru, calm down first. Ishia said after moving her tendons twice like a person who was fine, and Kakaru sighed in relief after double-checking and put her weapon away. Yishi weakly and pitifully helplessly hid behind him, poking out a head to observe Kakaru, and for a moment Kakaru thought she wanted to take another stab. Then he saw Yishi really give him another stab again. Yi, give me another slash. I'm wounded again, but this time it's light. Hiss. Yishi stabbed up as soon as Yishi said half of her words. Then Yishi turned her head to look at her with a face full of black lines. Gently. Actually, a small cut from this knife will do. Boss, you didn't say so earlier. Yishi said in a voice so small that she couldn't even hear herself. Ishi sighed. The knife was really painful. Return to the end. Why didn't you think of that when you stabbed me? Recollection of the past. Heaven's way is good. Heaven spares no one. Boss Yi, did you guys just? Oh, letting some blood out helps your health. Does MS. Carving Haru want to experience the experience? No charge. Carve clear silence 1 or 2. That a knife down their own may really not have memory of the boss to play so flowery it, but the deceased is fine. No need. I'll just come back to pick up my potion box. If there's nothing else I'll leave first. Carving Ching picked up the box and ran away. At this time Yishi did beside Ishi worriedly looked at him. Are you really okay, boss? A million apologies. Minor problem. Just don't die. Just not sleepy at all now. Did you just say yes to everything? Yeah. What does the boss want to do to me? It's not going to be subterfuge, is it? Yishi covered his body and pretended to be very scared. If not leaning his body towards Ishi's side, Ishi believed it. It's not impossible. Close to the water. Boss, you want to do what? Sleep. Of course. Ishi hangs up a charming smile, speaking his body lowered to keep approaching Ishi, as Yishi's face gets redder and redder, and finally closes his eyes. But after waiting for a while and not waiting for Ishi, he opened his eyes and realized that Ishi was already lying on his hammock. After thinking about it, the bed is fine for 2 people, but it's not convenient, is it? Just took up his legs and wanted to get into bed. Ishi voice rang out. Why don't you sing a song? I'm not much sleepy right now. At the word Yishi stretched out the bare legs stopped in midair. I'm like this, you just let me sing a song? Immediately afterward the white jade foot stomped on Ishi's face. Okay. Ishi breathlessly took Ishi's feet and legs and looked at her with a strange face. Yi, tell me honestly, where did you learn all this? Yishi blushed a thorough. often can see Ishian reading a novel called Original God of the Dusty Immaculate, while the boss is nodding Yishi curious sneak a look, learning a lot of knowledge. In that novel you were reading. I wanted to try to see if you have this fetish, boss. Ishia turned her head away, and well, the status quo was pretty good too. No, and I have a feeling that you're trying to get to me, and I'm telling you I'm a good woman. Well, the words did not finish Ishi another kick down, and because the word home the mouth shape is open mouth, that kick will kick into where? Can you swipe a free for love for the author if you like it's really important? Thanks. Chapter 18, The Astrologer. Are you also an astrologer, sir? Today Ishi's trigram stand in front of an unexpected guest. Ishi looked at this half-body black silk lining the perfect curve of the buttocks in front of the surprised girl. How is she here? Mona had been observing the heavens in the area of the Mondrian Moon Junction, and overheard passing travelers talking about a man who seemed to be able to foretell the future, and calling him some sort of divine planner. At that time, I was very interested and thought that it might be a great astrologer and wanted to go and exchange ideas. Astrogis Mona Megistus? Ishi subconsciously called out her name, because she had really made a point of remembering it before when she had nothing to do. Mona wasn't surprised that the gentleman was able to call her by her full name straight away, and was even more certain that this man was the one she was looking for. Except why was he looking at her like that? That's right, is this Mr.'s instrument? It's very peculiar. Ishi silence a two. Mona is a real fortune teller. They have no she estimates a glance can recognize. And remember that she never made a profit out of it. So if she knew she was making money this way it would be a huge turn off, right? Oh, these are cheating. The so-called fortune telling is to say some good. Others love to hear, such as guests look at your face this year to be rich or what? So that the guests are happy. I can also earn a little more to support their families. Ishi thought to herself that this would make Mona lose interest in herself and leave, right? Another look at Mona's surprised face should have done the trick. I've been trying to divine for a month now and I barely know that I'm going to get a sum of money in the near future that I'll be able to use to buy instruments. And I'm surprised that you could tell that at a glance. Sir, may I ask what your honor is? Mona's eyes were filled with admiration, and she secretly decided to follow this gentleman even if she had to go and serve him as an apprentice to do odd jobs. Maybe she could learn something. Ishi once again silent. I have shown so unreliable how instead of the opposite effect. After a moment's thought, he continued. Ishie, and MS. Mona you misunderstood. Just now as an example. I'm not really an astrologer, let alone compared to your master her old man. Surprisingly, even my master can't compare to you. It's really too powerful. Ishia was full of doubts and typed a question mark. Do you only listen to half of what other people say? Or do you have problems expressing yourself? Master Mona, in terms of results alone, it really doesn't compare. In fact, Mona probably understood that Ishi meant to let herself go. But how could she give up such a precious opportunity? There were only a handful of astrologers in the first place, and one would be happy to come across one who was just starting out, let alone one of Ishi's caliber. Never mind. What did MS Mona want to see me about? Only Mona took a deep breath, as if she was waiting for those words, and then leaned down and said solemnly, Sir, can I follow you for a while? I'll do any job. Now Ishi finally realized what she really wanted to do. It turned out to be that she had no money to eat. I've just been vaguely hearing her stomach growling all the time. The store she owns is right next door to Manmin Hall, so it's a perfect place for Mona to choose if she wants to find a job. No, master, you don't understand. Mona often can't afford to eat because of purchasing astrological instruments. I know her better. Unfortunately, I already have an employee, so I apologize. I don't have any extra room here, so I can sleep on the couch, or camp out. And no more. I can serve you tea. Just let me stay. Mona seemed to have sensed Ishi's attempt to refuse and continued with a last glimmer of hope. Don't say, really had an effect. Mainly because Ishi looked at Mona so put down the posture to plead with himself if he refused again then she would be too poor. And what was wrong with the teenage girl in front of her who simply wanted to be fed? Then a light sigh. Okay, I promise you just that. Aha! Thank you, sir. Mona incomparably excited to Ishi deeply bowed. Ishi thought to myself, how long has this child not eaten to give people work for free and still so happy? On the current Teyvat employment environment is not so right? Go ahead and wait for me in the store for a while. I'll be right back. Yes. After saying that Ishi got up and left, so Mona walked into the store behind Ishi. The first time she saw it, she felt that this place was not ordinary. It really deserved to be a powerful and mysterious astrologer. You're the boss's new apprentice, aren't you? My name is Yishi. I'm an employee of this store. Now please feel free to sit down. That woman on the swing made Mona, a girl, look frozen. She said she was an employee of this store, so the owner must be Ishi, right? Ishi is at the entrance of the forest house to tell the fortune. So the conversation with Mona Yishi heard, and at the beginning of the meaning of Mona, Perhaps the boss to accept a disciple is also quite good at. Hello, just call me Mona, and please be kind. Although he knew that she was only an employee of Ishii, the feeling she gave himself was incomparably honorable and far from blasphemous. After saying hello, Mona's eyes went to the containers. I wonder what Ishii's store sells. It's a very advanced astrology. Wait, the price. So many zeros. The cheapest one costs hundreds of thousands of molas? Who the hell is the owner of this store? Mona felt more and more that being able to follow Ishii during this time was the best decision she had ever made. It's been a long time coming. Let's have something to eat first. That's when Ishii walked in through the door with a large bag of food, and it was only when she heard this that Mona realized her situation. Basically hadn't eaten much since yesterday morning, and had just been all in a hurry to inquire. Now relaxing, an irresistible hunger struck, making Mona a little lightheaded. Ishii placed the meals one by one in front of Mona. Mona's eyes looked straight, all of which she could not afford to eat on a regular basis. But she had done nothing. Ishii even gave herself such good food. Mona's pride would not allow this kind of unearned favor. Starving, aren't you? Remember to eat slowly and be careful of the heat. Thanks, little things. Ishii sat down across from Mona and watched as she ate in a manner that didn't count as ladylike. It was time to worry about what to do with the girl next. The damn sympathy. She is staying at Forest House, and my house is just a bigger single room, so I can't really let her sleep on the sofa, can I? And what could she do by following herself? Gods don't get dirt on their bodies, so the Forest House doesn't even need to be cleaned, and she's definitely over it if she's not allowed to do anything. Rent him another room? That would be even more over her head, wouldn't it? Wouldn't I ask her to offer me her services for the night? That would make sense to sleep together. Just kidding, but think about it from another point of view. It is such a good thing to have such a girl who follows you unconditionally to give, but unfortunately many people do not know how to cherish it, and even intensify the harm. Ishii sighted through the window, recalling the time when off topic. Thinking about it, go to find Grandma Ping to get a dust sun pot. Maybe after that they will also use, but with each other do not know people will not give them? Then, ask Zhongli to go with you. Will you give face to the emperor? After Mona finished eating, Ishii look at the sky. Time is still early. First continue to set up a meeting stall it. Wait for the evening and then go well. I'm going to go on with the fortune telling. Mona, you want to come along? At that Mona flinched, surprised that Mr. was willing to take me with him. Yes. Then Mona's shocked look lasted from the time Ishii set up her stall to the end of the situation, which was probably like this. Ishii, what are you? Yuthe, my cat is lost. Can you help me figure out where it is? Recap, sunbathing on the roof of your house. Next, teenage girlby, I want to confess my love to the boy I love. Sir, do you think he will say yes? Shy. Ishii, he's actually been with another girl for a long time. Give it up, it's not worth it. Next, woman C, Mr. Sir, I am pregnant. Ishii, silent for a moment or two, what's it to me? Woman C, can I ask a gentleman to tell me if it is a boy or a girl? Memory, men and women alike. Next, Beauty D, handsome guy you count us. Ishii, interrupting, no way. Next, Lori E, handsome brother. I have some candy here you want to eat? Cute. Ishii, thank you little sister. I happen to have some osmanthus cakes here. I'll give them to you. God, it's simply divine. You don't even need to divine to look at it before you can accurately come to a conclusion. It's so divine, but why have I never heard of you before? Ishii had a lollipop dangling from her mouth, and for some reason had the same feeling as if she had cheated and was still being complimented. I'm keeping a low profile, and I thought you didn't want to make moolah that way? Why are you still with me? Everyone has their own ideas, right? Then, sir, you have a lot of money and why did you lower yourself to do this? Heaven's secrets must not be revealed. That statement made Mona think that Ishii was even more inscrutable, and said it in such a cool, learned way. Ishii, who asked you to learn that? Chapter 19, Insecurity. Li Yu, Ishii's room. Knock, knock. Ishii heard a knock on the door and went to open it. Opened the door and looked around and saw nothing. Perhaps something blown by the wind hit the door, and just as he was about to close it and go back, a lovely voice came from below. Good evening, boss. Ishii sniffed and looked down. There was a little loli with pointy ears standing in the doorway. Nasi. No, what did Sayaka come to see me about? It turned out to be the loli lookalike Ishii, who was very short, so it's no wonder I didn't see it. Can I come in? A light smile hung on Ishii's delectable little face, and when she finished, she squeezed in from underneath Ishii. Sure. As soon as he entered the door his eyes glanced around the room as if looking for something. Ishii was a little puzzled by Ishii's behavior, but as the god of wisdom, she must have had some intention on her part. Where's Miss Mona? Ishii kept his smile. He clearly saw Mona follow Ishii into his room. How come no one was there? As a good employee of the boss, I'm sure he's worried about him. What if something happens to the two of them tonight? Then why did it turn out like this? Can't have an accident with Mona here. You mean Mona? She's in there. Little Yishi looked in the direction that Ishi pointed. There was a brand new teapot on the table that contained the power of an immortal. It should be the cave in the lake of the Liu immortals, right? Sir, I thought I heard you calling me. Who is she? Mona came out of the pot when she heard the commotion outside, then noticed the little one beside Ishi. Upon hearing this, a trace of an imperceptible look flashed across little Yishi's face, and then she pulled on Ishi's hand. I'm his daughter. Oh, my mom's name is Yishi. Sister, you should have met. Ishi twisted her head and looked straight toward little Yishi, a childlike, innocent smile hanging under her moon-curved eyes. Messy one or two, can't figure it out at all. Must be Yishi's profound wisdom he can't comprehend. Then you shouldn't joke about your innocence. Wow, you look like your mom. So cute. Didn't your mom come back with you? Mona looked at this little girl beside Ishi with surprise. Yishi was one of the most beautiful people in Teyvat without a doubt, and her daughter was simply carved out of the same mold as her mother. It's just how there's no trace of Ishia's genes, but it's worthy of being Ishie. Mom, she's staying at the store and I want to come and sleep with Dad tonight. Ishi's brain immediately went down when she heard these words, and her entire body was petrified in place. So that's how it is. Then I'll go back and continue cleaning up the pots first. Oh, okay sis. Mona rolled her eyes and entered the dust song pot, and then Ishi, with a face full of black lines, dragged little Yishi's smooth armpit and lifted her up. What are you singing about, my dear good daughter? Am I interrupting? How come? If it's alright, I'll send you back. It's quite dangerous for a small child to be out there at night. Ishi obediently let Xiao Yishi sit on his arm and lie on his shoulder, ready to send her home. Then she broke away, then looked at Ishi aggressively. Daddy, don't kick me out, okay? I'll be good. Ishi put her hand over her forehead. What the hell is the Great Tree King doing today? To be honest, little Yishi Choo-Choo poor look seized the heart of Ishi, and there is a very strong crack of guilt, as if they really do not want their own daughters. You better be able to explain yourself later. Ishi leaned down and said while taking little Yeshi's soft and tender cheeks. Not to mention, it feels so good. Pinch it again. What's the boss talking about? I can't understand. Oh. Little Yishi swings away from Ishi's big hand. Ishi squeezes back, swings away again, squeezes again, swings and squeezes. Well, I'm not a kid anymore. Little Sayaka, obey. Don't be naughty. Ishi smoothly picked up little Yishi and headed for the bed. The girl in his arms was obviously a bit flustered. You don't still want to, when I'm like this? Why don't I change back? No, how cute now. You sure do like me better the way I am now. But be careful of being found out. Humans generally determine age by appearance. When Ishi heard these words, the movements in her hands suddenly stopped, and the smile at the corner of her mouth became a little stiff. Then she laid her down on the bed and tucked her in. Nasuda's big, puzzled eyes blinking. Where are you going, boss? I'm going to go out for a walk and sleep in peace. Just then, Ishi quietly opened the simulated future projection. Immediately after that, he re-picked up little Yishi and gave her a nibble on her cheek and reached out to pinch her fluttering ears. It was so much fun. End of deduction. Does it go back to the time before the projection? Yes. With a flash before her eyes, Ishi returned to the time before she bit Yishi's face. Okay, I'll go first. What's wrong with you, Sayaka? Only to see Shoye touching her little face and looking at Ishi with wide eyes. Then realizing what was going on, she opened her mouth. The memories of the world tree. It doesn't get erased, but the fact that you managed to bring the world back surprises me. The corners of Ishi's mouth twitched in embarrassment. Thankfully she hadn't done anything in just now. And now, it was time to slip away. You wouldn't have used this to do that kind of thing to other girls a long time ago, would you? No. See you later. After saying that, Ishi turned around and ran. Then several turquoise light vines appeared to bind Ishi's movement. Ishi suddenly felt bad, struggled hard twice to no avail, slowly turned back to look at the little cutie on the bed. She was walking towards herself with her bare little feet. My guess was right. I don't know why, but you're almost human in every way, boss, but it's more like you have an empty body that can't use most of its power. Yishi had vaguely guessed before when he had no intention to make Ishi a fracture. Could this be the price for him to be able to be in the mortal world? Even a stronger human can break away from the power of Ishi, cannot escape. Suppression of their own strength down to this point? Recapitulation. Suppression of what suppression? Is not there. This little MSCI sapling. You're a bit of an anomaly today. Ishi was fiddled with like a marionette by Yishi twice before letting go. Doesn't the boss want to go out for a walk? It's not safe for a boy to be alone at night. I can protect you. Ah, good. Chapter 20, Pervert? Yishi realizes that the boss is easy to bully. The boss's strength is only a human gradually bowled up, is with his small hand pull big hand in the night of the glazed moonwalk. In this regard, Ishi was also helpless. His only weapon could not even kill an ant. With what to fight against the gods of the past? But one has to hang. Little faculty. Is there any way for me to increase my strength? Strength enhancement classes currently have the following items in the store. Divine State Fu Hua's Martial Arts, 100 million mora. Light, Heart of the Dark God, 200 million mora. Although there are only 2 kinds, but it is enough to make Ishii shocked. Crumbling the martial arts of the 3 upper immortals? With this is not flesh become a saint? There is also this Heart of Light and Darkness God is very strong at a glance. With this one is a god himself. The price is also twice as expensive as martial arts. Little faculty, how much money do I have now? Taking into account the turnover of the forest house, you currently have 27 million moras available to you. Master, $27 million. Looks like she made a lot of moolah these days. These mora were enough for an ordinary person to live a rich life, but they were far from enough for Ishii. What are you thinking about, Ishii? Little Ishii popped out his little head and looked up at Ishii. He was staring at the ground with a dull gaze from just now, a little worried if he had just hurt Ishii. I was wondering if I should regain some of my strength and then kick your ass. Ishii said so on her lips, but in reality it was still far from being affordable. But Xiao Yi she believed it. Originally she thought that Ishii's human strength must have sealed her power. Are you willing to hit me? QAQ. The little CI tree sapling tried to budge out of the way. Then Ishii flashed a smile to herself. Of course I don't want to give it up. Little she breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough Ishii was still. So when are we going to have one? At the word Xiao Yi she blushed to the extreme. Playing off shyly, she raised her small fist to slam it at Ishii, with a soft force that wouldn't hurt at all. You a modest boss. Ishii smiled and shook his head, and continued to walk. The night color of Liu, so beautiful. The sun is out and I'm sunbathing. The moon is out and I'm moonbathing. The familiar song rang out, and the girl who sang it also spotted the strolling Ishii and the little girl beside him, happily coming forward to greet her. Good evening Ishii, who is this child? Picked it up on the side of the road. Little Ishii looked at Ishii and was silent for a moment or two, not saying anything. Where's your dad? I don't have a dad. Little Ishii was still about to say that set of words when he suddenly realized that Ishii was looking at him with a smile and hurriedly changed his words. What about your mom? I don't have a mom either. Walnut scratched his head a little self-critically. What a poor boy. Ishii, where are you guys going now? Elope. After Ishii finished speaking, she picked up little Ishii and left, leaving behind Walnut who was dumbfounded in his place. And the girl child in Ishii's arms seems to be because of shyness buried her face into Ishii's chest where she did not dare to look. So let him hold a child like holding himself. What a bad thing to say. Ishii chose a quiet place with a pleasant view, where she could see the entire Liu harbor. This place is really nice. What do you think, Sayaka? Well, 10,000 homes are in full bloom. Ishii and she casually found a rock and sat down, enjoying the night scenery. Sayaka, you can change back. It's inconvenient to look like this now. At the word Xiao Yi she froze, looked around, although there is not much people, but this is the wilderness. How could the great CI tree king, who hadn't experienced anything, accept it? Why don't we go back and, it's no problem, come all the way here, have a drink with me. Drinking? Right. She sighed lightly, she knew it would be like this, or was it that the boss was not interested in her? Ishii set out his black gold gourd, and 2 cups, mainly because he wanted to try to get drunk, and it was no fun to drink alone. The scenery, the wine, the beauty all together, this is the life. Little CI sapling smiled perfunctorily twice, accompanied by a flash of light on his body. A stunningly beautiful woman appeared in her original position. It's also an employee's duty to make the boss happy. Early in the morning, she looked into the born sun, and the light illuminated the wine halos on both of their faces. Ishii, did you really save me back just to find an employee? She leaned against Ishii's side and drank the last glass of wine and slowly opened his mouth. Any thoughts? I guess, but you're way better than I thought. And all that strange behavior you've been doing the last 2 days has just been for fun, I guess. She slowly opened her eyes, thought for a moment, and closed them again. Hinged on it, is there anything you want to do when you come to Lizuki? Record 1,000 years. Compose the youthful frivolity. Life is short and timely. Now you come closer. Fine. As the pervert boss wishes. A gentle breeze whisks by. The grass moves slightly in rhythm. A shooting star streaks across the sky. And the stars are counted. Hasn't pervert Ishii had enough fun yet? It's almost dawn. Ishii shook her wine glass carelessly and touched Ishii's white hair. Well, I'm giving you the day off today. Now go back and get some sleep. Aha. Chapter 21. You are the emperor, right? Business is booming for my friend. Zhongli Hakiai walked to the entrance of the forest house carrying his cinnamon-wood paintbrush bird, and seeing Ishii out at a stall, he thought to go and sit down. Mr. Zhongli's auspicious words. Feel free to sit down. Zhongli sat down next to Ishii and saw the small movie playing in the crystal ball on the table, so they watched it together. Traveler, thank you for saving Mond. You are now officially knighted as an honorary knight of Mond. and please don't refuse. Poor Toolman. But it's something she has to accomplish. Ishia let out her own sentiments, as if she were speaking to Fleur and to herself. And this is? The fourth Adventist, a brother and sister. The one in the picture is embarking on a journey to find her brother. Zhongli looked at Lum's lovely face and thought, and thinking of Ishi's occupation, he opened his mouth to ask, and does the friend know where her brother is? No. Ishi finished saying there is no following. He does not say Zhongli also do not ask. Just at this time, a purple beautiful figure came to Ishi Guastall. Mister, tell your fortune. Carved Haru slammed her hand on the table and came to look for Ishi with such vigor that those who didn't know thought she was here to seize the illegal vendors. It was indeed against the rules, but Ishi said that there wasn't really much the Chien army could do to him when he was chilling at the door. But surely they wouldn't do that. Both the stars of Heavenly Power and Jade Balance patronize it regularly. Ishi pushed his sunglasses. This girl? What's so urgent? What does Ms. Kakaru want to count? I want to know where the Emperor is at this moment. Carved Haru directly stated his purpose. From his previous conversation with Nimbus, he could analyze that the Emperor had been in Liu all along, and was living as a human. Ishi didn't point out who Zhongli's earthly identity was when he revealed the information to Ningxuang at the Chuanyu Pavilion. He only said that he was unjust, and for so many years the Seven Stars have never found any suspicious people, and even if they did, there was little evidence to settle the matter. But it's not the same now with Ishi such a godly person. Want to know what to spend a little more is not it? Emperor. Ishi looked over at Zhongli and realized that he didn't move and shook his head, so he waved his hand. I'm sorry Ms. Kajaharu, the sky is the limit. 1 million mora. Smiling at the corners of Ishi's mouth. Carving Ching, you'd better give up. Brother knows that you cannot take too much money. You'd better keep it for your own spending. The Emperor is my beloved family friend and brother in arms, so you're still 10 million mora. What's going on? What's going on? How did Katsumari suddenly come up with so much mora? Looking up, he saw a slender woman standing next to Carving Harvest at some point, with a smile on her brow breezily uttering the figure. Nimbus? What brings you here? Isn't this Kakaru? You have to show sincerity when you come to ask for Mr. Help. Carved Haru was momentarily speechless. Now in terms of sincerity it really couldn't compare to Nimbus, and was again being pushed down by her. But if one could learn the identity of the Emperor, these small matters would be nothing. The appearance of the condensed light made Zhongli's eyes become alert. Of course mortals cannot be detected. Otherwise with the insight of the condensed light I'm afraid that I would have already seen what the first signs. Don't give me a hard time. You too. I signed a contract with the Emperor. Besides, Liu is the kingdom of the contract. This point you. $20 million. Ishi wanted to use the contract to pass it off, making them think that they had signed a contract with the Emperor so they really couldn't say it, thus giving it up. It would have been fine, but the unconfident look in Ishi's eyes made Gaze guess that there might not have been a contract at all. 25 million. Why is it not $30 million? Because the condensed light knows that Ishia's medicine is only sold carved clear $5 million. As a woman she is not convinced. After seeing Ishi more and more hesitant, condensed light multiplied to continue to raise the price, only to see Ishi will be in the hands of the folding fan snapped to the table. Actually, I don't know the Emperor very well, so let me put it to you this way. Far away, but close to home. At the same time, Zhongli's hand was slightly unsteady as he sipped his tea. $25 million and you sold me for this small amount of money? Still sold in person. Far away and near? What the hell is this? Carved Haru said she didn't understand. Far away was understandable, but this was close by. Does it mean that the Emperor is actually around all the time? Thank you sir, I'll leave you two alone for now. Ning Guang, on the other hand, respectfully glanced at Zhongli, who had been drinking tea, and left, leaving behind a puzzled Carved Clear. Hey, Nimbus, do you already know who it is? Hearing Carving Haru call out to herself, gazing optically at Ishia's appearance turned back and said mysteriously, far away, close to home. Oh, Nimbus you. Carved Haru reluctantly continued to analyze. Far away shouldn't matter, so it's near. Since it's near, I see. Mr. Actually you are the Emperor, right? Disrespectful. Carved Ching suddenly realized incomparably confidently said to Ishi. To the end never looked at Zhongli. No wonder you chose to say that despite having a contract with the Emperor, because you are the Emperor himself, right? Obviously Carved Haru didn't see that Ishi's contract with the Emperor was a lie, and with this as a condition Ishi downplayed not complying with it, coupled with the hint that it was close at hand. Then there was only one truth. The analysis is spot on and Carving Haru is smart, just unfortunately not careful enough. Zhongli, the 7 stars are divided into different positions and have different abilities, so it is impossible for them to be all things to all people. which is one of the reasons why the 7 stars were established in the first place. Ishii typed out a question mark in confusion and twisted her head to lock eyes with Zhongli before Zhongli averted her gaze. Just about to write Zhongli is the emperor on his face. Either one of the two you guessed wrong. Ishii sighed lightly and shook his head. No, but that's all I can warn you about. Emperor, you don't need to say anything more. I understand. As the 7 stars of the glazed moon, I will certainly keep your secret. Also, I don't want to get into the light of Ningguang. This 1 million mora, please accept it, sir. Ishii looked at carving Haru's dashing departing back and fell into silence. That's all. Selling the emperor today sold another 26 million hey yeah. Listening to the song that Ishii hummed, Zhongli was filled with black lines. What do you mean by again? Ishii looked at this sum of ill-gotten gains heart happy, then took out $1 million and handed it to Zhongli. Saw him shake his head and said, it's for your hall master. As a thank you to hall master who's guest for helping me earn this mora. Chapter 22, Upper, Middle and Lower. Because Ishii gave Yi-Shi a vacation today, Mona was on duty for her. Lifting his hand is the flow of hundreds of thousands of mora. Recalling how rich the boss he really is? I want to go out and watch Ishii Divination. No. I must accomplish what Ishii has given me. Mona looked again to the wall of leaves that made up the thin wall of leaves. Yi-Shi was sleeping in her hammock behind the wall, and seemed to have had quite a bit to drink last night. This is good. The coming and going and the guests won't disturb Yi-Shi and won't be able to see her exquisite sleeping face. As for why Yi-Shi didn't sleep, he was awake after he went back and grabbed a scalpel and gave himself a good whack. Really good at lying, talented woman. Memory of the past outside the fortune-telling. His wife behind the store business. And a lovely daughter. A happy family. Amnesia? After Zhongli left, Ishii was almost ready to close the stall. Ready to leave when an unexpected guest came. Mr. Yi, can you read my fortune? Please. Returning to the end of the gua stall in front of Ishii, hands together to plead. Ishii raised his hand to indicate that the first to sit. Is Miss Returning End in some kind of trouble? Yeah, it's too hard for me. Zhongli, you know him, so I won't go into details. Please sir, help me figure out how to take him down, okay? Hearing the return to the end to count this Ishii whole person silly. You let me kill him or more than this probability. Jones, it's over the top. But still, I symbolically helped to look at it, and I don't know what to do without looking at it, but it's just a little. Any ideas on the request to return to the end? This time Shades was unresponsive for a moment after a long time, and then offered the following solutions. Preferred strategy, outright refusal. Medium strategy, knock Zhongli out and let them get married before Zhongli wakes up. The next best thing, get Ms. Gaijin to give up Zhongli. Ishii looked at the upper, middle and lower 3 strategies silent for a while. With the normal method of strategy Zhongli, you are a no but also understandable. The best thing to do is not to count. A little balance is not reliable. And the worst thing to do is to make the return to the end of the dead. A direct refusal would jeopardize my name as a divine calculator. Number 2, I might be in danger when Zhongli wakes up. Number 3 is basically impossible. No, the second one is unlikely too. What should I do? I ask. By the way, is the center strategy surely feasible? Amnesia from the original gods of earthly immortality succeeded. Since this method works, this is the one. For specifics, check out chapters 114 through 118 of the original gods Dusty Immaculate. It's fun. Ahem. I understand, but the time is not ripe yet, and I will personally help you out when the time comes. Ishii lightly coughed twice. Make faint Zhongli cannot do it now, but does not mean that it cannot be done in the future. So let's do it first. Hearing that Ishii was willing to help, returning to the end's face was so happy. If he hadn't been trying for hundreds of years without a single progress, he wouldn't have asked anyone else. And amnesia is so powerful. There must be something she can do. In that case, thank you so much. May I ask how to charge for this trigram? Sorry, I don't seem to have a mora. Hearing this, Ishii's mouth curled up into a wicked smile, pulling out a lipstick from space and handing it to returning end. Good deal. All I need is for you to put on this lipstick and give Zhongli a kiss when he's sleeping or won't notice. The more visible the lipstick mark you leave behind, the better, and kiss a few more spots if you can. Returning to the end looked at the lipstick in Ishii's hand to express doubt. Are traditional Liu people? How can they do such frivolous things? With that, he took the lipstick and went no problem. Thank you, sir. Then I'll go back first. Bye. Ishii then closed her eyes and imagined Zhongli appearing in front of the public eye with a face full of lipstick marks. As for why I have lipstick? Return to the end of the day appeared that day Ishii thought well how to pit Zhongli, but also deliberately spend hundreds of thousands of more huge money to buy a top lipstick ready, just for this day. This way I am happy. Return to the end of the happy. Zhongli by the future daughter-in-law kiss must also be very happy. All happy. Ishii, you're welcome. All buddy, should do. Bell, I see and hashtag UN%****. Chapter 23, Shutting the Door. The next day, the Hall of the Living Dead. Good morning, Hall Master Hu. Zhongli came to the past life hall early to give a lecture to the staff here. For the sight of other people Zhongli didn't care. It just felt like it seemed to be a lot warmer compared to usual. Zhongli is very handsome except for his old-fashioned personality, and there are often girls staring at him, which is normal, but last night had a very strange dream. As for the content of the dream Zhongli cannot recall, only remember that it seems to have been gnawed by the dog. Too strange. Returning to the end, Zhongli let's come inside and have a good chat. Zhongli, early? Walnut became the same as the others when he saw Zhongli's face, only his eyes were more surprised than the others. This color number, it's the one I bought before, isn't it? At that time, Walnut was still puzzled as to why Ishi, a man, bought lipstick, until he was dumbfounded in place when he saw Zhongli's face covered in lipstick marks. I don't dare to imagine what Ishi looked like when she sneaked into Zhongli's room in the middle of the night wearing lipstick and kissed him all over his face. This. No way. Ishi? Jones? Is there anything else? Hall Master Hu? Zhongli noticed Walnut's line of sight so he asked, only to see Walnut stammer up. Yes. UN memory. No, there isn't. Walnut thought it was better not to ask about these things. But it's not right, is it? And since Zhongli didn't look like he was aware of the lipstick marks on his face, after thinking about it Walnut thought it would be better to let Zhongli wipe off the lipstick marks on his face first. Zhongli, take a look in the mirror first. Looking in the mirror? What's that for? Geez, you don't care, just go. After Walnut finished speaking, she pushed Zhongli to the dresser, and then felt the air around Zhongli instantly chill. Good morning Zhongli. At this time, Gaiyuan happily came to Zhongli's side to say hello, realizing that the atmosphere was not quite right. It was time to slip away. Ahaha, I remembered that I haven't had breakfast yet, so I'll go ahead. Return to the end, please stay. There is something I want to ask you. Without taking a few steps out, he was called to stop by Zhongli. Originally Zhongli had no clue. However, the reaction of Gue Yuan now made Zhongli suspicious. First of all, in the past, the return to the end to go to dinner is absolutely with Zhongli together as a prerequisite. Today suddenly panicked wanna go alone is really abnormal. Secondly, the lipstick marks on your face should be your handiwork, yes, but you could never do such a thing. It wasn't Ishi who made me do it. This place has no silver 302. Return to the end without fighting, quickly wipe off the lipstick on the lips. Zhongli sighed deeply. It is true. If you go to eat I recommend Ritsuki's Manmin Hall, compared to Tsukai Pavilion and Rurami Hall. I suddenly don't want to go again. Zhongli, don't you have to go to class? I'll accompany you. It's just right that I want to see how you look in class. Seeing that Zhongli did not mind, returning to the end also put down his heart. Sniffing, Zhongli was silent for a moment or two, and opened his mouth. Good thing too. Hearing this, Walnut also breathed a sigh of relief. Scared me to death. It turned out to be Return to the End of the Lady did. I thought that Ishi he was on Zhongli. No, it's okay. Lazuki, Forest House. Seek the dragon and divide the gold to see the entangled mountains. One entanglement is a barrier. It's a bit interesting. I just don't know if Zhongli is well today. Yishi once again looked at the sofa reading a book. Ishi, from the corner of his mouth hooked up, know that he certainly did not do anything good. Turned back to try to steal the book in his hands to see. Just at this time sounded a knock on the door. Ishi put down the book and opened the door to see. The door Zhongli is looking at himself with a kind face. Clunk. Ishi did not hesitate to immediately close the door. Quickly. Unfortunately, it was still a step too slow. The moment the door opened, Zhongli leaned forward a step, so the door slammed into him and couldn't close. Thinking for a moment or two, Ishi slowly reopened the door. Ishien. Clunk. Another clunk followed, and Ishi once again slammed the door back even harder. But the door didn't move, as if it had smashed on a rock, and the shock made Ishi's arm hurt. Ishia then kept the action of closing the door silent for a minute long, then tentatively tilted her body to look at Zhongli behind the door, and his face seemed to be more kind. Xiao Yi, I have something very important that I need to leave for a trip. I may not come back for the next few days. It's a big deal. You hurry up now and help me get rid of the people blocking the way. Quick. Okay boss. Yishi, speechless from the swing down to take the door in the hands of Ishi, open, and then found that the door actually stood two people, along with Zhongli, to come and return to the end, because of the fear that Ishi out of what happened to follow. But now Zhongli seemed to be staring at this white-haired woman. It's rumored that the emperor likes white hair. It can't be true. Zhongli, Yishi, come take this eye of the rock god. Yishi, I'm a former generation grass god. What do I want with the eye of the rock god? Returning to the end of the keen smell of the crisis, then measured the Yishi in front of him. Damn, is not just more beautiful than me. It seems like it can't be compared to her anywhere. No, it can't go on like this. Mr. Zhongli, the boss, Zhongli, We shouldn't keep pestering people when they've sent them away. Let's get out of here. Returning to the end of the hug from behind to try to pull Zhongli out of the room. Zhongli turned back to look at the efforts of returning to the end of the silence for a moment or two, and finally glared at Ishii and left. After the two left, Ishii sat back on the sofa as if nothing had happened and continued to read. Where's my book? Twisting his head to look at Ishii, who skimmed his eyes away and also continued swinging as if nothing had happened. Chapter 24. Sold. Little faculty. Are there any books in the store with knowledge on astrologers? Yes, but I don't think there's much use for you to learn it, master. After Ishii sidestepped her, Ishii finally realized what Mona was trying to do by following her. But isn't following me purely and simply misguided? Not for me. How many more? 3 million. Bought it. Besides, why is this book so thick? The entire astrological knowledge of Teyvat is currently in there. Okay, dependable. Ishii took out the newly purchased book from the system warehouse and casually flipped through it twice. After all, what about spending $3 million to buy it? He had to see what was going on with the astrologer first. In the afternoon, Ishii woke up from the sofa with her face covered with the very same astrological book, and was only on the 3rd page, so it was clear that the book was extremely effective. You're awake, sir? Ishii took the book off her face and twisted her head to see an expectant Mona beside her, her eyes lingering on the book. Mona passed by the couch just in time to catch a glimpse of the book on Ishii's face, and it was not a simple book at first glance. Very much want to go to sea, but do not dare to disturb Ishii's sleep. So just so I've been sitting next to wait for him to wake up. A few hours. Ishii looked at Mona in confusion and then at the book in her hand. Oh yeah, come to think of it, Mona, I don't have much use for keeping this book, so it's just right to give it to you. Really? Mona was flattered and stared closely at the book that Ishii handed to her. Accepting the book at the same time, Ishii's voice rang out. Well, now I declare you officially out of the program, and you don't have to follow me anymore. All of Teyvat's astrological knowledge is on there. Learn it and you'll be Teyvat's #1 astrologer. At those words Mona froze in place, the excitement in her eyes gradually fading, along with some loss. Sir, I have done nothing to deserve the gift of such precious books, and Teyvat has you. The title of first astrologer will only be yours. Seeing Mona return the book full of reluctance, Ishii smiled and shook her head. Believe it or not, I'm not an astrologer. What's with the name? The second thing is that you don't need to ask me to teach you anything in the book. I can't read it. And the last thing is, don't ask how the book came to be. Just take it. As Mona hesitated, Ishii pulled out her own black gold gourd and asked, Are you an adult? Hearing the question, Mona blushed and nodded softly before saying, Are you trying to do something, Mr. Yi? As the words fell, Ishii's sharp gaze looked towards Ishii. Both girls were waiting for his answer. That'll do. Ishii poured 2 cups full of wine with the black gold gourd and said solemnly, as the saying goes, once a teacher always a teacher. Forget this one. Anyway, this is my last gift to you, and I expect you to become the greatest astrologer in Teyvat. Mona squeezed a tear out of the corner of her eye and silently finished her drink and bowed to Ishii. Thank you, sir, and I'll be sure to come if I can be of any use afterward. Help the little girl fulfill her dream, and add one more merit to the list, and change your fate against the heavens. Knock, knock. Just then there was another knock at the door, and listening to the thickness of the voice Ishii felt that something was not right. Yi, you go open the door. Ishii closed the book and slowly floated down to the ground from the swing. Just a few steps out of Ishii's cautious voice came, By the way, if it's returning end, let her in, and if it's Zhongli, just say I'm not back from my business trip yet. Ishii's figure gave a start, silent for a few seconds to continue to open the door, and as expected, it was Zhongli and an immortal who wasn't very tall. Excuse me, is Mr. Yi in? Ishii looked at Zhongli and elf thinking for a moment or two and turned his head to ask Ishii on the sofa, Boss, what does this one say when he comes? Zhongli and elf sought Ishii's line of sight to look. At this time, Ishii's hand holding the gourd trembled non-stop. Zhongli's great general elf is here. I'm afraid it's not the end. Ishii understood the situation and smiled as he said to the duo at the door, Boss, he's traveling dead outside. Emperor, could the person we're looking for be that person? The elf pointed at Ishii, who was calmly drinking tea inside the room. Zhongli nodded and then bowed to Ishii. That's right. I'm looking for the gentleman to talk about something important, so please make yourself at home. Come in and sit down, both of you. Hearing Ishii speak, Ishii opened the door to make way. Zhongli sat opposite Ishii, and seeing that elf had been standing behind him, he also reached out to gesture for him to sit down. Ishii thought about it. Zhongli should really have something to do this time he came back. No surprise it should be wanting me to help clear his only little brother's karma, right? Elf, drink this cup of tea. It's good for your body. My friend is right. This will save you from thousands of years of karma. The emperor had said so. The elf picked up the cup of tea and drank it. And the next thing that happened was that Zhongli and Ishii expected the elf to get better. Time passed by. Nothing changed after the elf finished his tea, and the scene became a bit awkward. Sir, this tea, does it take time for the effects to kick in? Have you not removed your karma? Not changed in the slightest. Ishi's face was filled with disbelief. Strange, it shouldn't be? Master, karma is not a disease but a possession-like thing imposed on the body. So a scalpel is needed. So it is. Ahem. That. It should be the wrong treatment. Now don't you move, come let me stab you. At those words the elf froze and twisted his head to look at Zhongli, closing his eyes after seeing him nod. Please do it, sir. Words fell. His hand appeared, a flashing sharp scalpel, confidently in the finger's turn and play 2 times, then threw out to the elf's shoulder. The elf then knocked the scalpel away with a very quick movement, his eyes revealing a murderous look, and only reacted with a hint of apology as he sat back down after the strike. Sorry for the conditioning, could I trouble the gentleman for another? Ishi sighed. The battlefield to kill out of the people is not the same. The crisis awareness so high. If just now is their own close to him, to be knocked away will not be. It's just one more time. The scalpel reappeared in Ishi's hand and then placed it on the table. You're on your own this time. Another gentle stroke. The elf didn't hesitate, like he was thanking for the crime, and picked up the scalpel and came at his shoulder so hard that his eyes changed as he watched Zhongli. What a tough guy. Didn't you realize that the flying dagger with my strength just now would only scratch your skin a little bit? Only to see the elf's body glowing with light. Countless black chi filled with a bizarre and unsettling aura erupted out, and finally disappeared into the air. As the scalpel was pulled out, the wound on the elf's shoulder healed like new. It's incredible. Thank you, sir. Elf feels extraordinarily relaxed at the moment. Seeing this, Zhongli will smile, also put down his heart. That's good. Thanks again for coming to my friend's aid. Minor, is there anything else you guys need? Zhongli was just about to get up to say goodbye when he suddenly remembered something inside. Back then, the elf had 4 night fork companions, but now he's the only one left, and it's hard to avoid feeling lonely. The corner of Ishi's mouth twitched. Emotionally, you want me to make the remaining 4 night stalkers alive? Jones, I didn't say what I was here for. You guessed. But it costs $20 million to bring back 1 soul, and 4 would be $80 million. And I'll take it to get you that much mora. 100 million mora. I'm sure this small amount of money isn't a difficult task for the Rock King Emperor. Deal. Originally, Ishi was still wondering how Zhongli was willing to start building a mora this time in spite of his status as an ordinary person. It wasn't until the next day when he saw Nimbus, not looking very well, slapping a check for 100 million mora on his desk. Zhongli, you're really greasy. If I'm not mistaken, last night you dreamed up Nimbus and asked her to pay for you. Just as well. Whoever pays. Nimbus, people sleep at home. Bills come from heaven, and they still don't dare not to pay. Achievement. Only the world where Nimbus was injured was reached. Chapter 25, Nosebleeds. Church doves don't kiss crows. Very philosophical. Just last night, there were 4 more lively figures on the top floor of the Wangshuan, and before they died the small department brought their souls back. Then Ishi gave one person a cut, and the joint family celebrated. The scene was so weepy that Ishi left silently when she couldn't stay. The matter is over. Deep in the past. And ah cough cough cough. Ishi thought to himself, what is the boss guilty of today? The past 2 days there is nothing. Fluorescent's sister is really cute and moving. Hearing this, she was not happy. You obviously haven't even complimented me, but you care so much about other little girls. Ishia was watching the live feed from the traveler's side through her crystal ball, when Lum and Paimon had just come out of stealing the sky harp, so it was time to hide in the angel's feed next. What's the boss doing? At this time, Yishi sat beside Ishi and motionlessly moved a little closer to Ishi's side and watched with him. I'm wondering if I should go find Flux now, or wait for Flux to come to Ryuki. So this girl's name is Fluorescence. Boss, you called her by her first name very affectionately. Yishi put a smile on his face and was getting more and more upset the more he thought about it. I'm so aggravated that I'm around you every day and you don't even look at me. And now you want to go to another girl, because once I had exactly the same experience as her. Ishi looked at the picture full of hard-working Fluorescent's sister face, unconsciously put up a smile, but also a little heartbroken. Just what kind of end is worthy of this upheaval? I'm sorry I never got to see it, and now she'll finish that unfinished journey for me. She is an acquaintance of the boss? Not really, she doesn't know me either. Ishi's tone was a bit sad, and Yishi's heart tugged. The boss and Fluorescence used to be close, right? But now Fluorescence doesn't remember Ishi, and Ishi is hesitant to even go see her. In the past, I watched her travel in the same way, but unfortunately I could only watch, and she could not have known that there would be such a person as me. But now it is different. I can meet her. Looking at Ishi's eyes full of yearning and happy, Yishi's heart became more and more difficult to bear. So to say, Ishi sealed most of his own power to come to Earth just for this girl? If that was the case, Yishi was willing to help, even if the one who stood by Ishi's side in the end wasn't himself. Just as repaying the favor of saving your life. Sir, but it should have been her brother Hollow who appeared in the picture. But the sister is fine, quite cute. These words made Yishi's brain completely messed up, so to speak. You were looking at a man before? The game Harakami officially designates the protagonist as empty. So why is the traveler not empty when he or she comes to the world of Harakami? Boss, you mean the one who appeared in the picture was supposed to be the girl's brother? Yeah, but it's anyone who embarks on a journey to find their blood relatives, and when it progresses to an interesting plot point, I have to go along for the ride. It's just that there's not much to see in Mond. It's too much of a loss to go all the way there. Phew. Yishi's entire body collapsed on the sofa like a deflated, and thought how infatuated you were with fluorescence. As a result, you don't even know that it's her that shows up. Also let Yishi completely settle down. Ishi, which is like her purely looking for fun, want to watch the show. On the contrary, Mond has a cute little elfin girl as well, and there's some desire to go and pinch her face. Yishi's eyes once again looked at Ishi. No wonder you are not interested in yourself. So you really like younger age. But it wasn't 100% sure yet, so Yishi turned into a lowly size, and Ishi's eyesight brushed over. Yeah, you guys are just as cute. With that, Ishi picked up little Yishi and let her sit on her lap, and pinched her little face in the process. Yishi was silent for a second, and this time it was right. As soon as he turned himself into a little Ishia looked over and took me into her arms. Ishie, I think normally I'd look better with this look, don't you think? Though I like you better when you're all grown up, but if that's the way you like it, I won't force it. Hey, little Yishi is even more messed up this time. Ishi, what exactly does he like? But there shouldn't be any need to lie to yourself. So in that case, just change back. Only to see a flash on Yishi's body. Changed back to the appearance of the great Ci Tree King. Suddenly a strange feeling came from his body. Looked down. Ishi's hand just. Originally, Ishi was pinching little Yishi's face, but she suddenly grew quite a bit taller. And the position of Ishi's hand didn't move. So it was right in front of Yishi's body that. Boss. What's wrong? Ishia's attention had been on the conversation of the characters in the crystal ball, and she hadn't noticed the current situation in the slightest. Even feel very comfortable hand naturally moved. Yishi's face is more and more red, finally like a ripe red apple. What did they do after finding the stolen Skylyre? Ishia recalled a natural shake while recalling. As a result, Yishi stormed off again because he was too shy, and ran out of the forest house with his head slammed behind him covering his face. Ishia sat up from the sofa with a bewildered look on her face and touched her nose, which seemed to have gotten a little nosebleed from that just now. Yishi, what is so anxious? Also, took out a scalpel to give himself a knife to continue to see it. Chapter 26, Acknowledgements. Ever since the number of Night Stalkers guarding the Wanshuan had become 5, it was difficult for each person to assign an evil spirit to remove an energetic, so the goal shifted to ordinary demons. You Chocho people dare to gather and set up camp today, and tomorrow you will dare to attack Liu en masse. Let's see if I don't exterminate you all. Chucho man? Fire Nightshading Da first screamed and shouted in front of a Chuchu people's camp, then rushed into the camp and killed them, without exception. All of the Chuchu people's wooden staked-out houses and sentry towers went up in flames, and the more the fire burned the more excitement grew on Ingda's face. Before the fire was doused by a lovely watery nightcrawler. You make so much noise every time. Arson is dangerous. If you set fire to all the surrounding forests, we'll see what you'll do then. Varnum crossed his arms and beamed as he counted Ingda, who scratched his head and hammed and hawed. It's not that I'm too excited. It's a good thing there's you, or else I'd be lectured by Lord Emperor again. The Night Stalkers are a veritable race of combatants. The C-suite of the War of the Demons and Gods charge. Now all of a sudden we are at peace, and all the karmic obstacles accumulated in our bodies have been cleared away by the memory of the past, resulting in too much energy with nowhere to put it to use. Poor Chuchu people. So why am I here? This was the first sentence that Elf was silent until now. Elf only remembered that he was sleeping at the Wangshuin to come. Half asleep he was suddenly awakened by that shot from Inda, and opened his eyes to find himself and the two of them in front of the Chuchu people's camp. Jean Peng, you finally woke up. We have something we want to ask you. Also please don't tell Big Brother Fuchsia. Ingda and Bonin came up to the elf and stood face to face with him. The three of them surprisingly the same height. What is it? Ingda and I want to go and meet our savior. But we don't know the customs of Liu nowadays. And we don't know what kind of meeting gift to give. Can you give us an idea? Jean Peng? That's right. And that gentleman resides in the port of Ryu. And you, Jin Peng, have spent thousands of years more in Ryu than we have. So you must know how to live on Earth. The elf was silent for a moment or two and shook his head. I don't really. Please, you're the only one we can ask for advice. The two Night Fork sisters put their hands together and requested. Sniffing, the elf a little thought, wanting to speak again, stopping to speak again, and finally slowly opened their mouths. Well, that's all I know. Lazuki, Forest House. Knock knock. The door is unlocked. Come in. With that the door was carefully opened and in walked a red and a blue girl. Excuse me, is Mr. Yi here? Based on the style of the elf's description of where Ishe was, this should be the right place. Although Varnam and Ingda were confused by what they heard at the time, they immediately understood after seeing the forest house. Elf, plants, nice and conspicuous. It's you guys, welcome, have a seat. Surprised by the arrival of these two night stalkers, Ishi wondered what it was about. It's really you, great. Varnam and Ingda happily sat down on the couch across from Ishi, then pulled out the gifts they had prepared in advance and handed them to Ishi. Mr. E, this is the gift we prepared for you, please also accept it, and thank you for enabling us Five Night Fury to be reunited. You are too kind to bring gifts. Ishi smiled and accepted the two night stalkers' thoughts, then looked at the black box in her hand and fell into deep thought. That, dare I ask what this is? The urn, Ingda said with incomparable confidence. Varnam keenly realized that Ishi's face didn't seem to be quite right, so he talked to Ingda in a low voice. Ingda, do you think Mr. will be disliking our gift? It can't be. Jean Peng has said that it's fine to buy some of the ones recommended by the vendors on Liu Street, and that little girl has very enthusiastically recommended giving this to someone else. The elf didn't know much about this aspect either. He meant to buy some small objects or snacks recommended by the vendor owner or something. It was good to talk about the gift. There would have been nothing wrong with it, except that it was unfortunate that the first person Varnam and Ingda met was Walnut. Yeah, and I remember that little girl saying it's for everyone. Is it because we can't afford a big coffin, only this little box? Despite speaking in a low voice, Ishi clearly heard what the two of them were discussing. Regardless, the intention was good, and it was already hard enough for the two of them to make it this far, so Ishi put a smile back on her face. I'm so happy I can't even speak. I have some friendship with the Emperor. We are all friends, so there's no need to be so polite. You guys have labored all the way. Let's have some tea first. Translation, it was a great delivery. Don't do it next time. At those words the two nightstick girls had a look of joy on their faces. It really couldn't be wrong. But thank you very much. Is that pretty sister your wife? Varnam had cared for Yi Shi on the swing from the beginning. She gave herself a sacred feeling. Yi Shi followed and nodded. This Nightcrawler girl was really good at talking. You mean Yi Shi? Ishia is a very important person to me, and I owe my life to him. Yi Shi interrupted Ishi's words, then sat beside Ishi, who thought about it and seemed to have no problem. Wow. Sis, can you tell us your story? Yi Shi twisted his head to look at Ishi and smiled gently. Of course, although Ishi thought that there didn't seem to be any interesting plots, but they wanted to listen and Yi Shi was willing to talk about it. So let's talk about it. Maybe Yi Shi will say something very interesting. Then in the puzzled gaze of Ishi, Yi Shi colorfully told the story of how Ishi fought hundreds of demon gods in the Demon God War back then in a bloody battle, and finally saved himself by limping and bruising himself. Yi Shi, based on a true story. Remembering the past, Sister Yi chose to hide it from Mr. E to stay behind and stall the enemy, and Mr. E learned of it and put his life on the line for Sister Yi. So touching. Ooh. At this point the two Nightshade sisters wiped their tears as the touching story deeply touched their hearts. Ishi saw that the atmosphere had come to this, and the fake had to be real. Turning around, he reached out to stop Ishi's slender waist and leaned towards himself. It can't be helped. This silly girl never lets me down. Ishi first had a small blush on her face, then she gently rested her hand on Ishi's shoulder. As long as you're around. After sending the two Nightcrawler girls back, Ishi came to Ishi's body with one hand pinching her face and said, having fun? Girl, I risked my life to save. Happy? How's the story going? I'll die trying to get you out alive, sir. Wonderful. Even I almost believed it. Now that the play is over, it's time to tell your fortune later. Ishi finished sitting back on the sofa. That story itself really moved for a moment. Of course, only a moment. Picking up the black gold gourd to take a sip of tea to rest for a while, it was then picked up by Ishi. I'm thirsty from all the storytelling. This tea is so good. Ishi smiled helplessly. If Ishi went to write a novel it would be a hit, right? She seemed to like it better here though, and if she wanted to leave Ishi would definitely honor her wishes. Just a little sad. Boss, the gourd is returned to you. Ishi naturally took and drank. Beside Ishi has been blushing staring at the position of the gourd mouth. See Ishi directly to drink face even more red. After drinking it and looking at the urn on the table, there was no point in leaving it here, so he just waved his hand. Xiaoye, send it to Zhongli. Chapter 27, The Girl. To winter, the city of snow spirit. Whistling cold winds blowing through the surrounding a silver. Ishi a thin black windbreaker alone messy, standing in the city like a drop of ink on white paper. Time back to a few minutes ago. Ishi lying on the couch casually like a small department. A question. Little faculty, can you go anywhere as long as you spend $20 million? Yes, but only for Teyvat. Then the Solstice Kingdom can too, right? That's right. Are you going, Master? Ishii thought about it. The most curious place when she was in the game besides the Sky Island was the land of the Supreme Winter. Why don't she just go and take a look? Go on. By the way, master, upgrading the system requires 20 million mora. You see. Little money, take it. Wait. Ishii suddenly realized something. Before the words were finished there was a flash in front of her eyes, and when she opened her eyes again it was already to the winter. Ishii was silent for a moment or two, and glanced at the account, which was 40 million mora short. Well, there was no problem. The problem was that there seemed to be no more mora to go back to, and the remaining 20 million were taken for upgrades. It feels like letting the pit in. Looks like you'll have to stay here until you've earned enough mora. Good thing you have a demonic god's body that doesn't fear the cold. It's just weak in intensity. Sunlight reflecting on the snow surface is particularly harsh. To the winter locals are used to this, but Ishii cannot. Had to wear sunglasses. Next casually stroll well. This time the small department do not know how long to leave. Here I am not familiar with the place. Sort of recognize cannot be contacted. Just as well. Think of it as unlocking the new map early. What Ishii didn't know was that although there weren't many pedestrians on the street, the sudden appearance of one so suddenly caught the attention of some people. Sideways. Seeing the sunglasses prompted Ishii did not hesitate to turn her body sideways, followed by an anesthetic needle flying in front of her body. A glance in the direction of the needle's launch showed nothing in white. Gee, come on. There was no means of attack, so he could only hold off for a while. Future projection begins. Ishii sprinted as far as possible to the crowded place. The enemy in the dark did not idle. All kinds of hidden weapons like no money thrown at Ishii. Bowed head. Do not move. Turns right. Bending over. Going straight. Every hidden weapon was dodged by Ishii with just the right maneuver. Ishii's heart became more and more nervous. Who is this trying to harm me? Just came to the winter, should not know anyone to recognize me. Where is the enemy? 4 o'clock on the roof. Ishii looked toward the house and noticed a figure quickly disappearing. None of the attacks were lethal, and it looked like they were just trying to incapacitate me. So why was that? The enemy has withdrawn. Ishii once again looked around in a circle. Everything was covered in snow except for a few passers-by. Inexplicable. The danger is temporarily lifted. Ishii continued to walk. Now first find a hotel to stay. Ice and snow themselves wearing so little is indeed a bit striking. Mainly because the brother is too handsome. Extrapolation is closed and does not return to the time before it started. Phew. Finally a break. Ishii lay on the big bed in the hotel. Her arm resting on her forehead. Her whole body relaxed. It is imperative to save up enough 100 million mora to improve strength, or else you won't even know how to die when you meet a strong enemy. View deposit. 12,300,000 mora. Mechanical electronic sounds come on, and the small system is no longer able to run only some basic functions, which is better than nothing. Looking at this number, Ishii sighed. What to do? This can't even go back. Have to think of a way to earn some mora to be able to do so. Knock. Just then, the door was slammed with a heavy, coquettish thud, and Ishii instinctively sensed that something was wrong. Future projection begins. Who, behind the door, did not make a sound. Ishii had the bottom card so head ironed directly to open the door. Just twisted the door handle, door smoothly pulled open by the people outside. If I'm not mistaken, Ritsuki's Mr. Yi, right? With a cold voice, a woman with short silver and blue hair with a dangerous air walked in. The splash of black in her bangs was distinctive. Yura? Ishii called out the name when the woman's pace obviously a beat. Ignored straight to the sofa and sat down. Long legs, a cocked hands on the knees. The new character is just different. Comes with a 5-star skin, and the special effects voice is completely changed. Ishii muttered to himself as he sat down in the other chair, pulled out his gourd and started pouring tea. The most basic etiquette is still there. Mainly because you can't be beaten and the probability of successful escape is infinitely close to zero. What did Ms. Aracino want to see me about? Aren't you a fortune teller? You can do it. Ishii frowned a pixelated point. What's the difference between that and asking me if I'm going to say anything after you've been beating me up for a couple hours? Say what you're asking. Not today. Her Majesty's plan. It was you who revealed it to the 7 stars of the glazed moon, wasn't it? Servant, said of one of the daggers drawn from his thigh, asking as he surveyed the blade, his tone flat and without rise or fall, but buttoned up. I couldn't really do much with you in Ryu, but now it's a real surprise. God, calculating senpai. Ishii unhurriedly picked up a cup of tea and sipped it carefully. This woman's sense of oppression is too strong, but I cannot panic, because it is useless to panic. It's just a false name, worthy of being the executive in charge of the dish in winter. The information is just great. Enough of this useless talk. I want to ask you to come with me. Her Majesty the Queen has an invitation. Of course, by you. The words fell. Servant thrust the dagger towards the table and looked at Ishii with a smile on his face, waiting for his answer. The reason why Aracino didn't make a direct move was because according to the information, this person's identity was a mystery, and the elf under his command was estimated to have the power of a god. It is suspected that the king of the Great Tree of Mercy has already fallen. From the point of view of Ishi's suddenly bright and dark starry eyes, his existence is by no means simple. After all, even the great taboo of life and death can be easily broken. Ms. Aracino is so polite. And a gift. I'll take it. Now depart. Better call a car. Ishi pulled up the dagger on the table. It was a really good blade. I have a weapon too. Aracino looked at Ishi's happy look silent for a moment or two. How come it doesn't follow the routine? And that sword is a gift from Her Majesty. Never mind. We've accomplished our goal. Ishi and Aracino and the unimpressed coachman made their way without words to the Queen's palace. Except for Ms. Mond, who was traveling. The other 10 executives have all arrived. Ishi and Aracino walked down the red carpet in the center of the temple, and the 2 columns of executives to the left and right watched Ishi in a neat and oppressive manner. Your Majesty, the men have been brought. Servant came to bow under the seat of the Empress of Winter, and after a slight nod from the Empress, Aracino returned to the group. Ishi looked up at the person on the throne, the icy breath filled. Although there is no cover, can just not see the face, but can be seen is a beautiful woman. Looking to the execs on either side again, the Queen's aesthetics were reassuring. That is, other than the Mordecai kid, the rest didn't look like good people. The Queen didn't interrupt during Ishi's survey and seemed to be thinking about something as well. Finally Ishi's gaze rested straight on the third seat. Young girl. What a pretty girl. The young girl also noticed Ishi's unknown sight, raised her small head and closed her eyes tightly as if she was also staring at Ishi. Chapter 28. Looking at each other. You guys know each other? The scene seems to stop here, as the 2 beauties quietly look at each other. The 2 looked at each other for more than a minute. At this time, Gongzi opened his mouth to break the silence, and the surrounding people's eyes also shifted from to Gongzi. Gongzi smiled awkwardly, and didn't say anything. What a cute girl, Columbia, right? Come, this is for you. Isha smiled as she walked towards the young girl. The male saw this and wanted to open his mouth to remind something, but realized that the other colleagues glared at him, so he chose to shut up. Let's hope that gentleman stays dead. But the imagined picture did not appear, only to see Columbia to Ishi straight out the small hand, followed by Ishi took out the black gold gourd in her palm, poured a feathery white-colored elixir. Columbia took it and held it in front of her eyes, cocking her head and measuring it up. It looked like a pure natural nerd. So cute. Every person in the room was as puzzled as Columbia as to why Ishi had suddenly given her this, until Ishi spoke. Eating this will lift the curse of the fairy spirit clan. Ishi's glib words made the entire audience freeze in place. What kind of person was he? The curse of the immortal spirit clan could be lifted just by saying so? Columbia looked at the pills in her hand with skepticism, then looked at Ishi, who nodded at her, and directly swallowed the whole pill. Not in. Columbia's cherry pills were a little too big again, so she took small bites. After eating, the golden light flickered on Columbia's body. The dim but not depressing environment inside the palace was illuminated by this light, and it also allowed Ishi to see the ice god's face. Her icy eyes watched everything, but at that moment, there seemed to be a flash of color in her eyes. Thank you, sir. Singing general sweet and gentle crisp voice rang, Columbia to the memory of a sweet smile. See the memory of the heart of the beautiful. What a good little girl. At the same time, Gongsun's pupils shrunk as Ishi was touching Columboa's head. The other executives were watching the show without a care in the world, and the 6th seat, scattered soldiers, watched the scene with eyes gradually warming up. And then in his disappointed eyes Ishi turned around and went back under the throne, and nothing happened. Now, to business, Miss Barnabas. Do not be rude to Her Majesty. Servant throws a shuriken towards Ishi, and as it is about to hit Ishi, it is suddenly bounced off by an invisible force, immediately following the horrifying murderous pressure. Servant couldn't catch his breath and laboriously raised his eyes to the 3rd seat. Maiden, you. Ishi thought, no wonder there was no hint for me to avoid. So it was that little girl who saved me. Really know how to return the favor. The Queen's clear cold voice sounded at the same time. Servant, around the pressure dispersed, as if everything had not happened. Guest from afar. I allow you your insolence. Who are you and why are you here? My name is Ishi, a loose cannon, and I came here purely by accident. As Her Majesty pondered, Ishi continued to speak. But rest assured, Your Majesty, I have no interest in your plans. Morak still wants to use this to test the people of Ryu. You know what I say is true. After all, the pact you signed is not an ordinary one. The words fell. Ishi's star pupils lit up. A folding fan appeared in his hand and fanned. The Supreme Winter Empress, who was gazing at Ishi, was lost in thought for a moment and shifted her eyes away. Then her face with an unknown expression looked up to the sky, and her indifferent voice rang out. It will all be worth it, in the end. Aha! When Ishi saw that the Queen of the Most Winter stopped speaking, she planned to leave. Perhaps she was surprised by my sudden arrival. This too? just walked out of the palace not 2 steps remembered something, after which the executive's puzzled eyes returned back. Ishi first looked at the ice god on the throne who was stuck in memories. Well, you're even, I guess not, and came to the maiden, Columbia. I'm so miserable right now. I don't even have the mora to go home. Can you give me some? Just 20 million mora. Words fell into the hall into a dead silence. The executive officers are mixed feelings looking at the memory of the past, not to mention whether or not you need mora to teleport back. Is it appropriate for you to lie to a little girl's mora when you're such a big person? And you need $20 million. And what kind of boat to go back to Liu requires 20 million mora? Columbia lifted her small head in thought, looked at Gonzi again, and nodded. Good, Dadalia. Not Columbia, what are you looking at me for? Don't you come over here. After the executives dispersed, and after some friendly exchanges between Columbia and Dadalia, Ishi left the place happily with 20 million mora. Master, I'm back. Where are you, Master? I was inexplicably transported here by you, and I was just almost caught by the Queen of the Most Winter to warm her bed. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. It's good that you're back safe and sound. What new features have you added this time? I knew Master was the best. Aha! Now the little department has successfully unlocked the permission to use the teleportation anchor point for the Master. That's a good one. It'll be easy to travel and stuff, and you won't need a mora. And the small system of teleportation can be saved for places the anchors can't go. Quite, but we'll elaborate when we get back. It's not safe here. Good lord. Ishia took one last look at the White City before going back. Something said, it's just a matter of going home. After returning to the forest house, Ishi wrote a letter in the name of Nimbus to the doctor, who was far away in Jidong, and the content of the letter was only a few short words. You're not going to get away with this. Chapter 29, Fluorescent Sisters. Lazuki, Forest House. There you are, boss. Did you have a good time at Solstice? Seeing Ishi return, Yishi fell from the swing to greet him. Phew, I'm exhausted. I'll take a break and go home to sleep, and have a cup of that green tea of yours first. Okay, boss. Ishi's whole body paralyzed on the sofa. Heart tired. I look so special? Still want to catch me back to study. Here's your tea, boss. Receiving the tea handed by Yi, she sipped half a cup. The soothing and cool feeling permeated the whole body. Much better. It's really very pretty and cute girl, smile. Wherever the roots of the world tree were connected, the great Ci tree king existed. So Yishi had actually been secretly watching Ishi and would only show up at the necessary moment. Indeed. But it's quite sad. She's the only fairy spirit left alive. Ishi said and finished the remaining half cup of tea. Yishi stared at him suspiciously for a while and asked again, want a refill? Let's have another one. Then, soon Yishi brought another cup and Ishi took it and drank it again. Lift the curse from Columbia. Merit plus. Ha! Why does it feel like my eyelids are getting heavier and heavier? Ishie only felt more and more sleepy, and just as Yishi showed an expression of plan succeeded, she saw him pull out a scalpel and give himself a shot. A little silence and a refill for Ishi. Here, this tea is very good. Oh, good. That said, how come I still feel so sleepy? Ishi finished drinking again. This time Yishi directly held Ishi's hand to prevent him from stabbing. Ishie, don't think about anything, you're just too tired. Get a good night's sleep next. Yishi reached out and picked up the teacup in Ishi's hand to avoid the tea spilling on him. Yishi's tea has the effect of refreshing and waking up the brain, if no drowsy powder is added. Strange, I shouldn't be, not this sleepy. Ishi lost consciousness before she could finish her sentence. Probably, she was really too tired. Have a good dream. The first sunlight in the morning shone in, and Ishi felt a little blinding, and seemed to be resting on some very soft and cozy pillow, accompanied by the aroma of nature. Reaching out and casually grabbing twice, he felt a piece of cloth and then lifted it upwards over his face. Much better. At this time, Yishi looked at Ishi's action and blushed. What kind of joke is this? You're not satisfied with a knee pillow. You're up my skirt. Ishii. Dawn. Although he wanted to let Ishi sleep a little longer, Yishi's heart might not be able to take it if he continued like this. Ishi woke up in a daze. This sleep is really comfortable. Slowly opening his eyes. Well, the light green color suits you quite well. The words fell. Ishi's face instantly read a thorough. Ishi sat up and stretched. Another beautiful day. Speaking of which, the minor faculty unlocked the teleportation anchor point feature for me, so let's try that first. A thought rose, and the entire map of Teyvat presented itself in his mind. The location of the 7 heavenly idol teleportation anchor point above Ishi was familiar to him, so let's give it a try. Mon City. Traveler. So that the Sky Lyre regains its original power. Lum and Paimon have finally finished collecting the pure dragon's tears and are now heading back to Mond via the teleportation anchor point. Well, now let's get to Angel's Feed and find Win. Oops. Coincidentally, Ishi chose exactly the same teleportation anchor point in Mon City. and the two of them landed at the same point, causing Ishi to appear above Fluorescent's head and press down towards her. Why is this teleportation anchor so unstable? But it's a good thing there's a pad underneath. Flux girl? Ishi pivoted up and saw the soft Fluorescent blinking her big eyes underneath herself. Are you passing fortune teller? For the current situation, Fluorescence originally wanted to kick away, but after seeing the handsome face of Ishi, this thought nearly dissipated. Even passers-by will look at it for a few moments before leaving. Young people nowadays have become more liberal. Fortune telling? Mr. knows that too, but I don't think we've met. So how do you know my name? The great knight of honor no one in all of Mun knows. You two get up and talk again. Paimon flew up behind Ishi and tried laboriously to pull him up. Ishi looked around and really wasn't doing too well, so he hurriedly got up. Ahem. Excuse me, my name is Ishi, and I'm here on the Mond. Traveling. Lum followed suit and stood up to pat the dust on his body. Looking at the memory in front of him and then at the teleportation anchor point behind him, he said excitedly, Ishii, do you even know how to use teleportation anchors as well? Is it from another world? Sort of, and you should be in a hurry to get to Angel's Feed now, so I'll leave you to it, bye. Ishi turned around and waved his hand with the intention of leaving. These jobs are still more appropriate for Fluorescence to do. I just came to Mon to take a look. Who knows you happen to teleport this anchor point as well? Sir, stay back. Lum's dexterous figure quickly flashed in front of Ishi. It is not easy to find clues, cannot let you run away. Is there anything else, MS? Fluorescent? Can you come with me? Sir, we are short of men. At the sound of the words, Ishi's mouth twitched. The little girl piece dared to threaten me, and immediately changed into a gloomy expression. Yeah, now that you found out about this, it looks like you can't be kept. Ha, you, what do you want? Fluorescent see Ishi pupil light up. Let a person chilling light cannot help but back 2 steps. A joke, why now, how with a changed person as well, and for some reason could not bring up the slightest thought of resistance. In the face of the divine principle did not have such a sense of oppression, and finally closed his eyes. A few seconds passed, but Lum felt nothing, slowly opened his eyes and realized that Ishi had disappeared, and suddenly his little mouth dropped. If you're not coming, then just don't come. Why are you so? Egu, what are you standing here for? Go. Halfway through his words, Fluorescence suddenly felt a knock on the back of his head and turned around to see Ishi's back. Coming. Chapter 30 Overtime. Mond, Gift of the Angels. In the tavern, Chin and DeLuco surveyed the strange man that Flux had brought with him. Only Wendy's eyes held a hint of suspicion. A link that didn't seem to be in the plan. Maybe you're wondering why I'm here. Just now. Finally, Fluorescent girl fell in love with me at first sight and had to drag me along. So here I am. Aha, Ishia, what are you babbling about? Lum blushed and raised her small fists to pound up Ishi's chest, before she was pressed against her head with one hand. Okay, stop it, Fluorescent girl. Let's get down to business. Paimon looked at the two and covered his head. How could it be? Jean and Deluc looked at each other and smiled politely and without embarrassment. The relationship between the two of you. That's pretty good. Let's discuss where to summon the wind dragon. Wendy cleared her throat and began to show her bardic intent. A sea breeze or a wind from on high can make the piano sound. There's no need to discuss. The location is the star-picking cliff. Let's make it quick. She, busy with her shift, went straight to the results, and the others thought to themselves that although there was a loss of rigor, there really was no better place to be. It's a nice place indeed. It's a place that complements my singing voice. Good, let's go. Deluc was the first to step out of the Angel's Feed, and Ishi and his party followed. Depart, for a tomorrow without tears. Ishie, you're a fortune teller, right? Then can you figure out where my brother is? He is waiting for you at the end of your journey. Rest assured you will be reunited eventually, but not here. Not now. Chin and Deluc were basically speechless the entire way, both listening in silence as Floor asked questions around Ishi. Then do you know which god it was that took my brother? She is not a god, but a being on a higher plane than a god, but not something you should know about now. The words fell Wendy-chan as well as Deluc's eyes fell together on Ishii. This helper that the traveler had called in seemed to be more mysterious than expected. Wendy, on the other hand, had been thinking about who exactly Ishi was and how she had never seen her before. In that case, then Ishi, what exactly are you? Stop, I'm here on a trip. I don't want to go to work today. Just 2 questions as a friendly gift, no more. Ishi to Fluorescence, straight open palms signaling don't ask. Fluorescence is not too much lost, so one after another in the future are friends. There are plenty of opportunities to wait for him to work. Mora, I have plenty of, so can I trouble the gentleman for extra time? Deluc spoke up, unsure of the truth but with some questions that he wanted to hear answered from the gentleman's mouth. Okay, which fortune would Grandmaster Lu like to tell? Hearing this, Fluorescence looked at his own belt bag and sighed helplessly. He is not as rich as Deluc's family. Who exactly is behind the Abyssal Order? As the dark hero of Mond City, Deluc has always guarded Mond in his own way, and the one he hates the most is naturally the Abyssal Order. which is the main target of his purge. There are too many things involved to just tell you that he is known as His Royal Highness 200,000 Mora, and just send Lazuki Forest House. DeLuco stared straight into Ishi's eyes, as if trying to discern some more clues, but Ishi's deep eyes were so puzzling. His Royal Highness? It is considered to be a useful information. Next to the fluorescent heart, also silently note down the forest house. This place. This should be the location of the memory of the past. Right, Mr. Yi, that. Sheen looked a bit hesitant. There were some questions she wanted to know, but this was a big matter concerning Mond. Was it really good to ask an outsider she didn't know? The ultimate goal of the Congregation of Fools is the heart of the god Barbatos, the god of wind. What? Sheen covered his mouth in shock. Before he could ask Ishi, but his snatched answer boosted his credibility to a new level. Deluxe's attention had not been taken away from Ishi till the beginning. Unforeseen? This man must not be offended. Ishii, you're amazing. It seems to know everything. Taking people's money and telling their fortunes. No need for words. Ishi casually and without loss of complacency opened the folding fan swing in front of the body, gently fanned 2 times, and looked to the side of the face. Is not quite right, Wendy. The corner of the mouth hooked up a trace of curvature. 500,000 moras. Just send them together to the Lazuki Forest House. And one last thing for you. And that is, he is Barbatos, the god of wind. Then the crowd's eyes followed the direction pointed by Ishi's folding fan, and only one drunken poet who didn't know what to do and hadn't yet Mora froze in place. When? Lord Barbatos? Wendy originally wanted to weasel out a few sentences, but now I guess no one believes in the words of Ishi. Anyway, later they will know. Not bad for a while. So he waved his hand and showed his hand again. Aha, why say again? This gentleman is unkind. Breaking me down like this. You'll have to buy me a drink afterward. Well, I'll be waiting for you guys at the Cliff of Picking Stars. See you later. Ishi turned around and left it, dashing back to the crowd and disappeared. Lum's eyes kept hovering over the place where Wendy and Ishii disappeared, hesitating 2 or 3 times and choosing to follow Ishii. I'll wait for you with Ishii, so I'll go first. Stargazer's Cliff. Teleportation anchor point. It's nice to come out on a trip and make a little extra money, and meet the acting head of Mond, too. Ha! Ishii sighed next to the teleportation anchor point at the cliffs of plucked stars, and fluorescence appeared immediately above Ishii. What's this girl doing tagging along? Shouldn't she have a lot of questions for the wind god? Almost forgot she could use teleportation anchors too. So Ishii opened her arms forward, and then fluorescence steadily landed in Ishii's princess hug. Strange. Why would 2 people using the same teleportation anchor point later appear over the head of the person in front of them? Paimon asked, looking at the duo puzzled. Not having encountered this before, as the only person using the teleportation anchor point was fluorescence. The reason for the consistency of the landing point, I guess. Why aren't you with Chin and the others? Fluorescence sister? I opened many treasure chests in the wilderness and found quite a few materials. Can I use these to offset Mora's continued search for your fortune-telling? Fleur said with a slight blush on her small face. There was no way around this situation right now yet. Ishii remembered once her own budding stage self. Not knowing anything, obtaining anything as if it were a treasure. Even picking a few sunset fruits would be very happy. Gently set Yui down and stroked her head. I'll answer as I see fit. Oh, light, wings that fly against the wind. Mond, the Stargazer's Cliff. Ishii sat on the edge of the cliff, enjoying the wind high up in the air as Lum and Paimon came to sit on their sides beside him, the Cecilia flowers swaying slightly around them, and all was well. The 2 didn't say much, silently enjoying the scenery until the head of the Chin arrived with them. Next, the best bard on earth is going to start plucking his strings. Wendy carried the sky harp and walked slowly to the edge of the cliff, her eyes gazing into the distance. A melodious and clear sound of a zither rang out, and a large blue dragon rose from beneath the cliff, circling the sky before flying in front of several people. It's you. There's nothing more to talk about when it comes down to it. Yes? Am I mistaken? Your eyes? It's like you're remembering the song. It was also the first time Ishii had seen Teverin in person, and it was really handsome. While Tvalin was contemplating, suddenly an ice elemental force struck towards the sky harp, followed by an abyssal mage appearing behind Tvalin to begin compelling. Don't be fooled by them, poor dragon. He has abandoned you long ago. And look, he's coming back to deceive you now. Barbatos, hate it, rage it. You have made an enemy of Mond and there is no turning back. The poisonous spikes on the back of the touring dragon continued to corrode his mind, and rationality had gradually been buried, eventually roaring towards Wendy in anger. These people, are they with you to hunt me? You have a big mouth. Wendy was just about to step forward to explain when Ishii stepped forward first and took out a scalpel and flew it towards Teverin's mouth. Theoretically, clearing the poisonous spikes from Teverin's body would allow him to recover, but the scalpel definitely couldn't break the defense. So Ishii had been waiting for Teverin to strike when he roared. With the scalpel cutting Teverin's mouth, Teverin's entire dragon went into a trance of consciousness for a few moments and fell straight towards the bottom of the plucked Starcliff mountain. Teverin, Ishia, what have you done? Wendy looked at the scene and asked eagerly, only to see Ishi then a hand signaling silence, followed by a hurricane once again rising from the mountain. The former king of the high heavens returned once again, with a few new shoots from the earth's veins along with it. Why, welcome back, Teverin. Wendy's hanging heart was able to drop when she saw that Teverin was safe and sound. Who made the aura that Ishi had just flown into look like it could kill Teverin outright? Barbatos. I still have to be guarded by me as before? I don't want you to obey the abyss, but that doesn't mean you have to obey me either. Freedom to be commanded by the gods isn't exactly freedom anymore. This is the power of the wind gods familiars? Wendy raised her hand to give a portion of the wind god's power to Teverin. In the future, continue to soar with my blessings against this high heaven. Angel's gift. Celebration. To celebrate the successful rescue of Twalin and Mond, Diluc packs the full house of angels feed. The ones who have contributed the most this time are the travelers of the foreign lands, and this, Ritsuki's fortune teller. Thank you for saving Mond. At this time, Ishia stood at the table with a wine glass at a loss for words, and seeing the head of the Chin making a toast to himself, he responded politely, I don't appear to have done anything. Originally, Ishia had tried to sneak in, only to be discovered by Fluorescence and then dragged to the celebration. Mr. Yi, I'm curious as to how exactly you managed to bring Teverin back to his senses in one fell swoop. Was it because of that knife you threw out? Wendy couldn't figure out to this day why Ishia attacked the mouth while the poisonous spikes on Teverin's back were gone. That's right, it's the quickest way out. After all, if it doesn't work out this time, I think Fluxy will drag me along next time. After saying that, Ishia put her hand on the fluorescent fluffy hair. Next to her, Paimon saw the table full of food and did a double take. Not caring about anything, he flew over and ate it. Ishie, don't you want to come? Or is there something else going on? Lum raised her head to look at Ishi, who was a head taller, with a hint of aggravation in her words. No, it's just that there are some things I'm not too good at getting involved in, and shouldn't be out of the way. So that's how it is, but thank you. Ishia rued on Lum's blonde hair a few times, seeing that she had messed it up and thought about smoothing it out a bit more before it got even messier. So Ishia continued to try. Strange, are all girls' hair so difficult to work with? Ishie, why don't I do it myself? The scene was a bit awkward, and Jean and Diluc chose to avert their eyes. No, I think I can. Looking at Fluorescence's hair that looked like she had just woken up in the morning, Ishi thought for a moment and pulled out his scalpel. Ishie, this isn't necessary, is it? I don't have long hair. The flashing sharp scalpel scared Lum a little and wanted to take 2 steps back, but there was no way back from the chair he was sitting in. Trust me, it'll be over soon. Words fell. Ishi grabbed Fluorescent, a hair separated with a scalpel, followed by a flash of fluorescent body. The whole person, including hair, a new look. Perfect. Ishi looked at his masterpiece, nodded with satisfaction, then sat back to his seat. Really cut hair strands can also work, otherwise fluorescent clean skin cannot really under the hand. I'm a little curious as to what exactly the two of you are related to each other. Diluc spoke faintly. At the same time, Jean and Wendy looked to the two, seeing that they were interested as well. Familiar strangers, Ishi casually said, pulled out his own black gold gourd and drank it. Mon's fruit wine is good to drink, just not strong. This answer Chin didn't hear very well, whether it was good or bad, but it should be good to see how natural they were. And Ishi, he jumped me to the ground as soon as he saw me, Lum said with a snicker covering her mouth, as a small retaliation for earlier when Ishi said I was a stalker and fell in love at first sight or something. Yeah, or else Flux is going to molest me. So that's why it's important for boys to protect themselves when they're out and about. Lum sniffed and froze. This should be said by a girl. Then he raised his small fist and slammed it at Ishi. Who's going to molest you? Ishi sipped her wine and slightly adjusted her body position. Fluorescent fist fell in the air. And you even dodged. Unconvinced, Flux continued to swing at Ishi, but each time, Ishi dodged at just the right angle. Well, don't you move and let me hit it. Think I'm as stupid as you are. Lum actually wanted to whack Ishi jokingly, but not anymore. Ishi sensed this, and then both of them got up at the same time and started a chase around the table. Diluc and Jean smiled helplessly as they watched the two of them scuffle, their glasses clinking as they drank in silence. Ishia, what are you running for? What's the question? I'm sure I won't run if you don't chase me. Lum pouted, her small expression even more grudging. What the hell is going on? Ishi is like knowing what I'm going to do ahead of time, making moves that are instantaneous and just right. Just then, Lum glimpsed the black gold gourd that Ishi had placed on the table. Since I can't catch you, I'll catch your gourd. Wait, that one you drink will. Seeing this, Ishi suddenly realized something and wanted to block it, but it was too late. I knew it. Let's see me drink all your wine. Lum finished lifting the gourd and drank, wiping his mouth with satisfaction after a few mouthfuls of the sweet wine. worthy of a drink from your precious gourd. It's just, Lum felt wrong halfway through her speech. An extremely familiar force kept coalescing and reappearing within her body, too sudden causing her to cover her chest. Traveler, how are you? Sheen stood up and asked worriedly. Listening to Ishi's meaning should be the wine in his gourd ordinary people cannot drink, but now it is too late. Coupled with the fluorescence looks hard to bear. Sheen more sure of the idea in his heart. Just when he wanted to go up to assist him, he saw a change in Lum's aura, and 3 pairs of light wings appeared behind him, scaring Sheen. My power is fully restored? Lum tried her arm and swung it to the right. A glittering golden lightsaber appeared in her hand, a weapon that she and her brother had coalesced with their power. Ishi sighed in her mind. It was true. This gourd can make the king of the great tree of CI restore to its heyday. Fluorescence naturally also line the newbie village directly on the full level of the big number. As Ishi froze, Fleur flew at great speed to pounce on him and thrust his lightsaber towards the side of Ishi's head. Gotcha! The speed is so fast that Ishi's sunglasses did not have time to prompt. Of course, even if prompted will not help. This speed is not the current Ishi can react. Okay, I surrender. Warrior woman, let's talk this over. It's not good to fight. Humph, I'm going to mess up your hair too. Fluorescence riding on the body of Ishi hands rubbed up his hair. Finally able to take revenge can be good to you to organize it. Behind her, Chin as well as DeLuco looked at the scene in shock. What had just happened? Could this be the traveler her true power? And who the hell was Amnesia to casually restore her? Also, Ishii, why didn't you tell me earlier when you had something so powerful? Even my sealed power can be restored. There's a 50-50 chance of dying violently on the spot if you drink this. You're just lucky, Ishii said without changing her face, only to see Lum's hand rubbing her hair stop, her eyes gradually becoming alarmed, and feeling around her body in a confirmatory manner, followed by a thankful sigh of relief. Haha, fooled you. It's just that your power shouldn't be so early. Before the words were out of his mouth, Fleur's fist slammed up, followed by an exasperated shout. You don't joke about such things. Do you know how scared I am? Sorry. Lum's tears are about to fall out of the way to make Ishi's heart immediately softened. The most cannot see is the girl crying, Sister Flux, I have everything good to drink here, and I also have a crystal ball. How about I show you a movie? Or have you lost something? That compass of mine can. Looking at Ishi's anxious look, Fluorescence proved to smile and lifted his head, slowly got off him and walked back to his position. I'll let you tease me. And do you have any coke here? It's been a while since I've had any. At the sound of the words, Ishi mouth corner a twitch. A big man can let a little girl pose away? But it seems like she could whack me on the ground right now. So let's let her off the hook for now. Good cheer. Of course. Ishi casually shook her hair twice to recover as before, and then did Fluorescence next to embrace the black gold gourd to pour her cola. Isn't that alcohol you've got in here? How did it turn into a coke? It's actually filled with tea. It's just turned into wine because you think it's wine. And sitting across the table, Jean covered her forehead and continued to drink dandelion wine with DeLuke, having received so much information today that she had seen it all. Where's Wendy? She's drunk and unconscious on the table. In the middle of the celebration, Ishi came to the second floor balcony to blow some wind, and Fluorescence also seemed to be too stuffy inside, and followed him out afterward. Ishi, for what it's worth, I really appreciate it. The evening breeze quietly ruffled through Fleur's hair, and the two of them rested against the railing of the balcony, where time seemed to slow down and everything seemed so cozy. A small matter, also after that, after you return the sky harp, no matter what you encounter you should not make a move. There was no need to remind you, but now you have your power back. If you say so, then I'll listen to you. Lum's fingers pulled the tips of her hair. Her thoughtful look was extremely moving, and even Ishi didn't hold back from reaching out and pinching her face. Be good things, I'll go back first. Ishi suddenly realized that Ryu's teleportation anchor was not open and she could not pass back. Lum nodded softly. For some reason, Ishi just gave herself the feeling that she would make great company. The same worldly people, the same ability to use teleportation anchors, the same knowledge of everything, and helping themselves back to power. Just like to talk about getting people. Well, it's going back to Ryuki's forest house, right? I'll check in with you when I'm there, Ryuki. Then realizing that Ishi's fingers stiffened on her face, she asked, is there something left to do? No, Mond is a free city, and maybe it's nice to take a walk around here. Then it's just as well that I know the place better, and can show you around after I've settled Mond's business. Good thing too. After Wendy puts on a series of Oscar-winning performances, MS leaves with the Wind God's Heart of God. As expected, Lum also acting online looks to be held back by the debt collectors without a chance to save Wendy. Things are finally over. Tired. Time to rest. Ishi found a bench by the side of the road. A person's journey, inevitably a little lonely, and tried to call a girl's name toward the air. Yi Shi, what's the boss's order? With that, countless light vines began to weave upwards from the ground, and finally Yishi appeared in front of Ishi's eyes. "Come here and let me sleep." At the words Yishi blushed and sat next to Ishi in a formal manner, then patted her thighs. "Can't get enough of you. Come on." Ishi collapsed in a smooth, slightly adjusted sleeping position and was no longer moving. From time to time, pedestrians passing by would take a look at it, and it was so enviable to be able to sleep on the lap of a great elfin beauty. Ishie, good night. Chapter 32 World Lines. Strange ceiling. This sleep Ishi slept soundly and woke up the next morning. No, why do I remember I just wanted to take a little break? Where are we? Ishia sat up and realized that she was in the middle of a treehouse. It seemed to be Yishi's handiwork. "Yi, have a cup of your green tea," Ishia said as she stretched, but she didn't wait long for a reply, then looked around. There were only two people in the large, neat tree house, and an unidentified white flying creature sleeping. The situation doesn't seem right. There's no one else who has the ability to build a good house of this level except Yishi, so why is it Fluorescence who's here? Looking at the window Fluorescent cute sleeping face, Ishi could not bear to wake him up, so a hand lifted the sleeping next to her emergency food shake. "Wake up, what happened last night?" Wah. Paimon woke up for a moment to humanity, and upon closer inspection if it wasn't the fortune teller guy. "What do you dash? Shoo, Fluorescent's sister, she's still sleeping, don't wake her up." Paimon was halfway through his sentence when Ishi covered his mouth and looked at the traveler, nodding knowingly. Soon Paimon's quick-witted little brain realized something was wrong. I wasn't sleeping if the traveler was sleeping, sighing helplessly. Both are cuties, why is there such a big difference in treatment? Last night, the travelers came out of the church and saw you lying asleep on the lap of a pretty sister, so they sat over and chatted. And then what? Why am I here? Then the traveler suggested that it would be better to find a room to rest, and then that big sister built such a treehouse. And when she heard that the traveler didn't have a place to stay either, she took us in together, and in the end she said that Ritsuki had something else to do and went back first. Amnesia sat down thoughtfully in the vine chair and set the Paimon on the table. "As I recall, you're Istaru, the ruler of time, right? Don't you have anything to say about my appearance?" At the sound of the voice Paimon put away his old naive look and walked over to the table in front of Ishi and sat down, dropping his calves leisurely. "Yes, but it's useless for me to ask if you don't tell me. But since you spoke first, is there something you want to explain?" At this time, Paimon's eyes shone with the same star pupils as Ishia's, and the stripes on his clothes were just as they had been, just a lot darker in color. "Yeah, does it matter if I accidentally change the original development of the world line?" The swaying of Paimon's little feet tapered off, followed by a slight shake of his head. "The world line will eventually wind down, and the big picture changes nothing. That is, if you let that one have your black and gold gourd, we won't have another chance. It is rumored that the Tenri sustainer is dying and a new one has yet to arrive, but even this Tenri is not something that Fluorescence can fight against. If she was allowed to return to her heyday through Ishia's black gold gourd again, what would happen? Don't worry, she doesn't stand a chance without special circumstances." "That's good." Special circumstances? None of that matters. What matters now is how I get back. Yishi didn't take me with him when he left. Paimon is silent for a moment. "You can't teleport? Even my little body can manage to suddenly disappear and then appear in another place. Or else the traveler could lose her using a teleportation anchor point. Reckoning, it will be. It's expensive. And Rizuki's teleportation anchor traveler isn't unlocked yet." "Master, you can unlock it too. You just haven't bothered to try. Why didn't you say so again? Hasn't the master ever played with a proto-god?" "It's just that I've been through too much in the last 2 days. So change into something lighter." As the words fell, Ishi took off his black trench coat and opened the system warehouse to pick it out. At the same time, Fluorescence immediately woke up and did not move to look at Ishi's perfect body without blinking. Just this black short sleeve and shorts. The two dresses that had been picked out with it appeared on Ishi, fitting just right and looking a lot more youthful. "Ishi, I'm not old either, am I?" Craning his head to look at Fluorescence, the rhythmic breathing was obviously still sleeping peacefully. "Strange, I clearly felt a strong line of sight just now. Is there an enemy nearby?" After calculating what was going on herself in place, Ishi smiled and went to Floor's bedside. "Have you forgotten what I do for a living? A little sex maniac?" Lum still didn't move, only her face reddened fleshly, so Ishi just watched her silently. "Pervert, pervert, pervert, pervert. How dare you stare at a girl sleeping like that?" Fluorescence can no longer hold back the shame, violently got up and shouted towards Ishi. "And then the more I thought about it, the more I lost. I just looked at you, you even did this to me." Immediately after the words turned, "What's wrong with you having two eyes when you have such a nice body?" "I don't just want to look. I want to take a good look." Lum's quick eyes and hands lifted up Ishi's short sleeves, and then the smooth mermaid line as well as shapely abs appeared in front of his eyes. Excited to reach out and touch it with my little hand. "Awesome." Ishi maintained her smile and spoke faintly. "As the saying goes, Men and women are equal, and that's how I'm going to look at you, or it's not fair. Lum's restless hands stopped and looked down at her dress, blushing as she covered herself and squeaked. Ishie, does it have to be like this? It's okay to touch your head. Good. And then Fluorescent's hair was rubbed into a Paimon's nest again. Paimon? Master, your head-touching skills leave a lot to be desired. Obviously the hair has their own ideas and I just respect their decision. Chapter 33, Night of Honor. Mond, the Gift of Angels. Grandma Lu, have a glass of tonight never again. As the Mondragon disaster comes to a close, the Order is in Mond doing the aftermath, and Diluc hasn't gone back to the winery. Alert at Angel's feed for any last possible crisis. And while Ishi's laid-back look contrasted with the slack-jawed Diluc, the unspecified style of simple attire certainly still couldn't keep up with the wind god's liberties. After all, he's a guy in white silk. It should be a man, right? A Bloody Mary. Then, the store only sells fruit wines and juices. Which one do you want? Ishia looked around the tavern with her back against the counter. Everyone's face had both joy and worry. It was obvious that this dragon disaster had not affected the citizens of Mond a lot. I'm not sure I know anyone on the second floor, but Wendy's not here. Wait a minute. She's 2 bottles of dandelion wine. Bill sent to the Knight's gin leader. Thanks for the patronage. Diluc froze for a rare moment. But no matter. The Order's Mora was a must-have. Would you mind sharing a table, miss? Ishi placed 2 bottles of dandelion wine directly onto the table and sat down across from a light blue woman, who also clearly had some surprise on her face. I don't have a problem with that if you don't mind being with sinners. The surrounding drinkers murmured when they saw Ishi sitting across from the Lawrence family man, looking at the attire that little brother is from another country. I don't think he recognizes who she is. Tough luck. Coming to Mond for a drink and bumping into the Lawrences. Miscellaneous words Ishi ignored as Yura clasped her arms in front of her and turned her head around and said, I am Yuara Lawrence. Now are you going to continue to share a table with me? Without slowing down, Ishi started up the 2 bottles of dandelion wine and also began to introduce herself. I am the Recollection Teyvat Divine Calculator, and the idea of sharing a table with a beautiful woman has never changed. Hey, I'm from the Lawrence family. It's not too late for you to leave. Not wanting to subject this strange, uninformed man to the same gossip as herself, Yura assumed he hadn't heard and said it again. Just now you said it, Ishi said as she slowly poured 2 glasses of dandelion wine and handed one of them to Yura. It's not a wasted trip to be able to drink with a beautiful woman like your excellency. Never mind. Let's get it together then. Joy flashed across Yura's face. This gentleman didn't seem to mind his status. Ishia smoothly clinked her glass with Yuara's, thinking that it was really worthy of being the ceiling of the microfat world. If it wasn't for the reason of her status, the people who wanted to share a table with her would have been able to line up outside the tavern. I guess. Got nothing better to do. MS. Yura come to tell a fortune. Anything. Oh, then can you do the math on how this dragon plague was actually resolved? The Chin explains it poorly. The corner of Ishi's mouth hooked. This trigrams do not even need to count. But there are many people here. Not very good to talk. In a nutshell, a handsome man with 4 companions as well as a white float called the Wind Dragon over and beat it up. And then it was settled. Ha ha, that's the funniest version I've ever heard. And a handsome man, that can't be talking about you, can it? At that Yura covered her stomach and laughed. That's a wind demon dragon. How could it be solved so easily as you said? Maybe. Ishi laughed along with her. These days, no one believes the truth anymore. And it's a shame that Anala smiles so nicely and has such a nice face all day long. But she's just like a Deluco. Deluco? Ishie, so you're here, making us look for you. That's when Paimon's voice came, and as Ishi looked for the sound, she saw Lum and Paimon coming up the stairs to the 2nd floor. It's you guys. No need to be polite. Make yourselves at home. And these 2 are? Lum sat directly next to Ishi and picked up Ishi's bottle of wine and poured herself a glass in passing. I'm Flux. This is my partner Paimon. Are you a friend of Ishia's too? Yura was a bit torn for a moment. It was clear that she had only met Ishi for the first time, but he was willing to be with her. But wasn't it a bit to say that she was a friend? That's right. This is the Night's Wave Knight. MS. Yura, a very powerful one. Yura looked up at Ishie, and for some reason it warmed her heart. But there were some things that were better explained ahead of time. Yuara Lawrence. It's nice to meet you, and I think we're going to be friends too yet. The expected response didn't come, and looking at the hand that Lum held out to her, Yura hesitated for a moment or two before reaching out in response as well. Same. Paimon flew around the trio in 2 random circles before landing in front of Fluorescence Glass to try Mon's specialty before being bounced off by a brainbuster from Ishi. Kids can't drink. Whoa. I'm not a kid. I just look small. Paimon covered his forehead in a very aggravated manner. Ishia, this guy definitely did it on purpose. No, I'm going to give you a nickname and call you Fortune Teller. Ishi smiled helplessly and took out a cup. pulling out the black gold gourd and pouring her a coke. "This is a specialty of our hometown. For you to try. That's more like it." Paimon took the cup, which was almost the size of his body, and suddenly lurched as he was about to drink. The drink in the gourd of the memory of the past seems to be able to make a person return to power. If he drank in this directly change back to the original appearance. Not, "Hey, this drink is precious. Is it okay if I want to take it back and drink it slowly?" Ishii also realized what was going on. "We can't let the reign of time show its true form here." "Sure, come on, I'll load you up." Flux and Yura involuntarily laughed out loud as they watched the two. But that was a question Yura wanted to ask as well. "That's a funny little Paimon." That said, "Fluorescence, are you really okay with drinking?" "No. Fluorescence sister, she's at least 500 years old and perfectly fine." Lum's slightly open mouth was fixed in place. "Age is a girl's secret, how can you say it so easily?" "Yeah, speaking of which, I don't think you know anyone when you first came to Mond. So now it's love at first sight for a new pretty girl again?" Ishii nearly choked on a mouthful of wine and turned her head to look at Lum, who had a faint smile on her face and a look of innocence. "That's better than you stripping me and touching me." "Ah ha ha, I didn't." "Ishii, don't talk nonsense." Lum hid a smile and gently nudged Ishii's shoulder, trying to hide it with a smile. "You two are really good friends then." Yura watched the show with a glass of wine bought by Ishii. "Young is young." "No, aren't they both hundreds or thousands of years old? And little Paimon is by no means human." "Well, a handsome man and 4 companions and a white flu." "Ishii, a handsome man is right. Could White Puffy be the... By the way, you and Paimon have been looking for me for something, haven't you?" "Well, Headmaster Jean wants to thank you for helping to save Mond, and is now specifically inviting you to his office." Hearing this, Eula's eyes were filled with shock. "So Ishii, he wasn't joking. Wait, so it was really you guys who solved the dragon plague?" "Yeah, didn't I tell you?" Ishii said gently as Yura grabbed her glass and took a sip to keep her nerves down. "Who would have thought that the hero who saved Mond would be sitting right across from me? Fluorescence sister, brother is light on fame and fortune, so just thank him Jean for me. Now I'm going to talk to... Alright, the head of the Jin is waiting. Yuara, we'll leave first." After saying this, Lum took a sip of his cup of dandelion wine, then tugged Ishii by the arm to get up and leave. Bye." Yura watched the trio leave, not finished with the wine, but with 2 more friends. "No, my line should be, I can't believe I'm going to meet the Gernherds in the middle of a drink. I'll take that revenge." Knights of the West Wind, Chin's office. "Ishii, now I would like to grant you the same honorary knighthood as the traveler. Please don't refuse yet." Knight of Honor doesn't say there can only be one. It's just that the conditions for obtaining it are more difficult. It has to involve a significant contribution to Mond or a deed such as remembering the past and fluorescence, coupled with the freewheeling style of the order. What about the fact that there weren't a single Knight of Honor before the arrival of fluorescence? After all, where did Mond come from that there were so many disasters to save? "I'm actually pretty low." "Ishii, congratulations. How can you two have one more thing in common?" Lum happily interrupted Ishii's words. Ishii smiled helplessly and put her hand gently on Lum's head. "You," and then rubbed her hair again and again and again. Chapter 34, Upper Immortal. "You're back. Get me a Coke. By the way, I haven't seen you all afternoon. Where have you been?" In the evening, Ishii returned to Yishi's hut in Mengda built-in depression, and saw Lum in her housecoat, lying on the sofa and reading a book. "Go to Mond and set up a stall to tell fortunes. So how come you're so tired? Should have made a lot of moolah though." Ishii came to the couch and threw the black gold gourd into Fluorescence's arms, then grabbed her feet and put them on the ground to make room for himself. "I didn't get a few fortunes counted, and the ones who came were all young girls, looking for me to chat mostly, and molesting me. That's a lot of work." Fluorescence small snickers twice, will foot on Ishii thighs and lay back again. "Do not know others still think Ishii is her brother. It's not very practical to set up a stall in Mond." "That's just it. Let's talk about it back in Ryu." Ishii leaned toward the back of the couch and lay back, resting her arm on her forehead and glancing at her deposit. 123. 4 million moras. Just one. How many? 123. 4 million moras. Oops. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Hearing this figure, Ishii stood up violently, and the fluorescent girl whose leg was resting on him was brought to the ground. "Suddenly there's tens of millions of dollars. What did Ishii do in the past 2 days? I guess he was busy earning moolah yesterday when he was in a hurry to go back?" Regardless of that first, Ishii elegantly crouched down on one knee in front of Fluorescent's sister to pick her chin up. "Come with me. I'll treat you to a big meal." "Why all of a sudden? Let's go." Before Lum could react, she was pulled up by Ishii towards the inner city of Mond, and the moment she got up her body flashed to change into her usual dress. "Ishii, you took my hard-earned money to treat other girls to dinner? You don't have to come back." "Deer Hunter Restaurant. 2 juices to start." "Okay guest, here's the menu. Take your time." Ishii took the menu Sarah handed her and looked at it, and soon Sarah brought apple juice for both of them. This way, this way, this way, and this way. Sarah took out a small notebook to write down the dishes ordered by Ishii, and Lum sat next to her and quietly watched. Although Ishii ordered vegetarian dishes, but it was still nice to be invited to dinner. Don't want any of these, and serve all the others besides. Put. Ahem. That's when Flux choked on a mouthful of juice and proceeded to say in surprise, Ishii, can we order so much to eat? That's a question Sarah was going to ask, thinking that the 2 Knights of Honor diet was trying to be frugal, but then it came up and skimmed the surface with frugality. It's okay, we have Paimon. Of course. Where's Paimon? She's still asleep in bed and you pulled her in before I could call her. Meanwhile, Paimon woke up from his bed rubbing his eyes. Traveler, is there anything to eat? Looking around the entire room with only himself left, Paimon checked to see where Fluorescence was and expressed his aggravation. I can't believe you guys went to a nice dinner without me. With that, Paimon appeared next to the two in exasperation. His little expression as sultry as it could be. Alright, Ishii said she's going to treat us to a big meal. Oh, sit down first and wait. Lum thoughtfully brought a small chair out of storage and set it up on top of the big chair so that the little paisan would be within reach too. Yet, then I'll forgive you for the sake of the feast. After eating and drinking, Ishii didn't rush home, but instead took a walk outside of Diamond City. Fluorescence accompanied beside Ishii, thinking that Ishii must have something to do when she suddenly invited herself to dinner. She just didn't know that this big night. Wait, Ishii, he can't be trying to talk to me. Thinking of this, Fluorescence's small face flushed. They have not experienced these things. Ishii, if he forced to come, then I do not want to resist a little? Ishii didn't pay attention to the somewhat squirming Fluorescent sister beside her, but instead focused on the system's prompts. Fwa martial arts has been purchased, maximum LV10, currently LV1, at a cost of 100 million mora. Purchasing an instant, all the thousands of years of martial arts up and down the divine arc were directly imprinted in the mind, and the strength of the body rose to a new level, as if it was innate. It's just that I thought I could just become a god in the flesh, but it turns out I still have to upgrade. Also, in the end, it is also 100 million mora to buy. In addition to the intensity of the different, on the immortal all moves themselves will be it. Think of all handsome. Flux, see that little tree? Sure. I still have to find my brother, so having a baby and all that comes first. Suddenly Fluorescence waved her hands desperately like a frightened kitten, and Ishii puzzled a question mark. Just now we didn't drink either. What's the point of having a baby? Isn't having a Paimon enough for you to carry? Now look closely and don't blink. Words fell. Memory of the tree left. Foot force jumped up and turned 360 degrees to receive a kick, and then the whole tree trunk burst open. Only a tree root is still intact. The whole process was fleeting, so fast that the naked eye could not capture it, and when it was finished, Ishii's hair was thrown back, and she tilted her head at 45 degrees to look at the sky, which was quite a masterly style. That your brother had his hands in his pockets and didn't know what it meant to be an opponent. Lum didn't seem to have much of a reaction, so Ishii changed positions again. See, it's cool. Flux watched the scene breathlessly while light energy coalesced in his hands, then threw it at a larger tree not far away. Only a burst of strong light illuminated the night, and all the plants within a radius of 5 meters around the strong light turned into ashes. Ishii looked at the tree she had kicked to rot, then at the pile of ashes that Floor had casually waved, and sighed helplessly. After all, those who learn martial arts can't beat those who rest in immortality, but it was enough to crush most of the demons in Teyvat with his current power. Ahem. So Flux sister, you have a lot to learn in the future. For now, go back and rest. Yes, let's go. Chapter 35. Mond, Forest House. As light as a swallow, Ishii ran all the way over the mountains and mountains through the night to get past the glazed moon, and unlocked the passing teleportation anchor point in the process. I'm back. You still know to come back. Suddenly disappeared for so long. In Mond with that girl called Fluorescent play happy? She maintained her familiar smile and casually put the tea leaves she had made into the pot to boil the tea. There was an accident. No, it was all an accident. And now your boss. I'm a knight of honor of Mond's great fame. As expected of the boss, I'm tired of running all the way. Let's have a cup of tea and rest for a while first. She waited for the tea to boil and skillfully poured tea for Ishii. In the past 2 days, I've made several collaborations with the major merchants in Liu, and the batch of medicine you gave me before is all bought out. Can I have some new ones? Little things. Ishii picked up the cup of tea and took a sip, closed her eyes to feel it carefully. Even her senses were sharpened a lot. Listening carefully, she could even hear Ishii's heartbeat. By the way, I've prepared a bedroom for you on the 2nd floor of the forest house, so you can rest here in the future as well. 2nd floor? How do I get up there? Look behind you, boss. Ishii turned back toward the back of the couch, and there was more of an elaborate rotating staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Obviously it wasn't there just now. It should be Ishii did it for privacy reasons, so he put down his teacup and went up to take a look. Walking up to the second floor was a cozy and neat bedroom, fully furnished and with a comfortable-looking queen-sized bed right in the center. Looking at these, Ishia nodded with satisfaction. Compared to the newbie houses sent by the small faculties, this place was indeed a lot better. The previous house didn't have much going for it other than a good location, and of course the small faculty was appreciated. Are you still satisfied, Aishi? Or is there anything that needs to be changed? Very satisfied. This will be a lot more convenient in the future. The previous one was really a bit far. Xiaoye, you did an awesome job. Ishi walked indoors and surveyed up. Big, bright, spacious, more comfortable to live. The forest house is shielded from the outside. Do not have to worry about any noise affecting the rest. Aha! Ishia, do you still have a use for keeping your previous house? If not, I can help you sell it. Then sell it. Good. Now just need you to put your fingerprints here. Hearing Ishi happy house transfer deed presented in front of Ishi. Ishi silent 1 or 2. How there is a kind of feeling like a pre-arranged. It was just a matter of picking up that deed and briefly looking at it twice. It was not bad to transfer it for 30 million mora. And then he pressed his handprint on it. Humming, did you just grunt, Sayaka? No, I didn't say anything. Ishi strange look around the circle. Also cannot be outside the sound. Is it really misheard? Master sold the gift I gave you to someone else. Ignore you. The voice of the minor faculty in his head sounded again. And this time, Ishia finally reacted to who it was. It's not good. The little department is unhappy and needs to be coaxed quickly. Little faculty, gifts and whatnot were as important as you. To me you are my family, where you are is home. I know Moira is very important to you. And this $30 million is what I've reserved for you exclusively. So don't blame me, okay? Oh. Xiao series, don't cry. You'll always be my dearest Xiao series. I'll be very sad when you're like this. Aha, then the little department won't cry. So I'll leave you alone. Master, how can it be a disturbance? I can't be happy enough. Happy, Ishi secretly sighed in relief. Done, after all, do not want to make such a cute little system sad. It's still some time before dawn, so grab some sleep. Well, then I'll go downstairs and rest. The next day, the Hall of the Living Dead. Ishi had shielded this place from outside perception when she found Zhongli, so that there was usually something to tell that mortals couldn't know about, and Zhongli began to take it seriously. Morex, I'm floating today, come let's fight. The words fell. Ishi rushed towards Zhongli at the fastest speed. When he reached this realm it seemed as if the flow of time around him would become very slow and he would remain unchanged. Just as he lifted his foot, Ishi cold sweat ran down his Zhongli and Ishi's eyes turned his head at normal speed to look at himself and in the air to let go of the teacup to raise his hand to block it, and then finally held it back. The teacup couldn't even be seen falling downwards, which was the same time that Ishi felt that she had kicked a steel plate, even with her already elevated body strength. Just point and click. The speed is extreme, but the power is still lacking. Zhongli continued to drink his tea as if nothing had happened, and if there was someone else next to him, in the eyes of the others it would just look like Ishi had suddenly appeared in front of Zhongli, and then Zhongli had said this inexplicable remark. Ishi moved his ankles twice and sat back silently. The name of the god of Wushu is really not called for nothing. If the body was of the same caliber, Ishi could definitely crush Zhongli, but in front of absolute strength, any skill was just fancy, but it is not discouraged. After all, it is only one level. Wait until the 10th level directly give Zhongli a surprise. The title of martial god is well deserved. I admire it. It's just a matter of lifting up a deceased friend from the past. If my friend is interested, I can teach you the body cultivation method. That won't be necessary. I suddenly remembered that my family Shoya has something to look for me, so I'll take my leave first. Take care, friend. After Ishi left, Zhongli thought about it for half a day but didn't figure out what Ishi meant by this move. Before, he came up and gave himself a slash for no reason to heal the wear and tear. What was this direct kick for? And to be able to have that kind of speed force shouldn't be so weak. And why? Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out at all. Ishi, don't think about it. I'm really testing the knife on you this time. Jones, please open the microphone for communication. 100 years of wind and rain have passed, but my heart is not wasted. For 100 years there have been lights, and one heart shines on the mountains. Ishi sang all the way to the outside of Liu, when an azure figure woman appeared. Mr. E has cleared his head again after not seeing him for a few days. As one of Liu's key figures, it was necessary for Night Orchid to protect Ishi's safety, mainly because he hadn't been seen out of Liu since Ishi arrived, and Night Orchid wanted to see what he was up to. It's that breezy outfit of yours for starters. Going out in slippers? Ishia, is there any law in Lazuki that says you can't wear slippers when you go out? Night Orchid, sir, there are demons infested outside, for goodness sake. It could be dangerous to move around like this. Ishi, is there any law in Ryuki that says you can't be afraid of death? Night Orchid, you should not be too spirited. Sir. Ishi, is there any law in Ryuki that says I can't tug? Night Orchid, none. It's MS, Night Orchid. Just in time. Come with me to run some errands. Oh, then I look forward to whatever Mr. One Hand needs my help with. Ishii, what are we doing lying down here? At this moment, Ishii and Night Orchid were lurking on a small hilltop, watching the situation below, but now the wind was calm and there was nothing. Don't worry, you'll find out later. After about 10 minutes, a group of treasure thieves ganged up and set up an ornate treasure chest slowly coming from the distance. There were also people specializing in vigilance. Seeing this scene, Night Orchid asked, an operation of this magnitude by the treasure stealers is truly unusual. And I see what you mean, sir. They are likely to jeopardize the safety of passers-by. Ishii got up and moved her muscles, her bones making a crisp rattling sound. No, there's treasure in the box they're carrying. Now follow me. Ishii jumped out after saying that, and Night Orchid didn't come to remember to think about it too much, followed closely behind. If you don't want to die, leave your stuff and get out. Ishii raised her leg and smashed it right in the middle of the group of treasure thieves, followed by a powerful force that vibrated the surrounding crowd. Immediately after that, Night Orchid lightly landed next to Ishii and froze when she heard the words. Ishii shouted, "Why do you feel that we are the bad guys?" Then, he used the life wire to bind all the unconscious treasure thieves and casually threw them aside. Ridiculous, 2 people dare to come out and hijack the road? Do you think we're just a bunch of assholes? Old boss, they don't seem to be ordinary people. Why don't we retreat first? Stupid, if we make this batch, it'll feed us for the rest of our lives, so we might as well let it go. The head of the pirate group was kicked to the ground by Ishii with a raised leg before he could finish his sentence. Then Ishii, with a straw in his mouth, stepped on his head and looked around at the rest of the people. Anyone else want to die? Don't forget, I'll kill you all and the stuff will be mine just the same. This is my final warning before I change my attention. You, who the hell are you? Ishii heard movement coming from under her feet, then spat the straw out of her mouth and stomped a little harder. I'm Arakadaki Ikido of the Inazuma Arakadaki School, and she's my subordinate, Hisejai Shinobu, so come to Inazuma and us if you don't want to. Night Orchid? I'll remember you, Arakaki. Finally Ishii kicked him off and crashed into a tree trunk, losing consciousness. A good man is not a good man. Brothers, let's retreat. The words fell. The still standing pirate group fled this place without looking back. Night Orchid dealt with the lying pirate group and then came to the side of Ishii and said, "Aren't you afraid of retaliation for hijacking the treasure troops' goods? I, Arakaki Ikido, am not afraid of the sky and the earth. And you, Hisaki Shinobu, should not be idle and study how to open this box." Night Orchid smiled helplessly. She had done a lot of this sort of thing herself anyway, not that it was bad, and besides, she was using a fake name. Soon the Night Orchid will be gorgeous treasure chest on the lock. Pry open, and then open a look. Good guy, full of a box of Liu loss of cultural relics and antiques, and looks extremely high value. Hey, fortune telling doesn't make as much money as robbery, and that's a couple million moolah. Hearing this, Night Orchid smiled wanly and gently closed the lid of the magnificent treasure chest. You're joking, sir. You recovered a large number of important artifacts for Ryuki. I'll thank you first for Ryuki 7 stars. At the sound of the words, Ishii's mouth twitched. You're eating black? I forgot you're a Liu official. It seems that this job of selling cultural relics is out of the question. Just as well, it's a contribution to Ryuki, so there's a banner at least. I won't take you next time. Besides, I'll take this case. Remember to bring it to me. No problem. Chapter 36, Small Wings. Do one good deed a day. Early in the morning, Ishii lay flat on the sofa as usual, although there was 2 single sofas on both sides, but Ishii would sit next to Ishii every time, so Ishii sat up. The forest house wasn't open yet, so the two had nothing to do, so they leaned back and lay flat together. Ishii, this is a very comfortable life. This is what people call living the life, right? Ishii felt a sinking in her shoulders, which turned out to be Ishii closing her eyes and gently leaning up. Pretty much, but it's better in the end to have someone with you. Ishii's eyes opened slightly to gaze ahead for a moment before closing again. After that, the two of them leaned together without words. Ishii seemed to be taking a nap with her eyes closed, while Ishii was thinking about something. By now the executive officer of the Tewinter should have come to Ryu, and it's not clear what was thought of having the 11th seat, male, go to fetch Morix's heart of God. With his undeveloped limbs and uncomplicated mind coming to fetch the heart of the oldest rock god, the queen was surely not so stupid. I think it's because the queen has a breach of contract with Morix, and the rock god's heart of God is the most stable, so she sent Dartaria to come to Ritsuki to mean business, right? I don't care. I don't think I'll have any dealings with the execs anyway. I'll just live my comfortable life. Knock. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Strange, someone else knocking at this early hour? Ishii seemed to have fallen asleep, so Ishii carefully laid her body flat on the sofa and went to open the door. Coming. Ha! Ishii opened the door to see a beautiful young girl with white skin and long black hair with pink tips standing in the doorway, the small wings behind her head catching Ishii's eye. Columbine, your lovely wife has been delivered. Please sign for her. Ishii, girl, you're on the wrong set. Dusty Flawless is next door. Columbia, what brings you to Ryuki? I came along with Gongzi. Oh, the charming, melodious voice rang out, sounding a little more cheerful it seemed, but her tightly closed eyes never changed. Come in first. Inside the house she sensed a powerful and dangerous aura approaching and immediately woke up, and then saw Ishii leading a harmless-looking little girl to walk in. Ishii, are there two executives who came to Liu this time? Ishii was a bit puzzled before Ishii clearly said that the executive officer who came to Liu was a sunny and cheerful big boy, and now the coat draped on this girl symbolized her identity, executive officer. I was wondering the same thing. Little girl, are you on a mission to come to Liu? Columbia hopped briskly onto a small couch and sat down, her small frame making the single couch seem a bit large. No, I came to see you, said Columbia, raised his small hand to Ishii, handed over a holy feather. Ishii took a look. This one will not be from your wings grip down, right? Gongzi, household people who understand come to the ship of Liu, said a young girl, afraid, and do not help to take the heart of God. Little faculty, analyze what this feather does. Blessed by the immortal spirits, carry it with good fortune. It seemed that this little girl had come to repay her kindness. She should have come specially to thank for helping her lift the immortal spirit curse, right? Thanks. The feathers are beautiful. It was nice to receive a gift from a fairy spirit, though it wasn't even thought of in return. Hard words of reward gained on the spot, stroking the cute girl's little head, and Columbia didn't say a word after delivering the feather, sitting obediently on the couch, gently bobbing her little head from side to side, swinging her two legs back and forth in the air, looking happy. Ishii also didn't know how to get along with Columbia, so she asked, girl, I've got some really good coke here, come try some. Good. When Ishii took out the black gold gourd, she could feel Columbine's eyes glued to it, and after pouring Columbine a cup, Columbia first tasted it in small sips, and then seemed to understand what was happening, and did not continue to drink it, but carefully put it away. Ishii looked confused at the scene and thought for a moment, ordering Ishii to bring a larger bottle and fill it with cola. Bring more if you like, I have plenty here. No need to save. Columbia reached out her little hand to take and put it away again, then took a little hop off the couch. Thanks. I'll head back. After saying thank you, Columbia smiled sweetly at Ishii and left. You could tell she was happy by the small wings flickering vaguely above her head, and Ishii recycled her goodbyes. Bye. Keep in touch sometime, girl. Columbia's lovely face looked at the heart. Of the memory of the heart is very happy. I heard that most of the executive officers are not normal people, but in my opinion this is how cute and polite a little girl are. Little Yi, don't worry about Liu's business as long as it doesn't affect us. We'll just watch the show from the sidelines. Okay, boss. 80,000 words reached. Chapter 37. Mond, Longji Snow Mountain. There was a small black figure in the middle of the vast snowy mountains, as well as those immortal spirits that had been surrounding her. With a somewhat resigned and lost look on her face, Columbia held a bottle of black coke in her hand and kept pouring it over the shapeless fairy spirit in an attempt to get her to drink it. But each time the cola's liquid would pass through the fairy spirit and spill onto the floor, and so on and so forth, until the last drop of coke was used up and the coke bottle slipped out of Columbia's hand. Looking around at the cute little fairies, Columbia refused to leave for a long time. The snow drifting through the air gradually buried Columbia's tiny body, while the blazing fairies around her grew in number, constantly chasing away the wind and cold. Columbia opened her own palm, and with that a small fairy spirit floated in and rubbed against her hand. They both looked very close. Columbia's face was written with heartache despite the light smile on her face. One can only pray silently for their blessing and finally leave unwillingly. Liu, return to the original. The speed is 70 mph and the mood is free. In the glimmering moon where industry didn't even exist, Ishii was literally the prettiest boy in all of Teyvat to be able to ride a bike. Not bad for a bike worth 5 million mora in the system store. It feels just like a bike when you ride it, but expensive had its advantages. It was almost effortless, and certainly must have something to do with the strength of Ishia's body. Even Teyvat's uneven terrain rides like a champ, mostly because it's still really good for 70 mph. Hello Mr. E, is this your car? It feels so interesting. When Ishii was galloping in the returning plains, suddenly such a soft voice came to his ears, and Ishii responded with the customary greeting. It's MS. Varnum. I'm going to get hung up. At this time Varnum was running beside Ishii in a forward sprint position, traveling with him at the same speed, but Ishii this was 70 mph. Ha? What are you talking about, Mr. Yi? Oh, nothing. With that, Ishii pinched the brakes and stopped the bike with a 90-degree drift, and Varnum followed suit, stopping to attach himself and survey Ishii's bike. This one looks as if it has no life, but rather is composed of various mechanical structures. Not something I can understand yet. It doesn't matter if you can read it or not. It just works. Now wait for me while I assemble something. Buy a bike gift a lot of accessories. Ishii from the warehouse took out a screwdriver as well as a bicycle back seat began to assemble. Finished confidently will be sunglasses aware. Come on, get in the car. I'll take you for a couple of laps. Okay. With that, Vaughn hardly excitedly sat sideways behind Ishii, who had wanted to remind that it wasn't very safe, but after thinking that she was a nightstick, she just sent it on its way. Farnsworth difficult a small girl's size is very light, compared to Ishii himself a person to ride without much effort, and then the two force a pedal to scurry out. Wow, what a cozy feeling, and it's amazing that this only has two wheels that won't fall down. Is that some kind of immortal power you're using to support it? Varnishan watched with newfound wonder as the scenery around him panned out in front of him, and wondered why this one didn't fall to either side. That's definitely not true, and as for why it stays balanced, that's because, of course, because, you wouldn't understand if I told you, but the wisdom contained is profound anyway. Next head for the far side. Sounds awesome. Onward to the far side. Vanan, I'd rather sit on a bicycle and laugh than run on a battlefield and cry. Ishia drove the water Nighthawk Vardan all the way past the stone gate to Mund under the astonished gaze of passing pedestrians, and kicked a river slime in the process. Welcome, Lord Knight of Honor back to Mund. The two knights at the entrance of Mund City looked at Ishii, who had ridden in, and were visibly stunned before they uttered a welcome that fit the standard. Comrades, work hard. Arriving in the city, Ishii naturally slowed down and drove into Mon City after greeting the knights standing guard at the city gates. How else have I never been out of Liu? The windmills here are so big and the architecture is different from Liu. I just don't know if Lord Emperor will blame me for leaving my post without permission. What AWOL? You're obviously on a business trip with me to a neighboring country. If he wants to have any say, you let him come to me. In addition to all the expenses incurred on the business trip, we'll have to seek reimbursement from him. Right. Ishii rode a bike and wandered around the neighborhood inside the city gate. Here are all the stairs, but get off the car to lift up and not too handsome. Then the next is the test of this car shock absorption time. VA, hold me tight. Good. Varnum looked at Ishii's sturdy back without hesitation, pressed his body up to hold him tight, followed by a bumpy sensation. Slow down, my lord. The two's peculiar way of traveling and the strange sound of the varnish attracted the attention of pedestrians, and soon Ishii rushed up the stairs to the fountain square, and the view opened up at once. Teyvat in reality can be much bigger than in the game. Otherwise a country tops out at a few hundred people that's still called a country? Welcome to Mund, the city of wind and freedom. Ishii opened her arms with one hand, feeling the fresh air as well as the cozy breeze. The wind was blowing Vaughn's aqua blue hair, a smile wandering across his face as he kept his eyes lingering on the scenery around him, having seen nothing and wanting to see everything. Mr. Yi, there are so many people over there. What are they doing? Ishii looked in the direction that Vanan was pointing. Quite a number of people were surrounding a green guy, and there was also the sound of a pleasant zither ringing out. That's the Bard of Mond playing his psalms. Come on, let's get over there and listen too. Yes, tinkling. With a few car bells ringing, people turned around to see it was the Knights of Honor. Strange came and got out of the way. Ishii also smoothly rode to the front of the crowd. A good position, and then will be a stop. And Vastin sat on the car quietly listening. Let the winds guide us. Dandelion, scattered into an endless sea of flowers, under the towering ancient trees. Where to find you? Listening to the wind. Will that ancient power that? Drowned in history. But before that crumbling wall, it's the loss of someone's you. You transformed into the figure of a friend. Localize. Blow back into the earth. Listening to the wind. Let the land be green again. Such a beautiful story, but poignant at the same time. The line "if you are stuck with the windless land, listen to the wind within" was so wonderfully told. Something inside made it touch yet. With his hands resting on his cheeks, Vanan sat in the back seat and listened to an entire chapter, while Ishii stood up and leaned against the seat, his expression not as relaxed and pleasant as the others. The true and wonderful story of the best bard in the world had captivated the hearts of the audience, but only Ishii knew that the main character of the story was actually the bard himself. The boy who fought back should not be forgotten, and his story has always been sung by a bard thousands of years later in Mund. How's my story? You too? The crowd dispersed and Wendy came to greet these two most special audience members. Other viewers, worthy of being a Knight of Honor. He comes with his own car and pretty girls. It's just not the same. When will we become men like him? It's brilliant. Did this story happen before? It felt so real to me. I just couldn't quite understand what was being said. Vanan said excitedly as her small hands gathered in front of her chest, at which Wendy smiled knowingly and began to explain things to her. Celebrating history is part of a bard's job. I was just telling the story of the people who couldn't accept the selfish love of their king and eventually rose up against him during the old Mond period. This young lady looks a bit familiar. Is this your first time in Mond? Yes. It's thanks to Ishii bringing me here that I was able to hear such a good story. Varnum smiled sweetly at Ishii. Then Wendy rushed over. Ishii, isn't my story wonderful? So you see, fine. For the sake of making Varnum happy, I'll reward you with 10,000 mora. Where are you going next? Wendy took it with an ahe, left a message and ran off. Of course it's to drink. The bounty I received today is enough to drink for days. Ishii smiled and shook her head, guessing that would be the case. Speaking of Mond, the most important thing to mention is dandelion wine. Would you like to try it? Think. I've only seen Brother Fusher drink it before, so I don't know what it tastes like. Let's go then. Target Angel's feed. With a big wave of her hand, Ishii rode off in pursuit of Wendy, shouting at him as she passed him like the wind. Brothers by hanging? You can't do it at this speed. In the evening, Ishii took Varnum back after a day of fun in Mund, and bought a few extra bottles of dandelion wine for Varnum to take back to the other nightshades. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I had a great time today. After sending Varnum back to the Wangshuin, Varnum waved goodbye to Ishii. It's good that you're happy. Ishii greeted the setting sun and rode her beloved bike towards home for another beautiful day. Nearing the forest house, Ishii saw from afar a small figure standing in the doorway, seemingly holding a fairy spirit in her hand. With that, he drifted over and parked his car in front of Columbine. Did you miss me, girl? Chapter 38, Taking Advantage. Lazuki, Forest House. Columbia eagerly held up the pale blue fairy spirit with a small, resigned expression. Ishii also understood what was going on with Columbia, and that's exactly why she came to Ryu to look for me, isn't it? The curse on Columbia was lifted in passing before, and although only Columbia was left in the Immortal Spirit clan, the other immortal spirits didn't die to be precise, but rather turned into an empty shell, which was the current immortal spirit of the great world. After tasting the cola given by Ishii, Columbia realized that the cola had the same effect as the pills given to her, so she didn't want to drink it and put it away for the fairies, wanting to lift their curse as well. Unfortunately, the product in the black gold gourd was only effective if taken internally, and the great world's immortal spirit didn't even have a form and wasn't able to do anything. So, you brought her here because you want me to help save her? Seeing that Columbia nodded, Ishii asked again, then why did you just keep standing in the doorway and not come in? Columbia glanced up at the fairy spirit in Ishii's hand, then put her head down, followed by a tiny voice. I don't know what price to pay or if I can afford it, but you came anyway, didn't you? I beg you, sir, to give me a helping hand. I will promise you anything. Columbia and Ishii never knew each other. Before that time he may also just out of good intentions. Dare not expect Ishii will always be good, but right now can only find Ishii. I'll take a look at it first. Ishii ended the small fairy spirit to measure up. The body seems to be like an ethereal flame, but no temperature, is also similar to the existence of the soul? If so, it should be curable with the scalpel, which if I'm not mistaken has the ability to attack the soul, as exemplified by the previous rescue of Return to the End, the price and all that can't be committed. And since you're so cute, I'll just help you out for once. Ishii raised her hand and pinched Columbia's face. It was soft and bouncy. Then the scalpel appeared in her hand and slowly leaned towards the blue fairy spirit. Upon contacting the substance that looked like a ball of light in Xianling's body, there was a sudden flash of light on Xianling's body. Seeing this, Ishii sighed in relief. Sure enough, it was possible. Then the two stared at the little fairy spirit for a while. The change could not be said to be absent. It was minimal. Thank you, sir. Columbia happily took the fairy spirit in her arms, as if she were seeing a friend she hadn't seen in years. Ishii, some doubts look like obviously succeeded, but the immortal spirit did not change? So asked the almighty small department. Little faculty, what's going on with this immortal spirit? Master, you don't know. The immortal spirits are the great race of Teyvat, possessing wisdom and beauty, not belonging to the earth, but sadly born with a curse, a merciless chastisement that causes them to end up as. Get to the point. It will take 1 month for the curse to take effect and 1 month for it to be lifted and restored to its original form. So that's how it is. Ishii also vaguely guessed that this would be the case when she looked at the small wings that kept fluttering on Columbia's head. That's good. 1 day's work. Aha! Suddenly there was a delicate sensation on her hand, and Ishii turned her head to look. Columbo, who was just sitting nicely across the table, now in the blink of an eye came to me and took my hand and put it on her face. So Ishii just quietly watched her strange behavior without saying anything, and even gave her hand a squeeze. Columboya thought about it after seeing that Ishii didn't react, hesitated for a second, and directly pressed Ishii's hand in front of her body, and the sudden bold behavior made Ishii, who was calmly drinking tea on the sofa, dumbfounded in place. Ouch! With that, Ishii pulled her hand back and tapped her fingers on Columbine's head. Little girl still wants to take advantage of me, and you still want to ask me for work like this? I promise you. Say it, what is it? There are 1,032 more such immortal spirits. Columbia's voice got smaller and smaller as she spoke. It seemed to her that the amount of energy consumed by Ishii to rescue one like this must be quite a lot, and over 1,000 bits. I don't know how to get Ishii to be willing to step in. Hearing that number, Ishii lapsed into silence before placing her hand back up, analyzing it as she rubbed it. Not to mention how long it would take to give a cut to one of so many people, but the point is that they're scattered all over the world, so it's not easy to find them. Alright, our boss has promised to help. The number is just too much. These days you'll just bring the immortal spirits nearly you to save them first. At this time, Yishi came behind the Colombian to pick her up to get out of the clutches of Ishii, and the Colombian unresponsive limbs in the air naturally swinging. Looks more lovely. Thank you. After Columbia left, Yishi smiled and came to stand up in front of Ishii, then pointed to Ishii's hand. Ishii seemed to understand what Yishi wanted to do and then asked, "You want to take advantage of me too?" Right. Chapter 39, Fighting. Mond, Longji Snow Mountain. How strange. Why is it that not a single immortal spirit can be seen in the snowy mountains, while there are so many empty immortal spirit courts? Lum leaned against the statue of the 7 heavenly gods at the Dragon's Ridge Snow Mountain and said in a puzzled voice, "I've flown around Longji Snow Mountain inside and out several times now. Only roadside decryption and bear chests. And my treasure chest, maybe it went somewhere else?" Paimon scratched his head. Fairy spirits usually hovered around their own fairy spirit court. What was wrong with the fairy spirits of Snow Mountain? Lum finally sighed. The lightsaber in his hand was thrown up into the sky and disappeared. Then he unfolded his wings of light and flew towards Ryu. Lazuki, Forest House, riding my beloved little self. Where's my car? Ishii wanted to ride his bike to go out for another round, but he realized that the bike parked at the door was gone, and Yishi didn't know where to go, leaving him alone as a widow in old memory. Strange, the bike Yishi used the vines of the world tree to put a lock on it. Morex couldn't even open it. Surprisingly, it would still be stolen? Master, your bike has been commandeered away by Yishi on a business trip. You know about expropriation. Little faculty. Hey, I learned from my master. Don't study with misfits in the future. I said. It turned out to be Yishi rode away, for which Yishi has no complaints. After all, is to take the money earned by others to buy. Look guys, there's a shooting star in the sky. You're still awake, aren't you? How can there be? In broad daylight? It's true. Suddenly a pedestrian on the road shouted so. Ishii also followed to look toward the sky. The sky blue background of a golden light is extremely dazzling. Meteor, I wish I could find someone as beautiful as Bossy his wife as a wife. Ishii looked at the one praying in uncertainty. How did I not even know I had a wife? Naturally, it comes from the rumors among the neighbors. Yishi Forest House Open Store. Mr. E. Door fortune telling is very people aspire to the day. Coupled with the fact that they are both talented, it's logical to assume that they are married. And I've heard that they have a child that they just don't see very often. That meteor seems to be smashing towards us. Run. Hearing this, Ishii secretly laughed in her heart. Jokingly, Liu has Morex in. The demon god came are not afraid, but also can let a meteor. Wait, it seems like it's really going to come crashing down. What's wrong with Zhongli? Zhongli, can you look before you speak? Before people could run a few steps, the meteor landed beside Ishii with great speed, followed by the appearance of a blonde woman. Ishii, you're really here. The most conspicuous building on the street is the Forest House. It's also built by that sister, right? Lum appeared to the horrified gazes of those around him, and proceeded to retract his wings of light. People were relieved to see this. So that meteor was this girl. Boss Yi, is this MS Meteor a friend of yours? A passerby who often came to the store to buy things asked about what had just happened, and Ishii opened her mouth in an elegant manner. A friend, yes, but she's a traveler, not some meteor lady. Ha, I just made too much of an impression, so I'll leave you guys alone for now. Bye. After Ishii finished exchanging pleasantries with her acquaintance, fluorescent hands placed behind her back and playfully came to Ishii. That was really me. What about it? Want to make a wish? Then help me get some more. My expenses are a bit high lately, moving millions up and down. At the sound of that, fluorescent smile froze on his face. I don't even have a few million more if I sold Paimon. Wishes don't work if you say them out loud. Let's not talk about that for now. Show me the forest house. I'm dying to know what it's like inside. With that, Lum ran into the forest house, and Ishii smiled and shook her head before following. It's so beautiful and detailed in here. What do you sell in your store? Ishii? Lum took a look left and right inside the forest house, thinking about the one Yishi had casually built in Mond before. This place was obviously much more attentive. Healthcare, and also this is a medical center. Ishii sat down in front of the sofa and boiled up Yishi's forest tea, a tea created by the king of the great tree of mercy with divine power, which was not available in the black gold gourd. A medical center. What a nice atmosphere. Lum curiously looked back and forth on the shelves. The expensive ones were $700,000 or $800,000, and the cheaper ones were 200,000 or 300,000 moolah, before her eyes were finally drawn to a relatively hidden pink box in the corner. This package isn't quite like the others. What does it do? Ishii looked up and spoke faintly. Oh, That one boosts one's stamina and energy and strength. Lasts a long time. No side effects. Usually used at night. Paimon, meanwhile, flew to the table and held up a cup of tea and sipped it with a soothing look on his face. So it's for combat. So what happens if you eat it during the day? Lum clearly didn't understand what Ishii meant, but the remark Ishii assumed she did. For combat. The girl is quite a talker. The effect is the same. It just might be disturbing. After all, the medicine is very potent. Listening to Fluorescence more interested. If at the end of his own duel with the person who took his brother and his brother one person to eat a capsule, will it be directly anti-killing? Ishii, no, you only need to give one capsule to Tenri. And then your brother alone can be held Tenri for a long time. It doesn't mean much if you eat it or not. Flux, so my brother has become so powerful after not seeing him for hundreds of years. Have a chance to try it. Empty, you're such a good sister to me. Ishii, is this medicine sold alone? I can't somewhat afford a whole box. At those words Ishii looked up at Fluorescence for a long moment, then waved her hand. Take all of this box. A whole one might be too potent for your size. Half a capsule at a time is recommended. Thanks, but don't worry, I'm strong enough to take it, and I thought you said there were no side effects. Ishii was silent for a moment or two. It was fine. After all, Fluorescence had lived for hundreds of years. It was normal to have these aspects, but still, he couldn't help but want to ask a question. Flux sister, I'm a little curious to know who you're planning to use this medicine with, but of course it's okay if you don't want to talk about it. Of course it's a demon. What's not to say? Suddenly snapped. Ishii's hands of teacups fell to the ground and shattered. What a blasted speech. Shock was also in Paimon's eyes. What do I know as a little Paimon? I'd better get back to my tea. Ishii, you are too careless. Don't move. Let me help you clean up. After saying that, Fluorescence quickly cleaned up the debris on the floor, while Ishii was caught in a life of doubt and couldn't extricate herself. Calm down. Calm down. Ishii took 2 deep breaths. This was someone else's privacy. One shouldn't be in charge of it, and perhaps one shouldn't have asked. No. Ishii suddenly realized something and asked again. Do you really know what this medicine does? Didn't you say it was for killing enemies? Eating this will make you stronger for a short period of time, won't it? Ishii was silent once again. I told you, how could a simple Fluorescent sister change so much? With that, please clear your throat. Luminescent sister, there is some misunderstanding in this. This medicine is actually used to. Ishii, why didn't you tell me earlier? Fluorescent shame and indignation lying on the sofa with cushions dead cover, the face twisted and twisted. No face to see people. I thought you knew, and hinted at it enough, just to hear that you were going to be with a demon. Don't say that. Lung threw the cushion in her hand at Ishii's face. Then her reddened cheeks showed. Ishii silently took the cushions off and put them back in place. So do you still want this box? I don't want it. Lum exasperatedly shouted. Ishii helplessly smiled and passed a cup of forest tea to Lum's mouth. Then come and have a cup of tea. This tea is rare in the world. Oh, Duke, this job is impossible. When I returned to the Fool's Embassy at night, the fairy spirits floating around the room nearly scared me half to death. Columbia, do you have any comments from the end table? Smiles. Duke, no. Chapter 40, The Boss. Lazuki. Forest House. Tinkling. Hearing the familiar car bell, Ishii twisted her head to look outside. Looks like it's Yishi who's back. Yishi? Who's that? Previously, when he was in Mond, Fluorescence just casually chatted with Yishi and didn't ask the other party's name. You'll see. Soon the door was pushed open and in walked a beautiful white-haired woman in formal attire. Boss, I'm back. Get me a cup of tea. Yishi smoothly handed the bag she was carrying to Ishii, then sat down on the sofa and relaxed her whole body. Ishii was silent for a moment or two, putting Ishii's bag away and taking out a teacup to pour the tea. Welcome back. Hard work. Watching this scene, Flux didn't know why she felt that Yishi was the boss. Ishii, you don't understand. Xiaoya's posture looks like a big business deal, and I live her, drink her, spend her earned moolah, pour her a cup of tea. What's wrong? Fluorescence, right? Welcome to the Forest House. It's you, big sister. Thanks to you, Ishii, and I have a place to stay. After all, I can't have the boss sleeping out there yet. The words fell on Yishi's body accompanied by a flash of light. The professional outfit turned into a comfortable light green dress, and then picked up a cup of tea and sipped it. Well, it's better to stay at home. And boss, your seat is so convenient. I rode this to the Chamber of Commerce to make a fool of myself. That's, without looking at who it belongs to. It's just that the materials are a bit expensive. Ishii put his legs up and said proudly that such a good bike could only be looked at in the past, but now he could buy one casually. Yeah, it's 5 million mora, but I'm more interested in knowing where you spent that 100 million mora. Boss? Words Ishii body shape a beat. This how to explain to you. It is difficult not to. I told you to spend 100 million mora to learn Kung Fu went? Yi, how did you know? You tell me. Smile. If it wasn't for the fact that Yishi's vault anti-theft measures Teyvat was number 1, or else it was suspected that Moira had been stolen. And after another 5 million moolah, Ishi just happened to come back on a bike. And guess how I know? Forget it, these are the boss's money. You spend it happily. Yishi's words changed and he continued to drink his tea briskly. The fluorescent sitting next to him quietly sipping tea did not dare to speak. What kind of top tycoon is this? A bike costs 5 million mora and then doesn't move 100 million. I can't think at all. Then he looked at his savings and sighed helplessly. He'd have to tell Paimon to eat less in the future. In a month's time is the Liu invitation to the immortal ceremony. Let's go together then. Hearing that, Ishi took the initiative to invite herself. Yishi had happiness written all over her face. Yes, I haven't seen the immortal invocation ceremony yet. Well, Flux's sister should come along too. After all, it's the only time of the year you get to meet the Rock King Emperor. Then the smile on Yishi's face faded by half. And Ishi, after a little thought, felt that it would be too bad to watch such a grand scene. So he waved his hand. Sayaka, go to Inazuma Naganohara's house sometime and order a few batches of fireworks. The biggest ones you can find. Such a good day has to be celebrated. Okay boss. At this point Yishi had already vaguely guessed that this year's immortal invitation ceremony was definitely not that simple, but we'll see what exactly happens when the time comes. Surely it's not a big deal. Could it still be that Morex is dead? Knock. At that moment there was a gentle knock on the door. The forest house was not open for business today, but maybe it was a friend who came over. Come in. Then in the shocked gazes of the three of Ishii, Columbia followed by dozens of fluttering little fairy spirits walked in behind her, and Fluorescence reacted by opening her mouth. So it turns out that all the immortal spirits of Snow Mountain were taken away by you. No wonder I couldn't find a single one. Oh, what do you want with the fairy spirits? Columbia's tone carried a hint of intimidation. There was even someone who was hitting on the immortal spirits? Bringing them back to the court of immortal spirits will send me a treasure chest with some goodies in it. Lum muttered, seeming to hear some anger in the young girl in front of her as well. But who exactly is this girl? To be able to make so many fairy spirits follow her willingly. I used to whisk them away before sending them home. I see. I'll talk to them afterward. Thanks. Although Lum wanted to know what was going on, it was better not to ask right now. This young girl probably had something important to look for Ishii, right? Columbia walked straight up to Ishii, handing over a card with both hands before softly opening her mouth. Mr. Yi, this is all the funding I have in Ryu. It's all yours. Please save them. How embarrassing. Naturally, Ishii took it and kicked it into her pocket, then took Columbia's small hand and placed the scalpel in her palm. It's quite troublesome for you to bring the immortal spirits to me one by one like this, so I'll lend you this one and after that you'll be on your own. Also if you find this blade disappearing it's me taking it and using it, just come back and get it then. Columbia looked at the scalpel in her hand. A warm current surged through her heart. How long had it been since she had felt this feeling? The corners of his mouth curled up in a heartfelt smile, and he turned to face the group of immortal spirits after performing the highest etiquette of an immortal spirit to Ishii. The scalpel was seen floating up and weaving in and out of the airborne fairies before finally returning steadily to Columbine's hand. Thank you, sir. I'll be sure to return it to you as soon as possible. What a good little girl. Come here and give me a hug. Good. With that, Columbia happily jumped into Ishii's arms with a small hop, and Ishii pinched her cute cheeks before putting her down. Well, get going. Your people are waiting for you to save them. Aha! The next day, Ishii heard someone knocking on the door and went to open it. Just opened the door and suddenly a little girl fell straight into his arms. Columbia. Chapter 41, Pilferage. Early the next morning, there was another knock on the door of the forest house. And why did the size of the knock sound so much like Columbine? Ishii went downstairs and opened the door to see that it was really that girl. Looking at the scalpel she handed over, Ishii opened her mouth and asked, "It's Columbia. The immortal spirits near Ryu have been saved so quickly?" "Yes, Teyvat. All of it." Ishii was little shocked. "You are too fast. It's just that Columbus looks a little strange. Now, the scalpel. Also, give." Before Columbia could finish her sentence, her spirit gradually drifted off, and she finally collapsed straight into Ishii's arms. "Columbia? How are you doing, Columbia?" Looking at the fall into unconsciousness of the Columbian Ishii, some heartache. Teyvat so big. This girl must be all the power used in the rush and search for the cause of it. Ishii carefully picked up Princess Columbia and let her lie on the couch, then cut a strand of her hair with a scalpel. But there was no change other than the restored strands of hair. The scalpel was healing outside, and you had to use the black gold gourd if you restored energy. With that, Ishii pinched Columbia's little face and fed her a little coke, but it always stayed in her mouth and couldn't be swallowed. Ishii looked at the coke in Columbia's mouth in confusion. This position, even if unconscious, should be drinking it. What happened, boss? Although the body structure of a demon god is almost indistinguishable from that of a human, There is still a gap in some of the functions, and it's almost impossible for someone else to give it a dunk unless she voluntarily swallows it. She explained. She thought about it. It seems that she can only let her have a good rest. The couch sleep is not solid. So he picked up Columbia and walked towards his room, gently placing Columbia on the bed. Ishi was about to leave when she suddenly caught a glimpse of the tiny wings drooping behind her head. Look around. No one. The bat leaned his hand over and squeezed it. The feathers were extremely smooth and had a very elastic feel to them. They felt so good in his hand. Just then, there was a movement from Columbia, and Ishi heard it and let go of her hand in a hurry. Columbia, are you okay? Aha, did that not wake you up? I'm not sure. Try again. Eventually accompanied by a few convulsions from Columbia, he slept more deeply. Ishi looked at this scene confused. This girl in the end woke up or not? A touch of the small wings have movement, but it seems that indeed did not wake up. Master, a large part of an angel's sense belt is in the wings. And then there's the fact that the fairy spirit's wings can't be touched. Now you'd better pray, Master, that she doesn't find them. And what are the odds of being discovered? Add 0.0 positive infinity 1 and subtract 100% for the probability of 0. Do you think there's a possibility that you're analyzing it wrong? She's just out of power and unable to move. Not unconscious. Plus unconscious is just what you guys think. What did I just do? That must have done nothing. Ishie, the secret of the 7 stars of the glazed moon outside the door. I'm not. With that, Ishi opened the window and jumped out of the second floor, just about to ride his bike all the way to the top when he saw Ganyu standing in the doorway. Too late to explain. Get in the car. Ishi smoothly led the sheep to pull Ganyu on the back seat, and then stomped hard to speed toward the outside of Liu. She sighed lightly. The boss always has those days every month. Forget it, it's better for me to receive it. Welcome Moonhaven. Where is everyone? Ganyu sat constrainedly sideways in the back seat, his expression confused, apparently not having reacted to what had happened. The two of them happened to run into Zhongli halfway, who also spotted the galloping Ishi and greeted him. Good morning friend, today, I'm taking your secretary, don't miss us, goodbye. After saying Ishi will whine like passing, Zhongli left this place, at this time on the back seat of Ganyu's brain running fast, followed by the mouse eye suddenly opened up. Mr. That person just now was an emperor? Yes, it's him, but that's not important. Buggering off is. Ishi parked the car on a hill with a nice view and looked out into the distance. The distant mountains were like a sea. The morning mist was hazy, and the shimmering light drilled through the layers of green leaves blocking his head and poured onto Ganyu's face. Mr. Why did you bring me here all of a sudden? No, it's nice to relax once in a while. Ganyu pulled her hair behind her ear and sat quietly on the seat to enjoy the scenery with Ishi. That's right, I can't leave for too long, but it's still okay for a while. By the way, is Ganria here at the forest house for something? I heard you have a tea here that clears away fatigue and thought I'd try to see if I could come and get some. Ishia stretched her back and casually laid down on the ground, twisting her head to see that Ganyu's long slender black silk legs were not far away. Xiaoye's tea those are not for sale. Seeing as you and I are so destined to be together, it's good to give you some. Ishi threw the box of tea packed to each leaf to Ganyu, while after having Shi prepare a little for himself earlier. Thank you sir. Ganyu smiled gently. Her expression was a bit shocked the moment she opened the tea box. It's too extravagant, isn't it? Worthy of Shi, this box alone is worth hundreds of thousands of moolah. Then it was placed in front of his face and sniffed gently, followed by some glint in his eyes. Ishi thought to herself that it seems like Ganyu likes this tea very much, only to see Ganyu pick up a piece of tea leaf seemingly hesitating about something, and then put it into her mouth and chewed it carefully. Ishi was silent for a second. This tea is still edible? No, it should just be Ganyu who likes to eat it. After all, she is a benevolent beast Qilin. Ganyu saw that Ishi had been looking at herself, and after some thought, she picked up a piece of tea and attached herself to hand it to Ishi's mouth. You try it too, boss Yi. Cool sweet tea in the mouth. Honestly the taste is okay, but too much of it is absolutely unacceptable to humans. Ganyu, what's wrong Yi boss? If a man was dying, what do you think he would do? The question puzzled Ganyu, and he looked up with his fingertips against his chin to think. We'll be preparing his own funeral in advance, I guess? Nice. I'll see if I can get Zhongli to arrange one for me too. I'm afraid I won't be able to live long after touching the taboos of the immortal spirits. Before I die, I think I'd like to experience something I've never done before. So why do you ask? Experiencing things you don't normally do. That's all there is to it. It's nothing, not bad for MS. Ganyu, the release is over. I'll take you back first. Good. Forest house. Good morning Sayaka. Looking quite pretty again. It's noon, and the fact that I haven't changed much. With a snapping sound, Ishi spilled a circle and then slapped Yishi's rounded jade buttocks with a crisp sound. Yishi did not respond for a moment. Then her entire face reddened. I can't believe you're harassing your employees. Boss, you can shoot back if you don't like it. I'm not. You're doing it again. Isha even found it enjoyable. So she took another shot and ran towards the second floor afterward. But you can obviously dodge it easily. At those words she blushed even more thoroughly. And with a grunt she sat back on the swing and continued to be a caretaker. Ishi, what the hell is wrong with him today? Ishi came to the bedroom sofa a sit with legs cocked. As if death is like home. Dared to be so rigid because he knew that he would be resurrected from the 7 heavenly idol even if he died. So the big deal was to give her one kill. If I can't, I'll fake my own death. And ask the immortal ceremony ancestor to fall down and smash me to death. So good things come in pairs. During this time the black gold gourd of wine Ishia drank one glass after another until Columbia woke up. Chapter 42, The Colors of the Night. In the evening, Ishi's face was flushed and her brain was a little numb. Had she drunk too much wine? Another look at the still unmoving Columbia on the bed was, perhaps, early. I thought it was the wine that strengthens one's courage, but after half a day of drinking this girl didn't. When did this girl sit up? When she looked at Columbia again, she had already gotten up and was facing straight towards Ishi. And even though her eyes were tightly closed, it was as if that line of sight penetrated Ishi's soul. Ishi felt like her body wasn't even her own at this point. She couldn't even blink, and her heart was getting more and more alarmed. But just a few seconds later, Columbia turned her head around and then after a few twitches of her little wings, she laid down and rolled over to go back to sleep. With that, Ishi took a big breath of air. So strong pressure. Little faculty. Is this Columbia running out of energy again? No, she's really asleep this time. Ishi thought for a moment or two. No, can't just leave it at that. Is the ban on immortal spirits a joke? You'll have to beat me up today. Placing the black gold gourd in his hand on the table, he got up and came to Columbia's bed and poked her soft little face. Columbine. Columbine? But no matter how she screamed, she couldn't wake up. So Ishi put her hand to her little wing and pinched it against the root. And it worked. All that was seen was Columbia leisurely climbing to her feet and yawning a little, and giving a sly look at Ishi. Ishi smiled confidently at the sight, sticking her head over and pointing to her face. Come on, right here, don't be polite. Hit, full force. The words have not finished face came warm and soft touch. Ishi pupils violently contracted. This girl how to kiss up? Ishi's entire body froze in place, and with a sweet smile at him, Columbia lay down and didn't move. The time came to night, and Ishi was drunk, but refreshed. Couldn't figure it out at all. Or did Columbia never even realize she'd touched her little wing? Forget it, I'm going downstairs to play with Ishi. Sayaka, it's been a long time, did you miss me? Boss, you've had too much to drink, let me help you too. Looking at Ishi's staggering appearance, Ishi hurriedly went up to assist, and then Ishi was hugged by Ishi, and as a result, Ishi did not stand steadily and fell backward. Countless vines suddenly appeared on the ground before collapsing to hold Ishi up, and she was finally placed firmly on the sofa. It also incidentally changed the business sign on the door to closed and closed the door. Really? You reek of booze. Just how much do you drink? Ishi stretched out a finger, and Ishi saw the doubtful question. A bottle you can drink like that? Drink all the time. Well, Ishi climbed up from Ishi's arms and began to cook the sobering tea after righting his body. Ishie, why are you drinking so much today? Depressing. Ishie touched her face and sighed with a heavy face. Ishi's heart followed. Ishie, you have something to tell me, okay? Don't drink alone. How come she just won't hit me? Columbine? On hearing this she was silent for a moment or two. Through the plant to check on the situation of Columbia, still sleeping well, and Ishi saved her clan. How could he hit him? I managed to shake her awake and put my face in her face, but she just wouldn't hit me. Ishi was silent again. He had to quickly let Ishi sober up. This is drinking stupid Ishi this store is so good to have you. No, it's good to have you. Ishi's movement of pouring the tea slowed down, and after the wine, he suddenly felt that it didn't seem to matter if he woke up Ishi a little later. A stunning face, generous and gentle. Ishi followed the nod. Often hear someone so praise me, but from the mouth of Ishi out of the heart really a little happy. I do not know what else he will say. It's really the same as lightning. Come and have some tea. The words fell. Ishi picked up the sober tea and poured it to Ishi. Then Ishi coughed twice and recovered from the trance. Sayaka? What are you? Humph. Ishi turned her head around, crossing her arms in front of her body. I'm angry seemed to be written on her face. Ishi recalled what had just happened and realized what was going on. Then took hold of Ishi's flat belly and pulled her into his arms. But you're the most important person to me, and you've given so much. I'm trying to think of a good gift for you. Turning to Ishi's face, joy could not stop flowing. Resting her head in front of Ishi, said softly, it is enough that you have re-given me life and given me comfort. Instead I may have to spend my life repaying you. Ishi reached out to touch Ishi's long soft hair, The girl's body was soft and comfortable to hold. Looking out the window again, it was already getting dark, and it was time for a break soon. It's getting late. Get an early night. I'll just deal with the couch for the night. How can I let my boss sleep on the couch? Actually, my hammock can hold 2 people. Ishi smiled and shook her head, placing her hand on Yishi's head. It's too crowded, so let's not sleep. Tonight my brother will take you to see the stars on his bike. Not bad. Riding on the moonlight, Ishi traveled on the land outside of Liu. Yishi gently leaned on Ishi's back. The night is so beautiful. The more Ishi thought about what had just happened, the more she felt wrong and asked, "Little faculty, is it true that Columbia didn't notice? You found out the moment you touched it. Then why is it as if nothing happened now?" There are only 2 consequences of a man touching the wings of a fairy spirit. Either kill him or marry him. Guess which is the case for you, Master? I see. I'm glad you're okay, Master. Chapter 43, Karma. Yeehaw. Sayaka. Speed up. Ishi Shenjo light power added. Stood up and stepped on the back seat to direct the direction. In front of Yishi tearfully riding the bike. Aren't you the one who took me out? Why am I the one riding the bike? Aha. Ishi, what kind of boss takes his secretary out and drives himself? Yishi, it's not working time. Ishi, now I want you to work overtime. I'm the boss. Yishi, hello, is this Smokey him? I need to apply for legal aid. The terrain in front of us is too undulating. Ishi, you sit tight. As Yishi rushed up the hill with an acceleration, the unresponsive Ishi directly took off and drew a perfect arc in the air. Just as Ishi was thinking about how to land the most handsome, a sudden vine yanked Ishi back to the back of the bike and put him in a seatbelt. Ishi, you sit a little more stable. Liu outside the mountain a lot. Because of the vines, Ishi can only lie on Yishi's back to hold her. Safety is safe. Get so tight for what? And why did you have to rush up that hill when there was a road? Not bad. A few of my habits. Yishi looked back at the hillside beside the relatively flat road, and then looked at Ishi, who was hugging herself tightly, and a smile unconsciously surfaced at the corner of her mouth. I think it's a bit redundant to be too safe instead, don't you think? The fresh aroma of Yishi's body constantly filled Ishi's sense of smell, and Ishi felt that this position was a bit awkward and not very natural. Let's go this way then. It'll be quite a bit closer. The words fell. Yishi handlebar turned to a cliff rushed. Ishi stretched out his head to see. Do not remember wrongly that the cliff from the ground has at least more than 100 meters in height. No, or don't. I suddenly think it's just fine now. Really, this way is close. Yishi instead accelerated his speed, and just as Ishi was thinking about which 7 heavenly god statue to resurrect from, a path woven by vines appeared underneath the car, spreading downward continuously, and soon the 2 of them descended down the mountain smoothly. Ishi sighed to himself in his heart as he watched this scene. First there was the Vonin flesh body chasing the car, and then there was the Yishi roller coaster. Am I the only green player in all of Teyvat? I'm no longer lost. Thoughts are the only traveling bag. The sky is full of stars. One is your wish. The glow of the riverside bonfire flickered brightly and darkly on their faces, and under the silent starry sky Ishi sang softly, accompanied by Yishi, who was holding a guitar. The guitar was specially bought from the system store by Ishi at a cost of 1 million mora. As to why Ishi didn't play and sing it herself? I was so excited to buy it and tried it for a while and then regretted it, but it was Yishi who suggested that she come and try it. At that time, Ishi disdainfully laughed. The guitar is very difficult to drop, and then Yishi will be able to after trying every tone once. Ahem, this guitar is my gift to you. Like it? Love it. Yishi held the guitar lovingly and wrote his and Ishi's names on it. Yishi's fingers swept through. The melodious music sound lingered around Ishi. Ishi said that she was not envious at all. Yishi was the god of wisdom in the previous generation. Warm time passes slowly, the night deepens down, and fireflies play vaguely in the forest. As the guitar sound gradually became soft and soothing, a sleepy feeling also swept through Ishi's mind. And finally Yishi took over Ishi's collapsed body and whispered in his ear, "Good night, Ishi." Early the next morning, Ishi fumbled for something out of habit and proceeded to cover her face. No, last night in Yishi came into the wild. What am I covered in? Opened my eyes to see the full southern hemisphere. Another beautiful day. Yishi, let's go home. Good. Yishi didn't know what to say about this. Plus, having had some experience, she wasn't as shy as before. Facing the sunrise, Ishi rode carefully. Yishi quietly leaned on Ishi's back. Home yet? Ishi, why did you stop all of a sudden? Halfway down the road Ishi stopped and then moved her shins a few times. Yishi, you stay here and don't move around. I'll go and pull out a few bird eggs. Then Ishi quickly left between a few trees under Yishi's speechless gaze and finally returned with a full harvest. There's also this line that always sounds weird, but nothing seems to be wrong with it. Ha! A great harvest. I'll cook you some tea eggs when we get back. Yishi frowned slightly and forced a smile as she continued to lean on Ishi's back. Thanks, but we don't eat meat. Ha, bird eggs count as a meat dish? No then. Lazuki, forest house. As soon as Ishi put the car away and Yishi locked it, she couldn't wait to get back to the forest house to cook up some tea eggs. Yishi heartbreakingly glanced at the half pot of tea that Ishi had put. The rare treasures of the world were used to cook tea eggs by the defeated boss as if he didn't want money. I can't even give more than that to the flower god. In fact, it does not matter, since with the memory of the power more than enough to use. If it is not because the memory of the idea of not buying land, Yishi can build a sanctuary out. Yishi, your tea-boiled eggs are just different. So delicious. But seeing Ishi's happy face as she ate the tea eggs cooked in my tea, the tea leaves paled into insignificance. Although he seems to be so happy just about every day. Little faculty. See if Columbia is awake or not. Half asleep, half awake. Sleeping, but can sense what's going on in the outside world. Clearly understood. Ishi packed up the remaining few tea eggs and walked up to the second floor. And sure enough, the little guy was still sleeping peacefully in my bed. Columbia, get up for breakfast. At this point Columbia looked even more petite without the executive officer's coat on her. Looking at Columbia, who hadn't moved in the slightest, Ishi gently nudged her small body. It's been 2 days of sleep. Get up and move around. Shaking harder and harder. Still nothing moved. A little thought and began to force a wake-up call. Ishi directly picked up Columbia's entire body and shook it, her drooping little hand following the natural swing in the air. Finally Ishi silently put her down, which doesn't even wake up. Suddenly a horrible thought rose from his heart. After probing her nostrils, Ishi's face brushed a pale color and his fingers couldn't stop trembling. Out of gas. Really, Karma? Columbine? Don't scare me. No, I will bring you back to life. Just as Ishi was about to reach for the scalpel, Columbia snorted out a laugh, then got up yawning and stretching a little, jumping out of bed to peel a tea egg. Little faculty, doesn't she need to breathe? It's true that beings who have reached the level of demon god or above don't need it much, but breathing helps with power, so it's just as much of a habit as it is for humans. And there's also the fact that Columbia just closed her breath on purpose. The corners of Ishi's mouth twitched, then she caught her hands and pinched her face hard and said, "How dare the little girl tease me? Ugh, well." With a pinch Ishi willed her hand to release, the flesh bouncing back on Columbine's face a few times before returning as before. After Columbia finished eating, Ishi was just about to say something when she saw her laying back down on the bed and falling asleep. Columbine? Is she still half asleep? Fully asleep, and in her state the master would not have to try to wake her. Ishi silenced 1 or 2, turned back and let Ishi again the whole room it, and then while Columbia asleep to move over to her. The second floor, I am very neutral. Before leaving the room, Ishi glimpsed the executive officer's coat from the corner of her eye and picked it up and draped it over her body to try it on. Ishi stood in front of the mirror and admired it. The coat was small, but it was too genteel if it was only draped and not worn like Night Orchid. Then the clothes are thrown off and you go out for a couple of laps. Rudra's 44 chapters Zhongli, Lazuki, Main Street. For our Sneznaya, there is no need for applause and flowers under the icy throne. Ishi, who had rubbed a meal out of Chuanyu Pavilion, was in a good mood, especially that look in Ningxuan's eyes when she first saw herself. It was too interesting. She's assuming I'm an exec by the way after a trip to Solstice, isn't she? Ha ha. This little brother hasn't seen you for a few days, so you've become an executive officer. I knew you must not be simple. Suddenly Ishi was tapped on the shoulder, and turned around to see a sunny and cheerful big boy smiling and greeting himself. As expected of Her Majesty, considering that obtaining the heart of Morex God is the most difficult, manpower has been specifically added for this purpose. And the third seat, Maiden, does nothing every day. I was worried about what to do before you came. Ha ha. Man, you see my coat and you think I'm the new executive. And don't you dare say that again in front of Columbo. That said, it seems to be a status symbol, so give it back to Columbo later. In that case you're the last seat then. I'm the 11th seat, male, Dadalia. Please take care of me from now on. Ishi felt it wasn't a good idea to deceive a male, so she pointed to the executive officer's coat behind her. Actually, this coat is a teenage girl's, and I'm not really an executive, so you're still at the end of the line. Then why are her clothes on you? And where's Columbia? After a moment's thought, Ishi decided to be honest and proceeded to put on a playful smile. You mean Columbia? She's still laying in my bed sleeping right now. She's tired after all. After saying that, Ishi arm back a wave even with the coat dashing turn away, leaving frozen in place for a long time, did not return to God's Daedalus. After Ishi left, Dartaria sensed something was wrong and focused her intellect on contemplating for a long time before finally coming to a conclusion. That guy was wild enough just now. Could he be Morax? And, the young girl, came so close to him for his heart of God, right? It was then that Dartaria wanted to give herself 2 mouthfuls. Columbia had made such sacrifices for the queen's plan, and she had thought she had been slacking off. With a sudden sense of guilt in her heart, Dartaria looked to the sky with a look of relief in her eyes. So, I was the one who ended up doing nothing. Small theater. Ishi, I'm not sure if you'll die if you say that to Columbia just now, but you'll die without a doubt if you dare to talk to her like that. Return to the end, Columbia, I'll fight you. Columbia, 6. Duke, we don't dare to say, and we don't dare to ask. Forest House. The hypnotic siren drowns out the sorrow. Can't stop the tears from flowing. Boss you back. Ishi by hand to help Ishi hit the mosquitoes on the jade buttocks, but also consider it in the high noon to cover the executive officer coat for the Colombian Bia after. When to set up the stall. Cold fact. Life above the immortal level isn't affected by outside temperatures unless it's really too high or too low. At night, Columbia finally woke up from her nap. She also got off work, and with nothing to do, Ishi told them the story of the pair of Zhongli and Gue Feng. Zhongli, take Zhonghua in the middle and decorate it with gold. Take the Liu of Li, and remove it to Wang. With her hands on her cheeks, Columbia sat good-naturedly on the little sofa and listened quietly. She looked like she was in a happy mood too. Ishi had never told a story before. Here's a closer look for you. Ishi was wearing an eyelet at this point and was quite the expert. That source of the civilization of the return. What it is, she is the return to the end. And so it appears, the bell. And the word bellwether has secrets. Bellwether, away? The end is away. Is he really divorced? Zhongli, are you divorced or not? Bell, away. Hearing this, the leaders of the two intelligent races were surprisingly a little confused. But it sounded so philosophical. Is it really away? John, away. Ishi's tone took on a hint of excitement and even tapped the table. Look at you guys, are you leaving or not? Zhongli, he's great, he's not a tangible one, so the Ryuki classic says in it, the earth returns to the world and returns to the world again, borrowing a floating life to escape from the floating life. Attention, the world is changeable, the bandit stone is not turned, 1,000 rocks are firm, and the heavy roach does not move, so all things are born with the rock, and the rock is born with the emperor. Is that how it is said, right? He is not a king alone. Ishi's eyes met with Yi-Shi and Columbia, who both nodded thoughtfully as well. And Ishi continued speaking. One time I went to dinner at Crescent Heights and met someone, his boss, who was 15 or 16 years old at the time. This little girl of 15 or 16 asked the elf boy if she said there really was an emperor. Is there really an emperor in this world? The elf lad was confused for a moment. Yo, did she say really? For a moment, he froze. Think about it. It's a god. Gods are formless. That's why a phrase from the Guiheng Jing is called the elements of heaven and earth. Only the rock is used for solidity. The rock never moves. That's a truth. So no superstitions. Speaking of this, Ishi tone became soothing up, and picked up the tea she poured to drink a mouth to moisturize the throat. So wind can be wind. Free wind. Rock may be rock. Self-closing rock. But then if someone says I have to say it, I have to say I can tell them. Zhongli didn't make sense either. It is not something that words can describe. And later to the winter, the economist called Pantalone made a famous statement about it. There are mora in this world that can be bought, called trading. There is also beyond mora in this world, which cannot be bought. And Pantalone uses two words, contracts. That's why there's a bell. What? Hold your heart, ma'am, and smile. Ishi closed the folding fan and ended the sentence, while the two girls in the field also applauded. I don't know what exactly Ishi is trying to say, but applause is the right thing to do. Chapter 45 Gifts. Forest House. Memories of the past bedroom. Ishi lying on the bed looking out the window. I thought that Columbia intends to stay here, but left a sentence. I go back to the winter to a trip and left. Cannot understand this girl. It's just a matter of getting some sleep. In the middle of the night, Ishi was asleep, and upon noticing someone approaching, she kicked the covers off and dodged over to her and pinned her to the bed. Good evening, MS. Assassin. Ishi's fast to extreme movements. She did not have time to react. A pair of big turquoise eyes looked at his wrist. Ishi's big hand did not struggle. Ishi, I can't sleep. Ishi had wanted to flirt with his beautiful employee, but he gave up the idea after seeing Ishi's chubby face. Insomnia? I've got some medicine over here for you first. Missed you. The image seemed to be frozen in place, the silent room echoing only with the sound of their heartbeats. You know what you're talking about? You're the god of wisdom, king of the great tree of mercy. I'm Yi-Shi, just a normal elf in Ryu. At the words, Ishi lowered a nod. Memories of what once was flashing through her mind. There was once this tiny cutie, who fell in love with him in his youngest and wildest days. Time and time again, gentle indulgence is rewarded with inch after inch. The beauty at your fingertips is exchanged for unappreciated, over and over again. Whenever a teenager thinks back to tiny cute, always filled with guilt, regretting that the memory is forever stuck in the last moment when she left in tears with a smile on her face. The teenager was tempted to go after it, but didn't, because he understands better than anyone else that it won't end up any differently than it is now. Turn on simulated future projection. Ishi slowly got up and walked to the window. The moonlight reflected white Liu, as well as Ishi's face. Yishi stood beside Ishi and looked at Ishi, who was contemplating the distance for a long time. His expression never changed, nor did he move, even making Yishi feel a little strange. Ishi did not say anything. Yishi did not know what to do, so he stood with him silently until dawn. Would you have done it again when you came back if you knew it would end up with you all bruised up and with nothing to show for it? Ishi's voice broke the long silence. Yishi nodded and spoke softly. It's no big deal compared to regretting it for the rest of your life. Maybe it'll change something. At the same time, Yishi felt a trance, and when he reopened his eyes, he was still lying on the bed, and in front of him was Ishi, who was holding his wrist. Puzzled, he craned his head to the window, where the stars twinkled in the night sky. Just now, did something happen there? That compass has self-awareness and is a beauty that points to his master. Before Yishi could understand, Ishi's voice rang out, so Yishi smiled and opened his mouth. Does that have anything to do with me wanting to come to you? Ishi was silent for a moment or two, her face seeming to lighten up, then she stood up and fell back toward the bed. I can't help you. Why are you still acting like a little kid? Come over here and go to bed. Aha! Yishi though still felt like she forgot something and finally glanced at the window, but without much thought she leaned against Ishi's side. The next morning, Ishi woke up as usual and twisted her head to look at Yishi beside her. At that moment, she looked at herself with big blinking eyes. How did you sleep? That's good, but would like to sleep some more. Finished Yishi tugged Ishi arm. Ishi gentle smile. Occasionally sleep a lazy seems good. Then arm a stretch to let Yishi pillow. I guess the forest house is closed today. Then, if it isn't Mr. Zhongli and Miss returning and, where are they planning to go at this late hour? Ishi and Yishi slept straight through the night, and when they went out for a walk, they met the other two who were also walking. Good evening to you both. There happens to be a play by Mr. Yun tonight. I wonder if my friend would be interested in going along. Mr. Yun's plays? I heard that every show is packed and hard to get a ticket. The words fell. Ishi put his hand on Yishi's waist and pretended to be unintentional and continued. You're so old and single. Zhongli, you must have saved a lot of mora, right? Jones, you've hurt me 3 times in one sentence. With that, Gaeyuan hugged Zhongli's arm, his face full of confidence. Of course, Zhongli, he's the richest in all of Teyvat. Ishi was silent for a moment or two, and Zhongli simultaneously glanced meaningfully at returning to the end, tacitly choosing to cross over the topic. Is Yishi interested in going to hear Mr. Yun Han Society's play? Well, I've long heard of Mr. Yun's earthly excellence, so today I can just dip into Mr. Zhongli's light to go and listen to it. I'm sorry for the words, so let's get moving. Li Yu, Yun Han Society. It's Mr. Zhongli who's here. And bossy of the forest house. The seats are reserved for you and your friends. Tea will come later. Labor. The receiving junior politely brought Ishi several people to the second floor private rooms. The location of the view are very open. Ishi Zhongli sat in the center, and the girls each brought with them took their seats on either side of them. Here's your tea, Mr. Objective. Xiao Air. Send this to Mr. Yun, the store's signature. Eating it is good for your throat. Ishi handed a glittering lime green square box to Xiao Air, who saw this and hurriedly took it carefully. After all, I've heard that everything in Bossy's store is extremely precious and the effects are first-rate. Purple gold glazed mirror, together with Mr. Yun. Zhongli did not dare to show weakness when he saw this and took out the gifts he had prepared in advance. This is Jingshan tea, rare in the world. A little token of appreciation. Voluptuous dragon tea, $1,000, only for a good woman. Ishi looked at Zhongli silent one or two. It seems that today you are going to bar a bit with me. The miracle drug cola, which cures all diseases, is the only one of its kind. Immortal talisman of superior quality to keep you safe. Forest house coupons. Coupons for the church of the past. Zhongli, I don't miss a single scene of Mr. Yun's play. Ishi, but you don't have a wife. Jones, I sent her the eye of God. Ishi, you don't have a mora either. Zhongli, heaven moves. Ishi, actually, I don't have a wife either. Recap, but I have mora. Zhongli, mysterious, and there's a wife on the way. Zhongli, memory, there's more than one. Zhongli, IU $****. The words fell. Ishi and Zhongli looked at their own girls at the same time. It looked like there was nothing to give away. Yishi thought about it and coalesced an exquisite bracelet with both hands. Nothing too precious, but this ornament I think Mr. Yun will like. Gage yeah. On the other hand, crossed his arms and looked at Zhongli with a puffed up face. You haven't even given me a gift yet. You gave this little singing girl so much, and let me deliver it. With that, he took out a night beryl, carefully polished into a night pearl, from the sleeve of his white coat. It glows at night. It's beautiful. Ishi, actually, if you're going to go down and sing a bit, Zhongli would definitely love to see you more. Return to the end, really? Too bad I won't. Jones, in terms of universal theory, indeed. At this time, The second holding a pocket full of treasures. Words do not dare to insert a sentence. This is what a big man Even Yoon Sumeyer began to suspect that these guests were asking for something significant after receiving the gift. 100,000 character medallion executive officer. The next morning, Ishii opened the door and saw a cute girl standing in the doorway and happily handed up an executive coat with both hands. Ishii took it in hand and surveyed it, and tried it on again, and it fit just right, so she leaned down and petted Columbia's head. So you went back to Solstice to customize clothes for me? Kinda like an exec coat. Hard work. Thinking it must have been because I passed on Columbine's executive coat the other day to go out and sneak around, and then she thought I liked it, right? It is indeed pretty cool, just a little small. Columbia nodded and took out another executive badge and pinned it on Ishii herself, not forgetting to straighten up his attire. Ishii looked at the badge on her chest and was silent for a moment or two, thinking to herself, is Columbia confused? How come she even pinned her badge on me? What are you pinning your badge on me for, Columbia? You can't just give this badge to anyone, can you? The badge was bestowed upon you by Her Majesty the Queen, and you are now in the third seat with me. Codename, Mr. At the words Ishii froze in place. This girl in the end with the ice god said what? A daytime I became the third seat? Is it that easy to be an executive? While Ishii was deep in thought, Columbia deftly slipped past Ishii into the forest house, then walked to the wall small hand wave. A green crystal vine staircase appeared in front of the eyes, and then came to the memory of the bedroom and his bed a fall on the silence. Ishii wearing executive officer coat and went to Chuanyu Pavilion to rub a meal. The mood is still great. The condensation of light just started to see their own Saya smile. This time this dress alteration is quite fit. That is, until Ishii took out the badge symbolizing the status of an executive officer and slapped it on the table. Brother is now exactly the third seat of the 11 executive officers. Codename, Mr. Then the gaze of the condensed light immediately changed to the same as the first time he saw Ishii wearing a Colombian coat. But you've obviously always been in Ryu. When exactly? Ning Guang's tone has turned a little unnatural. How could the emperor's best friend go and become an executive officer? I only learned of this morning. And this outfit was handed to me by the other executives themselves at that time. And as for why, I did make a trip to De Winter not too long ago, and I guess the ice god took a liking to me. Ning Guang gave Ishii a blank stare, and at the same time, he was relieved in his heart. He was still him. He just had an additional identity. The mountains send a distant shade. Yushi Monk's Lodge. The night of the frogs in the pavilion. I've never been able to live with the flow. No more worldly rhymes. Ishii finally recited an odd poem and left, leaving behind a bewildered Gogwang. After Ishii went to Ningxuan to finish filing, it was time to go to Zhongli to file. This big brother, do you know why Columbia has suddenly returned to Solstice? The voice is, Dartaria? Then Ishii faced him and cleared her throat, swinging her badge around a bit. She came back this morning and is still asleep in my bed. Ha ha, I thought something was wrong. However, Dartaria didn't even notice Ishii's insignia, so Ishii pretended to pat the coat draped behind her again. It's a nice dress that symbolizes the status of an executive officer. Yes, I can see that Sir likes it, so I'll leave you to it. Ishii messed up in place for a moment. He wasn't blind either. It's just a matter of finding Zhongli, the Hall of the Dead. At the table drinking tea, Zhongli puzzled eyes Ishii straight to him, then even moving coat in situ dashing turn a circle followed by a foot on the chair. Guess what I'm here for? Thanks to myself for sending me one of the great certifications. No one sends the authors themselves. Chapter 47. Eunuch, Dartaria stared at the national announcement sent out by her own queen with wide eyes. What? That gentleman actually became an executive officer. Or was it the third seat? Morax is actually one of our own? This one's solid. Lazuki, Forest House, said Tiantai Zue as well as pedestrians passing by would be attracted by the scenery in front of the forest house. At this time, Ishii was setting up a stall to tell fortunes, and beside her sat two beautiful women who made it difficult for people to take their eyes off them. One is pure and light and beautiful. The other has an angelic face and looks as if she is sleeping. Passerby, so envious. Why is it that a stallholder can be accompanied by such a beautiful girl? Pedestrian has, don't you even know Mr. E, the owner of the forest house? I've heard that he's a close friend of the emperor, so of course he's accompanied by a beautiful woman. The emperor did seem to be like that back then. 1,000 people deserve 1,000 creations, 10,000 paths or 10,000 divisions. A single turn of the wheel can see all the 4 seasons. Spring, fall, winter, and summer. Ishii opened a folding fan and sat in front of his trigram stand and said slowly. Yishi's attention had been on the dozing beside Ishii. No, it was the little girl who was already asleep. Before Ishii went out to tell fortunes, he shouted, Go with me out of the stall. Yishi on the swing put down the book and just took a step out when he saw that Columbia, who was originally sleeping on the second floor, suddenly appeared beside Ishii. After following Ishii 2 steps and making sure it was the doorway, he sat down next to him and fell asleep again. She was full of doubts about this. The immortal spirit clan shouldn't be so close to other people, and the favor of saving the clan wasn't so great, right? Immediately after that, she recalled a taboo from an ancient legend, which was the only possibility, and then asked Ishii with a hint of gloom. Ishii, you wouldn't have touched her wings, right? Yeah, it's soft and bouncy. You want to try it too? No, don't want to. Ishii turned back. His heart was mixed, since Ishii is still well now it means. So it turns out that Ishii was really recognized by Columbine. She felt an unprecedented crisis. In terms of seniority, don't look at Columbia like a girl. She was an ancient immortal spirit race that had survived for nearly 10,000 years. Even the world tree didn't go into much detail, but it was good to see that she didn't have any ideas about fighting with herself and looked a bit dull. Suddenly Columbia lifted her head and faced straight at Ishii for a few moments while Ishii's nerves tensed, trying to keep a smile on her face. This reaction, does she have the power to read minds or something like that? Only to see Columbia give Ishii a cute smile and quietly move towards Ishii's side as if she was doing it for her, then leaning against him to continue sleeping. This girl is a good sleeper, said Ishii as she ruffled her hand once more over Columbia's small wings, which then twitched a few times and settled back behind her head. Ishii thought to herself how adorable it was, and wanted to rua again, but it was better to let this girl sleep in peace. Ishii, who was watching this scene, maintained his smile and didn't move to poke Ishii with his arm. Ishii, what's wrong? It's okay. It's really okay? No. Before the words could be spoken, Ishii was pulled over into Ishii's arms. I'm not okay. Mister. Good afternoon, students. What are you doing here? Dartaria thought to pay a visit to her new cohort, and saw the girl that Ishii was holding left and right for a moment, then proceeded to greet her. Ishii saw someone coming, immediately got up and turned his head away with a blush. These things are still good to be restrained outside. Mister. This is really lively today. I'll come and show my support as well. At this time the night orchid, also from a dark alley manifestation. These 2 days she is closely watching the executive officer 11 seat whereabouts. Gongzi came to the memory of the past. This has also let a person surprised it. Granted, one of them was just as fake as the other, but it was a public appearance by the 3 execs in Ritsuki anyway. Ishii, looking down on me. Are you? Maybe it's time to watch them from the shadows, but the conclusion I've come to in the past 2 days is, it wouldn't make any difference if they showed up on their own. In fact, choosing to follow the male was a hopeless choice, and several chance encounters he hadn't been the least bit wary of me. He didn't even realize that I was trying to get information out of him, and in the end, he even paid the bill generously, a gentleman as his name suggests. And that unknown girl executive was the one that made Night Orchid feel the most dangerous, but she had left it alone the last 2 days when she had been by Mr. Yi's side. Lastly, there was the confusing Ishii. Receiving the expedited secret message from the informant from to Winter, Night Orchid was still wondering who the newly appointed executive officer actually was. Turns out the good guy, Mr. Memory. It seems that there was some underestimation of that young girl's strength. 2 days to give Mr. Ryuki Yi an executive officer status. Welcome. Since we have guests, let's close up the stall and go inside Izuo. I'll prepare the tea. She took the lead, and Ishii closed the folding fan while the professional equipment disappeared to be collected into the warehouse. Meanwhile Columbia stood up languidly and stared at Dartaria before following Ishii into the forest house. Instantly D'Artagnan creepy cold hairs stood up all over, puzzled to look around. Strange, there is nothing No, who cares how many chapters? It's a prequel, purely extra. Tomorrow is the official debut. Go. This chapter can be taken as a prequel, not an ending. It's not. Tens of thousands of years ago, Sky Island, Inferno Lance, Wind Blade, Rock Cell, various moves empty without any emotion were made. Wind blades laced with black flames sprang up all around, followed by rock dungeons that rose up from the ground, trapping Ishii in an instant. I am the master of heaven and earth. Scatter! Ishii's ethereal voice rang out, and at once the wind blade that had rushed straight at Ishii's face dissipated. Ishii, you can be a real pain in the ass. Each other. Empty. Light blade, air uttered softly, followed by a huge golden half-moon chop that flashed out. Ishii instantly flashed by. Empty. Have you fully recovered to your full strength? Flux gave me half of her power, just as long as she's alive. Saying that, a dark blue sphere appeared out of thin air in Ishii's hand. The Heaven and Earth Authority Ultra Extreme Force Drive, with full power, mimics a black hole. The space behind the empty space then continued to compress until the limit. Ishii, you really should have dealt with this trouble earlier. Authority, gravity, 2 identical forces cancelling each other out. We all have 2 of the 4 console's powers. This is useless. Empty, and we cannot sanction each other. Empty, you sit on your throne while I make preparations for this fractured bubble of a world that doesn't fall into the quantum sea. Ishia sighed as she looked around at the wreckage. So, the wings of light behind the empty body spread out to the maximum extent, and were actually able to fight against this terrifying gravitational force. Ishia looked down at the broken walls under the Sky Island, buried everywhere in dark red material. Lifeless. Istaru, this fragmented world bubbles still left with your scent. Are you preparing for today as well? Empty. I will reverse time and space. I will lose my power. You will be your throne and I will revise history. Prepare yourself for this new world. Or should I call you Tenli? You know this will only repeat the same mistakes, but it's worth a try. The power of heaven and earth. The power of time drive. Dazzling white light after the memory of the past and empty travel to the beginning of the creation of the world. Eventually the authority of heaven and earth shattered, and Ishi left after returning that ruling authority to Istaru. After thousands and thousands of years have passed, Ishi arrives at the original Liu, finds the original 7 stars, and uses the Mora from the last civilization to buy a house in Liu. Ishi sat alone in front of the room. The blue-colored pupils of the eyes have long since faded, but the temperament does not diminish. Stunning worldly appearance remains unchanged. This is the last time. The Reign of Time doesn't have enough power to launch another flashback. At this time a small white floating object appeared beside Ishi, and his tone changed from naive. Enough. Ishi stretched like a release and walked alone toward the sea of dandelion flowers. At this moment history has almost been patched up, and now is the final step to meet the morning sun of this civilization. For the rest, let the new him meet this civilization for me, when he will be stronger than me. Finally, Ishia left the broken authority behind, and disappeared into the lightness of Baijie. 3,700 years later, the month of Lazuli, the world is as prosperous as you want it to be, and everything is in spring, and you are a young man. Ishi hummed a song as she walked down the streets of Liu in her civilian clothes, a freshly picked sunset fruit tossed in her hand. Ishie, are you telling fortunes today? Chapter 48 The Plan. Lazuki, Forest House. Make yourselves comfortable. Ishi came to sit in the center of the couch and She sat down on either side of Ishi with Columbia after serving tea. The small sofas on either side weren't free, and while Night Orchid crossed her legs to show off the mature feminine charm of her attractive curves, the male kept himself a gentleman. Welcome to the ranks of the Winter executives. How did Mr. Yi suddenly become an executive? Yeah, why is that, little girl? Night Orchid and Ishi looked together at Columbia, who seemed to have been asleep for a long time with her eyes closed, but you could tell she was pretending to be asleep by the subconscious fluttering of her little wings. Anyway, we'll all be partners from now on. But now that everything is just starting out in Ritsuki, do we have any plans? At those words Night Orchid raised an eyebrow. Discussing in front of me what is considered to be your top secret matter. It is me who underestimated you. Ishi recalled the original plot that should have been there. The Emperor was killed. Blocked the whole scene. Then Fluorescence was afraid that other people would not think that she was an assassin, so she ran away with her legs. As expected, Dartaria steps in and saves her from being chased by the Chien army. Although it is a life-saving favor, but Fluorescence makes it clear that he doesn't want to be a servant of the Gongzi to let him die. But after all, it is a favor. Always have to return. After that, Fluorescence with 100 uncontrollable talisman helped the male to inform the immortal their boss died. In the end, Dartaria's reason for sneaking into the Golden House while the immortals were confronting the 7 stars turned out to be that she had a crush on the Emperor's remains and went up to him. But he didn't get his way because Fleur just couldn't accept the male's particular behavior. The heroic block caused Dartaria to become enraged and unleash the demon god Ocelot. Often you can hear a phrase from Ryu's mouth. People can be angry with you even when they are dead. Dartaria tried to use this to bring the Emperor back to life, not realizing that it played right into the Emperor's hands. At his prompting the people of Liyue passed the Emperor's test with flying colors. In the end, rightfully so, instead of getting the Emperor's heart, Dartaria watched him give his heart to a lady with his own hands, and had to live with regret. All is well. Zhongli, why does this story sound and feel weird? Recall, it's just an illusion on your part. Fully restored to history. What you need to do is to approach a man named Zhongli. He likes to drink tea and walk birds. He is light on profit but heavy on love. Just try to throw yourself at his mercy and make friends. Ishia felt that the only thing that was guaranteed at the moment was that Dartaria would go to work as a wallet for Zhongli, and we'd talk about the rest. No problem. It's good to act when you have a target. So what are you guys doing for the next 2 days? The eunuch said with conviction. And Ishi picked up the teacup and took a sip without slowing down. Drink tea and watch the show. Ha ha. I'll be moving on then. See you later. Bye. Night Orchid asked in disbelief after Dartaria left. Isn't Mr. Zhongli your friend? Why do you need to make the Gongzi redundant? Smiling at Ishi's words, she smiled easily, as if she had solved some big problem. You don't understand. Zhongli, he never buys anything with Amora. I'm afraid he'll ask me for it, so I'll be able to rest assured if I let Gongzi go and pay for him. Night Orchid was silent for a moment or two. It's still you, but this is the closest you'll get to that mysterious girl next to Ishii. Let's see if we can ask something. This young lady looks like she's not very close to you. Can you tell me about it? Ishii glanced at Columbia in her false sleep, and counting the time. It was almost around the time of the invitation to the immortal ceremony. It's about time I told you about this. It's more important for Ryuki. With that, Night Orchid stance upright. Ishii directly said this is a big matter concerning you. Have to be serious it. Have you ever heard of the ancient fairy spirit clan? It's been written about in bits and pieces in the classics around the world. So what's up? Ishii placed her hand on Columbia's head and said to Nightland. This is the only remaining fairy spirit clan at the moment, while the others have turned into the wild kind of little fairy spirits, and I'd say they'll all come back to life within a month. At those words Night Orchid froze in place. That is to say, many unknown powerful beings would appear within a month of Liu, but immortal spirits are a race that loves humans, so there's no need to worry about them doing anything to jeopardize Ryu. The only thing to watch out for is how Ryu receives them. Night Orchid tactical sip of tea to calm down the mood. Fortunately Ishii said early, the recovery of the ancient racial groups is a major event for each country. I see. Thanks for the reminder sir. It's a big deal. I'll leave you to it if there's nothing else sir. Slow down. Ishii headed for the sofa and leisurely sipped his tea. Columbia, this girl is also really a day to give a slash to the immortal spirits of the whole Teyvat, completely regardless of the aftermath of the work. Just a little excited to see how the fairy spirit girls will live in Rizuki? Is it to settle in Lizuki? Or stay away from the world like the fairies? Let's leave those questions to the headaches of the top people in each country. Ha ha. Chapter 49, Flying Licenses. Mond, Adventurers Guild. To the stars and the abyss. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Mr. Knight of Honor. Thinking of getting a wind wings for fun, Ishii came to Mond to hang out. On his way to find Amber he saw Catherine at the Adventurers Guild counter waving to herself. What can I do for you Ms. Catherine? It's like this. The Adventurers Guild received an exclusive commission from you not too long ago, and now they want to ask if you'll take it. Ishii took the power of attorney handed by Catherine and took a look at the client Anthony. This name is a bit familiar. The content of the commission. I implore Boss E to help my sister to cure her. Commissioning remuneration, negotiable. Come to think of it, it's the man who used to pick up other people's wishing coins in the Mond fountain at night. Bitter man. And it turns out that brother's name has spread to Mond. Not bad. I'll take the commission. I'll get busy if there's nothing else. Thank you for your contribution to the society, Mr. Knight of Honor. According to the address on top of the power of attorney, Ishii walked slowly on her way to Anthony's house. Halfway there, I saw a woman with bandaged eyes sitting on a bench by the side of the road, slightly alone. Hey, girl, alone? Ishii sat on the other side of the bench, keeping a safe distance from the unseen girl. What about the unheard of voice? That. I already have a sweetheart, there's no need to strike up a conversation. There was something really wrong with the way I just greeted you, but I'm not changing it. I'm Mond's newest Knight of Honor. What happened to your eye? At that Gloria's face lightened up quite a bit. She was really a bit worried about running into hooligans just now. Remembering the past. The eye was caused by an accident, but I'm used to it now. Thanks to Lord Honorable Knight's concern. I'm fine. Thinking that this little thing is just a matter of a knife. Ishii just wanted to pull out the scalpel, suddenly realized something. Do you guys think there will be rumors of honorary knights threatening blind girls with knives the next day in Mond? That wouldn't be good for the girl's reputation. So she pulled out her black and gold gourd and poured her a coke. This is a drink improved by Liu's divine doctor with a prescription. Drinking it will help your health. I don't have much use for keeping it. It just so happens that I see your lack of exercise. So I'll give it to you. Thank you again. And may the wind gods protect you, Lord Knight of Honor. Ishii accurately handed the cup to her while cutting a strand of Glory's hair with a scalpel at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Gloria didn't have much doubt about Ishii's identity, as it was true that she had often heard people talk about Mond having 2 honorary knights at once, and I'm sure no one would dare take the name of a Knight of Honor in public, right? I've got things to do, so I'll leave you to it. After Gloria finished her drink, Ishii was ready to leave when she was stopped by Gloria, who was then seen fumbling with something on her body. Please wait. Take this as a thank you gift. Ishii took the small package handed by Glory and looked at it. It contained some dandelion flower seeds and responded with a smile. I'll take it then. The world is full of miracles. Maybe Miss Glory's eyes can see already. At that Gloria froze for a few moments. There was indeed a comforting sensation in her eyes just now, and tried to pull the bandage back a crack. It's light. Knock. Ishii changed into that trench coat with the starlight texture, and there seemed to be an extra point of indifference in her eyes. Here we are. So it's Lord Knight of Honor. What can I do for you? Greetings will be dispensed with. This visit is due to your named commission, which I took. Anthony looked at the power of attorney handed to him by Ishii, and then at the honorary knight at the door, and instantly understood. So the Knight of Honor is the divine doctor of Liu. Come in quickly. Anthony rushed out of his seat then shouted excitedly towards the house. Sister, Liu's divine doctor has promised to come and see you. Ishii entered the room and came to Anna's hospital bed, who was now sitting up with support and seemed to want to see the rumored miracle doctor as well. Mr. Divine Doctor, lay back and rest, arms out. Okay. Anna laid down and then Ishii symbolically took Anna's pulse. Ishii's brow sometimes tightened, sometimes soothed. As she watched the scene, Anthony asked worriedly, My lord, my sister how is it? Ishii took her hand back, having just arrived at Anna's condition by taking her pulse as well. Got a pulse. Still alive. Then the black gold gourd appeared in Ishii's hand, and Ishii poured out a pill and handed it to Anthony. It's nothing serious. Just take this elixir on water and you'll be cured. Anthony didn't pick it up right away. Both siblings were well aware of Anna's illness and had been to many doctors, but unfortunately nothing had worked. Later, I heard that Boss Yi was a miraculous healer again, and everything in his store was sky high, so I was careful to open my mouth. Sir, please, how much will the treatment cost, and is it possible to get credit first? We might not be able to get it all at once. Anthony's voice got smaller and smaller as Ishii thought about it, then shoved the elixir into his hands. Take the wind wings against the medical bills. Wings of the wind? Anthony asked in disbelief, wondering for a moment if he had heard wrong. Yes, wings of the wind will come later. Right now it's important to heal your sister. Yes sir, I'll get it for you as soon as I finish giving Anna her medicine. Thank you so much. Church top. There were many raised textures on the walls of the church, and Ishii stepped over them and swept the top of the church in a few leaps. At this moment, Ishii was studying how to use this brand new wind wings, and it didn't look like there was any place to wear it. There are actually two types of wind wings. One is made by ordinary people and can be used on their backs. The other type is built for holders of the god's eye, and can be used by appearing directly from the god's eye space and levitating behind them, in the same way as being able to take out a weapon and use it directly out of thin air. It's just obvious that Ishii's frame was used by the Eye of God holder. Ishii didn't have the Eye of God, but Anthony assumed he did by seeing that he could pull gourds out of thin air. And this is something that apparently Ishii doesn't know about, and now he's wondering if it unfolds automatically in the air. A leap from the top of the church ensued, landing perfectly a few seconds later. Lord Knight of Honor, please show me your flight license. Hearing this voice, Ishii felt bad. This thing, I have not yet taken the test. But whose ministry is this? All checking out the Knights of Honor? No, Ishii said rigidly, and that knight scratched his head, somewhat at a loss for words. Then we'll just have to ask you to come to the order to learn about flight safety. In fact, he only wanted to remind the top of the church that it was a no-fly zone, and asked for a flight license in passing. But who would have thought that the Knight of Honor would be piloting without a license? Why? You're suspected of using the wind wings without a license, but there's no need for punishment or anything. You've just come to Mon not long ago. You should be unaware of the safety of using the wind wings. I didn't use it. I jumped off of it holding the wind wings, as you can see. Is jumping forbidden here too? Ishii's sentence directly gave that knight a dry spell. Looking up at the dozens of meters high church, it did seem like the Knight of Honor had just jumped off holding the wind wings, and then immediately apologized. Sorry, I'm sorry to bother you. I'll just go ahead and work. After saying that, that knight fled and ran away, fearing that the honorable knight would blame him. Ishii helplessly shook his head. Nowadays young people the words of the wind wings turned back or ask Amber. Chapter 50, The Ice Lake. Mond, Longji Snow Mountain. Following the tips from the small department, Ishii came all the way from Mond to the snowy mountains. Isn't Amber a scout knight? What's she doing in Snowmass? And to come to such an out-of-the-way place? It's just a matter of climbing up the hill in front of us. Ishii stepped on the steep mountain wall, rocking up, body light like a swallow, and then fixed eyes to the direction of Amber to look at the frozen, a touch of Snow White at a glance. Whoo! Then a handful of pine music flew straight toward Ishii, and with a bang, it smashed under Ishii's feet. It turned out that at the moment it was Yura who was taking a dip in the frozen lake, and Amber was sitting on the shore aside because she couldn't stand the cold water. And Ishii, who had come to run to Amber, hadn't even expected this scenario. Not too unexpected. Much smoke rose from the weapon that Yura had thrown, taking this time to rush to put her clothes back on before slowly approaching the peepers with Amber. It's been a long time, Miss Yura. I believe this is the Scout Knight Amber? When the smoke cleared, Ishii appeared wearing sunglasses with her back against Pine Lie. Your Knight of Honor? Amber hadn't met Ishii, but the order had posted pictures of the two Knights of Honor, so she recognized Ishii instantly. Humph, a Knight of Honor spying on a woman taking a bath. I'll take this revenge. That's true for the results alone, so I won't explain. The weapon is good. It suits you quite well. Ishii pulled Songlai out one-handed and tossed it to Yura after two juggling swings in the air as a one-handed sword. Oh, it looks like you're pretty good, sir. It's just as well that I'd like to ask you for a lesson on the difference between me, a guerrilla leader, and an honorary knight. After saying that, Yura threw a west wind greatsword to Ishii, while in her own hand was the 5-star specialized martial arts. Ishii looked at the 4-star weapon in his hand and was silent for a second. It wasn't fair. Actually, I don't know how to use any of these weapons, so cutting and all that is not necessary. I was afraid you'd say yes. With those words, Yura lifted up Sonlai and rushed towards Ishii. She had to get revenge for what she had just done. Ishii sighed. She could only take it then. Yura's speed was amazing, but it was a greatsword after all, and even relative speed was slow motion in Ishii's eyes. Leaning back slightly, Yura's large sword swung just in front of Ishii's face. The second and third slashes that followed were all easily dodged by Ishii with simple movements. Yura-sama's swordsmanship is also beautiful. Being distracted during battle is a big no-no. Ice Wave Rage. Yura seized the opportunity to swing her weapon's ice attribute enchantment towards Ishii to the maximum extent, while at the same time Yura's body unfolded to the maximum extent. That's a broken move you've got there. Ishii threw the useless greatsword in her hand and jumped up and across to avoid it. Her legs slightly redirected in the air and landed precisely next to Yura, catching her waist and pressing her body down. Shall we continue? Beautiful lady. Looking at Ishii's near face, Yura blushed and was angry at the same time. Ishii didn't put up a fight the entire time, dodging each of his own slashes as lightly as if they were seen through, and also instantly incapacitating me. No need. I'm convinced, but you abandoned your weapon, so it's my win. Ishii smiled helplessly, then let go of Yura's waist. Fine. I'm the one who lost to MS. Yura, but next time, I'll force you to use a weapon against me. Went silent for a moment or two at the words Ishii. Even if you beat me to death I will not use I only know physical arts and do not know how to use weapons. You don't have to hide it. The announcement released by Chin clearly states that you solved Wine Dragon with a single slash. Dare to deceive me. I'll take this revenge. Ishii silently picked up that west wind greatsword on the ground and tried it out, and swung it hard at a rock. A sharp ear-splitting sound rang out, followed by a sword chi that struck at the stone, turning it into powder after an explosion. Yura and Amber stared at the scene in wide-eyed disbelief. Swinging a greatsword with one hand is scary enough. What's with this random blow? Ishii casually spun the greatsword of the west wind twice before giving it back to Yura, the force of which was to be expected. After all, Shenjo's martial arts had been raised to the 3rd level and cost 15 million mora. You should be able to tell from my sword-swinging movements that I really don't know how to use a weapon, but in the face of absolute power, skill doesn't seem very important. Ishii's modest words caused the two girls to fall silent, while Yura was thinking, no, this vendetta is off the table. I'm actually quite generous. That's the end of the fun and games. This visit is to ask Amber for a favor. Is there anything I can do to help the Knight of Honor? Amber was surprised, and at the same time was looking forward to it. Ishii is so powerful that there is still a place to use me? I'm going to get my pilot's license and how this thing works, said Ishii as she took out that wind wings, still not understanding how this thing was mounted on her body. In the same manner as pulling out a weapon, it will randomly wish to appear in the air and settle into a gliding position a fist's width behind your back. I see. I'll try. Then Ishii put the wind wings into the system space, confidently jumped down from the side of the mountain wall where he had just come from, and then there was no more. Amber and Yura looked at each other and carefully came to where Ishii had jumped to look down. It was so high. If we were the ones who didn't jump so much with wind wings, we should have been. At this time Ishii is crouching under the cliff contemplating something. Is it that his will is not strong enough? After that, under the two girls' shocked gazes, Ishii ran up the nearly 90-degree mountain wall by stepping on it. Wing. Amber was about to say something when she saw Ishii turn and jump again. Soon Ishii reappeared in front of the two, doubting life for a moment before saying doubtfully, why don't the wind wings open? I've been thinking about that too. What's going on with the God's Eye holders that even a single thought of the wind wings will appear? Eye of God holder? Yes, aren't you, Mr. Knight of Honor? No. Words present. A few people have fallen into silence. Memory of the past. You can change out of thin air equipment and so powerful. Who would have thought that you do not have the Eye of God? 10,000 apologies. I didn't mean to. It's my fault for not knowing ahead of time. You're not hurt, are you, Knight of Honor? Amber hurriedly kept apologizing to Ishii. If something happened to Ishii, he also has responsibility. It's not even a big deal to me that I'm not dead, and since I want the Eye of God, I'll ask the Rock God for one later, so thank you Amber for teaching me. It's my duty. After Ishii left, the two girls still hadn't gotten over their shock. Was the Eye of God something you could just say you got? Ishii, Zhonli, send me an Eye of God. Jones, not quite the rules. Ishii, I wouldn't mind dyeing my hair white and coming to you for one every day. Jones, take it and get out. Chapter 51 Flight. Lazuki, Forest House. Heaven moves the elements. Solid as gold. All collected and stored. All in one place. Yishi swung on the swing and quietly watched as Ishi played with the new toys there, as well as the palm-sized rock elemental generator he had created on the table. The name of the move is pretty cool, but it's just that you're more powerful with a rock than this. This is the way of heaven. Let's go back and clean up the table that the defeated boss smashed and then clean up the trash. How come this gods I can't even release Morix's skills? It's useless. Boss, it's your rock elemental affinity that's too low. Ishi casually tossed the newly acquired eye of the rock god, then came under Yishi's swing to look up at her. Yishi blushed and turned her head away. She was wearing a skirt. Can she not stare so straight down there? Any orders from the boss? As the swing disappeared, Yishi slowly landed on the ground, and just as his toes hit the ground he was walloped into the wall by Ishi. Yishi, you're beautiful. Yishi was a little bit excited while at the same time he knew in his heart that Ishi was definitely up to something. What's wrong? Ishi put her face next to Yishi's neck and took a deep breath. Yishi's heart was beating fast while feeling more and more that something big would happen. Ishi, let's go. Brother will take you jumping. Ha, Chuan-Yu Pavilion. Ishi looked around at the surrounding great mountains and then loosened Yishi's waist. Sure enough, it could take people teleporting. And even though the Chuan-Yu Pavilion didn't have a teleportation anchor point, it was just able to teleport straight up. Ishi, is there anything we need to do to find Tian Quanxing? This question Condensation Light also want to ask. The two of them appeared a moment. Condensation Light, no Chuan-Yu Pavilion has come to the uninvited guests. At this time she is standing in the house watching these two people. Ishi walked to the edge of the Chuan-Yu Pavilion and looked down. With his current strength more than 100 meters jumped down barely okay. But Chuan-Yu Pavilion will definitely get hurt at this height. So if the wind wings still can't be used, bring Yishi for insurance. In a minute you'll know. After saying that, Princess Ishi picked up Yishi and jumped down from the Chuan-Yu Pavilion, shocking the condensed light for 100 years. You two didn't come here to die for your love, did you? A thought flashed through the air Ishi, and then the wings of the wind unfolded and appeared behind Ishi. It feels so good to be in the air. How about the new toys I got? Well, the view is wide open and the mind is open. Yishi clung to Ishi's arms and glided with him over Liu, although he himself could fly, but now it is not the same. At this time, Ishi suddenly remembered that the flight license clearly stipulates that the wind wing cannot be two people at the same time, or the license directly revoked. Think of this mouth a smile, that also have to be able to suspend awe, so Ishi simply do not bring fear. Besides, this is Lizuki. What do Mon's knights care? Yishi, are you still considered a god of Sumeru now? Hearing this, Yishi thought about it and nodded lightly. The gods of Sumeru have been buyer for generations, and while there are not usually two buyer, they are the gods of Sumeru regardless of how many exist at the same time. I want to get Kusakami's gaze so badly. She's so beautiful and generous and kind. It's so endearing to look at her. Alright, give it to you is all. Yishi looked at Ishi's pretense of despondency and covered her mouth with two small laughs, then got up and floated beside Ishi. Only a green light coalesced in Yishi's hand, and a grass god's eye appeared in her hand. Here. Ishi took it and felt the power contained within, then opened her empty hand and gestured twice in front of Yishi's eyes. Then with a quick grab at the air, a brightly colored glazed lily appeared in his hand. This bouquet is for this beautiful young lady. May you be at peace every day. Yishi held her cheek and reached out to take it, placing it on the tip of her nose and sniffing it gently, and looking very happy about it. I thought to myself that I'm not a little girl anymore, and I'm surprised that I'm still happy to receive flowers. Ishi nodded as she watched the scene. Flowers for beauty, etc. As if realizing something, Ishi looked at Yishi, who was flying elegantly in front of him, and then looked at the wings of the wind behind him, and sighed that cultivating immortals was different. I forgot you could fly. It's the first time I've seen you. As the words fell, Yishi returned to his embrace again under the puzzled gaze of Ishi. Won't Ishi smiled helplessly. There was still half the height to land. Where to land? Just then, a clicking sound came from the wings of the wind behind him. Yishi, the wind wings seemed to be breaking down. Immediately after that, several light vines appeared to securely bind the wind wings where they were going to break. And then Yishi reached out and wrapped his arms around Ishi's neck to hug him a little tighter. Then you have to protect me. Oh, it's so dangerous, I'm scared as a weak girl. Ishi sort of understood why she couldn't ride two people at the same time. Ordinary wind wings are unsafe on the one hand, and can't handle the weight of two adults on the other. And Traveler and Curfew Palace are both teenage girl-sized. Just right. Yishi, I'm not heavy. And in the glazed month 3 bowls nevertheless post listening to the Book of Bells said, times have changed. Are the postulants gradually becoming more open-minded now? All of you can see you two showing love in the sky. Ishi, let me help you make a new wind wings later. The ones humans use aren't very good quality for us. Then I'm counting on you. Aha! Forest house. Memories of the past bedroom. At night, just as Ishi was planning to fall asleep, there was a gentle knock on the bedroom door. Ishi, my bed is broken. Can I come and sleep with you? Ishii got up and looked at the direction of the doorway. The hammock knife generated by your god's power cannot be cut, how bad? But none of this matters. Open the door and pick up Ishii to the bed and put his arms around him. Sleep at ease. Chapter 52, A Late Night Encounter in a Tavern. Forest House. Memories of the past bedroom. Ishii. Aha. What do you think of me? At midnight. Neither of the two people on the bed had fallen asleep, and at this time Ishii was chatting with Ishii with one word or another. A girl who was tricked back by a pill. Humph. You immodest boss. 3 at. Ishii raised her small fist and lightly whacked at Ishii's shoulder, and was then pulled into her arms as Ishii grabbed her wrist. And the irreplaceable can't leave girl in my heart. Then Ishii's face swished red to the root of her ears, shyly burying her face into Ishii's arms. Her muffled little voice rang out. Suddenly saying this to me, so I'm so important in your heart. Sure, the heavy ones are crushing the wind wings, but I'll take any heavier. At those words Ishii slowly raised his head to look at Ishii. His slightly puffed up face seemed to say, I'm having a tantrum. Ishii chose to sleep with her eyes closed so she couldn't see, stroking Ishii's long, silky hair in the process. Suddenly the soft, warm sensation around his mouth passed by in an instant, and Ishii opened his eyes to see Ishii burying his face back into his arms, but it seemed to be a little deeper. Ishii put her finger on her lips to recall the feeling she just had. It seems that she let Ishii sneak up on her. Ishii reached out and slapped Ishii's jade buttocks, then held the girl in her arms a little tighter and adjusted her sleeping position. Sleepy, you horny old. Sniffing Ishii came again, the flesh quivering and shaking a few times before returning to its roundness. A bit addictive. Sleep, Ishii. Get up for breakfast. Early in the morning, Ishii placed a bowl of handmade lotus porridge by the bedside, then gently pushed Ishii who was still sleeping. Only to see Ishii twice before rolling over and going back to sleep. It's time to get up. If you don't eat, the porridge will get cold. Ishii's words were very soft and gentle. Ishii sat up in a daze and looked at Ishii beside the bed, and then looked at the lotus kanji on the bedside table. And you can cook. Of course, come on. Ishii brought up the lotus porridge and scooped up a spoonful and blew on it, then sent it to Ishii's mouth. Ishii was silent for a moment or two. It was the first time she had been fed by a girl. It felt weird, but it felt good. Well, the timing of the ingredients under the fire and condiments are just right. A bowl of ordinary lotus porridge by Ishii's hand can be called a work of art. Translation, especially delicious. It's not that great, but eat more if you like it. Hearing Ishii such a high evaluation, Ishii was very happy. Just wanted to scoop another spoonful of the bowl was taken by Ishii, and then tilted his head and finished it in one gulp. Well, I'm going back to sleep. The porridge is delicious. Ishii looked at Ishii who fell asleep with a gentle smile. The boss is really lazy. Then I'll go ahead and get the forest house open for business. In the afternoon, Ishii sat on the sofa with her legs crossed while looking at the letter from 7 stars. The content of the letter was probably about how Ritsuki Nanisher didn't understand the customs of the fairy spirits and wanted to ask Columbia to help out. After all, she was the only one of the fairy spirits left at the moment. By the way, Ishii, where has Columbia been for the past 2 days? The fairies have taken form and consciousness, and now Columbia is accompanying them at the Fool's Embassy. Gongzi, yeah, every time I go back it's like a haunting. A bunch of humanoid creatures floating in the sky. But it's fine, just get used to it. Ishii thought about it. Dozens of fairy spirit girl fools crowd embassy also cannot let go. 7 stars out to help Columbia should also be very happy to help. But how did the letter get to me? It was sent to the embassy of the fools. Ishii, you have time to forward this letter to Columbia. Okay. Ishii got up and handed the letter to Ishii, and went out the door to slip away. Under the statue of the wind god, with the guidance of the small department, Ishii finally found the bard all in green, and sure enough, he was selling songs again. Hi, haven't seen you for a few days, why do you want to come to Mond to see me? When the show was over, Wendy came over to Ishii and greeted him. Then naturally there's something to find you. The eye of the wind god feels convenient. You get me one. The eye of God is not something you can have just by wanting it. How many people pursue it for their whole life without getting what they want? Wendy spread her hands to signal that it wasn't quite working. Then Ishii cleared her throat and introduced herself with a feigned sadness. I've actually been wandering since I left my hometown, and only recently drifted to Riju, and since my friend Morex is about to die, I saw no problem in obtaining a wind god's eye. I'll pay for all your drinks today. Deal. With those words Wendy shoved a glittering eye of the wind god to Ishii and headed for the tavern. What are you waiting for? Let's hurry up and get a drink. Jongler, in a sense, you know only the earthly jongler, not Morex. Remembering the past, giving an old man an extra friend on his deathbed, +1 for merit. Mond, the gift of angels. Ishii followed Wendy to the 2nd floor of the tavern and suddenly spotted a familiar figure in a corner. A comparison of 1 or 2. and a little thought, led to a decisive choice of the latter. Wendy, you find the drinkers and drink whatever you want. I'll just settle the bill at the end. Aren't you coming to drink with us? I'm just saying that I wrapped up your drink. Anyway, you're open to drink whatever you want. Now I'm going to go drink with the girls. Bye. Wendy looked at the memory of Ishii, who turned around and walked away. Silence 1 or 2. You are a heavy color and light friend. Ishii walked straight towards the light blue figure. Late night tavern encounter. Yura was alone with her drink, out of place in the bustling scene around her. Thank you for being willing to share a table with me. Those drinkers actually avoided me. I'll take that revenge. Really, is it that much about my bloodline? Even if I go for revenge, I can't restore it to them. Seeing someone sitting across from her, Yura knew who was coming and spat at him. I'm pretty lucky, too, that such a pretty girl takes my seat every time, Ishii said snidely, while taking out a black gold gourd and pouring it for Yura. Come and try this one of mine. It's not much better, just the best wine in all of Teyvat. I'll have to try it then. Speaking of which, that bard over there is a friend of yours, isn't he? Why aren't you with him? Ishii looked back, when Wendy was gleefully holding up her wineglass with one foot on the table. I won this one, so I'm drinking. Little brother, it's the losers who drink. Seeing this, Ishii turned her head back and shook her head with a firm gaze. I don't know him, Ishii. It's fun over here. Are you sure you don't want to come along? But he seemed to be waving at you. Ishii continued, holding her forehead with a face full of black lines. Oh, you don't understand. He's actually a hooligan, so he's waving at you. Just ignore him. Ha ha, that's funny. Hearing this, Yura didn't hold back a laugh, but at the same time her heart was happy. Picking up her glass of wine and taking a sip, followed by a double take. What kind of wine is this? It's too good. It's rare to be happy tonight. Come on, cheers. After saying that, Yura drained her glass in one gulp and extended it towards Ishii again. My wine Teyvat is unique, but it's very high proof, so it's not good to get drunk. Ishii filled up again for Yura, who didn't seem to be worried at all. What am I worried about with the Lord Knight of Honor here? So I'm going to have to drink openly tonight and no one can stop me. Well, pipe down. Ishii smiled helplessly. It seems that she will have to send this girl home in the end yet. Chapter 53, Wings of Light Brand Propulsion. Mond, the Knights. The next day, Jean sat in her office, looking at the Mond news of the past few days with a headache. Is there an undisclosed secret about 2 Knights of Honor living together? Shocker. Why did the Knight of Honor kill himself on top of the church? And why did Reverend Barbara disappear when she arrived at the scene? The Lawrence family got the Knight of Honor drunk and brought him home for such a reason? Jin held his hand to his forehead and drank a cup of coffee to refresh himself, remembering the events of the past 2 days at Mond. What a refreshing change, but it should all be about getting headlines to attract traffic. Yura's a good person who knows her. Just let the rest of the rumors go. After all, there were 2 new honorary knights all at once, and their every move would be followed by the residents of Mond in the near future. But without knowing Ishii, it's nothing with Yura, is it? Li Yu, Lightning Policy Zhuang, Fluorescent Sister, what's wrong? Slow down. Lum was riding his bike carrying Ishii in the wind at this time. His face was so excited. Just this morning, Fluorescence in the Light Policy Zhuang Open Anchor Point accidentally found a cave, and there are many treasure chests in it at a glance yet. However, based on experience, this type of decryption will be very troublesome, so decisively chose to pull on the memory of the past. This Mr. Divine Calculator, as well as his car, Fluorescence has long wanted to ride a ride. The faster the better. And Ishii, your car is awesome. Ishii was in the backseat trying her best not to get thrown out. Why was the simple and cute fluorescent girl car riding even wilder than Ishii? It's really not even an act. Mainly behind the car suspended 3 pairs of light wing propulsion speed. If not, the terrain twists and turns, or else Ishii are skeptical that the highest speed can catch up with the high-speed railroad. Woohoo! Where on earth are you going in such a hurry? Fluxy? I've found a place that may very well have treasure in it. The two were going so fast that the scenery around them was a blur. 70 mph was the upper limit for the bike, but not for the driver. That's when Ishii realized how important the seatbelt she had put on herself was. Ah yee, the boss misses you. The 2-car all the way to a cave with no danger. This place Ishii more and more look familiar. This is, Guyun has chi? Ishii, you really know this. Unfortunately I don't know where the key is, and there's a seal on the door. I don't dare to force it open. Can you help me calculate what to do? Lum skillfully drifted the brakes to bring the car to a stop and pulled Ishii to the main gate of the ruins, pointing to the 3 alcoves in the doorway and said. Ishii confidently smiled. Back then with Budding knew over a dozen times this task. Step-by-step process with home is familiar already. From the warehouse, he pulled out the Teyvat map and pointed at a teleportation anchor point. Simple. To open the door you need to find 3 shards. Just follow me. Now let's pass this anchor point. Good. Ishii was the first to reach the teleportation anchor point on Mount Aurora. then opened her arms to catch Flux, who was right behind her, and put it down. The order is, do it. Yeah. One shard in hand. I'll see you at this anchor point next. The two took the first shard in less than 3 minutes, and Ishii opened the map to inform the next location before disappearing. According to this efficiency, Ishii and Lum soon returned to that big door. Lum said that it felt really good to have a big brother to bring. Ishii, you're amazing. You really deserve to be Mr. Divine Calculator. At the word, Ishii took out the fan printed with the word Divine Calculation and lightly fanned it. In fact, this time did not use the fortune-telling skills. It just placed the pieces up in order below. There's a final challenge inside. Not a difficult task for you now. Aha! As the gate slowly rose, Ishii and Lum entered the inner cave. When Lum suddenly asked, Ishii, do you think we won't have to find the key if we fly in through the hole above? Ishii was silent for a moment or two as she looked at the bright sunlight shining above her, then shook her head. Something like a knot existed before the door opened. So this is the only entrance. Now, it seems someone has come to welcome us, Ishii said, breaking her fingers and walking towards the relic guards that were waking up. Light blade. Suddenly several crescent-like rays of light flashed from behind Ishii, and then the 3 relic guards turned into a pile of rags. And a flying relic hunter will be given to. Immediately followed by another radiant sword chi. The rags in the field turned into 4 piles. Ishii, did you just say something? It's okay. Lum picked up the fallen cores from the piles of rags. These would fetch quite a few more. Finally, he and Ishii came to the depths of the cave, which was overgrown with weeds, but the many treasure chests scattered about made Fluorescent's eyes light up. There sure is a lot of treasure. Ishii, how about we split it in half? Fluorescence excitedly opened his wings of light and flew over to open all the treasure chests, and Ishii unhurriedly followed over to casually look at them, then shook her head. These things are taking up space even if I put them back, so you can just take them all. Then I'm welcome. Ishii left a handsome back to Fluorescence and went out first. He couldn't let her ride again when he went back. Flux, where do you find such a good adventure partner, with a car and a house and money? Ishii, but you didn't think about me when you rode your bike. Ishii, I'm sure you'll be fine if you're this good. Thanks to Ya-Creek Court for sending 1 Great God certification. Thank you very much. Chapter 54, Inviting the Immortals. Li Yu, Invite the Immortal Ceremony. This year's Immortal Invitation Ceremony was quite a bustling event, with the people of Liu and tourists from all over the world just wanting to catch a glimpse of the Emperor's true face and dip their hands in the immortal spirit. Ishii brought a group of girls to the site of the Immortal Invitation Ceremony early, along with the guest minister of the Hall of the Past Life, Mr. Past Life, who was unwilling to reveal his real name. In order to prevent any unnecessary commotion, Ishii changed Columbia into a cute dress that complemented her hair color. Who would have thought that such a well-behaved and lovely girl would be an executive officer? Ishii had dressed up carefully, although compared to usual it was just a light makeup, but the breath shield was still fully on. Otherwise it would surely be instantly recognized by the Sumeru tourists. The Fluorescent sister. On the other hand, everything is the same as usual, and after that, according to the memory of the past said to go to the prince to receive 100 forbidden talisman to go to the immortal. It is fine. Originally, Zhongli was killed not to come, but could not prevent Ishii this old six directly spend 20 million mora to pass him over. You don't even show your face on such an important day of the year as the coming of Morix? Jones, in terms of universal theorizing, I'm the M.O. Ishii, what's it to you, a guest secretary of the Hall of the Living, that the immortal ceremony is inviting the Morix? Just come to support the show. Zhongli, why does that sound so familiar? Zhongli, is it you who will be making an appearance later? Zhongli will definitely follow her when she comes to return to the end of her life, and she hasn't seen the immortal invitation ceremony yet. At this time she is sat Zhongli arm happy to accompany him. The emperor when the image of the how long broke the army can see again to think about are excited about it. Normally Zhongli would have reminded Yuan that it was unseemly to do so in full view of the public, but he ignored it now that he was worried about something else. Zhongli, this is for you. It'll make the play easier later. Zhongli looked at the sunglasses handed to him by Ishii in silence for a moment or two and reached out to take them and put them on his face. Good thing too. When the Morix ancestor Phantom Moltz appeared it was necessary for Zhongli to manipulate them with his power, and bringing a pair of sunglasses would cover the eyes that emitted golden light. Zhongli, you look so cool wearing this. Zhongli noticed at this point that the sunglasses were unusual, and turned his head to look through the sunglasses at Yuan who was hugging himself. I'm so happy to go with Zhongli to see the immortal invocation ceremony today. It's just that it would be nice if he could understand my feelings. Do I have something on my face? Returning to the end of the day, he opened his mouth and asked, and Zhongli shook his head slightly. No, it was a bit interesting to be able to read people's minds, and then he looked at the traveler who was making a wish by the immortal furnace. I hope I can find my brother soon. It's really lively here, but isn't the immortal invitation ceremony about to start? Why is Mr. Zhongli still here? Yi Shi, accompanied by Ishi, has been paying attention to Zhongli exactly when to sneak away, but why not until now? My people will soon be revived. One and all. Columbia had a light smile on her face, and her 6 little wings were rhythmically swaying from side to side, so she could tell she was in a beautiful mood. What are you looking at, you pervert? And look at all the girls I've brought with me to see your return. When his eyes fell on Isha, the sunglasses were suddenly swiped by these words. Zhongli frowned slightly and then averted his eyes. When Zhongli turned his head back, his gaze did not deviate just enough to meet with the condensed light. Emperor, why is he here? And that woman beside the emperor? I guess it really must be that returning to the end herself from the records. Like Yi Shi, Ningguang was also keeping an eye on Zhongli's movements and had the same doubts. Why don't you go? It's okay if I clear a path just for you. Zhongli, I shouldn't have come in the first place, but now the two of you are expecting me to leave, so I'll really leave for you later. The emperor is suddenly looking at me like that. He's trying to convey some kind of instruction, isn't he? Seeing what Ningguang was thinking, Zhongli gently shook his head, signaling that it wasn't. I see. The emperor was trying to signal the postponement of the immortal invocation ceremony, and purposely came to notify at short notice. Returning to the end, whenever the immortal invitation ceremony is performed, the Rock King Emperor will personally descend and pass down the Annunciation, and this year will be no exception. We just need to wait quietly for the opening. Zhongli hurriedly said to returning to the end, and specially raised his voice. I'm looking forward to it. Hearing the words, Ningguang immediately understood that he would be wrong. It is true that the thoughts of Lord Emperor are not something that mortals like me can speculate on, although I don't know exactly what the Emperor wants to convey, since it's not an invitation for the immortal ceremony to be postponed. Let's hold it as scheduled. Ningguang, the Emperor must have some deep meaning for him to do this. Jones, you don't have to guess. You really don't. Ningguang looked up at the sky and then took one last look at Zhongli. No matter what, the immortal invitation ceremony must begin. The auspicious time has come. The words fell condensed light to run the spell and struck into the immortal furnace behind him. As a golden light rushed towards the sky, the 10,000 miles of clear sky suddenly became windy, and eventually, accompanied by a dragon's roar, a brownish golden dragon descended from the sky and smashed amongst the immortal furnace as well as the tributes. It was too sudden, and all of a sudden the people in the arena were on edge. No one expected this to happen, and they were talking in whispers. With his face filled with shock, Ningguang looked at Zhongli once again and saw him turn his head away. Thinking for a moment or two, he decided to stabilize the scene first. The emperor has been killed. Blockade the whole place. Off stage, Gue Jia clearly had not yet recovered from the scene that had just occurred, and at that moment, she was clinging to Zhongli's arm and refusing to let go of it. Zhongli, are you alright? Returning to the end of her life with a tone of fearful concern, Zhongli said to her with a reassuring smile. Everything as it was. Yishi's eyes kept going back and forth between the ancestor Fa Molten Zhongli, and soon realized what was going on. His old man wanted to retire yet. Ishie, I'll leave first. Bye. Be safe. Lum and Ishi greeted each other before slipping away on the route Ishi had originally instructed them to take, and what followed was Darteria's unnecessary rescue. Okay, sunglasses back. We'll pull out when the 1,000 Rock Army is done with the process. Past Life Hall. Tea table. Zhongli, I'm so sad. Morex, he's actually immortalized. Ishi laughed while patting Zhongli's shoulder and said. At this moment beside Hu Tao stared with wide eyes and asked in disbelief. What? Prince Rock is dead? Yes. If you don't believe me, ask Zhongli. He went there too. Zhongli calmly sipped his tea with a relaxed look on his face. The Rock King Emperor has blessed Liu for 1,000 years, with a heart for the people and a heart for the people, and has not lost a single battle in his countless battles throughout his life. Now that the Emperor is leaving, our Hall of the Past Life will organize a grand ceremony to send off the immortals in his honor. So true. At the words Ishi applauded. It's still you. Walnut followed with a nod and asked again. So, why do you guys look so happy? Ishi sat back down and lifted her teacup in an effort to stifle her laughter. I remember happy things. What happy thing? I have the prettiest clerk in the whole world. At those words Walnut was silent for a moment or two, then looked at Zhongli. What about you, Zhongli? My friend returned to the end is no slouch either. Really? What the hell? Walnut was going to ignore these two guys. Better go out and see for himself. He had just walked out of the door of the Hall of the Past Life not 2 steps before he heard the sound of Ishi's bright laughter. Ahahahahaha. That's right. We have to organize a grand ceremony for the Rock King Emperor to send off the immortals. With that, Walnut pushed the door in, only to see Ishi sipping tea with Zhongli in a serious manner. Walnut, have you forgotten something? It's a good day. Ishi returned to the forest house and happily lifted the columbine twice around, then slapped Ishi's jade buttocks toward the couch. Ah, boss, you again. What are you so happy about? Columbia was confused for a moment, craned her head to look at Ishi, and then went back to sleep on his lap. You must not be afraid of what I am about to say. Ishi gently stroked Columbia's head. This girl really loves to sleep. Ishi sat next to Ishi and spoke gently. I will face anything with you. I'm telling you guys, Bells he's going to have Morex's funeral. According to Ryu custom, it is indeed time to hold a ceremony to send off the immortals. Ishi covered her mouth and laughed softly twice, but it was the first time she had heard of holding a funeral for herself. Well, the invitation to the immortal ceremony is considered to have come to an end. There's nothing more for us to do next. Adjourn. Chapter 55, White Hair. In the evening, Ishi was concentrating with a textbook on absence and offense in her hand. Although she believed that a book was good or bad depending on the content rather than just the name. This was indeed a book she didn't want to understand just by looking at the name. Every now and then, Ishi gently pinched the small face of Columbia, who was sleeping on her lap, and was really defenseless. Ishi on the swing looked at the two of them and thought to herself that the small size was really more convenient, but also appeared to be more uninhibited. Awake from your nap? In the afterglow, Ishi found that Columbia's small wings moved twice. It seems that this girl is going to wake up. Columbia rose languidly to look in one direction, then got off the couch and took Ishi's hand, seeming somewhat agitated. Are you trying to get me to come with you? Seeing Columbine nod, Ishi casually placed the book in her hand. Well, it's good to go with you then. This area is in good repair. In the month before inviting the immortal ceremony, Yu Hongxing personally went down to the construction site to develop an area for the immortal spirits to live in, and also borrowed Columbine as a designer with Ishi. While the fool's crowd is not liked by the nations, the execs are even more of a scary presence. But 7 stars was for Ryu, and Columbia was for the clan. Neither played any mind games, and it was one of the most pleasant collaborations. Add to that the fact that Columbia was wearing the pretty little dress given to her by Ishi, no cloak and dagger coat, and her lovable face was that of the great immortal spirits of legend. She didn't give off any dangerous aura and was always in a good mood, so she got along well with Kakeru. The presence of such two eye-catching girls on the construction site instead boosted the morale of the workers, and for the first time, Kakeru thought that maybe the executives weren't all bad guys. There you are, the place is built. Is there anything else that needs to be fixed? Kakeru was wearing a helmet with 2 cat ears protruding from her head, and it really suited her. Columbia walked over to Kakeru and held out her small hand to gesture twice. That's it for now then. For now I'll show you around. Seeing this scene, Ishi doubtfully came to the side of the two. Columbia, did she say anything? Only to see the dexterous little hand of Columbine make another gesture. Sniff, said Kakeru in surprise. The second immortal spirit race is going to appear? That's great. Let's hurry up and take a look. Ishi raised an eyebrow. How the hell did you read this? After a moment's thought, he decided to follow the customs and proceeded to clear his throat. First he pointed to Kakeru, then to himself, and finally waved a walking gesture to Columbia. If you have something to say, Mr. Yi, just say it directly. I can hear you. Ishi was silent for a moment or two and spoke as if nothing had happened. Then let's go. Ishi and carved Haru stood silently in front of a small, white-haired girl as cute as Columbia, sizing her up. Her eyes were still tightly closed. The 3 pairs of tiny wings on her head mirrored those of Kalimboa, and her hair color that the Rock King Emperor wanted to send God's eyes when he saw it was dazzling. The two of them were hugging each other tightly at the moment, both with endless joy on their faces, and they were on good terms, though Ishii didn't know why. This would be the little blue fairy spirit that Columbia had come to hold for the first time. After the two of them spoke wordlessly for a while, that little white girl came to Ishii and performed a ritual unique to the immortal spirit race to him. Thank you, my lord, for giving us life anew. I am Alicia, a friend of Columbia. The ethereal and euphonious voice rang out. Ishii smiled and nodded. The cute little girl had another one yet. Ishii, thank you. Columbine came to give Ishii a hug as well, and Ishii stroked Columbine's little head out of habit. It's good that you're happy. Carved Ching looked at a few people were also very happy. Immortal spirits are intelligent races that love humans. Perhaps in the future for the development of Liu has. Thinking of this moment, Haru suddenly realized something and asked Columbine in shock. Wait, you can talk? At the sound of the words, Ishii froze. Together you two this month are the mainstream of consciousness? Didn't Columbia tell you? She used hand gestures in conjunction with her intentions every time she communicated with me, and never saw her speak. At that moment, that immortal spirit girl's voice came, so Ishii and Carving Harvest shifted their gazes to her. Because of the curse, our clan has always interacted with humans in such a way that it has become habitual, but I don't think we have to care now. Then Columbia came in front of Kakeru, and a song-like voice rang out. I'll take care of you from now on. Columbia's sweet voice made Kakeru freeze for a moment, then smiled. As long as you abide by the rules and regulations of the mortal world, you are more than welcome in Liu. and now I'm going to go talk to Nimbus, so I won't bother you guys to catch up. After carving Haru left, only 3 people, Ishii and the 2 little girls, remained in the room, and Alicia came up to Ishii and asked excitedly, "My lord, can you tell us about you in Colombia? I've often heard her mention it." The corners of Ishii's mouth twitched. Touched the fairy spirit tribe wings. Consequences seemed to be very serious to come. Thought about it. A pickup. Columbia subsequently sat on the sofa deep said. That started on a cold, windy winter day. In the next half hour, Ishii tells the story of how she and Columbus went from meeting and getting to know each other back in the day. Yeah, she gives a nod to this story. The story was still made up based on a real situation, and the 2 girls listened intently. So that's it. What Columbia said was that you touched her wings while she was sleeping in order to get her. I told you how it could be that simple. Ishii was silent for a moment and reached out to pinch the face of the little girl in her arms. Well, I'm going to head back, so you can come see me at the forest house later if you need anything. Aha! Take care, my lord. As expected of the legendary fairy spirit race that possesses beauty and wisdom not belonging to the earth. It's just great. Ishii was walking home, holding Columbine's little hand in hers, when she suddenly felt Columbine tugging at her. What's wrong with Columbia? Ishii turned her head to look at Columbia and found her opening her arms to her and trying to stand on her tiptoes. Seeing this, Ishii smiled gently thought and reached out to touch her little head. Okay, I'll carry you back. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up Columbia and let her lie on his shoulder. With that came the dark and nice smelling direction of a young girl on Columbia, and her body was extra soft. Speaking of which, I've never seen your eyes before. Can I see them if it's convenient? Of course it would be something if it's not. Upon hearing this, Columbine was silent for a while, and when Ishii thought it really wouldn't work, Columbine spoke slightly. Yeah. With those words, Columbia climbed to her feet and opened her eyes slightly halfway to the expectant and nervous gaze of Ishii. Hidden in the eyelids behind the half-covered eyes then showed in front of Ishii a pair of ruby-like beautiful, full of magic, flashing mysterious light eyes, extraordinarily beautiful, and with Columbia's eyes always attentive to the ground, not looking at anyone, and half open. I'm afraid that it would really have some effect on the people she saw. Girl, you are beautiful. Ishii reached out and stroked Columbine's long hair in passing, allowing her to crawl back into her arms, and Columbine closed her eyes. Now let's go home. Aha! Dazzling. Chapter 56, On Earth. After that, immortal spirit clan girls could often be seen traveling in groups in Ryu. The 7 stars also sent Smokeum, a legal expert, to explain the laws and regulations of Liu to the immortal spirit clan, only to end up going back with their heads hanging down. It was only when Ningguang asked about it that he learned of the horrors of the intelligent races, and in a day's time identified many loopholes in the law, each of them unthinkable but feasible. The happiest besides Columbia was Fluorescence. Dozens of fairy spirit girls lined up to give themselves treasure chests, much faster than chasing after them to find them. The members of the immortal spirit clan on the wisdom and beauty of no one loses, with their appearance on the street walking more men, than to go to the immortal ceremony instrument to see the emperor's true face are active. Ritsuki also has a number of stores that pay well to hire any of them to work as caretakers in their stores, and unsurprisingly business is brisk. Later on, the girls of the immortal spirit clan found it boring and politely refused even if the shopkeeper offered a higher price. In contrast to this was Ishia's forest house. Looking at the number of fairy spirit clan girls that volunteered to come to his house every day, the other bosses only had envy. No, it's more envious. He's already ridiculously beautiful with that store clerk. Now that senior personnel from other countries had begun to try to contact the local immortal spirit race, the gods of the various countries would surely give face to it as well. After all, each immortal spirit race can all have the battle power above the level of demon god, although not as good as the gods, but a few hundred or thousands at a time. It's so nice to be so well integrated into the earth in such a short time. Ganyu lay on his back by the fence, looking at the new residence below where Liu was playing around, his eyes full of envy and at the same time a faint desolation. He himself had been following the contract in the mortal world for more than 1,000 years, and now the emperor's passing was not a small blow to Ganyu. While knowing that the emperor hadn't really left, it also made Ganyu lose his purpose in the mortal world. They are meant to be a race for humans. There is no need to envy anything. Ishii poked Ganyu's cheek with a box of pastries, and the cool touch sobered her up. Emperor why does he suddenly want to retire? Is it because what we did wasn't good enough? Ganyu didn't even have the heart to eat. Her working condition had hit rock bottom since she had invited the immortal dignity instrument, and she was currently thinking about herself outside the office. No, on the contrary, the emperor made this move because Liu has been able to hold her own, and he is relieved to hand Liu over to the people. It also means that Ritsuki's contract with the god is coming to an end, and whether or not there is a need for me, who possesses an immortal bloodline, to remain in the mortal world. Ganyu absently took the box of snacks sent by Ishii, her hesitation and reluctance visible in her occasional sighs. Let's not think about all this sadness for now. Now come with brother. Where is it going? Ishia used the system storage to summon her right over to the ground and patted the back seat. Get in the car. Brother will take you for a walk. The rivers and lakes laugh at the waves and waves. The red dust is all forgotten. All gone. What is enough to say? The soothing speed of the car was relaxing as Ishii drove Ganyu around Ryu aimlessly. Sigh. It's just not the same with a nice car. And the pretty girl in the car seat doesn't change every day. And her legs are still long. Ishii, Zhongli your secretary I took away again. Jones, get used to it, get used to it. Returning to the end, this kind of organ art doesn't seem very difficult. Turn around and borrow Ishia's bike to see if you can build one for Zhongli as well. Ishie, you're singing. Ganyu gazed at the scenery that gradually drifted by in front of her, and the lyrics of the song sung by Ishii on the road caught her attention. All kinds of red dust have already passed. There is no need to reminisce. It's all in the past. No need to mention it again. If only I were as spontaneous as you. Ganyu looked thoughtful, and Ishii thought to herself that the carefully chosen song had really worked. We are all passers-by, but always sigh what hurt parting. How many years this body has traveled. Used to seeing the light of the sword to illuminate the night. Yellow sand in the sun like blood? How many souls hear silence? This success or failure and by whom to understand? Ganyu sat sideways on the back of her bike listening quietly. This part gave her a feeling of empathy. Yes, accompanying the emperor to fight countless battles in the sand. All kinds of life and death situations have not also come over. Now that the emperor had given his heart and soul to the people, it was all the more important that he should take care of it for him. Ishie, thank you. I seem to understand. The emperor just left. Now must be the busiest period. I have to hurry back to deal with the work before I can do so. No, you don't understand. Isn't that so? Although I don't know why Ganyu suddenly wanted to open up. I really can't let you go back now. Ganyu wouldn't even realize his importance if he went back now. So much work could exhaust an individual. That's why you have to disappear for 2 days and then wait for the others to cry and beg for you to come back. Think about it, you reserved for the Liu 7 stars work for 1,000 years. The emperor retired certainly have to see you too hard want you to follow the meaning of rest. Understand? Seeing that Ganyu was frozen in place seemingly thinking about something, so Ishii continued. You see Ningguang can see the emperor's meaning. Did he even send a few people specifically to grab a share of your work in the past 2 days? How much you have contributed to Liu would she not know? And would she do anything to dishonor the emperor? Impossible. This is only done because there are some things that can't be said too clearly. So just follow the will of emperor his old man and rest for a few days. So it is. At the words Ganyu's look of realization dawned on him, and his eyes were filled with admiration for Ishii. Worthy of being Mr. Divine Calculator, you've unlocked my heart in one go. I'll definitely live up to the emperor's high expectations to relax properly. Ganyu's tone became incredibly cheerful. So it was because he was overthinking. He thought it was because Liu no longer needed him. Really? How could I think that way myself? Ha ha. Small matter. Now brother take you to your master's place to relax for a few days. After that you just wait for a yellow-haired traveler to call you back. Yes, I will abide by Mr. Divine Calculator's arrangement. Small theater. Jones, as long as she comes back, whatever you say is right. Ishii, don't worry. Fooled completely and thoroughly. In a few days we'll obediently go back to work. Jones, that's good. And she does deserve a break. Ningguang, the work was at its peak during the period when the emperor had just left, and sending someone over was merely an attempt to take some of the pressure off Ganyu, not realizing that she thought she was coming to take her place. Secretary ABC, where is Lord Ganyu? I want to beg you to come back now. Between the absolute clouds, the cave of staying clouds and borrowing wind. That's a pretty hard road to ride on. Good thing I'm a better rider. The two had just arrived at the Jaeyun room to stay in the clouds to borrow the wind. True Lord knew that his disciple had come to see him, but she was inevitably shocked to see that she had a man with her, and then sighed in relief. Ganyu has also reached this age yet. This time this immortal personally went to meet him. When Ishii saw Lu Yun borrowing the wind she was also flabbergasted. Why are you still here? Didn't you go to confront the 7 stars? Don't ask. Look for the treasure chest. It's busy. This is the 57th chapter. Please accept it. It's Ganyu who has returned and brought back a man. Not bad, quite handsome. The winding and bumpy mountain road. Ishii froze and rode up carrying Ganyu, saw the crane waiting at the top of the mountain, and stopped in front of her with a sideways drift. First time I meet you. My name is Ishii. Ganyu said she missed you, so I brought her here to see you. Greetings, master. Ganyu got out of the car and stood respectfully in front of his master. Then Ishii handed a box glowing with divine light to Lu Yun borrowed wind. This is a tea from the collection of the King of the Great Tree of Mercy, given only to good people. Please smile. Good, very good. So your excellency is Liu's Mr. I've often heard returning and mention you. Stay Cloud borrowed the wind to receive and put away. Even with the Emperor's Voltron tea is equally precious. The more this kid looks more and more smooth. And it's the Emperor's new best friend. A golden son-in-law. Ganyu, go prepare some meals and treat this gentleman well. Yes, master. Don't bother. I'm going to go back after delivering Ganyu safely. How can you call it trouble? It's not as if this immortal doesn't welcome you. There's no need to be formal, just follow this immortal. Staying Cloud borrowing wind finished speaking and headed inside the cave. And Ganyu also moved forward to cook. Ishi thought it would be good to stay for a meal. That would be respectful. Luyan borrowed the wind to break the cave spell and brought Ishi inside to take his seat. Ishi surveyed the internal structure for a round, very much in the style of the immortals, and there were many unidentified organ creations. What does Mr. Yi think of the boy Ganyu? Ha, gentle and pretty and hardworking and kind-hearted. That's when Ganyu walked up with his dinner tray, just in time to hear Master's voice. That's right, and Ganyu is a funny kid. Let me tell you a story about when she was a kid. Back in the day. Master. No, there's no need to talk about these. Ganyu blushed as she brought the meal to the table, and Ryuyan glanced his head over arrogantly through the wind. Don't want this fairy to say. Then don't say it is. Speaking of which, Shen, he doesn't know how well he is practicing. This fairy went ahead to take a look. Okay, take care, master. Luyan borrowed the wind to open his wings and fluttered twice and flew away from the cave entrance. At this time, only Ishi and Ganyu were left in the cave. Master, she always likes to be blunt. I hope I don't mind. How come the more Ishi thought about it, the more she felt that something wasn't quite right? But it didn't seem like there was anything wrong with taking a bite of the rice Ganryo had cooked. Ganyu's craftsmanship is good. Being able to make Ching Xin so delicious. At the words, Ganyu faced some small happy. To others or the opposite sex cooking and eating or the first time it's not as good as Sister Yi, but it's good that you like it. Yishi's tea Ganyu very much like. Drink the work efficiency can improve a lot, so off-duty time often go to buy. Ganyu also especially like the environment and atmosphere of the forest house. Sometimes after buying tea will sit, one after another in Yi she also familiar with. The true lord of staying clouds and borrowing wind did not return, and when Ishi finished her meal and planned to leave, she realized that the exit was nowhere to be found. Ganyu, where did we just come in from? Ganyu was puzzled and came to the entrance of the original cave. Strange, what is true lord's intention? Master, she used an immortal technique to seal the cave entrance. This kind of I can't crack it. It seems that I can only wait for master to come back. Looking at this scene, Ishi suddenly realized something. Luyun borrowed wind is not sending her disciple to me, right? Ganryu. Your master seemed to think you had brought a man with you before you came back to see her. Ganyu immediately understood why master was doing all of this, followed by a small voice that covered his face and stammered. Well, it's master, she misunderstood. Sorry Ishi for troubling you. Ganyu's voice became smaller and smaller. Even if he covered his face, he could clearly see his face reddening to the roots of his ears, and left a small slit to observe Ishi's reaction. I guess your master won't be coming back today. Then he saw that Ishi was walking towards him. Ganyu instantly panicked. His little jump was like a deer bumping up. Relax. Ishi directly picked up Ganyu and a princess hug, then began to browse the teleportation anchor points. So Ganyu and her arms gave up struggling. Okay, but make sure you're gentle. Only to see a flash of light in front of him. He had already appeared with Ishi on the top of the celebration cloud. Looks like it's unlocked then. May, hold on to me. Okay, who is May? Complimenting you on your beauty. The words fell, Ishi holding Ganyu to jump upwards to take advantage of the wind field to expand the wings of the wind to swing up. The meeting will be a great success, with a view of the mountains. Good poem. Ishi stood at the edge of the floating stone of the pavilion and shouted at the vast expanse of earth. Ganyu sat in the pavilion and applauded, remembering that Mr. E was a man of letters yet. I haven't been to this place a few times, mainly because of the master. She closed the mechanism, but now it seems to have been reopened yet. The view from here is wide open. It's a nice place. Then Ishi put on her sunglasses and said in surprise, Aha! Ganyu, guess who I see? Ganyu followed Ishi's gaze, and at that moment, Zhongli and Gaiyuan were listening to a book at Tian Taizue's place. This is, Emperor? Zhongli, listening to books with your daughter-in-law again? Look who's sitting next to me. How could Zhongli hear from such a distance as an ordinary person, but not necessarily Morex? Only to see Zhongli calmly turn his head to look this way, Ganyu's sitting posture immediately became upright, while still being a bit at a loss for words. Do you know how sad Ganyu was when you left? Now you sit there and don't move. I'll bring her to see you. As Zhongli turned his head back, two words appeared on Ishi's sunglasses. Good thing too. Ishie, if we rashly disturb the emperor like this, will it not be too good? Ganyu poked Ishi's arm and opened her mouth. Ishi smiled and shook her head. Then she picked Ganyu up in a princess hug. No, you think so? I'm the one who's going to take you there, and it has nothing to do with what you intended. So let's go. Aha! Woohoo! Congratulations to the original gods, be normal. Fortune teller. It made it to number 27 on the new books list. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 58. Liu. 3 bulls but no alley. As you all know, above our harbor, there is the Cloud Immortal Mansion, the Smoky Cloud Palace. What does it mean to have an eye for heaven? You see, this is called a handful of eyes, and this is the Tongtian industry that Lord Ningxuan has placed under. At that time when the sky is clear, you look down from the deck outside that palace gate. Awesome. That's the scenery of heaven and earth for half of Liu Harbor. On the stage, Tian Tizui narrated the Liu Tian Quan Xing as well as the Wei Kunyu Pavilion with great emotion. And off the stage, Zhongli and Gue Jin listened quietly. Zhongli, I brought your little secretary to see you. It's you guys. Come and sit down. Come and sit down. The storyteller is getting to the good part. At the sound of the return to the end of the warm greetings to the two, Zhongli looked at Ishi. Two Eyes faintly said, my friend is joking. I am only a guest secretary of the Hall of the Past Life. When did the secretary come? One must be ambitious. Maybe you're the next rock god. Ishi came to take a seat opposite Zhongli and saw Ganyu standing respectfully beside Zhongli, so he said, Ganyu doesn't need to be formal. All of us here are friends. Feel free to sit down. Okay. Ganyu moved stiffly and sat next to Zhongli, not knowing how to face Zhongli. After all, according to their mortal status, Ganyu was much higher than Zhongli. Small theater, Walnut, Xiaozhong, quickly toast the elf upper immortal. Elf, in a mountain of corpses and sea of blood have never had a trace of cowardice. But that meal I did not even dare to move the chopsticks. Ishi, Zhongli, can't you see that Lord Ganyu of Moonhaven Pavilion is here? Quickly pour her tea. Ganyu, I suddenly think it's better not to have this position. Ganyu, how's work going these days? Thank you, Emperor. Mr. Zhongli's concern. Everything is fine. I will take a good vacation as you requested. At those words Zhongli was silent for a moment or two, then nodded. So be it. Boss, you're back. Come have some tea with your friends. The forest house was just across the street from the 3 Bulls but Lane. At this time Ishi came to sit down next to Ishi and started to cook the forest tea. It's natural to greet the boss when he comes back. It's just that he's also got a woman with him. Yi's sister, I'll do it. Ganyu instinctively wanted to reach out and take it, and Yishi shook his head slightly. I'll be fine with this little matter, so I won't trouble Secretary Tsukiya Kiri-sama. But, geez, it's not just pouring a cup of tea. I'll do it. At this time the teapot was returned to the end of the snatched, and then poured tea to the presence of a few people. Of course, the first to pour must be Zhongli. Ishie, can you lend me your bike for research? I want to build one for Zhongli as well. Upon hearing this, Ishi and Zhongli fell into silence at the same time, presumably because she also wanted Zhongli to drive her for a walk. The structure is simple but the material is not easy to find. I'll send him one later, so you can practice more with him. Thank you, Mr. Yi, and this tea is so good. Ganyu was quietly listening to a few people chatting on the side, and seemed to think that integrating into the earth wasn't as hard as he thought it would be. After all, no one here is human. The entrance to the forest house in Lizuki. Help the confused ice unicorn unravel his mind, and add 1 to your merit for a mind like water. Ishi sent Ganyu back to the stall as usual, the iconic flag as swing sunglasses to work. Boss E, you finally come out of your stall. Can you help us calculate how the emperor his old man suddenly? That way? Sir, do you think it could be the Fool's Crowd gang? I've long seen they are up to no good. Yes, at that time, we were startled, and could not guess a result. You will help us to calculate. Seeing Ishi setting up her stall, the surrounding people of Liu all gathered to ask about the immortal invocation ceremony. The emperor's death has caused panic. Liu is also a fortune teller. The key is that he is still not at work yet to count. So many people were hovering and squatting near the forest house. And no, as soon as Ishi came, people immediately gathered around. Ishi looked at the crowd in front of him. Forget about the emperor's file. Swinging bad is not good. I came out to what class but getting out of it is unlikely now. So let's borrow the official notices of the 7 stars afterward. Everyone be quiet. As Ishi got up and opened his mouth, the noisy crowd became quiet. Then Ishi solemnly said, all people should know that the Tinglong Feilin, though his life is longer than that of a mountain, will end up as dust and ashes. The emperor's immortal register. His destiny is aligned with the sun and the moon, but there are times of cloudy and sunny days that coincide with thunderbolts. The street talk, the rumors, the assassination of the emperor of the day, is not a true chapter. After Ishi finished speaking, he shook his fan and stopped speaking, as if he had come out specifically to explain this matter. Ishi's fortune-telling has never been wrong, and his words are second only to the emperor's incredibility in the hearts of the people of Liu, which is why he dares to respond positively. What? Did the emperor happen to encounter a thunderbolt at the immortal invocation ceremony before he was unlucky? You also don't think about how it's possible for the Rock King Emperor to be assassinated. Do the foolish crowd have any more power to move the emperor? Alas, The heavens have no eyes. While people were discussing with each other, Ishii hurriedly put away her equipment and dashed inside the forest house with the coolest speed, also locking the door firmly. Ishii, welcome home. You just looked so handsome. Ishii's voice sounded. Ishii sighed in relief, then lay down on the sofa and began to swing. Harm, don't mention it. In addition to the 2 days the forest house closed for business. Right, most of the stores in Ryu chose to stop working to remember. Good, then these 2 days are a vacation. Ishii, do you have any arrangements? Ishii slowly fell down from the swing to sit with Ishii, also turning on the leisure mode. Ishii obediently fell into Ishii's lap. Or this pillow is comfortable. Eat, sleep and molest you. After saying that, he pulled up Ishii's skirt to his face and admired the southern hemisphere. You horny boss. So I go? Ishii pressed her skirt toward Ishii's face, blocking his view. No, too. After that the two didn't speak and began to close their eyes and enjoy the restful time. Ishii. Aha. Let's go back to the room and sleep again. Exactly. I don't want to move. Carry me back. Good. At the end of his words, Ishii got up and picked up Princess Ishii and walked towards the second floor. During the night, Ishii was lying on her side facing the edge of the bed ready to fall asleep when she suddenly felt two masses of something pressing up behind her. Turning over, he saw Ishii looking at himself imploringly and pinched her face. Are you hitting on me? Ishii thought about it and nodded. What if it is? So you made it. Ishii tenderly took Ishii into her arms, and then her tiny voice came out. Actually, I don't mind whatever you do to me. Ishii was silent for a moment or two and said to the beautiful girl in her arms, and what do you want me to do to you? At that Ishii blushed and spoke coyly. I want to. Ah, you bad boy. Ishii hammered Ishii on his chest and buried his face in it. Ishii smiled helplessly and opened his arms to hug him. Stop it and be a good boy and go to bed. The author is stuck on the text. Any suggestions are welcome. Memories of the past. Ishii. At midnight, Ishii somehow tossed and turned and just couldn't sleep. When turning over again suddenly realized that the pajamas on Ishii had disappeared at some point. Ishii suspected that she was staring at it for a moment with her eyesight. It was so perfect, so beautiful. It should be that the clothes on Ishii's body were all constructed from his own divine power, and he disappeared only because his consciousness was weak when he slept. After a few moments of looking at him, he turned his body around, and it would be rude to stare any longer. After a while, just as Ishii was about to fall asleep, she suddenly felt something hook her calf. Rolling over to find Ishii had also twisted her body to the side, and her steady rhythmic breathing was saying that she was already asleep. Ishii was puzzled for a moment. This girl should be asleep, right? Master, she is not asleep, but quite awake. Seeing the tips of the small faculty, Ishii was silent for a moment or two, and without much thought closed his eyes again. After a few more minutes, Ishii was about to fall asleep, and in a haze, she felt a delicate sensation coming from her chest. The trajectory is to draw a semicircle with the center point first up to the left, then down to the right, then take the upper right semicircle of the center point and draw it down to the left. Very symmetrical. Ishii raised an eyebrow. She is teasing me? Very good. Especially good. This is you disturbing my sleep. Then got up and clasped Ishii's wrist. Tonight, I'll stay awake. Ishii was gagged by Ishii with her mouth before she could speak, and closed her eyes immediately afterward. The two kissed each other for a long time, and when Ishii completely relaxed, Ishii gently spoke. If it hurts, hit me. A night of spring winds and a few plum blossoms. In the early hours of the morning, Ishii looked at the sleeping girl in his arms and smiled gently, and eventually his heart went soft. Now that there were still a few hours before dawn, and Ishii had consumed too much physical strength, so it would be better to let her go and let her rest. Then he gave the quilt to Ishii to cover upwards. I'll start sleeping too. Ishii slept until noon, and the girl in her arms hadn't woken up yet. At this time, Ishii's eyes noticed the bed sheet that was thrown to the floor, and the splash of red right in the center was very conspicuous. Thinking for a moment or two, he cut off that area and carefully put it away. After all, this was Ishii's most precious thing. Craning my head to look out the window, the sun was shining just right, but I didn't want to go out today. So he adjusted his sleeping position and went back to sleep with his arms around the best girl in the world. In the evening, Ishii woke up with the soft touch coming from her lips, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Ishii's face close at hand. Ishii, you're awake. Awake. Ishii looks like he's in a happy mood and straddles Ishii's body to gently kiss him awake. Seeing that Ishii was staring at himself again, he leaned over with a slight smile and took his head into his arms. Was it good? Flawless. Ishii hugged for a while before releasing the other, then lay down and spread her arms. You're not allowed to go anywhere today. Just stay here and work late with me. Ishii rested on Ishii's shoulder and leaned his body towards his arms. You immodest boss. How do you feel now? Is there anything wrong? Thanks to you. It's good, but I should be able to walk. Ishii smiled helplessly and stroked up Ishii's long, gentle hair. Pay attention next time. Aha. The two just went back and forth and got bored until the next day. In one of the private rooms of the glazed hall, the table was filled with stray dishes, and was enjoyed by only two people. Yi Shi, these are all dishes made from Liyu's best ingredients. Eat more to replenish your body. Ishi kept adding dishes to Yi Shi's bowl, so many that it was almost too much to hold. Looking at Ishi's appearance, she didn't hold back a snort of laughter and said while taking small bites, Ishi, it's not like I'm pregnant and my body has fully recovered, no problem. That won't do. Eat it white and chubby to touch, said Ishi. Pinched the small flesh on Ishi's stomach, still so flat and slim. The gods won't get fat from all this but in that case, you feed me. Seeing Ishi's open little mouth, Ishi quickly picked up a dish with her chopsticks and blew on it, then sent it to Ishi's mouth. Come on, well, it seems to have gotten even better. Ishi, you try it too. Ishi also hand-fed Ishi a bite. Ishi carefully savored it for a while. It tasted just like eating it herself. How does it feel? It's not as good as what you make. Hearing this, Ishi happily chucked up another dish. It's good to try some of these once in a while. Come and have another bite. Okay, my turn. Come on. Two people according to this eating method froze from noon to eat in the evening. It does not matter. Morex did not have the memory of the past hiatus to celebrate. There is plenty of time. After dinner, Ishi took Ishi Chuan to the top of Tianhang Mountain to look at the stars. This sky is false, but also beautiful. Under the mountain glazed moon harbor lights. Once smoldering human day Ishi is very yearning, but a person words inevitably heart lonely. But now, I'm surrounded by an unorthodox boss. The road ahead is no longer long and lonely. You and I no longer watch under the sky. Sing softly, beside me. Ishi sat sideways beside Ishi, gently humming this song that he had sung before. Ishi reached out and wrapped his hand around Ishi's fragrant shoulders. The sky between the absolute clouds had golden meteors crossing the sky. It seems that Miss Meteor has finally finished exploring it. Yi Shi, make a wish. Aha! Ishi crossed her fingers and held them together, telling Meteor her small wish. Promised what? Smiling at Ishi's words, Ishi hemmed and hawed and laid down on Ishi's lap. I won't tell you, and aren't you Mr. Divine Calculator? You can do the math. Ishi pretended to put her own sunglasses on, then took Ishi's hand and gave it a squeeze. I'm counting on my fingers, and tonight you're going to get under my covers. What the heck, haha. Reckoning it past life tango some guest post. Look at us you and then look at you. Jones, not looking. What's that sound? Wish Ishi would stay with me forever? Chapter 60, The Night Pearl. Li Hall. I am honored to see you again. My store is flourishing. The elegant room is ready. Please follow me. The waitstaff humbly entertained Darteria and Fluorescent inside the glazed hall. The meal was rather grand and the sincerity was evident. Zhongli sat in the main seat with dignity and elegance. Seeing the two men arrive, smiled and stretched his hand to signal to be seated. Ishie, why are you here? And Zhongli had an unexpected guest next to him, who at that moment was waiting with a smile on his face for the people to gather and then start the meal. I came when Darteria said she'd take me to dinner, and this is quite a scene. Ishie was still puzzled when she heard that her son was going to treat himself to dinner, but compared to Zhongli, Darderia's treats were still reliable. Arriving at the location as well as realizing that Zhongri is there too, he realizes what this is all about. It's much better if you guys know each other. Let me introduce you again. This is Liyu's boss E, who has a few friendships with Liyu's 7 stars. After a few people were seated, Darteria began to act as a matchmaker. And this friend is a Taoist, a guest of the Hall of the Past Life. Mr. Zhongli, a Taoist? Lum was surprised that the title wouldn't be you and Mr. Zhongli also had a meeting at the invitation to the immortal ceremony, and Liyu's industries like the Hall of the Living Past often have to come into contact with some Taoist business. And we of the foolish crowd have always enjoyed dealing with these people who walk in the shadows. Hearing Fluorescence more and more sure of the guess in his heart. But maybe it is a misunderstanding? So as if asking for confirmation, like looking to Ishii. Zhongli, that's right. As long as the Past Life Hall stared at all the people have been in the ground without exception. And Zhongli is the head of the Past Life Hall. Looking at the entire Liyu, no one dares to offend. Hearing this, fluorescent eyes become a hint of panic. Unconsciously lean toward the side of Ishii. But also even Zhongli eyes do not dare to go straight. What a scary person. And why did Gonzi introduce the killer to me? You too. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard rumors of your presence in Mund. Hello Mr. Zhongli. My name is Fluorescence. She's my partner Paimon. It's an honor to meet you. Lum immediately opened his mouth to pick up. The frightened look made Ishii somewhat unable to hold back her laughter. The Hall of the Dead is an organization that performs funeral rites and aims to bring peace of mind to the dead. Okay, I'm Ming. Funeral organization? Ha. Fluorescence, do you think Zhongli is a killer? Lum froze slightly, then punched Ishia's shoulder in exasperation. Ishia, you say it clearly. Really? Ishi laughed and pushed the fluorescent sister, who was almost to the point of squeezing herself, out of the way, then stroked her head and said, "This is not afraid that you are too bored in the past 2 days. Well, now that the introduction is over, to start talking about the main event, we have invited Mr. Zhongli to speak. I've heard about you from the Duke, so would it be possible for you to work with me to prepare an immortal delivery ceremony?" After some conversation, Fleur learns that it was introduced to Zhongli by Gongzi to put himself to work, and spits out a comment. "The prince talks too much." In the Tao, this phrase means extermination. "Fluorescence, don't worry. I'll have Columbine do away with Dartaria later," Ishi said lightly, while the male's cold sweat ran down his face and he barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Mr. Yi's joke isn't a good one. Maiden is really going to do it. Lum is different when he has a backer, crossing his arms then tilting his head in disdain. "For Ishia's sake, then I'll just agree to help." "That's good. With the help of Mr. Divine Calculator E, finding the materials used in the preparation of the immortal delivery ceremony will also be much more convenient." "Well, Ishia, you'll help, right?" At the words Ishi's hand of eating a meal, it is true that this meal is not for nothing. "Then let's make it quick. Later the three of us will be in charge of preparing the materials, and Gongzi will be in charge of all the expenses. Now let's eat first." Li Yu, Xia Chui Xing, several guests. "Would you like to try your luck with a diamond?" The boss of Xia Chui Line enthusiastically introduced the stones on the table for Ishi and the others. Ishi did not pay attention to directly open the door to say, "Bring out your store's best candlelight grade night mooring stones." Candle grade night mooring stones? So it's not a tourist. I'm sorry for my rudeness. I'll go pick up the goods right now. Soon the boss of the Chui Deco firm placed 3 pieces of night barrels that looked like they were in good condition in front of Ishi, and then began to brag again. "Guests, you see this character. This color is simply the Rock King, also rare descending gift. You see which one you want? These night parking stones look pretty much the same, but the Send Immortal Dictionary instrument must be the best." And that's when Zhongli opened his mouth to explain. Night stone character identification is very tricky. A piece of raw, or regardless of the texture of good and bad before making a finished product, are not very different. According to my friend's opinion, we should choose which one. Ishia was expecting Zhongli to say that I'll take them all line, but now it looks like I'll have to do it. First, he opened the folding fan with the divine calculation side printed on it, and then pointed precisely at one of the night porcupine stones. "This piece has the best texture. It's the perfect choice for a gift of an immortal dictionary instrument, and I think the owner will give us a discount, right?" It turns out to be the utensils used to send the immortal. Although our Xia Chui line has declined a bit over the years, but our ancestors have always been thanks to the blessings of the Rock King. Since it is used to say goodbye to the Rock King, then it will only charge half the price. Well, the owner of Xia Chui Ro said with a hint of sadness, without the blessing of the Rock King Emperor, the trade capital would not be what it is today, and would not bother to make this kind of money. I will convey your thoughts to Lord Rock. Now, the next item. Juan has shopped. The next step is to make a bomb for Prince Rock. Say Zhongli, which of the 3 neon flowers of Golden House of Hidden Joy, Shanin Brocade Cluster, Misty Immortal Fate do you want to choose? Bell was silent for a moment or two and spoke his insight. When you listen to the opera, you have to order the most popular actress, and when you walk the birds, you have to buy the most expensive painted eyebrow. This is life. So boss, I'll take all of them. Lum didn't move to look at the Dardalia-sponsored Mora. If you buy it that way you'll be greedy. Wouldn't be able to save much money. Must be thrifty. Ishie, it's better for you to say which one to choose. Ishi looked at Zhongli from top to bottom, and then thought about Guijie, who lived next door to her, and said without hesitation, "Boss, 1, Golden House. Jones, so be it. End of the day, the petite and cute me." Next Ishi and Zhongli chose to go and wait at the 7 Heavenly Idol, leaving the simple fluorescent to benefit from going against Inger of the Chunxiang Kiln alone. After that, the 3 of them went to find Grandma Ping to borrow the dust-cleansing bell, and Fluorescence entered the cave in the pot to look at the direction and opened the wings of light to fly straight to the end of the line, and took it out in a few seconds. After speeding through the pink Louboutin book by the kite and wait specifically until the male shows up to make him pay. When it's time to hire the workers, Ishi learns the workers' base price by fortune-telling and ends up taking the lowest price. After all, it wasn't easy for Ishi to give so much for me for so many days. The last is the little zombie Chichi coconut goat saga that doesn't divulge the hut, repairing the homing machine in the meantime. When Zhongli learned that the crystallization of returning to the end of wisdom had been destroyed by a group of treasure thieves, Ishi could clearly feel Zhongli's rare anger. But these were minor issues. Ishi picked up the heads of the treasure stealers and kowtowed to Zhongli 3 times each before handing them over to the Thousand Rock Army. And when he returned to the Unabomber's lodge, Ishi had the idea of whether or not to call Ganyu here, and then Dave up. In the end, a purple gold gourd elixir was exchanged for Baijiao's immortality incense, and all were happy. Yi Shi, I'm back. It's been hard. Come have a cup of tea and rest for a while. As soon as Ishi returned to the forest house, she buried her head in Yishi's arms and took a deep breath to relax. It tickles. Yishi, come and enter the room with me. After Ishi finished speaking, she pulled Yishi towards the bedroom and pulled the curtains. The room was plunged into darkness. Ishi, it's not even nighttime yet. So anxious. You'll see later. Ishi used the quilt to cover both of them, and Yishi's heartbeat became more and more violent, thinking that it was the first time that Ishi was so thirsty for herself. Then he saw Ishi mysteriously take out a glittering bead from behind his back. Look, isn't this night pearl bright? It was made especially for you. Yishi was silent for a moment or two. Was it just that? What a beautiful night pearl. This kind of material is hard to find, isn't it? Like it? Like. But now, there's something I like even more. What? Ishi asked, suddenly realizing that Yishi had put his finger to his lips and was looking at himself with a gradually blazing look. Right away. You'll see. After saying that, Yishi hugged Ishi and pulled him into his arms. You a modest employee. I'll just do the clothes myself. The candlelight great night porcelain stone Ishi bought earlier got down a small piece and asked Zhongli to help himself process 2 night pearls. As for where the other one is, I think a mess. Returning to the end should be particularly happy at this time. Zhongli, why must my friend ask me to give this night pearl to Gue Yuan in his name? But he has done so much to help, so I will agree to it. Return to the end, I'm really happy. Zhongli, this is the first time you've ever given me a gift. Remembering the past, when the matter is over, brush off your clothes and hide your body and name deep in your heart. Yishi, we've come to this point. If we don't do something, we'll be sorry for Ishi. Ishi, I'm really just going to show you a bead. Chapter 61 Expansion. Lazuki, Forest House. Early in the morning, Ishi opened the door to find 2 little cuties in the doorway. Good morning, Mr. Yi. It's Columbia and Alicia. As pretty as ever after a few days. Come on in. The 2 immortal spirits then followed Ishi into the forest house one after the other. The fairies have had a good 2 days. How's it going? During the talk, Columbia made a small jump and sat on Ishi's lap. Ishi hugged her body back a bit and continued to make tea. It's all very happy. What about Mora being indispensable in this day and age whenever it is? And now the fairy spirits are planning to earn Mora first. Indeed. With your abilities, living on Earth is not a difficult task. Anyway, just be happy. What's wrong with Columbia? But Columbia in her arms seemed to be sensing something, and as if confirming it, she kept sniffing at Ishi. Ishi, you have a guest. Ha! At that moment Yishi walked down from the 2nd floor, and Columbia stared at her for a while. Seeing this, Yishi smiled and met Columbia's eyes by hugging Ishi's head from behind and leaning it into her arms. Ishi, it was so much fun last night. One sentence made the little Colombian wing nearly explode, turning around and sitting on his knees in Ishi's lap, snatching his head into his arms, then looking at Yishi with a puff of air. Alicia on the small couch looked at the trio silently and thoughtfully. Ishi was hopelessly caught in the middle of the 2 girls' fight. Didn't anyone ask for my opinion? It's too fortunate to be like this now. No, it's too humiliating. She, so do you have any comments? Mysterious, no. Ishi, he likes mine better yet. Saying that, Yishi carried Ishi back again, and Columbia looked at Yishi's and then at her own, very unconvinced. I'm cuter than her. Don't you two go? Well, Columbia gave up the fight and kissed directly to Ishi's lips before she was picked up by Ishi holding her armpits across the couch. What a naughty girl. Okay, stop it. Ishi just hugged Columbia and sat beside Ishi. Columbia gave up after struggling twice and turned to lean her head on Ishi's arms and fell asleep. Columbine, it seems to be a little more comfortable to sleep here. Ishi, then you can't look for Ishi in the future. Oh, Columbine, bad woman, let go of me. So that's how this place is used now. Then I'll come too. What? The agreeable Alicia got up and walked over to Ishi in front of several puzzled gazes, then cupped her own and brought it up to Ishi's face. Mr. Yi, please. Alicia then immediately felt the kindly sight of Yishi and the instantly awakened Columbine girls and smiled as she took 2 steps back. Ah ha ha, let's just forget about it. Ishi, actually, I think. Yishi, you shut up. At that moment the door was pushed open and a blonde woman walked in. Ishi, I've come to play with you. You're all here too. Lum went straight to Ishi's other side, lay across the couch and took off her shoes and put her feet on Ishi's legs. Then she picked up Ishi's teacup and drank it in the gaze of several women, acting naturally as if Ishi was her brother. I'm so tired these 2 days. Ishi, give me a Coke. After drinking it and handing the empty cup to Ishi, Ishi smiled helplessly and took out the black gold gourd to pour cola for the fluorescent sister. Fine, as much as you want to drink. At this moment, Yishi frowned, thinking that this girl was not simple, and unconsciously hugged Columbo tightly with force. The hugging Columbia was a little out of breath and kept flapping Yishi's neck with her little wings before she was able to be released. My name is Lum. You're a friend of Columbia, right? I've often seen you in Ritsuki. Lum greeted Alicia. who was just as lovable as Columbine yet, just a lot warmer. Hello, I'm Alicia. Mr. E has been kind to our clan, and I've come here to give him a gift. Gifts? Hearing the word gifty, she couldn't help but recall the goodies that Varnum and Ingda had sent, and asked ahead of time just to be on the safe side. That, you guys didn't meet Hallmaster Who of the Hall of the Living World halfway, right? No, Mr. E, this is for you. Although it's not as good as the kindness of saving the clan, please accept it. Alicia handed a piece of paper to Ishii with both hands, and Ishii took it and looked at it. What is it? The fairies of Ritsuki have teamed up to buy the store next door to yours with the mora they've earned over the past few days. It's in your name. At the words, Ishii was shocked and asked in disbelief. You bought Manman Hall and gave it to me? No, I wanted to buy that one at first, but the owner didn't want it, so we bought the one on the other side of the forest house. Ishii, this is a sigh of relief. I told you, how can Master Mao Wanman Hall sell the Wanman Hall? In that case, I'll take it then. Thank you. Then a glance at the sale price, 20 million mora. Not bad, that's about the price for this lot. That said, did the fairies make that much moolah in a few days? But it was normal for them to have dozens of them as they were an intelligent race plus Lizuki. Congratulations Ishii, what are you going to do with the new store? Lum applauded in congratulations. Ishii thought about it and handed the land deed to Ishii. Ishii, you make the decision. Any ideas? Ishii happily took it, and there was a feeling of mistress in her heart yet. Then it would be good to use it to expand Forest House. In the boss's words, to make it bigger. Then I'm counting on you. Okay. Chapter 62, The Little Auspicious Grass King. Lizuki, Forest House. After Yishi's planning and expansion, the Forest House was 2 or 3 times bigger at once, with the same style and full of life. Ishii, it's gotten much more spacious all of a sudden. Ishii happily made her way through the indoor garden, and Ishii nodded in satisfaction as she looked at the new Forest House. The previous Forest House was exquisite, but it was the size of a small 2-story store, but now it has the feel of a small cottage. After that, Columbia didn't leave. Naturally, when she went to sleep in Ishii's bed she was grabbed by Ishii, and then a bedroom was made for her on the 2nd floor as well. Yeah, living conditions are a lot higher all of a sudden. Ishii lay comfortably on the sofa and stroked the sleeping Columbine's little head. What about all the cute little ones who would be grateful? That is, probably older than Morex and the King of the Great Tree of Mercy combined. Ishii displayed a circle of his beloved works and then leaned on Ishii's shoulder. Ishii, I want to go see her. At those words Ishii froze. She's referring to Nazida, right? Yes. How to say that Nazida is also counted as a child of the King of the Great Tree of Mercy? How could a child be treated in such a way that the King of the Great Tree of Mercy can rest assured? Ishii wants to go. Then I'll accompany you. Is it really okay? Ishii closed her eyes to project the results, then reached out and wrapped her hand around Ishii's shoulders. Just leave it to me. After saying that, Ishii gently nudged Columbia's body to wake her up. Columbia, wake up. There's work to be done. Columbia leisurely climbed to her feet and stretched a little, and then a charming and dangerous smile spread across the corners of her mouth. It looks like it's going to be fun. Sumaru, transformed into a dove. Ishii led Ishii and Columbia through the entrance of the rocky giant abyss and arrived at the chemical citadel. Are you a traveler from Ritsuki? I'm Ranger Tinari, and I'm coming to rest here. Tinari saw someone coming from the direction of Ryu, so he started to receive them and then froze in place when he saw Ishii beside Ishii. That's right, but the kindness is appreciated. We have business to attend to at Sumi Makoto, so I'll excuse myself. Ishii had no intention of stopping here, and Tinari's eyes were always on Ishii. Miss, may I ask who you are? As the rubbed shoulders Tinari opened his mouth to ask, so Ishii responded with a smile. Hello, my name is Ishii, this is my boss, we're here on business. Okay. When the 3 had gone, Tinari still hadn't slowed down. The woman bore at least an 8-point resemblance to Lord Tree King, and despite knowing that it was unlikely, for a moment Tinari really did feel like she had met Lord Desai Tree King. Then Tinari looked to the sky. Probably. It really is 2 very similar people, isn't it? Along the road Ishii several people finally came to Sumaru City, but just as they reached the entrance of the city they were surrounded by several teams of soldiers. The great sage was shocked when he received the information that came back from the Void Terminal. The Great Tree King of CI had fallen a long time ago. How could he possibly reappear? He personally sent soldiers to intercept a few people at the entrance of Sumaru City, and at this time, more and more people gathered at the entrance of Sumaru City, and all of them didn't quite dare to believe their eyes. Although the Great Tree King of Mercy had disappeared for 500 years, her appearance was deeply imprinted in the minds of every avatar through the Void Terminal. On the contrary, Nazida was not recognized by many, and the Great Sage did this to reduce the presence of the little auspicious Grass King. Quite a welcome. Is this how Sumaru treats your gods? Ishii couldn't help but smile as she looked at the soldiers behind the Great Sage. The soldiers became visibly hesitant upon hearing this. It was a great disrespect to show a weapon to a god. Joke, this is the first time I've met a cutie who dares to impersonate a god. Now, take down this group of people impersonating the great tree king of Ci. With the great sage's order, the soldiers no longer hesitated, copied their weapons and rushed towards the Ishi men. Seeing the situation, Ishi helplessly spread his hands. Since there is no way to communicate, then we have to make you become able to communicate properly. Columbine, leave them breath. Immediately in front of each soldier a pure white feather crossed. The soldier has not yet noticed the pain legs have been separated. Suddenly wailed continuously. The bloody scene scared the onlookers. Ishi also some heart cannot bear. Gently tugged Ishi arm. Ishi, how can they say that they are also Sumeru populace? Would this be? Don't worry, it's cured. After seeing Ishi at ease, Ishi smiled with her hands in her pockets as she slowly walked towards the great sage, whose facial expression gradually became alarmed. You, what the hell did you do? Oh, so you've grown eyes. Thanks to the fact that you're still a great sage, you can be so stupid that I doubt you've grown a brain. You're not worthy of me yet. Seek death. Ishi dodged over to a high leg lift and slammed the great sage's head dead into the ground, then crouched down and grabbed him by the hair and ripped him out. What just happened was just a little lesson. Now listen carefully. The great Ci tree king came back this time to look for her child, the little auspicious grass king, and I don't want to hear the slightest bit of news about her being aggravated. Hearing this, the people on the sidelines discussed it. What? The little auspicious grass king is actually the child of the great tree of mercy king? So how is she now? Let him up. At this time a voice filled with divinity rang out, and in the eyes of the crowd, Ishi's feet slowly floated off the ground in the form of the great Ci tree king divine costume. Seeing this scene, the Sumeru populace were no longer confused. One after another began to kneel down to the great tree king of mercy. The Sumerians didn't always recognize Ishi when they saw him, and they could hardly hide their excitement when they saw the great Ci tree king filled with divine light again, while feeling that the great sage completely deserved his crime. The great sage also realized that that person was really the great tree king of Ci, the deity of the previous generation of Sumeru, but the bridge of his nose and his teeth were already shattered as much as they could be, and the immense pain made it impossible for him to spit out another word. Then in the great sage's horrified gaze, Ishi pulled out a small, bright knife and stabbed it straight into his neck. Then Ishi threw him casually and got up to give the fallen soldiers a knife each. After all, letting it go and then not caring about it would be a real death. The well-behaved Columbia was obedient and really did leave them with just one breath. When the great sage thought he had just died, he suddenly realized that he was as good as dead, and looked up to see the immensely sacred king of the great tree of mercy appearing before his eyes. Can you tell me where Nazaida is? The voice was ethereal and not a trace of emotion could be heard, but it was undoubtedly a death knell in the ears of the great sage. Lord Tree King, little auspicious grass king she. The great sage didn't dare to tell the truth. Who would have thought that the great tree of mercy king hadn't died? I advise you to be honest today in front of the Sumerians, or I have ways to make you tell the truth. Ishe played with the scalpel in her hand to come to the great sage and said faintly, thinking that sooner or later the great tree king of mercy would know anyway, or might have already learned of the deliberate test of whether I would tell the truth or not. The great sage knelt down in front of her. Lord Tree King, it's like this. Lord Little Auspicious Grass King has been imprisoned in the Pure Goodness Palace by generations of great sages, and I was also coerced by the previous generation of great sages. Now that you've come back, you can make a decision for us. Ishi snorted a laugh. How thick-skinned does this have to be? The great tree king of Ci didn't say anything, turned around and headed in the direction of the Pure Goodness Palace, and the people had the good sense to get out of the way. Alright, you can get lost. Besides, I'm not as kind as the great tree king of mercy. Avoid me when you see me in the future. Yes. Chapter 63, The Bond. On that day, the news of the return of the great tree king of Ci was spreading like wildfire in Sumeru, and what was even more surprising was, the little auspicious grass king who had been silent was actually the heir of the great tree of mercy king. Second is the memory of the past. Walking in the street of Sumeru, no one dares not ask hello. The city gates stormed the great sage when a scene is too deep in the hearts of the people. Sumeru, the palace of pure goodness. Following the winding tree steps, the great tree king and his group arrived at the Pure Goodness Palace at the top. The soldiers guarding the doorway understood what was going on through the void terminal, and when they saw Ishi they didn't dare to stop them at all, and respectfully shouted in unison to welcome Lord Tree King. And in the very center of the air of the Joseon Palace, a small god hovered silently inside a birdcage-style boundary. The great tree king of Ci looked at the sleeping Nazaida in the cage, his expression unreadable in his mind. Then with a wave of his hand, he made the boundary disappear. And as he watched Nasida's body descend without waking up, the king of the great tree of mercy guessed that she had closed off her own consciousness. Next, leave it to me. Aha, said Ishi, broke open the birdcage to come in front of Nazaida, and without hesitation consumed 20 million mora to pass into her consciousness space. It was a world of pitch blackness, as far as the eye could see. Here, it's so quiet. A childish yet mature voice echoed in the space. and Ishi sniffed and looked over to see Nazaida hanging lost in the darkness. Do gods have hearts too? Am I, indeed, unwanted? Ishi walked towards Nazaida and suddenly hit an invisible barrier. Was that really the case? You knew the answer from the beginning. It's just human nature that can't change, but in the future, you will no longer be alone. As the words fell, Ishi placed her hand on the barrier and fired. The barrier was so fragile that it could be broken straight through with brute force. A cracking sound followed, and Nazaida slowly opened her eyes. You're right. Are here to help me? And why? My name is Ishi, and as for why, you'll find out later. For now I'll take you to your mom. Mom? Nazaida was puzzled, but really had to get out of this place first at the moment, only to see a flash of light in front of their eyes. The two reappeared on the ground of the Pure Goodness Palace. At this time, Nazaida felt an all too familiar aura, and turning her head, she saw Ishi, who had a light smile on her face and was gazing at her. At this moment all around time seems to be stood still, like a dreamlike instinct of wanting to grab something reaches out to her with a small hand. What greets her is naturally Yishi's warm and reassuring embrace. Nazaida, I'm back. Yishi's words were soft and gentle, and Nazaida clung to her like a child and refused to let go of her hand, fearing that she would disappear again and that it was just a dream. The always strong Nazaida had a tear flowing from the corner of her eye at the moment, which was then wiped away by Yishi's raised hand. Never met, but maybe that's the family bond. The cozy image of a mother and daughter reunion was too much for onlookers to disturb, and Ishi and Columbine exchanged glances. Why don't we hug one too? Good. Columbia happily opens her arms to Ishi, who then picks her up and spins her around in a circle. Well, good. Now we both won't look awkward. Am I not really suited to be a god of Sumeru? Surely or. Why yes, you are my hope and pride, and I'm sure you'll be able to lead everyone in Sumeru to good. Aha. Nazaida buried her head in Yishi's arms and stopped speaking. Yishi kept gently stroking Nazaida's hair, her eyes full of love. After a moment, Nazaida looked up at Ishi, who was lifting her high. And this gentleman is? At those words Ishi put Columbia down and came to Nazaida and cupped her little face. Come on Nazaida, call daddy. Ha, dad, good boy. Yishi smiled coyly and blushed a little as she gently pushed Ishi's shoulder. Alright, don't tease the kid. Now let's get out of this place. Aha. Sumeru, Zubair Theater. The pinnacle produces false adherents. The dusk witnesses true believers. Nazaida, the ones here are the ones who have been believing in you, and so have come to show you. I've heard something about it too. But unfortunately it's not popular with the great sages. The people in the theater were filled with excitement at the arrival of the Ishi guys, because the ones who came were Lord Atsushiki and Lord Kujikusa. Greetings I am Niru of the Zubair Theater. Welcome a few lords. Ishi surveyed the girl in front of her with an appreciative gaze, thinking that Niru deserved to be a dancer. Her body was just fine. Yishi had already put away his divine form and spoke a bit more casually. No need to be so polite. Thank you for your usual support of Nasilda. I think it's time for the Order House to renovate and decorate this theater as well. Can you show us around now? Hearing this Niru covered her mouth. It was hard to hide the emotion in her heart. Finally, no need to be oppressed by the Order House? Excitement ensued. No problem. Afterwards, the king of the Great Tree of Mercy used his divine power to get rid of the circulating magic scale disease and the remaining dead domains of the forest. Because the world tree followed to decontaminate because of Ishi's healing of the king of the Great Tree of Mercy, Sumeru's symptoms were relieved at that time. He also gathered the people of Sumeru City and officially proclaimed the king of Little Auspicious Grass as the god of Sumeru. People also learned that in fact the Great Tree of Mercy king had never left and had always been silently watching over the people of Sumeru elsewhere. The Little Auspicious Grass king naturally became the group favorite of the Sumerians. After all, this was the child of the Great Ci Tree king. As for the Great Sage and his associates, the Little Auspicious Grass king had given them a chance, and was now studying the Red King's relics in the desert, perhaps finding a way to undo the conflict between the rainforest and the desert children. Chapter 64, Awesome. Li Yu, the Golden House. I didn't realize you possessed such a strong power. The male didn't even have a chance to get close to the ancestors Fa Molt being beaten back by fluorescence. Give it up. I'm not trying to kill you. Flux blocked in front of the ancestral faunus metamorphosis, and Dartaria on the opposite side couldn't get any closer no matter how much he tried. Looks like it'll have to do. Suddenly countless unknown forces erupted from the male's body, and his evil eyes began to flash black and purple. Demon King armed. Traveler, you're strong, so let's have fun and enjoy the fight. Words fell. Male suspended into the air, waved his hand. Black and purple armor appeared, accompanied by the head of the evil eye. Light flashed. Handsome debut. However, all of the above is a picture of the male's imagination. What actually happened was that the male floated up as soon as Shun Fluorescence sensed something was wrong and rushed forward to kick the male to break his arms. Dad Daria, why isn't she following the rules? Isn't transformation time invincible? You've been watching too much TV. The male barely managed to stabilize himself on the ground by rolling over a few times, an unknown smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha, sure enough it still doesn't work? Then it can't be helped. I didn't want to use this trick because it would affect many innocent people. The words fell down the male suspended up around the several hundreds of forbidden talismans constantly running. Actually, I came here just to confirm it. The heart of God isn't here, I don't think. So I won't waste any more time with you. Lum didn't know what the Duke was trying to do, only knowing that the power of these talismans was definitely not to be underestimated, and cautiously took up a defensive position. Then we saw the male with the 100 unbidden talismans running away in a ray of water. Running away. Lum put away the lightsaber in his hand doubtfully, glanced at the ancestor's fa mold behind him, and pondered for a moment or two that it would be better to leave this place first. Traveler, the weather doesn't seem right. What's going on? Lum and Paimon walked out of the gold room, and the wind had risen across the entire glazed moon, followed by dark clouds of misty lightning and thunder. At the time of the surprise, a huge air building above the head suspended in past fluorescence look at the sea in the direction of the Chuanyu pavilion traveling, a few rushing tornadoes raging. How small mankind seems before the demon god, and the apocalyptic scene presses one to breathe just by looking at it. Let's go up to the Chuanyu pavilion first. The 3 pairs of light wings behind him appeared and then turned into a golden meteor flying towards Chuanyu pavilion. On the Chuanyu pavilion, the immortal and the 7 stars gathered, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, fluorescence appeared beside Ningguang. Nimbus, what the hell happened? Delight looked at the swirling demon god Ocelot roaring in the sea with an incredibly heavy expression. Ocelot, the demon god of the vortex sealed by the emperor, broke the seal. Can you win the fight? Lum looked straight at the 3 sea serpent-like behemoths in the sea, and the terrifying pressure made some of the 1,000 rock army somewhat unable to stand on their legs. The result of the discussion with the immortals was, not necessarily, I'm going to probe the enemy first, then fluorescence speed to awful fly. The immortals see the situation want to remind what, but with the speed is too fast, so they can only run the immortal power to fluorescence on a few layers of buffs to help her. Lum felt a lightness in her body that she had never felt before, and was in surprisingly good shape. Scary, only to see fluorescent hand light sword lit up like the sun to illuminate the entire sea, and then a dozens of meters long huge light sword appeared and chopped towards Othel. With a blinding flash of intense light, Ocelot's massive head was decapitated into the sea. It's working, Lum smiled knowingly as she looked at Ocelot, who had only one body left, and it wasn't that. Flux, look out! Paimon is horrified to find Ocelot's severed limbs regenerating and coming at Lum, but luckily Lum is quick enough to dodge and retreat back to Gunjikaku. TCH, I didn't realize that Ocelot had regenerative abilities. This is troublesome. Nonetheless, what Flux had just done was enough to make the immortals reach a level of shock. Thought the traveler was a reckless little girl, but it turns out that the body fluorescence of the higher demon god Ocelot can be cut off with a single slash? It seemed to underestimate the girl, or at least the fairies couldn't do it yet. With the core of the Ocelot underwater and the sea his home turf, it will be difficult to kill him without destroying it. Not only fluorescence, but this problem was also tricky for the Rock King Emperor. Light travels at a drastically reduced rate in water, and with more X climbing, the terrain was at a disadvantage. I see, I'll try again. At this time a big hand clasped on Lum's shoulder. Lum looked back in surprise. Ishie? You're here too. The crowd was a little surprised by Ishii's appearance, and while it was good to have an extra helper, I really beg you not to make a move. Now the Othel just temporarily lifted the seal power is not at full strength. You if a knife to him milk full by then I guess really have to Emperor himself. Yeah. Sumeru beat up the great sage pretty good only to hear that Ritsuki came with a little snake so he came back to check it out. At the words of the people present were silent for a second. The bigger the matter, the more crazy you are. Instead, I did hear that your family went to Sumeru for a vacation, and it turned out that you were there to fight the great sages whose status is below that of the gods? It seems that that rumor is true. Ishii dared to do so guess his wife is really that god. Good thing too. At least you don't have to worry about diplomacy with Sumeru. Right now it's a crisis for Ritsuki at hand. Liu also has the means to deal with foreign enemies. Now also clear all the immortals to infuse immortal power into the returning machine. There is no time to lose. The decisive battle is at this moment open. While Ishii stopped this head iron girl, Condensed Light raised his hand to form a formation in front of the Chuanyu pavilion. Several formations returned to one, and then the return to the end of the machine improved by the stay cloud to borrow the wind appeared on it. Ah, you guys, look there's a congregation of fools coming. Suddenly several portals appeared on the formation and a steady stream of Yugi soldiers came out and began destroying the homing machine. Seeing this, Lum and Kakaru rushed forward to stop them, and the immortals continued to buff Lum as the battle raged on. Mr. E, can I trouble you to save the wounded of the 1,000 Rock Army? The cost of treatment is paid in full by 7 stars. Condensed Light walked to the side of Ishii who was watching the show and said, while the fluorescent sister on the formation of a knife one is as powerful as a bamboo. Ordinary people in front of her is like a mole cricket. Now Ningguang was 100% sure that Ishi was definitely an emperor friend, mainly because the dream that the emperor had dragged before was too impressive. At the time, Nimbus thought that the emperor had something big to will, but it turned out to be paying the forest house's memory boss. It's still 100 million mora, no problem, besides the money is not necessary. What do you charge at a juncture like this? Then I'll have gone you take you. There's no rush, I can save anyone who dies. Now I'm going to go kill a few for fun. See you later. The main reason was that Ishi was having too much fun watching Floor fight down there. She hadn't used the martial arts she had just learned much yet. She couldn't let her have such a good time alone. After saying that, he jumped onto the dais and kicked at the incoming Yugi crowd, and they all fell to the ground a few seconds later. After getting over it, Ishia hopped back up to the Gunjitsu pavilion and proceeded to hand the scalpel to Nimbus. I won't bother. Just take this knife and stab the wounded. Just remember to give it back to me. After saying that, Ishia disappeared. Ningguang looked at the bright scalpel in his hand and was silent for a moment or two. What Mr. Ishia said should be the literal meaning, right? Ishia followed the guidance of the small system to the side of an old man who silently watched everything from Tianhang Mountain. I'm sure you're still relieved, aren't you? Thank you to Zero Mingzhu Zero for sending one of these great god certification. Much appreciated. Congratulations to the original gods. Be normal. Fortune teller. Top 10 on the newcomer list. Chapter 65. I got it by the seat of my pants. Li Yu, Tianheng Mountain. At this time, Zhongli stood at the top of Tianhen Mountain, looking at the direction of the Liu Sea with a worried face. Yo, I knew you were here. I haven't seen you for a few days. Your face has changed quite a bit. Ishi from the system space to set out the fortune-telling table and chairs set up and with the black gold gourd poured up the tea. Said this set of tables and chairs long time not used it. This is the biggest change in Liu in thousands of years. So I naturally had to come and take a look. Zhongli came to take a seat across from Ishi. Picking up the teacup and merely taking a sip of it, his gaze remained in this position as he looked back out to sea. That's right. It's always hard to reassure parents when their children are growing up. And I'm kind of a witness to history. After saying that, Ishi and Zhongli watched up together quietly. After a while, with a rushing explosion, Gunjikaku slammed into Ocelot and disappeared into the sea together. Seeing this, Zhongli finally released a smile, relaxed as if he had retired, then turned back to drink the already cool tea. Making such a bold choice for Ryu is admirable. Yeah, so Zhongli, you're really not considering becoming the next rock god? You're the most suitable person in the entire Liu. My friend is joking. It would be difficult for Zhong to fulfill such a great task, and as Liu is now a kingdom ruled by men, I'm afraid that there will be no new gods in the future. After saying this, Zhongli put down his teacup. His tone became solemn, and a king-style heart of God appeared in his hand. The covenant is fulfilled, give thee the things promised. Seeing the heart of God, Ishia's eyes were filled with doubt. What are you giving me? Are you not even bothering to go to the Bank of the North to deliver something? Just as well. After all, I do have an executive officer's vest now, and you give it to whoever you want, so I took it and surveyed it. That's a pretty good thing. Do you think I could use your power if I put it on? The heart of God does contain great power, but it cannot be used directly. For the heart of God, this thing Ishi also do not want to stay more. After all, it is the things of the divine principle, will be in the hands of the tea to finish getting up and said, that's better for the ice god to play with. Go ahead, Liu, Bank of the North. I'm telling you guys, while Ocelot attacked Ryu that time, I fought Morax for a full 300 rounds, and I have to say that old Deng did have something. He actually managed to even make that move of mine. To the adoring eyes of Dartaria and the congregation of fools at the Bank of the North, Ishi played with the heart of the rock god in his hand and spoke vocally about how he had snatched the heart of the god. Partner, you really are too powerful. It turns out that you let me do this to divert the 7 stars' attention. So profound. I really admire you. At that time, Ishi hesitated for a moment. I just see that you are concentrating on Zhongli for fear that you will not do anything else and delay the plot. These are all small potatoes. And don't look at who I am. The divine calculator. Jones, I'm suddenly sorry I asked you to pass it on. Just then the door to the Bank of the North was pushed open and in walked a blonde girl and an unidentified white flying object. Ishia, you're there too. This is the heart of God? Fluorescence looked at the heart of God in Ishi's hand with extra shock, then collapsed a small face and said, you're not going to say that you're actually Morax, are you? Ishi was silent for a moment or two and shook her head calmly. No, I guess Morax gave it to me because he thought I was too handsome. With that, Fluorescence sat down next to Ishi with a sigh of relief, and took the heart of God in his hand to survey it. I told you, but this heart of God is pretty when you look at it, and that big sister of Morax is supposed to be very gentle, right? That is, it's beautiful. Jones, regretting it all the time. Quite a crowd. By the way, why hasn't Morax? Why do you have the heart of God? After that, Lady Rosalind followed suit and arrived at the Bank of the North, furious to see the heart of God in Fluorescent's hands. Lum looked at the god's heart in his hand and smiled in disdain before tossing it around and playing with it. Maybe Morex saw me as too cute and gave it to me? Give it to me. Rosalind's voice was so low that it seemed like it would explode at any moment. Lum caught the heart of God and put it away, followed by a continuous convergence of power in his hands. That depends on whether you have the skills to come and get it. Seeing the scene, Rosalind was surprised. She had been dodging when she took the wind god's heart before, but she didn't expect to have such a strong power. This was going to be troublesome. Flux, give it to her. On the side of the memory of the opening, sniffing Fluorescence froze, unbelievably asked, why did you give the heart of God to the foolish crowd, Ishie? This was meant to be Morex's, and I've come to pass it on. As the ball of light in Fleur's hand slowly dissipated, he reluctantly threw the heart of God in his hand to the lady. Humph, that's more like it. MS. With her goal accomplished, she left with a cold snort, not really wanting to stay here for a moment longer. Ha ha. Then I'll return to Solstice first to resume my duties as well. After Dartaria left, Fluorescence resumed her seat next to Recollection, not seeming to be in a very happy mood, when a cold touch came to her face. Alright, actually, Zhongli is the god of Liu, so you can go ask him if you want to know anything. Ishia held a can of Coke against Lum's face, and Lum took it and drank it as soon as she could. I knew he was definitely not average, and a few more cans of Coke. Fine, fine, come see me later if you want a drink. Ishii smiled and rubbed Fluorescence's hair, and bought a few more cans of canned cola from the system warehouse. Dad Daria, I get it again. It turns out that my partner asked me to approach the bell to get Morex to let his guard down. Mysterious? Ah, yes. After that, Ishii picked up Yi Shi and Columbia from Sumeru. The little auspicious Grass King happily waved goodbye to them, saying that he would definitely visit Liu after he finished dealing with the Sumeru. Let's break into the dock together. At this time, Ishii excitedly rowed the boat built by Yishi to salvage the Chuanyu Pavilion fallen objects in the sea. These are nice. They look like they could sell a lot of Mora. Looking at the boat's salvaged treasure, Ishii was very happy. I knew that after the Chuanyu Pavilion was blown up, some of the things inside would be left behind. Ishii, why don't we sell these to Nimbus? Yishi was in a good mood, sitting quietly beside Ishii and watching him count the dirty things. Good idea. When the boat was about to go ashore, but found that Night Orchid was standing at the pier smiling at himself, Ishii backhanded the boat's gold and silver jewelry all into the system warehouse. Ye boss, what were you guys just doing at sea? Fishing, Ishii said without changing her color or blushing, and Night Orchid laughed softly twice, handed Ishii a bright scalpel and left. This is what Nimbus asked me to pass on to you. What an incredible weapon. Ishii sighed in relief, thinking that Night Orchid had come to ask her to turn in her Chuanyu Pavilion stuff. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it. I salvaged it on merit. Blas, consider it a payment to Mr. Yi. Chapter 66. Forest House. Memories of the past bedroom. In the wee hours of the morning, Ishii rolled over and went back to sleep, feeling something she touched and gave it a squeeze out of habit. It doesn't feel right. Opening her eyes in a haze, she saw Columbia's cute little face, and squeezed Yishi to the side, brain confused for a moment. The original girl did not return to the winter twisted his head to look out the window. The genius is slightly bright. Columbia? Ishii softly called out Columbia's name, while Columbia only had a light smile on her face and did not respond in any way. Usually she keeps her eyes closed, so it's hard to tell if she's awake or not. Amnesia, are you awake? Columbia? Columbia, I'm not awake. Just carry on. Also, let's sleep first. With a final movement of her fingers, Ishii closed her eyes and went to sleep. Early in the morning, Ishii woke up again and opened her eyes to see Ishii crossing her arms and beaming at herself. The softness coming from in front of her body made Ishii look down and see that Columbia had gotten into her arms at some point. At this time, Columbia also happened to wake up, looked up and looked at Ishii, then reached around Ishii's neck with his face happily rubbing against his face. Looking at Ishii, smile more obvious. Alright, wake up and go back to your room and go back to sleep. Ishii has to get up. After Ishii finished speaking, she hugged Columbia from behind and tried to pull her away, while Columbia stubbornly held on to Ishii and wouldn't let go, and the two of them were at a standstill. Yishi's expression grew more and more depressed, and suddenly his eyes noticed the small wings that kept fluttering on Columbine's head. Only to see Columbia shudder. Then, as if she had lost all her strength, she was grabbed over by Yishi, pinching her little wings. Looking up at Yishi with a grim little expression. Looking at this scene, Yishi asked the small faculty in confusion. Little faculty, aren't immortal spirit race wings taboo? That one was only for men, and the fairy spirits used to groom their friends' feathers. Yishi helplessly smiled. Then I will get up. Well, at this time the arm felt two masses pressed up. It turned out to be Yishi pulled Columbia away to lie over himself. Columbia shook the wings on her head and got even more sultry. so she laid down on the other side of Ishii. Ishii silent 1 or 2. Up what up? Not up. Turning his hand to hold the two girls in his arms, his eyes closed as he continued to sleep. It's a good day. 2. On the Jade Capital Terrace, Ning Shuang had issued a public notice to Quan Liu, and was soliciting materials from the public for the construction of the new Chuanyu Pavilion. Ishii came along for the ride, and if you can finish in the top 3 in this tournament, Celestial Power Star will answer a question for you. See this reward. Ishii turn around to go, because for him is to do nothing, but also maybe backward condensation light a few questions. Ishii, are you here to compete too? This kind of thing is naturally less traveler fluorescent sister. See Ishii also went up to greet. No, not interested, just here for a casual look around. So am I. Besides, you're here, so if there's anything I want to ask you, I'll just do it. Ishii was silent for a moment or two as she looked at Lum's cute face and thought about it. Indeed, she already knew that Empty would be waiting for her after Lum had finished traveling through the 7 kingdoms, and without her Chuanyu Pavilion was built a few days later at most. It doesn't matter if you participate or not. Look guys, the Divine Reckoning memory boss is here. I don't know who in the crowd shouted, and then people's eyes moved over in unison. Mr. E, I'll offer 10 million mora. Can you help calculate how to obtain the materials that Lord Nimbus said? I'll give you $20 million. Count it for me. Give me. I'm $25 million. Chuanyu Pavilion on a piece of paper are hard to find. Thousands of gold. Not to mention the ability to ask questions to the condensed light. This opportunity to the major businessmen squeeze through the head also want to get. Soon people surrounded the two of them, Ishii and Fluorescence, and the prices they offered went up. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Let's first. 100 million. Just as Ishii wanted to pick up the Fluorescent sister and teleport to run away, a voice from Gelding Light silenced all those present. When they saw Tian Xuanqing walking towards them, the people also made a path. Mr. E, is this price satisfactory? Fluorescent Miso jumped out of Ishii's princess hug, turning to look at him with an expectant face with her small hands raised. Ishii, why don't we help? Nimbus is out 100 million mora. I'm not interested in money, mainly because I don't want Liu to lose the greatness that is Chuanyu Pavilion, so I'll do this favor. At that naked light covered her mouth and laughed gracefully twice. If the two of you can win this tournament, I'm counting on you. Oh, instead of going straight to work, Ishii and Lum took a walk on Jade Capital Terrace. Ishii, what are we doing here? Waiting for someone. After a while, as expected, Ishii found 2 punks by the lotus pond harassing around a white-haired immortal woman. Don't you understand what I'm saying? You have to pay for the information today. Shani could see that the 2 men were up to no good, so he sighed softly and raised his head to cast the spells around him as the immortal arts ran. Although Master instructed not to hurt anyone, but, suddenly a scream rang out, and Ishii stepped forward and kicked one of them one down, then pulled up the man who threatened Shinhee and gave him 2 big mouths. Kid quite crazy. Do not ask who covers this place. My people, you dare to move? Pipe, who cares who you are? You dare to hit someone, see if I don't sue you for dumping. Beating people up, right? Dumping is right. Lum, you do a couple too. It's quite enjoyable. Words have not yet said that Ishii continued to greet with a big mouth. Fluorescence looked at Ishii hand face as swollen up. The man thought, how could I, a lovely little woman, do such a rude thing? Yes. Soon the yells of the punks drew the Chien army, then fell into a deep thought when they saw Ishii and the traveler rounding up a man. The sword that Fluorescent decapitated Osala deeply shocked everyone in Liyue. Undoubtedly the existence of a hero in the hearts of all Liyue people, and memory of the past is rumored to be the emperor's best friend to experience life on earth. The 7 stars are afraid to offend, often take care of his business. What are you guys standing there for? Come help me. The rushing 1,000 rock army looked at me and I looked at you, and for a moment, they were a bit at a loss for words. Oh, you guys came just in time. These 2 people dare to force and oppress a good girl in broad daylight. We see the injustice and pull out the sword to help. Now the people will be handed over to you. Remember to send me a banner. Understood. Hirishisose 1,000 rock army did not ask directly. The 2 punks will take down. Finally, like the captain of 1,000 rock army thanked the 2 people after escorting the beaten face of the 2 punks left. One good deed a day is a great virtue. Wonderful. Thank you both for your help. And also, are you Mr. Yi? Shin didn't understand what was going on, but the 2 people in front of him had helped themselves out of trouble all right. Yes, does Ms. Shinzuru know me? Well, I've heard the master talk about you, saying you're very handsome and look less serious and recognizable. Ishii was silent for a moment or two. That woman could really talk. Back to her for a cup of tea. Staying in the clouds and borrowing the wind. Wanton. Which woman? Heart of light dark god. Oh for all oh. With all due respect, I think I just had to hold their heads down and kowtow 3 times and they would have left without having to resort to violence to solve the problem. Listening to Shinhee's calm analysis, Ishii and Lum fell into silence together. Your method isn't much better than ours, is it? Just now the situation you do not learn. Walking the world to talk about virtue. Have to look at the situation not to talk about martial virtues. Convinced by virtue. I've been taught. Thank you, sir. Shinhee's fingers holding his chin in a thoughtful manner. Ishii took out his folding fan to talk about the arrangement of this operation. I will say the following two main things about the competition. First, never take second. Second, first must be us. Then Ishii waved his hand and took out a map and waved it in front of Fleur. Sister Fluorescence. I'll see you later at this teleportation anchor point, and I'll first go fetch the Mingxia floating stone for constructing the Chuanyu pavilion. No problem. After saying that, Fluorescence disappeared to go first, while Ishii said to Shinhee, Shinhee, you relax. Let's get over there too. Good. Looking at the hand extended to his own, Ishii Shinkrane besides feeling a little unnatural, nothing else to show. And then the two also disappeared together. Ishii chose the closest teleportation anchor point to that secret realm, and with Shinhee leading the way, the few people smoothly arrived at the entrance to the cave of the true lord of the Minghai Chisha. Ishii, is this really the place? There doesn't seem to be anything here. There's fairy magic shielding. At this time, Shinhee slowly walked to the hillside and raised his hand to break the immortal art, and then the real body of the cave was revealed. Now come with me. Ishii, let's get with it. Instead, Ishii waved her hand and opened the map to check it out. The Mingxia floating stone is enough for the two of you. I'll go and take care of the immortal talisman first. I'll see you in Liu then. Okay, let's go in first then. Ishii, who was only interested in speeding through to take Mora, rolled her eyes and came to Ritsuki, then headed straight for the Hall of the Living. Liu, the Hall of the Living Dead. Hello there, Walnut isn't here today? Ishii was across from Zhongli as if she was back home, and Gue Xia diligently brought Ishii tea. Well, returning to the end is becoming more and more like the mistress of the house. Walnut, the Hall of the Past is mine. Is it a rare visit to the Hall of the Past life for a friend? Zhongli picked up the tea and slowly sipped it. Ishii, this kid came is definitely something, and it's usually not a good thing. Can't I come and see you if I'm okay? Whoever thought that? Ishii backhanded a seemingly thoughtless question to make Zhongli have a slight change of heart towards him. Polite and not embarrassed smile. Ha, the Hall of the Past life welcomes the arrival of friends anytime. But I'm still really looking for you for something. The immortal talisman from the building group Jade Pavilion. I need one. Zhongli was silent for a moment or two, gathering a sliver of power at his fingertips, and a top-quality immortal talisman appeared when he raised his hand. Thanks a lot. Bye. As soon as Ishii took it, she used the teleportation anchor point to pass away. The man like the wind. Oh my god, is she an immortal? I can't believe my eyes. Such a big rock was fought back by a woman. In the afternoon, with a shaking of the ground, Shinhee returned to Liu carrying a small mountain-sized piece of Mingxia floating stone in people's amazement. Shinhai, you're not hurt, are you? As Shinhee smoothly lowered the boulder on his back, Fluorescence asked with concern. That weight is nothing to me. All the way back resisting the boulder, Shinhee didn't even take a breath. But she was a mortal after all. Maybe she didn't need it, but Ishii still gave her an elixir for her to take. Confirmed. The Mingxia floating stone and the immortal talisman are both completely fine, so without any surprises you will be the winners. Ningguan's little follower, Bai Xiao, spoke to them after confirming what Ishii and his party had brought with them. Great, Ishii, what about that last chicky core like this? Should we continue? Ishii thought about it, because of the reason of speeding up the process, so it would take a while for Beidou Yunxian and the girls to come over. If chicky core, you and Shinha will stand here and wait, and someone will come for you. Aha, I hear you. So where are you going? My mission has been accomplished. Just call me when Mr. Yun's play opens. See you later. Good. After Ishii left, the two of them, Lama and Shinha, you and I gossiped about the arrival of Yunxian Beidou, and also smoothly formed the companions who were looking for the core of Qianqi. By the way, Yunsamire, Ishii said she wanted to see the new play you prepared. What is it? Halfway there, Flux rang up what Ishii said before she left, so she asked Yunsamire curiously. It's not bad to be Mr. Divine Calculator. Even if you haven't mentioned it to anyone else, you can still learn about it. Lazuki, Forest House. Right after Ishii left during the day, Nimbus sent Moira to the Forest House in one point. Suddenly such a large sum of money made Ishii sigh that the boss is really powerful. Going out for a walk can earn so much Moira. Then realized that this 100 million along with the treasury 100 million have disappeared. No surprise again as Ishii took to buy what it. But that's okay, since Moira is useful to Ishii, I'll just make more for him. The richest Morex retired to become the least Morex, and the god of wisdom, the king of the great tree of mercy, retired as a caretaker who didn't need much wisdom. Is this what happens when things go wrong? At this moment, Ishii looked at the Eye of Light and Darkness god that he had bought for 200 million Mora and fell into deep thought. Congratulations to director for successfully purchasing Heart of Light Dark God. You can currently utilize 3/7 of the power of Light Dark God's heart and 20% of Dark God's heart. Ishi thought to herself. I'm sure it wasn't a full level to begin with. Only being able to utilize 3/7 of the power of the heart of the Light God understandably corresponded to the 3 elemental gods' eyes one had already acquired. And what's 20% of the heart of the Dark Gods? Ishi couldn't think of any results, so let's give it a try. Closing his eyes and running the power of the heart of the Dark God, Ishi also noticed the change in the aura around Ishi. When Ishi opened her eyes again, her starry eyes were colored with gloom. Ishi, are you okay? Only to see Ishi slowly turn his head to look at Ishi, a hint of an evil smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Better than ever. Rather, what are you afraid of? Ishi smiled and walked toward Ishi, while Ishi's heart gradually uneasy, because at this time Ishi gave himself the feeling of even some strange. What a snappy face. Ishi picked up Ishi's chin and admired it, then turned off the power of the Dark God's eyes to give Ishi a reassuring smile. I was complimenting you on your beauty. Cheer up, said Ishi, pinched up Ishi's face and shook it left and right twice. Seeing Ishi still the same, Ishi was relieved, then beamed his mouth and turned his head away. Having a small emotional look, Ishi smiled helplessly and lowered her head to kiss Ishi's pouting little mouth, followed by Ishi's face immediately reddening, looking at her with an obviously unresponsive look. I've heard that kissing can be therapeutic. Feeling better? Ishi slightly lowered his head. Ishi, that one was too sudden. In the end, where did he learn it? You didn't heal. I'm going to do it again. As you wish. Bouncing bombs. Yeah, bouncing bombs. It'll all blow up. Ahahahaha, that's art. Come on, Corey, give me a little bouncer. On this day, explosions echoed constantly from Lake Starfall and Mond, and the fish in the fruit and wine lake were gruesomely poisoned, for reasons that turned out to be the honorable knight's topsy-turvy. Ishi had nothing to do and planned to go around Mond. He should do his duty as an honorary knight, so he thought of going to the library to see if he could steal a few of Lisa's forbidden books out to sea. Then passing by the confinement room suddenly remembered something. Do you guys think Sparkly Knight Kokiri could be in there? It's Brother Honor Knight. Were you also locked up in the confinement room by the head Chin? As luck would have it, little Corey was at that moment swinging her little feet on the bed and drawing, with a natural look of familiarity. Corey, let's go. Niani, I will take you to a fish fry. Really? Corey was happy to hear that, but at the same time a little worried and hesitant. But Corey just got locked up in the brig for frying fish, and it's not time to go out yet. What are you afraid of? Who am I? A knight of honor. Now just don't worry about going with your brother, Ishi said, pointing confidently at herself with her thumb out, and Kagome thought about it. Right. Headmaster Chin didn't allow himself to fry the fish because he was afraid that he would be in danger, but now that he had Brother Honor Knight with him, he would be fine. Yeah, frying fish to go, Honor Knight brother, let's get going. Depart. Corey turned excited and put her small school bag on her back, putting on her shoes and running out of the confinement room after Ishi with her little hands open. Mond, Starfall Lake. Corey, see that fish? Ishi pointed to a sinful fish in Starfall Lake and kept tossing a small bouncing bomb upwards in her hand. Today you dare to swallow water. Tomorrow you dare to swallow people. I, Ishi, am here to do justice to heaven. This fish is so nimble and so far away. Corey can't fry it. The fish swimming happily in the lake clearly hadn't realized what they were going to face next, and Ishi flung the little bomb in the air into a grip. Watch this. This move is called a depth charge. Fire in the hole. The words fell. Ishi threw herself into the water with all her might. The huge impact splashed a few meters high, followed by a loud bang. The water splashed all over the sky, and the last fish that had lost its dreams crossed the water surface. Wow, Brother Honor Knight is awesome. Lay low, lay low. Corey clapped with a small jump in place, then set her small book bag on the floor. Brother Honor Knight, Corey, the bomb has plenty more here, but Corey can't seem to throw it that far. It's okay, come on, you sit on your brother's shoulder so you can throw it. Can it still be like that? Then Corey is coming. Ishi crouched down and opened her arms to the running Corey, then picked her up and placed her on her shoulders. Go Corey, bungee bomb, bounce bomb. Ishi and Kelly fried fish fried especially happy. Soon a backpack full of bombs were all thrown out. The rest is naturally grilled fish. Brother Knight of Honor, the first grilled fish is for you. Corey held up her little hand to hand Ishi a baked fish, which Ishi took with a smile and petted her head. Corey is so good. Brother has some nice drinks here. Let's drink them together. Thank you, Brother Knight of Honor. Today was the best day of fish frying ever. It's good that little Corey is happy. Ishi pulled out 2 cups and poured up the milk with the black gold gourd, taking another look at the mess around him. I thought to myself that it did seem a bit much, and that Starfall Lake was not quite ready to turn in with a bombed-out crater. Yi-Shi, are you there? What's up, boss? Ishi called Yi-Shi's name into the air a few times. Then a green fluorescent light appeared around Ishi, and when the light dispersed, Yi-Shi appeared at his side. A little overplayed, can you help us clean up the M? Oh, She looked around. If this let Chin found out, Kelly will be in trouble. No problem. She finished his speech and gathered divine power in his hands. And soon the surrounding terrain that had been blown up as well as the plants that had originally covered it recovered under Yishi's control. Who is this big sister? It's just as powerful as Brother Honor Knight. Hearing this voice, Yishi froze. Why did it sound so familiar? But it should be true that he had never seen it before. I'm the closest person to Ishio. Little Cory will understand when she grows up. Kaya brother always says that to me too. I wish I could grow up faster. Yishi leaned over and touched Carrie's little head. Looking at Carrie's lovely smile, for some reason she just wanted to be close to her. So she held her in her arms. What a cute kid it is. Let your sister hold it. Good. Yishi still felt an indescribable familiarity with Cory, but as the god of wisdom she didn't have a clue. No good. Head Chin is coming soon. Yishi, Carrie and I will slip away first. Just then Yishi saw the tip of the small department and took the child from Yishi's arms. Well, then I'll go back to watching the store first. 2. The three disappeared into Starfall Lake almost simultaneously, and when the head Chin received a report from the crowd and rushed to the scene, he found the place calm and quiet and nothing. Is it not Kagome? The head Jin surveyed the neighborhood around Starfall Lake. Nothing had changed except that there were a lot fewer fish. Doubtful for a moment or two. Maybe someone was fishing here. It really wasn't like Cory's style around here. It's not really against the rules to fish in Mond, as long as you don't catch them all. Now go back to the order. Nights. Confinement. Ishii appeared at the Mond teleportation anchor point, and then ran all the way back to the confinement room, holding Cory above her head. Cory, here's some seasoning for the grill. Sprinkle some for you to try. Ishii brought back the Starfall Lake loot with him, and pulled out a jar of cumin to sprinkle on it. Living life in style. This is so delicious. Brother Honor Knight, you try it too. Cory smiled with eyes as cute as the curved crescent moon and handed the grilled fish in her hand to Ishii's mouth. Not bad, not bad. There's quite a bit left. Let's eat before Jean gets back. Yes, Cory, you didn't go to Ishii? When Shin arrived back from Starfall Lake, the first thing he did was go to the confinement room to see if Cory was there. Just as he opened the door, he saw Ishii drawing quietly with Cory. It's Jean. I'm teaching Cory to draw. What can I do for you? Ishii's flat and natural tone of voice Jean could not see the slightest crack, and then said to Ishii, I came to see if Cory was eating properly, and I'm relieved that you're here. Thank you for taking care of her. Little things. Chapter 69, Lord Barbados. The Order, the Library. Let me see who is here. I can't believe it's Lord Knight of Honor. Is he here to see his sister? Lisa sat down at the administrator's desk, lowering herself slightly and whispering a greeting to Ishii, but Ishii wasn't interested in the slightest. After all, she had seen it all. She, chest out, head up, confident. Columbine, you're not as cute as me. Yishi, I've done many happy things with Ishii. Columbia, small wings tensing. Yashi, and there's a child. Columbia, Nazida has nothing to do with Ishii. Yashi, it's coming up. Columbia, tiny wings blowing up. Come to see the book. Ishii skipped past Lisa toward the bottom of the stairs, who lazily rested a hand against her cheek. How cold of the Honorable Knight. Then make yourself at home, but remember to keep quiet in the library. Ishii scanned the surrounding bookshelves in a circle. It was true that forbidden books would not appear in the ordinary area yet. About the Eye of the Dark God, Ishii asked about the lesser lineage. Similar to the power of the abyss, it can only be enhanced by special methods, and the only thing that can be accessed at the moment is the existence of the Mon Library. According to Hoshi's guidance, Ishii walked towards a hidden corner. Ishii came to a seemingly ordinary bookshelf in front of. A book high above features a lightning elemental seal, and just as he was about to reach out and try it, Lisa's voice suddenly rang out beside him. Which book is Lord Knight of Honor looking for? Why don't my sister come and help you find it? At that moment Lisa walked up with an unidentified charming smile on her face, catching the attention of Ishii from the moment she approached the area. Lisa, how about we make a deal? It's true that Lisa won't let others have access to the banned books easily. After all, some knowledge is really dangerous. What kind of deal does Lord Honorable Knight want to make with me? Hearing Ishii say this, Lisa became interested and looked at Ishii with interest. When seeing the memory of the star-colored pupils lit up for a moment, Lisa's expression of horror for a moment just moved the line of sight away from the memory of the opening of the mouth again. You're not in the best of health. How about I help you recover and you fetch me a book? At those words Lisa froze. This was something she had been seeking for decades but had not found a way to do. And this person in front of her could do it easily? If she helped herself to recover, her life would be extended by at least 1,000 years. And Ishii was merely asking for a forbidden book, so there was no reason for Lisa to refuse such a great temptation. Then Knight of Honor-sama can't go back on his word. That's natural. Ishii swung her hand away, and she visibly hesitated when she informed Lisa of the book's title. and after further deliberation, chose to break the seal on the bookcase. As Lisa pulled a book halfway out, the shelves began to slowly open to reveal a secret room. Then please wait for a moment. Honorable Knight-sama. Oh. As the bookcase opened, Ishii tried to peer inside for a few moments. The entire chamber was filled with various seals that seemed to obscure the existence of the books. But none of this Ishii had much interest. The purpose of this visit was only one. Now take your time and wait. Ishii casually chose a corner desk to sit down, then crossed her legs and lay back. It's pretty quiet here. It's a good place to sleep. Hello, senior. May I sit here? Hearing this voice, Ishii's first thought was that Fluorescent's sister had also come, and thought about how she was suddenly so sweet and well-behaved today, then turned her head and saw Noelle. Okay. Noelle smiled sweetly and sat down across from Ishii, still holding a copy of A Knight's Self-Cultivation in her arms. It's Noelle, working on joining the order today as well. Well, I especially adore my seniors, and to be able to become an honorary Knight of Mun directly, I'll have to study hard from you guys before I can do that. Ishii turned her head around and smiled slightly. Something she had casually gotten could be an existence out of reach for others. Some free-spirited muckety-mucks get to join the order, while Noelle, who does her best to aim for this, keeps getting stuck. Overall, it's that the kid is too kind. He basically won't turn down anyone else's request and goes all out even if it's dangerous. There was a good chance that Noelle would hurt herself because of this, and the head Sheen was well aware that with Noelle's strength, being a squad leader or whatever was perfectly adequate. But Noelle's character was just too docile, and although this was a bit cruel, there wasn't much the head Sheen could do about it, so he had to keep dragging it out. You will get what you want. I can see a lot of potential in you, but you're working in the wrong direction. Really? Then can I trouble Senior to guide me? Hearing Ishii say that, Noelle was especially happy. It's worthy of being an honorary Knight Lord. A glance can see my problem. But Noelle was puzzled as to what she had been doing that was wrong. You're aiming to join the order, right? Aha! That's my dream. Noelle gave a quick nod, thinking that it was really great to actually receive guidance from an honorable Knight-sama. If you believe me, do what I say next. Okay, Senior, please go ahead. Ishii picked up the book in front of Noelle and closed it and tossed it aside as she continued. Then stop reading this useless stuff. Don't go to the exams in the next 2 days. And don't do anything you want about joining the order. But, Ishii knew that telling Noelle this wouldn't do much good, so she continued to flounder. You obviously met the requirements to join the order a long time ago, but you just delayed joining. Do you know why? Noelle said thoughtfully, looking at the bookway. I guess I'm not trying hard enough. No, big mistake. You are not recognized by the Wind God. At those words, Noelle was shocked. If the Honor Knight Lord said so, then it must be right. The reason concerning Lord Barbatos, Noelle's tone instantly became anxious. So then what the hell should I do, Senior? And why is Lord Barbatos like this? Ishii calmly pulled out a black gold gourd to take a sip to moisten his throat and began to explain to Noelle. Mund is a free country, and the Wind God famously said, freedom to be ordered around by others is kind of not free, and you either help or are on your way to help every day. To the point that it's not that you shouldn't help, but people asking you to do anything and agree unconditionally is a kind of unfreedom in the eyes of the Wind God. So how could the Wind God like you? And how could he let you join the Knights? Ishii directly moved the Wind God. Visible effect is good. Noelle heart also more and more anxious. Did not expect to be like this. This cannot be. Lord Knight of Honor. I really didn't mean to disobey Lord Barbatos. Can you tell me what I should do now? Please. With that, Noelle bowed deeply to Ishii pleadingly, and Ishii smiled as she lifted her up, trying to speak in a tone that would put her at ease. Well, the next thing you do is live at home and do nothing, and if someone asks you to do a favor, unless they are paid enough to do so, they will excuse themselves for any reason. Then every day you go to church on time and on the dot and pray for a while, and so on until the next examination for the order. And if anyone asks you, just say that this is life, and that no matter what you are a child of the God of the Winds. He will surely forgive you when he sees your transformation. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Lord Knight of Honor. Little things. Noelle looked at Ishii with incomparable gratitude. Fortunately, she met Lord Honorable Knight today. Otherwise she might not be able to join the order in this lifetime. Although he might not be very good at refusing people, he would definitely do it for Babato-sama. Then Lord Honorable Knight, I'll go home and rest first, and after that I'll definitely repay you properly. Bye. Looking at Noelle's enlightened look, Ishii smiled easily. Help a little girl realize her dreams. +1 for merit. Wendy, you're right about everything, but why did you send Noelle to church to pray? Ishii, doing it to Jean so that Jean is absolutely worried that something has happened to Noelle, and asking her will definitely only answer about life, but she's a Noelle. And with this kind of perverse to the extreme behavior, Kim must be so afraid of what's wrong with the kid that maybe she won't even need to take the exams to get her into the order directly. Chapter 70. Lazuki, Forest House. Lisa-san is nice, but don't go to the library for a while. Welcome home. Ishii sighed to herself as she returned to the forest house, where the beauty Ishii was swinging on the swing as always. On the sofa, Columbine's mouth was slightly open and she was sleeping on her back, smacking her lips twice every now and then, not knowing what kind of dream she was having. Ishii tea is here. Ishii had just brought the tea and put it away when Ishii pulled him over. It's true that Ishii is still the best. Ishii's small face blushed, then she gently put her hand on his. You like, what did you do out there again? Ishii turned back and pouted and looked at Ishii, then was pinched by Ishii's small mouth to release the gas. Today to go to Mon to read a book met a big sister. Seeny and handsome and young even want to molest me. Too terrible. So boys must protect themselves outside. At the words she was silent for a second. You said you were caught doing such and such by her are more credible than you were molested. Lou. Just then the door was suddenly pushed open by a small bear-like creature. And just as Potter entered the door he saw the three of Ishii sitting upright on the sofa drinking tea at the moment. Mark Hughes? Why are you the only one here? Where's Shannon? To this small guest Ishii some surprise. The height difference is very big so Ishii went up to squat in front of him and said, Lou. At that Ishii nodded thoughtfully and signaled with her eyes that Potpourri was at ease. Potpourri continued to speak with even gestures, during which Ishii responded with a wink and a gradually stony face. Potpourri bowed to Ishii when he finished, as if pleading for his help. Ishii, what happened? Ishii could vaguely sense that this little guy was also a demon god, and looking at Ishii's expression there might really be something going on. Ishii, you're here just in time. Help me translate what the hell he was just saying. Ishii and Potter fell into silence at the same time, and together they thought that you didn't understand a single word that Potter just said for half a day. So in the next few minutes, Potpa gave Ishii another lieu of what he had just said and gestured. Ishii thought to herself that the demon god of the house next door had personally come up to ask for help, so it must be that Xiangling was in some kind of danger or had something big to tell her. Ishii, how's it going? He said he wanted one of your pills. Well, then what? Nope. Potpourri nodded along, and this time it was Ishii's turn to be silent. What do you think you've just said that translates to just a few words? Jones, that's what I thought when that bard from the neighboring country came and ended up just asking me for a drink. Ishii silently pulled out the black gold gourd and gave Potpourri an elixir. When Potpourri ate it his figure grew violently, and Ishii sensed that not good Mark Hughes' original size maybe the forest house propped up when the Potpourri and immediately returned to the original size. Thank you, sir, for helping me regain my strength, and if there is anything I can do for you in the future, I will certainly do so. Potpourri suddenly spoke up, and his eyes hardened as Ishii waved his hand. Emperor Buddy is my buddy. All right, what are you going to do next? Potter turned his head in the direction of Manman Hall and said easily, keep accompanying that little girl around. Quite well. Morax is now serving as the guest minister of the Hall of the Past, and I'm sure he'll be glad to see you. Well, then I'll leave you to it, sir. Later. Is there anything else, sir? Just to be on the safe side, come over here and let me give you a cut. Chapter 71, The Black Flame. Li Yu, the new Kun Yu Pavilion. Hard work several. In this way Chuan Yu Pavilion is considered to be officially rebuilt. Now it's time for me to fulfill my promise and give you rewards. On the Chuan Yu Pavilion, Ning Guan was exchanging pleasantries with the people who had participated in the awards. Ishii and Fluorescence had already gotten paid by Nimbus and were also not interested in this tournament either. 100 million for Mora and 50 million for the two of them is not more than a question for Nimrod? If Condensed Light went to the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce to buy the floating stone it would cost at least 200 million Mora, which wasn't as good as Ishii's and theirs. Originally, Ishii planned to come back when Yun Suinshian was singing, but as a result, before the Chuan Yu Pavilion's ascension ceremony, Fleur slipped into Ishii's bedroom through the second-floor window to carry him and flew toward the Chuan Yu Pavilion. Ishii, family members who understand Fluorescence in front of my face to steal my man. Nowadays the little girl are so brave? Ishii, how can such an important ceremony be without you? And what are you looking at? Ishii stood at the edge of the Chuan Yu Pavilion, looking in the direction of the sea, and Lum came to his side after greeting the crowd and said, the sky is the limit. There is? It all seems pretty normal to me. The Chuan Yu Pavilion was not very high before it rose into the air. Lum stood on her tiptoes and endeavored to look in the direction that Ishii was gazing at, and the sea was still very calm. Well, it's nice. The calm before the storm. A storm? Is something coming? Good. It's also the last darkness before the dawn. Ha, funny. What a till death do us part emotion. But unfortunately it's nothing more than foolish courage. The corner of Lum's mouth twitched, and for some reason he wanted to punch Ishii so badly. Can you talk like a human being? It's true that nothing can be hidden from Mr. Yi, but with you guys helping me, I'm sure it'll be a lot easier. After Ning Guang answered Yun Suinshian and the girl's questions, she came to Ishii's side and said, what the hell are you guys talking about? You'll naturally understand when the Chuan Yu Pavilion rises. But, It's probably better not to know. The first time I ascended the Gunjikaku, I stood like this at the edge of the Gunjikaku looking away from the Ryu harbor. Ning Wang looked around at Liu, her eyes incomparably determined. At that time, I thought that one day I would make the shadow of the Chuanyu Pavilion cover the 7 kingdoms. To this day, my wish remains unchanged. After saying that, Ning Wang gave a meaningful look at Ishii, who was silent for a moment or two. What are you looking at me for? It's not like I can help you get your wish. This time, however, it is not just for myself. I hope that the Chuanyu Pavilion will always be able to hover over Liu, always witnessing Liu's prosperity and tranquility. And I also hope that you will witness it together. And now for the lifting ceremony. It begins. As the Chuanyu Pavilion slowly rose into the air, a violent storm rained down on the entire Liu, followed by several lightning bolts striking the Chuanyu Pavilion. Looking at the Othello that was several sizes smaller in the distance, Fluorescence realized what Ishii and the others had just said. Sure enough, here it comes, the last follower of the demon god of the vortex. Now that Ritsuki is the age of human rule, it is also necessary, along with relying on one's own strength, to get through this crisis. Words behind the condensed light behind the seat of life appeared. Countless diamond-shaped Tiangue appeared in the back of the Chuanyu Pavilion ready to go. Looking at this scene, Ishii thought that maybe this is the real heavenly power star condensed light. The one he drew before should be a fake. Soon, under the cover of fire from Nimbus and the ambushed Thousand Rock Army and the Hokuto crowd, Ocelot, his wife, was beaten back, but also let come to seek revenge. Trek button. More anger. Play full force under a roar caused a sky tsunami. In this disaster, human will seem too small. Watching the waves keep attacking the Chuanyu Pavilion as well as Liu, Fluorescence knew that he couldn't watch the show anymore. And then his light wings unfolded and his lightsaber appeared in his hand. I'm going to turn. Ishii, what are you doing? Then it was grabbed by Ishii by the collar and pulled back like a kitten. There's still one plot left to be triggered. You can kill her with one slash now and still dare to let you on? Don't you move. I'll deliver it. After saying that, Ishii's legs and feet were powered up to charge towards Trekkie. Ishii even thought about how to pass away. Unsurprisingly, Treach will two-way myself to the mountain wall in one bite, and then I'll pretend to be unconscious just in time to be caught by Shinhee flying. After that, the plot is about Shinhee recalling past moments of life and death and understanding what Ryuyan said through the wind. When will you have the idea of using your power for others? When will you truly dissolve into human society? The implications of that statement were then turned around and a big one-iced tsunami for the perfect solution. Looking at the light wave coming towards him, Ishii smiled confidently. Yes, that's it. Unexpectedly, when Ishii was sent flying a moment before, a green barrier suddenly appeared in front of his body to block all of Trekkie's attacks, while Ishii's voice rang out in his head. Cheer up, I've already stopped Columbia from finishing off Trekkie, so we won't steal your thunder. Ishii looked at the barrier that Ishii constructed in front of him that hadn't disappeared yet without hesitation. A foot stepped on it to use the force to make himself rush toward the mountain wall that was originally going to fall down, and it was as if he had been knocked off his feet in other people's viewpoints. Ishii? Columbine, get off me. I'm going to kill whatever is hurting Ishii. Trek, I'm not a thing. Nope, I'm an East. That's not right either. Ha! After that, the plot goes on as promised, and when Shinha finishes solving Tsunami and looks at Ishii, he realizes that he has disappeared. Chuanyu Pavilion. See what I just demonstrated? If you just got on it, you should have been knocked off your feet like I was. Hearing, Luminescence and Nimbus were silent together, and the people on the ground might not be able to see clearly. However, the two people on the Chuanyu Pavilion were puzzled when they clearly saw Ishii casually blocking Tremendous Switch's attack before taking the initiative to fly towards the mountain at the back. Good. Then this time I can give her. This time it's time to show my true skills. Words fell. Ishii eyes lit up, light and dark pupils. Stepping on the light-generated underfoot step toward the trekking Godspeed, running to step in the air. Before the Trekkie could react, he kicked the Trekkie to a standstill, followed by a black energy in Ishii's hand that converged and penetrated into the Trekkie's body, only to see Tremendous Switch's huge body unexpectedly lit up with black flames in the water. His wail of pain resounded throughout the entire Liu harbor, and finally, after struggling for a few moments, he planted himself straight into the sea. What kind of power is this for you, Ishii? Ishii, hands in pockets not slow, stepped on the light step toward the fluorescent walk. At this time his body temperament is dazzling as a god, especially the pair of pupils to give people the feeling of sacred inviolable. That's not something you should know right now. An ethereal voice rang out, and Ishii departed from the Chuanyu Pavilion without too many words, leaving behind the two people, Lam and Ningxuan, who were staring at each other in disbelief. Ishii, he turned out to be so strong? Fluorescence said as she looked in the direction where Ishii had disappeared, while Nimbus looked unsurprised. Maybe that's just the tip of his iceberg. 2. Forest House. Did you two see my brother's move? I kicked that sea serpent back into the sea. Aha! Very handsome. Ishii Rua the Colombian head while speaking to Ishii. Ishii happily applauded for Ishii. Although that demon god present can be solved in one move is Chapter 72, Hand over Mora. What are you looking at, Ishie? Because Ishii spent 200 million Mora to buy the Eye of Light and Darkness God. Now the forest house is left with tens of millions of Mora. It's hard to live without money. I'm studying to learn how to make Mora fast. That's right. Is the boss wanting so much Mora trying to make a big deal out of it lately? I'll join you in adding. Yishi sat down beside Ishii to accompany him to take a look, then froze in place when he saw the title of the book, The Criminal Law of the Glazed Moon. Ishii, why don't you leave it to me? Your method is a bit inappropriate. Perfect. I'm off. Yishi, hello, look good at the store. Where are you going? Home invasion. Ishii threw the book casually and got up and walked out of the forest house. Yishi sighed helplessly. It's better to watch Ishii more. Worst case scenario, I'll personally fish him out. Then pick up Ishii's book and open it up for a casual look. Just turned a page. Ishii face immediately read. The content, how is? It turns out that Ishii just put a Liu criminal law book cover over this kind of book to hide his eyes. Now Ishii wondered if he had heard wrong. Could Ishii have just said that it was not a home invasion robbery but a home invasion force? Quickly craning her head to look around, Columbia was the only one sleeping on the couch as a backdrop. No, how has this girl been sleeping all this time? Then in that case help Ishii to make sure the book doesn't have any more unhealthy content. Liu, the Hall of the Living Dead. It's been a long time since I've seen Ho Master Hu, and you've gotten a lot prettier again. Ishii smiled and reached out to pinch Walnut's face, her gaze sweeping in front of her. The costume of the master of the Hall of the Past was altered to fit, though it still didn't look too big from the outside is all. But doesn't the fact that black gold gourd can even cure this mean? This girl is supposed to be like this, just because she's a picky eater or something? Ishii, you're here. Come in quickly, come in quickly. Walnut was extraordinarily enthusiastic today and hurriedly invited Ishii into the Hall of the Past life. Good afternoon, friend. Zhongli was also there today. Walnut pulled Ishii and Zhongli to sit down at a table, then said to him excitedly, Ishii, that monster in the sea before was you who solved it, right? Walking in the sky is really cool. Ishii smiled and shook her head, retaining her mastery. There's no need to mention the past. As a member of Liu, it's only right that you should come to Liu's aid in her time of crisis. What my friend says is true. Ishii took out the black gold gourd to pour tea and heard Zhongli's words, so he said to him, then why haven't we seen Mr. Zhongli participate in the war? When he finished, he looked back to Walnut. Walnut, I'm telling you, actually Zhongli can be much more powerful than me. Just those few sea snakes. Zhongli can easily destroy him with a casual move. At those words, Walnut looked at Zhongli, who was silently drinking tea, then snorted out a laugh. Ishii, you really know how to joke. Zhongli usually only drinks tea and slips the bird to lecture. Weapons have not seen him pick up once, not to mention to go and fight with that so big monster in the sea. Walnut said while opening his arm to compare the size of Ocelot, his wife, while Zhongli opened his mouth faintly. What Hall Master Hu also said is very true. I'm just a man of the cloth. Just do my job. Ishii laughed and shook her head. No one believes in telling the truth these days. What a man of the cloth. You're too invincible to be a man of the cloth. But recently someone has been trying to blackmail Zhongli. As his friend, I must stand up for him. Zhongli thought about it. Ishii should be talking about the Ruojua Dragon King who spends his days in the cave, how to repay the 1,000-year-old grudge. Surprisingly, someone dares to extort our past life Hall's guest minister. Ishii, do you need my help? Girls don't need to get involved in fighting and killing. Zhongli, let's go. Go teach that kid a lesson. Good thing too. Liu, Auxiliary Mountain. The two of them, Ishii and Zhongli, arrived at the foot of the mountain on the southeast side of the Anyuan Mountain and finished clearing the obstruction sealed in front of the entrance to the cave of the Dragon King of Ruojua. The more Zhongli thought about it on the way, the more he felt that it was wrong. Although recently he did want to ask Ishii for help in restoring the Ruojua Dragon King's sanity. But it's different when he offers to help. There's definitely a ghost. But at best, some of the ambrosia tea here is considered precious. So maybe Ishii is really trying to help Ruojua heal his wear and tear this time. Morax, 1,000 years of posthumous hatred. How to repay. The Rakuta Dragon King snarled as he woke up from his sleep instantly upon sensing Morax's aura. Zhongli, that's the kid who's been clamoring with you all day. Him. Ishii finished by flying over and kicking the Jataka Dragon King in the jaw to shut him up. Zhongli had wanted to try and communicate with Wakuta, though he knew it wouldn't be much use. Anyway, there was absolutely no chance of communication now, so the long lance of penetrating rainbow appeared in his hand. Old friend, I'm offended. Inch strength opens the sky. Heaven moves the elements. In a few rounds the Rakuta Dragon King was knocked to the ground by the two men's combined efforts. Don't play dead. Quickly hand over everything of value in your cave. Mora will do. Ishii stepped forward and knocked on the brain of the Rakuta Dragon King, who had lost his movement, and the hard rocky shell on his head made a dang sound. Watching this scene, Zhongli was silent for a moment or two. Not surprisingly now. Mora, isn't that Morax standing next to you? Wakuta Dragon King shouted at Ishii, who backhanded 2 more punches up. Still talking tough? You haven't collected any gold, silver or jewelry for thousands of years? Come on, give it to me. I don't think I can ask anything if Wakuta has lost most of his memories at this point. At that moment, Zhongli spoke up, and after thinking about it, Ishii was right, so she pulled out her scalpel. Then help me wrench his mouth open. The Wakoto shell is too hard for this knife to poke in. Good thing too. Ha, what do you want? Help the Dragon King of Rawajuo remove the wear and tear, and add 1 to your merits for a bright future. Ishii happily walked home, and although Wakata didn't have a mora either, it was pretty nice to end up giving herself a lot of precious ores. There are also some particularly rare or even out-of-print ores among them, so I think she can help me sell them at a good price. And Zhongli chose to stay in Rawajuo nagging. The 2 old people talk. Ishii cannot be interested in listening. When Ishii returned to the forest house, she saw that Columbia was sitting on Yishi's lap and reading the Liu criminal law, so she quietly touched over. What are you 2 looking at? Aha! Ishii, why didn't you say anything when you came back? Ishii was shocked and immediately hid the book behind her back, and her face reddened completely. I didn't want to disturb you 2 because you were looking too hard. Ishii leisurely sat next to Ishii and drank tea. Ishii took a deep breath and asked Columbia in her arms. Columbia, do you want to try what's in the book? Think, then we'll do it. What do you want? In broad daylight. In honor of the book being at the peak of its reading, tens of thousands and tens of thousands are dropping from tomorrow. Chapter 73, Seeking Revenge. Early in the morning, Ishii got up and twisted around to move around. The world tree won't grow new shoots at this rate, will it? Nashida, why did the vibrations keep coming from the world tree last night? Something similar seems to have happened a few times between slumbers. Ishii stroked Columbia's little head and proceeded to cover Columbia with the quilt. What a cute little girl. Ishii. At this time Ishii pressed his body on Ishii's arm to hold and pillowed it. I am. Nothing, just wanted to say your name. Scream as much as you want. Time to go back to yesterday evening at the forest house. Ishii, are you there? Lum knocked on the door of the forest house, but found no answer. Strange, just now I clearly heard Ishii shouting. And why did Sister Yi close the door so early today? Ishii's bedroom window seems to be open. Why don't we go take a look? Paimon said, pointing to the 2nd floor window, and Florescent thought about how quickly he had to tell Ishii about this. Good. When Lum finished speaking he opened his wings of light and flew to the 2nd floor. Although the curtains were left open, the forest house had a barrier so Lum couldn't see anything. So Lum came to the window that was open a crack to look inside and blushed. Traveler, why don't we come back in the morning? Ishii seems to be busy right now. Lum hurriedly shrank back, and Paimon looked a little embarrassed. Before he saw Lum lying down in front of the window slit again and quietly looking at it, Paimon looked breathlessly at Lum who was trying to peek inside, then sighed and silently sat down next to Lum with his knees wrapped around him and waited. Paimon had just sat down when he was lifted up by a handful of Florescent, followed by opening his light wings and flying away from the place. Ayahawk Traveler, what are you doing all of a sudden? Paimon, we seem to have been discovered by Sister Yi. Hurry, I can fly myself. Time came the next morning, and Fleur tentatively peeked inside through a crack in the window, followed by the appearance of several vines in the house to bind himself and bring him inside. Ouch! What the hell? Lum was quickly loosened by the vines, then looked up at the several people on the bed. At this time, Yishi had already changed his clothes and was looking at himself with a smile. Florescent sister? What are you guys doing here? Ishii was a little surprised to see the girl, but it was true that fluorescence could do things. Lum first stared at the perfect lines of Ishii's body for a while, and hurriedly twisted her head when she noticed Ishii's sharp gaze. Ah ha ha ha, good morning, abs are so good today not. It's an 8-pack today, really good ah. Lum showed a simple and good-natured smile and greeted them as if nothing had happened. It was you last night, wasn't it? It's not a good habit to peep, so next time I can come in and watch? The smile on Ishii's face became more and more charming, so Lum hurriedly changed the topic. Right, Ishii, yesterday there was a strange man inquiring about your whereabouts, and seemed to say something about seeking revenge on you. Seeking revenge? Ishii became serious when she heard this. She was a little worried, so she asked Lum, what does the other guy look like? Male, also blonde, tall, wearing a mask that covers one eye, and seems to know my brother. Upon hearing this, she checked up on this person through the world tree, and after some analysis and comparison his pupils shrunk. How is he? She recalled some bad things. Just as he was thinking about it, Ishii's voice rang out. Dinsreb, captain of the last court guard of Canria, title, Sword of the Last Light, has traveled with your brother, Hollow, for a time. Ishii, do you know him? I don't know. That's where the doubt lies. We don't know each other, but he's coming after me for revenge. What did he tell you? Lum got up from the floor and came to the chair and sat down, then pulled out a can of Coke and drank it. First he asked me 3 inexplicable questions, Then he asked me who the person who defeated Tremendous Switch was, and finally left a sentence that there is only one enemy of mine, and the sentence that the power of the abyss was felt on the move that defeated Tremendous Switch and left. So I quickly came to let you know. Ishii was silent for a moment or two. It looked like it was the black flames that burned on Trekkie's body that caught his attention then. You and Paimon go wait for me on the first floor, and later we'll go meet Dian's Reb. Well, then Before Lum could finish her sentence she was sent out the window by vines that appeared on the ground. Ishii helped Ishii change his clothes and tenderly kissed him on the face. Be sure to be safe. Ishii adjusted his clothes twice and stepped on the window and jumped out. Ishii said you two go through the door instead. Ishii, I saw him at Angel's Feed yesterday, so let's go to Mon first. Ishii put her sunglasses up and asked about the little department and shook her head. Dian's Reb has already set out on his way to reuse. Let's go block him. Yes, Li Yu. Wang Shuin. Ishii came to a drinking blonde kid and stomped on his table. You're the one who's going to seek revenge on me? Chapter 74, Brother. Li Yu. Wang Shuin. As expected by Ishii, Dian's Reb, who had come to Li Yu to look for Ishii, indeed chose to go in and rest his feet when he passed by the Wangshuin, but I didn't realize that Ishii had already been here in ambush for a long time, and the main fight was a preemptive strike. You're the one who's coming after me for revenge? Ishii's sunglasses up high stepped forward and stomped on the table in front of Dian's Reb. You're the one who's looking for revenge on Ishii? Fluorescence is also together forked up the waist ship said. There is Ishii and is not the same. The momentum at once raised a lot. At the same time beside the five voices ringing. Jin Pang, your enemy? Varnam, who's this little blonde guy? Fushi, this brother has good guts. Ingda, come to our territory to cause trouble? Yui Rage, interesting. The five Night Stalkers appeared behind Ishii in unison to help, and the crowd instantly surrounded Dainese Libe. Dian's Reb watched the crowd go silent for a moment or two and took a calm sip of his drink. I think there's a misunderstanding mixed in there. I have only one goal to the beginning, and that's the Abyss. And this gentleman clearly doesn't have the aura of the Abyss on him. Oh Abyss, is it like that now? Ishii set a dark god's heart on the table with a snap, then turned around and sat down with one foot on the edge of the chair, and opened her hand to ignite a black flame. Seeing this, Dian's Reb's eyes got serious and analyzed, and eventually shook his head. I wasn't able to determine this before when I was in Mond, but now I know. Your form of power is indeed similar to the Abyss, even higher than the Abyss, but you are not one of those seven gods. Who exactly are you? Ishii flung her hand to extinguish the black flames in her grip, then picked up her own dark god's heart and surveyed it. Ritsuki, a common fortune teller only. You take this 500 mora. Now come with me to deal with the Abyss. When he finished speaking, Amnesia tapped the 500 mora on the table and Dian's Reb reached out to take it. I take all commissions with the Abyss, and the pay is just enough. Then let's go. The words fell. Ishii and Dainese Lebu together rise. C is a misunderstanding. Crowd Night Fork also have to leave. So it's a misunderstanding. Then let's go too. Jin Peng. Go and drink with Big Brother. Varnam. Those slimes by the river look like they're up to something big. Let's go exterminate them. Mond, the running wolf caller. According to the information I've received, the Abyss is most likely in the middle of the West Wind Temple. They evacuated a long time ago, and now they're going to clean up the abyssal ruins in the running wolf territory first. Ishii was too abrasive to look for them one by one, so he planned to take the Fluorescent Sister as well as Dainese Reb to speed through them, so he passed them directly. As for Dian's Reb, he was fast on his feet and knew the location of the teleportation anchor point. Just wait a while. You seem to be well aware of the Abyss actions, Dian's Reb said cautiously to Ishii, who was leaning leisurely against a tree. All the secrets of this world are not secrets in front of me, including you, and screw, hurry up, get it over with and go to the next place. Dian's Reb didn't say anything, and with one last look at Ishii, he and Flux cleared the nearby demons, quickly cleaning up and returning to Ishii. Fluorescence easily asked Ishii, Ishii, where are we going next? Smiling, Ishii spat out the sweet flower rhizome she was holding in her mouth and put on her own sunglasses. I'll see you at this teleportation anchor point. Wind Dragon Ruins. Under the cliff. What's Dai traveling alone for? Ishii says to just wait here for a while, and in her boredom Fluorescence strikes up a conversation with Dian's Reb. I have a few things left to do, and when I'm done, I guess I'll find a home. Well, traveler, when you find your family, why don't we make a home somewhere too? I think Lizuki would be good. When the time comes. What are you doing, Ishii? At that moment, Ishii suddenly pulled Yumi's back to the cliff and cupped Yumi's face to get closer and closer. From the viewpoint of the cliff behind her, it looked like a kiss. Ishii did this of course on purpose to show a certain prince of the Abyss who did not wish to be named, and it obviously worked. Ishii, wait. At this time, Lum clearly saw an extremely familiar figure on the hill not far away from the opposite side. Her shy face instantly became serious, and then she opened her light wings and flew towards the hill. Ishi's move caused Air to observe him for a few more seconds, but just those few seconds allowed Flux to sense his presence more clearly. Empty found that fluorescence power recovery inevitably a shock, but right now it is too late to return to the original way. Immediately after the opening of the abyssal portal behind him to leave this place, when fluorescence arrived, all that could be seen was a relic guard wandering in place. Just now, you were clearly right here. Why? Lum's grip on the lightsaber in his hand tightened in resignation. Then he let out his anger and slashed at the frame of relic guards, only to see a rumble protruding from the mountain was fluorescent, a knife cut down. Ishi smiled and shook his head. Still did not catch up? Ishie, why won't he see me? Lumpy recalled the past before. Face obviously some loss. They have been looking for the brother is clearly in front of the eyes. But, it's okay, I'll take you to him later so he can tell you himself, Ishia said as she stroked her fluorescent sister's hair, then looked behind her at the ruins of the wind dragon. You guys wait here for a minute, I'm going to go pick up something. After saying that, Ishi stepped on the light steps and went straight to the top of the wind dragon ruins, and when Ishi came back again, she was holding a core-like thing in her hand. It's the eye of the world's first tiller? How do you know where it is? Diansreb instantly recognized the item in Ishi's hand and asked with a shock-filled voice. All said these are not secrets in front of me. In the future, this kind of question less ask. Now we go back to the running wolf collar ambush. Diansreb closed his eyes for a moment or two of silence. It seemed that this man was more complicated than he thought. Mond, the running wolf collar. As expected, the abyssal apostle was fighting the remnants of the North Wind Wolf King, and soon Diansreb arrived as well. Ishie, just how long are we going to ambush? The Wolf Kings have all been trapped in the abyss's trap. It's time, just remember to drive them away. Don't hurt their lives, keep them useful. Though Flux was able to finish them off with a single slash, he listened to Ishi's words to just fight them off, and Diansreb stayed silent to see just what Ishi was trying to do. Humph, the short ceremony was even interrupted, but these tiny variables are not enough to affect the whole situation. The abyssal apostle disappeared through the abyssal portal after saying this, at which point the voice of the North Wind Wolf King rang out. It is funny for you to see me in such a posture. You're welcome, thanks are not necessary. We're in a hurry, now let's chase. Under the watchful eyes of Lei as well as the remnant soul of the North Wind Wolf King, Ishi and his group jumped onto the high surrounding fence and left in a windy manner. Wow, this relic looks so scary inside. Paimon looked at his surroundings uneasily and hid behind Lum, when the fleeing apostle of the abyss suddenly appeared in front of the group. You're still as obnoxious as ever. Enemy of the order, Diansreb. Cut the crap. Flux, do it. Just waiting for you to say that. Lum lifted his lightsaber in his hand and slashed the abyssal apostle. Just as he was learning about his life, it was suddenly blocked by another lightsaber and knocked Lum back into position. When Fluorescence saw what the visitor looked like, his pupils shrank, and his mouth unconsciously shouted out that brother. Flux. The indifferent yet incomparably familiar voice sounded once again, and endless joy flooded Lum's heart. Brother, finally. Flux, why are you with Dane? Sniffing, Fluorescence froze. Why? Brother was talking about unrelated things? Empty. We meet again. Flux, you should not be traveling with this man. This man is my enemy. Brother, will you stop saying these words that I don't understand? Let's go home. Lum cried out eagerly, no longer able to care about anything else, just wanting to go home with her brother. Empty closed his eyes and shook his head. Well, of course, wherever Flux is, it's home. But this is what must be said to you. Don't come with Dane to stop me. Don't stop the abyss. I have an unfinished battle with Tenri before the abyss floods the throne of God. Listen to me, Flux. I've already had a trip, so you'll have to reach the end of the line like I did in order to leave the world settling in your own eyes. Empty stared at Ishia one last time and was about to leave through the abyssal portal, when Ishia said as she stopped Lum's waist and wrapped it in her arms. Speaking of which, you were awesome last night, Fluorescent. Maybe your brother will have a cute little baby when he sees you again. At that, Lum's face brushed red while Hollow's feet stopped in front of the portal and a lightsaber appeared in his hand. I'm sure I still can't leave you alone. Stay away from my sister. Empty angrily swung his sword at Ishie, but was unexpectedly blocked by his own sister, while Dane took the opportunity to finish off that apostle of the abyss, and Empty's departing portal disappeared with him. Now you have time to stay and have a nice chat with Fluorescent, right? Hearing these words, Empty instantly understood that this time and that time in the Wind Dragon ruins, Ishi was deliberately doing it to himself. He was caught in a trap, helplessly putting down the sword in his hand. He then said to Floor in a gentle tone, Flux, let's not ask about these things for now, okay? Let's talk about something else. But I'm sorry that this time, my brother can't stay with you for too long. Oh, seeing that Empty was still his familiar brother, Fluorescence turned a sweet smile. I really missed you, brother. When Lum finished, she jumped into her brother's arms, and Hollow reached out to touch her short blonde hair. I've missed you too, the pinnacle of fishing. Ishie, thank you. The two of them, Flux and Kung talked well into the night, more about mundane family matters and who the hell that kid hugging Flux was today. In the end, Empty left reluctantly through the abyssal portal, and Lum kept a smile on her face, looking forward to that true reunion at the end of the journey. And Ishii wondered, if the one looking for blood relatives was Empty instead of Flux, would the abyssal princess have left without looking back at that time? It's quite possible. Definitely getting a bunch of girls to surround Empty wouldn't help. Little things. Ishii inserted pockets walking back to Liu Road. Beside the fluorescent sister all relaxed look, as if already reached the end of the linet. Speaking of which, during the day you, suddenly like that, you were trying to get my brother's attention, weren't you? Fluorescence recalled those two sudden actions of Ishii and lowered her head slightly blushing as she opened her mouth. Maybe I really wanted to take advantage of you while I had the chance. Sniffing Fluorescence hemmed and hawed and walked briskly backwards in front of Ishii opening his arms. Then it's for you to take over. I've known you're a pervert for a long time, and there are two big beauties lying on the bed. And the first time we met, both of them swooped me up. Ishii helplessly smiled, then reached out to the body of Fluorescence. Fluorescence saw a small red face followed by closing his eyes. Instead of the expected sensation coming immediately afterward, her hair was messed up again by Ishii. You're really a Fluorescence sister who doesn't let people get away with anything. No wonder your brother couldn't leave in the end. Lum opened her eyes and looked breathlessly at Ishii, who was rubbing her head. Then her eyes moved back to his, and an idea came to her. Ishii, will this dress of yours be expensive? General, I have plenty of these short sleeves. Why are you asking all of a sudden? Smiling at the corner of her mouth, Fluorescence seemed to wear this dress comfortably. If you don't take it I'm going to, and this dress will be mine from now on. Stop it. Out of sight out of mind. Then Fluorescence stripped Ishii's short sleeve for him as fast as he could, after which he went up and excitedly poked his abs. It's just like what I saw before. Awesome. Ishii saw the situation and the corner of his mouth twitched. Fluorescent's sister is in a good mood today but brother is also in a good mood today. Didn't you want to wear my short sleeves? I'll do it for you now. Ishii skillfully undid the straps on the fluorescent white dress, followed by the defenseless fluorescent clothes falling to the ground. The white color kinda suits you. Lum was still immersed in the middle of the caressing suddenly felt a cool chill on her body, then looked down and blushed. Aha Ishii you pervert. Okay stretch your arms. Ishii picked up his own piece of short sleeve to Fluorescent's sister set on the body. A few sizes larger short sleeve wherein fluorescent body like a skirt just cover half of the thighs, only exposed a head on the outside. That looks pretty good. Kinda like a sister. Ishii grabbed Lum's shoulder and looked left and right. Lum put her arm out to put it on and pouted when she was just about to say something when Ishii fed a lollipop into it. Here, try this. It's sweet. I'm not a kid anymore. And make sure you get a chance to touch your abs for a while later. Ishii took out the black trench coat from the system storage and put it on. Then smiled. But you just seem like an overgrown sister to me. Ha! Well, before Ishii could laugh out loud Fluorescence shoved a lollipop in Ishii's mouth. Then you're a kid too. You should be given it. Ahem. Get your ass over here and eat your candy. You catch up with me before you say. Ishii rode the night, holding up a lollipop and began to start running with Fluorescence. That is the lost youth. The scene shifts to a campfire rising near the river. Lum was sitting in Ishii's arms wearing loose and comfortable black short sleeves, and Ishii was fishing together with a lollipop in each of their mouths. Ishii will you, or I'll do the fishing. What do you know? It's called a wishbone. Just be quiet and wait for the fish to eat. Another 10 minutes soon passed, and still not a single movement from Ishii's hook. No fish seemed to want to. Let me teach you the highest level of willingness. Willingness is not up to you. Words fell. Ishii picked up a small stone thrown into the water. Then a fish with a white belly floated in the water. Then Ishii with a fishing rod to it hooked over after confidently said, see, I'm only going to demonstrate this once. And here comes the time to test what you've learned. Ishii finished handing the fishing rod to her sister Fluorescent in her arms, and Fluorescent covered her mouth with a smile. It's awesome. With one fish after another hooked, Ishii nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, half the caliber of master. Yes. So just be quiet and wait for the fish to eat. Your old man. Chapter 76, The Dust Song Pot. Liu, by the river. Fluorescence, you've grilled this fish well. It's quite fragrant. Ishii and Fluorescence were each holding a grilled fish with a chart outside and eating it, along with a drink from the black and gold gourd for company. Although grilling fish is not a tricky business, Fleur handles the fish extremely professionally and deserves to be a professional adventurer. That's true. I bake much better than the ones in restaurants. Indeed. Watching Flux raise his smug head, Ishii reached out and touched it, at which point Flux asked, Ishii, do you like touching your head that much? Of course not. With Ishii's experience in touching heads improving, now at least she wouldn't mess up Fluorescence's hair. Is only fond of touching girls' heads. I knew it. Lum grunted and turned her head away. but still had no intention of refusing, especially from a beauty queen like you. That's more like it. After saying that, Fluorescence closed his eyes and gently shook his head. Being touched on the head is quite comfortable. By the way, Fluorescence, do you still not have a place to stay? Camping in the wild mostly, but lately with the mora given by Nimbus, I've been able to stay in nicer inns. Then I'll give you a home. After saying that, Ishii searched for it in the system warehouse, while Lum's entire body froze in place, her small face reddening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ishii, is he confessing to me? It's too sudden, isn't it? I'm not prepared for it. And doesn't he already have Sister Yi and Columbine? So why is he still? This is the dust song pot. There is a piece of the Immortal's cave inside. It's just nice for you to take it as a home. Looking at the teapot Ishii handed over, Fluorescence was silent for a moment or two, then reached out and took it to survey it. Immortal, caveman? This teapot. When Fluorescence looked inside through the spout of the pot, suddenly his eyes went white, and when he opened his eyes again he was already in a vast world. Here, it's amazing. Lum opened her hands and breathed in the fresh air, and had the urge to run here. How does it feel to be here? At this time, Ishii also entered the pot to come to the side of the Fluorescent. Fluorescent's small hand raised in front of the chest excitedly said to Ishii, "Wonderful, and such a big villa. Is it really for me? Of course, I don't have much use for keeping this stuff. Now let's get into your new home and see what it's like." "Yes, thank you so much. In fact, this pot should have been your." The sentence Ishii did not say out. Ishii and Fluorescence to come before the advance and the ping grandma that cut off just. It was never going to be used. Look at how excited Fluorescence is now, and you have me to thank for it. Ishii, did a girl live here before? Smell. Ishii feel a little surprised. Mona left when cleaned up quite clean and only borrowed a guest room. Fluorescence, this can be seen? Why do you think that? Guess what? You must want to bring all kinds of good-looking girls into the pot for all kinds of things. Ouch. Thinking about what? Ishii looked up and knocked Lum's head. Lum let out a hefty laugh and ran off to visit the villa. Ishii, this place is quite well furnished. It took a lot of effort, didn't it? No, the furniture and the house are from the fat bird at the door, and she's the one to call for all the decorating and stuff. Ishii first came in when looking at the house full of matching furniture is very shocked. A question turned out to be the around in the face of the emperor's friendship gift. "Ah Yuan, I have worked so hard to cut so much wood to build furniture for you. You have not come in once to live, not to mention, but also called me a fat bird." Chapter 77, The Eye of God. Lazuki, Forest House. I'm back. Welcome home. Did you go to Abyss? Seeing Ishii come back, Ishii happily went forward to greet him and to see if he was alright. "It's not much of a big deal. It's all our own people. It's peaceful." "Ha ha, you're saying that's Flux's brother, right?" Turning to Ishii with a charming smile on her face, she stretched out her long and slender fingers to point on Ishii's sturdy chest. "Looks like you guys are having a lot of fun." Ishii thought back to last night's experience. I'm a weak man. Get in the shower." After saying that, she pushed Ishii towards the bathroom. At this time, Columbia happened to wake up and wanted to follow her in. Then she was picked up by Ishii. "Let's leave Ishii alone. He's tired after running around all day." Ishii sat down on the couch with Columbia in his arms and stroked up her long hair, in an attempt to put her to sleep. Thinking about it, Columbia leaned towards Ishii's arms and adjusted a comfortable position to continue sleeping. After Columbia fell asleep, Ishii's mouth smiled, then gently placed her on the sofa and headed straight for the bathroom. "Columbine, you bad woman, counting on me again." Forest House. Bathroom. Soothing. Ishii's whole body soaked in the bathtub. The water was just the right temperature. A moment of peace. Ishii, water is precious, must be conserved, so let's soak together. Ishii sniffed and looked. The water in the bath that accompanied Ishii's arrival overflowed quite a bit and spilled on the ground. The tub is just the right size. Ishii had nowhere to put her gaze, so she looked everywhere. "Like it?" Ishii lay on top of Ishii with a relaxed expression on her face. "More like you." Lone Cloud Pavilion. Southern Cross Martial Arts Competition. Fluorescence, don't you just take first place in this kind of competition? What did you call me for? In the afternoon, Flux calls in Ishii to the martial arts tournament. It looks like she'll be leaving Ritsuki for Inazuma soon. I'm reporting your name. After all, you're also Ritsuki's great hero. Ishii silent a moment or two. Also, all the mundane people, as the activities of the body, the great heroes of Ryu are here. I'm sure this martial arts tournament will be quite lively. At this time, Hokoto brought Man Yi to come and greeted the two of them to Ishii, who responded with a smile. "Captain of the Southern Cross and Northern Dipper, little brother Man Yi, long time no see." There's no need for these pleasantries. The tournament is about to begin, and everyone is looking forward to sparring with you. Hokuto's bold tone will also make others less formal, and his bright personality can mingle with anyone. Actually, it wasn't us, it was Ishii. The sword can easily hurt people, and I only know how to use it. After saying that fluorescence flashed his lightsaber, Hokoto sized it up twice and nodded. What an incredible weapon! Even though it only stipulates that only those without the Eye of God can compete, this sword is indeed a bit dangerous for ordinary people. After all, even the body of a demon god can be cut in two. As for where's Fleur's unarmed sword gone? Tossed it long ago, no need for other weapons anymore. If the Eye of God is concerned, I seem to have it. As the words fell, the eyes of the two moved to Ishii while three gods' eyes of different elements suddenly appeared in his hand. Wait, how can you have three different eyes of God? Manhwa was shocked as he looked at the three types of God's eyes in Ishii's hand. So Ishii asked back as if he was pretending not to notice. Who says you can only have one type of God's eye anymore? It's... Wan Yi and Beidou exchanged a glance. It was evident that she was also surprised, but it did seem like no one had said that a person could only have one God's eye. I'm not going to lie, sir. I've been trying to awaken Tomo's God's eye, so it can be done, right? After saying that, Wan Yi took out a cup of empty shells without the eye of the Lord God and set it in front of Ishii, who thought about it and opened her mouth. Conclusion first, yes. I don't have much of a reference for my God's eyes though. These are from finding other national gods to have fun with, and I'm planning on going to Inazuma in a couple days to get one from Thor. Upon hearing this, Man Yi and Hokoto fell into silence. So it turns out that obtaining the Eye of God can still be done through the back door. Mr. E is truly a tall man. Beidou, as a person trusted by Ningxuang, naturally also got a lot of information about Ishii, but I'm afraid that this Ningxuang doesn't know it either. Directly ignoring the conditions to ask the gods of various countries for the Eye of God returned, Ishii's identity is even more elusive. Ishii, are you going to Inazuma too? Why don't we take big sister Hokuto's boat together? Fluorescent's sister pulled Ishii's arm and said excitedly, and Beidou agreed readily. Good point. I'm sure this voyage will go smoother than ever with you guys on board. But what about this martial arts competition? Beidou thought about it. It is indeed a bit difficult to do. There are a lot of people who want to see the next Liyue big hero to come. If they cannot participate in it, will not be spoiled the fun of the group? Then he looked around to make sure that no one had noticed the sight and then asked Ishii in a low voice. Mr. Yi, have you ever used the Eye of God in public? It's basically unused. Why? That's good then. Just put it away so no one else sees it. And just don't use your elemental powers for normal competitions afterward. That's fine. By the way, Manabu, there's one more thing. What is it, Mr. Yi? Those useless things. Ishii didn't want to waste time, so she planned to say it in advance. There's going to be a guy stealing prizes during the tournament who won't be able to awaken that God's eye of yours, so you don't have to let go. Ha ha, it's really worthy of being Mr. Divine Calculator Yi. You can calculate everything that hasn't happened yet, and you're so good with your hands. I'm admiring you more and more, Hokoto said as he laughed while patting Ishii on the shoulder, and Manyi looked down and thought for a moment or two. I see. It's time for me to go host the meeting. I'm looking forward to your performance. Go Ishii. Lum reached out her small hand to cheer for Ishii, who placed her hand on Lum's head and rubbed her hair. Who's brother? Just don't be handsome by me in a while. Alright, go on. It's time for the contestants to enter. Ah ha 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 ha. I hereby announce that the first match of the Southern Cross Martial Arts competition will officially begin. As Hokuto announced the opening, the gold medalist across from Ishii was clearly a bit nervous and excited. Although the other party wasn't an emperor, it was worth the trip to be able to fight with an emperor's friend. Mr. Yi, I'll go first. Feel free, Ishii said, then closed his eyes and put his hands in his pockets. This move made the audience a little puzzled, but immediately realized that Ishii was letting his opponent. As expected of Mr. Yi, you don't want your opponent to lose too badly, do you? Then he saw the punch thrown by his opponent was dodged by Ishii, rubbing the side, then turned around and took his opponent down to the ground with a hooked leg. Understood. Audience member, not bad for Mr. Yi. Letting his opponent make a move before knocking him out can make him realize the gap clearly. Ishii, let what be. It's more handsome that way. The next thing is that no matter who comes, Ishii is a dodge and a kick it incredibly easy. So Beidou directly let him advance to the final. And because Man Yi had been guarding next to the eye of the Lordless God, it resulted in the treasure-stealing group Fei Fei having no way to start, so they had to focus on the match, even though they knew it was impossible to win. Time soon came to the final. Fei Fei looked at the yawning Ishii in front of him to appreciate the scenery. Broken Ishii lit up a glimmer of hope. If this time sneak attack may have a chance. A quick battle. Take that. Fei Fei's ability to reach the finals meant that there was something there too, and although he didn't have strong power, his speed was rarely matched amongst the commoners. Fei Fei quickly approaches Ishii and throws a leg kick, while Ishii still doesn't do anything. When he thought he was about to get it, he suddenly saw the sky spinning before his eyes, followed by a sharp pain in his chest that sent him flying off the field. How? Fei Fei's mouth corner hung up a faint trace of blood. That blow seemed to have shattered his internal organs. forcibly endured the pain and looked up in the direction of the competition site, but only to see that Ishii always kept the same lazy look she had at the beginning, seeming not to move a bit. What just happened? How did that guy fly out? Is this the true strength of Mr. E? It's awesome. The other party actually took advantage of Mr. Yi's defenses to sneak attack. So despicable. But it's a good thing that Mr. E is strong. People were discussing in a miscellaneous manner, and Ishii took a look at Fei-Fei's miserable appearance not far away and casually threw the scalpel at him and turned to leave in style. Ah! The scalpel stabbed Fei-Fei and disappeared, at which point Fei-Fei was pleasantly surprised to find that the injuries seemed to be healed. This place should not be stayed for long. Fei-Fei didn't think much about it and climbed up and fled the place. How's it going, brother handsome? Ishii came in front of Fluorescence and said proudly, and Fluorescence clapped her hands perfunctorily. Ah yes, I really adore you so much then. Smiling, Ishii cupped Fluorescence's cheeks with both hands and tugged them outward. I have a feeling you're being perfunctory, but I have no proof. Be confident, get the feeling going, and then I lift. Lum took the opportunity to lift Ishii's short sleeve upwards and groped Ishii's pinched face against the top. The two of you are really close. Mr. Yi, here is your prize. Take it. At that moment, little brothers Hokuto and Man Yi approached Ishii with the prizes for this competition. So Ishii let go of Flux's face, and the tender flesh bounced back at her a few times. After casually looking around for a couple of moments, Ishii returned the empty shell of the god's eye to Man Yi. For now this eye of the lordless god is gifted to you, and one day it will light up again. Until then live on with your friend. Hearing those words, Manabu froze in place. Living on with my friend. What does Mr. Yi mean by that? Ha ha, you're the owner of this god's eye, do whatever you want with it. Besides, the ship doesn't leave until 2 days later. Don't be late. Definitely. We'll take our leave if there's nothing else. Wait. When Wan Yi came back to his senses, Ishii and Floor had already teleported away from the place. And then Beidu's voice rang out. There is something to be said, in 2 days before asking is also not too late. And Mr. E, he has a reputation as a divine calculator. He said you can do it, you absolutely can do it. No need to question. Well, that too. Lazuki, Forest House. As soon as Ishii entered the room, she picked up Columbia and spun her around in circles, then slapped Ishii on the ass and sat down on the couch like she had something to say. What is it about Ishii that makes you so happy? Ishii was already used to Ishii's movements and sat down together beside Ishii to make tea, and the awakened Columbia was confused for a moment, then waited silently for what Ishii was going to say. The boss is taking you guys to Inazuma for a while in a couple days, so start preparing in the next couple days. That island at sea. Maybe we can open a branch there temporarily. Ishii was already figuring out what he could do when he went to Inuyasha, and Columbia, seeing that Ishii had finished, scooted over to lean on him with the intention of going back to sleep. But Ritsuki's money chain doesn't want to break, and we'll have to find someone to watch the store for us while we're away. Ishii said so. Whenever Mora is, the more the merrier. Maybe sometime the minor faculties can unlock new professions. Is the boss going to hire a temp? Ishii thought about it and shook her head. No, the temporary laborer still has to be paid. We have to find a gentle, smart and capable person who can also serve as a caretaker of the great injustice. But it's hard to find one. At the word Yi, she was silent for a second. I was the one you chose in the beginning according to this requirement, right? My friend Alicia is just fine. What do you think, Ishii? At that moment, Columbia spoke softly, and Ishii tapped the table in a moment of clarity. That's her. Alicia, you are such a good sister to me. Columbia. Soon Alicia was invited to the forest house by the team of Ishii and Columbine, and just landed in the forest house. Alicia's big confused eyes blinking. Aha, wasn't I sleeping just now? How come Boss Yi and Columbine burst in and carried me here? Don't be afraid, little one. None of us are any good. Looking at the gradually approaching Ishii, Alicia unconsciously took 2 steps back until she was against the wall. You, what do you want? Then Ishii put her hand against the wall to make a wall-thumping posture. Alicia twisted her head to look at Ishii's arm, slowly asked, You, are you thinking of a third daughter-in-law? Can you let me think about it for a? You wish. We're going on a business trip to Inazuma afterward, so we'd like to ask you to watch the store while we're gone. Alicia looked at Ishii, who looked like a kidnapper, silent for a second or two. Are you sure you're begging me? There's nothing to do anyway, so I'll promise you. Then the forest house will be a pain in the ass while we're gone. Alicia breathed a sigh of relief. She thought that Ishii was trying to forcibly tie herself back as her daughter-in-law. It's really not a good idea to make such a mess. Well, the forest house is also arranged. Shi, you first hand over the work with Alicia. I plan to go to the rocky giant abyss to have a look. Okay, slow down, boss. Chapter 79, Catalina. Rocky Abyss. Catalina's stronghold. Ishii hid behind a rock and observed the small gathering of Katarina's hitch. At this time Ishii was thinking about what reason to approach her with. Just act as if it's a casual encounter? Who would believe that? who has nothing to do but hang out at the bottom of the rocky abyss. Or do I just put on my foolish crowd executive coat and stop acting? It wouldn't be much fun, and afterward Katarina would be all over me, and it would feel like a mission. No, why do I feel like a demented man now? None of this matters. What matters is which set of ways to approach Ka now. Where are the Catalinas? When Ishii looked at the Catalina stronghold again, went to find that it was already empty. At the same time a young girl's voice sounded behind her. It's rude to spy on girls like that. Handsome. Well, there seems to be no choice, favoring the worst possible unfolding, and Katarina's counter-surveillance sense is pretty strong. It's your disguise technique that's too clumsy, master, and besides, she's a girl who's all alone. I call that honesty. Ishii silently got up and sized up the girl who only came up to her shoulder. She felt so small in comparison to the game, kind of cute and didn't seem to be hostile. Now I feel a little awkward. Why don't you go back and we'll do it again? This time I'll initiate you. Katarina froze for a few seconds, then a pleasant laugh rang out. Ha ha, handsome, you're so funny, so let's have some fun with you. After saying that, Katarina flashed back to her original position. Some happiness and anticipation could be seen from the corners of her slightly raised mouth. Must have been a while without communicating with people, and in such a depressing environment. Ground support supplies are also cut off, or girls, and then stay in the end only death. Yo, sister alone? Naturally, Ishii sat next to Katarina and greeted her, and Katarina covered her mouth with a smile. Yeah, handsome, wait a minute, let me see the black tea and sugar. There's no more. Ah, there's milk. Sour off, but there's plenty of firewater. And with these hard cookies and jam, it's barely enough for a tea party. Watching Katarina rummage through the few foodstuffs looked like Ishii felt a little heartbroken. You chose to share your food without supplies, or you have no intention of getting out of here alive. How can you have a tea party without tea? This is the best tea in all of Teyvat. Catalina, you try it. Ishii pulled out her black and gold gourd as well as 2 cups and set them on the picnic cloth Katarina had spread out. A flicker of alarm flashed in Katarina's eyes. It was surprising that she knew her name. It couldn't be some kind of bad guy, could it? Nope, seems like we're the bad guys. And the fact that we'll be watching ourselves ahead of time, so there won't be anything put in this tea. Looking up at the memory of his face again, he chose to ignore the question. And anyway, he was. Great. Handsome, you try our winter cookies. They're good too. Thanks. My name is Ishii. I'm sort of a Lazuki, and I have a small store of my own. Ishii took a bite of the hard cookie Katarina handed her coated in jam. And since it was a tea party, surely it was time to talk. I'm Katarina. I'm the squad leader of the Winter Fools. Is something happening on the ground lately? Katarina asked as she picked up the tea that Ishii had poured and cupped it in her hands. Ishii put on a helpless look and spread her hands. I heard that one of the executives released a demon god in the sea to try and destroy Ritsuki. I guess Ritsuki had a falling out with the Yugi crowd because of that. So, Katarina stared at her cup of tea and pondered something, then spoke softly. If it's you, can you do me a favor? At this point, Ishii thought to herself, you're finally talking business. If I take the initiative to ask, it's like a set of information is sure to be alerted. After all, I'm a stranger out of thin air, but there's no harm in saying it. Kolya, I've been separated from my team member Nikolai. Can you help me find him? If he is still alive, please bring him to me. If sacrificed, please let me know as well. There was a hint of sadness in Katarina's tone. She had found a few scattered clues over the past few days, but the clues all pointed to the fact that things were not going well for Kolya. No problem, leave it to me. Well, thank you. After saying that, Katarina finished the tea in her hand in one drink, when Ishii's voice rang out. How does this tea feel? Katarina closed her eyes as if waiting for something, thinking to herself that surely this was no ordinary. Instead of the expected drowsiness coming through, he was surprised to find the exhaustion of the last few days swept away. Like it feels good? That's good. Plus here's what you asked for. What? Looking a little puzzled at the 3 things that Amnesia had set out at once, Katarina picked them up and looked at them. It is. We're leaving in 2 days and this process takes 3 days. Ishii doesn't have that much time, so she gathered these things before she came. It was the travelers' hostility towards Katarina that caused the day to be wasted in the first place. And if Katarina hadn't kicked out the travelers, I think the travelers would have gone to help with the Kolya clue on day 1. With trembling hands, Katarina picked up the bloodied badge of the House of Fools, which bore the name, Nikolai Shenetsvik. The letter was opened again and read in silence. Then a tear streaked down his face. Kolya. Katarina put away the things Kolya had left behind and tried to hold up a smile to Ishii. Thank you for bringing these back for me. Really, I appreciate it. What are you going to do next? I guess we'll keep looking for my Kolya. I guess. Katarina voiced with a little choking, although Ishii did not read what was written in the letter. But look at Katarina's reaction. Is likely that this letter is Kolya's suicide note, and all Katarina would have to do would be to go and avenge Kolya's death, perhaps failing, but she was righteous. So, do you want to stay and sleep together tonight? At the words Ishii froze, as if there was indeed such a plot originally. When Paimon said something like you have a bed made of haystacks here, obviously kicking us out, right? But if you think about it, the original god's default traveler is empty, and Katarina's still inviting meaning in a bed situation is already obvious. I guess I know the odds are that I won't come back and want to try something I haven't experienced in life. I won't keep them, and I've asked around all the way to get them to you, so it's kind of like returning them to their rightful owners. So, Katarina had a hint of loss in her tone, but quickly regained her composure. Well, thanks again. I had a great time at this tea party. Little things. Chapter 80, Welcome back. Sure enough, is this all there is? After Ishii left, Katarina was in good spirits because of the black gold gourd tea, so she didn't choose to sleep. Instead she walked towards the place mentioned in the letter. As expected, the black serpent rider who was chasing Kolya was spotted near a cave, and then angrily went up to him and fought him. Unfortunately, Katarina was ultimately no match for the Black Serpent Knight, and flashed to a still far away place dying. Katarina's energy was almost exhausted, and it was only a matter of time before the Black Serpent Knight found himself. A relieved smile followed. Even if the ending wasn't very happy, but my sister tried her best. We're all kids who came from fireplace homes and have been moving together all these years. Sister knows you will not dishonor Her Majesty or shame me into desertion. Now, sister is coming for you. With the sound of the Black Serpent Knight's armor gradually approaching, Katarina pulled out a pen and paper to write her final suicide note. What's with the suicide note? Not avenging your brother's death? Suddenly there was a familiar voice beside her, and Katarina jerked her head around to find Ishii leaning against the wall fiddling with the gourd. Ishii, why are you here? Katarina asked in surprise, suddenly realizing what had rushed into her mouth. No, it's dangerous here. I'll stall the enemy. You find a chance to get out fast. Ishii looked at Katarina, who was struggling to support herself, and was silent for a moment or two before pouring her a cup of tea from the black gold gourd. Drink this and avenge your brother. The cup of tea gave Katarina hope again. She understood what this tea could do and accepted it with immense gratitude. It's really appreciated. I, Katarina, will remember this favor for the rest of my life. After saying that, Katarina took a sip of the drink. The injuries on her body, accompanied by a flash of light, all disappeared and she was back to her best condition. In fact, Ishii could finish off that Black Snake Knight with a casual move, but it certainly didn't have the profound significance of letting Katarina personally avenge her brother's death. Eventually, after some hard pulling by Katarina, the Black Serpent Knight fell to the ground in response, and Katarina wasn't in the best of shape either. At this point she was lost in thought as she sat in front of the Black Serpent Knight's corpse, muttering under her breath, Kolya, sister has avenged you. Ishii came to Katarina's side and placed her hand on her head. To Winter will remember all that you have done. You are all the proudest warriors of the House of Fools. Well, I'd be proud of Kolya. How did you know about the House of Fools? When Katarina looked at Ishii, he had already changed into the executive officer's coat that symbolized his status, and the insignia given by Her Majesty the Queen herself glittered on Ishii's chest. Greetings, Lord Executive Officer. Katarina immediately got up and gave Ishii a standard to Winter military salute, shocked and disarmed at the same time. So this handsome man is the executive officer. No wonder he was close to the reputed Yugi crowd and even offered a helping hand. Be excused. Now come with me to save your brother. At that, Katarina froze and spoke in disbelief. My lord means, Kolya is still alive? You could say that. My lord. Katarina followed Ishii to a cave with a nervous heart. I didn't expect the executive officer Sama to remember a small person like us. It seems we haven't been abandoned. The rusty smell of blood filled the cave, and Katarina's heart sank when she saw Kolya, who had collapsed in a pool of blood and was not breathing. My lord, Kolya quiet. Ishii came straight to Kolya, then pulled out a scalpel and slashed at his hand. Katarina didn't have time to wonder why Ishii was doing this before there was a flash of light on Kolya's body, followed by the coagulated blood around him gradually turning red and returning to his body. Aha, sister, what am I? Kolya, you're really okay. The heartfelt voice rang out again, and Katarina couldn't hide her inner emotions as she rushed forward and hugged Kolya, while tears of excitement couldn't be stopped. Kolya just woke up with his head spinning and confirmed the situation on his body. No more? Sister, did you save me? But my injury, how on earth did you? No, oh, it was this executive officer Sama who saved you. Katarina smiled and shook her head, at which point Kolya said suspiciously, but we're the only ones here? Katarina looked back. Ishii had disappeared into thin air at some point, and the entire cavern was filled only with the figures of the reunited siblings. Lazuki, Forest House. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I've saved 2 equivalent to 14 seats, and the mana is boundless. In that pair of siblings catching up on old times and remembering the past, Fui chose to leave silently in advance. Their status is too high, they will inevitably have constraints. Welcome back, boss. Once inside the door counter, Alicia's sweet voice rang out before Ishii exited to open the door again under Alicia's puzzled gaze. Alicia watched the scene with a little thought and continued to speak. Welcome back, boss. In the forest house, Yishi was quietly sitting on the sofa reading a book, and Columbia was still lying on Yishi's lap sleeping. Ishii, you're back. Come rest on my lap for a while. Yishi put down the book to pick up Columbia, who was resting on his lap, and put it aside to make room for Ishii. Where's Ishii? Welcome back, boss. Alicia's voice sounded again as Yishi said that you must be polite when you have guests, especially the boss. Yet Ishii backed out again. Welcome back. Ishii sighs that Alicia just doesn't feel the same. Although it wasn't as gentle as Yishi, the good tone like the song of the Immortal Spirit Clan was so comfortable to listen to. And then he walked out again. When he opened the door once more, he saw Yishi's stunningly beautiful face appear in front of him. Stop teasing, Alicia, and get over here and rest. Well, Yishi returned to the sofa and sat down. Ishii comfortably lay down towards her lap, looking up but couldn't see Yishi's face because it was blocked by the two full masses in front of her body. Alicia sighed helplessly. Yishi was really right. In the mortal world one would encounter all sorts of people and all sorts of things. But as far as I can see, the most dysfunctional one I've encountered is Bossy. Alicia. I am. Come over here and pound my leg. Okay. So Alicia walked over and reached out her small hand to pound up Ishii's leg. The soft force of the massage almost meant something, but it was comfortable. Here's 10 million mora for you. Tell me if it's not enough. Alicia shook her head as she looked at the mora handed to her by Ishii, then smiled. How can I take your mora when I can't even repay you for your kindness? Every new employee has one. It's an unbreakable tradition at Forest House. So hurry up and take it. In that case, I'll take it. Chapter 81. The Lunar Seas, the Dead Omen Star. Life. The passing sailors glanced from time to time in the direction of the bow of the ship, when Ishii was sitting on the edge of the deck holding a fishing rod and fishing. The Dead Omen Star doesn't sail slow, and it's a wonder the hooks keep dragging backward on the surface to catch fish. In fact, this is nothing at most counted as a brain disease, mainly because of the memory of the past beside three big beautiful people as a companion is not the same. Too much to be envied. Ouch me. Ishii. Suddenly there were a few shouts from the bow, and the sailors cast their eyes over once more. Why were three men missing? It turned out to be Ishii feel not strong to put the fishing line to the long again. The result is that the fishing line was stirred into the boat on both sides of the engine. Even the fishing rod with Ishii flashed forward from the boat fell down. Ishii dropped down a moment to see the opportunity to reach out toward the yellow-haired girl and grabbed her to bring her down as well. Immediately afterward, the Death Star's hull shuddered twice before regaining its stability. What's the deal? Did the ship hit the reef? Look guys, are they flying? At this moment, Fluorescence unfolded her light wings and Yishi together to set up Ishii, and Fluorescence's face was filled with a ghostly grudge. Fluorescence, blowing the sea breeze blowing well, let Ishii drag down from the boat. Ishii, what kind of relationship do we have? I have to drag you along with me even if I die. I just tested the sturdiness of this ship, and it looks like there's no problem at all in crossing the thunder field smoothly. Ishii straightened up and looked at the distant minefield blocked by Inari wife's sermon. Fluorescence helplessly sighed. Good thing to regain the strength to be able to fly, or else the whole body will certainly be wet. Several of you, we're about to pass through a minefield. It's not safe on deck. Go inside the ship for a while. Inazuma was cut off from communication with the outside world due to the lockdown order, and the surrounding sea area was blockaded by General Raiden with a minefield. Okay girls, let's pull out. With those words, Ishii picked up Columbia, who was still sleeping on the side, and headed towards the ship. Ina wife, off island. Ishii, look, we're getting there. Along the way the luck is relatively good. Basically no lightning fell on the Dead Omen starship, so all the way to ride the wind and waves, Ishii and his party finally arrived at the Inuyasha. Fleur said excitedly as he leaned over the boat change fence and pointed to the off-island dock, and when the boat docked Ishii gave a big wave. Very well, let's go. Ishii took the lead and stepped off the boat, followed by Yishi and the girls, all enjoying the local flavor of Inari. It's just obvious that the terroir isn't great, and the people here give off a depressing vibe, as expected. Yo, Ground Snake Toma had been waiting here for a long time, partly because of the orders of the eldest lady of the family, and partly because he was responsible for receiving Beidou, here at last, the big sister of the Glazed Moon people, and a few unusual dignitaries with extraordinary temperaments. Toma froze at the sight of a few people beside Hokuto who were clearly not ordinary people, and began to greet them as well. The leader of the Ishii sunglasses worn high up, extremely mysterious. Look at the eyes, pupils are likely not human. The white-haired elf beside him even had an aura that didn't lose to General Thunderbolt, and on closer inspection his feet didn't even touch the ground but his entire body floated in the air. And that tightly closed eyes of the young girl, if not to come to the side, cannot even notice her existence. Look at the appearance, could be the recent inexplicable revival of the immortal spirit race. Lastly, There was the relatively normal-looking yellow-haired traveler, and the float of the unknown species floating beside her. It was rumored that these people defeated the demon god that attacked Liu, so it seems that none of them are good. Gentlemen, let me take you to the inspector's office for a temporary stay first. After exchanging pleasantries, Hokuto went ahead and sailed away from the place. After all, there was still a wanted man hiding on the ship. No, just give us your Missy's letter and go. I'll see you in the wooden hourglass tea room later. At that Toma froze, then smiled and held out the invitation to the wooden hourglass tea room. Reuse divine calculator. Mr. Yi really lives up to his name. In that case I'll leave first. Toma left the place after handing the invitation to Ishii. When Lum pulled on Ishii's coat, Ishii, do we have any plans next? Ishii took the map out and presented it to Flux, then pointed to the teleportation anchor points in Inazuma City. You fly over and get these teleportation anchors open, and the rest afterward. Yes. After saying that fluorescence will open the light wings to fly toward Inazuma Castle, and just out of the island Toma looked at the sky's golden meteor, is very puzzled in broad daylight how there will be a meteor. Finally caught you. Flux waited for Amnesia to arrive after opening Inazuma's anchor point. However, the Venus that crossed the green sky was too conspicuous. This, coupled with fluorescence unabashed traveling back and forth over the head of the Tenryubango, naturally attracted the attention of the shogunate's army. Fleur leisurely leaned against the teleportation anchor point and waited for Ishii and the others to come over, when he was suddenly surrounded by a group of shogunate troops. Miss, please show me your ID. Lum looked at the imposing Kojo Sara's puzzled big eyes blinking, then spread her hands. No, I stowed away and am waiting for someone. Kojo Sara frowned. There are still accomplices? I've seen arrogant ones, never seen such arrogance. Just about to order his men to take him down, suddenly the teleportation anchor point flickered, and then Ishii appeared in front of him with his own girls. Yo, that's quite a welcome ceremony. What's with you, Kojo Sara? 9 Stripes of Sara does not want to continue to entangle with these people. What there is to bring back to the interrogation on the line. Now take these men down for me. You guys, looking for death? The power of Ishii's dark god's heart was fully opened, and a black aura instantly enveloped the surroundings. The terrifying pressure made a group of shogunate army could not withstand have fallen to their knees. Only 9 Sasara can still barely support the body, but also breathing difficulties, some gasping for air. Yishi quietly watched the show from the sidelines, not worrying in the slightest that it would cause a scene. The situation of the rice wife, she understands, has been crippled and scattered. Even if things make a big mess, she also has a way to solve it. Don't forget who manages the world tree. You guys, who the hell are you? 9 Sasara slowly squeezed out a few words. Ishii's eyes indifferently swept a glance at the few people in front of him. It seems that ordinary people can't even withstand the aura of this thing. Kojo Sara was one of the best in Inazuma, so it wouldn't be a good idea to have a bad relationship. Then he withdrew his power and appropriated his executive officer's coat over Columbia as Kojo Sara looked on in shock. Introduce yourself. My name is Ishii, and this young girl is the executive officer of To Winter. And is this your way of diplomacy? Yi Shi. Fluorescence listened to Ishii and Yi Shi's names in slight contemplation, and crossed her small hands. Fluorescent hip. Yashi, the foolish crowd executive. Columbia also chose to enroll in the same way as them, both YX. And Ishii draped herself in clothes because she wanted to lighten up, I guess. So it's the executive officer of Jidong. Please bear with me if I've offended you much. Kojo Sara saluted while wondering how come there was no news at all about the arrival of this teenage executive officer. Inazuma? And who are the other 3? No. It's all a misunderstanding. You guys can leave if you're okay. Excuse me. Chapter 82, Twinborn Demon God. Yi Shi. Columbia, why don't you guys go to the Fool's Embassy and clean up your rooms, while Flux and I go to the wooden hourglass tea room and wait for Toma? No problem. Remember to come back tonight. Having the status of an executive officer makes many things easier in other countries. For example, the place to live do not have to worry about. Even if not directly from the outlying islands, to pass over the identity of a bright can ding bonghang have to personally come to meet. After all, you guys don't collude with the fool's crowd much. Inazuma, the wooden leaky tea room. Mr. Toma, your guest is already waiting in the wooden hourglass tea room. The wooden hourglass tea room has its own caretaker's lady, which is mainly used to thank general guests. Forest House also has a caretaker, Yi Shi, as well as a mascot, Columbia, who is mainly used to be the boss's wife. Guests, Toma said in surprise, did not remember what guests are. Hard to say, just left the island that a few. How can they rush ahead of their own? The tea here tastes pretty good too. Come on Fluorescent, you try it. As soon as Toma enters, he hears conversations coming from the inner room and suspiciously walks over to see that it's really you guys. You're finally here. Don't be polite. Just sit down and make yourself at home. At that moment, Ishii was savoring tea from the wooden hole tea room with the girls and saw Toma finally arrive from the outlying islands, so he greeted him and joined them. Okay. Toma looked at the few people who were leisurely drinking tea and smiled helplessly. What kind of gods are they? But the thought that none of them were human relieved a lot. Ganyu, indeed. I was going to test you all at the outlying islands, but since I came here early, let's say I passed. Toma also took his seat on the tatami. When Fluorescence asked, test? A test of what? This is the necessary formality that determines whether or not I can bring you before Kamisato Oniai-chan, and whether or not I can be a partner who dares to face Thunderbolt head-on together. Toma finished speaking and looked at Ishii along with Floor, as if waiting for Ishii's answer. But it seems that your first lady is already here. Good afternoon, everyone. At this time a windy and gentle voice rang out from behind Toma, who looked back with a start. Miss? Didn't you order that? Kamisato Ayaka propped up her folding fan to hide a smile, then sat down next to Toma. The two of you are honored guests among honored guests, and have traveled a long way across the ocean. Yet you can only be entertained in this one tea house, so please forgive the lack of courtesy. In fact, it is Ayaka who learns from the end of the fans that the person he is looking for is going to be captured by the heavenly collar. Bongo rushes to take a look, and then thinks to come all the way here. Then let's meet in advance. It's fine, Ms. Ayaka. You don't have to be polite either. Come and have a cup of tea and rest. Ishii entertained Ayaka with tea from the wooden hourglass tea room like she was the master of the place, and Ayaka froze slightly, feeling as if something was wrong. Thank you. I am Ayaka Kamisato, the eldest daughter of the Kamisato family of Inazuma Sanbongo. The reputation of a traveler in a foreign land is such that even the storms of the outer sea cannot be stopped. Long time no see. Kamisato-sama is even more admired and loved by the public. It's a pleasure to meet you. Kamisato Ayaka had a faint smile on her face. Every movement was elegant to the extreme. A big lady from a big family is different. I'm sure you two have the power to change the times. Nowadays Inazuma is under the implementation of the eye hunting order. Can I ask you to lend me your power? Surely we can. Okay, what needs to be done? Fluorescence heard Kamisato Ayaka's meaning, which was probably that he wanted to rebel, and without much thought, he simply agreed. Flux, you just agreed? No more thinking? Ishii had thought that Fluorescence directly refused and then intended to leave. After that is to first go to see those three people who lost the eyes of God before agreeing. But why did you now directly agree? Didn't we come to the wooden hourglass tea room to do Ayaka a favor? Yeah, so what's the problem? No. Lum's expression was surprised, and that's when Ishii realized a problem. It seemed like he was the one who first suggested meeting at the wooden hourglass tea room before in the outlying islands instead of Toma. It caused Flux to think that he and Ishii were volunteering to help, so he agreed to Ayaka straight away without even thinking about it. Just as well. The result is the same. Thank you both for your willingness to help. We'll definitely succeed with you, Ayaka said with immense joy, while Ishii shook her head. It's not us, it's Flux. In fact, I have another identity, that of a Yugi crowd executive, and it doesn't sound very good for the Inazuma Kamisato family to collude with the Yugi crowd to spread the word. Aren't you Ritsuki's divine calculator? Mr. Yi, how come you're the executive officer? Hearing Ishii's words, Ayaka was a bit lost, when Lum's shocked voice came. Ishii, you're actually an exec? When did that happen? Columbia, that girl helped me to apply. Although just a name, but the identity is real. Just not many people know just. No wonder the rock god's heart of God ended up in your hands. I wondered why he asked you to pass it on. You mustn't do bad things like the rest of the foolish crowd. Lum beamed and looked at Ishii and said. So Ishii smoothly rubbed her head. Don't worry, brother is a good guy. Fluorescence, do you want to mix up as an executive officer? I can help you go talk to the ice god. Then we'll go together and slaughter Dodor so that his second seat will be yours. I don't want to lose, but if you have a grudge against him I can take the time to help you kill him. Listen to the name is not like a good person. Hearing that, Ishii's eyes flashed with a dark light. The corner of his mouth hooked up in an evil smile, daring to make Ishii's world tree burn with flames. But it's better to leave him alive for now. As for his slicing doppelgangers, kill one on sight. They all have to die in the end anyway. What? Then is Sister Yishi alright? It hasn't burned yet, and it doesn't have to. It's just an excuse to beat him up. In that case, then it seems a precaution must be taken. Ishii, haha, this identity finally comes in handy. It's actually that I don't want to work. I'm here just to see Miss Ayaka's face. Kamisato Ayaka tried to maintain her Shirakawa princess posture and sat quietly listening to the two talk. And it's you two that don't feel like the good guys. You two. What a sense of humor. That, Mr. Yi, can I ask you for something? Ms. Ayaka, please. Kamisato Ayaka subconsciously tried to skim over the issue, and the rumor that Ishii had crossed paths with all seven gods seemed to be true. The execs were surprisingly good enough to play it off as a joke. Ayaka first eyed Toma to get something ready, then kept her eyes going back and forth between Ishii and the table one above the other, before squirming and speaking. That, The proposal I responded to the General Sama has been rejected by the other two bongs. If you know General Raiden, could you help me? There are actually two thunder gods, and I don't know this current one, or Lord General as you call him. Very well. Ishii spread his hands and pretended to be helpless and said, in fact, with the two Raiden sisters both are not familiar, but can be familiar. Those words caused Kamisato Ayaka and the terminal fans ninjas stalking around the wooden hourglass tea room to freeze for a few moments before speaking incredulously. There are two generals? Actually there are sort of three. There's also a general mannequin who manages Inuyasha's wife on his behalf. Didn't you notice that it's just that the two Raiden sisters are twin magical deities who look the same? And have you noticed that your General Sama's personality has changed? It does feel like it. Ayaka began to analyze all the details of the past. And now that he thought about it carefully, it was indeed as Ishii had said. No matter the look or the temperament, it didn't look like the same person. No, I need to discuss these matters with my elder brother. I'm sure he's already heard about it through the news brought back by the terminal fans. Right? I understand. Besides, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. At that moment Toma came over holding an exquisite gift box. Then Ayaka offered it to Ishii with both hands. Ishii took it and opened it. It was a fine white jade carefully carved vase. It looked like it was worth a lot of money. Thank you Mr. Yi for revealing this to us. We'll figure out the eye hunting order on our own. But that doesn't mean this is something brother can't do for you. I'll talk to her later and see if we can get rid of the eye hunting order. With that, Ayaka raised her head and looked straight at Ishii. Infinite gratitude flowing from her gaze. Thank you so much. It may not work out yet. For now I'm going to head back. Just talk to Fluorescence if you need anything. Yes, good day, my lord. Hearing Ayaka address herself with this title, Ishii felt pretty good. This was putting herself on the same level as Thor, right? That's right. How simple can the identity of those who know these inside information be? Chapter 83, Shock. Rice wife, embassy of the foolish crowd. If it isn't the newly appointed third seat, I don't recall Her Majesty sending me reinforcements. As soon as Ishii entered the door, she saw Ms. Rosalind sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed and a glass of red wine in her hand. She and Rosalind were sitting on the same long sofa with a columbine in between. You remember correctly, we're here to experience life in Inazuma, aka vacation, and these two are my secretaries, so you should have all said hello before I came back. Ishii walked to the center of the couch picking up Columbine and sitting in her place and placing Columbine on her lap. His right hand wrapped around Ishii's shoulders to let her lean in his arms, and his left hand smoothly took a sip of the red wine Rosalind was carrying. Ah, that's life. Rosalind glanced at Ishii, who was hugging her left and right, and snickered. Mr. is quite the flirt. So you're just going to abduct the 3 seats, maidens, with no intention of returning them? Smiling, Ishii stroked the little head of Columbia in her arms and asked her, are you still planning to go back, Columbia? Unless Her Majesty seeks me out, I want to be by your side. That's a good boy. Come and try some of the new red wine I've got. It's quite good. Ishii passed the glass of red wine to Columbia's mouth and fed her a sip, and Rosalind sighed in her mind as she watched the scene. The execs used to be on sort of good terms with her, and now that Columbia has a man she doesn't even go back to winter, and thinks she's lost it. Then look to the closed eyes quietly clinging to the shoulders of Yi-Shi and Ishii. This is the former generation of the Sumeru grass god Desai Tree King. Our ancient gods get along with can be too much better than Morix, and leaving his own kingdom knows to leave a small one. Unlike Mon's drunken mongrel who just touches fish all day. We're all here, so why don't we do something about it? I remember you're the divine calculator of Ryu, right? So can you please calculate how to obtain the thunder god's divine heart? Ishii thought about it, and it was indeed a problem. Originally, it was the Ye godchild who used the heart of the thunder god to exchange the traveler back from the scattered soldiers. But now the situation is Fluorescent to be able to press the scattered soldiers to help Shadow to educate him properly. Not to mention fishing for Fluorescent with the heart of the god. Just leave the heart of God to me. I have an offer in my hand that Thor can't refuse, and with Shadow's intelligence, I can trick her into having 3 children. Ah ha 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 ha. Hiss. Ishii laughed halfway, suddenly felt a pain in the right waist position. It turned out to be Yi. She did not move and ruthlessly pinched Ishii. Rosalind gave Ishii a blank look, then pulled out a new wine glass and poured red wine and continued to shake it. So can you tell me what winning chips you have on hand? It's up to you whether you tell me or not. Ishii pulled out the bright scalpel and surveyed it under Rosalind's curious gaze, the light emanating from the blade mesmerizing. Inazuma's gods are a pair of twin demon gods, and the only one currently alive is her younger sister. So if she can trade the heart of the god, which is of little use, for her sister's return, do you think she's likely to turn it down? At that Rosalind paused, her voice becoming serious. Do you mean, sir, that you have the power to bring the departed back to life? You can say that, but don't just use it. After all, it's against the great taboo of life and death. At this time, Ishii felt that the red wine glass held in her left hand was a bit heavier. and she turned her head to look at her eyes with extra shock. That condescending Rosalind was refilling my wine? Then the glass was picked up by Columbia and sipped herself. After finishing her drink, Columbia refilled it again, then held it up to Ishi's mouth with a small smile. Ishi silently opened her mouth and took a sip, thinking that Rosalind definitely had something to find herself, or something big to ask me for. And if I were to ask for your help in saving the life of a common human, what would I have to pay? Hearing these words, Ishi's hanging heart instantly relaxed. The situation just now was too unbelievable. It's like seeing the wind god return to his position and do his duty and quit drinking for the development of Mond. Saw Zhongli rich and powerful no longer swinging bat on the appointment of Tian Quanxing bent on leading Liu to prosperity. It was as shocking as seeing the newborn god Nazida single-handedly kill Morix. And what are you going to do when he comes back to life? You're the executive officer of the winter solstice. He's Mond's glorious knight. He even gave his life to Mond. Could he possibly leave there and follow you? Let's not forget how poorly Mond and the House of Fools are getting along. Or do you think you can get out of the Queen's plans to come and follow him far away? Ishi stared at Rosalind's eyes and spoke verbatim. At this time her eyes did not have the previous condescension but silent contemplation, and finally said slowly, as long as he's still around, even if I do have a foolproof solution, but only if. What is it? A glimmer of hope flared in Rosalind's eyes. How could she have been willing to leave the love of her life and her country if her heart hadn't been as broken as it was? But unfortunately it was too late to turn back now. Unless you are willing to give up everything you have, including your life. Think about it and then answer me. I do. Rosalind preached firmly without the slightest hesitation, and would not hesitate if she could exchange her life for his. Ishi gave Rosalind a last couple of glances and took the glass of wine in Columbine's hand and drank from it. Then everything is at my disposal during this time in Inuyasha. Chapter 84. Rice Wife, Embassy of the Foolish Crowd. Ishia, I'm back. MS. You're here too. Lum happily pushed open the door of the embassy and walked in. Knowing that Ishi was the executive officer, looked at MS much more smoothly and greeted her as well. Humph. I'm going to my room first. Rosalind left with a cold snort. So Lum took her place, then took the glass of red wine in Ishi's hand and took a light sip. Kaso, losing the god's eye affects people so much. It's a good thing I don't have one. I want those few god's eyes were not gotten from proper channels. The wish can't affect me. That said, Fluorescence, you don't live in the dust sung pot anymore? Flux lay comfortably on Ishi's empty left shoulder and continued to drink the red wine. Rosalind stated, you guys can't afford a cup, I can fund it. What do you call 4 people using 1 cup? Of course live, but the pot has to find a safe place to set. The wild afraid of being picked up, so I came to join Ishii-Ula. Ishie, Inuyasha, I want to open a branch, can I? Otherwise there is nothing to do. Ouch. Ishi stood up, his own proud self-confidence directly pulled Ishi into his arms. Fluorescence and Columbia figure flickered. Reclined up when you can only watch. After all, do not have this capital. But it's a good thing that Yi-Shi is holding Ishi. Otherwise his head might have bounced off Yi-Shi's confidence. We won't be staying at Inuyasha for long. I'd recommend renting one. Okay, then I'll go up the street tomorrow to scout for a store in location. And I'll leave the supply to you, boss. Okay, it's getting late. Let's go rest first. Aha! Memories of the past room. That said, there are a lot of empty rooms, and it's all single beds here. At this time, Ishi's room was slightly crowded with 4 people. At this time Ishi smiled and said to Lum and Columbine, in that case, I'll just sleep in a room with Ishie, so I won't bother the foolish crowd here to clean up a separate room for me, so you guys can go elsewhere. Ishi's little plan was loud and clear, when the always quiet Columbia opened her mouth. This bed is too crowded if you're with Ishi. It'll affect Ishi's sleep, and I'll be just right, so you'd better go find another room. Both Ishi and Ishi's body sizes were somewhere between a teenage girl and a teenage boy and a grown man and a grown woman, and a single bed was indeed too cramped. But how could Ishi back down? As the boss's secretary must be kept close. I can make the bed bigger, but it doesn't seem to be big enough to hold 3 people. Ishi finished standing up and hugged Ishi's arm, showing the meaning of monopolizing Ishi. There is no room for you. After seeing Columbia's slightly reluctant look, Ishi had a victor's expression on his face. We are both executive officers, 3rd seat. We are supposed to be inseparable. And this is the embassy of our executive officers, so you just have to do as you're told. Columbia responded with a cute smile, and the word we was bitten hard to emphasize that Ishii and I were the masters of the place now. Ishii obviously prefers to live with me, so little girl better respect Ishii's idea, or you go to your good sister Rosalind as well. Ishii but often put me in her arms. Oh, speaking of which, it seems like Ishii hasn't taken much initiative to hug big sister you. As the smell of gunpowder in the air grew heavier and heavier, Ishi was caught in the middle, not understanding why this was happening. That's when Flux, who was watching the show from the sidelines, stepped forward and decided to put an end to the farce. Since you all want to stay in this room, and Ishii, you might as well listen to me. As the words fell, Ishi and Columbia's eyes moved to Lum at the same time. Then Lum continued to speak. You two will sleep here, and then Ishii will come and join me in my dust song jug, so that the four of us are pretty much in this room, and we don't have to take up the rest of the house. So wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? I was so witty when I said fluorescent crumbs and lifted my head and crossed my arms. No, no, Ishii and Columbia said in unison, and then the two of them wrapped their arms around Ishii and pulled. Alright, you guys settle down for a while, I'll make the arrangements. Hearing Ishii speak, the two girls also stopped fighting, quietly waiting for Ishii's next words. Under Ishii's arrangement, the four of them stayed together in Fluorescent's dust sun pot. The three Ishis in the master bedroom were all clearly satisfied, with only Fluorescence being the only one who was particularly sultry. Obviously I'm the owner of the dust song pot, why do I have to sleep in the second bedroom? I am not convinced. Ishii and Columbine unanimously said, a bed cannot sleep four people, so have to be entrusted to you la. Inawasha, down the street. Look at that. Ishii, it's nice here, isn't it? The next day, Ishii excitedly takes Ishii to see the new forest house she rented, and true to form, it's exactly like Liu's. Nice, homey feeling. And isn't the store rented? And did the owner allow us to decorate like this? Don't worry, alright. It's written in the contract that I'm allowed to remodel it slightly and that I'll end up restoring him to his original condition. Ishii looked at the forest house in front of him and Liu different silence 1 or 2. You official, this is called a slight remodeling? Not bad. This place must not be cheap for being in the center of the city. How much is the monthly rent? The shopkeeper gives me 20,000 mora a month. At the sound of the words Ishii was silent again. Ishii, how in the world did you talk to the shopkeeper? We rent your store and you don't charge mora. Not to mention, you still subsidize us 20,000 a month. I can't imagine. Nimbus, I'm glad Ishii is not my business rival. I don't think I could have gotten a single favor with her. Pantalone, is it risky for the largest North Country bank to open in Lizuna? And Inari's wife, it's fine for the three of us to stay on the second floor of the forest house for this period of time. Now I'll show you around. Yeah. Rice wife forest house. Remembering the bedrooms of yesteryear. Except for the slight difference in the details of the furniture. It's almost like going back to. Ishii, what are you doing closing the door? Ishii's front foot just walked into the door. Ishii closed the door, then slowly approached Ishii. Now, it's just the two of us. As the words fell, Ishii pushed Ishii towards the bed and disappeared along with his clothes. Chapter 85 Culture. Inazuma Forest House. The new Inazuma Forest House store is officially open. A gorgeous treehouse suddenly appeared on the street in the course of a morning. And the forest house was so out of place in its surroundings that it didn't need to be advertised at all. The days when it first opens tend to be the most crowded and the busiest. With the lockdown order, people repeat their boring lives and the food is the same. Inazuma's is getting tired of it. And suddenly there are so many novelty houses. People want to come to admire the forest house, which is considered a work of art. Besides, who's the caretaker of the forest house? Ishii. What a big beauty. As soon as the guests came in to see Ishii's eyes were straight. Never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. When a guest wanted to pester Ishii, Ishii would go up and wrap his arms around Ishii's waist and lean on himself, then cupped her white face and gave her a kiss on the lips. And then that day Ishii was either kissing or on her way to kissing. At the end of the day, Ishii was puzzled. Inari's wife's lechery is not so much and here is also not far from the heavenly collar bonghang. People should be more disciplined is right. What's even more puzzling is that there were so many on the first day, but on the second day, almost all of them were normal customers. And it was as if Inazuma's men had cleaned up their act overnight. Can't help it. Can't refuse Ishii's churlish gaze when she asks for help. Ishii, actually, most of the ones that day were hired by me. I paid a lot of money to hire a lot of people after I learned that Ishii would be like this. And they just came in and kept looking for topics to talk to me about. Columbine, you bad woman. And this girl, Columbia, went to visit Inari's wife's fairy spirit at High-Gion Island. Inazuma's god stayed home and didn't care. And not many people knew about the revival of the immortal spirits. In the end, it was the ninjas of the terminal fans who brought back news to the Kamisato family head, and since reporting to the general was fruitless, after some deliberation Kamisato Ayato planned to go and negotiate in person. By that time, Inazuma's dozens of immortal spirits had all gathered, and the pressure on Ayato Kamiyuri at that time could be imagined. The fairies also learned that Inazuma's current situation is not suitable for them to stay, so they all go to High-Gion Island on Ayato's recommendation. Coral Palace Shinhai was also scared at the time, only to realize later that it was picking up the treasure. Every day, he was happy to discuss the art of war with them, and although the immortal spirits would not participate in human wars, Shinhai was still very happy. The next day, Forest House. Hello boss, your store is newly opened. I wish you all the best in your business. The Forest House's fame had reached Kamisato Ayaka's ears, and Kamisato Ayaka became more and more curious about what the rumored building that had suddenly appeared was like. Nay, there were too many people on the first day. so Kamisato Ayaka planned to visit again the next day. It's an honor for Princess Egret to visit the store. Please forgive the poor hospitality. Besides, the boss is busy. I'm an employee here. Yishi saw the godly family's eldest young lady came so brewed up the forest tea used to entertain. This is Inari's wife, deep people's heart of the big man. Cannot be slow. Aren't you the shopkeeper? Sorry, Kamisato Ayaka. Upholding the manners of the Kamisato family in every word, said as she surveyed the interior style of the forest house. The style of the forest house was so similar to Yishi that not only Kamisato Ayaka, but most of the customers here thought that this was a store owned by Yishi. It's actually pretty much the same. She does look more like a boss than I do. Ha! It's Ayaka who's here. Make yourself at home. Ishii yawned and walked down from the second floor, letting Ishii and Garumbia toss and turn last night without much sleep again. Ishii? Ayaka was shocked as she looked at the staircase that appeared out of thin air behind her. Could it be that the real owner of the forest house was Ishii? Yeah, that's me. Come try this. It should be pretty good. Ishii smoothly took a box off the shelf and handed it to Kamisato Ayaka, then sat down next to her and poured tea. It should be expensive, right? Average. It's only a couple 100,000 mora. Just take it for a snack. Kamisato Ayaka was silent for a moment or two as she looked at the divinely glowing box in her hand, feeling that shit wasn't used very appropriately. This packaging at a glance is extremely precious. Their own those expensive jewelry boxes cannot be compared. With an excited heart, he opened it and several delicate cinnamon pastries were neatly placed inside. It's Ryu cuisine, Ayaka said happily. She had always been interested in exotic cuisine since she was a child, but had never had much of a chance because of her status plus the lockout order. Yes, this is a specialty that has been passed down for thousands of years in Ryu. I purposely learned the most authentic way of doing it from my good friend Morix. If Miss Ayaka is interested, I can pass on the secret recipe to you, Ishii explained in a serious manner for Kamisato Ayaka, and Yishi and Ayaka listened quietly beside Ishii. In fact, this osmanthus cake was made by Yishi, only with the addition of some diluted elixir from the black golden gourd. Really? Cough it up. The formula is so precious, sir, and with such generosity how can you lose out? I'm willing to buy it in full. How much more, please? Kamisato Ayaka was so happy that she forgot to maintain the elegance of the Kamisato family for a moment, and Ishii thought to herself that this girl was a bit cute, and that she had given herself a gift before, and that it was a gift for a gift. Deep misunderstanding. I opened my store here because I want to bring this culture of Ryu to everyone. How can I earn the mora of this culture when someone comes to learn? Yishi, go get a recipe for Ms. Ayaka. Okay, boss. Upon hearing this, Yishi waved his hand to generate a turquoise-colored paper. Ayaka took it and got up to perform a nobleman's etiquette to Ishii. I really admire such generosity on the part of the gentleman, so thank you in advance. It's a small thing. Try it. It's good for your skin too. Okay. Ayaka sat down and picked up a piece to savor it in small bites. The moment she ate it, a fresh feeling filled her body. Her spirit became relaxed and she was in an exceptionally good state. Reaching up to touch her cheeks again, she sighed with surprise at how much more hydrated she really was. It's unbelievable that a cuisine contains such efficacy. At this time, Ishii pulled out a black gold gourd and swung it towards the table, continuing to blow not and continuing to explain the culture to Ayaka. The elixir contained in this gourd is even more powerful. Back then, during the period of the Demon God War, the Rock King Emperor of the Liu led the immortals around in the war. But unexpectedly at this time, the demon god took advantage of his absence to launch an attack. In the end, it was eating this elixir that saved Gue Yuan, who was desperately guarding Gue Li Ji. Such a divine object was not originally sold to mortals, but we as friends, ayahuasca if interested. We will not mention the price of 18 million. A price of 88 million mora you take. Friends. Ayaka bowed her head and mumbled the word. Because of her noble status, it resulted in Ayaka basically not having many friends since she was a child. And the person she usually interacted with the most was the house servant Toma. After their parents left, the burden of the Kamisato family fell on the siblings. Unable to bear the burden of her brother alone, Ayaka gave up her childhood to give her efforts and sweat for the family. He has regained the sword book, which symbolizes the honor of the nobility, as well as the zither, chess and painting. But where in the world are there so many geniuses? Only the girl who practiced hard day after day, year after year, in the corner where people can't see. Aha! I'll take 3, and I'll ask the house servant to bring them to you after the mora, Ayaka said with incomparable happiness. The word friend in Ishii's mouth had always lingered in Ayaka's heart. I was just going to drop by in my spare time, but making such an awesome friend like Ishii really made the trip worthwhile. No problem, Yishi, hurry up and wrap it for Ayaka. Okay, boss. After that, Ayato Kamisato initially thought that her sister had met a flamboyant liar, but not wanting to upset her she ate and tried it, and it turns out that ayahuasca had met some kind of god. Right? Chapter 86, Prison Robbery. In Azuma, Forest House. In the evening, Columbia walked back with her tired little body, and as soon as she returned to the forest house, she fell into the arms of Amnesia. Today was indeed a day to visit Inazuma's fairies, who were all doing quite well on High-Gion Island. But why did the fairies drag me around all day talking about the art of war? Columbia is back. Why do you look so tired? Ishi reached out and touched the little head of Columbia in her arms. The way the little wings on her head were hanging a little low. It is? Only to see Columbia climb up and reach out her small hand to hand herself a pearl-style bead. Ishi was just about to reach for it when she saw her swallow it into her mouth in one gulp. The outstretched hand also stopped in the air, followed by a helpless smile from Ishi. What a cute little girl. Well, is it good? Before Ishi could react, she felt a sweetness in her mouth. Quite sweet. Not bad. It's a specialty of High-Gion Island. Pearl candy, right? Well, I have a lot more here. Let me feed you. Columbia happily raised the small bag in her hand to Ishii. It turned out that Shinhai saw that Columbia was too cute and slipped her a bag of candies when she went back. Columbia, you're tired just coming back from High-Gion Island, aren't you? So leave the candy to me, you go and get some rest. At this time, Yishi smiled and came over to say to Columbine, and then Columbine hurriedly protected Pearl Sugar behind her. No, I can tell she's lying from the little wings that keep fluttering on Columbia's head, but can't I tell what's in this bad woman's mind? Well, it's really sweet, don't you think so, Columbia? Columbia shook the water droplets away with 2 quick shakes of her little wings, a puckered little face that had sultry written all over it. Ishi, no one ever asked me what I thought. Never mind, I have no opinion. Alright, it's just a candy bar. Let's eat it together. Ishi takes the candy from Columbine and wraps Ishi in her arms as well. Come on, one for each. Ah dash. After feeding the 2 girls one of the candies, Ishi put away the entire bag of pearl candies, which were pretty good. In Azuma, Naganohara fireworks shop. According to the plot development, Ishia thought that it was almost time to save Master Zhang Shang, so she came to the curfew palace. After all, you don't get to see something like a prison robbery more than a few times in your life. I just acquired the Eye of God. Ah, I promise I don't need you guys to let me go, okay? At that moment 2 soldiers of the Shogun's army were surrounding a man collecting the Eye of God. Looking at this scene, Ishia knew that it was the right time to come. Just as he was recalling where Lum and Xiao Gong were, suddenly a golden light flashed by. Ishi only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and when she came back to her senses, she had already arrived at Lum's side. Ishia, don't go over there and bother them, we'll just watch from here. Fluorescence retracted her own light wings and said to Ishii, the sudden move startling the curfew palace next to her. Wah, what just happened? Fluxu turned into a ray of light and captured this gentleman? Hello guys, my name is Ishii and I'm just an innocent passerby, Ishii said as she surveyed the bandages on the curfew palace. This style of dress is so generous. It has her character. What passerby? Ishii, you happen to appear here, must be here to help, right? Lum pulled Ishii's eyes back and asked expectantly as she moved in front of him. The risk became very low with him around. Are you the helpers Princess Shiro was talking about? That's great. You're reliable at first glance. Curfew Palace's small hands were raised in front of her body. Excitedly her eyes went back and forth between Ishii and Fluorescence. Flux's wings were impressive at first glance, and this gentleman she'd cornered was high and mighty. And Ishia's eyes moved to the top of the bandage on Curfew Palace's thigh, pondering whether she was wearing it or not. At this time, the tree branches above his head suddenly swayed, followed by a few leaves fell just in time to mesmerize Ishii's eyes. Hiss! Where did the leaves come from? It's not too late. Let's set off to save Master Zhang Shang. Yeah, in Azuma, Maki Bungoso. Ishii, I actually know a secret passage. Why don't we go through there? Curfew Palace gulped as she looked at the prison gates in front of her. Like we're here to steal someone, right? No, now, go! Words fell. Memory of the past from the system warehouse took out the executive officer coat to the body a batch, domineering a wave of clothes to the wind fluttering up toward the prison. You're an exec? Curfew Palace said in shock, then Fluorescence skipped past her to follow Ishii. Alright, we trust Ishii is all. Now go. The Curfew Palace looked at the duo walking straight toward the guards for a moment or two of deliberation, and eventually chose to follow them as well. The soldiers at the gate saw Ishii's attire when he saw the collusion between the heavenly collar and the foolish crowd, and they didn't fail to stop him. With trepidation, Yumiya follows Ishii and Floor and smoothly enters the town hall, then sees that Kujo Sarah, who is inside talking to the soldiers, becomes a bit flustered. Oh, how are you guys? Joji Sarah walked toward Ishii, originally wanted to say that the heavenly collar's bungling heavy ground idol people are not allowed to approach, but remembering that he had been dinged by the head of the Kujo family for having gotten in trouble with the execs earlier, he left it alone. Yo, what a coincidence, meeting again. Ishii warmly greeted Kujo Sarah, who was silent for a moment or two, and guessed what they were here for when they saw the Curfew Palace. There's no need for small talk. Come with me. Then I'd appreciate it if Ms. Kojo Sarah would lead the way. Kojo Sarah turned around and walked away after saying that. Seeing this scene, Curfew Palace's face was filled with incredulity written all over it, and the heart that was hanging in the air was lowered. Phew, scared me to death. So Ishii is so powerful. Even that 9 stripes Sasara can handle it. Of course, he's never wrong in his decisions. Lum crossed her arms and smiled confidently, and soon several people were led by Kojo Sarah to the place where Master Masakatsu was being held. The Maki Bongo office actually resorted to lynching. Today was a real eye-opener for me. Ishii opened her mouth playfully to Kojo Sarah, who didn't want to argue anything and proceeded to close her eyes. Just this once. We'll get him back when he's healed. Well, I'll come back and invite you to tea then. That's a wonderful title. In Azuma, the wooden leaky tea room. And here's where the celebration comes in. To tell you the truth, I've recently learned a fondue game that's a lot of fun. How about we all come together for fondue? After Ishii Masakaman robbed the prison, he and Flux returned to the wooden hourglass tea room to find Princess Shiro. In the past few days, Kandin Bangyo had been secretly preparing a ceremony to bring Toma along to celebrate, and with General Raiden himself presiding over it without letting anyone else know. It was clear that he wanted to give Toma a surprise. The scene was hilarious to see Thor's importance to Toma. That will be Toma absolutely touched to the point of crying in pain or given to the knees. But Lum also gravitates to General Thunderbolt's blatant crossover, and ultimately takes Toma away from him as he wishes so that Thor can't find him. And knowing full well that she can't take Ray's movie on her own, Lum joins forces with men who share her ideas. In the end, Fluorescence conquers her in Shadow's secret garden. That's pretty much it. It was only natural then that the time during which they were preparing for the surprise ceremony would be a rare vacation for Kamisato Oniai-chan and her party. Fondue game. Mr. Ishii is the biggest contributor to this operation, so let him take the first bite of this hot pot game. I agree. With the lively game of fondue officially underway, Toma seemed particularly enthusiastic. Ayaka and Ryuki felt that they should be as well, especially Ryuki, who threw up her hands in favor of it. Definitely not because she put the devil spiciness Jiayun pepper, ice mist flowered duo water slime and other ingredients they dare not start. No problem, then I'll open the show, said Ishii. Looked at the pot of judgment in front of him when the youth version fell into a deep thought. Fluorescence and Toma with me and Ayawa, how much hatred. Twisting her head to look at Fluorescence on her left, she naturally turned her head away. Then she glanced at Ayaka, who was the next bat on the right. Although she was still elegant on the surface, but Ishii knew that she had been praying in her heart not to pinch the strange food, not to. Silently placing the black gold gourd on the table to be used to save his life, and then with a precise hold of his chopsticks, he picked up a piece of pastry in the hot pot that was about to finish melting. Well, I guess that's. Ishii was just about to guess wrong on purpose when she saw that Ayaka was looking at her with an expectant look on her face, thinking for a moment or two. This is the cinnamon cake Ayaka put in. Mister. You guessed correctly then. Congratulations. Hearing that, Ayaka's face was filled with happiness. Originally I wanted to put cupcakes, but then I thought that cinnamon cake might be more delicious. Ishii. Flavor, how does it taste? Great. Ishii picked up the black gold gourd to drink a large mouthful of Coke. Hot pot put cinnamon cake flavor is really. It's hard to tell. I'm glad you like it. Congratulations on your guess. It doesn't really have to be that accurate. Ishii smiled and shook her head. When Ishii realized a problem. Just the ingredients in the hot pot, Ayaka would never be able to stand eating it, so it's better to take care of this big lady. Counting on the normal food position, chopsticks clamped while turning them up along with them, and Ayaka noticed Ishii's movements and nodded her thanks to him. It's my turn. I'll be blessed by the god of fondue. With that said, Toma excitedly salvaged his ingredients one by one until with a puzzled look on his face he chucked up a strange, "Is this a turnip?" You guessed wrong. It's ginseng, a great tonic ingredient. But I forgot to cut it up to suggest you eat one less. Before the words were finished, he saw Toma eat the whole heel of ginseng in 3 or 2 bites, shocking Ishii and Fluorescence for 100 years. This young man is so brave? This is no ordinary ginseng. For insurance reasons, Ishii used a scalpel to refresh Toma's status, or else his nose would definitely bleed in less than a minute. It's finally my turn. Watch me. Toma guessed wrong. So the baton was handed over to Lum, who then chucked up a devilish version of the Jedi Cloud Pepper as the crowd watched. With that, Lum's entire body froze in place, casting a help version of a look at Ishii, who then turned her head away as well as pretending not to see it. God's way is good. It's your own fault. Lum thought about it. He had eaten a lot of very spicy dishes, are not all fine. This is at most a little hotter than them. No big deal. So as fast as I could I swallowed it without much chewing and took another second or two to feel it. I told you so. Aha. So hot. So hot. So hot. Ishii, quickly give me sway. Suddenly Fluorescence's entire face became fiery red. followed by a handful of black gold gourds that picked up. Ishii's black gold gourd tilted his head back and drank it in a big gulp. Ishii looked at this scene helplessly smiled. I knew it would be like this. But don't worry, have already replaced the drink in the black gold gourd with yogurt to relieve spiciness. And drink as much as you want. Fluorescence continuous enough to drink more than half a minute face to slow down. But the good thing is that they put the ingredients can easily guess. Then the hot pot game will start the second round. Soon the fondue game came to an end with a few people laughing as well as being on edge. Each round Ishii is making a point of taking care of Ayaka next to her. So other than herself Ayaka is in the best shape. Followed by Fluorescence. And vows to never eat the devilish Jiyun pepper a second time. I guessed the most food. So I'm declaring the winner of this fondue game to be me. But I'm dying. I need to rest for a while. Toma, on the other hand, was not so optimistic and was sitting in a trance, covering his stomach. It's not because you're fishing for your own ingredients one way or the other. Toma, when all you have to do is guess wrong on purpose to pass it on to the travelers. Ayaka said to Toma, who shook her head. I don't seem to be having much luck lately, so I'm in desperate need of the blessing of the god of hot pot to turn my luck around. And what an awesome ingredient the traveler put in. Speaking of which, Ayaka also put pastries inside the hot pot, and even let Ishii eat them. That texture, it's exciting to think about. Hugs, sorry, I thought it was delicious. Hearing Fleur's words Ayaka looked at Ishii with an apologetic face. His expression hadn't changed much at the time and Ayaka didn't have any knowledge in this area. The initial intention was good. It's actually not bad. Ayaka's osmanthus cake is still delicious on its own. Ishii responded with a smile and had the urge to pet Ayaka's head. She was so cute right now, but held back. After all, people's status is honored. This is not good. Then I'm the one who crosses the sea of stars. Why aren't you so polite when you touch my head? Ishii, and you didn't resist. Lumina, so have you figured out if Ayaka will resist? Ishii, neither will she, but unlike you, she'll be shy. Lumina, I'm shy too. Phew, survived. Shouldn't be anything after that, right? Toma sat up like a nobody. His poison resistance had risen another level after this fight. Well, Candinho is busy with something these days, which means they won't be looking for trouble for a few days. So it's a rare vacation time yet. Well, gotta relax then. After Flux and Toma left, Ishii said to Ayaka Kamisato, who wanted to speak. Ayaka, if you need anything, just ask. As a friend I can still do this favor. Just now, Ayaka signaled with her eyes for Ishii to stay one last time, and although Ishii didn't read it, it was fine for the little department to understand. Hearing the word friend Ayaka warmed her heart, then lowered a nod slightly. Well, then I'll say it. Ishii you have tomorrow. Have time? Chapter 88, Jealousy. Inazuma. Forest House. I'm back. Ah, you're back. Ishii on the sofa was holding a book in his hands and was reading it with Columbia who was lying in his arms. Once again, he took out a piece of the snack and handed it to Columbine's small mouth. Then after greeting Ishii he himself ate one and continued to watch. Both of them are in a more languid posture, and the picture is cozy. That is, Columbine has a closed eye at all times, and reads the book, and does not move as if she were asleep. Ishii, this little girl is really cute, and her lazy look when she eats is so good. Columbo, I was actually really sleeping. It was this bad woman who slipped me a piece of snack every now and then, but it was quite tasty. When Ishii was around, Columbia's preferred sleeping position was definitely Ishii, followed by Ishii's warm and soft embrace. Ah, back. I felt so busy these past 2 days. Ishii stroked the little head of Columbine in Ishii's arms, and rubbed Columbine's pillow in the process. No wonder this girl likes to sleep here. Such a strong sense of absorption. Does busy mean you're staring at little girls' thighs during the day? Or do you mean you're going out on a date with the Kaguri family's first lady tomorrow? Ishii ate a snack while absently turning the book to the next page and looking at the book. Upon hearing that Ishii was going on a date with another girl, one of the little wings on Columbia's head stood up and was otherwise quiet. After all, Ayaka and I are both one of the few friends we have with each other, so I can still grant her this request. Yes it is, Ayaka Ishii you call her by her name very affectionately. At the words Ishii's mouth twitched, turning her head to look at Ishii her unconcerned look. This girl, jealous? This is, so will arm against the side of Ishii head will body close. A thud in the sofa lying on the two girls. My dear Ishii, then do you know how much I miss you? Looking at Ishii's near cheeks Ishii's face slightly reddened and said tenderly, I'm right here After saying that their tongues were intertwined, Ishii stopped her mouth and suddenly realized that all 6 of Columbia's little wings were tightly fitted to her head. It turned out that it was Columbine who was worried that if they did this on their heads they would get another droplet of water on their wings. Columbian fear ing. Seeing this Ishii instantly became playful and reached out 2 fingers and pinched a small wing up before immediately letting go. Then the little wing immediately stuck back, then felt that the feathers were not very smooth, and then got up and shook twice and then continued to stick back. Ishii thought it was too much fun. But what about not letting these little ones get scared again? It tickles. At this time Yishi slightly opened her mouth and said, because Columbia was lying in her arms so moving her wings would touch Yishi. Let me rub it for you then, you a modest boss. And my lips still seem a little dry. Ishi smiled gently as the two tangled together once more, then parted as the water dripped again and again onto Columbine's tiny wings. Columbia, little wings. Yishi, it's Ishi herself who wants to come. Columbine, you definitely did that on purpose, didn't you? Yishi, which there? Rice wife, Main Street. It's the first time I've hung out with the opposite sex like this. Ishe and Ayaka were walking down the middle of Inazuma's street wearing a pair of sunglasses each. The sunglasses shielded most of the passers-by's perceptions of themselves, or else for the dozens of steps she had just taken alone. Ayaka estimated that she would have had to maintain the etiquette of the Kamisato family to respond to the pedestrians' greetings one by one. Yishi, what? That girl is going to give you your first time? Remembering the past. Columbia. Ayaka, you look a lot prettier today. Is it just me? At that Ayaka's face hung red. She was also a playful little girl in her private life. Of course she would be shy to receive such a blunt compliment from the opposite sex. No la, it's just light makeup for weekday trips. While it was true that it was light makeup, Ayaka took 3 times longer than usual to go before leaving the house today, and was still agonizing over figuring out which outfit to wear for quite some time. About this aspect of knowledge Ayaka only knows some of the novels. Of course that's just a novel, surely not the same as in reality. Then I realized that I was going to a public event, so I had to wear the same dress I used to wear. At last a trace of regret flashed across his face when he realized that the pair of sunglasses that Ishi had given him were so convenient. Had he known that he would not have worn this outfit representing the family? Of course it's more of a pleasure because it will make traveling less tiring in the future then. Is there anywhere Ayaka wants to go? Well, there's a store in Inazuma that has dishes I like. I used to ask my housemate to help bring them back, but now that I have the chance I'd like to visit the store. Keep you company. Aha. Small theater. Yishi, what? This girl is already preparing her dowry? Ishi, did you learn this listening skill from Mona? Columbo, the bad woman seems a bit perverse today, but don't pull my face while you're looking at it. Yishi, you don't understand. Little girl, this girl is dangerous. We have to take extra precautions. Columbine, I don't know if it's dangerous or not, but I've heard that there's a saying among humans that a girl in love will have her IQ lowered indefinitely. Is even the god of wisdom not an exception to this? Yishi, what did you say? Columbia, no, I think you make a good point. Chapter 89, Cinnamon Cake. Rice wife, Kineng Kotiai. Right on time, that's about the time we agreed on it. Will the food be as it was before? The two of them, Ishi and Ayaka, walked up to the owner's wife, Ms. Monami, before she noticed them and warmly entertained them. Yeah, and that other thing too please. Ayaka stood demurely in front of the store counter and said to the owner's wife. And after that, she looked at Ishi, who was very casually on the chair. Ishie, wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Need a hand? Ishie understood what Ayaka was trying to go for. She had been looking at that pot with displeasure for a long time, and this time she wanted to blow it up in the name of cooking. But after all, Ayaka is the honorable young lady. It's better to do this kind of thing quietly, and in case of failure at least it's not bad to get a copy of the cuisine. No, it's fine. Just sit here and wait for me for a while. Okay, I'll see you later then. Aha. After saying that, Ayaka went into the courtyard through the side door of the Konan Kotiai to get busy, and at that moment, Miss Konan also happened to come out after ordering the back kitchen. Sir, you are a friend of Kamisato Oniai-chan, right? It's the first time she's brought a man here. Ms. Munin surveyed Ishia's entire body once. What a spirited person. And both of them are wearing the same sunglasses, so it looks like they are not on the same page. Yes, my name is Ishi. I'm a traveler from Rizuki, and right now Ayaka is showing me around. Ha, okay then. Ms. Munin, covering her mouth with a smile, was clearly not convinced by Ishi's words. Inazuma is under a lockdown, so how can people from other countries come to visit? Or the Kaguri family's eldest lady received them personally and borrowed those from the store. Could a man who could make Kamisato-sama want to cook for him with her own hands possibly be just an ordinary friend? Although this was a mandatory lesson for Inazuma girls, it was only in comparison to commoners, and nobles were not required to do it themselves, though of course they could if they wanted to. Can I ask you something, sir? Go ahead. As far as we know, Kamisato Oniai-sama has basically had no friends since she was a little girl, and may be lonely at heart. Of course it's certainly not that other people don't want to make friends with her. It's just that she's of such a noble status that children from ordinary families don't even dare to approach her. So could we please ask you to spend more time with her in your spare time? Sort of a request from our neighbors. Kinan-san put her hands together in a pleased gesture. Ishii thought about it, although he is busy with a lot of things on weekdays, but Ayawa is also one of his few friends. This favor I cannot help? No, we all know that Ishii, am sincere and simple, and I love to do favors for my friends. Thinking about my friend Mr. Zhongli's life matter that is worrying a lot. When the skill level up a few more levels, we'll go to see if I can give him a stick to help him do it. And then think of the two poor girls I've worked so hard to save with all my family's money. Worrying that they're scared at night and even sacrificing myself to sleep with them. There aren't many good guys like me left. Zhongli, returning to the end, good of course, that little thing can still be done. No sooner had Ishii finished speaking than she noticed that the bunch of potted plants set on the counter shook dramatically. And Ms. Noonan saw it and said suspiciously, strange, what's with the flowers? There's no wind either. Ha ha, who knows? Ishii smiled and reached out her fingers to pinch the leaves of the bouquet, only to find that the small leaves just shook to avoid her fingers. This leaf moves? Seeing this, Ms. Noonan also went over and stretched out her finger to poke at it, and it turned out to be no different from an ordinary potted plant. It's supposed to be a coincidence. How can a plant move? Also right. Yishi, surprisingly, the surveillance was accidentally exposed, but it's okay, just change it. Just then there was a sudden shout of Ayaka's voice from the courtyard, and Ishii realized it was time for her to make her appearance. I'll go see how Ayaka is doing and call us when the food is ready. Okay, Kamisato Oniai-chan should really need you right now. Miss Noonan touched the corners of her mouth and smiled. Then Ishii didn't think much about it and also walked into the courtyard through that side door. Ayaka, are you okay? The state of the field seemed not very tidy, Ayaka said somewhat awkwardly after rearranging the pot that had been blown over on the fire. I wanted to try making cinnamon cakes. Most of them were made with Toma's help before, so this time I wanted to try it by myself, but it seems it's a bit difficult. Ishii glanced at the glutinous rice flour, rice as well as dried cinnamon and sugar on the table and spoke as gently as she could. It takes some skill, but it's not that hard if you master it. Come on, you relax, I'll teach you. Before Ayaka could react, Ishii took her slender jade hands and pounded the glutinous rice flour. Ayaka's entire body was confused, and when she reacted her entire face became hot. Ishii's hand, so big and warm, quietly looked up at Ishii's appearance. He is so serious himself to work hard at. Soon under the help of Ishii's hands, a fairly exquisite osmanthus cake was ready. Ishii, you're very good at cooking it. All the various steps are so skillful, Ayaka said happily as she looked at the pastries the two had made together, a slight blush still on her face. After all, she was really too close. It's a good thing that Ishii is very skillful, or else her little heart might not be able to take it if she keeps going like this. Ha ha, maybe. Ishii turned her head around and smiled. This cinnamon cake selling really said it all. But what Ayaka didn't know was that Ishii had repeated the process many times through future deduction, because he wouldn't be able to, either. Ishii really did it for the first time, so skillful all rely on constant repetition to pile up experience. So excuse me, can you sell me a copy of this pastry recipe? At this time, Ms. Noonan walked in, and Ishii, as if she knew in advance, directly pulled out the recipe that she had asked Ishii to prepare in advance and handed it to Ms. Noonan. That won't be necessary. Cinnamon cake is a classic Ritsuki delicacy, and I'm happy to share it with everyone at Inazuma. Thank you so much. I'll make sure to put this in the most prominent place in my store. It's been a while since everyone has tried any other cuisine since the lockdown order. Plus the dishes are ready for you to come and enjoy. Okay, we'll be there later. After Ms. Noonan left, Ayaka smiled and said to Ishii, it's so nice of you to be willing to selflessly share something that you can obviously sell at a high price. Ayaka's warm and elegant smile is very nice. At the same time, I also envy Ishii that whenever he is free and easy to go, with him together himself has become a lot more relaxed. None of this is worth mentioning. Sir, let's go get something to eat first. Don't keep Kin-sama waiting too long. Oh. Aha! Chapter 90. At least, Kin and Kotai, in front of the counter. Ishii, Ms. Noonan didn't say anything strange to you just now, did she? Ayaka and Ishii asked apprehensively as they sat on the stools in front of the counter, both feet drooping naturally in the air, the counter being slightly high yet. You're kind of cute. Well, I'm sure I'd better say it. My friends are just few and far between, and I know it. Ayaka lowered her head leisurely. At this time a leaf slowly floated down on Ayaka's head. Ishii also keenly noticed the little one, and reached out her hand. At least you have me now. Ayaka nodded slightly. Then seeing the large hand that Ishii extended towards her, Ayaka suddenly tensed up. He was trying to touch my head? But, have reached out. So closing his eyes and blushing, he waited in silence, and then Ishii's voice rang out. There was a leaf on your head just now, and now it's removed for you. That's right, thank you. Ishii badgered the leaf in front of her eyes and stared at it for a while, then blew and let her float with the wind. Yeeshi, small fists frantically pounding the pillow in front of her. Darn. The two of them are definitely going to do such and such afterward. Columbia, thankfully expected beforehand not to be lying in her arms. It's just a meal. And also, aren't you the god of wisdom? Why are you so nonchalant? Yeeshi, the god of wisdom is Nazaida and the king of the great tree of mercy. What's it got to do with me? Yeeshi? Columbia. Zhongli, calmly sipping tea indeed. Ishie, are you here in Inazuma on a mission? Seems like you're here as an exec too. The two chatted on their way to savor the food, with Ayaka caring the most about it. I don't have allegiance to the ice god. I just want to find a place to settle down and live. And if the executive officer, the girl from the ice god, sends me to play, and it's convenient to go in and out of some occasions. Ishia kept eating the dishes Ayaka ordered and was happy to see that he liked Ayaka. Well, a life of ease is desirable and I can understand that. It's a pity that I can't be as free as you are. I heard that you defeated the demon god with one move. Is that true? That's for sure. The swirling demon god couple wants to destroy Ryu. It doesn't matter if Morax dies or not. It won't do if my house is gone. After all, it cost money to buy it. Ha ha, it's true. There's a country before there's a family. I just don't know what the gods of Ryu will think when they hear you say that. At that, Ayaka snorted out a laugh. At this point she seemed a bit more real compared to her usual self. I don't know. I'll find him and ask him later. Well, you guys are really close. Ayaka also stuffed a small bite of 3-colored dumplings into her mouth from time to time, in a relaxed mood, and seemed to have no more wariness of this big man. At first, Ayato Kamisato suspected that Ishii was approaching Ayaka for some purpose, and in the past 2 days, he had tried to investigate the identity of Ishii's party, and then fell into a deep thought. At least you're high-ranking executives. You can't just come on vacation. At least there must be some kind of conspiracy, right? Oh, it's you 3 execs. That teenage girl sleeps all day at your store. MS. At first, she was a bit of an executive who asked for information, but then she quit and started hanging out at various balls among the nobles for fun. Chapter 91, Hot Springs. What shocked Kamisato Ayato the most was the elf lady. Although she couldn't believe it, all of Sumeru knew that she was indeed the previous god, the great tree king of mercy, without a doubt. Seeing this, Kamisato Ayato didn't hesitate to give up on the idea of moving against them or even trying to make a gesture of goodwill. What can I, a human, do to fight the god of wisdom? And how can a man who can make the god of wisdom follow his heart be simple? If they're against Inari, I'm afraid even the general can't do anything about it. So what am I supposed to do? And that traveler, he's so powerful that he can kill a demon god with a single slash from the sky. So you can just attack Inazuma, right? Headache. By the way, Ayaka, speaking of which, Inazuma recently had a Ritsuki fortune teller come in who was very accurate. Want to try it out together? A fortune teller? Great. I haven't seen one yet, Ayaka said expectantly, then saw Ishii clear his voice sunglasses on and asked solemnly, and which fortune would this beautiful girl like to tell? Ayaka looked at Ishii at first, still wondering how Inazuma's lockdown order could have visitors from other countries. Well, so that fortune teller is you. Then can you calculate love? Ishii reached out and held up her sunglasses, thinking how come girls nowadays like to count love. Do I count it or do I count it? Love. Ayaka, if you want to count love I would definitely say me. Who made you so cute? In fact, Ishii was going to use a compass, but thought better of it. That thing is a bit of a pit. Compass, the old man was telling the truth. At that, Ayaka's small face flushed, then reached out and gently pushed Ishii's shoulder. No, don't molest me. How did this potted plant break? Just then the potted plant placed next to the two suddenly snapped open, and Ishii, silent for a moment or two, spoke, probably trying to wish us years of peace. Inazuma, Forest House. Ishii and Ayawa ate dinner and then accompanied her shopping to buy some snacks and sent her back. Home feels so good. Yet he come here and let me lie down for a while. Ishii beamed and sat down on the sofa. Then Ishii went to lie on her lap. There was no place better than here. Humph, you still know to come back. Why don't you stay at that girl's house? Where can you compare to you, Ishii? Come let me have a kiss. That's more like it. You immodest. No, you're both immodest. Ishii reached out and pulled up the face of Columbia, who was lying on top of Ishii, and Columbia's soft little face deformed. Yuja, ha ha, speaking of which, I haven't taken you guys to have a good time on vacation here in Inazuma. I heard the hot springs here are good. How about we go together tomorrow? Yeah, Ishii immediately agreed with excitement, and then began to think of what to prepare. What about the hot springs? That's nice. We'll pack it in if there's 3 of us. Don't want to be disturbed by the others. Indeed, you're all mine. Ishii rolled over and sat up, telling Ishii and Columbia seriously. But before that, we have to get our swimsuits ready. I don't want to see you guys in the water in your usual clothes. Ishii and Columbia looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Ishii said, yeah, Then let's go shopping for swimsuits now. So, the three of them went out together and headed to Inazuma's shopping street. They browsed through a few swimsuit stores, picking out styles that suited them. Ishii was giving the two ladies advice from the side, making them laugh from time to time. In the end, they picked out swimsuits they were happy with and looked forward to their hot spring trip tomorrow. Chapter 92. Lazuki, Forest House. Ishii lay on the bed, looking at Yishi in her arms as well as Columbia in deep drops of contemplation. The despondent gaze looked out the window, and through the glass seemed to reach the sun, moon and stars. What is the point of being human? Is there any difference between beings like us other than the strength of our power? Lifespan is different from that of humans, especially now in peacetime. The meaning of existence has shifted more to life. Human beings pursue their 7 passions and 6 desires, and immortals give up their mortal desires and leave the world behind. And now that I'm bowing down and dying for money and stepping into the mortal world, is the divinity long gone? Human nature is the most difficult to figure out and impossible to figure out. Thousands of people have thousands of faces. Each person has their own creation. If man could throw reason completely out of the window, would civilization lose its soul? Civilization is, in the end, created by humans, but there are people in control where they can't see. The starry sky above us can be considered a falsehood, and the territory explored is full of unknowns. The line between life and death is itself blurred, just as death is in a sense also the god of life. And Teyvat, a world with beings who can walk at the crossroads of life and death, where the dead go and the living can reach. Does that place itself hold meaning? And what will be the meaning of my existence? It is often said that life is short and in time to have fun. Heaven and earth cycle of time turn, we only strive for the day and night. And does that still apply to us with our long lifespans? While the memories of the past fade away, the memories of the past are deepened by the wear and tear of the gods, causing trauma to the soul. Maybe I'll be worldly later, but I don't expect to be alone then. Maybe that's the only time I can leave all the distractions behind to explore the truth of the world. Ishii, don't touch it. It's time to get up. Hearing Ishii's hand in Yishi's arms was good. Reason reoccupied the brain. Then a Kark jumped up from the bed, dashingly putting his clothes on. Today, it's time to do some serious work. For the sake of world peace, it's incumbent upon me. Well, be safe on the road. Yishi looked at Ishii's middle-aged back and smiled gently. He was sick again today, not. Ishii is more energetic today. Inazuma, Narakami Taisha. Ah la 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 la, if it isn't the executive officer Sama, why do you have the time to come to my little shrine? Ishii passes through the teleportation anchor point to stop and look at the sacred cherry tree at Narakami Taisha. Teleportation anchor point issued a movement a moment Eightfold Divine Sun was aware of it. Earlier there was also a yellow-haired girl to it. This matter depresses Yagyu Divine Sun when he thinks about it. And in the past, he remembers something that looked like a golden meteor flying straight towards the Naruto Grand Shrine. Thinking back to then, at that time, Yagyu Divine Sun really panicked. It would be bad if the shrine let the meteor hit it. Several foxtails were exposed, just about ready to take a full swing, and then they saw the stray light fade into a young girl, and touched the anchor point that had existed at some point. Lum also noticed the woman in front of her with the less than standardized witch's clothing, though more attention was paid to her fox ears and tail. Why is there a vixen here? At those words, the corners of Yagyu Divine Sun's mouth twitched. You call me a fox demon is even better than this. Ever since Floor's strength was restored, she had grown arrogant by the day. In fact, she was generally polite. The main reason was that the Yazaki godson looked like he was on fire to drive himself away. So of course Flux was not happy. And the Eightfold Divine Sun intended to teach this insolent girl a good lesson as his purple pupils lit up with flashes of peripheral lightning. Oh, then let me see. I have things to do. Bye. Seeing that the situation was not right, the witty fluorescence left these words and ran away in golden light, leaving behind the Eightfold Divine Sun whose teeth were itching in place. Time back to the present. The Eightfold Divine Sun sighed in his heart as he looked at this man who was with that yellow-haired girl. This one looked even more uncomplicated. That's a pretty tree. Kamiko sniffed out a hint of abnormality and became alert as well. He couldn't be trying to hit this divine cherry tree. Ishii pulled her eyes over to look at the defensive Yagyu Divine Sun and said with a light smile, "Since you know my identity, you should also be clear about my purpose. How about we make a bet?" The Eightfold Divine Sun is becoming more and more cautious. What else could the executive officer's purpose be but the general's heart of God? And how could he know that the heart of God is here with me? Then I'd like to hear what the executive officer wants to bet against me. A little witch. Ishii slowly walked beside the Eightfold Divine Sun without stopping to survey her delicate figure, and then frivolously opened her mouth. To not steal or rob or use forceful means as a condition to bet that you will hand over the heart of God to me within 7 days. I win, you promise me a request. And vice versa, I promise you one. It is any request. Oh. Hearing this, the corners of the Eightfold Divine Sun's mouth unconsciously curled into a smile, but he didn't dare to be too lax. These conditions were obviously extremely unfavorable to Ishii. But what about the expression of unparalleled confidence on his face? Not to mention how you got the heart of God without using any of those means. In this situation and still choosing to bet with me, you must have some kind of card. Could it be that God of wisdom? So what? Even if I do give you the heart of God, how will you cope if I do everything I can to delay it for 7 days? Even if I give you the heart of God but it takes longer than the agreed time, it counts as a win for me. During this time, Ishi had been looking at the Yagyu divine child with interest, giving her plenty of time to think. At the same time, Ishi's gaze made the Yagyu divine son very uncomfortable. Usually but he teased others. Today why did he have the feeling of being molested by him? Yagyu divine son really couldn't think of how Ishi would use the next bet, and nodded under further deliberation. Fine, but you won't be able to leave so easily if you fall into my hands. Execution officer elder. Likewise to each other. You'd better think about what happens to a big beauty like you when she falls on me. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Ishi left with a big smile on his face, and Yagyu divine son's expression pulled down for a moment as he turned around and walked back inside the house. Humph. Frivolous guy. As the words fell, the eightfold divine son's eyes flashed with a hint of flirtation, touching the corners of his mouth that had risen due to his excitement. But it's really handsome looking. Looks like something interesting will happen in 7 days. Thanks to Riverboat for rewarding 1 great god certification. Thanks to a small godson who fell off the wagon for the support. This chapter is extra. Chapter 93. My shopkeeper can't be this cute. In Azuma forest house, Isha lay on the couch with her eyes closed, mulling over something to do for Toma's surprise party in a few days. Originally, Fluorescence had gone to see Ghost Island after rescuing Toma, but now she might just go straight head on and tough it out with General Raiden. That's a public place. It's not good to lose face for Thor if you win, and if you lose, Inari's wife won't be able to stay, so you have to think of a way to do it. Not bad, not bad. Ha ha, this is good. Swing on the Ishi. From time to time came the movement attracted the attention of Ishi. The girl, what movement this is? Ishi twisted her head to look. At this time Ishi was holding a book and happily looking at it. From her jade feet swinging in the air you can see that the mood is very beautiful. Puzzled, he got up and walked under the swing and looked up. He couldn't see anything, so Ishi reached down and lifted the skirt up. It was still light green. Nice. Ah, you a modest boss. Oh, I came to see what you were looking at. Ishi's free hand pressed her skirt in shame and indignation. The book in her hand then fell down to be caught by Ishi. Ah, this book is. Seeing the novel fall into the hands of Ishi, she became a bit flustered. After all, the content is somewhat true. It's just a book. I'll just take a look at it and give it back to you. Ha, this is. Ishi's reaction made Ishi laugh in her heart. How old is a girl and still shy? Then took a look at the cover of the novel. My shopkeeper can't be this cute by Yato. Ha ha, the cover of the novel is using your image. Just by looking at the sales, it must be hot. It's about the story of Forest House, isn't it? The title is good. The author has taste. Right. Ishi blushed and nodded before turning her head away, and Ishi thought to herself that the name of the book was not bad. It was indeed cute. Ishi spared a glance at the novel. One of the paragraphs read, "The store manager, Yi Shi, appreciates the handsome young man, Shi, who has taken him in, and it seems that he won't be so bored in the future." When Ishi thought about it, she could understand. Indeed, many people thought that Yi Shi was the store manager. Wait, the cute store clerk is me? Oh no, I think it's Columbine. There's really nothing wrong with it. Ishi, there's really nothing to see. Why don't I go make you something to eat first? At this time Ishi Xiaoxiao's voice came. Her vision has been fluttering some nervous look, and Ishi waved his hand. I think it's pretty well written. It's still our story. So if you're cooking, take us out to eat. Well, Ishi flipped back further and the smile on her face faded. Ishi picked Ishi's chin up slightly, and her smile was so moving. You've made a mistake again. Tonight you stay, and my sister is going to punish you properly. Ishi was silent for a moment or two. Something didn't seem right, so he turned a few more pages to see. Ishi snapped the door shut, slowly approaching the helpless Ishi. After all, do you think you can still escape from me? You will stay by my side from now on, and you won't be able to go anywhere. Seeing this, Ishi fell into a deep thought, after which he quickly flipped through what followed. Columbia from My Shopkeeper Can't Be This Cute is a naturally dull childhood friend who adores Ishi. More than once, he wanted to take Ishi to escape from this bad woman, but how could he fight Ishi, who has both wisdom and beauty? The last thing that Ishi did was to take her in as her goddaughter to work in the store with Ishi. Ishi, a little thought, decided to first see who in the end wrote this novel. Turned back to have a cup of tea with her to explore the discussion of life. Then I flipped back to the cover of the novel and saw that the author's pen name was printed under the title Morning Glory under the leaf. Seeing this, Ishi was silent once again and raised her head to ask Ishi, Yi Shi, this book, did you write it? Ah ha ha, right, how's the writing going? Nice, Now Ishii understands why Yashido dared to use Ishii's image as the cover. She herself authorized it. I guess the reason I didn't use Ishii's was because I thought I wouldn't agree to it even if I was killed, right? Hello? Your delivery has arrived. At this time, a cute and energetic voice rang out of the door, and Yi Shi, who was sitting on pins and needles, was delighted at the sound. I'll get it. After saying that, Yi Shi floated down the swing as if fleeing towards the door, and opened the door to find a cute cat lady, and a cat express. Let's see. Your morning glory under the leaves, right? Here's your delivery, please sign for it. And thanks for choosing Kashiko House. Qi Liang excitedly handed over a heavy express box to Yi Shi, who took it happily. Aha! Hard work. Yi Shi, what have you mailed here? Ishii asked as she walked over to Yi Shi, while taking a look around at this cute cat lady in the doorway. The cool and convenient attire was eye-catching, and the two tails behind her that symbolized the identity of the cat Matabate Great Demon waved slightly. I think it's my fee for the article. It's quite a bit. Not bad. Come on, Erica, this is for you. It's been a long journey. Saying that, Ishii bought 2 fishes from the system store and handed them to Erica, while in front of her Erica's eyes went straight as she looked at them. Good, big, fat fish. Is it really for me? Sure, consider it a tip. Yes, thank you, sir. With that, Erica took it excitedly. She hadn't seen such a big fish yet. It must be delicious. Ishii smiled at how cute Erica Ryota was and reached out to pet her head. Erica then let out a purring, comfortable little sound in her throat. Nope, cats have dignity again. How can they just let others touch their heads? But the fish looked really delicious. And that's when Ishii tickled Erica's chin again. Holler 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 holler. It felt good to jerk off a cat. Even though she was in human form now, Ishii had a soothing look on her face. How long had it been since she had petted a cat? Or such a cute one? Alright, Ishii, let's sign the delivery and go back first. After saying that, Ishii beamed and dragged Ishii back inside the forest house, then shoved that express box into Ishii's arms. I don't have much use for Mora, so I'll give you all of these, but don't spend them on another woman. Ishii's heart touched for a moment. What a good girl, for by the brain reaction body will take a step forward to hold her in the arms. What's yours and mine? It's ours. Aha! In the middle of the hug, Ishii suddenly realized through the corner of her eye that girl Columbia was holding that novel and reading it with her little wings on her head standing up. Then he leisurely turned his head to look at Ishii, and then shouted in a sly manner, I'm not going to be your goddaughter. Congratulations to the original gods, be normal. Fortune teller. The book came to 200,000 words without incident, and the author will be opening a book test later to thank everyone for their continued support. As always, every one of your comments, short book reviews authors will read, and I really sincerely appreciate the enthusiastic interaction. The book title test usually lasts for a few days, during which you can try searching tomato for the following names. Which name will eventually be chosen? Let's look forward to it. Chapter 94, A Windy Ride. BGM, make up your own mind. Give her a chance and she can turn your little rundown house into a luxury treehouse. Give her a little material and she can turn it into a commodity you can't even afford if you sold it. You let her go out and buy things, and the store owner will even pay her back to make the penniless you rich, and the rich you richer. On the surface, she is just an ordinary clerk in a store, but in reality she has a handful of identities behind the scenes, especially her unrivaled intelligence. Tianquan Ningxuan said, I can't imagine how much I would have to lose to get Jishi to stop if she was my business rival. Teyvat's famous economist, the rich Pantalone, has also stated that I have never dared to open a bank to Sumeru because I dare not imagine that Yishi, who has become the king of the Great Tree of Mercy, would not turn the Bank of the North into an ATM for the people of Sumeru. Even the peerless Admiral MacArthur was beginning to be glad that America was not in Teyvat, much less messing with Yishi. Otherwise I shudder to think what the economy of America would have decayed into. And the oldest of the gods, Morax, remembered from time to time that when he went to the forest house to beat up a #%kid, it was because Yishi appeared on the road that I didn't dare to take another step forward. I'm glad, though, because I actually got out in one piece instead of leaving a bit of my body behind for her to take and build a Mora. Whether this is the world tree holding the wrong baby, or the god of fortune smoking upside down, Teyvat's large-scale documentary Legend of Yishi continues to air for you. In Azuma, Forest House. It's... Regarding the bet with the crumb fox, Yishi was not in the least bit anxious. It was only one day past and there were still 6 days to go. This day Yishi had nothing to do but browse through the system store. The things in there were all superb, but most of them weren't needed right now and they were all very expensive. It seems like there's nothing to buy right now. Just as Ishii was about to close the interface, she suddenly glimpsed a new mode of transportation that appeared in the Mount bar, and was instantly interested. This thing is nice. It's directly up to the level of technology, although it's on 2 wheels like a bicycle, but it's automatic. And it's so much more stylish to drive. Ishii brain matter thought about himself in this thing in the street gallop. Thunder and lightning generals come to have to give me way. It's almost like a party pass. It's so cool. Without hesitation, Ishii chose to place an order, spending 8 million mora. When did you come, Fluxy? Closing the system store page, Fluorescent's white and durable face appeared in front of him, and stared at himself like he was looking at something new. Seeing that Ishii finally reacted, Fluorescence opened his mouth and asked, "It's been a while since I came in. Ishii, what are you gawking at here with your eyes open and giggling all the time?" Ishii coughed lightly twice, then pushed her fluorescent sister's face aside to get up and move her muscles. Ahem. It doesn't matter. You're here just in time. Now go out with brother and try out the new ride brother got. New seat? Better than your bike? Smelling Fluorescence also came to be interested, ringing back to the time when he had ridden his bike over the mountains before, and it was a blast. Humph. How can a mere bicycle compare to this seat of my brother? It's much more handsome than it. Now let's go. Aha! Departure. After saying this, Lum couldn't wait to pull Ishii and run out of the forest house. Inazuma. The street. How about it? Doesn't it feel especially racy and have a 100% turnaround rate? At this time, Ishii was sitting in the electric wheelchair and talking excitedly, and the fluorescent sister who pushed him behind him had a lifeless face, trying to ignore the pitiful looks cast around him. He sighed helplessly. Yeah, it was before you pulled out this wheelchair that you asked for something I didn't want to say no to once. And what do you do with those buttons? I knew you'd be interested. I'll let you sit up and try it out later. This wheelchair is actually semi-automatic. Come on, look at these. I'm going. Before Ishii could finish, Lum curiously pressed the button on the armrest, and then the wheelchair scurried out all at once amidst the shocked gazes of the surrounding people. Lum looked at this scene and covered his mouth and smiled. The speed is quite fast. Well, immediately after that, he heard Ishii shout, "How do you adjust the speed? Lumiere, you come and stabilize it for me." Come on, said the fluorescent wings open to help 2 steps to catch up with the memory of the past, and then even with a person with a wheelchair gently raised a little bit off the ground, the side of the 2 wheels flying in the air rotation. Ishii took the opportunity to slow the wheelchair down and turn it off, then breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, now I know why this wheelchair came with seatbelts. It can go so fast. Ha ha, I know that too. Floor still couldn't hold back her sneer. Ishii looked around and seemed to be close to the store she went to with Ayaka last time, so she said to Floor, "It's almost noon. I know a restaurant in Inazuma that's pretty good. Come on, brother, treat you to dinner." Then I'm not going to be polite. Oh, lead the way. Say it like when you guessed. Slow down. Fluorescence heard Ishii want a treat, excitedly grabbed the wheelchair handle to sprint up. Ishii hastened to fasten the seatbelt. This girl can be much more wild than the wheelchair. Rice wife. Kineng Kotiai. Ishii. There seems to be a lot of people. From afar there is a long queue in front of the wooden men's pavilion, because the recipe ratio given by Ishii is accurate to the grams, and the time of the fire is not too much but not too little, just right. So easy to learn, and the finished product is still the best. The Kineng Kotiai was a favorite among the Inawasha people as soon as it hit the shelves, and demand has outstripped supply over the past 2 days. Yeah, why don't we change stores? No, there's nothing to do anyway, so just wait a little longer. I'm curious what's selling so hot here too. Here it is then, said Fluorescence while Ishii pushed to the back of the crowd queue. At this time Ishii and the thought of this wheelchair are almost occupy the area of 3 people. Just want to unbuckle the seatbelt, heard the front of the person's voice came. Better let the gentleman take the first order. Yes, it's okay for us to wait a little longer. Miss, you push this gentleman ahead of me. At the words Ishii was silent for a moment or two, twisting his head to lock eyes with Lum. It seems that he can't get up now. Thanks guys, it's fine. It's not easy for you to live, after all. Seeing the scene, Fluorescence used all his strength to hold back his laughter. This trip was not in vain. Soon after, Floor pushed Ishii to the counter. Ms. Noonan froze when she saw Ishii and asked in a hurry, "Mr. Yi, your leg. Well, I don't know which will come first, tomorrow or the accident, so let's forget about that and order first." Okay. Ishii casually ordered a few servings and then packed his bag and hurriedly asked Lum to take himself away, at which point Lum could no longer hold back his laughter. Ha 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 ha, laughed me to death. Ishii, you are like this, later want me to feed you, eat? The corners of Ishii's mouth twitched as she got up and pressed Lum into the wheelchair and took the seatbelt to lock her in place. Suddenly I remembered that I forgot to order a drink, so let's go there to eat at a different restaurant. I'll walk by myself. Lum struggled for a moment before settling down, as she found it so much fun to be pushed around like this. I would never have experienced this before. Ishii, that one seems nice. It seems to sell milk tea. Let's go check it out. Okay, then I'm going to speed up. Punchy. Then the owner of the milk tea store looked at the wheelchair with an excited face of fluorescent silence 1 or 2, thinking that young people nowadays are really optimistic. Boss, 2 milk teas for my leggy daughter. At the words the two were clearly stunned. The shopkeeper looked at Fluorescence and then at Ishii, and slowly said, "Sir is so young and talented." Right away. The words fell, the boss went in and began to prepare up. At this time Ishii attached himself to the front of the Fluorescence and pinched her little face. "Come on, good daughter, call daddy." Chapter 95, Friends. In Azuma Forest House. Knock, knock, coming. The door was knocked softly 3 times. Ishii habitually went forward to open the door, and then saw an elegant and dignified woman standing at the door with a small basket in her hand. "Hello, is Ishii there?" Aizawa greeted Ishii very politely, and Ishii didn't move and sized up the other party for a few moments. Why this girl again? She even came to the door. The incomparably unusual pleasantries of Ayaka just now sounded like this in Ishii's ears. "I'm here to seduce Ishii. See how I'll take the initiative and strike at his door this time to do him in." "It's you. Ishii is here. Come in first." Excuse me." Ishii opened the door and made a gesture of invitation. Ayaka nodded her thanks and walked into the room. "It's Ayaka who's here. Make yourself at home." Ayaka was relieved to see that Ishii on the couch was still fine, then asked worriedly as she sat next to him, "Ishii, I brought you a little nutritious porridge. Is it convenient for you to drink it now?" Convenient. Thanks, Ayaka." Ishii heard that something didn't feel right, and it's understandable that Ayaka came to play with me, but to bring nutritious porridge, is it an Inazuma custom? Ishii, well, now all in my face, right? If Ishii says it's inconvenient you'll have to hand feed it. Did this great lady come to see Ishii just to deliver kanji? Ishii smiled as she sat on the other side of Ishii and asked Ayaka, who gently shook her head. "Not really, I was a little worried about Ishii so I thought I'd come to see him, but I'm relieved to see that Ishii is in good spirits," Ayaka said as she hooked her small hands together with slightly red cheeks. She didn't have many friends herself, so she didn't know if this was the right thing to do, but it should be okay to ask Toma, who has a lot of friends, for advice, right? At the words of Ishii's silence 1 or 2, "The more I think about it, the more wrong. How do I feel now? I should be out of something is right." After some thought Ishii didn't figure out what was going on with Ayaka, but it was her intention anyways, so he reached out and touched her head. Thanks Ayaka for caring. I'm lucky to have such a good friend like you." Ishii thought to herself that it was worthy of being a noble family's eldest lady. Her hair was well maintained. At this time Ishii suddenly felt a sharp line of sight coming from Ishii, so she loosened her hand, and next to Aizawa buried his head, not wanting Ishii to see his already red face. Why suddenly touching his head? What should I do? What should I do? How should I react? It's loose again. It's true that Ishii isn't very convenient yet. Let me take care of him. Miss Ayaka doesn't need to disturb Ishii's rest if she's fine. Ishii pressed his body up to hug Ishii's shoulder and said. Ayaka's gaze was then attracted by the waves in front of Ishii's body and then moved away. "Is that how you got close to Ishii? And it sounds like this big sister is going to expel her guests. Although we are just friends. But see Ishii like this same woman." Aizawa naturally unconvinced. Then while folding fan open cover half of the face smiled and opened his mouth. "Is this how sister takes care of Ishii? He's even using a wheelchair. So why don't you let me do it?" At the words Ishii was silent for a moment or two, finally figuring out why Ayaka would bring Kanji to see herself. "I think it's because of what happened yesterday when I took my wheelchair out for a ride. Also, Ayaka and the owner of Kenenkatai are hanging out more, so I guess she contacted Ayaka a bit. But after all, actually Ishii legs well. Ishii how can stand this aggravation? Actually, Ishii's leg was caused by us being too intense at night. Oh, so your worries are redundant, sister." With that, Ayaka froze in place and blushed a complete red, being absolutely killed by Ishii's sentence. Ishii confidently puffed out her chest, and Ishii shook her head and smiled helplessly, intending to break the pattern. "I'm still looking forward to the porridge Ayaka made. It's going to be good." "Where's the porridge?" Ishii intended to try the kanji that Ayaka had brought, but realized that the basket was already empty. The other two girls were confused too. They were just here, right? Together. They looked up to the rest of the house, and then they saw a cute little girl holding the box of porridge and eating it with a happy face. Seeing that the three of Ishii were looking at them, they motioned their little wings on their heads to them and continued to eat. It turned out that Columbia was a little hungry after waking up from her nap on the little couch, and when she noticed that there happened to be porridge on the table she took it and ate it, and it was quite tasty. "Ishii, wait for me here for a while. I'll go back now and cook more porridge for you to properly replenish your body." Wait. Ishii just wanted to say no need. Ayaka ran away with a red face. Although the general situation cannot be seen, but the forest house does have a kitchen, meaning that it is okay to cook here without having to go back purposely. And can you please not make me sound like I have a weak kidney? What does it mean to replenish your body? After less than an hour, Aizawa came back to the forest house with that basket, and made Ishii and Columbia's portions, and Ishii calmed down to think about feeling a little guilty. Perhaps it really is too much stress. Ayaka was just cherishing her friend. What was she doing for the past 2 days? Really? Ayaka, you sit down and rest for a while. I'll go make some tea for you guys. Okay, thanks. Godly comment from a reader. She got up in the middle of the night and slapped Ishii, saying I deserve to die. Chapter 96, Two Plans. In Azuma, the wooden leaky tea room, Ishii in front of the counter elegantly held the tea tray. Her right hand leaned a cup of tea against her mouth and blew on it, and then closed her eyes and nodded, quite the upper-class aristocratic style. Lum sat beside Ishii, resting her cheeks and glancing at the pretentious Ishii from time to time. Lum wasn't a big fan of tea, so he popped a couple cans of Coke from Ishii, or this one was a smooth drink. Ishii, traveler, you're here already? Phew, listen to me. Ayaka ran all the way here looking anxious, slowed down twice and continued to speak. Toma, he's gone. Well, has the day, at last, come, as I expected. Ishii calmly light a mouthful of the tea of the godly family. The demeanor is calm and relaxed as if it has long been expected. You guys really know already? I'm afraid that the target of the hunt for the Eye Hunting Order's 100th God's Eye ceremony held by General Raiden is Toma. No, I must go and save him. Be at ease. The floating world scene, 100,000 years remains the same. People in the world, but as white dew and bubble. It seems that the plan should be the next step. Lum glanced once again at Ishii, who was having a bad day with no idea what kind of disease she was having, and then threw a can of Coke over to Ayaka. If you go, you'll be representing an open enemy of General Thunderbolt and will involve many people, so why don't you come and listen to what Ishii has to say first? Ayaka looked at the cola in her hand and hesitated for a moment or two, choosing to calm down first. Indeed, the more we get to this point the more calm we should be. And what's this? Snap this pull tab to open and taste. Based on the demonstration of fluorescence, Ayaka stretched out her finger and started to try. Then the koha made a bang sound, which startled Ayaka. Yikes. Phew, what a peculiar drink. Ishii, are we planning something? Ishii unhurriedly put the cup of tea to one side after the impassioned said, very well, the time has come, and Inuyasha's gloom will be dispelled once and for all today, and this time, I am the one destined to end it all. Ahahahaha. Ayaka was first silent for a moment or two, then she turned her head to look at Fluorescent's sister, who was next to her, covering her forehead with I don't know him written all over her face. Lum spread his hands, signaling that I don't know what's gotten into Ishii today, and then poked Ishii's waist hard with his elbow. Ishii, you talk properly. Now I have two plans, Plan A and Plan B. Let's start with the most basic Plan A. Ishii covered his waist and slowly opened his mouth, thinking that the strength of fluorescence does not lose Ishii. Good thing I am not the same person I once was. Well, just let me know what I need to do. Lum crossed her arms confidently, and Ishii cleared her throat. Plan A is that you go up there and get a direct fight with Thor. Just make it a draw, and Ayaka and I will wait here for you to come back, then we'll arrange what happens after that. No problem. What about Plan B? At this moment, Ayaka quietly watched the two, a hint of longing in her eyes. What kind of deep bond is this to be able to achieve such a level of trust? The other party is a thunder and lightning general. It could get you killed. Plan B is that I'll convince Thor to shut down the Eye Hunt Order and the Lockdown Order so that Toma will naturally be saved. By the way, I was planning on going ahead with Plan B from the start. Plan A was too much trouble. Upon hearing that, Lum and Ayaka fell into silence together. Lum reacted and shouted towards Ishii, then wouldn't you have just said Plan B from the start? There are some things you don't understand, and it's time to show some respect. Ishii pressed her hand on her fluorescent sister's head inside, when Ayaka's voice came. Ishii, are you sure you can go and convince Lord General Raiden? It's foolproof. It's not too late. You two wait here for me. I'll be right there. Ishii left these words and turned around to leave in style. Although Ayaka felt it was unlikely, she still chose to believe it. After all, there was no other better way at the moment. Don't worry, Ayaka. If Ishii said so, then we'll definitely be able to sit down. We'll just wait here for him and Toma to come back. Lum straightened her hair, which had been messed up by Ishii's rubbing, and switched to a more comfortable position to continue sipping her Coke, before giving a sharp lurch. Crap. What's wrong? Seeing fluorescence this kind of reaction, Ayaka panicked for a moment. Could it be that Ishii had forgotten something important? I forgot to ask Ishii to leave a couple extra cans of Coke before I left. The wooden hourglass tea room still has some refreshments for the time being. If you don't mind, I'll go and prepare them for you. That's fine. Then please, Ayaka. In Azuma, in front of the statue of the thousand-handed, hundred-eyed god, the 100th Eye of God was held in a ceremony of considerable significance, signifying a stage in the progress of the Eye Hunting Order that had been pursued. The scene was surrounded by a number of onlookers, most of whom were just here to see a lively affair, not minding their own business, because those who hold the Eye of God are, after all, only a minority, and may even attract envy. They will instead still be very supportive. Toma's eyes were glazed over as he fell to his knees in front of the thousand hands and hundred eyes idol with his hands bound. Miss she's not coming to save me, is she? Toma knew Ayaka. So in his heart he kept praying that she wouldn't come, and that at best he would lose his dreams by having the eye of God taken from him. If Ayaka comes to her own rescue, she'll bring down the entire Shibunsho because of me. And that's something Toma definitely doesn't want to see. Toma looked up to see General Raiden on the stage slowly making his way to the center, and realizing that the ceremony was about to begin, chose to close his eyes and wait in silence. Just as General Raiden raised his hand and prepared to deprive Toma of the eye of God, a loud voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Yo, you're pretty lively here. With the sound interrupting General Raiden's movements, people turned their heads towards the source of the sound. At this moment, Ishii walked towards the center of the field without slowing down. People were unsure but chose to make a path for him and expected a good show to happen. Toma looked at the slowly coming Ishii full of unbelievable. Although I did not expect to come will be him, but he's so brave? Are you trying to stop this ceremony? General Thunderbolt's majestic voice rang out, and the thunder light in his eyes flickered continuously. The reason he didn't directly strike was because Ishii hadn't made an actual move yet. He merely shouted something quite hilarious from the crowd. Ishii stood with her back to the stage looking straight into General Raiden's eyes, smiled and shook her head. About Raiden really? I'd like to sit down and have a talk with you. Oh yeah, not you, but Shadow. Hearing this name, General Thunderbolt clearly gave a start, and his aura seemed to have weakened a lot, followed by the space beside the two of them being swallowed up. Ishii only felt a blackness in front of her eyes, and when she opened her eyes again she was still in the middle of the One Heart Pure Land. Lei Movie in the center of the scene slowly opens his eyes, putting his legs down to the ground with a wary look on his face as he asks Ishii, why do you know this? Chapter 97, A Pure Land of One Mind. Inside the Ray Movie, a clean slate. What a nice place. Ishii looked away from the white moon above the seawater that could not be seen beyond a glance outside the One Heart Pure Land, though it was only a created sight. What else do you know about her? And what do you want to talk to me about? Ishii from the system space to carry out a chair to sit on a legs across pulled out that scalpel in front of the eyes to measure up. It doesn't matter how much you know. How would you react if I said your true sister wasn't actually dead? Or that I could bring her back to life? After saying that, Ishii looked straight into the eyes of Lei Movie. She stood frozen in place. Countless and true memories in her mind flashed rapidly, and finally fixed in the embrace of her sister's remains at that moment. How do you prove you can do it? Lei Movie asked Ishii as he tried his best to suppress his emotions. After all, I saw Raidenjin dissipate in my arms with my own eyes, but now a demon god of unknown origin has appeared and said that there is still hope for her, and if he is lying to me, then he will be made to pay. The corner of Ishii's mouth hooked. There really is no more effective bargaining chip than your sister. And then placed that crystal ball in front of Lei Movie. The man in the picture. I assume you recognize him? Lei Movie fixed his eyes on it, and then his pupils shrank. She's the deity of the previous generation of Sumeru, the great Mercy Tree King? How could? The picture shows Yi Shi in 100 boredom, one moment swinging high on the swing woven by vines, and the other moment playing with his fingers holding the small wings on the head of the sleeping Garumbia. Seeing that the little wings flapped his fingers apart, so Yi Shi flicked hard at the little wings. Is Columbia having a nightmare? No fear. Seeing that Columbia instantly woke up, Yi Shi immediately took her in his arms to soothe her, and the little wings on her head were all scared and pressed tightly to her head. So aggravatingly cute. Columbia's little expression of confusion froze for a moment, then reacted with exasperation and hammered Yi Shi's chest waves twice, then became even more furious and slapped a small slap again. You bullied me. Come back and I'll tell Ishii. Alright, it won't happen again. Sleep in peace. Yi Shi once again took Columbia into his arms, and with a grunt, Columbia adjusted her position and went back to sleep. This girl doesn't bother with you, big girl. It's not because it's really nice to sleep here. Ishii watched this scene without blinking her eyes, and then looked up at Lei Movies, thinking who was bigger, her or Yi Shi? You, are you thinking of something very rude to yourself? Ray Movie was looked at a little unnaturally, and Ishii nodded while pondering the philosophy. No, it's more rude than you think. Feeling offended, Ray Movie closed his eyes in front of his body. Dazzling thunderous light manifested, ready to pull out his own weapon Dream One Heart to make this man square up, but just pulled out the handle of the knife. Suddenly Ishii flashed in front of her body with a speed that Lei Movie could not notice and pressed Dream One Heart back hard through Lei Movie's hand. Lei Movie upside down arm force drawing power was not dominant. Ishii now the skill level also came to the 7th level. No doubt shadow drawing failed. Girls don't always think about fighting and killing. Look at how gentle your sister is. I'm trying to say that I can revive the king of the great tree of mercy, the same way I can make your sister appear in your face money unharmed. Believe it or not, I'm only going to give you this one chance. Hearing these words, the thunder light that filled the area around the Thunder Movie instantly dissipated. The crystal ball was indeed the great tree of mercy king herself, and she had likewise met her demise a few hundred years ago. Name your terms, And besides, can you take your hands off me? Ishii finally, as if to confirm, and then swayed from side to side 2 times. And Ishii is very difficult to distinguish between and then re-sit back in that chair to continue to put a leg up. The price paid by the king of the great tree of mercy. But to follow me as my woman for the rest of your life. Your words. Lei Movie felt that aggressive gaze coming from her again. This time she didn't resist but gritted her teeth and opened her mouth. I understand, but please spare my sister. She and I are twin demon gods, almost indistinguishable in appearance. I can take her place. I want you to lift the lockdown order and the eye hunt order. Is that all you've got, master? Yishi, actually, it's voluntary. At the words, Lei Movie froze, his brain frantically turning to carefully analyze the words of Ishii, and then tentatively asked, just that? Of course not. Those are just the strings attached. At those words, Lei Movie's hanging heart dropped. It really couldn't be that simple. Moreover, this body was one of the best in the entire Teyvat. How could this immodest fellow not be interested? I also want your heart of God. Ishia's starry eyes stared straight at Lei Movie, who felt a little disoriented and immediately averted his eyes. No problem, but the heart of God is with the Son of God, and this power. Who the hell are you? Lei Movie's stance lowered a lot at once. This kind of high power had only come into contact with himself once, and that was Istaru. Istaru was notoriously involved with his sister, and even Inari's thousand-handed, hundred-eyed idol was carved in Istaru's image, so it was hard to imagine the mystery of the man in front of him. I know, and that's exactly what I'm going to say. Tomorrow I'll go with you to get the heart of God, and today you'll be in charge of disarming the lockdown order and the eye hunt order. I'll promise you anything if you can get True Sister back. Lei Movie replied without the slightest hesitation. It would be best if this lord's purpose was only these inconsequential things. As for his identity, if he didn't want to talk about it, then he shouldn't say anything. Ishii, say what? I myself do not know what my identity. I say I am only Liu, an ordinary fortune teller, you believe? Yes. Oh yeah, if I don't get your god's heart tomorrow, or if a certain fox doesn't want to hand it over, then the deal between us is null and void, and I promise I won't come back to Inuyasha again. Do you understand? Tomorrow I will make sure that Kamiko will hand over the heart of God to you with her own hands. Lei Film, although I do not understand why Ishii deliberately emphasized this matter, but it is not an unreasonable request, and it was originally tomorrow. To get it can let people run again? Hearing this, the corner of Ishii's mouth hooked up a trace of arc. Pink fox, pink fox. Tomorrow if you do not obediently hand over the heart of the gods, you can have your suffering. Shadow won't show any mercy this time. Then leave it at that, and tomorrow you'll meet me at the forest house. Good. Ishia passed through the teleportation anchor point to the street and twisted her head to look at the general's house behind her. Next, it's time to fulfill the pact with her. Chapter 98, Rosalind, Rice wife, General. At this moment, Lei Movie stood inside the general's mansion with an inner desire to cry and looked at the 2 rash girls in front of him. Obviously have said how many times tomorrow the heart of God will be given to you, another executive officer. But Rosalind said anything to make yourself hand over today, also crazy provocation, afraid that you will not kill her. And Ishii said it had to be tomorrow, sooner or later. And to add to Shadow's headache was another yellow-haired girl who came in behind him, and as soon as she came up, she said that she would have a royal duel with this executive officer any way she could. The point is that, the lady, looked like I have to die here today without even thinking about it, she answered and raised her hand. On the one hand, he was a colleague of that lord, and on the other hand, he was someone who was very close to him. In the general's house lost the royal duel of the end only by their own hands chopped off. Both sides of the shadow are not quite dare to offend you guys. This out in the end is to make a mess of it. Yay Kamiko, my shadow is breaking down inside and crying and whimpering because a man is angry at her so poorly. Shadow, let's see who's crying and fussing tomorrow. Lady, I'm going to have an imperial duel with you. Come on. Lum and Rosalind had just met and started fighting after just one word. Shadow beside them looking at them both at a loss for words. What about my opinion? It's true that the royal duel needs to be witnessed by me in person, yes, but it has to start only with my consent. Rosalind was clear that she was undefeatable to Fluorescence, so she didn't let go of the water in the slightest, and also wanted to have a painful fight before she was born. Fluorescence saw Rosalind's mind didn't choose to use her strength but went up to just rely purely on her equipment. The two fought back and forth hot and heavy. The shadow heart is also more and more anxious. Please do not fight again. Let everything burn out. With Rosalind repulsed by Fluorescence once again, proceeds to use all her strength to be reborn as a witch in blood. Looks like I need to get serious too. The red-colored skirt appeared thick fire elemental air-filled. Fluorescence polite quietly waiting for Rosalind transformation finished behind the light wings appeared. The speed to enhance to the extreme continue to raise the sword up purely by the sword art continue just. Shadow's insides were getting more and more nervous as the battle went to a fever pitch. But then again Shadow could see that the two of them were definitely running for it. If I say myself later that this imperial duel doesn't work, the two of them will never stop. Shadow is too hard. The battle lasted only 10 short minutes. but to Shadow it seemed as long as hundreds of years. Rosalind did her best not to touch Lum for a second, and eventually let Lum kick her back to her usual self. You're really strong. The wind god would have deliberately acted that way. I guess it was also because Ishii told you to do so, right? Yeah, you're a good match too, especially with your determination. Lum smiled and held out her hand to Rosalind, who had fallen to the ground. Rosalind took it and stood up. At the moment both of them had disregarded their former suspicions, though there was no major conflict is all. But this time will be our last meeting, so you won't have to worry about me coming after you again. People's hearts are good when they are dying. Rosalind put away her usual condescension and turned her head to Ray Movie. Well, enough of the small talk. Raikage, I lost the Imperial duel. You can do it now. Seeing Ray Movie fall into silence, Fluorescence added. That's what Ishii meant. You don't have to worry about anything. Shadow slowly pulled out his Dream One heart, then tilted his head back to look at the ceiling. Ishii, what exactly was he trying to do? To be able to do something that would make a girl go to her death so willingly. Horrible. Why do you give your life away so easily? Ray Movie asked to Rosalind. Rosalind's mouth showed release. At this time Lum could actually see a trace of tenderness from her eyes. What had happened to make Rosalind become this way? For love. I can't understand what you're thinking, but I respect your choice. The words fell. Thunder Movie pupils lit up, carrying a knife and walking slowly towards Rosalind. Rosalind was human in the end, and it was hard to avoid fear when it really came time to face death. But she didn't flinch. Ishii, I've gambled everything for your one promise. Don't let me down. Rosalind's final cry of these words was accompanied by the thunderous light of the Thunder Movies chopping down into ashes, which were then carefully put away by Fluorescence. Phew, this is a martyrdom. There will be no more executive officer, MS. From now on, I'll be going first. After Lum left, Shadow looked longingly at the place where Rosalind had disappeared without saying a word. Love? And what is loveliness? In Azuma Forest House, Rosalind has quite a few assets. Not bad for an exec who's been doing this for centuries. This is rich. At this time Ishii was happily counting Rosalind's inheritance. There had been large batches of gold and silver jewelry shipped to herself from Winter since the afternoon, as well as a substantial amount of Mora's huge money. Tomorrow is the last day of the agreement with Yae Kamiko. In the past few days Rosalind returned to the Winter to sell all their assets. Did not have time to sell the jewelry or package to send Ishii, but because of the lockdown order it couldn't be transported in. But today General Thunderbolt lifted the lockdown order, so now it's all in Ishii's hands. The soldiers of the Yugonishan who were carrying the goods formed a long line which was spectacular, and the pedestrians who were passing by were curious to stop and watch. I'm just wondering how the forest house looks so big and how it fits so much stuff. So many babies. Ishii, can I have this one? Lum excitedly held up a clear sapphire translucent necklace to Ishii, who tossed her hair and waved a large hand. Just take whatever you see. Rosalind, she has too much jewelry here. Yeah. Ishii stood by the side quietly looking at the happy duo and the treasure. It looks like the storage space will have to be expanded again. But for now, let's go save Columbia. The girl is buried from too much sleep. Rosalind's scent? It was just as well that Columbia woke up, rubbing her eyes, shook off the earrings hanging from her little wings to look around, thought for a moment or two, and lay back down again. Still dreaming, it seems. Is the executive officer Sama going on a robbery? There was a lot of commotion in the forest house, and it also attracted a curious pink-furred fox, but it was more to come. And see what Ishii took to win on the last day. You don't make as much money robbing as you do helping people fulfill their dreams. I can't help it. I'm too nice, but I'm more concerned about our previous bet. The executive officer Sama won't keep his word. The eightfold divine son bent down to come before Ishii, grinning with a look of determination. Ishii smiled and shook her head, packing up the last box of treasures and handing it to Ishii sitting on the sofa and making tea. That's certainly true, but what made the day-to-day Yae Miyagi think of coming to see me? Then of course I'm interested in you. Can you tell me exactly how you got my family Shadow to lift the lockdown and I hunt orders? Eightfold divine son's body was very close to Ishii, and then he felt 2 shares of breath with a slight murderous aura coming from him, and winced. His tail was almost exposed to explode, so he rushed to keep a little distance from Ishii. Well, maybe your Shadow has taken a liking to me. Ha, that really surprises me. Allah, isn't this Yae Hall's recently popular new writer? Morning Sun Under the Leaves? Are you interested in coming to work for us at Yae Hall? Hearing this, Ishii smiled and filled up the teacup for the eightfold divine son, then sat close to Ishii by his side. I appreciate Yae Miyagi's appreciation, but I prefer a place of relaxation and ease, so please allow me to decline your invitation. The eightfold divine son glanced at the full teacup and lightly grunted as he got up and prepared to leave. It's a shame, but when it's after tomorrow I think Ishii will definitely be the one who's willing to gamble. Then it'll be. Don't bother. You'd better think about how to keep that god's heart. Definitely. Chapter 99 Shadow. Plus one more chapter. In Azuma Forest House, Ha! Ishia's up so early. Early in the morning, Fluorescence woke up early to lie flat on the forest house couch, wearing Ishia's short-sleeved black dress, and her white thighs were dazzling on the couch. The dust-sung pots of Flux's residence were casually placed on the coffee table, and it was obvious that Flux had spent last night in the forest house. Haven't slept yet, and don't intend to, but it's a bit of an anomaly that you're up so early too. Ishi smoothly threw a bag of potato chips onto Lum, and then slapped it onto her legs. Lum immediately put her legs halfway closed, and then Ishi flattened herself on the couch just like Lum. Lum ripped open the package and picked up a slice and ate it. Normally it wasn't surprising that she slept in until noon, whereas this morning it wasn't unusual for her to be up at 5 or 6 a.m. And I don't know because of whom. The voice I heard in the dusty singing pot on the first floor. I didn't sleep much last night as I followed you. At those words, Ishi froze. Last night Yishi's voice did have some, but the good thing is that the forest house is shielded from the outside and won't disturb the people. Ishi cleared her throat. Ahem. Next time pay attention. It's actually fine. It doesn't matter if I don't sleep with my physique, said Fluorescent, rolled over onto his side on the couch and proceeded to eat away at the chips, half arching his legs in a lazy manner. At this time, Ishi noticed the Fluorescent that flash of holy light out of the corner of her eye, and quizzically twisted her head to look at her thighs. What's wrong, you horny Ishie? Ishi, a little thought, raised his hand to lift up the short sleeve, and then smooth white presented in front of the eyes at a glance. Aren't you and Sister Yi and the others enough? Lum said with a blank look at Ishi, who was silent for a moment or two and silently covered her back up again. Why are you out here in just a short sleeve? Wear one underneath instead. I can wear whatever I want at home, however I'm comfortable. Lum's tone pulled a long time, and then stretched his legs straight to put his feet on Ishi's legs. In fact, it was last night that Lum secretly did bad things after a person to forget. It was all because Ishi noisy himself to sleep. Hurry back to your pot and get dressed before you come out. There's someone else coming later. Hey, okay, I'll wear it. Soon Fluorescence changed good weekdays that dress from the dust song pot flashed out, and then will choose a takeoff lying back on the sofa, and then put his feet toward the memory of the leg, pick up the bag of potato chips, continue to eat up beautifully. Who's coming? It's already here. You'll understand when you see her. At that moment the door to the forest house suddenly thudded with a muffled thud as if something had hit it. Ishe and Floor looked in the direction of the door at the same time, followed by the sound of 2 more pounds on the door. Ishe, it's not your enemy that's coming, is it? Probably not. Shadow stood at the door with a puzzled look. How come this door can't be opened? And there was a divine power sealing it. Strange. Shadow had wanted to just push the door open and walk in smoothly, since that was what he usually did if no one helped him open the door. Then the door didn't push open, the body didn't stop, the head crashed straight into it, and by the sound of it I knew it was a good head. Ishi was silent for a moment or two. Knocking on doors was a good habit, but Shadow being the head of a country made it a bit hard for her to learn. Shadow thought for a moment. He couldn't let Ishia wait too long. His eyes closed, divine power running ready to forcefully break the door just as it was opened. If it isn't General Raiden, come in quickly. She directly flashed to the door to open the door for her. If he didn't come, the forest house would be gone, along with the appearance of the Colombian. Thinking that there is an enemy attack, so the angry look at the Ray movie. How come there is another bad woman? Hello guys, I'm here to see Ishie. The Shadow stared at Yishi for a while before walking into the house. This person was none other than the Great Tree King himself. Here you go. Welcome. Make yourself at home. Shadow's eyes glazed over when he saw Fluorescence lying on the couch. Wasn't that the yellow-haired girl? Then her eyes were drawn to the small snack she was eating in her hand, and she just kept staring at it. Lum was a little uncomfortable by the look, as if she used to get that look when she wanted a snack from her brother's hand. So she handed the bag of chips over to Shadow, signaling that you could take a piece. Then the whole bag was taken away by Shadow to sit on a small sofa and eat it with a happy face. With that, Floor's outstretched hand froze in the air. Aren't you a god of a country? Why would you still snatch snacks from me? Shadow looked at Flux's hand that had stopped in the air, then at the chips in his arms, and after some thought, picked up a chip and put it in Flux's hand. Lum's expression was as aggrieved as it could be. How did it give me back a piece? Then beamed her mouth and looked at Ishi. Ishi silently pulled out another bag of chips and slipped it to Floor, then cleared her throat. Let me introduce. This natural beauty of the country's color and beauty of the world, Yuxia Chengqi temperament and elegance of the country's beautiful woman is Yishi. The identity of the mortal world is my staff. Hello. Yishi covered her mouth and said with a smile, Ishi is quite good at complimenting people. Well, I know her. Ray Movie mumbled as he munched on his chips. Then Ishi looked back to Columbia. This subdued, fresh, bird-like, watery, petite girl is called Columbia. and she is also currently living with us. Upon hearing this, Columbia and Lei Movie nodded to each other in greeting. And finally Ishii looked over to Lum, who was next to her, with an expectant look on her face as she held her potato chips. Listening to Ishii introduced to his own fluorescent face, more and more anticipation. I wonder how Ishii will introduce me. That's about right. Traveler Fluorescent. You should have seen it yesterday. Lum's little expression instantly pulled down. Putting the chips aside grudgingly, he raised his little fist to whack up Ishii. How did it come to me that it's just about I? Ha ha. And you're still laughing. Oomph. Lum whacked it twice and lay back. This girl is not going to bother with you. Pick up the chips and continue. Where are my chips? Twisting her head to look at Shadow next to her. It turned out that after she ate the small bag of chips left over from Lum, she saw that Lum had put her bag on the coffee table, so she picked it up and ate it. And then Lum got even more sultry. Well, I'm going to go to Narukami Taisha with Shadow later to run some errands, so you guys be good at home. Chapter 100, Killing the Fox. Inazuma, Narukami Taisha. Walking out of Inazuma Castle and following the stream on the side of the road through the quiet forest of the town guard, the three of Ishii happily made their way towards the Crumb Fox's territory. Recalling the past, Shadow and Fluorescence each held a bunch of tricolored gnocchi as they leisurely walked around, sighing that shopping with Inari's best woman was different. Along the way Ishii brought Thunder Movie to buy a lot of things. Of course, none of them dared to take General Thunder's money, and neither did she. If it isn't Shadow, it's really been a long time. Did you finally think to come up to Narukami Taisha to see me? As soon as Yagyu Divine Sun saw Shadow, he went up to her to catch up with her, and didn't forget to give Ishii a smug look. Humph, so what if you brought my Shadow here? Shadow and I have been friends for hundreds of years like sisters. Ishii smiled and looked at the two without saying anything, then sat down with Lum on the steps away from them and watched the play. There was still plenty of time anyway. There was no rush. Kamiko, give this gentleman the heart of God. Yay, Kamiko knew Shadow would say that, so she and Shadow said with a bit of a sappy tone. Aya, how can you just give such a precious thing? Shadow, you don't be fooled by this man. The executives are all very cunning. Seeing that Shadow clearly hesitated for a moment, the Eightfold Divine Sun seemed as if he had already won, and then Shadow's irresistible tone rang out. Take the heart of God and give it to him. Hearing this, the Yagyu Divine Sun spread his hands helplessly. Having made a point of observing Ishii's movements a few days ago, I thought the bottom card was the God of Wisdom, Duel, but it turned out to be the Earth Girl who went to hook up with my family, so that's even better, isn't it? On the contrary, you do have the looks that make little girls fall in love with you, but that's all you can do to fool my family. Shadow. Well, I'm not giving, but you just let me stay one more day. Tomorrow I will definitely give it to him. One day late will not matter. Tomorrow I will personally send it to him. Now let's not talk about this. You have not been with me for a long time. Shadow looked at the Eightfold Divine Sun who hugged in front of himself, was a little puzzled. What's wrong with this fox? Why is it so reluctant? Obviously it's not even useful. It also did go cold turkey for a long time with the only remaining best friend, but it's all for eternity. Shadow was no longer willing to lose, but now that there was a chance that he could get his sister back, he had to take whatever he could say. Stop it, Godson. Take out the heart of God. I said tomorrow. Now I'll go with you to eat your favorite tricolored gnocchi and gnocchi milk. The heart of God is not working today. Oh. Yay, Kamiko even played the emotional card with a bribe, not believing that he couldn't resist that man of unknown origin. Ishii, why do I feel as if Thor is about to be convinced? Not far away from the eating crowd, Fluorescence silently said. Ishii does not care about to reach out to the steps to lie down. It doesn't matter. It's not like I want the heart of God. Big deal. I'll just leave tomorrow. Besides, if Shadow's desire to bring True back is no better than those novels, there's really no point in helping her. Divine Sun, I'll say it for the last time. Now give this gentleman the heart of God immediately. Yay, Kamiko was shocked that this hadn't convinced her, and at the same time sensed the shift in Shadow's mood. Although I don't know exactly what that kid said to Shadow, I still firmly believe that our sisterhood is impossible to give drops today. Shadow, are you not even willing to give up a day for a man? I'm really so sad. After saying that, Yagyu Divine Sun deliberately wiped the non-existent tears while Shadow closed his eyes and was surrounded by flashes of lightning. I'm sorry, Divine Sun. It's only today that I have to make you hand over the heart of God no matter what. In an instant the Narukami Grand Shrine flashed with electricity and Thunder Movie walked slowly towards the Eightfold Divine Sun with his Dream One heart in hand. Shadow, are you really going to pull a sword on me over this kid you've known for a few days? Woo, hand over the heart of God. Right now. Yay, Kamiko hurriedly dodged to the side to avoid being electrocuted by the lightning around Shadow, but was still convinced that Shadow wouldn't actually cut himself. Absolutely not today. You're for real. Knocked. The Shadow felt that this fox will definitely avoid lifting his hand a knife. Thunder Half Moon Chop 2. Good in the 8 heavy God Sun agile enough to avoid the past, but still was electric charred a few fox hair. Heart of God. No. Then take that. We'll kill the fox. In the blink of an eye, a few more slashes passed by, and Ishia felt that the two of us might even get involved here. So she pulled Lum to a small platform next to the shrine's teleportation anchor point for a while. Seeing Ishia leave the shadow more and more anxious, the hand is more and more unmerciful. The eightfold divine sun in order to dodge are turned into a smaller and more agile pink fox form, but the end is still not able to escape the lightning. Another 10 minutes passed while Ishii and Fluorescent admired the scenery, and on this day the entire population of Inazuma witnessed the thundering above the Narukami Grand Shrine, a symbol of General Raiden's supreme power. Looks about right. Flux, let's go check it out. Haven't seen such a horrible thunderstorm. When Ishii and Fluorescence returned to the scene of the murder, Shadow was slapping the pink fox's ass on his lap hard. Make you naughty, make you naughty. Well, pink fox on the body of half of the fur were electrocuted. At this time is crawling in the shadow of the lake motionless eyes full of thunder so pour off. It's all for true sister, so hurry up and get it out for me. At those words the pink fox lurched and froze for a few moments before looking up and asking accusingly, so you asked me to give him the heart of God just for true sister? Why else would I say yes to him? With that, the Yagyu divine son was silent in place. Shadow, you should have said it earlier. For the sake of the true sister I suffer a little aggression nothing to do with directly to you is, but you come up only let me hand over the heart of God. I took this beating exactly for what Accompanied by a flash of pink light the flirtatious eightfold divine sun reappeared shining, then slowly walked over to Ishii presenting the heart of God in his hand in front of him. Here you go, come get it yourself. After saying that, Yagyu Godson stared at Shadowkill Fox's eyes and shoved that god's heart into his chest. I lost the bet, eightfold divine son, but don't expect me to hand it over so easily. I've heard that you're a decent person. I'll give you the heart of God now. But how are you going to get it and what kind of cute reaction will you have? I'm looking forward to that. Ishii felt so familiar watching this scene, as if it had happened somewhere. Without much thought a hand ripped off the Yae Kamiko witch's costume, and with it pulled out the heart of God from the clean white that popped out. The movements were incomparably natural and skillful to the point that it was over before the eightfold divine son could even react. You. The eightfold divine son immediately covered his body and stared at Ishii with a face full of shame and anger viciously. Now that I've won, I'll lend you a word of advice. Falling into my hands, don't think it's easy for me to let you off the hook yet, Ishii said as she pressed down and leaned in front of Yae Kamiko's flushed face, who looked to her best sister for help before Shadow turned her head away. You guys, you're actually ganging up on a little fox like me. I'm so pathetic. Shadow tucked the Dream One heart back into its very white full sheath, then walked over to Ishii and said, you've got what you wanted. Now can you fulfill your promise? Ishii straightened up to look at the fox-shaped divine cherry tree that stood in the middle of the cliffside. No problem. As you wish. Chapter 101, True Sister. This divine cherry tree. It's so beautiful. Cherry blossoms flew in the sky, drifting down on Ishii's shoulders, and the scalpel in his hand flowed handsomely through his fingertips. Again, it's 1,000 years for 1,000 years. Unchanged, is the fondness of fondness? Ishii turned dashingly to Thunder Movie and Yae Kamiko and flicked her hair up, continuing to play with the scalpel. This is the moment of destiny. The flow of centuries will be ended, and the sad and loving farewell will no longer be witnessed by the world, for it will mean nothing. Before Ishii could finish loading the scalpel, it was snatched by Lum and inserted into the middle of that divine cherry tree, and then Ishii froze in place. Previously when gossiping Ishii had said that the divine cherry tree was the true incarnation of lightning. According to Lum's understanding of Ishii's ability, it would be enough to directly stab the tree with his scalpel. What are you doing? Fluorescent sister? Ishii, it's meant to be, isn't it? Yeah, that's not it. And what were you doing just now? Ishii was silent for a moment or two and smiled as she pressed her hand into Lum's hair and rubbed it vigorously. Aren't I just setting the mood? Mustn't I chant for a while first at such a sacred moment? We're not making a movie, so let's just get it over with and call it a day. At this time, the divine cherry tree emitted a burst of dazzling light. To be blinding light dispersed, a whole divine cherry tree miraculously disappeared in front of the eyes of the crowd. In its place, a purple-haired woman with a smile on her brow that seemed as gentle as water appeared in place. How could the divine cherry tree could be? Yae Kamiko looked at the scene in shock. Could it be that the divine cherry tree that had been her companion all day was the true sister? And the shadow looked straight at the thunder and lightning. True hard to hide the emotions gushed out. Want to say 1,000 words into a teardrop from the corner of the eye. This is Inazuma? It's a traveler. But didn't I already? Thunderbolt Jin recognized Lum at once, and at the same time was puzzled. Obviously his last consciousness had dissipated to come, but now he seemed to feel better than ever. Do we know each other? Raidenjin's words made Flux very confused. Not to mention Raidenjin even Thunder Movie had not seen a few times, and her words seemed to know herself? As for why Raidenjin knew Flux, it went back 500 years to the Battle of Camriana, and the key figure that led to the emergence of the divine cherry tree, Istaru. Considering the need to reunite the two Raiden sisters first, I say keep it simple, reversing cause and effect. Haven't you? Sister, it's really you. True said halfway, suddenly a weight in front of his body. It turned out to be the shadow that girl pounced on. So the true gentle and incredibly familiar voice sounded. It's me. Shin brushed the glint of tears from the corner of his eyes for Shadow and kept stroking her hair. Hundreds of years do not see how I've learned to cry really a reassuring sister it. And the little fox have grown so big True sister. The picture of the three embracing together was too warm and touching, and Ishii, who was eating melon on the side, looked at the fluorescent sister beside her. Why don't you go up and cry one too? Why don't you go? They're beautiful women. Shouldn't you just pounce on them? Lum gave Ishii a look to let him experience it for himself, and Ishii let out a deep breath and put on a sage demeanor. How can one be swayed by worldly desires? You must do more good deeds to accumulate merit like me, although it is of little use, but saving is. Ha ha. Indeed then. I am now aware of why Sister Yi was so powerful last night and had to forcefully drag Columbia along to keep you from resting. Columbine, bad woman, bad woman. I need to sleep. Ishii, she's going to meet several other bad women tomorrow. Columbine, small wings all the way, you're starting to get to me. Ishii was silent for a moment or two, then asked Lum with a straight face, does brother look like such a shallow person to you? Hearing the words, Fluorescence twisted his head and stared at Ishii carefully for a while, then said with a somewhat exaggerated expression, wow, oh my god, it's almost like a fake. I know it firsthand. The corners of Ishii's mouth twitched, and she also surveyed Fluor's entire body once, then shook her head. You're a little beauty at best. Not the same drop. That's not a bad comment. Little beauty. Yes, little beauty. That's weird to hear. The words fell Fluorescence toward the body of Ishii, fierce pounce with him whack up. What's going on all of a sudden? Still pretending. You don't even have it and you have the nerve to talk about me. How nice of you to compare yourself to mine. You admit it. Let you talk about me. Ishii pushed her hand hard on Flux's face, trying to push her away. Mister, life-saving grace of my daughter will always remember. In the future, if you need me, please do not be polite. Raidenjin presented his body under the seat of the earth and prostrated himself in front of Ishii to express his most sincere gratitude with the highest etiquette of the rice wife. Thank you, sir. I'll come too. Thunder Movie and the Eightfold Divine Son didn't hesitate to salute with her when they saw that Jin had done so. Ishii and lying on their own Fluorescence looked at the three people, froze for a moment. Thank you, can understand how to also neatly give a knee. Then realizing that it was a custom of Inuyasha, Ishii took Fluorescent's sister in her arms and sat up, then tossed her aside. There is no need to be polite. The contract has been finalized. I am just doing what I should do. The purple heart of God suspended in Ishii's hand can feel the majestic power contained within it. That said, will the scattered soldiers come to rob it afterward? No. As far as I know, the contract is about fairness. If you like this heart of God, just take it. It's not worth what you paid for it. Thunderbolt truly knew the consequences of disturbing karma as well as the great taboo of life and death, and in her eyes Ishii had risked a great deal to bring herself back to life. And how could this be exchanged for a small heart of God? That's fine, but after all, it's what I promised, so no matter what, will fulfill it. The fact that Ishii was unharmed minus the factor that Tenri was already dying was all down to the power of the lesser lineage, the supreme power of the laws. Humming, Ishii, you don't learn from Zhong Lila. It's not like that at all. Is this the Thunder God's heart? It's quite beautiful. Lum took the heart of God in Ishii's hand and placed it in front of her eyes to survey it. There weren't many chances to play with this kind of high-end opinion. I have unfinished business, so I won't stay much longer. Farewell. Ishii, you still have something to do? You wait for me. Lum noticed that Ishii had already taken several steps out, hastily chased after her, leaving the time after that to the Raiden sisters as well as the Pink Fox. Ishii, Pink Fox, don't think you're just going to let it go. Yay, Kamiko, you have to do right by me. Makoto-san. Raidenjin, then we'll just have to give you a little bit of a hard time. Ray Movie, agreed. Ishii, are you still going to give this heart of God to the foolish crowd? Lum tossed the Thor's heart around for fun the whole way, and walked easily with Ishii on their way home. Remembering the past indicates that you say there is a possibility that I am also a congregation of fools? Yes, and we'll have to make a trip to Solstice this time. Although Inazuma still has a rebellious executive officer, but the heart of God to give him is to have no return, and will also bring trouble to Yishi's city. Think about it. Well, I'll pass, and good luck with the promotion. Ha ha, another promotion would be the queen position. Ishii went to the winter to deliver the business does have this aspect of the reason, but also a little performance. After that, you have to find the ice god to reimburse the Moritua. Of course the biggest purpose is to eat the mat. Thinking of this Ishii expression gradually up, Rosalind people really too good. Send me family property, not to mention also invited me to dinner. Wait, forgot something. What is it? I forgot to ask the god of thunder for an eye of God. So stay here and don't move. I'll go ask for an eye of God. After saying that, Ishi disappeared as soon as she took the heart of God that Fluorescence had thrown in the air. Well, Chapter 102, Lay Canon. In Azuma, Forest House, Barzabub, I have ascended to God. Mom, I've made it. How dare a tiny worm look upon God? I don't see eye to eye with any of you. Such is the power of greatness, and all is the birth of God. I had to be a little more wild today. The image of the time when the casual soldier stepped into the godly stage was played over and over again in the crystal ball on the table, and the few people gathered on the sofa were filled with speechlessness written all over their faces. Ishii, you don't compare well with him, and is this really Lay movie's son? It's a bit rebellious. Right. Ishii crossed her arms against her chin looking full of black lines, when suddenly there was another muffled bang at the door, followed by a few heavy knocks. Is that Shadow coming? Lum asked. The voice was too familiar, having just heard it once in the morning. Ishii sighed, getting up and going forward to open the door. What shouldn't be here is still here. What goes around comes around. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the executive officer's sixth seat appear with his forehead covered. Going back a few dozen seconds, Scattergories intended to push the door open as soon as he could to walk in and say a friendly hello to Remembrance. It turned out that the door, which seemed to open at the push of a button, did not budge so much that the casualty crashed into it, and by the sound of his voice he knew it was a good head like his mother's. Yo, if it isn't the sixth seat Lay Cannon, your way of knocking on the door is quite special. Who's Ray Cannon? Can't even recognize the XX name? It's a nice door. Just be careful not to let anyone tear it down. Okay, Cannon. No problem, Cannon. Come on in. Humph. Boring. With a cold grunt, Scattered Soldier skipped past Ishii and walked inside the forest house, and sure enough the other third seat was there as well. But again, I wasn't afraid of her. Those eyes of hers didn't affect me in the slightest. Rumor has it that the third seat, Mr., lives a very flirtatious life. Today's sight to see it is really better known than seen. Scattered Soldiers glanced at Yishi and Fluorescence snickered. Counting the three girls hidden in the family of Columbia, Fluorescence did not want to lean too close to him, so he sat on the side of the small sofa. Yishi did not even want to pour tea to this bastard, quietly sitting beside Ishi to listen to their pleasantries. Then I've really let you underestimate me. This morning Inazuma Shinmei Rai movie was still here talking to me quite happily. Ishi's tone was easy to misunderstand, if not for Yishi knowing that it was really just a few sentences of chatting high and low to be a little emotional, and the casual soldier visibly froze, kind of regretting broaching the subject with Ishi, when out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of the crystal ball. It is! Scattered Soldier's pupils shocked violently got up and stared straight at the image plate in the crystal ball. The expression on his face smiled a little creepy. Ha ha, ah ha 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 ha, this is the real me, the real God. Ishi silent 1 or 2. How to let this stupid boy saw. Also, anyway, the above picture will not appear. Let him through the eyes. I don't care how you became the third seat straight away, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for taking the heart of God from that woman. Now you give me the heart of God and I'll ascend to be the new god of Sumeru. Oh, and then what? Yishi smiled and asked the Scattered Soldiers. The new god of Sumeru. Ah, and also hit the idea of Sumeru. Well, brave enough. Scattered Soldiers to the beginning to the end did not look squarely at Yishi. The previous Inari wife locking order of the return of the king of the great CI tree news did not pass over. The third seed more people or lady told him, coupled with the fact that Scattered Soldiers have been pondering how to get the heart of God in Inuyasha. Up to now he thought that this woman was just a life secretary brought out by Ishi, but it was quite a bit of color. It's not your place to interrupt a conversation between executives. Scattered Soldiers lowered their voices and eyes with a fierce tone full of impatience. In the place of other Yugi soldiers would have been scared out of their wits. Yishi's brows frowned without moving and he forced down the anger in his heart without speaking and continued to look at the two with a smile. And you don't need to worry about the queen's side. By that time the entire Sumeru will be our territory. And in the end when Her Majesty wants to use the heart of God I'll just give it to her. So there's no need for me to say more about which is more favorable, right? After saying that the Scattered Soldiers confidently lay back and continued to survey the handsome self in the picture, as if they had already achieved their goal. Ishi helplessly smiled, also last to give the heart of God to the queen. By then I'm afraid you do not recognize anyone, right? Then he turned his head to look at Yishi who kept smiling beside him. Yishi, it's time to recreate a corner of the demon god war. Also don't be too hard on him. My scalpel won't work on him. It's too troublesome to fix this thing. No questions asked. After saying that, Ishi called up Fleur with the intention of going out for a walk, and hugged the mascot, Columbine. In the meantime, where are you going? Instead, let's start with the heart of God. You want to be the new god of Sumeru, and you want to control the entire Sumeru. Ha, The scattered soldiers who were once again interrupted by Yi were annoyed. Then their pupils shrunk violently. Why did they feel the oppression of the gods? At this time, Yishi's power is fully open divine costume manifestation slowly floating off the ground. Bright turquoise divine pupil as well as the end of the hair behind him lit up. How can that be? Haven't you been? Hearing this, Ishi and Lum accelerated their footsteps. And then the terrifying movement inside as well as the frightened shouts of the scattered soldiers all disappeared along with Ishi's closing door. Still, the forest house is externally shielded. So even if a demon god war is waged inside, the outside won't notice. Scattered soldiers are strong in their own right, but against a true god in his heyday, the great tree king of Ci, you can't even have the god of Kaijuki come in. And with the entire forest house being Yishi's home turf, the current casuals I assume are getting hung up on Yishi. Ishie, so Sister Yi is so pretty? Before Lum went out the door, she caught a glimpse of Yishi's godly costume. It was really too beautiful. It's still the first time I've seen a god in divine attire. That's right, brother's vision is still in doubt? Well, let's casually stroll around a couple times and come back. Ishi put down Columbia in her arms. The three of them took a walk together. By the time they came back, the casualties were slack-eyed as if they had lost their dreams. I have to say that the shadow-made body is really sturdy. No wonder it will allow the traveler to encounter danger and directly push the general to the front without having to worry about it. Of course, it must be because Yishi stayed his hand. You're back. The tea is ready. Come sit down and rest. And as always, Yishi was still so gentle and moving. Canning, you quickly wake up, don't sleep. Tomorrow the three of us still have to go back to Solstice to deliver our orders. In addition, lady, died in the line of duty, remember to report to the ice god. Ishi laughed and poked Scattergunner's hat. He just didn't know if he had collapsed after being locked in the air by Yishi and flung at high speed for 10 minutes. Maybe he didn't want to fly again for a long time to come, right? Fine. As you wish. So the scattered soldiers no longer pretend to be dead, took the tea handed over by Ishi and drank it. Although he did not need to eat, but the woman beside him was really too scary. It was better not to provoke. Angel's Wings, to Winter, Snow Spirit City, Columbia Residence. Welcome back, lords. The professional butler at the door greeted respectfully, recalling that the last time Ishi came to Jidong was still the last time. I didn't care at that point, not realizing that I could unlock teleportation anchors as well, but oh well, it's still very intentional to walk the beaten path once in a while. It was already evening when we arrived by boat in Jidong, slightly tired from the whole day's journey, and rested for the night. Ishi looked at the huge villa in front of her. Maiden is worthy of the oldest group of executives. The accumulated assets are just strong. The house is soft in feathery white tones and immaculately cared for by the housekeeper and maids. Girl, it's really nice here. Ishii headed for the couch. Comfort pulled full circle, perfect for the sleepy Colombian. And Columbia looked especially happy all the way there, because she could have Ishii all to herself. You can have it all. Columbia sat in Ishii's arms, her little head swaying lightly from side to side, her little wings flickering on her head. Ha ha, brother has plenty of money now, so I'll just support you. Columbia let go of Ishii's fingers and looked up backwards at Ishii, imploring, moving and lovely. Butler, are they unaware that I've been standing by not far away? Why don't I leave for a while? Maids, while the new executive officer Sama is so handsome. Columbia, huh? Maids, I will get to work first. At that moment Columbia suddenly noticed that the sunflowers on the balcony were slowly turning their heads toward her, and immediately afterward flew to the steward with her little wings shaken clean and commanded, "Get rid of that pot of flowers, right now." "Yes, my lord." The executive officer's word was an order. The butler didn't hesitate to pick up the pot of flowers and walk out of the villa without returning. I thought that this is, maiden, adult is supporting the others, but this is the first time I saw, maiden, adult bring a man back after so many years of employment here. I'm just a little confused as to why the sunflowers are facing the sun or the moon whenever they are facing the house today. Ishii, carry me to my room. Columbia kept rubbing her little head against Ishii's arms, and Ishii smiled favorably. No problem, my little princess. With those words Ishii gently lifted Columbia up in a gentle hug towards her bedroom. Ishii dares to say she has never seen such a large bedroom in her life. This one room alone is the size of a forest house. Outside the window the snow is flying and the moonlight is spilling down. The cold white winter contrasts with the cozy warmth of the interior. A thought from Columbine made neat curtains cover the floor-to-ceiling windows with open views. At that moment, Columbia's 6 small wings flashed with white light, turning into holy and flawless feathers that slowly stretched out behind her, like a dreamy fairy tale-like beauty in front of Ishii's eyes. Ishii's eyes were like an angel descending, like the deep attraction of the Columbian. At this moment the faint fluorescent light around Columbine constantly surrounded. The beauty of the incredible led Ishii actually some do not want to touch, as if it will break this piece of beauty. Columbia, you're beautiful. Ishii sat up and admired the Columbia at the moment. Her charming smile remained unchanged, and her moving face had an extra hint of redness. When the wings were fully unfolded, gently stirred twice, Then 3 pairs of feathers encircled to protect the 2 in the center, allowing Ishii and Columbine to embrace each other tightly. Wait for the feathers to return to the Columbia. Lazuki, Forest House. Sister Yi, aren't you coming along? At this moment, Lum was wearing Ishia's wide short-sleeved as pajamas, leaning on the sofa with Yi Shi. The quiet and peaceful atmosphere in the forest house was relaxing, but neither of the 2 girls had fallen asleep, and girl-to-girl chats were always full of little secrets. I never wanted to monopolize Ishii, just give that girl some space. Of course there will definitely still be some jealousy. Come back, I want Ishii to make it up to me. Yi Shi's dexterous fingers weaved a vine, and soon the vine turned into a glowing butterfly fluttering in the air. Lum's eyes swiveled with the cheerful butterfly, then landed on Yi Shi's outstretched fingers. Actually, you also have a heart for Ishii, right? Why don't you tell me about it? Yes. I'm not. Who would like that immodest guy? Yi Shi's casual and gentle tone made Lum unconsciously relax his guard, and Lum continued to open his mouth leisurely after a red-faced scream. It's just that it's reassuring to be around that guy La. It's unorthodox but still somewhat reliable. Just a little. Of course. Yi Shi covered her mouth with a smile as she watched Fleur bury herself into her short sleeves to talk. Indeed. Even sleeping in Ishia's clothes. He sleeps comfortably in this one. And it's convenient too. Well, you do come in handy at night. Hearing that, Lum's face instantly reddened to a complete and utter redness. Seeing this, Yi Shi laughed even more happily. But it's better not to tease this little girl, right? If you like this kind of dress, I can make you a couple more that fit better than this for sure. This is the one I snatched with my ability to wear with a sense of accomplishment. Thank you, Sister Yi, kindly. But it's still not necessary. Then let it be so. Chapter 104, A Winter Night's Foolish Play. To the Winter Night Fool's Play. Lay off. MS. In front of the coffin, young girl's lilting song of fairy spirits echoes throughout the hall, serving as background music. Beside her, Ishii leaned against the coffin and appreciated the beautiful song. But it seemed that the good sister's departure, the young girl, could not hear a bit of sadness in her song, because she knew that Rosalind wouldn't really die, and that it was only the executive officer, MS, who had disappeared. Ishii raised the black gold gourd and took a big gulp of wine, his idle expression as if it was none of his business. Regarding the executive officer passing away is a big deal for Winter. Ishii is also an executive officer and happens to be in Winter. But removing the heart of God given to the Empress is what it's all about. The coffin wasn't empty. Ishii symbolically put some of MS' ashes in it, but of course must have kept some of them, or else she would have had to dig the grave afterward. Girl, you mustn't gnaw on the lady's coffin. The words fell out of Columbia's song with a noticeable lull, and then continued to ring out in prayer for Lady. The sages think they know everything, and it is only then that we understand the morality behind those foolish actions. The game of war. There is no such thing as a discard. For this game of chess, the general kill is not the end. Along with the appearance of the omnibus officer, Ugly, all of the people were in a state to officially start today's meeting. La. We are gathered here today to honor our good companion. Her sacrifice is worth a full half-day's shutdown to the entirety of Winter to honor her memory. Mayor Rooster succinctly states the purpose of the meeting, and Rich crosses his fingers and puts an amiable smile on his face for a chuckle. Just half a day. They say that Northern Bank turnover is all blood and tears and wailing, but your values are even more twisted than mine as a banker. The servant didn't want to listen to this nonsense from them and stepped forward to turn the conversation back to the center. Rosalind's fall in a strange land should be unimaginable to you rich business dignitaries who lack both empathy and excuses for cowering into winter. In that case, keep your mouths well shut or the children will cry. After saying that, servant glared at Ishii, who had been drinking to herself with one foot on the coffin, and then moved away after Ishii flicked her fingers together at her temples towards her. At this time, Ishii was thinking how no seat it. This kind of word should not eat while speaking, but good thing brother had the foresight to bring his own wine. Hey, even I don't think this is the right occasion for a fight. The handsome guy on the side spoke up. He was the most normal compared to the other execs. Ridiculous and ridiculous. The small puppet, sitting on the large robot, laughed softly, then continued to be the quiet, beautiful woman. It is time for the foolish play of the night to end, and at this moment, you have no audience. All noble sacrifices will be engraved on the ice and live on with the nation. The crowd, with scandal, gathered around Lady's coffin, pronounced the final fall of the meeting. After it was over, Scandal was the first to leave the stage. The other executives, having nothing to do because of their half-day vacation, intended to see what this new third seat was all about that would make Her Majesty make an exception and recruit them directly. And it's on par with the third seat, but I'm afraid it's really something. Yo partner, just taking office and taking 2 Heart of God in a row really impresses us. Gongzi came to greet Ishii warmly, the relaxed atmosphere on their side contrasting with the other executives. Even the scattered soldiers came and the return of the king of the Great Tree of Mercy caused his dream of ascending to God to be completely shattered. The entire meeting was lost in thought and stood off to the side without saying a word. Did he really give up on this? It's just those gods giving face. The male surveyed the coffin in front of him once, remembering the lady's actions earlier, jokingly said to Ishii, "No, I heard that lady transferred all her assets to you before she died. I couldn't help but suspect that you killed her, but surely not, right? Ha ha." At this point all the rest of the execs present looked at male together, all wondering what was going on with lady, but certainly not asking, and waiting for the kid to open his mouth for quite some time. And MS.'s death is suspicious, and that's the strangest thing about it. Ishii has absolutely no reason to kill MS, not so much as to kill her for the sake of her property, right? Ishii shook the black gold gourd in his hand with a smirk, a wicked smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Is there any point in keeping useless pawns around? It's a good death. After all, Mora is a good thing. The words fell into a deathly silence, and Dongzi even froze directly in place. Meaning you really killed her for her money? Yo, if it isn't Tor, you don't look so old today. How's the research on my study coming along? Ishii will be black gold gourd, a collection of incomparably happy to the doctor, Body said. Or shook his hand. Test tube proudly smiled. How could I take a shot at a dear fellow officer? Hearing this, Ishii clapped her hands and stood between the two, doctor and captain, and continued to speak. I was going to say that you don't think it's too lonely to leave Rosalind alone on such a nice day? I don't understand you. Or was in the middle of his sentence when suddenly a sharp pain struck in front of his body, and before he had time to react the entire slice had snapped in half. The others were shocked for a second at this sudden scene. What exactly did Ishii do just now? Didn't see him strike at all. Not bad, not bad. So Rosalind won't be so lonely then. Ishii's indifferent eyes swept around the people present, and it was evident that they were becoming more and more cautious. Give Or a notice for me. Either have him voluntarily erase all of his slices or I'll go and kill all of Or. You know there's no use in hiding. Also have him prepare 100 million mora for me. I've been a bit short of money again lately. With that, Ishii smiled and left. And with that, Columbia rose briskly to follow. The execs are indifferent looking. A dead Dr. Slice is no big deal. But I didn't think you'd do it in front of so many execs. All at the same time were a little wary of the man, for it was understood that he could really do it, that the king of the Great Tree of Mercy was one of his followers, and that indeed there was no one he could not find as long as he was in Teyvat. Terrible. He's not crazy, is he? MS. Also, taking a shot at them just for Mora? Why on earth would Columbia die for someone like that? And, the captain, had cold sweat running down his face. Only he understood what was happening. Just now, Ishii almost instantly drew the captain's greatsword and chopped at Or and tucked it back in. The speed was so fast that even he couldn't capture it. What kind of power was this? The gods couldn't even do it, right? And that guy's not gonna make a move on us, is he? At that moment, all the executives looked at Rich Pantalone in unison. Ishii's purpose would be good if it was just for Mora. Pantalone? Chapter 105 Teaching. In Azuma Forest House, after looking for his good buddies, the Dotorians, to collect a hard wave of protection money in Solstice, Ishii happily picked up Columbia and passed back to Inuyasha. Aha! Divine martial arts. Inch strength opens the sky. Counting, lady's assets. Ishii finally raised Fuhua martial arts to full level. As expected, the further back the upgrade, the more expensive it became, and level 9 up to level 10 even reached a terrifying 500 million mora. As soon as the full level of Ishii cannot wait to show up their own fists and feet. Gently force a punch down to rely on the wind of the fist. Killed a pot of flowers on the windowsill. Humph. Invincible. Go practice with Morex someday. Ishii ruffled her hair temples upwards with both hands, her movements as handsome as they could be, in her own opinion. And Ishii silently saved the pot of flowers and continued to read the book. From her familiar and calm expression you can see the habit. Fluorescent sister, do you think brother is handsome? Ishii kept this action for more than half a minute, seeing that no one cared about herself, so she took the initiative to ask Fleur. Sniffing, Fluorescence glanced at Ishii who was posing, then continued to eat her snack. It's quite handsome just by looking at the face. Actually, my brother has a more handsome one. Come you see this trick. Words fell. Ishii flying front flip 720 degrees to show magnificent physical skills of foot. Will Ishii recovery of potted plants, even flowers with flower pots, a kick broken, and then hands in the pockets to leave the girls a high deep back. AI. Invincibility. How lonely it is. Seeing that Fluorescence remains silent, Ishii intended to say it again. Invincible. How? Wow Ishii, your wife is so cool. Fluorescence pompous and not perfunctory applause. Then Ishii big hand wave dashing turns satisfied sitting back on the sofa. Yi shi, this loser boss. Residence fluorescent still only wearing Ishia that loose black short-sleeved, exposed white smooth legs lying across the sofa half-caged. The defenseless look couldn't help but make Ishi ring a bell about the way she vacuumed before. But certainly not today. The short sleeves covered it was not easy to judge, so Ishi leaned over and skillfully and naturally reached out and lifted it. White. Look at sister yes go. Lum picked up a piece of snack and shoved it into Ishi's mouth, pressing his head a little farther away in the process. So Ishi came back to Ishi's swing to look up and continue to lift. Light green as always. Ishi didn't care about Ishi's action, but couldn't withstand Ishi's cheeky look all the time, and then lifted her slender jade foot against Ishi's head to make him take a few steps back. I'll stay with you tonight, now I'm going to read. That's when Ishi noticed the sleeping Columbine on the small couch, and thinking that brother is most fair, she then went over to take a look at the light red color. Fluorescence. What's up? Ishi looked around and then sat back on the couch, and is not to imitate. Brother is just a legend. I think you should be a little more guarded, especially with a man around. Fluorescence speechless looked to the culprit of the Ishi. Just you look the most joyful still have the nerve to say this to me? So what am I supposed to do? Lum symbolically returned a comment about wanting to hear what Amnesia wanted to say, and Amnesia thought a little about it, looking over to Columbia, who was sleeping on the small couch on either side of her. Columbia, are you awake? I only saw the small wings on the head of the Columbine moving to signal that I was listening. Then Ishi got up and walked towards the Columbine and said to the fluorescent sister, here's brother to show you what you should do in a crisis situation. You're good looking. Learn well. Aha. Ishi came to Columbia with her hands against her sides. When you come across someone who wants to do something wrong to you, always remember, don't panic, don't shake your hands, and follow your senses. You must seize the opportunity to take advantage of the other party's inattention. Well, and not. Ishi said halfway through the sentence was suddenly held by Garenbia kissed up. This girl is at least immortal spirit tribe strength is very big. Ishi was forced to kiss a few minutes froze did not break free. Columbine, I immediately followed my feelings, and also took advantage of the fact that Ishi wasn't paying attention. So praise me, praise me, praise me. Columbia let go of Ishi and went back to sleep contentedly. Ishi wiped her mouth and cleared her throat. What just happened was a demonstration of error. Here's the official one. This time you must watch it. Okay. Lum covered her mouth and laughed as quietly as she could as Ishi came back under Ishi's swing to continue her sermon. Especially beautiful girls must protect their privacy. This can start from the clothing. Try to make themselves not become the target of criminals. If still unfortunate to let the target also do not panic. This time. I've suddenly changed my mind. Ishia, let's start now. Ishi closed the book and floated down the swing to hold Ishi's head into his arms. Ishi, let's be serious. There are still students in. Come on, let's go to our room. Words fell accompanied by Ishi. Two body turquoise light flashed and Ishi disappeared in place. Watching this scene, Fluorescence shook her head helplessly and picked up the bag of small snacks and continued to eat. Ishi, this story tells us that boys must protect themselves when they are out. Ishi, cut the crap and concentrate. Chapter 106 Rustin. MS. What do you want the future to look like? Rosalind, well, a calm routine would be nice. Let's see. Publish some quality papers. Get complimented by your advisor. Come back to Mond after graduation. Stay with Rustin. Get a stable and needed job. Have a normal daily commute, and that would be nice. MS. It'll come true. Mond, Martyrs Cemetery. May the wind gods protect you. Honorable Knight of Honor. The wind blew through the short hair of the memory of the past, and a gravestone in front of him wrote of magnificence and peace. Ishi had originally planned to come alone to sneak things in. After all, what she was going to do next was not too scenic. Well, good afternoon Chief Jean, the head of the Chin Relaxation. By chance through the office door and window to see Ishi in the direction of that direction. It turns out that there are honorary knights hanging inside? Hello Knight of Honor. Ishi, you are here to visit a friend's grave. Perhaps I can help. Jin said in as gentle a tone as she could with her hand on her chest, and Ishi nodded in silence for a moment or two. Well, pretty much. Now Ishi was full of thoughts about how to get the piano out of the way, or to deal with this time first and then sneak in when there were no night people. I've been here often enough to be more familiar. May I ask which of your friends is it? Jean had intended to do her best to the end from the beginning, and Ishi thought it might not be realistic to detach her, but it would be fine to step in advance. That brother has been here for some years. The name is Rustin, and you should recognize the piano. Hearing Jean pondered, what a familiar name, and then was shocked. Rustin, are you talking about that founder of the West Wind sword art? Young Wolf, Rustin? Jean asked with some shock, thinking that no one in the order knew about Young Wolf, Rustin's great name. Even the sword art used by Chin today originates from Rustin, whose sword art is rumored to be able to cut through rain falling from the air with precision. The West Wind swordsmanship he created is characterized by lightness, speed and precision, and Rustin's attainments in the art of swordplay are far beyond the reach of any human being. No one has ever been able to master this technique as well as he did. And at the age of 27, Rustin was named Wolf Cub. If it wasn't for the fact that he swore to guard Mond hundreds of years ago, he would probably lead many knights in the future and become the Grand Master of Guardian Mond. It was also because of his passing that it became a hurdle in the heart of Rosalind, his lover at the time, that could never be passed, creating the MS that would later reach the Winter Executive Officer. Right, I see, please follow me. Sheen thought to herself that Ishii was actually a friend of that hero, but why had she never heard of him? Ishii followed Sheen all the way to a relatively conspicuous tombstone deep inside, and after Sheen made a prayer gesture toward Rustin's tombstone, she quietly stood aside to give Ishii enough space. Ishii thought about it, do the whole thing, even though I don't know this dude, I really do have a full reason to come see you. Dude, I brought her back to see you. Ishii, this is. Sheen looked at the square black box in Ishii's hand and her pupils shrunk. This couldn't be. Rustin's love, Rosalind, has been away from Mons since his sacrifice, but I think they'll finally be reunited. Sheen's expression turned grave, having more or less heard about them, but since then Rosalind had gone unheard of and unknown. At this time, the atmosphere became incredibly heavy. It turned out that Ishii had deliberately brought this Miss Rosalind back to her homeland, back to her lover's side. Regardless, nowadays this is something they can be together forever. Thinking of this, Sheen somewhat unable to speak. The heart thought that will definitely give her a grand funeral. When Ishii opened his mouth, it's just a matter of time. Sooner or later anyway. Shin, will you promise me something? Hearing the words, Sheen nodded. Although from the face of Ishii cannot see any sadness, but Ishii so look down on life and death optimistic attitude to face life is admirable. In fact, Ishii refers to Rustin resurrecting Sheen surely knew sooner or later, so he didn't hide it from her. Anything I can do? Ishii, you just say it. Ishii said to her after looking around to make sure that she and Kim were the only ones here. Whatever you see after that, don't ask questions or think about it. Just come with me if you can, said Ishii holding Rosalind. Turned to go. Sheen, although puzzled but did not hesitate to follow up. Ishii, what he wants to do? Mund, the wind-up place. The two walked all the way without words from Mund to the wind-up land. Ishii looked at the big tree in front of her. It is worthy of being the place where the wind god inhabits it. The wind around gently brushed to make people comfortable. Ishii, what are we doing here? You'll find out later. Plus remember to keep it a secret. Aha. Ishii next pulls out a piece of, under Sheen's puzzled gaze, human bone, laying it next to Rosalind's urn. Sheen was just about to open her mouth when she remembered Ishii's words, so she silently watched from the sidelines. Digging graves, this kind of thing, Ishii still can't do it. Simply directly spend 20 million more will Rustin bones will bring out a piece. Save more. Ishii took out a scalpel and lifted the lid of the urn in Sheen's incredibly shocked eyes, directly inserting the knife into the ashes. Then after a dazzling flash of light, Rosalind's innocent voice with a hint of fear rang out. Ishii, don't let me down. These were the last words, lady, said before she died, and Rosalind's memories were stuck in that moment. But since she was originally human, it was only natural that the revived her would become an ordinary person as well. Stop, stop, stop. Okay, I get it. Why are you here, Ishii? And where's Thor? The shouting shook Ishii's ears a little, while Rosalind looked around at the uncannily familiar sight a little dazed. Wasn't he just about to be cut down by Thor's sword? How did he come to Mond in the blink of an eye? MS is indeed dead, and now you're just a plain old Mond. Is that clear? Rosalind brained down for a moment, and then realized that incomparably excited, grabbed Ishii's arm and kept shaking up. I knew you would keep your word. And where is my Rustin? Quickly tell me Rustin where he is? Ishii thought to herself that the old Rosalind heart nature was so cute. Don't worry, he's next. As the words fell, Ishii raised his hand and slashed again before hissing again. Don't you ever set foot in the Mond half again. Rustin, who appeared with the fading light looking like he was dying, felt a sinking weight in front of him before he could get confused. Rustin! Rosalind excitedly jumped into Rustin's arms and hugged him tightly, not wanting to let go. Rosalind, what are you doing here? Get back, it's dangerous here. Wait, here? Rustin sounded very anxious, but soon became like Rosalind just then, and Ishii beside the Sheen has long been stupid in place. Once suspected that the scene in front of them is their own, too tired to produce hallucinations. Rosalind, what's going on? Where are the enemies that attacked Mond? And who are these two? Rustin looked at Ishii and the zither next to him and asked suspiciously, at which point Ishii cleared his throat and spoke faintly. There is no need to be anxious, you will understand when I have explained. So that's how it is. Ishii, you actually have such a divine ability. I still haven't gotten over the shock until now. Although it was beyond Sheen's knowledge, what he had seen with his own eyes certainly could not be faked. Little thing. By the way, Rosalind, take these. You can't live without Moira in Mond from now on. Ishii handed Rosalind a bag full of jewelry. She had far too many assets to sell, and this bag was enough for an ordinary person to live on for a long time. Rosalind smiled and shook her head as she spoke. Thanks, but still no. I want to live on in Mond with Rustin like everyone else, on my own merit, like normal people. In that case, it's not bad. Then remember to send me an invitation when you guys get married. It's more or less a shame that I didn't get to eat at the lady's table in Jidong. Ha ha, sure. After that, Rustin still chose to join the Knights of the West Wind to become an honorable knight, and quickly became the core of the order by virtue of his own superior strength. And Rosalind has put aside her estrangement from the Wind Gods to become a priest at the Cathedral of the West Winds, and still occasionally goes with Rustin to listen to psalms told by a bard named Wendy Yet. Chapter 107, Purification. Let's have a happier ending for Rosalind. Well, I won't bother you two youngsters catching up. I'll see you again sometime. After Ishii and the head Sheen left, Rosalind leaned against Rustin's side, the two of them enjoying the evening breeze together. Rosalind lost everything and gained it all back, with no regrets. MS. Status and wealth can meet all the desired material needs, but what's the use if he's gone? It's... At that moment, a light blue light flashed out of the corner of Rosalind's eye, and she twisted her head to look and found an ice-attributed god's eye lying quietly by her side. Rosalind picked it up and placed it in her hand and scrutinized it. Was this from her once superior, Her Majesty the Queen? MS. Was born from the passing of Rustin and disappeared from the re-entry of Rustin. She is a god who loves people. She is a god who no longer loves people, who puts away her gentleness in order to rebel against heavenly justice and thus reveals her coldness to the world. Now that the lady who had followed her for more than a few hundred years had come to the best ending for her, then this Eye of the Ice God would be a final parting gift. From now on, there is only the innocent Rosalind who is full of hope for a better future, and there is no more, MS. The executive officer who is arrogant and ruthless and does not respect the gods. Her Majesty, she really is still very gentle. In Azuma, Forest House, Fluorescence, Ishii yawned lazily. Next to Fluorescence posed in the same position as herself. The two seemed like an idle fish without dreams. What's wrong? Fluorescence lazily returned. This sofa made by Sister Yi seems to be sticky. How to lie down is comfortable. You seem to be staying home more and more lately. Don't you want to take on commissions and look for treasure chests or something? Mainly because some of the plots have to wait for you to trigger them. Like Hanasato and Kamisakura Daiko, Gohakusho and Jinsho no Mori, and neither of them go to High Gion Island. Speaking of High Gion, Tetsahii comes to mind. And according to the timeline, the scattered soldiers should have been whisked away by Ishii before the Yugi crowd had a chance to distribute evil eyes to the High Gion soldiers. Then Kyeolpying won't come into contact with the evil eye, which means Kyeolpying is alive and well, and saves another life, adding one to his merit. Counting Rosalind and Rustin, helping Rosalind fulfill her dream of adding a great general to Mond is a great feat. I'm not even short of Mora right now, and I doubt the treasure chest is left over from what my brother left me after picking it up, so it's not like it's going to run anyway, so we'll talk about it later. Finished. Fluorescence turned over and lay on the side of the sofa. Nowhere to put the foot. Kicked Ishii 2 times to find a position, and then straighten the leg. Will be white and tender. Feet straight on his legs, so that lie much more comfortable. Yishi, should we turn around and make the main couch in the center a little bigger? Somewhat reasonable, but always stay at home is always bad. Young people should walk more. You see that the 5-night fork all day hoeing how good the spirit. Sniffing Lum turned her head to look at Ishii, who was not much stronger than herself, then turned back to continue lying flat. You still have the nerve to talk about me. Zhongli are still going out for a walk every day, while you lie on the sofa all day long, just waiting for a girl to put her feet on your legs to keep watch. At least there's a rabbit on the hook every time. Lum swung her leg twice and opened her mouth to ask, say, what do you want me to do this time? You take this? There's a village on the way from the island to Inazuma. There's a path in the well behind the mayor's house. Go to the end and find a man named Hanasato. Lum took the scalpel and removed it to survey it. This knife would be incredible no matter how many times he saw it. The power beyond life and death. And then what? Just stab her. Nothing else. Good. Lum was silent for a moment or two. The need to use his brain had drastically decreased since he had met Ishii. But just do what he said and you couldn't go wrong. After that Lum put on her shoes and moved off, and Ishii closed her eyes and continued to soothe herself. After the purification of that root Hanasato will follow, because she is the defilement that was born. In turn, giving Hanasato a slash will directly purify that tree root. And because of the scalpel Hanasato won't disappear either. But if it was a slash to that tree root then Hanasato would be dead for sure. The verdict was different. Will Kitsumiya come back to life? How will Hanasato, who is technically a different person with Kitsune's memories, be resurrected? Does it just turn into Kitsune Palace? Or is it just that Hanasato won't disappear to preserve Kitsune's memories? It's just as well. I'm sure I'll live anyway. I'm too lazy to think about it. That's when Ishii felt a weight on her legs, as if something had been released. Looking down, Ishii flopped down to the fluorescent one and read a book. A pair of jade feet bobbing up and down on Ishii's leg, It seems that there is a rabbit on the hook again. Reaching out to grab just one and rub it. I can't tell you how it feels in my hand, but it's undoubtedly cozy. Hana-sanri, family who understands. I thought I had found someone who could help me, but then she came up and gave me a knife without saying a word. And then the defilement was miraculously healed? But how come I didn't dissipate? Damn. Why is this guy stabbing more and more? Gave Hanasato a knife and then a white-furred fox appeaed beside her? Fox-Eye Palace? Hiss. That hurts. Backhanded the suddenly dazed Fox-Eye Palace, who had appeared out of nowhere, and for some reason took the knife and tried to stab people on sight. Realizing that nothing seemed to have changed about the white-furred fox, he gave Hanasato another slash after a little thought. Hana-sanri, the filth has been purified. Girl, you don't have to. Aha. Flux, strange, how come no new white-furred foxes appeared this time? Thought that would make Hanasato have a few more. Chapter 108, The Mysteries of Tarot Cards. In Azuma Forest House, after completing the Kamisakura Great Purge quest, Fluorescent Ichabod casually exchanged pleasantries with Hanasato and Foxea before returning to the forest house. During this period, Ishii discovered that the profession of fortune teller has unlocked a new prop, tarot cards. Ishii didn't understand why fortune tellers had tarot cards when they were clearly astrology props. It's both, and I'm not going to lie to you guys. If it was a serious fortune telling Ishii probably wouldn't, but you're going to say that with these cards. Memories is not only through and through, but also has its own unique insights. Anyhow, they are also system props, and Ishii realized that these are not quite the same as the ones he used to play, with many more cards that he didn't know what they were good for. Those extra cards would come later. For now Ishii was going to try the ones she knew first. There were exactly 3 girls lying on the sofa. Ishii on the big sofa in the center was helping Ishii massage her jade feet while studying the new props, and on the small sofas on the 2 sides were seated Lum and Kalamboya. Good. There's no shortage of spectators, so I'm going to show you what it means to be a repository of nature's mysteries. The ultimate arcana of the tarot. Ishii, this card is so pretty. What is it used for? Lum looked at the mysterious and glittering deck in Ishii's hand and asked curiously. At the word Ishii got up and opened his arm and waved it in front of his eyes, followed by dozens of tarot cards that Ishii had carefully chosen to display neatly in the air by magic. Then Ishii's handsome value was pulled up to full capacity, making the sun sign, which symbolized bright hope for success and happiness, keep rotating at his fingertips. Let me give you a brief overview of how this thing plays. After some introductions by Ishii, Lum and Yi became interested. These we can also use it. So the 3 of them immediately began to try. Ishii looked at the cards in her hand with a smile at the corner of her mouth, then shouted confidently, "Call the landlord. Small department. Tarot cards? I'll grab it. Fluorescence, this girl is the head iron." Not a few big cards in the hand froze, shouted out 2 kings, 4 twos of the momentum. No robbery. Yi thought it would be better to play cautiously at first. After all, the local lord can prioritize the cards, but it is 1v2. I'll snatch it back. I'll be the landlord of this one. After saying that, Ishii turned up the 3 cards on the table, then fell into a deep thought. 346. Does it matter? It doesn't matter. Playing cards is all about momentum. Followed by Ishii dumping a card hard on the table. A6. Tarot card, 6. Yeah, Sister Yi, we won. Aha! Ishii's hand wasn't that bad. Nay, the useless single had 3 more cards. Plus Ishii's extreme card counting precision managed to take the first hand of defeat. That hand just now was a deliberate attempt by brother to familiarize you guys. Let's move on. Call clockwise if you play counterclockwise, which means fluorescence, sister. Good. It's my turn then. Although the big and small kings in this game were in the hands of Ishii and Yi respectively, fluorescence just wanted the landlord to experience the feeling of being the center of attention. Besides, with my girl's intelligence, wouldn't it be easy to win against Ishii? God of wisdom, yes. You go on. Let's see. A 3. Flux took the lead and played the nodding card of 1 life, 2 rise, 3 life, followed by a fling from Ishii's rise. Little king. Seeing this, Ishii was silent for a moment or two, then weakly reminded. Ishii, a sheet of 3. Yeah, I'm little king. You guys want it? Don't. Over. Just when Ishii and Lum thought that Ishii was holding back some big move, Ishii hit it with panache. 5. Ishii, why didn't you just go out of 5? Ishii asked again, only to see Ishii ruffling her bangs and saying faintly, the Lord strikes a chord. Okay. 7. Flux, circle. Ishii, tip. Ishii, over. Seeing Ishii's hit, this fluorescence proudly raised his head. My hand, but there are 3 twos, and the size of the king has been out of 1. The remaining 2, whether single or double, is the biggest. Imposing, right? I'm 2. Ishii, yeah, you're the most 2-dimensional. Over. Don't. Currently there are still a lot of cards in the hand. Ishii suspected that there is a bomb in the fluorescence, so he chose to stabilize the hand without pressing the king. None of them, so I'll keep going. Junko, just the right amount of pressure on you. After a couple of guys walked through a wave of singles without trying anything on each other, Fluorescence walked out 3 4 5 6 7 and was piped up by Ishii 4 5 6 7 8 right after. Then Ishii looked at the 4/8s in his hand and fell into a deep thought. Looking at Ishii in an uncertain manner, he turned his head around and whistled. Well, 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 well. Ishii played 89-10 JQ with an extra 8, and did not move the tip that Ishii had just played back to the dark side. Even Ishii did not notice. Big no-no, big no-no. Ishii, you out. Ishii smiled confidently. Through the straight just know that the presence of absolutely no one has no bomb. Coupled with the exchange of that one, the game should be over it. Junko, Topsy, 3 kings with a pair of 8s, popped double. Maharaja, popped the bill. 2, win. Ishii took Ishii directly to victory with a set of silky little combos to take down the board, and Lum sighed as he and Ishii put their cards down. Sister Ye's luck is too good this time. Ishii, you have to bring me back to win the next hand. At this time, Ishii was surprised to find 2 tips in the hands of Fluorescence. He also has 2. That just Ishii's is. Oh, so that's how it is. Not bad, not bad. A few points of my strength. Turning his head, he shared a smile with Ishii, and then rushed to start shuffling the cards while Fluorescence's attention wasn't here. That'll have to do. I'm going to have a good fight this time. Aha! I'm not going to let go of the water. After that, Ishii and Ishii didn't do those crooked ways but each based on their strength. That's right. Ishii is monitoring through the forest house so she knows exactly what Ishii and Lum's hands are without even counting the cards. And the tarot cards were props of Ishii. How could he not know the points in the other's hand? Only the poor Fluorescent sister was kept in the dark. Especially when the Fluorescent landlord, Ishii and Ishii, 2 people's cooperation is simply seamless. A hand has not lost, but also play with joy, because only one of the 3 Ishii and Ishii are teammates. The remaining 2 will be purely by luck. Sad tarot, you might as well let me rot in the factory. Little faculty, I didn't expect this either, but it seems really interesting. Tarot. After thinking about it for so many chapters, Ishii should get some new professions to play with. On the contrary, the current one is enough to last a lifetime. What are people's thoughts on the new career in memories of the past? Chapter 109, Lightning Protection Eye Devices. Rice wife. Street. A woman holding an oil paper umbrella. Pink and purple style, elegant and unassuming woman strolling in the street, despite the gentle and approachable temperament. But people's eyes still dare not meet with it. Lord General seems to be in a good mood today, and he's even changed his clothes. It seems to be true. Before I even just saw her once I was too scared to raise my head. Hey, you guys see the General Lord? This is to go and look for that ye boss again, right? The customers at the food stalls were all observing the most honorable lord consciously or unconsciously. It's hard to keep people's attention with the sudden appearance of a country's god on the main street. Before the eye-hunting order ceremony as well. It can change the will of the gods. What kind of person is Boss Yi really to the General Lord? It's the second time he's come to him, and this time he's dressed so beautifully. Alright, don't talk about Lord General. You guys aren't afraid that Lord General will drop a chastisement. Raidenjin came straight to the entrance of the forest house with a faint smile on his face, having wanted to bring Shadow along. As a result, Ray Movie wakes up to the fact that his quest for eternity was wrong after some enlightenment from his sister, leading to the triggering of the mechanism set up by the General's doll. Thought he could retire in peace. I thought Shadow could truly stand on his own as a qualified god without having to worry himself anymore. Who knew she'd made the General's setting so desperate that even Shadow had nothing better to do? After leaving a final comment that Inazuma was in my sister's hands while I was away, he went off to fight with the General. It's all my sister's fault for not being able to protect you. It's been lonely these past few hundred years, hasn't it? And I'm afraid that stubborn sister might not have been able to separate herself from the General for thousands of years if there hadn't been outside intervention. The yellow-haired girl who is the person who breaks the game does not ask about the world. As for the memory of the past, busy with you jarring game to forget. Knock knock. Raidenjin knocked softly on the door of the forest house's room while apprehension grew in his heart. Originally, it was already difficult to repay the favor that Ishii had done to us, but now we can only ask this gentleman to think of a way out. I don't want to continue to belay. I don't want my sister to fight for her life. After politely knocking on the door, Raidenjin waited a moment, and after realizing that no one answered, he raised his hand and knocked again. Is Mr. Yi in? I bomb. At that moment, Fleur's unmistakable excited shout came from the door, followed by the helpless voice of Ishii. Fluorescence, what are you blowing me up for? We're going to win completely and utterly, convincing Sister Yi. 1-4, well, you get out of it. Don't. At the words of the Fluorescent froze, and then as if realizing what probed out to the memory of the only remaining card to see, 3. Ishii and Lum fell into silence with each other, and Ishii also looked at the one in Lum's hand. Not you're left with a pair of 4s instead of all gone off? I'm not trying to let you finish your walk. Suddenly a muffled thud at the door attracted the attention of several people present. Which good head was here again? I'll check it out. Ishi got up and went forward to open the door to see that a beautiful figure holding an oil paper umbrella was standing in the doorway covering her forehead. It's Shadow. No, it's True Bar. Come in. Excuse me. Raidenjin somewhat grudgingly followed Ishii into the house. Why should a store's door be sealed with divine power? Hearing the house Ishi, their movements really intend to push open the door to see. The result of a lapse in judgment door does not move themselves hit. Ishi, on the other hand, is thinking that this door Ishi has not planted any anti-Ladang family device. How I'll have to use their heads to knock on the door. It's been a long time. I'm Raidenjin, the former god of Inazuma, and I'm honored to meet you all. Raidenjin introduced himself to Yi Shi and Columbia. Seeing a guest, Yi Shi put his cards in order and got up to make tea. Well, you can call me by my current name, Yi Shi. Make yourself at home. There was no such thing as a change of generation in the Sumeru deities, and there was no need to hide their identities when both the Great Tree of Mercy King and the Little Auspicious Grass King were by her. Columbia stretched a little. Why was the bad woman again? No, it didn't seem to be her. Raidenjin sat down on the couch and looked around, opening his mouth to address Ishi. Mr. Yi, is this the residence of you and your wives? It's really something else. Hearing the word Mam, Ishi and Columbine were happy in their hearts. So happy that the small wings on Columbine's head fluttered rhythmically. Yeah, but it's just rented to stay here temporarily. Tea's here. Yishi poured tea for the few people present, then quietly sat beside Ishi. Now she is no longer clearly is the hostess here. Thank you. I've heard that the tea made by Yishi is one of the best in the world, and it's really extraordinary to see it today. You're welcome. The lord of your country's great presence in the small store is a great honor. Please take care of me in these days. Even though Inazuma's current deity is a Rai movie, there's absolutely no doubt that it's true to what it says. Definitely. And by the way, Mr. Memory, a small gift is no honor. Thunderbolt's true hands handed a piece of paper to Ishi, who took it and looked at it. It is? You are Inazuma's honored guests. How can you condescend to a rented residence? So I contacted the owner of the store to buy this place as a special gift to you, sir, and please accept it. Raiden had really learned about Ishii and her party, and likely would not come back after the tour was over, and that's why he did it. Of course, the original owner of the store, that is a point Mora, do not dare to accept even if Raiden really repeatedly insisted, that did not persuade. Original store owner, oh my god, Lord Thor himself came to talk to me about all this. The neighbors were stunned. I don't dare to accept it. I really don't dare to accept it. It's just a store. And what on earth is Mr. E? Have a heart. Ishi handed this land deed to Yishi to put it away, so that in the future, she wouldn't have to pay 20,000 Mora for a month's lease. And she wouldn't. No, I think the original owner was paying us 20,000 a month, right? Yishi has been observing the thunder and lightning reel from entering the door since the conversation is everywhere in the promotion of our goodwill towards you, and up to now did not mention the intention to come. I think there must be a request for Ishi, right? At the same time, the heart is warm. Ishi has always given me property and other things for safekeeping, yet there is a feeling of husband and wife. By the way, didn't your sister Shadow come with you? Yes, my sister is busy arguing with the general about the ways of eternity, so I guess it will be some time. At the sound of the words, Ishi froze. How could she have forgotten about this file? Just now, I was quite puzzled as to why you suddenly came, but now I'm not surprised. I have to hurry to retrieve the Shadow, or else I might not be able to come back. I suddenly remembered that I have something to find Shadow. True, you sit down first. Fluorescence, you come with me. Good. A smile appeared at the corner of Raidenjin's mouth. Mr. Sure is willing to help. Thank you, sir. Some other day Shadow and I will definitely come to the door to say thank you. Thanks to the meaning of the world for sending one in a big god certification. Something came up this afternoon, so I'll be sure to add more in the evening. This time it's really goodbye. Inazuma, the septuagenarian who dreams of paradise. Generally speaking, the probability of successfully entering the right place at the right time through that door is slim to none. And Ishi still chose to let Fleur enter directly, while he himself spent 20 million Mora on precise teleportation. The current timeline god Sakura tree existed, so the probability of a traveler successfully arriving would be 100% correct. It is reasonable to say that the probability of Ishi entering should also be 100%, even if the cause and effect is reversed, that there is a cause and effect, and Ishi is indeed here at this time. But before entering, Ishi somehow just felt unable to enter the door in front of him. There was even the illusion of never coming back, as if it had been forced into one's mind by someone extremely familiar but unable to distinguish who it was. Once inside, Ishii had been thinking about why she had the feeling that she couldn't enter through the door. At this point, a thinly veiled speculation arose in Ishi. Could it be that The cause there was not the cause I thought it was? If that cause amongst the amnesia did not choose to enter, then of course one is not 100% probable, only fluorescence is. Thinking of this, Ishii began to have a headache. Too much brain. Don't think about it, don't think about it. Ishii, this is between Shadow and the General. Isn't it not good for us to intervene? At this moment, Lum and Ishii sat cross-legged on the side, quietly watching the handsome duel between Thunder Movie and General Thunderbolt. Definitely. All we have to do is guide it a little bit. Ishii pulled out her own crystal ball and mashed it up, then called out to the two twins who were fighting furiously. You two stop for a moment. I have something to say. Upon hearing this, the two tacitly jumped backward instantly. Then Shadow walked towards Ishii in the corner to ask him, what brings you guys here? And is something wrong with Inuyasha? No, we're just here to show you something and buff up on the side. The words fell as Ishii transmitted the content playing in the crystal ball into the middle of Shadow's mind, and then Shadow froze in place. It's Inazuma's people's wish? Because of Ishii's one-shot resolution of the Inuyasha plot, Shadow would come to the General to rewrite the program simply because of Reidenjin's enlightenment of her. Although Shadow had awakened, it was not complete enough to achieve a true understanding of the meaning of eternity. That's why Ishii intended to let Shadow experience the power of wishes firsthand, so that she could understand thoroughly and truly activate the power of Dream One Heart, thus successfully defeating the General. As for the buffs, the original episode had a boost of people's wishes after the scene played in Fluorescent's mind, and I think a fully awakened Shadow would be more able to utilize that power. As expected, Shadow, in a short silence after the body flooded with countless light, the hand of the Dream of a Heart also became a rising shine up. See the situation? Ishii waved his hand to the General, pointed to. Go Shadow, show the General your determination with the wishes of the people of Inazuma. Aha, I see, thank you. With those words, Shadow turned and threw himself into a duel with General Raiden. The General could see the difference in Shadow as well, but the eternity that had been set was not to be changed by anyone. Then show me your determination. Up to this point, you have won. I thought you were unable to transcend the past, but it seems I was too arbitrary in belittling your soul. A will that never wears out cannot embrace the future after all. General Raiden put away the inari light in his hand, and a voice with little emotion rang out. General Thunderbolt's own martial arts were on par with Thunder Movie, but usually the one who would win in the end would be the General. Her flesh was able to repair itself. Shadow was not. You don't need to worry about the future, nor do you need to go forward alone. I know best how powerful you are, and if I were to do it alone, the ultimate loser would definitely be me. A very different tone with tenderness rang out from General Raiden, and Thunder Movie continued as he looked at the Dream One Heart in his hands. Yet the reason for the sword determines the pattern and upper limit of the martial art, and what I carry is the sight of thousands cast into the light of heaven. General Raiden recognizes Rai Movie and intends to become her shadow warrior like Shadow once was, and Reidenjin never saw Shadow as a fearless weapon, nor would he see the General as a tool, and carried on his sister's legacy of taking Inuyasha all the way. Reidenjin, I'm not dead yet. At this time, the Dream One Heart blossomed with a dazzling light, and a sliver of the will of the Thunderbolt true residence in its midst was activated. Greetings, Shadow and the witnesses who are here. I am Reidenjin. I have failed to do my duty and have caused you much trouble. As the light faded, a purple ball of light appeared and bid Shadow a final farewell. The words are full of reluctance and guilt everywhere. When the unannounced farewell, Shadow must be very sad. And it was true. But at this point Shadow looked less upset because the real one had come back and this one in front of him was just a message. This time, it's really goodbye, Shadow, eventually turning into seeds and roiling cherry blossoms to open a final goodbye with Shadow, as well as that divine cherry tree then completely dissipated. Shadow watched this, not knowing what to expect, and spoke silently. See you back there, sis. Looking at this scene, Ishii heart sighed. Originally should be incomparable touching plot, now froze the whole somewhat awkward. And so be it, 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 and so be it. Chapter 111, The Little Tree of Mercy Sapling. Inazuma, Forest House. Too many good things done again. I'm so hardworking. Ishii pushed open the door of the forest house, then saw the smaller Yishi swinging on the swing. Yishi, you're very cute today. Come give me a hug. Hello there. Ishii jumped forward and lifted the little CI sapling and spun her around in her arms toward the couch, followed by a pinch on her soft cheeks. Yishi, your aura seems to have faded a bit today. What are you talking about? Little CI sapling. Before she had a chance to speak, Ishii buried into her neck and took a deep breath, followed by Miss Sapling's face immediately reddened. Here, give your brother a kiss. Their faces were so close that they could literally feel each other's breath. Little CI sapling felt his brain go blank, and dizzy, and unconsciously pressed his warm and soft little lips against Ishii's face for a moment. Not bad, not bad. How grown up are you, still shy? Do you hate me? Ishii once again held the little CI sapling in her arms, stroking her head as she did so. No, No, little Ci sapling said faintly as she buried her face into Ishi's arms, before being propped up again by Ishi. Then kiss me again, this time on the mouth. At those words little Ci sapling blushed a complete red, her heart beating violently, becoming slightly flustered. Alright Ishia, don't tease Nazaida. Welcome home. I'll give you a relaxing massage. At this time, Yishi's voice sounded behind her and a pair of jade hands were placed on her shoulders and massaged them. Ha ha, well, by the way, how are you today? Then Ishi's smile froze on his face. With the source of the voice and the familiar force on the shoulder to see is definitely Ishi. After all, is his own pillow people. Then this one I'm holding. Ishi did not move and looked towards the head of the girl in his arms. One leaf less than Ishi. Bad. Mistaken identity. Ishie, did you just misidentify me? Ishi leaned down and tenderly wrapped his arms around Ishi's neck, bringing his head to the side of Ishi's face to reveal a smile. And even at this time when Ishi, such a warm and stunning beauty, was by his side, Ishi felt that the air temperature around him chilled, leaving a drop of cold sweat on his forehead and forced to smile. That must not be, though Nazaida looks like you. It is you I love, not your looks, and I do it only because I love the child. While Ishi was talking, Nazaida broke away from Ishi's big hand to sit on a small couch aside and adjust her breathing. However, through observation, we know that the probability of Ishi lying is infinitely close to 100%. I wonder what the mom will do. Well, it's just loving children, so do you think I believe it or not? Ishi hugged the force a few points harder. Ishi's surface, a face of light definition of the right words, said, it's true, as we all know, my name of Ishi's honest man is well deserved, and now Nazaida has traveled a long way. Well, before Ishi could finish his sentence, Ishi cupped his face and kissed him deeply. Nazaida on the small couch was shocked. Wow, there's a child there, can't you guys just keep it in check? With that, he covered his eyes with both hands and accidentally left two slits open, forcing him to peek up. Immediately after, Ishi back to the fluorescent, not the slightest sense of shame, but instead sit next to Ishi up to scrutinize up. Wow, you're all so awesome. Ishi, you can teach me. Egu. Fluorescence excitedly just opened his mouth. Was Ishi a brain crash? Backhand flicked back, and then hugged his knees, beeped up and sat to the side, very aggrieved look. If you don't teach, you don't teach. Under the public's attention, Ishi two people finally ended. At this time Ishi hugged Ishi, arm will head on his shoulder, like a gentle little petite wife. By the way Nazaida, how did you get here? Alone? Nazaida was slightly silent. I'm 500 years old, but this concern is taken. Yes, I likewise possess the authority of the World Tree, and this place is considered one of its extensions, so naturally I can arrive at any time. Not bad, come often in the future. Oh, Ishi, and I miss you quite a bit. How have you been doing in Sumeru lately? No one bullied you, right? Nazaida's little feet and legs, which had nowhere to rest, swung naturally in the air and nodded good-naturedly. Well, everyone in Sumeru has been very kind to me, and I'm having a great time every day. And aside from the reason I wanted to come to you guys today, there's something else that's still unknown. I can't believe there are still things that even such an intelligent Nazaida doesn't understand. Tell me about it and I'll help you out, Ishi said with conviction, although his own wisdom is slightly inferior to Ishi and Nazaida. But don't forget what brother is doing. That is omniscient. Nazaida lowered her little head in recollection for a moment, then asked Ishi suspiciously, still the same thing before? Recently the World Tree for some reason frequently transmitted abnormal movements, especially at night time is the most rampant. But the World Tree is not only nothing abnormal, but the state of the World Tree is much better. Do you have any clue about this? Hearing the words, Ishi directly frozen in place. Ishi is even more face color, some rosy look. At the same time Ishi seems to be more angry than before. The spirit is also much better. Ishi and Ishi looked at each other, eye-to-eye interaction, and cleared their throats after a little thought. Nazaida, obey. You don't have to care or ask about these things. It's normal. I see. Then I won't worry much about it. Ishi reached out and wrapped his arm around Ishi's waist to lean her closer to him. Well, it's normal. Oh, it was a good thing that Nazaida couldn't manage to monitor through the World Tree yet, or surely she wouldn't have asked. That being said, recently and Ishi does have some Kalamboya, or even by her bad sleep can only make up for it during the day. That's fine. We're in love. Chapter 112, Red Wine. In Azuma Forest House, Ishi shook the red wine glass in her hand, tasting the wine with elegant movements. True to her upper-class status, Rosalind has a number of rare gems in her cellar collection. I had the rare pleasure of personally opening a few bottles today to sample with my wives and kids. Say it like you're not happy one day. Ishi leaned down to refill Ishi's wine, and the two groups of snowy white swayed in front of Ishi's eyes, attracting whoever's eyes they were looking at. Nazaida held the glass with curiosity about the wine inside. The Order's people had never served themselves alcoholic beverages before. Put it to your mouth for a small taste. It tastes good, and human ingenuity is to be applauded. Columbia looked as if she wasn't a good drinker, collapsing into Ishi's arms after just one drink, and holding Ishi's face as she went rogue on him. Why didn't you blush when you drank with me? But what made it strange was that Columbia was just like a fine person after being transferred to her arms by Yishi. After that, he slipped back into Ishi's lap when Yishi wasn't looking, and restained it with a deep wine halo. Ishii, I'm a little dizzy. It's okay, if you can't drink, drink less. Now sleep in peace for a while. Aha. Ishii put down her glass of wine and tenderly hugged Columbia, constantly stroking her hair to lull her to sleep. Yishi shook his head helplessly when he saw this. Columboya, this girl is quite good at competing for favor. Then let her have a moment. At this time Yishi suddenly realized that Columbia smiled smugly at herself. As if to say, you bad woman, there is no way you can sleep in Ishi's arms like I do it. And after laughing, she buried her face into Ishi's chest. The corner of Yishi's mouth twitched when he saw this. Little girl still getting off on me? Come over here you. Columbia, come here and sleep well. Ishii is tasting wine. Oh. Saying that, Yishi hugged the small body of Columbine hard, trying to pull her away while Columbine hugged her even tighter. I don't. Bad woman, you let go of me. You're going to disturb Ishii. At the words of Yishi, smile turned kindly. This girl can be patient. Have learned to teach me lessons in turn. But it's also true that Ishii was strangled, a little out of breath. So she let go and crossed her arms inside. Ishii smiled helplessly. And how this scene is so familiar. Yishi looked at the wine glass in Ishi's hand and smiled, then reached out to take it. Ishii, let me feed you a drink. Before Ishii responded, a mouthful of wine in the cup, and put his hand on Ishi's shoulder and kissed him. Well, as the incomparably sweet wine continued to pour into Ishi's mouth, Ishii had to drink this earth's finest agar jelly. During the time, Ishi's mouth revealed a drop on Columbine's small wings. Then Columbine froze. You bad woman just know how to bully me. Quickly shaking his little wings twice to spread the wine. Seeing this, Yishi pretended to be surprised. Yeah, Garenbia, why are you so careless? You've gotten Ishii all dirty. Let me help him get clean. Columbia looked up as droplets of water from her tiny wings shook off a little bit of Ishi's neck and face. Then he saw Yishi leaning his head all the way over to help Ishii clean up, not forgetting to press her two evil globes into his own face. Yishi immediately took advantage of Columbine's laxity to carry her away and put her aside, followed by her size shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye and jumping into Ishi's arms. Finally, he hugged Ishii tightly and returned her smile with the same smug smile he had just given Columbine. After Yishi's set of operations, there was no doubt that Columbine was finished. Columbia's wings stiffened. She was being counted by this bad woman again. At the same time, the small expression of aggression was on the verge of crying out. Why was one's opponent the god of wisdom? All right, be good, all of you. Ishii opened her arms to take Columbia with her in a kiss on her pink lips. Feeling better? Aha! After kissing Columbia, also have a go at Yishi, the brother master playing a fair. At this time, Columbia's little face happily rubbed against Ishi's face. Ishii touched the two girls' little heads. So cute. The scene just now stunned Nazaida. It seems that knowledge has increased yet again. Wow. So Sister Yi can turn out to be just as cute as Nazaida. Lum's eyes kept going back and forth between the small sea tree sapling and Nazaida. The two of them were practically identical. Nazaida and I are both buyer, and can be considered the same person in a sense. That's right. I think when I grow up I'll look nothing like my mom. But it could be up to 1,000 years, Nazaida said as she looked at Yishi in Ishi's arms, somehow feeling a sense of shame, as if she were doing it herself. And then there's the fact that so mom she's like this in private. At this time, Ishii was thinking that it was after Nazaida grew up, if she accidentally recognized Nazaida as Yishi at night. Suddenly there was a pain in the waist position, followed by Yishi asking Ishii with a smile, honey, what are you thinking about? No, nothing at all. Ha 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 ha, it better be oh. After saying that, Yishi looked at Nazaida and then at herself, and opened her mouth to Ishii in a small voice. Ishii, that, if you like it, I'll keep it that way until tomorrow, but just this once oh. Yishi's sentence made the few people present all freeze in place. The way Lum looked at Ishii changed, and Columbia chose to pretend to sleep like she didn't hear him, and Nazaida was a little confused. What was wrong with everyone? Ishii looked at Lum in confusion. What kind of eyes are you looking at? How come it seems like the wrong person is me? Ishii, it's fine. I can more or less understand. Besides, I remembered that Liu has a secret realm she hasn't explored yet, so I won't be staying here tonight. Wait. No. After saying that, Lum disappeared through the teleportation anchor point, leaving behind Ishii, who held out his hand in 100 different directions. Ishii was silent for a moment or two, looking down at Yishi in her arms, who was also a bit shy, turning to bury her face in her arms just like Columbia. No, it's not a good time to walk. I have to run. Nazaida, you and Yishi and the girls have a good night's rest tonight. I'm going to Monty to take care of something. Good. Chapter 113, Grapes. Mond, Morningside Winery. In front of the vineyard. Medium to medium sweet. Excellent flavor. Pure white tablecloth spread evenly on the desktop. Ishii left hand holding a knife and right hand holding a fork to cut a grape into two halves. The action of slow and methodical temperament elegant to the extreme. Ishii smoothly picked another bunch and continued to savor it. And although the process was slow eating, the grapes within reach were now all gone. At that moment an older, less enthusiastic-looking red boy behind a tree not far away was silently watching the uninvited guest. DeLuco crossed his arms and watched for a while. He had seen a lot of grape stealing, but he hadn't seen it like this. It's okay to pick a bunch of grapes when you're thirsty, but what's the point of setting up a table in front of a grape arbor like you're tasting high-end cuisine? It's not a good habit to snoop, my friend behind the tree. Ishia's voice came and DeLuc had no intention of hiding it, so he walked over. And you have the nerve to talk about me? It's been a long time since we've seen you. Grandpa Lu, feel free to sit down and don't be polite. There's enough grapes to go around. Ishii raised his hand to signal DeLuc to sit across from him, and DeLuc was silent for a moment or two before he spoke. Let's go into the winery and talk if we have a problem. It's crowded out there. There was definitely something going on with Ishii coming to himself with so much fanfare. And DeLuco knew more or less about Ishii's identity through his own intelligence network. Today's move must have been too high in status to be ashamed to talk to a human, right? Now it's like I'm taking the initiative to come to you. Nimbus, he did the same thing back in the Chewing You Pavilion. No need for that. It's a nice place with sweet, juicy grapes and a lovely view of birds and flowers. DeLuc thought to himself that Ishii should be trying to say that it wasn't something unseemly. So let's hear what he wants to do first. And then sat down across from Ishii. Each rack of grapes is carefully tended by a maid, and the resulting wine is of such excellent quality that I am confident it is unrivaled in all of Mund. DeLuc spoke without modesty, and indeed had the power to do so, but after all, it was a monopoly on the entire liquor industry in Mund. Well, the balls are full and crystal clear. Indeed, DeLuco is a little confused as to why you're still pulling grapes instead of getting down to business, but let's be polite again. I can give you some if you like. Sir, is there something you need when you come to the Morning Glory Winery today? Smiling Ishii put his hand knife and fork. Just waiting for your words. Thank Grandmaster Lu first. I'll take all the grapes in this row and this row, and give me one of the oak barrels over there. And in addition I won't trouble Grandmaster Lu. I'll just do it myself. The words fell. Ishii lifted his hand and waved all the grapes on those two shelves into the system warehouse, and also shunned 2 oak barrels. DeLuc was silent again. You have this divine power, obviously can directly rob, but you let yourself become logical. I can really thank you all. Ishii, these small things are not worth mentioning. There are not many good people like brother. Oh yes, not taking yours for nothing. I will now pass on to you the brewing method that is worth thousands of dollars. Paper here, pen here. Ishii waved his hand. Then light green paper and a leaf-style pen floated in the air. Finished writing and slapped the paper on the table. Handsome. DeLuc picked it up expressionlessly and looked at it, handing it back to Ishii. May I ask the gentleman to write in the script popularized in Teyvat? Ishii took a look at it. Strange. This is the text popularized by Teyvat. Master. I think it's because Teyvat's people don't appreciate your art. So why don't you let me write it for you? I see. That's the only reason. So come and write one for me. Another piece of paper. Another piece of paper surfaced in front of Ishii's eyes, and that's when DeLuco wondered how it felt like Ishii was talking to someone. And this kind of paper is not mortal at first glance. Could it be the one from Sumeru? Well, here, I'll take my leave. DeLuc looked at the beautiful handwriting on the paper for a long time after Ishii left. This method, is it really okay? In Azuma, Forest House. Ishii, you're back. What did you go and do? After Lum went out and opened a few random treasure chests, he still felt comfortable lying at home. Come to think of it, Ishii was quite decent some of the time. How could she possibly take a shot at that lookalike Sister Yi? Sister Yi to make a move? Fluorescent, you're here. Just in time. Come on, you taste these grapes. Ishii smiled and handed a bunch of grapes over to Lum, who took it without much thought and ate it. So sweet. You went to Morningside Winery in Mond, didn't you? The grapes there are the best. Yeah, was it good? Yummy. With a smile at the corner of her mouth, Ishii turned around and took out an oak barrel split in half and set it on the floor. That's good. Come to work after you've eaten, and help clean up all the branches and leaves from these grapes. I've got a big job to do. At the words, Fluorescent Sister looked at the oak barrel full of grapes and fell into a deep thought. The grapes in her hand suddenly did not smell good. Ishii, you're planning to make wine, aren't you? Why don't you just buy it ready-made? A grape from the oak barrel slowly floated into Ishii's hand, then placed it in his mouth and chewed slowly. That's right. I have my own specialized way of brewing wine, and all the wine made that way is sublimated, so the average person can't drink it. That said, I'm looking forward to it a bit, so I'll come and help too. As Yishi's pupils lit up slightly, each grape in the oak barrel was stripped down in surprise. Yishi, you are awesome. This is a big help, but it's getting late now. Let's go back and rest before we continue getting it tomorrow. Okay then. Yishi returned to Ishi's room after separating a separate room on the second floor for Nasuda and pulling the soundproofing full. Ishie, you should have a good rest tonight. Well, we have things to do tomorrow, so come to bed, all of you. Yeah, come to bed then. Ishi listening to Yishi's tone feel we're not quite right. Perhaps it is Nasuda came to be very happy? Chapter 114 Grapes, 2. In Azuma. Forest House. Hey, hey, hey. At this moment, the image of Yishi with a serious expression, endeavoring to stomp the grapes in the oak basin was extremely eye-catching. Ishia's fists were pressed against the cheeks of her face, her eyes staring listlessly at Yishi stained with grape juice while she contemplated. So this is the unique brewing method you were talking about. I think it will be popular with male customers. Nazaida then analyzed with her small hands while Ishi shook her head. No, not a drop will be sold. I'll make it for you if Ishia wants it, and I only want Ishia to be the one to drink it. This was made by Yishi for Ishi alone, and would not be sold even if someone else offered a higher price. Yishi saw that the stepping was almost done, so he came next to Ishi and placed a piece of cloth on his thigh, then put his foot on it. Ishie, help me get clean. Well, hard work. Saying that Ishi wiped up for Ishi. At this time Fleur's voice rang out. Ishie, you mustn't try the grape juice on Sister Yi. At the words Ishi fell into silence, slowly twisting his head to look at the crumbs of fluorescence. How do you know? How can you speak like that? Brother is a decent man. Yi Shi, on the other hand, covered her mouth and snickered up in a small voice, looked at her own results in the oak basin, and proceeded to change the batch of grapes. These don't seem to be quite enough yet. I'll just continue later. I'll do it. Columbia took off her own little shoes and proceeded to follow Yishi's example of stepping tentatively in the oak tub. Columbine, be careful not to stab yourself, Ishi reminded as she carefully wiped it off, and Yishi confidently raised her head. I've cleaned up all the loose ends in there. Peace of mind. Well, but those things can't hurt me yet, so of course it's better if I don't have them. Columbia couldn't wait to sit on the coffee table in front of Ishi once she was finished, just like Yishi did. Glad to be of service. It's my turn down there. Nasuda looked at the leaping fluorescent and then at herself. Does this really make better wine? It's really no different from ordinary wine, but when something is given meaning, then it's no longer ordinary, just like you guys who work hard. Ishi tenderly held Yishi and Columbia in her arms, feeling the softness of the girls. Is Mr. Yi in? At this time a civilized voice rang out from outside the door. Ayaka carrying her small basket came to visit Ishi again, and wondered how his leg was doing. The door is unlocked. Come in. Well, excuse me. I brought some water from another country. Fruit. It's Ayaka. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yumi greeted Ayaka as she stomped on the grapes, and Ayaka froze in place as she watched the scene. Excuse me, is this some kind of show? Ayaka, take a seat first. This is a special brewing process. Don't tell the outside world. Oh, okay, okay. Iowa walked around the oak basin to sit on the small couch. Then her gaze fell on the well-behaved Nazaida on the small couch across from her. This child is. Ayaka's eyes kept going back and forth between Yishi and Nasuda. It was just too much of a resemblance. Introducing each other, this is the current Sumeru goddess Nazaida, or the little auspicious grass king as she is known. This is the eldest young lady of the Shaban Shinri family, Kamisato Ayaka, known as Princess Shiro. Hello, hello. Ayaka wasn't overly shocked by this identity. After all, even the great tree of Mercy King and the even more mysterious Ishi were here, and besides, Nazaida couldn't feel any divine pressure on her. Yi Shi, on the other hand, was in the world as an ordinary person just like Zhongli, and naturally there was no pressure to get along with them. After the two greeted each other, Ayaka placed the basket in her hand on the coffee table and said to Ishi with some loss. I heard that grapes have the efficacy of tonifying the blood and nourishing the liver and kidneys, so I had someone order some back from Mundong quickly, but I didn't expect you to have so many on your side. Ishi looked at the basket full of relatively fresh grapes, slightly pondered. Mon so far away from the rice wife can still be so fresh. Inexplicably thought of a poem. Ride the red dust and the concubine laughs. Ha ha, isn't this just right? I've heard for a long time that the quality of Mon grapes is one of the best. I've always wanted to taste how it's different from these ordinary ones of mine. Thank you so much, Iowa. Hearing the words, Iowa swept away the loss on his face and put on an incomparably happy smile, happily picking a grape and sending it to Ishi's mouth. That's really great. Come on, Ishia, you try it. It's really sweet. Well, indeed. It's true that what Ayaka brings is different, Ishia complimented as she ate. When Lum's suspicious voice sounded, Ishia, don't you these are? Yeah, fluorescence, you're tired even after pedaling for so long, aren't you? Come and rest for a while. Yishi stepped forward to interrupt Lum to help her sit down on the sofa and handed her a towel. Well, almost. I just don't know if we've stepped on enough of these grapes. Anyhow, it was also carefully prepared by Ayaka. Ishi said so because she didn't want to make her lose her mind, right? Then he turned around and saw Ayaka come up in front of Ishii holding up a grape in a very intimate movement, and suddenly frowned slightly. I was careless earlier. This girl definitely has her mind set on my memories. And that's what you went all the way to buy a fruit as convenient as grapes for, right? I've brought a lot of so many. So let's all come and try them together. Ayaka fed Ishii a couple of them before pulling out a couple of plates from the basket and distributing some of the grapes to all the girls present. Ishii ate while secretly reading Ayaka's heart. I want to see what you really have in mind. It looks like Ishii's leg is recovering well. I believe it won't take long for it to heal. It would be even better if these grapes can make Ishii recover faster. I don't know why he was suddenly injured. I was shocked when I first learned about it. Is it true that I was wrong about this girl again? What a kind girl. Chapter 115 Grapes, 3. So, at that moment, Ishii was pulling a few other cute girls from the forest house together and plotting something. Good. I support the idea. Make sure you do it then. Floor excitedly preached, and also glanced back at Ishii who was full of doubts. Ishii, on the other hand, was wondering what these girls were doing, and how come the way they look at me doesn't feel right. Ishii, the wine has been made. Come and taste it. Originally, the wine needed to ferment for about half a month, but Ishii didn't want to wait that long, so he created a dream world where time flowed quickly and placed sealed oak barrels inside. Brewed wine Ishii filled several bottles separately. Wine Ishii also brewed separately, although so that each portion is only a bottle of the amount. But this is exactly what the girls want to do. Well, I didn't expect it to be brewed that day. Ishii picked up the wine Ishii had poured for himself and took a shallow sip, the translucent red liquor going back and forth in his mouth. When Ishii asked expectantly, "Guess which one of us owns this bottle?" Ishii opened her arms and pointed to a group of girls, and Ishii thought to herself that you guys are really quite cute. At the same time, the corner of the mouth smiled. You guys are not forgetting what brother is doing. A direct calculation is not on the line? He had just put on his cool sunglasses when Ishii took them off. No using that way. At the words Ishii was silent for a moment or two. I haven't tasted your feet either. Ahem. I mean the wines made should all be similar. How should I guess? It's not a good idea to mess this up. It's a giveaway. So be it. If you don't need it, you don't need it. These girls are not easy. Maybe it's really different. So Ishii closed her eyes and felt it carefully. This cup of wine, in addition to the sweetness of ordinary wine, seemed to be mixed with a fresh feeling different from ordinary wine, unlike ordinary products. And it was a feeling Ishii was familiar with. After all, the girl knew herself inside and out. But the problem was that Nazida was of the same origin as her, and theoretically what Ishii had she would also have, and it might be a lot lighter, but this was the first cup and there was no way to compare it. However, Ishii still has full certainty to guess right, because Ishii is his own big old, as the first close to the person, surely will want to be the first to give me a taste of her first, the psychological perspective to think, and then opened his eyes confidently to Ishii said, "This cup, it's yours Ishii right?" Immediately afterward, the corners of Yishi's mouth continued to raise, and clearly visible happiness was written all over his face. I knew you'd guess right. Now on to the next bottle said Yishi casually took a bottle from among the remaining 4 bottles. In fact, in addition to their own Yishi also do not know who is who. Of course they correspond to the girl certainly no. Ishii calmly analyze, the rest as long as you drink the same high level of breath as Nazida is true. But the fluorescence, Columbine and ayahuasca what to do? They are not God's wine will not be tainted with divinity drink absolutely exactly the same. If bad luck only guess the right Yishis will not be not very good end? At this time, Ishii suddenly found that the small wings behind the head of Columbia moved. Usually are like hairpins like dead fixed in the back of the head. Unless there are any emotional fluctuations small wings will betray her. So the result is very obvious. Well, this one. Ishii symbolically picked up and tasted a bite, purposely not saying the answer outright, and then saw the frequency of Columbine's little wings quicken a bit, becoming even more sure of the answer in her mind. Columbine. The instant these 4 words were uttered the small wings on Columbia's head began to flutter more rhythmically, and although there was only a light smile on her face, her mood at the moment was already exposed. The next guess Ishii did not make a mistake. At the same time Ishii felt for the first time how important it was to be able to read people's words. When Ishii picks up the corresponding girl's wine even the slightest their expression eyes will change. According to this guess will become very easy. Ishii you're so good. I can't taste any difference in these wines. Really it's not calculated? Lum asked. Several girls sat around the table and tasted the fruits of their labor with each other. But how do you drink it all clearly like ordinary wine? No. Oh, that I can testify to. Ishii secretly read his heart when Ishii tasted the wine. Not that he didn't trust Ishii, but he really cared about the issue. The hint of divinity in the wine was intentionally added by Ishii, not wanting Ishii to guess wrong from the beginning. As for Nasida's, she was supposed to be a reigning deity there was no need to tighten it up. but it was still so light that Ishii almost didn't notice. It's been a great day, an unlikely experience normally, Ayaka said lightly with a smile on her face. Who would have thought that the noble Princess Shiro would do those actions? Speaking of which, Ayaka was exposed at the beginning, but the result shouldn't be bad as all. At that Ayaka blushed a little and spoke with a bit of a squirm. I was too excited that Ishii would guess and asked subconsciously, and I was too careless. Just now Ayaka didn't hold back from asking after Ishii finished drinking. What? How was it? I realized something was wrong right after I asked the question. It was all because of Ishii's bad influence to stretch out the guessing process. All in all, this brewing conference has come to a successful end, so thank you all for what you've done. Well, but the rest of the wine Ishii you have to drink it all not to be wasted. Oh, no problem. At night, the memory of the bedroom. Ishii was lying on the bed contemplating something, and by looking at Ishii's movements beside her, he knew that she didn't intend to sleep tonight. Last night Ishii retired in the middle of the night to rest because he suppressed his own power. Now he won't have to continue at full strength, right? Besides, it's been several days in a row. How come Ishii's interest is getting higher every day? What about inside and out Then know a little more. Ishii words have not yet finished was Ishii a pull over the press down lying down, then close to her ear whispered open. Now it's you who can't escape. Ishii smiled gently, then propped herself up a little. Then as you like. Wait Ishii, wrong. Not there. That's what you said about knowing more. Early in the morning, Ishii gently wrapped his arm around Ishii's shoulders, and Ishii put one hand on Ishii's chest, resting on his arm with a somewhat tired look. Ishii thought to herself, am I being too pushy? Maybe I should have asked Ishii for her opinion in advance. Don't care about anything, after all, I love you the most. Ishii pressed a kiss to Ishii's face, and Ishii tucked the covers over her a bit better. I'll be heartbroken. Columbia woke up with a small yawn, then smiled at Ishii who was planning to sleep next to her. Ishii was a little unsure why Columbia was looking at Ishii like that. Columbo, there are only two states I can be around you. One is sleeping and I'm full of sleep, and the other well, amnesia you'll find out soon enough. Amnesia? Lum didn't know what had happened and hadn't seen Ishii and the others all day, only remembering Nasada sitting on the couch all red-faced and at a loss for words. It turns out that the World Tree's anomaly is because of this. Chapter 116, The Present Human Goddess. Rice Wife, Coral Palace. My lord. Ishii sat cross-legged on his throne in the Coral Palace, and a group of immortal spirit race beauties were surrounding him to serve him attentively. The Xianling on the left had an extraordinarily attractive figure and was lifting her fresh hand to fork up a slice of apple and lean over to hand it to Ishii's mouth. My lord is ticklish. With an incredibly beautiful little beauty in her arms on her right side, Ishii's hands and feet were still fumbling around. There was also a fairy fanning herself beside her seat, holding the folding fan of Ishii that had Divine Calculator and Divine Physician printed on the front and back. How about this force? My lord? Great. It is like a paradise. Like a dream. The scene of a generation of flow. Some people feed the fruit and others fan. The key to these girls even on the basis of looks are mouth-watering. How can you come to Inazuma and miss High Gion Island? Let's not talk about the scenery here. All the Inazuma's fairy spirits are here, and they're all beautiful, so you should have come earlier. Columbine, bad. Let's steal the house. At this moment, under the throne, a girl whose whole body looked soft and fluffy was looking at the scene and contemplating something. Who is this man? Why are the fairies listening to him? Still in their seats. Was not their matriarch that maiden? Yo, MS, Coral Palace. You want to come alone? Seeing that Shinhai had come and had been staring at her, Ishii made a sincere offer to her. No need. I am Coral Miyagi Shinkai, the current human goddess of High Gion Island. And may I ask who you are? Shinhai introduced himself by resting his hand on his chest, and Ishii opened her mouth to eat another piece of fruit fed to her by the immortal spirits and opened her mouth lazily. Ishii, a common fortune teller in Ryu. At the sound of the Heartsea pondered the name. Something familiar, definitely passed somewhere, and recently. First of all, can let the immortal spirit clan to you only order this person is by no means idle generation. Ishii, fortune teller. Then Shinhai froze and looked up at Ishii in shock. Are you the legendary one? The one who changed General Raiden's will and ended the Inazuma Eye hunting order and the lockdown order? 2 days ago Coral Palace Shinkai suddenly received a delivery from Kojo Sasara. That is, the cat that delivered the delivery again seems to look at their eyes seem not quite right, but fortunately there is a great General Garo around. The only thing in the courier was a letter in Kojo Sara's handwriting, which presumably read that the Shogun-sama had cancelled the eye hunting order. So there was a truce. Though skeptical, Shinkai found it to be true after a bit of understanding, and so the battle ended. If we're going to be honest, it was High Gion that one, wasn't it? And the biggest credit goes to the man I've never met. Shinhai has always wanted to meet him but the past 2 days were too busy to have time. I didn't expect to appear directly in the Coral Palace today. it's just that the way of appearance is a bit speechless. You said the girl enacted the policy, I think it was, and made my friend cancel it because it was affecting her. Ishi's seemingly unintentional words refreshed Shinhai's perception. That person was a supreme lightning general, a will as firm and unshakable as thunder, but changed by your words? Gosh, what kind of big shot has come here? Even the gods of other countries can't do it, right? Ishi casual words to the heart of the sea to bring a deep shock. The heart for a long time cannot be calm. This time Ishi changed a leg cocked. A visitor is a guest, so I'll make myself at home. And you, Shinhai, don't stand here, just sit anywhere. Yeah, okay. Shinhai hadn't yet recovered from his shock, and when he heard Ishi's natural words he subconsciously responded, then felt that something wasn't quite right. Snap! Suddenly the door of the Coral Palace was thrown open with a push, and with it walked in an incomparably lovely figure. Get up, all of you! The crowd sniffed and looked, as Columbia walked in aggressively, and the immortal spirits around Ishi backed off to the side at the sight. The immensely beautiful appearance revealed an aura of danger, too strong in fact for Shinkai to strike up a conversation for a moment. But why did it look a little angry? Shinkai craned his head to look at the other fairies and got it. Columbia walked straight up to Ishi and just looked at him. Ishi put his legs down after a moment's thought, then Columbia turned and sat on them, and following the example of Ishi, she tilted her beautiful legs up and raised her head slightly in a small smug manner, as if to say that this is my position. There you are, girl. Ishi extended her arms from Columbine's waist to hug her body against her back and rested her chin against the top of Columbine's fragrant shoulder. Well, I came to see you when I missed you. With their heads close together, Columbia rubbed her small face against Ishi, then pressed her lips gently against it. Shinkai asked Ishi as he tried to ignore the intimate behavior of the two in his seat. May I ask what you're here for? At her words, Ishi straightened up and lay back, and Columbia put her leg over the armrest to change her position to sit sideways on Ishi's lap. Experience life. So that's it. Ishi leisurely picked up the documents on Shinhai's desk in front of his seat and read them, all of which were very headache-inducing. Shinhai secretly sighed. Just look, I cannot stop you. At the same time, I also envied Ishi a little bit. Perhaps this is the real freedom, right? Freedom is not about doing what you want to do. It's about not doing what you don't want to do. Shinhai's situation is very similar to Ayaka's, both being young and in a high position to take on his great responsibilities. Ayaka more or less had some space of her own, and Shinkai, as the present human goddess of the Sea Ghost Island, her space was only that tiny cave. I guess, is there anything worth visiting on Haigion Island? As Ishi casually asked, Shinhai glanced at the mountain of work on his desk and said to Ishi, if you're here for sightseeing in Haigion Island, how about I show you two around? Well, that's a pain in the ass. Is that so? Columbia came up and whispered something to him in Ishi's ear, and then Ishi changed his attention. We will not stay much longer. Farewell. After saying that, Ishi threw the documents in her hand back onto the table, and immediately disappeared in her arms with Columbia in her arms. Slow down. After the two Ishis left, Shinhai returned to his seat to ask the other immortal spirits. That lord doesn't seem to be an immortal spirit race. May I ask who he is? It's our matriarch's man. So, that makes sense then. It's. At this time, Shinhai surprised to find that the documents on the table have all been written and processed. Pick up a look. There is even this solution. Incredible. So that the efficiency will increase a lot. But what's going on here? It's impossible for a human to be this efficient. And immortals don't get involved in human politics. They just make suggestions. Could it be the same lord who was just there? At that thought Shinkai cradled the document in his arms, eyes looking up at the sky through the ceiling with gratitude in his eyes. She, is really good at it. Yishi, it's been a long time since I've dealt with these things, so let's just practice. Recollection of the past, a man sits at home, and merit comes from heaven. Well and good. Columbo, and you guys know this is my man. Chapter 117, Magic Dragon Durin. It's time to step out of the comfort zone of Forest House for other stories. Mond, Longji Snow Mountain. Columbia wasn't traveling to the Coral Palace to catch adultery, as long as the non-linear fairy spirits could bring joy to Ishi or not. Ishi's thoughts Columbia generally obeyed, intending that Shinhai's invitation to Ishi to go shopping and go to Ishi was because of the message he received from Mond Fairy Spirit. The demon dragon Durin has revived. Immediately, Columbia realized that it was because of herself, who had lifted the curse after taking the elixir given by Ishi when she was still in the winter of the year. Then it was with the male son went to Liu to beg Ishi for help. Although there is not much backbone and capital can make this adult to help himself again, but surprised to find that he entertained his cola efficacy is the same as that elixir, so carefully storing it away to try and save his people. There was the very first scene of pouring coke for the fairy spirits. Unfortunately, the immortal spirit of that meeting didn't have a form to absorb the cola given by Ishi and could only leave with regret. But, instead of just disappearing, The cola that fell to the ground slowly and continuously soaked in along the cracks in the soil. As time passed, a drop eventually seeped into the surging heart in a blood-red cavern. So much so that the logical magic dragon, Durin, reappeared on Earth. The deep red cavern was filled with the scent of life, and as Ishii and Columbia looked inward from the mouth of the cavern, the unknown dark mist blocked the view, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. These mists make people look away, and must be used to deter adventurers who come to explore the snowy mountains. After all, this is Durin's home, and he doesn't want to be disturbed. Ishii is not afraid of these barricades. A small dragon only. He made a mess personally to solve it. 4/7 of the energy of the heart of the god of light was all running, and golden light flashed in Ishii's eyes as he casually waved his hand and the black gas receded, and the black and red dragon in the depths of the cavern was revealed. You guys, why are you disturbing my purity? The sleeping Durin was annoyed to be awakened and growled as he flapped his wings hard. Then he was shocked by the awesome pressure displayed by Columbia, and instantly stopped being angry. Ishii stepped forward, and a voice filled with divine light rang out. You, who should not have appeared again, counting all the crimes you have committed, shall be beheaded. Ishii closed his eyes and raised his hand. Sharp light attached to the horrible energy surging. Durin was more and more alarmed at the sight. Wait, to make a long story short, it is a supreme mercy to let you speak your last words. Ishii's eyes did not have the slightest emotion to speak of, and the raised light blade was poised and ready to separate the head of this pitch-black demonic creature in front of him at any time. My lord, I know that I have sinned deeply, but what I did earlier was not my intention, and now that I am conscious, I promise you that I will not go back to endanger the earth. So can I be given a chance to atone for my sins? Durin prostrated herself in front of Ishii with the pressure of life and death and fought to say that she knew deep down that she was powerless in front of a superior being like Ishii. I don't know why, but it was hard to come back to earth and I don't want to die like that. In fact, Durin is not bad, full of childlike curiosity about the world, but unintentionally brought many disasters to people, even to their deaths. They never resented the wind god in Terverine who had crusaded against them, still holding on to the desire for friends as well as the desire for a better future. Unfortunately, by the time she realized everything, it was too late for anything. There was a narrative in the Dragon Ridge Lance that went something like this. When I opened my eyes, it was over the mountains where the wind and snow hissed, the green and serene earth had been reddened by fire and blood, and the lyre of the pale-colored poet was almost drowned out by the roar, and like a lover, the jeweled dragon sunk its sharp teeth into his neck. Goodbye, Mom, my journey is over. It's nice to sleep in the silver snow. LV, farewell, beautiful poet, beautiful dragon. If we could be in a different time and place, how wonderful it would be to meet, to sing, to dance. Finished? Ishii's icy voice sounded again. Then without hesitation the hand blade chopped towards Durin's neck. Durin looked at the light that was rapidly coming in front of him and gave up struggling to close his eyes. Still some regrets, but it was worth it to see the world again. But the expected situation didn't happen. Ishii's chopping hand was blocked by an invisible force. Ishii didn't forcefully break through but instead looked at Columbine beside her. Why did you stop me? Columbia took a step back and looked at Ishii with a wary face. Did you have to kill her? The warm immortal spirits of the Dragon's Ridge Snow Mountain were originally the same kind of blue, ordinary immortal spirits from the great world. It was because of the energy of the Crimson Stone, which contained Durin's scent, that it had the ability to warm. In this way, even if the form and spirit are dissipated, they continue to exercise their mission unintentionally, and have rescued countless poor people who were about to freeze to death in the snowy mountains, more or less involved. Naturally, Columbia didn't want her to die in this way if she could. Ishii put away the light in her hand and turned to look down at the girl. If that's the case, then why have you summoned me here? You, who? Columbia asked what was most on her mind. If just killing Durin on his own would do it. What she wanted was that Ishii who was a bit unorthodox on weekdays, and never this cold and desperate person in front of her. Ishii's indifferent eyes gazed at the increasingly wary Columbia, not understanding why this girl would ask herself this, and what was wrong with her. How did it feel like she was looking at a stranger? Thinking for a moment or two, a solemn voice rang out. My name is Ishii. Heaven. Ah. Ishii words just up brain. Suddenly a sharp pain attacked, pupil golden light a bright and dark constantly flickering, the expression of some painful look. Seeing this, Columbine immediately became worried and rushed forward to assist Ishii. What's wrong with you, Ishii? What the hell happened? Hiss. Ishii covered her head with both hands, and Columbia's tone began to turn anxious when she saw that Ishii was having a hard time. Ishii, I'm not going to ask anymore. Just stop talking, okay? Soon the golden glow in Ishii's eyes faded, restoring the familiar starry deep pupils. Ishii looked around suspiciously. Except for Columbia who was holding herself tightly, there was only a shivering black and red dragon. Then questioned Durin. Yo, you've got a lot of guts. Daring to sneak up on me? Durin first froze, then spoke with a trembling voice. Dada man, how dare I? Have you misunderstood something? Ishii thought about it and was right. Forgive her, she wouldn't dare. Relieved to see that Ishii was still the same Ishii, Columbia quietly stepped aside. You can kill this dragon if you want, as long as you're okay. Durin, scared, weak, pathetic, helpless. Ishii remeasured the scared dragon in front of her. Angular black and red alternating body at a closer look is quite handsome, well, plus being restored to consciousness by the black gold gourd. There shouldn't be any problem. Then continue to ask, can you get smaller? Yes, of course. Durin didn't understand why this lord suddenly asked this, but no matter what, it seems like he's not going to kill me, and hastily suppressed his power to shrink his entire dragon body to the size of a palm. That looks good. Come here. Seeing the hand that Ishii extended to him, Dulin felt no oppression that had just gone straight into his soul, and became lighter and faster, unfolding his wings to fly up and land on his palm. Ishii nodded with satisfaction as she looked at this handsome and slightly cute little dragon in her palm. You'll follow me from now on. I'm not trying to enslave you. It's inevitable that you'll be used by miscreants here. Following me will keep you safe. Yes. Dulin heard this adult want to protect their own turn to become a little happy. A dragon's day is too lonely. There are previous lessons also. Do not dare to leave the snowy mountains to go to other places. Come on then, let's go home. Home? Durin happily flew around Ishii twice before landing on his shoulder. Columbia was happy too. It was a nice pet, yet it's just that the amnesia just now is actually. Ishii reached out and tapped Durin's tiny head to interact with her, thinking to herself that she would take it back to Nazaida to play with. Both were sort of newborn creatures, so maybe they had something in common? Chapter 118, The Phantom. In Azuma Forest House. Ishii, where did you catch such a small dragon? Durin's tiny one was curled up on the coffee table, surrounded by strangers who had gathered around to watch and felt like they couldn't afford to mess with any of them. Why are they looking at me like that? Have they never seen a dragon before? And why does that lord have so many girls in his house? I can't believe it's a corrosive level alchemical creation. How long has it been since I've seen one? She used vines to weave a small platform. Dulin saw it and walked up in a sensible manner. Then the small platform floated in front of Yishi to scrutinize the small dragon. The whole body is covered with deep crimson, black and red dragon scales, and the wings are stretched out to the maximum extent. Even if it turns out to be a small one, it's still a bit domineering. This dragon is documented in the World Tree as having been compelled by the Abyss to attack Mon together, when she didn't know she was doing something bad, and was later killed by the Wind God's familiars, but didn't quite die, leaving a heart behind. Unsurprisingly, it was saved by Ishii, but how did it feel? Much weaker. It was a corrosive level hierarchical life creation, yes, but right now she was nowhere near corrosive level power. But it's good, so I don't have to worry about this dragon accidentally poisoning my plants. Maybe it's good to keep it for fun. In fact, it was because the black gold gourd decided that the poisonous blood flowing from Dulin was a disease, so along with her ability to corrode, it was purified, leading to a great reduction in strength. However, Durin was still the existence of a corrosive great alchemy biodragon, and his strength was not to be underestimated. How are you guys? Durin weakly greeted the group of curious girls, sniffing fluorescence, surprised for a moment. Wow, talk, she can talk. Yes, she is an alchemical creation of the same gold alchemist Rain Dot as Obito, only one level below Obito, and from now on she will be a member of the Forest House, so get along with yourselves. Okay. After saying that, fluorescence grabbed Dulin's small body to get in front of her eyes to ask her, so cute, what else do you know? Can you fly at such a young age? Durin said, I'm at least a noble dragon. It's humiliating to be grabbed by such a hand. Of course. Durin broke free with his wings, holding Flux's fingers apart to hover up in the forest house, small in size so it looked like he was flying free. That's awesome. All the dragons I remember are those huge ones that cover the sky. First time I've seen one this small. At that, Durin landed in the center of the coffee table, stretching his wings, owling with some small smugness. Alright, you guys have fun. I'm going to go to the Narukami Taisha. Don't bully her. After Ishii left, Nazaida reached out her small hand to poke Durin's wing and spoke with a smile. I'm Nazaida. What's your name? Little dragon? My name is Durin. Please take care of me. Durin rubbed his little head against Nazida's fingers, trying to be as friendly as possible. The people here look like Ishii isn't in, the boss is Ishii, and this kid is her child, right? It looks smart, just like me. Ishii looked around for a while and finally selected the place where she had slept before she stayed in Ishii's bedroom. It was now turned into a small garden, and it would be nice to build Durin's little nest there. Durin, you'll be staying there from now on. Any need for a place to sleep? Dulin looked in the direction Ishii pointed and thought about it, and said excitedly, can I hitch my dragon's nest to a higher position? No problem. Narukami Taisha. Yae Kamiko room. Yae Kamiko was sitting in a chair reading a light novel, with a copy of Oil Tofu on the table next to her. I didn't realize that Ishii would be like this in the novel. That said, would the real them be too? Yae Kamiko forked up a piece of oily tofu and put it in her mouth, too engrossed in what she was watching to notice that there was a person sitting on the chair on the other side. It's a pity that the bet was lost, or else I'd have been able to. In the novel, have another piece of oil bean. Where's my oiled tofu? Turning his head, he saw that Ishii had appeared here at some point and had snatched his oil tofu. Yo, want some? Ishii saw Yae Kamiko staring at the oil tofu in her hand in exasperation, and deliberately picked up a piece and dangled it in front of her eyes, eating it into her mouth immediately afterward. Humph, trespassing in your sister's room. Have you made your realization? What? Yae Godson reached out his fingers and traced over Ishii's arm, and stood up and slowly came to Ishii's front, with a haunting smile on his face, and just as he opened his mouth to say something, Ishii stuffed a piece of oily tofu into his own mouth at a very fast speed. Well, if you want to eat it, just say so. It's not like I won't give it to you. I still have a lot of it here. Come on, come on. Before Yae Kamiko could say anything, she was stuffed with another piece by Ishii. It wasn't that she wanted to pick it up. It was the oily tofu forked with a toothpick, and if she didn't pick it up she would have stabbed herself in the mouth. And this guy timing how to grasp so well? The 2 times just now with the speed of Ishii's strike, even if he hesitated the slightest bit he would be stabbed by the toothpick. Damn it, even though you're our benefactor, you won't be able to walk out of here in one piece now even if true sister comes. I've seen other witches' costumes that don't seem to be dressed like yours, so let me get a good look at them. You. Immediately afterward, electricity flashed and thundered throughout the house, and the images of the 3 killing cherry trees in the vicinity of Ishii were clearly visible. Ishii ignored these to concentrate on the matter at hand, then said leisurely, speaking of which, we had a bet going on, and a certain pink fox lost. Upon hearing this, Yagyu Divine Sun's aura instantly dissipated, and the electric light and killing Sakura disappeared with it. Humph, I, the Eightfold Divine Sun, am not one to go back on my word. I know. The more the Eightfold Divine Sun looked at Ishii's unconcerned face, the more angry he became, but there was no way out, now that going back on his word was no longer possible. And if I'm not mistaken, you saved Kitsania, too, right? What are you doing? Yae Kamiko, don't call me a vixen. Well, I'll take my leave and not disturb your amusement. Ishii got up and intended to leave, but was unexpectedly stopped by the Eightfold Divine Sun in exasperation. What do you mean? I thought I was told to leave early. Do you have something else? Yae Kamiko was on the verge of crying out in shame. She did. Anyway, you can't be so bluntly smug. Do you know how much mental preparation I've done? What is it about me that you're not happy with? Let's go, but we'll be clear after you leave. What are you talking about? Our bet. Do you not recognize it? Dream on. Ishii was silent for a moment or two, and spoke doubtfully. I didn't understand what the hell you were talking about. I did mention it to you, and I don't know why you're suddenly doing all this. As for that bet, I haven't thought of the terms yet. Let's talk about it. At those words, Yae Kamiko froze in place. Realizing that he had been tricked, he was just about to explode before he saw Ishii throw a bag at himself and disappeared into thin air. Yae Kamiko held back her anger and opened the bag to see that it was filled with mora. After a long period of silence in the room, the sky above the Narukami Grand Shrine shimmered with terrifying thunder, and the phantom of a giant fox was vaguely visible. Ishii, I'm going to kill you. 119. Inazuma. Tenshokaku. Whoa. A pink fox was letting out a cry in the arms of an older sister who looked like she knew how to cook. Godson, don't cry. There's sister. Excessive. It's really too much. Raidenjin kept stroking Yujinja's long pink hair, doing his best to calm her down. Earlier, Thunderbolt True had been a little worried about whether something had happened on his body's side, but it turned out that it was the Divine Sun who had lost his temper. But what on earth could make the godchild break down like this? Although she was a little fox whenever she was in her own eyes, her heart honed over 500 years on Earth wasn't enough to cry like this, was it? Raidenjin tenderly waited for the godson to finish his catharsis and asked softly, Kamiko, can you tell me what happened? Yae Kamiko buried her face into her true sister's clothes to wipe her tears, then spoke in exasperation. Shin-san, it's all because of that. The Eightfold Divine Sun's words suddenly jerked to a halt. How could those things be said? Even if said, so what? How to see is their own initiative. Can still let the real sister to teach Ishii not? Can't afford to mess with Moreover, really go to find Ishii reasoning. Ishii if directly changed the words that is their own conditions, so we even have no reason. How to take him no way. If you say cheat, then cheat. What do you mean you gave me that bag? Still only 20,000 mora. Yae Kamiko was so angry that she broke down inside and cried and whimpered so pitifully. Thinking of this Eightfold Divine Sun became more and more aggrieved, and did not hold back and continued to lie down and release arms and cry. Ishii, actually, I just want you to buy more oily tofu to eat. What exactly did you interpret that as? Yae Kamiko, you shut up. Because of what? Don't worry, Kamiko. Shadow and I will definitely help you out. That's right. I'll have the general teach that man a lesson. The two Raiden sisters comforted so. But after that the Ye divine son kept crying and wouldn't say what had been posted or anything no matter how they asked. But there was nothing she could do if she didn't tell the truth. And she couldn't leave the godson alone. So what to do? Right. Isn't Ishi known as Li Yu's divine calculator? If we want to solve the matter of the godson, we must know the cause. So wouldn't it be better to go back and find Ishi to do the math? Just do it. Inazuma. Forest house. I'm back. Welcome home. Ishia went to sit at Narukami Taisha and returned to the forest house with a smile on her face. I wanted to talk to Ye Kamiko, but she urged me to hurry. He even did something bad to me before he left and scared me so much that I didn't even dare to move. Boys must protect themselves out there. Not knowing how Durin was doing, Ishi began to search for her in the forest house away. The first thing I noticed was the small house built by Ishi on top of that small garden. But Dulin wasn't in it either. Where's Kobayashi? Ishi looked around several times and did not find the little dragon. Strange. The forest house is so big there is no place to hide. Did it go out? Sleeping there. Ishi followed Ishi's gaze to see that only the adorable Columbia was sleeping on the small sofa. Her slightly open mouth was very moving. I mean Durin. Just the dragon I brought back earlier. Ishi put down the book to confirm and covered her mouth to snicker. Yes, Ishie, take a closer look. At those words Ishi's pupils shrank, thinking that the dragon hadn't been eaten by Columbine. Then it felt as if something wasn't quite right on Columbia, and fixed his eyes on the good guy. It turned out to be the dragon nestled in a ball was sleeping in Columbine's arms. A person and a dragon body are black and red color scheme. The key is from the angle of Ishi to see the Columbian clothing pattern and Dulin dragon body just to the right. At first glance really did not see it. Ishi smiled helplessly. Dragons love to sleep, and so does Columbia. It's quite nice to be a companion. It looks like Durin is getting along well with the girls yet. The two little ones have cute tummies together. Columbia was impressed with the dragon, as she had indirectly helped the immortal spirits, and was sort of saved by herself and Ishia together, and the favor value went even further. Kinda sleepy. Ishia slapped the legs of her fluorescent sister up on the couch as soon as she could, and then laid down on them. What's that smell on you, Ishie? Lum came up beside Ishi and sniffed, smelling of oiled tofu and gardenias mixed in, but it seemed a little strange. Ishia pushed Flux's head against it, looked at her legs, and sighed deeply. Yi-shi, get ready, I want to take a shower. Okay, hold on. Yi-shi let the bathroom door appear then walked into the hot water to go. During Ishi a ringing finger on the body clothing only as shorts, showing their perfect body. The yellow-haired girl next to him brushed her eyes and cast a stupid look. Nasida is looking calm, before sneaking a moment to see what Ishi and Yi-shi are doing in the room. And now just this is not enough to blush in that case. And besides, Ishi is also considered to be his own relatives. Knock knock. At this time the sound of knocking came from the door. Ishi habitually went forward to open the door. It turned out to be the Thunder and Lightning sisters came. Mr. Afternoon. Good. Lei Dianjin looked at the coolly dressed man in front of him and was momentarily speechless. Mr. E was quite at home. Casual. Good afternoon. Come in. Excuse me. So the Thunder and Lightning sisters followed Ishi into the forest house. Ishi looked at the room full of beautiful women a little thought, and get out a large sofa on the other side of the coffee table, so that it will sit down. Ishia, your clothes, was it taken to the wash? Thunderbolt True also did not know why he would ask such a question. The life level reached a certain realm on the body will not have dirt. The clothes are the same. It is impossible to be dirty. Oh, I'm going to take a shower. Or would you like to join me? Ishia said jokingly. Reidenjin stayed in place unresponsive for a while and nodded shyly. I see. Ishi gave Reidenjin an uncertain look. Understanding what? Bathing men and women together in Inazuma or mixed bathing in the bathtub is a culture in Inazuma. So if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Yi would like to experience it, wouldn't he? Reidenjin and Shadow only knew of such a custom, and as gods of a nation no one dared join them. Besides, not to mention Raijin, even the lowest nobles don't go to mixed baths. They have their own special place, and mixed baths are the behavior of commoners. However, Ishi has extended an invitation to me, and with all the favors plus the fact that I have a request, I naturally have no reason to refuse. Ishie, the water is ready. A guest is coming. Please wait, tea will come soon. Okay, I'll go in first then. After saying that Ishi went into the bathroom without looking back. When Yi-shi made tea and looked back. Where are the people? Paradise again? Forest house. Bathroom. I'm across the river. Worship that again. Stormy splashing the ugly reunion. Ishi hummed all the way to the shower. He was going to rinse off before getting in and soaking. Taking the shorts off followed by a perfect parabola throw over the hooks on the wall. Brother is so handsome. I'm not a talented young woman, so I'd appreciate it. Much obliged. Ishii froze as she listened to the two words with warm infectious feelings behind her and jerked back to look. At this time, the real and the shadow in the earth-down seat posture facing himself. The shadow saw the real have come along with the memory of the past since it should not be absent. Ishii was a bit speechless. Why did they follow her in? I'll be rude for now. Jin smiled gently at Ishii, got up and helped Ishii sit down, then picked up a towel and soaked it to come behind him and slowly wiped it off. Ishii silently sitting on the small chair inside complex. Why he casually a joke she too will take seriously, but also really come. Beside her, Shadow had been watching her sister's movements and seemed to be learning. After a while, True said to Shadow as he handed her the towel, I'll leave the last one to Shadow. I'll wipe the front of my body for Ishii. Aha. Saying that, True took another towel and came to Ishii, while Shadow followed True's example and continued to wipe his back. I'll just do it myself. You guys go ahead. That's okay, we're still inexperienced, but we'll do our best. Ishii. This. At this time Reidenjin realized that the towel that Ishii put on his lap was not very honest, and instantly understood what was going on with the real face white with red. Well, no need to care. Reidenjin smiled wanly at the sight. Then as soon as he ripped the towel off of Ishii, leaned down and buried it with confidence. Wait, it's okay, let me have this one too. What are you guys doing, sis? The shadow behind Ishii felt that something didn't seem right with the two of them and asked so. I'm massaging Ishii. And Shadow, you must be more careful. Just follow what your sister just demonstrated. Good. Boys need to protect themselves at home too. Ahem, the bathwater is just right now too. How about you, sighed Shadow? I'm almost there. At those words Ishii took the lead and got up and walked towards the bath. Thunderbolt, True and Shadow followed. The bathtub is quite large, a few people together to soak is not a problem. Ishii took a deep breath and closed her eyes and sank her heart like water to calm herself down. How long has it been since I've taken a bath? True's whole body relaxed into the middle of the bath, and 3 heads floated in the water. This body doesn't need to be cleaned up, but it's nice to do so once in a while. Such a light. Ishii appeared calm and composed to swim easily, idly pulling out the black gold gourd in 3 cups. Light bubble more or less, almost meaning. This is Liu's several hundred years portion of osmanthus wine. Today rare happy, come to invite you two to taste. Ishii filled all the glasses and the 3 of them leaned against the poolside to savor it. It's 100 years old, so I'll take it as a favor. Don't mention it. Cheers. Ishii was the first to raise her glass, and the girls to her left and right followed suit. Cheers. The crisp clinking of wine glasses resonated in the air, and Ishii and the others were overflowing with joy. The soaking process was relatively normal and went smoothly. When Ishii saw the trio of sisters, Ishii and Thunderbolt, coming out of the bathroom together, the whole person froze in place. What are you? Ishii invited us to take a dip together, so I really appreciate it. You're welcome. Ishii had just wondered why these two people were walking so fast, but it turned out that they had gone in with Ishii. A suspicious gaze swept over Reidenjin and Shadow, both of them sincere in a way that didn't look like they were lying. Taking another look at the glowing Ishii, he turned his head away. Ishii knew about Ishii and the Yagyu Divine Sun because the entire Teyvat itself could observe it. But I really missed the forest house. Plus the traces of the crime disappeared with the pool water, so it's hard to tell. It's okay, Inuyasha really does have such a custom, and I'm on pretty good terms with Reidenjin, so she's not going to steal my man, is she? Ishii, let me lie down for a while. Aha. Ishii picked up Ishii's princess and gently placed her on the sofa. Then her body collapsed to bury her face into her tenderness. Can't really do anything with you. Ishii gently wrapped Ishii's back, tenderness written all over his face, and Ishii obediently hugged Ishii's slender waist. Shin and Shadow sat back down on the added couch, suddenly noticing Columbia on the couch, and then surprised Ishii. Ishii, congratulations. Congratulations on what? Ishii kept this movement lazily. Ishii's arms like a gravitational force makes people reluctant to leave. Congratulations on the impending birth of an heir. At the words Ishii fell into silence. At the same time could feel a murderous aura surging vaguely from Ishii's body in front of his face. Oh, then may I ask whose child it is between Ishii and? Ishii asked Raiden True with a creepy smile, and True pointed to Columbia sleeping on the small couch. Columbine, your belly is so big, don't you know? A few people in the room looked in the direction True pointed to, where Columbia and Kobayashi were sleeping soundly. At this point Columbia woke up in a bubbly daze and the first thing she said was, "What? I'm pregnant?" Columbia picked up Kobayashi, who was sleeping on her stomach, and placed him on the table to check his status. Strange, nothing. Feeling his sleeping place change, Kobayashi propped himself up on all 4 paws and spread his wings to stretch, then looked around in confusion. Why are there 2 more beautiful girls, and why are they all looking at me? Hello, pretty sisters. Reidenjin was horrified for a split second when he saw Columbia picking up his stomach, but after seeing that it was a misunderstanding on his part he didn't lose his awkward smile. Ahaha, duo, what a cute little dragon. Is it your pet from Ishii? Reidenjin immediately took Kobayashi in his arms and complimented him. doing his best to ease the awkwardness. She also settled down. I told you how this girl dared to grab ahead of herself. Pretty much, because of all the chances. She's one of us now. That's right. Kobayashi flapped his wings happily, suddenly realizing how warm it was to sleep here, and instantly sleepiness swept over him, finding a comfortable position to continue sleeping. That's so nice. By the way, actually, I came to see you this time because there's something I want to ask you to help me count. Is that okay? Sure, go ahead. After Raiden really helped Ishii in the bathroom matter, I'm afraid that she now what favor Ishii will help. Take pinch to death. I was going to give Raiden a bag of moolah to Raiden as well, but on second thought I'd rather not. She doesn't need it. It's like this. Today, Kamiko. Raiden told Ishii about Kamiko crying and whimpering so pitifully in his arms, wanting to ask for his help in figuring out what was wrong with Kamiko. Ishii also wondered after hearing this. We get along quite well just a little time what can make her angry like this? Putting on his sunglasses and pinching himself, he then fell silent in place. It's because of me. This matter is rather complicated to talk about. But don't worry, you guys, I'll take care of the Divine Son. Ishii knew why Kamiko had only gone to cry and not tell True the reason, and had chosen to keep it just as secret. Well, then, please. Thunderbolt really thought that he was afraid that it was really something that couldn't be said for the sake of the reason that even the closest Divine Son to himself hadn't mentioned a word about it. Since Ishii has said so, it's good to believe him. Chapter 121, The Heart of the Matter. Forest House. Memories of the past bedroom. Yishi's strong hands thumped Ishii on the bed, and Ishii looked at Yishi on her body with an expression that wasn't quite right and was extraordinarily serious. What's wrong? And Yishi just kept staring at Ishii afterward with her mouth so pouting, not saying anything. Ishii is getting more and more nervous, vaguely feeling that something big is going to come down. Having never seen Yishi like this before, could it be that the world tree grew new shoots because I watered it? During the two people's eye interaction, Ishii even thought of the child's name, when Yishi suddenly opened his mouth. Do you love me? Ishii had thought of all the questions Yishi might ask, only she didn't expect her to ask this. Do you love me? Yishi asked again, and Ishii revealed a smile, gently pulling Yishi's long white hair over her ear. Why do you ask such an obvious question? In a word, if you don't leave me I will not abandon you, and I will not abandon you if you leave me. Do you love me? Yishi pouted and continued to ask. At the words Ishii spoiled a smile. So this girl is in the pampering so the head will come together in Yishi's ear whispering, most love you. The warm gas made Yishi's body soft and lost strength to lie on top of Ishii, and then stubbornly supported himself and presented a piece of paper in front of Ishii's eyes. Then sign it. Ishii took a look. Then the corner of her mouth twitched. Why does this thing look so much like a marriage registration book? Groom, remembering the past. Bride to Ci Shu Wang Ishii. Witness, Buell, the god of wisdom. Ishii thought to herself that you are witnessing your own marriage, right? It is similar to Zhongli's funeral for Morix. Nasuda, actually, I'm also a buyer, and it's okay for me to see my mom get married. In fact, Yishi at the beginning of the bride that column also want to fill in the real name buyer, but considering their own children's real name is also called buyer. This writing cannot, then add a big Ci Shu Wang good. Ishii patted this marriage registration, which should be sacred but seemed a bit hasty, on Yishi's chest, and without hesitation wrote his name in one stroke. It was the only time Ishii had ever written properly, with no art involved, and it was incredibly serious. It turns out you can write well, master. Of course I can, after all the years of writing. Then why did you write that before, master? What do you know? That's called art. If it makes my Yeshi happy, here, sign off. Yishi was a little stunned as he looked at the lifelong vow handed over by Ishii for a long time without saying anything. Ishii relaxed as she lay back, letting the girl duck sit on top of her. It really doesn't make a difference whether we sign this or not, given our relationship, but if it puts Yishi's mind at ease, do whatever it takes. Aha! Yishi happily giggled like a little girl looking at the paper in her hand, and then clutched it tightly in her arms in a loving manner. Then it was put away as carefully as the possessions that Ishii had given to her for safekeeping, and went to embrace a more loving person. Hey I'm not going anywhere. Remember you said that to me first. Yishi hugged very tightly. Those two soft masses pressed Ishii a little breathless. What a cute girl. Ishii. Not in the least bit godlike. Yishi is only shown to those she loves the most, and all that she is. As long as you want it, as long as I have it. In the end, it was because Yishi really felt the crisis. Before today, Yishi was very content with the status quo. She knew that Ishii was popular with the girls and gave Ishii plenty of room to have fun. Yishi has never been emboldened, and has her own considerations for other girls who are close to Ishii. It is really not possible to read the heart to see her nature directly, Only Yishi recognized people are qualified to stay by the side of Ishi, so Yishi understands what they really think about Ishi, and doesn't care about the ones that aren't in danger even if something happens. As for Columbia, she's an exception. Yishi's tolerance for her is pulled full circle. Also quite like this girl, how she planted in the hands of Ishi reason must be clear to everyone. But there's one thing not to forget. When the candidates for the memories of the past shopkeeper were not the only one, the king of the Great Tree of Mercy was not the only one. Before Ishia invited the Thunderbolt True Girls to take a bath today, Yishi had never been emboldened. It's true that Yishi didn't pay attention to what was going on with Ishi and the others in the bathroom, but couldn't she possibly tell? The moment he saw them walk out of the bathroom together, Yishi understood. If it's just this, Yishi isn't scared yet. It's good to make Ishi happy, but Yishi had always had a suspicion, and just today, that suspicion was infinitely amplified. That is, if the first person that Ishia had looked for in the first place had been Raidenjin, would there have been nothing left of himself? Yishi more or less understood his ability by secretly reading Ishi's heart. However, Ishi's ability exceeded Yishi's perception and was finally summarized as, remembering the past as a high being sealed his power before he was able to travel the human world. There is a huge karma on the Raiden truth because of Istaru, so she felt that the reason Ishia didn't go to Raidenjin was that he couldn't afford to resurrect Raidenjin at that time. After all, his physical strength at that time was just like that of an ordinary human. None of this mattered before today, and Yishi has done a near-perfect job of keeping Ishi away from himself. But, the always lustful Ishia has a change of heart when confronted with the sincerity offered by Raidenjin. In contrast to that was the eightfold divine son. That would have reminisced about the absence of ripples in his heart. The previous one was just because of the jealousy to play a small nature. When Yishi really encountered the people who can shake to their own when it seems extremely calm. The matter of the marriage book looks like Yishi is being capricious, but in fact it is the opposite. It is a well thought out move. The Consul of Time, Istaru, has a deep debt to the Raiden family, as does Ishi. That's why Raidenjin had a natural favoritism towards Ishi, and that's why he would be willing to help Ishi with those things. How else would it be possible? Raiden's true level of sanity was not inferior to that of the Great Tree King of Ci. Now that it's happened, let's start with time. Letting the dust settle before Raiden really intentionally hooked Ishia's heart away. There was the scene just now. Although it was just a matter of signing in Ishi's opinion, it was undoubtedly the greatest peace of mind for Ishi. Mainly, now you'll really be nothing but concubines. Truly emboldened, confident, mysterious. Let me say a few words about that. 2. My silly girl, all your worries are superfluous. Remember the slip of the tongue I shouted when I first arrived at the World Tree? The exact words were, "Wife, I'm here." No, is MS. Wang Yin? In addition, there is no cost at all. Do not go to the first to find. Raiden really said as the rice wife locking order is not very good to go. But the girl, you think this reason has a few credibility? I can even reach the World Tree and still be stopped by a lockdown order? Now you understand. Yishi, from the very beginning, it was you that I chose. You have been paying all the time I have seen in my heart. I have today's strength cannot be separated from you. I just want to say, don't tire yourself. I'll be heartbroken. Also, Yishi, there's something I can't say. I'm embarrassed. I'm not afraid to laugh at you if I just say it today. I often wonder if I'm even worth the unconditional and silent commitment you've been giving. But I didn't do anything for you, and I don't know what I can give you. And to be honest, it's quite overwhelming. Also just really touched by Raiden. Not denying it was fun. If I were to learn that one day in the future I had failed you, I think I would have killed the person I was at that time. Ha ha. I mean, I'd commit my life to it. That's all I'm saying anyway. Just don't take it personally. Yishi, you gave me a home. It's enough. Ishi, you built the forest house. I'll buy you a big one later. Yishi, covering her mouth and snickering. Okay. I don't know what kind of behavior you have. Besides, if you're really interested in Raiden, I can help you get it. Ishi, silly girl, you're still helping me even after you've been tricked over by me yourself. Yashi, aha, the author of the 2 days of military training. 6 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock at night. Every day more than a chapter is sacrifice nap time and stay up late at night to write. Military training after the end of the must add more. Begging for a gift. Humble. Chapter 122, Good Habits. At night, the memory of the bedroom. Is this real? Am I dreaming? Yishi had been holding up that marriage certificate and giggling since just now. He also pinched Columbia's little face, and was even happier to see her reaction and learn that it wasn't a dream. Columbia covered her face and leisurely looked at Yishi. This bad woman was definitely not the god of wisdom. Definitely not. At the same time looking at the piece of paper in her hand as if thinking, this kind of thing is usually only human beings will care. You a big god to get together what? And pinch yourself. Yishi, I want it. Besides, I'm not stupid. Why should I pinch myself? Columbia, how does it feel to say something that makes so much sense? You've asked so many times. It's true. If you like it, I can sign a few more copies for you to keep. Ishii, are you going to look for that fox again tomorrow? Yeah, it's because of me anyways. Her parents are coming to the door. Gotta go cozy up. So, but only if it makes me happy. Feel free to serve. Aha. Ishii kind of realized that she was the queen anyways Yeah ha ha ha. At this moment next to Kalimboa, who was planning to sleep, moved her wings. This bad woman was so noisy. What should you call me now? She had a happy smile on her face, followed by one of the softest and sweetest voices. Honey. What? Didn't hear you. Old. Well, the next day. Forest house. Dang. Yishi's glowing appearance showed off his marriage certificate with Ishii in front of the others. So you weren't in this kind of relationship before. I thought you were a long time ago. Lum was surprised. She wasn't very concerned about Ishii getting married. Did it make any difference if he did or not? Ishii on the other hand looks a bit poor in spirit. No surprise Yi's sister in such good shape is all Ishii's credit, right? Moreover, all of Ishii's body was filled with sister Yi's scent. And although this was often the case, today's Ishii seemed to be out of the mud and all stained It's that feeling of closing your eyes and really thinking that Ishii is Yishi like never before. Come na Zaida, call daddy. Ishii stroked Nasida's little head and smiled. Floor looked at Ishii a little speechless. Well, he wasn't in bad shape at all. Dad. Nazida swallowed and a little shy look. Their own as a country god just woke up to know that there is a mom also even the father has. At first it wasn't, but now it's the real deal. That's a good boy. Come and have some candy. Ishii will be a bag of candy stuffed into the hands of Nazida. Nazida silence a 2. I all 500. Forget it, tear open the package and take out a happy eat up. Thanks. Ha. At this time, Columbine yawning from the second floor down. No unnecessary action, straight to the front of the memory of the past to go up as a kiss. Wow, Sister Yi. Look at Columbia coming to steal your man. Lum exclaimed excitedly. Although this image could be seen before, today it was extra exciting. I'll have Ishii teach her a good lesson. Yi. Columbine, you bad woman. Ishii, do you love me? Columbia's milky, ferocious words caused both Ishii and Yishi to freeze in place at the same time. Ishii looked at Yishi, only to see her spread her hands and continue to play with Nazida on the swing. Love, but there's no need to go through the process. Bring it over and I'll just sign it. It's not ready yet. I'll go back to Jidong and get one. That's fine. I'll go with you. It just so happens that I still have to make a trip to Jidong. I forgot to ask the queen for the Eye of God last time. Good. Lum's brain went down watching this scene. You guys, are you guys so casual? Never mind. Feel free to do as you please. It does seem like signing for fun to you guys. I'm going out to take care of some business. And someone. Ishii got up and shunned the fluorescent piece of snack, then brought it up to the tip of the still sleeping Duran's nose. Kobayashi, wake up. It's time to work. Kobayashi poked his nose out to sniff, then barred a bite. What is this? It's delicious. Sure enough, Kobayashi was instantly awakened, so it was up to Ishii to strike while the iron was hot. Shaolin brother has a major task for you. After the deed is done, this food will give you a big bag full of it. Promise to finish the job. Good. Very spirited. Now march with me. Aha! Ishii turned and strutted forward with a wave of his hand, and Kobayashi waved his wings around Ishii, spreading his wings and flying. Ready to strike. Chapter 123, Dragon Scale. Jinsho no Mori. Kamisato Yashiki. Ishii morning. This is Dragon? Ayaka learned that Ishii came to look for himself, carried the skirt all the way out to run to meet. The first look in addition to Ishii's handsome face is the face next to the small forest. Instead of choosing to teleport directly to Narukami Taisha, Ishii was taking a walking stroll. Shoulder lying on a cool black dragon is not the same. Walking on the street, thief has a row. Kamisato Yashiki was right on the road that Narukami Taisha had to take, and Ishii unintentionally turned right into it with a 90-degree flash as she passed by. Good morning, Ayaka. I came to visit since I missed you. We'll talk in your room. Well, please follow me. Upon hearing this, Ayaka walked towards her boudoir with elegant and dignified steps, when suddenly her figure gave a lurch. Ayaka reacted to the fact that Ishii was going to her room and her face immediately turned red. There's never been another boy who's come into their room before. What's wrong, Ayaka? No, nothing. This way. The words fell. Ayaka continued to walk as if nothing had happened. Ishii did not think much of anything. Just how to feel. Ayaka walking posture changed a bit stiff. Please wait here for a moment while I prepare tea. As soon as Ishii entered the door, she started to look around Ayaka's room. It was very clean and tidy, and there was also a nice smell that belonged only to adolescent girls. Ayaka's face turned a few shades redder, and tried her best to ignore Ishii's sight as she went out to make him some tea. It's been a long time. Ayaka took a few deep breaths before entering the door. The room usually tidied up neatly on its own. There wouldn't be any problems. Then he looked at Ishii, who stood in front of the large open closet, and fell into deep thought. Ishii, you're being. Ayaka placed the tray in her hand on the table, then apprehensively came to Ishii's side, and sure enough, he saw it all. When Ayaka thought about it, how could Ishii be a pervert who would go through a girl's private clothes? Which of the women around Ishii can you compare yourself to? How could they be interested in me? So it doesn't matter. There must be some deep meaning in Ishii doing this. Ishii, as expected of Ayaka, who has known her since she was a child. She's a good judge of character. Oh, let's see if you have any other skin. Ishii stared at the small clothes in Ayaka's closet with her hand on her chin, pondering something. Sure enough, it was all white. Some of them have bear designs on them, which are quite cute. The Ayaka she remembered herself from before that event wore the same set of dresses from the Kamisato family whenever she wore them, and today there was a chance that Ishii wanted to see if she had any other clothes. Unfortunately, no. Skin? Before I came here, I did some random math and learned that you were still lacking in clothing styles, and now it seems to be true, for which I purposely made one for you. So wait, I'll look for it, said Ishii. Will be from the system space to rummage up. Long time no use to put where? So, thank you, Ayaka said with a smile. At the same time there was some small anticipation in her heart. I wonder what kind of clothes Ishii will give me. It must be very beautiful. Then looked at the extremely soft stockings that appeared in Ishii's hands for a second. Ishii, this is white stockings. Ishii almost forgot that the system props also had a stocking to come. It's been too long since I've used it. And there is a very amazing feature that if you give it to someone else it will refresh another one. Even the attributes will follow. Amazing. I know. I was going to ask, why did you give me stockings? You usually need to pay attention to your identity. I don't have many chances for you to wear it if I send you other clothes, so I chose this one. In addition, this is not an ordinary stocking. Specifically, you will understand after experiencing it yourself. Ayaka remembered the elixir in the black gold gourd of Ishien. That efficacy was already enough to subvert the common sense of the world. So what efficacy would this one have? And I told you, how could Ishii be that kind of person? She does usually only wear that set of clothes herself. It's so hard for you. You're so good to me. Little thing. Here, try it on. Okay. So Ayaka took the white stocking and felt it twice. It was definitely not a mortal material. It was even so supple that it would slip away if he held it in his hand without care yet. Then Ayaka took off her little shoes and white socks and began to put them on, not avoiding Ishii's gaze in the least. And it wasn't the first time anyway. It's like, every movement has become extra light. Ayaka stood up and felt her own state, and suddenly thought of something, then flashed her own sword to try it out. Even the speed of the blade is much faster. It's a real gem. Thanks for the gift. I'm very happy. You're welcome. It's all friends. It's all about thanking Ayaka for taking care of me and caring for me earlier. Yeah, the one where Ishii went out for a wheelchair race and Ayaka thought Ishii had hurt her leg and was worried sick. And stockings with 100% attack speed added as expected. I'm sure Ayaka can easily break the human limit with her current state, right? I'm glad you're okay. The tea's getting cold. I'll go make you another pot. Coming right up. Good. Ishii made a beeline for Ayaka's small chair, and Kobayashi dropped obediently onto the table, being very well behaved. What do I need to do, master? There are no set requirements. Just see what happens. Tea's here. This time Ayaka moved much faster, replacing a steaming pot of the Kamisato family's hospitality tea as well as a few refreshments. Ishii, please enjoy. Ayaka had also thoughtfully prepared a small plate specifically for Kobayashi to have a share of the refreshments as well. Ishii's pet was truly something else. You too, please. Ayaka brought that small plate in front of the little dragon on the table, and Kobayashi fluttered his wings in thanks at the sight of it before burying his head in his food. What a cute little dragon. Ishii, can I touch her? Ayaka asked expectantly, her gaze staying on Kobayashi, who was concentrating on his food, and could be seen to be interested. Dragons were rare wherever this advanced species was seen, and it was the first time Ayaka had seen one. Kobayashi's alternating black and red appearance was dominating. Nay, with her current size, no matter what the action would only make her cute. It just so happens that girls love cute things, and Ayaka is no exception. But unfortunately in her position she's not too good at keeping small pets. Ayaka can be as happy as she likes. Kobayashi is very docile. Don't mind anything. Ishii picked up the tea that Ayaka had poured with her own hands and took a sip, hissing, boiling water. So her name is Kobayashi. Then I'll apologize in advance. Ayaka tentatively reached out a finger to poke at the dragon scales on Kobayashi's body. A novel sensation. Is this the dragon scale? It's really hard. I'm afraid that even the mist cuttings returning light given by Lord Shogun can't cut through it. That's right. Kobayashi has the strength of a god's dependent level. So these are nothing. Ishii said breezily, invisibly pretending to be great. That's impressive, but it makes sense if it's you. Ayaka knocked gently again, while Kobayashi's witty little brain immediately realized that this was an opportunity to perform. Sister, this is for you. After saying that, Kobayashi twisted his head and ripped off a dragon scale from himself with his teeth to carry it to Ayaka. Ah, are you okay? Does it hurt? Seeing this, Ayaka was a little distressed as she looked towards the spot where the scales had been ripped off. That spot quickly grew a brand new dragon scale. It doesn't matter if it's a piece. Don't you like it, sister? Kobayashi said in a somewhat lost tone. Even though he was hundreds of years older than this girl, she was a friend of her master and had to be called as such. At that, Ayaka hurriedly placed the piece of dragon scale in her hand and responded with a smile. Why yes, I'm happy to receive a gift from you. Great. Kobayashi happily rubbed his little face against Ayaka's hand, a gesture that reaped Ayaka a great deal of compassion and couldn't help but touch Kobayashi's little head. That's so cute, and close to people. Wait, you can talk? Even though Inazuma had many talking creatures, she was still surprised by Kobayashi's soft and childish voice. Of course, you're pretty too, sis. Kobayashi felt that the girl wanted to hug herself. She just wasn't quite ready to make the move. And now that the relationship was almost close, she took the initiative and jumped into her arms. Thanks. Ayaka caught Kobayashi and placed him on his lap, then naturally started to stroke him continuously from the head along the scales. From Ayaka's expression you could tell that it was very satisfying. She had petted kittens like this before as well. Ishi silently observed these two little cuties from the side, thinking that Shaolin is quite good at pleasing girls, and can definitely be put to great use. This dragon wasn't collected for nothing. Thanks to I'm selling grilled cold noodles on the street for sending me 1 and 666. Chapter 124, Tofu in Oil. Narakami Taisha. Yae Kamiko Room. Yae Kamiko held the novel she was most interested in tightly in her hands, but her attention kept getting distracted by the immodest man, and the little tiny one of unknown origin. Yae Kamiko didn't really want to pay attention to him, while Ishi pushed the door straight in and sat down and then stayed there with a gourd drinking and doing nothing else but using his own oily tofu as a drinking dish. The room was silent, and the eightfold divine son had mixed feelings in his heart. What the hell do you want? Not to mention that good thing that happened earlier. Any girl would be concerned about a man suddenly bursting into her boudoir, wouldn't she? Novels also cannot be quiet to read properly, but also not at all as an outsider. You think you can do whatever you want just because you look good? I think I'm pretty handsome too. After a long period of silence between the two of them, Ishi suddenly spoke up. The Yagyu divine son was startled. Could it be that this man could know what others were thinking? You've read too many novels, don't you? You believe in such things as mind reading? Hearing that, Yae Kamiko thought about it. This man happened to narcissize himself a little bit is also expected. Nope, I haven't said a word since the beginning. With a cold snort, she stopped thinking about him and continued to read the novel, taking a piece of oily tofu and eating it in her hand. And this man ate it all. Ishia continued to drink her wine after those two words, and Kobayashi could see that his master had made this pink fox angry, so he had brought himself here for this. Yagyu godson also probably understands what Ishi is here to do, but what's with this grandpa-like attitude of yours? You're pretty good at this oily tofu. The Yae divine son sneered in his heart. So you're trying to introduce the topic by praising my preferences, but unfortunately, this routine of yours is too much for me. Now that you're done eating, go bring me another plate. At those words the corners of the eightfold divine son's mouth twitched. You really are not a salt and oil person. First time I've seen someone like you. Yae Kamiko guessed that this man could hear what she was thinking, so after cursing him in her mind she huffed and puffed and went off to prepare the oily tofu. Ishi smiled and took out a folding fan up. In fact, this pink fox is quite cute. Well, master, what exactly are we here for? Shaolin was directly by the memory of the whole will not be. Just now the atmosphere is so awkward is actually quite good relationship between the two of them? Here to put her in a better mood, and as for how to do it, you remain as you see fit. Well, Xiaolong nodded with some skepticism. Dragon sang, Godson and ayahuasca are both pretty girls treatment. How so much difference? How could it be the other way around when it came to this big sister who was giving Ayaka small gifts and flowery words? But what the master is currently doing looks like it's pulling down her favorability towards you. Kobayashi was still puzzled. How do you look like you're here to make up? Pretty much, but that's the effect to get. Why? Ishi closed the fan and spoke without delay. With the seniority of the eightfold divine son, what little tricks are not enough for her? Then if I do the opposite, so that her expectations of me are pulled down to a minimum or even zero, and then that's when I casually make some moves that even little girls wouldn't necessarily fall for, then that would be a real surprise. At the words Shaolin thatched up suddenly realized look, eyes full of worship for Ishi, so it can still be like this. Master, you are so smart. It's nothing, besides I'm too lazy to do any of this. I'll leave her to you later. I'm going to take a nap. I haven't slept in days. Words fell. Ishi got up to the eightfold godson of the bed. A poor quill to cover did not move, leaving in place a lone messy small forest. Yes, that's what Ishi is really doing, coming to bed. Because of their own best daughter-in-law in the whole world, some days have not slept. Even as strong as Ishia will be a little overwhelmed. Today finally have the opportunity to take a good rest. When Yagyu Godson returned with the oily tofu, he looked at Ishii, who was whirling away in his own bed, and fell into deep thought. Why was the man asleep? A quick glance at where he had been sitting showed only the little tiny one face to face with himself. Hello sis, yay, what a cute little guy. Come and let your sister hold him. After the man was sort of gone, Kamiko resumed her old self, and before Kobayashi had a chance to react she stepped forward and drew up her tiny head. The Yagyu Kamioko scratched the inside of Kobayashi's wing, and Kobayashi gave a jolt, but it was a heavy responsibility given to her by her master, so she had to endure her shyness and obey. What a lovely reaction. Interesting. Kamiko held Kobayashi's body on her lap. Kobayashi tucked his claws away for fear of zapping the Yagyu Shinko. What about a real dragon? Come and let my sister take a good look at you. Kamiko continued to tease Kobayashi. Unable to get Ishii, then it would be good to play with this little dragon he brought with him. The next long period of time 8-Heavy Godson is not quiet. 8-Heavy Godson once again looked to the side with a dead person like Ishii. He this or not awake? The man was sleeping so deeply. Could it be that he can't? Just like that. Seeing that Ishii didn't respond, Heavy Divine Son gave up the idea of waking him up, and instead picked up the novel and continued to read it. Kobayashi looks up at Kamiko and, well, something blocked his view. What are you looking at, sister? At those words Yagyu Kamiko put down the book and looked down at Kobayashi, who was full of naivety. Want to come watch with your sister? Good. Sister has some delicious oily tofu here. Want to try some? Yes, Kobayashi said excitedly. Fong saw his master eating so happily. It must be delicious. As a result, when Kamiko tried to fork up a piece of oily tofu and feed it to Kobayashi, the plate disappeared. After a moment's thought, stiffly, he raised his head to look at the seat. Yo, you're back. My oil tofu is delicious. Want to try it? Ishii's smile was extraordinarily sunny and said as she picked up a piece of oily tofu and brought it to Kamiko's mouth. Kamiko hummed softly and took it in one bite to continue reading the novel. Kobayashi, you have a piece. After saying that, Ishii split a piece of oily tofu into the right size for Kobayashi, then forked it up and pressed her hand on Kobayashi's soft seat to feed it to her. I'll say this up front. This plate is the last of it, and I'm not going to go buy it for you if you finish it again. It's okay, since it's the last of them, you come and have some more too. Saying that, Ishii brought another piece of oily tofu to the mouth of the Yukyuko Divine Son, who felt that this was so strange but didn't reject it. After all, how can we not eat the tofu when it's right in front of our mouths? The next thing Ishii did was to just feed them both oiled tofu. So, what the hell do you want to do this time over here? Extra episode if the present Ishii goes back to the past. Thanks for the gift. Plus more. Note, this chapter has nothing to do with the main story. Nothing to do with it. Timeline, just after Ishii saved the king of the Great Tree of Mercy. Ha. It's another beautiful day. Early in the morning, a ray of sunlight shone on Ishii's face, habitually scratching to the right. There was nothing. Touching the small peak on the left again. It still flopped. Yeah, Columbia? Ishii opened her eyes and looked at the empty room a little puzzled, and how it felt that the space was much smaller. Normally she could possibly get up early, but that girl Columboya couldn't possibly. What's wrong with the two of them today? It's just a matter of time. Ishii didn't think much about following the vine-woven staircase to the first floor, and unsurprisingly found Myrtle's silhouette on the swing. Morning boss. Morning. After greeting, Ishii looked toward the sofa. Strange. Usually brother Luanbia is either sleeping or sleeping on that small sofa. Today how are not in it? Did she go back to Jidong to get a marriage license from the queen all by herself? What an anxious girl. She, come here. Good. So she floated down from the swing in front of Ishii, leaning forward a bit to look up at Ishii somewhat mischievously. What does the boss? Snap. The sound of a sudden Ishii and Ishii's rounded butt slap. Not yet waiting for Ishii's reaction will be her body turn around from behind and reach out to hold and rub up. Immediately afterward, Ishii's entire face reddened to the roots of her ears at a speed visible to the naked eye, while sweet little voices continued to come out of her mouth. Boss, don't be like this, and you're not going to tell fortunes today? Ishii thought to herself. Why are you so shy today? You're an old married couple? Good. After being satisfied, Ishii walked out of the forest house and then froze in place. How did she get back to Ryu? What's wrong with the boss? It's okay. Ishii was still a little puzzled, but she didn't think much about it. Perhaps she had passed to the wrong forest house last night, and then Ishii followed. Skillfully, he set the table as well as the fortune-telling props on the table and got to work. Boss, you are really good. Can you read my fortune? No matter how many times I watch it, I'm shocked that the boss's ability to see things before they happen is nothing short of divine. No problem. What does Ishii want to count? Is it love? Good. Ishii casually asked, but she didn't expect Ishii to nod, so she placed the compass in front of her. Counting love again. Don't you already know that? But she wants to come good then. Ha! She didn't quite understand what the again in Ishi's mouth meant, and now that the props were in front of him, it would be better to ask first. Mr. Compass, may I ask where the other half of my life is at this moment? Only to see the compass spinning a few times at a rapid pace, and then pointing straight at himself instead of being thrown, as Ishi had expected. Congratulations Ishi, the other half of your life is me, Ishi said smugly with her arms spread wide, and she covered her mouth with a smile at the sight. Ha ha, boss, you're doing this on purpose, right? Then in that case I can really believe. Well, before she could finish her sentence she was kissed, followed by picking her up and a princess carried back inside the forest house. Now you're mine. Boss you're serious. Ishi gently set she down on the sofa, after which she exhaled a mouthful of hot air in her ear. Ah! She instantly lost her strength and her whole body went limp, and Ishi protected her tightly in her arms to stabilize her. You're even cuter today. It makes me can't help but want to eat you even more. At this time, Ishi's afterglow glanced at the hammock by the wall. Wasn't that hammock dismantled by Ishi and replaced with a garden, and then moved to my bedroom afterward? Ishi helped the blushing Ishi up, then came to that hammock to speculate. Ishi, why did you get another hammock here? Is there a friend of yours coming? Ishi took a few deep breaths in an effort to adjust her emotions. It's true that this boss is immodest, coveting my beauty, and just now he was also teasing himself, right? Ha, what are you talking about, boss? If you think it affects the aesthetics, I can find a house outside to live in. Ishi lost his mind and opened his mouth. Ishi looked at the girl's somewhat saddened appearance. His heart sank violently. Not caring about anything else, rushed to sit next to Ishi to hold her in his arms. What are you talking about, silly girl? I still can't wait to be with you every day. Don't say things like that in the future. Aha! Ishi's heart fluttering, violent beating. Ishi's face close at hand. And why suddenly say such a person let a person shy words? And isn't that hammock where I've been sleeping for the past few days? Why would Ishi ask that question? Although I did have the idea of taking down the boss, but it's only been a day. How is it the same as it has been successful for a long time? Could it be that I've lost my memory? Ishi felt Ishi's heartbeat and vaguely felt that something was wrong. What's with this heartbeat? How can Ishi still be as shy as she was at first, like a little girl when she was hugged by me? Taking a closer look at Ishi's face, it seemed to have less luster and less of the flavor of a mature big sister. Ishi. I am. Ishi had understood something by now and finally asked Ishi in a confirmatory manner. Do you know Colombia? Colombia? Let's see. Ishi closed his eyes and looked up the person's information through the world tree, and unsurprisingly found it quickly. There it is. For some reason there are very few records. She is a remnant of the ancient immortal spirit clan, and is currently taking up the third seat of the executive officer under the supreme winter ice god. What is it that the boss is looking for her for? Ishi closed her eyes and was silent for a moment or two, now basically certain that Ishi didn't recognize her. That means, I went back in time? Boss, you came from the future? Ishi suddenly got up and said in surprise before realizing something and covering her mouth. It's okay, I know you read my mind a lot, I'm sorry for just now. Now I guess we've only just met. Although she didn't think that the matter of reading the memory of the heart of the past could be hidden from him, he wouldn't expose himself without saying so. Ishi sat back down on the couch and began to contemplate what was going on. The me of this time period doesn't exist, and it's more like a big future projection flashback than going back in time, where I'm retaining my memories. But not exactly. The world tree didn't record it, and she didn't know about it. Boss, what does the future look like? She asked apprehensively. Ishi didn't say anything and slapped her and Ishi's marriage certificate onto Ishi's chest. She could feel that the paper was made of her own power, but she was certain that she had never created this. Curious, he picked it up and looked at it, followed by his entire body freezing in place. Boss, we're married? Right. Ishi's heart turned surging. Somehow there was really a feeling of happiness, although this she was her future self. Are you there, little department? Little department? Ishi called the system twice, and sure enough, there was no response. What are you doing, boss? Suddenly Ishi picked up the squirming Ishi in a princess hug and headed for the second floor. Caveat emptor. Chapter 125 Translation. Thanks for the gift. And again, more. Go away. Don't talk to me. Kamiko pushed Ishi in front of him away. Still can't get over that Mora bag he gave himself last time. Too much of a bully for a fox. Okay. Ishi sat back down helplessly, then addressed Kobayashi on Kamiko's chest. Kobayashi, tell the big sister behind you that the Mora just wanted to take it to you to get some oily tofu for dinner. Kobayashi quizzically twisted his head to look at Ishi, and then looked up at Kamiko, who had speechlessness written all over his face. She's already heard you two talking across the table, but it's better to carry out the master's orders. Sister, Master, he said that the more is for buying you delicious oily tofu. Don't be upset. Ishi thought to herself that this dragon was quite good at talking. Bringing her here was the right choice. Yagyu Godson sighed lightly and touched Kobayashi's smooth dragon scales. Tell your master that my hallowed Narakami Taisha Yagyu Miyagi isn't short of this mora, and oily tofu was never in short supply, so the kindness is appreciated. After saying that, Yagyu Godson threw that mora bag into the hands of Recollection Sie. How could he want this kind of thing? After some thought, Kobayashi conveyed to Ishi, Master, my sister said she is very rich. If you want to eat oil tofu you can come to her anytime and have enough. And thank you from the bottom of her heart. Look how nice she is to you. She even gives you mora flowers. Kamiko was silent for a moment or two, and she couldn't help but stroke Kobayashi a little harder. Then because Kobayashi's dragon scales were too hard his hands hurt. While Kobayashi was thinking this big sister is so nice, she even massaged me. How can this be a good idea? How can I say that I'm a guest? The proper etiquette must still be there. After saying that, Ishi took the jade hand of the eightfold divine sun and rubbed some of the medicinal water in the black gold gourd into the red and swollen area. Kamiko thought to herself, you still know you are a guest. It's just that it turns out you're not as immodest as I thought you were, and you know how to rub my medicine. When Kobayashi's voice rang out, Sister, Master, he said, you don't need to be embarrassed. These are all things you should do. At the sound of the words Ishi wiping action stopped. This dragon does not distinguish between enemy and self. Some stiffness to turn his head to look at Shaolin. Kobayashi, you translated well. Don't translate now. Yeah, Master praised me. So happy. Shaolin excitedly fluttered his wings twice out a dragon's roar. The eightfold divine sun couldn't help but smile in his heart. I didn't think that the unstoppable Ishia would have such moments. Note by his character it could really mean that. Ahem. No need to be concerned. I wonder if this item can please the girl for a smile. Ishia cleared her throat, then poured out 2 pills from the black gold gourd amongst the palms of the eightfold divine sun's hands. What is it? A small one can heal all things and keep a person looking young forever, and a large one can return to his or her prime, no matter who it is. Ishia spoke with incomparable confidence. It was obvious that the Ye divine sun was also very interested in this. If she had this, in the future, if true sister encountered that kind of danger in Kanrea again, she would have a chance to survive it. Seeing that the eightfold divine sun's face changed to a softer color for a moment, Ishi continued to pursue the attack, and this to lend you. The usage is to just give a slash to anything that is associated with the person being saved. I think MS. Kamiko has more than just Kitsania as a friend, right? Ah la la sir is so sincere. How could I possibly take that trivial matter from earlier to heart? The eightfold divine sun changed his cool demeanor to one of incomparable happiness. At that moment, Ishia picked up Kobayashi, who was sleeping on Ye Kamiko's confidence, and patted her seat. Kobayashi, one more task for you, and that is make sure you get back to the forest house safely. After saying that, Ishi threw Kobayashi out of the window while Kobayashi's voice came out. Promise to finish the job. With that, Ishi once again flashed in front of Yagyu Divine Child, placing her hand against the side of her head. You did a good job last time. This time, the eightfold divine sun had no intention of resisting and turned to a flirtatious smile. If Ishia likes it, I'll try my best. In the end, the Yazaki godson fell into deep thought as he looked at the familiar bag that Ishia had thrown before she left. Opened it again. 200,000 mora. Forget it, it's at least 10 times as much. Nope, that's not the point. That extra was just a whim. The main style of this book is on the everyday side, so I thought it would be fun to have a little tidbit every now and then, right? The last chapter was just the beginning. The inspiration came after seeing the what if the protagonist went back in time entry. As the saying goes, there are thousands of people, so if you have any ideas, you can mention them to the author, and if they are good, they will be used. Doing so is also because the book is on the everyday side, more of an even keel, nothing hooked up with the goal of being easy to read, but for a long time this does not inevitably produce fatigue. Not just back to which time period, such as Ishi suddenly lost his memory? Then again, what happens when Ishia suddenly loses all her power? Or maybe, feminized? Ahahaha, this never mind. The current idea is to make Ishi's best friend the flower god. She cannot let go of it. Chapter 126, The Unexpected Vow. To the winter, the queen's palace. The frozen palace was filled with deathly silence, and only a little light flowed through the roof inside the palace. On top of the throne made of solid ice, a girl with a cool face seemed to be sleeping. Who? The Empress of Winter slowly opened her eyes, and her voice, which was not mixed with a trace of emotion, echoed throughout the hall, causing a shiver to run through Ishi's heart. It was the first time that Ishi had seen the queen, and she couldn't wait to go to the banquet after the heart of God had been given to Joker earlier, although she didn't end up eating is all. Ishi stood under the throne and looked straight at the queen, whose eyes were as clear and transparent as ice crystals, revealing a cold and charming aura. as if it was the unmelted snow in the cold winter, with a coldness that rejected people. You, how did you come here? And for what? Obviously the ice god was puzzled as well. Not even Morex could easily break in unless he agreed. The entire palace was sealed by the Empress with divine power ice regular people could not reach, like the Empress blocked the heart. But inevitably memory of this old six spend 20 million more a direct pass in. As long as there are 20 million what place memory cannot go? At first, Ishii was coy and reluctant to part with it, but now with the legacy of her good ex-companion, MS, it's nothing short of reckless. Then, of course, it's important to see you, Miss Barnabas. Ishii smiled at the ice god's gaze and gradually approached the ice god step by step, finally standing in front of her now. Because of the height reason plus the queen is sitting, also really have a kind of identity swap Ishii condescending feeling. What is it? Ishii looked at the ice god who seemed to be a bit dumbfounded and thought about it. At least she was her majesty. Wasn't it not too polite for her to look down on her like this? So he turned around and sat on the same throne as the queen, and the seat was quite spacious enough for two people, which was much better. Ishii thought her whole body was as hard as ice, just a little cold. Ishii had dared to do this because she knew that the ice god wouldn't be angry and wouldn't mind if she did. Of course there was another reason, though I don't know why. But the seven gods all felt that Ishii was an existence that couldn't be messed with. But even Ishii didn't know exactly what she had done. Remembering the past, strength identity all depends on the other side of the brain. Live really easy. You should know about Columbia and me, right? Seeing that the queen nodded faintly, Ishii opened the door, her starry, mysterious eyes lighting up. So without further ado, here to get you married. Now you get me a marriage license to sign. Unlike the other gods, the ice god looked straight into Ishii's eyes without fear. The ice god Barnabas kept this action and stared at Ishii for a long time, looking at Ishii with some uncertainty. I know you and Columbine are close, and now even though she's running away with me, we're both your third chair and not completely leaving you, so why are you looking at me like that? But it didn't matter. It was nice to be looked at by such a pretty girl, and it wasn't like Ishii was at a disadvantage, so the two of them just stared at each other. It was as if time was frozen in the palace, and after an unknown amount of time, the ice god's voice finally sounded. You. The ice god slowly spat out a word, surveying Ishii's entire body once and continued to speak. Will it help me in the end? Ishii thought you should be talking about rebelling against the heavenly reason. This is a big deal. Looking for you to ask for a marriage license so troublesome? So be it, so be it. Just a little help. I can promise you that you'll be invincible, but that doesn't mean you'll necessarily win. Ishii thought as if it really comes to that time. I use the scalpel and black gold gourd unlimited resurrection of you guys on the line. As for whether or not you can win the fight, you dare to fight with Tianli presumably have some kind of undercard, but all of these Ishii are not interested. Good, then as you wish. With that said, Barnabas used his divine power to generate a light blue paper that was a symbol of the highest level of oaths to winter, given by Her Majesty herself. Ishii took it and gave it a cursory look before finding a spot to sign her name. It's kinda pretty. Now, After signing, Ishii surveyed the main characters. Witness Barnabas, Queen of Ice. Groom remembering the past. Bride Barnabas, Queen of Ice. With that, Ishii's entire body was dumbfounded in place, twisting her head to look at the ice god beside her as she turned her head away. Did you write the bride's name wrong? At that, ice god took that marriage certificate and looked at it, then shook his head. My name is indeed Barnabas, and it has never changed. Ishii calmly pulled out a black gold gourd to take a sip to calmly analyze. Bad. The ice god won't think I'm here to get her married. Will she? The point is, how did you even give a yes? But now that the words have been signed and have come into effect, it is unlikely that they will be reversed. Still, Ishii tried undeterred, turning on future projection to see what would happen if she told the ice god that she was actually married to someone other than you. As expected, soon after that, Ishii shut down with a horrified look on her face. Barnabas, she was really pissed off. The kind that can't be coaxed out of a particularly angry person. What's the problem? Seeing that Ishii's expression wasn't quite right, Barnabas asked in disbelief. Could it be that his own memories had been tampered with and that he really wasn't called by that name? No. I actually have a friend who wants to get married too. Can I get another copy of this? No problem. Barnabas generated another marriage certificate to hand over to Ishii, this time with only witnesses and the bride and groom all but empty, requiring others to fill it out themselves. Then Ishii turned around and pressed the queen underneath her to gently pick her snow-white chin up. I'm sorry I can't be with you more often, but I want to feel you all the time, so give me an eye of God, will you? Good. Only a light blue light flashed in front of the ice god, followed by the appearance of an ice elemental god's eye. That's nice. It's as pretty as you are. Well, Ishii, it's good that you like it. Barnabas's voice was still as icy as ever, but Ishii could feel some gentleness, and instantly came to be interested. Perhaps the 10,000 years of immutable ice will also. Oh, what are you supposed to call me now? Ishi smiled and cupped the cheeks of the beauty in front of her and shook them from side to side, and Barnabas' eyes fluttered twice. Honey, not bad, not bad, just calling it a little sweeter would have been better. After it was over, Ishi got up in satisfaction and prepared to leave, when suddenly Barnabas' voice with a hint of loneliness came from behind him. Are you leaving? Yes, it will come back again. Bye. Recollection of the past, went to a trip to the winter more than 2 daughter-in-law. Not vain. In addition, Ishia, that pupil color actually has no real effect. It's mainly the starry sky color that makes those who know it scorn themselves for being some kind of high-level existence. So let's put it this way. Ishi turned on a light for her pupils and then went to shake the ice god's eyes. Chapter 127, The Newlywed Night. Thanks for the support of I sell grilled cold noodles on the street. Keep adding more. To winter. Villa Colombiana. Girl, come on. Brother ask you to tie the knot. Don't be polite to brother. Sign it. Ishi dashingly slapped an azure-colored paper containing high and pure divine power in front of Columbia, rather like a domineering and flirtatious man and his little petite wife. Yeah. Columbia conjured up a white, clean quill and held it up to look at it, then didn't say anything for a long time. What's wrong with the girl? Ishi patted over to look next to Columbia and then froze. Sorry about the wrong one. It's this one. The 2 marriage certificates looked exactly the same, and Ishi accidentally took out the one with the ice god, and then immediately switched the one in Columbia's hand. Columbia was silent for a moment or two, silently signing and then lifting her little head to Ishi. Ishie, what exactly have you done to Her Majesty in less than half an hour's time? Harm. Don't mention it. I didn't expect that the queen would covet my beauty and insist on marrying me, and it's her territory. What can a weak man like me do? So I had to obey her first, Ishi said as she wrote down her name. Although it was said many times that men must protect themselves out there, but many times the situation is often not in their own control. The good thing is that Ishi is strong and kind. This suffering, let him bear it alone. That makes us a couple too. Yeah, it just doesn't feel more or less legit for some reason. It's supposed to be an illusion, Columbia said sweetly, and Ishi nodded as she looked at the proof of her marriage to Columbia. As for the winter, there is no monogamy, not so sure. Even if there is, that should be only for this country, not transnational. But so what? These are meant to govern humans. Govern the gods? Besides, I've married off all your gods, so it's still up to me if there are any? Then he put it away and turned to pick Princess Columbia up and carry her towards her master bedroom. Let's skip the rest of the process and just fast forward to the bridal chamber. A shy little voice came from the little petite wife in Ishi's arms, and although this process was often staged, this time it was one of the most meaningful. Time quickly came to night. Ishi looked at the beside her already tired to fall asleep Columbia, a smile, dotingly stroked her stretching long hair, held her in his arms together to sleep. Barnabas, it was also my wedding night. Alone. Empty room. Midnight, the Queen's palace. Good evening, was it thinking of me? My dear Queen's Majesty. With a burst of light, Ishi elegantly appeared in front of Barnabas' throne, leaning down to take her jade-like hand in a kiss. Ishi slept until midnight, tucking in the little stepford wife beside her before flashing over to the other big stepford wife. We're married anyhow, and Barnabas would be really pathetic if we didn't come. It doesn't matter if you don't come. I've long been used to this solitude, Barnabas said with a slightly lowered nod, his usual cool tone. But his face seemed to have eased a little after seeing Ishi. At least now, you're not alone. Ishi took Barnabas's slender waist and sat down next to her, then leaned her head against her shoulder. Silence returned to the palace, and Ishi chose to be a silent companion. Perhaps a drop in the bucket, but better than nothing. You aren't going to do anything about it? We're married, the queen spoke, and Ishi slowly opened her eyes and stroked up Barnabas's long, ice-like hair, almost falling asleep. Tell me what you want me to do, and I'll try to do it. Upon hearing this, the queen turned her head a bit away and stopped speaking. Ishi smiled and took out her black gold gourd. Well, come along and have a drink then. To the winter people are good drinkers, aren't they? Seeing 2 wine cups made of ice crystals appear in the queen's hands, Ishi thought to herself that she was worthy of being the queen of the most winter, and that the wine cups were carried with her. Cheers, happy wedding. Well, ditto. Crisp clinking of wine glasses rang out as the 2 of them jointly drank the wine in their hands. A flash of light flashed over the queen immediately afterward, and when it faded, nothing seemed to have changed. What's going on? Barnabas examined his own state, as if he had returned to what he once was, yet as if nothing had changed. Consider it my wedding gift to you, and if you ever need me, just call out my name and I'll be the first to your side. Ishi once again refilled the wine for Barnabas, who had a somewhat small shocked expression, and the queen then drank it, this time without the change she had just experienced. However, the quality of this wine was better than any other he had ever tasted, and the taste was even better when it was enhanced by the wine cup forged by the queen's frozen divine power. Barnabas thought for a moment and raised his hand to generate an identical crown of ice of his own to personally place on Ishi's head. This is my return gift. and from this moment on, you have the same power as me as the emperor of the kingdom of the most winter. Ishi felt the weight of this crown and thought to herself, did this girl turn out to be so attached to this sudden contract, that she has given me Ji-dong as a dowry? At the same time the heart is somewhat touched. We are obviously people who have never met. Now you really do not have a trace of defense against me. Unconsciously, he wrapped Barnabas in his arms and hugged him a little tighter. When the small faculty's voice rang out, Master, congratulations, your Heart of the Light God ability has reached 7 out of 5, and you have now unlocked the power to dispense the Eye of the Light God. Hearing this passage Ishi was shocked, which meant that he was able to send God's eye to others? We'll talk about these things later. The thing to do now is to stay with the girl. The two of them drank like this until dawn, and Ishi looked up to see some light coming in from the roof. Time to go back then. Don't want that girl to wake up and find herself empty. I should go. Don't sneak up on me or I'll be sure to come over and keep you company. Ishi kissed Barnabas goodbye at last, and with a passing touch of one of her icebergs, white as snow, was ready to get up and leave. Well, you're welcome anytime. After Ishi left, the Empress of Winter resumed her previous cold demeanor, her deep eyes gazing at the place where Ishi left not knowing what she was pondering. Don't neglect me again. Extra episode remembering the past after getting smaller. Strange, why do I feel like my clothes are dragging today? Early in the morning, Ishi woke up stretching as usual, only to find that the short sleeves and pants she was wearing were loose. My voice, is this me? The second thing he noticed was the sound of his own childish voice, and with that, he jerked up and stood on the bed, his vision surprisingly lowered by a full half. A panicked thought flashed through my head. I won't. No, we have to confirm it with our own eyes soon. Ouch. But Ishia didn't take 2 steps before she tripped because her shoes and clothes were very ill-fitting, and the image of a little boy sitting on his knees in his wide clothes was extremely cute. Ishia pouted and climbed up strongly to continue walking towards that full body mirror, then fixed her eyes on it. Sure enough it got smaller. Surprisingly, the size changed to be the same as Nazaida. The usual image of a tall, powerful and handsome man was gone, leaving only a cute Masatoya with a clueless look on his face. How did this happen? Little faculty. Ishia called out to the little faculty in her head over and over again, but she didn't wait for a reply for a long time. It was just a matter of solving the problem of these clothes as a matter of urgency, and it was a good thing that the system space had the function of automatically changing the size of clothes according to the shape of the body. Ishia put all of her full body clothes back into the system space and waited a few seconds before taking them out. Ishia, I just heard a noise. You didn't. At this time, Yishi suddenly pushed the door in, and then a small and large two people looked at each other in silence. Yawaha! Ishia immediately covered herself shyly, while realizing something was wrong. Why was she shy? Could it be that the nature of the heart has changed along with it? It just hadn't slowed down from the munchkin in front of him. Why is there a little boy here? And who is he? How did he get here? This look, this hair color, could it be the child of Ishii and some vixen? Yagyu Shinko? It's not me, you don't. Nope, I'm not a vixen. Damn it. When did this happen? Why don't I know? How did it get past the world tree, and brought it to the house? During the time Yishi was clumsily dressing, Yishi's mind was racing with countless questions. Then where is Ishi? It's not possible that this child is Ishi. Is it? No, it's not right. Yishi opened his divine sense and scrutinized the little guy in front of him. With a mere 8 points of Ishia's aura, it's already a good likeness. But even if the next person imitates 99% of the scent, it's not him. That means he really is Ishia's child. Little faculty, let me explain. In fact, the remaining 2 parts of the breath originated from Ishi's starry eyes. But now little faculty is not here, so Ishi's starry eyes are gone, thus leading to the misjudgment of the great tree king of CI. What's your name, little friend? Where's your father? Yishi decided to calm down and communicate with this child first. Maybe he could ask something. At those words Yishi froze. Does that mean Yishi didn't recognize herself? Still thought I was my child? Thinking of this, Yishi mouth corner of a bad smile. That is, with his current appearance and then how to smile is very cute law. Hello big sister, my name is Ishi. My dad said he had to leave for a while first, and sent me here. Do you know where my dad went? Ishi clamped her voice and ran to Yishi in a milky and adorable tone and lifted her little head to her. The innocent look made Yishi's heart melt while feeling happy. Although I don't know where Ishi went, he really left the child in my care then, which means I'm the person he trusts the most. Then he squatted down and stroked little Ishi's head and spoke gently. Your daddy's going to do something really great, and we'll be back soon. Aha! I knew daddy was the best. Little Ishia excitedly raised her small hands in front of her body. Her exquisite acting skills made Yishi not see the slightest crack. Then Yishi asked what she wanted to know the most. By the way, Ishien, who is your mom? I can take you to her then. Hearing this, Ishi realized that Yishi was definitely jealous, thinking that I was the child I had with another woman. Right? Ha ha, how could I possibly make you sad? Then he looked at Yishi with big sincere eyes. I never had a mom. Dad said I was conceived through his essence blah blah blah. I don't really get it. I only saw Yi Shi instantly become relaxed after hearing this. I told you how this child didn't have a trace of other vixen scent mixed in, so that's how it was born. It's very similar to Yi Shi and Nasida's situation. Big sister, what are you doing? Now the memory of the period Yi Shi is more and more like, did not hold back a hand will pick him up constantly rubbing his little face. The tone of voice is filled with motherly love. E.g. good boy. From now on I'll be your mom. You can feel free to be pampered in my arms. Oh, mom, you're my mom? Ishian pretended to be surprised too. Yi Shi smiled and rubbed his little head. I'm your father's wife, so that makes me your mom then. And that's why Ishi he sent you here. Mom, what a sweet boy. Stay with mommy as long as you want. Aha! After saying that Ichi happily rubbed his face in Ishi's arms, Ishi thought to himself that he deserved to be Ishi's baby. His movements were simply carved from the same mold as his father. Alright, here are a few more of mom's friends. Now let's get you acquainted. Good. Ishian obediently sat in Yishi's arms and let her carry her around. Columbia, Luminescence, and Nasida all froze in place as they looked at Yishi who slowly walked down. Fluorescence was the first to react to come over to little Ishii and excitedly cupped Ishia's little face. Yi sister Ishi, how did he become so small? Ah, needy, so cute. Yishi smiled gently, a hint of favor showing in his eyes. No, his name is Ishii. He's mine and Ishia's child. Oh, Lum looked at the happy-faced Yishi, then at this little guy she was holding, and spoke incredulously. Sister Yi, you guys, it can't be any faster than just one night's time, right? No. Oh, Ishian, he was born from a part of the origin power separated from Ishian, a long time ago. That's right, so your name is Ishian. You look so much like your father. The words fell fluorescence and happily pinched Q elastic little face, but also gently bite. She is the heart of mixed feelings. Usually I'm the one who ruin your head, so let's just say it's been chewed on by a dog. Lum, what do you mean? Is it that this girl is not cute? Hello auntie, my name is Iji. What's auntie's name? Ishi purposely said auntie twice. Then the movement of fluorescence pinching face suddenly stopped, the corner of his mouth twitching as he stretched out his two hands to squeeze Ishi's small face. I'm fluorescent, and to be called sister. Well, mommy, she's picking on me. Ichi shook his head to swing away from fluorescence's hand, followed by raising his head to look at Yishi's teary eyes, and suddenly Yishi's motherly love flooded him, and he rubbed the place where Ichi had been pinched with heartache. No fear, mommy will help you teach her a lesson. And no, Before Lum could finish her sentence she was tied up by several vines that suddenly appeared and thrown back onto the couch, and it took a while before they could untie her. This is Columbia. She's still sleeping, we'll leave her alone for now. And this is Naz Ida. Like you, she's also mine and Ishi's child, so call her sister. Hello sister. Hello, brother. Naz Ida waved a small hand in greeting, not realizing that she suddenly had a younger brother. You guys have to get along from now on. Aha! Yishi will put down, let him sit next to Naz Ida. Looking at so loved too little Yishi mood beautiful. I and Ishi's baby it. At night, Ishi's bedroom. Columbia slept on the couch all day and woke up to find herself being carried back to her bedroom by Ishi. Aha! A small yawn searched for the familiar figure, then looked at the sleeping Nazida and tiny Ishi beside the bad woman in deep thought. How long have I been asleep? How is it that Ishi and the bad woman even have a baby? Make up an ending to this extra. And once again the extra has nothing to do with the main article. When Ishi finally learned that in fact this so-called Ishi's child Ishi is Ishi and is deliberately acting Ishi launched a rare temper. Without giving Ishi any chance to explain, he tied him up and brought him to the bed and gagged him. Until our baby is actually born. Ishia, you're not going anywhere. Well, Chapter 128 Women's Tea Party. In Azuma, Forest House, is MS. One there? There's a letter for you. A vibrant voice came from the doorway. Hearing this name Yishi and Ishi froze at the same time. Miss Wong. Miss Wong? I think it's for me. I'll go check it out. Yishi opened the door, and at the door stood a cat with two tails again, who was full of energy handing Yishi a letter sealed with divine power. MS. Wong, right? Please sign for your mail. Well, Yishi signed off without extra pleasantries and walked back inside, and Ishi on the sofa asked inadvertently, MS. Wong, who gave you this letter? Call me by my name La. Based on the power that protects this letter, it should be the gods of Fontaine, right? Yishi sat down next to Ishi and opened the letter and read it with him. What the letter wanted to express was probably, recently Fontaine has had a lot of cute girls with wings on their heads. They are so much fun and have made a lot of friends all of a sudden. Recently I planned to hold a women's tea party with the immortal spirits, and I invited the gods of various countries to come. If you have friends and family, you can also come together to support the party. Drinks and desserts will be enough. Oh, the two Ishi saw the end and realized there was another small, unassuming logo. so they both turned it over to look at the back, which was distinctly different from Fernina's handwriting. If you can, I'd like to ask you to do me a favor. I don't know what's gotten into Fernina lately, but she's been trying to match wits with the ancient wisdom races. Predictably and without exception all of them are finished. So much so that they are often molested and teased by the fairy spirit clan and cry and fuss at me. So please, Fernina, I'm not crying and whining again. It's normal to lose reasoning skills to the fairy spirits, alright. I'm trying to improve myself. Navalette, spoken as if you'd be great compared to a human. Fernina, I'm a water god at least. Give me some face. Fernina, that girl's women's tea party. Sounds good. Yishi, do you want to go? If I'm not mistaken, the handwriting on the back of this letter was added secretly by that Villette, and I can imagine his helplessness. It's not easy to bring up a child. That water dragon king has invited us himself, so let's just go and see what's going on. It might be fun, and there's Columbia's clan, so I'm sure she'll be there too, right? Yishi looked towards the fake sleeping Columbia on the small sofa, knowing that she was now in a half-asleep state, and that she could still hear the onlookers talking. You can tell exactly how by looking at her little wings, which in a fully asleep state just hang down a bit softly. Although the half-asleep state is similar, she will unconsciously stand up and listen when she hears someone mention it, or shake a little to signal I'm listening. Just talk about yours. All that was seen was that Columbia rolled over, her wings dropping all the way to her head as she continued to sleep. She was silent for a second. Well, she didn't want to go. I'll check it out too then. I haven't been to a tea party yet. Ishi got up and moved around a bit. I haven't been there yet since Fengdan opened, and that little water god is cute, so it's good to go to the meeting. Well, then now first. No, Ishi, this is a women's tea party. It seems a bit inappropriate if you go. She reminded. Of course she would have loved to go with Ishi, but this was a women's tea party. Humph. Of course I know that. At those words she froze and seemed to have thought of something. Ishia, you're not going to. Ishia handsomely ruffled her hair and proceeded to buy a dress from the system store by throwing 2 million mora. Right. I'm sure to follow the rules of the women's tea party. Now you get me a wig. Yishi silently observes Ishi appearance while converging the divine power in his hands, and soon the same brand new shimmering light hairstyle with Yishi is made. That looks good. Let me try it. Ishi took directly to the headset. The wig seems to have a lifelike automatic adaptation and Ishi tight fit, as if it really is his hairstyle. Yishi stared blankly at the flowery-looking, bright-eyed and elegant woman in front of him and fell into deep thought. Why does Ishi fit so well after changing into this outfit and wig? It's almost prettier than me. Can't even tell it's male except for the piece. It's kind of empty in front of me, so you can get me 2 more cushions or something like that. Good. Now let's go back to the room and I'll get you all dressed up. That's fine. 2, please. Forest house. Memories of the past bedroom. Wow. It's just great. Ishia, you're really pretty. Yishi excitedly at the sight of Ishi left look and look. I thought Ishi women's clothing will be intolerable. I did not expect so appropriate. Yishi couldn't wait to pull her to the dresser after seeing Ishi's appearance. In the end, once the clothes are on and the makeup is on, it's more than a pretty girl. I think so too. Brother can. Sis can be so beautiful. Ishi close to the mirror to carefully appreciate up. Yishi looked at this scene, thought if in the future Ishi or this look out of the house is good, do not have to worry about those vixens. It occurred to Ishi that the male voice she spoke in was somewhat disfiguring. Something had to be done, and it had to be perfect. So he took out his black gold gourd and set in his mind to change me into a medicine that could convert into a female voice. Ishi took it and then opened his mouth to try the sound. The moving voice rang out, and at the sound of the words she was shocked. Ishia, you can even do that? Great. Small thing. Name by the way. Get a pseudonym too. That sentence called, EU. By the way, you can bring a friend to the tea party, right? Who do you want to go with, Ishie? Then Ishi's mouth curled up into a wicked smile. That must be my best friend. Chapter 129, The Rock King's Empress. Liu, the Hall of the Living Dead. Ishi chest out and head up with a slender stride toward the Hall of the Living. Passing men see none stayed in place. Beautiful to mouth-watering. Who is it? For inquiries, please. Wow, what a pretty big sister. Ishi dressed in a high open cheongsam in the Hall of the Past. Stunning appearance. Looking at the same girl, walnut eyes straight. How can there be such a beautiful person? I'm here to see Zhongli. Oh, there you are. After saying that, Ishi shook the 2 slimes in front of her and ran towards Zhongli. Looking a bit tempting? Zhongli froze in place with the teacup in his hand in the air after seeing this appearance of Ishi. Friend him today. Had a bad feeling this morning. Now it seems like I should have left for a while. Did Zhongdae miss me? We had so much fun before. Ishi moved a chair close to Zhongli and sat down. Aside the return to the end as a great enemy, very fierce towards Ishi asked, Who are you? What is it that you want with my family? Zhongli? Returning to the end of his life, he was afraid that this strange big beauty would snatch away Zhongli. and tightly hugged Zhongli's arm without letting go. Zhongli, on the other hand, was filled with black lines and already had the idea of immediately dodging away. But unfortunately, he was being held by Gue Feng. Hakai Zhongli, this pretty sister wouldn't be your lover, would she? At this time, Walnut came to a word Zhongli asked, sniffing the end of the return to shake up Zhongli's arm. Zhongli isn't actually, is he? It must be one of those. Why are you so angry, little girl? Or is Zhongli your man? Ishe intentionally pasted the big slime that returning terminal didn't have towards Zhongli, and that question from Walnut coupled with Zhongli's silence made returning terminal panic in his heart. Zhongli frowned and resisted the urge to give Ishe a punch as well as kill his two slimes. His current image is not too good to take a shot here. First calm down and listen to what he has to do. Ishe took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire and then stimulate the end of the return. See, the end of the return suddenly stood up and said with conviction, "That's for sure. So don't you think anything of him? And if there's nothing else you'll leave." Returning to the end of the day. His tone was fierce but without undertones. But the important thing right now was to get this bad woman out of the way. Oh, I don't believe you. Why do I not believe it so? Unless you kissed Zhongli a bite to prove it. After kissing me immediately go oh. Ah, it's, I. Returning to the end instantly blushed and became gulping, having just had a brainwave. But now that the words have been said to such a point, if he retreats will he not lose to this bad woman? But if I really go and kiss Zhongli and I are not actually in that kind of relationship yet, will Zhongli get mad at me if I do such a rude act? Don't! Zhongli! Returning to the end of the day with a pathetic and moving eyes to pray to Zhongli, Zhongli helplessly sighed and gently pointed to his cheeks. Just this once. In a normal situation, Zhongli would not have agreed. But hearing that Gue Yuan kissed Ishe and left, he decisively agreed. He hadn't even been this distraught back in the day with the Battle of Candelaria, and told him to leave before it was too late to open. Ah, well, then I'm coming. Returning to the end, excitement and unspeakable joy was written all over his face. Then he closed his eyes and beamed as he slowly moved closer to the place where Zhongli was pointing. Seeing as you guys are so happy, let me help you out. Well, at the end of the sentence, Ishe activated the power of full-level divine martial arts to press down on Zhongli's and returning to the end's heads and make them kiss mouth to mouth together. After a moment of shock, Gaijin was satisfied and forced to accept. I'm a weak woman, can't resist it. Zhongli, on the other hand, was staring at the kindly-faced Ishe with wide eyes and dead eyes. Why was his power growing so rapidly? As a martial god himself, he couldn't even break free for half a second. Ishe, I can't believe it. I practiced full level before coming back to you. Zhongli, it can't be helped yet. It's all her fault. He. When Ishe let go of her hand, returning to the end giggled, so satisfied. Yes, all of this is this big sister's fault. Yin and yang in one fell swoop. Well, it's time for me to fulfill my contract and leave. Zhongli, let's go. Aha, don't come back to pester. Then Ishe teleported away with Zhongli under the shocked gaze of returning to the end. You're really here to abduct my Zhongli? I'm going to fight you. In Azuma, forest house. So what is it you brought me here for, friend? Zhongli sat squarely on the sofa. In front of him was the frowning and smiling Idai Beauty as well as Yishi, who was holding cosmetics with an expectant look in her eyes. It's not much. It's just that the weather's going to be nice tomorrow and I thought I'd take you out to dinner. Drinks flowing freely and enough dessert. Ishe sat next to Zhongli's polite and clear voice rang out, and Zhongli unconsciously leaned to the side to get away from her. She was now more horrified than waking up in the morning and lifting the covers to see a naked return to the end. And it's been a few days since this guy left, so it would be groundbreaking if she actually invited herself to dinner today. If that's the case, it's enough to inform Mr. Zhong. Why go through all this trouble? No. How can I be slow in inviting the Rock King Emperor to dinner? I purposely chose a divine level venue in his country. It's just that the rules and regulations are stricter there and there are special requirements for appearance and clothing. Yishi felt that something was wrong when he listened to Ishi's words, but it didn't seem like anything was wrong. Surprisingly, there is such a request. Good. The so-called entering the countryside. Said this, Zhongli words violently stopped, turned his head and stared straight at Ishe. You said the costume will not be. That's right. It's just the way you want it to be. Oh. Ishe stood up and spun around beautifully, then waved his hand. Since Mr. Zhongli is willing, it's settled. Yishi, wig, cosmetics. Okay. When Yishi was ready to customize Zhongli's wig again, Zhongli closed his eyes and sighed and spoke helplessly. Don't bother. It's just a change of identity. The words fell. Zhongli opened his eyes, golden eyes lit up. A burst of black and gold light flashed, and a woman with golden Dan phoenix eyes and tall stature of Supreme Emperor appeared. Rock King Teiji. Chapter 130, Gods. In Azuma, forest house. Girl, go with brother. I will protect you for the rest of your life. Ishe walloped one hand on the wall and said to the flower-like and absolutely gorgeous woman in front of her, well, if you don't leave me, I'll live and die with you. The girl in front of him blinked her big eyes in a very shy and determined way. The corners of Ishii's mouth smiled wickedly and brought his head a few more points closer to feel her scent. Very well. From now on, you'll follow me around, and you're not allowed to leave without my order. Mr. Zhongli's tea is ready. Please enjoy. At this time, Yishi brought tea for Zhongli, and Zhongli took it with a smile. Labor. The two of them completely ignored Ishie, who was having a fit in the mirror, and it was completely reasonable not to be surprised in the slightest. Just a little bit of jealousy from Yishi. She knew it wasn't necessary, but she was just so pretty. A little envious that Ishii did this to her, even though she was Ishii. As if Ishii could see Yishii's little mind, she pulled Ishii over and walloped her in front of herself as well. Ha, why do you say also? Girl, go with brother. I will protect you for the rest of your life. Yishi froze in confusion for a moment, then nodded. Well, if you don't leave me, I'll live and die with you. After saying this, the two of them hugged each other tightly, and Zhongli on the sofa did not move and picked up a cup of tea to take a sip. It's still a bit odd by universal rationality. Ishii, I'm back. What's there to drink? Fluorescence. One day. Time to open the Inazuma all the boxes. Exploration degree pull full. Supporting the tired body back to the forest house. When looking at the three big women, the whole person silly. You guys look a little familiar. Haven't we met somewhere before? Lum's eyes went back and forth between a few people, and then he spoke with disbelief. You two can't be. It can't be Ishii and Zhongli. Zhongli maintained his silence, while Ishii was exceptionally enthusiastic in introducing the fluorescent sister to. Come to introduce you. This is the divine rock king empress of Liu. No rudeness. Hello, and you're really Ishii. What are you guys? Lum sat on the small sofa with a bewildered look on her face. Her own impression of Zhongli was that of an idler who didn't bring Amora for dinner. But in the face of this valiant woman, Fluorescence was a little afraid to easily talk. Temperament difference is too big. Not important. Tomorrow the water god will be hosting a women's tea party. Would you be interested in checking it out? Women's tea party. I'll go if you guys go. Wait, a girls' tea party? Lum shot a look at Ishii from top to bottom, feeling that the two of you became like this just to go to this. As for why she didn't go look at the bigger Zhongli, it didn't feel polite to look at her if she had too much aura. Good. Yishi, do it. Give Fluorescence also whole like us. Must abide by the rules of the women's tea party conversation yet. The words fell the scene into a silent silence. Fluorescence weakly said, You say there is a possibility that I was originally female? Ishii, I have no problem at all going like this. Fluorescence up their own small self-confidence raging look at the memory of the past. Memory of the past is to let the people women's clothing female smooth hand a moment to forget. Indeed. We leave tomorrow, and today we prepare for the preparations. Ishii leaned down to get in front of Fluorescence's little confidence to take a closer look. It's the real thing. See yourself to it. You're a real beauty. Is there anything else to prepare? Lum pushed Ishii's face that was about to come up away. So Ishii sat down next to Ishii with an arm around him and a hand outstretched. Get comfortable. As the saying goes, sending goose feathers for thousands of miles is a light gift. So this heart will do when it arrives. What my friend says is true. At this time, Ishii looked at the seemingly larger Zhongli again, only to see Zhongli's golden pupils light up surrounded by a small heavenly star, and immediately averted her eyes away. In that case, I'll give you a can of Coke as a souvenir. How about you, Ishii? Didn't I tell you everything? I'll send a goose feather, but I don't seem to have any goose feathers, so I'll just pluck a dragon scale from Kobayashi. Kobayashi? What about you, Sister Yi? Lum looked at Ishii again while Ishii leaned her head on Ishii's shoulder. Ishii is my husband, so we'll just prepare one. Fluorescence silence 1 or 2. Columbia is also Ishii's wife. Your family gift is really convenient. And finally look at Zhongli. What about you, Belle? A set of purple and gold glazed marigolds, a small token of appreciation. Finally a decent gift. Otherwise it's kinda embarrassing. Ishii, I actually think Fernina prefers your Coke to that useless mug. No, that seems to be mine. Is Mr. Yi in? The door is unlocked. Come in. It sounds like Raiden is really here. And if I'm not mistaken, it's also for the women's tea party. Excuse me. Up. Then Raiden really had the same expression as the fluorescent girl just now. Welcome. Make yourself at home. You two haven't seen each other for a long time. Ishii and the Rock King Emperor G-God synchronized to pick up the teacup and blow on it to take a sip, and then waved their hands together to indicate to sit down. Ishii and Morex, are going to Miss Fernina's tea party, right? Exactly. Ishii said confidently with her head held high, and shook the two grass slimes in front of her, all lying peacefully in Yishi's underwear. This way, I thought only Yishi went back. It seems like the tea party will be much more lively. Lei Dingjin and Lei Movie came this time because they wanted to go with Ishii, but as a result, they were simply stunned when they saw Ishii. And it could still be like this? What shocked Raidenjin even more was Morix. How on earth did Ishii convince him? It's not bad. It's awesome. The conference is tomorrow. And Inazuma is a long way from Fontaine, so I'll give you a ride since you're here. At this moment, 6 gods had gathered in the small forest house counting Ishii, and the scene was unprecedentedly significant. Great. Was worried about using a lot of energy to catch up. Thanks. A small matter. Might as well stay here tonight and depart immediately in the morning. Yi Shi, the room can be arranged, right? No problem. I can create a separate space. Chapter 131 I can judge even the gods of foreign lands. Thanks to Don't Eat My Drops in the center for the gift. Today's explosion. Silu Harbor. A blonde girl with long boots and a white dress shines as a golden meteor falls from the sky. Since the Fontaine teleportation anchor was not open, Ishii let the fastest flying fluorescent go first, and when it was open, then she would take the girls and pass them over, which was simple and time-saving. Is this Fontaine? It's beautiful. Lum looked around at the harbor. But why were there so many soldiers standing here? And who was that girl up there stepping on a box? The water goddess? Truly it surprises me, but no less. Come my people, as you see, strange travelers have come to my kingdom, that I may give them my blessing. Fernina looked up in her godly pose and said that she was actually ready to greet the invited gods, and had come here early to wait, just so she could give the exotic gods the first glimpse of what she thought was her most handsome look. And instead of disrupting Fernina's plans, the rumored traveler who suddenly appeared wanted to invite her to come along to the tea party. After all, the scene of her lighting up the sky and beheading the demon god had been rumored like crazy in every country. Welcome to the land of water. Though not on my list, I heartily invite you to join me in this godly tea party. Now rejoice. Lum couldn't help but frown as he looked around at the cheering crowd. Was it necessary to make it so grand? Seeing that Flux looked like she didn't want to take care of herself, feeling a bit embarrassed about her face, Fernina continued to speak. I actually anticipated your arrival, but there is no need to be surprised. Gods are divided into mediocre and excellent. It is normal for you to be amazed at my talent, and there is no need to feel inferior. These are all things that I will learn about with the tick of a finger. It doesn't get any simpler than that. Smiling at the words, Flux's expression became even more speechless. This god was so arrogant and always emphasized his position. However, Lum just looked at her silently, still not saying anything. It was Fernina's turn to doubt herself. You're looking at me like that. Is my tea party welcome not enough? Should I say something more? It's rare to actually see Fernina-sama here. Could that be the famous blonde traveler from a foreign land? I can't believe I didn't recognize him just now. Of course, that's the blonde traveler from a strange land. Fernina-sama came here on purpose. She must want to have a wonderful duel with her, right? Great. Fernina-sama won't let us down. Because the scene was so awkward, an audience member pretending to be a passerby started a conversation and people responded. Ha 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 ha, that's right. Hold your peace. The people who believe in me and the spectators always cry out together, and I will tolerate the alarm. Fernina laughed a little gleefully at these words, and then shouted to the traveler with unbridled excitement. Consider it a bonus. As you might imagine, I'm going to have an epic showdown with this traveler. Lum sighed softly. Why the sudden need to start a fight? Forget it, just satisfy you. Come on then. With those words, 6 wings of light appeared behind him along with a lightsaber in his hand. And then Luminescence jumped up and flew to the same height as the girl on the crate and pointed the saber at the god. The points of light embellished on the white dress were glowing brightly at the moment, and a huge amount of energy enveloped the entire scene. This is a showdown with a god. Don't you guys feel fear? Fernina took a step back, but realized that there was no way back with the wall behind her, and thinking that there were so many other people watching, she had to continue to pose as a god. What do you want? It's already a felony to point a sword at a god, and to top it off, you're offending in front of so many people. Lord Fernina will surely judge you personally. Clarinda pulled out her cannon and aimed it at Fluorescence, looking ready to attack. Well, it's alright, Clarinda. I commend her for her courage. After all, not many people dare to draw their swords on the gods, so it's clear that she's a true fighter. Besides, I proposed the duel first, but it's not quite appropriate on a day like today, so let's forget about it. Flux's aura was so strong that Fernina even said forget it instead of another day. Well, then forget it. As Flux put away her weapon and got back on the ground, Fernina thought for a moment and decided to get back some ground, then looked around to make sure the other gods hadn't come yet and said, after all, in this day and age, people will only pursue excitement, and pure force does not satisfy the people of today. Nowadays, I revere the pursuit of righteous judgment, so don't ever do anything illegal in Fontaine, because even the gods of foreign lands I will judge. Ha 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 ha. Fernina automatically ignored the law that Fontaine can't release flying objects on the first 3 days of the month. Paimon, all the while secretly rejoicing in his own resourcefulness, which would make him look great. So, well, there was no need to use it. What? Only to see Fleur pull out a pocket anchor point and throw it to the ground. And then 5 sacred figures flashed out one after another beside the anchor point. Fluorescence. There's a 7-day idol here as I recall. Why the pocket anchor point? Ishi had been paying attention to the large map and saw that there was an extra pocket anchor point in the harbor, so she brought Ishi mother and daughter, Rock King DG, Thunder and Lightning sisters as well as the 2 Columbias and passed them one by one as fast as she could. Although you can only take one person to teleport at a time, there is no limit to the number of times you can do so. Columbia of course came when she found out that Ishi would be there, and prepared a feather of a fairy spirit as a gift. The gift of a feather sent by 1,000 miles is not a gift, but a gift of love. As Ishi said, Ishie, the god of rock and grass and the god of thunder, the god of water, she says she wants to judge you. Oh, is that even possible? The group of gods from Flux Shake came together to look towards Fernina, not to be outdone by the newly appointed gods, who didn't know what they were doing. No, you haven't broken Fontaine's laws, how could I possibly judge you? Fernina's words were a little hard to say when she was scared. It's very stressful to be stared at by 5 gods in their heyday. In his heart, he had long been crying without tears, and even if he was pitched by his subjects to say that he would duel with this traveler, he had even pitched himself. Who'd have thought you could get them all to come at once? I'm just trying to pretend. What's wrong with me? Nevalette, looks like it's time to come back to me and cry again. Fernina, I'm not crying and screaming. I'm just venting my emotions. Nevalette, then you might as well go to Clorinda. I think she'll not only listen carefully but comfort you. Fernina, no, it's too embarrassing. I'll have to keep up appearances in front of my subjects. Nevalette, what makes you think you have an image in the hearts of your people to speak of? Fernina, humph, even you bully me, don't want to care about you. Nevalette, take your time. Fernina, why should I listen to you? I just won't go. Nevalette, be my guest. Ahem, Fernina, welcome you all and have been waiting once again for a long time. So here's the first thing you'll be receiving, and the tea party will begin soon. Fernina hurriedly jumped over this topic. The other gods of course knew that this girl was just joking and would definitely not pursue it. After all, who hasn't been young? After saying this, Fernina lightly leapt down from the high platform to the front of the gods. Please come with me. Wait. Suddenly a neutral voice rang out, followed by a breeze, and a white silk dressed in green. Well, a god anyway, appeared before the gods. Phew, good thing I'm not late. Now we, Barbados rushed to this place in the form of a flowing wind, and then froze in place as he looked at Ishi as well as Morix. Wendy immediately realized that you two are also here to rub. No, I'm also here to support the show. Ishii covered her forehead. I guess that this guy would also come. The letter was written in the letter, but the drinks were flowing freely. As for why Wendy had received the letter, Fernina had always assumed that Wendy was female. Unfortunately, I heard that the wind god had disappeared for hundreds of years, but I sent it to the Knights of the West Wind of Mun with the intention of trying it out. At that time, Jean looked at the invitation letter sent by the water god confused. Barbados-sama, he doesn't seem to be a female, right? Thought better of it and gave the letter to Wendy. After all, it was addressed to Lord Barbados and it wasn't good to make decisions on your own. And Wendy saw the 4 words of the drink, thought nothing of responding to it. Not just women. I can be. Chapter 132 Tea Party. Thanks to I sell grilled cold noodles on the street for sending another double, popping more sprinkles. Thanks to like you Persimmons urging officer for sending the same, popping more sprinkles. I'll start by punishing myself 3 times for being late. Inside the vast halls of Fernina, the 5 gods of the women's tea party gathered with the immortal spirits of Fontaine. Wendy looked at the table full of wine and took the lead in raising her glass and drying it 3 times still. Welcome to my Fernina's tea party. The scene is so grand. There is no need to be surprised. There is no need to be formal. You are here to speak freely and have fun. Fernina, who was the host of the tea party, opened her arms and vocally shouted to all of them. After a cheer from the atmosphere group of fairy spirits, Fernina sat down on the side of Ishi and the gods. Fernina had long been happy inside. She had thought that 1 or 2 would have been good enough, but it turned out that there were actually 5 gods in addition to herself all of a sudden. Even the god who came back from the dead is here, and there's also Morix, so it's true that I'm still honored among the 7 gods. Thank you, Miss Fernina, for the well-prepared venue, a small token of appreciation. Please accept it. Zhongli Imperial sister-style timbre sounded, the first to take out the prepared gift. Ishi see the situation in passing from the shoulder to carry the dragon body plucked off a piece of dragon scale. Corrosive grade alchemical artifacts, sturdy and incomparable, a rare gem in the world. Kobayashi grumbled and rubbed his buttocks with his wings. Why did he have to pull here when he couldn't pull there? Inazuma's famous craftsman forged the knife as a token of his appreciation. Raidenjin and Shadow prepared a famous sword, made by their once good subordinates, the Mafra family, quality guaranteed. On behalf of all the immortal spirits present, I give you my blessing. Fernina froze as she looked at the feather that Columbia had placed on the scales given to her by Amnesia. It seems like the fairies end up making me happy with this. So much so that I have a ton of feathers with fairy blessings, but it doesn't matter, the heart is still good. And the identity of this fairy spirit is the matriarch. It's not the same. The famous otherworldly specialty cola that the gods have tasted and said yes to. Lum thought for a moment and then came up with this bit of rhetoric. Otherwise it seemed too generic. You guys came and brought gifts. That's very kind. Fernina happily put the contraptions aside that she didn't know what they were for, her attention having been on Ishia until then. This sister looks a bit familiar. May I ask who you are? The first sight of her gave him an unusual feeling, but he didn't remember such a god from memory. Just as Ishi was pondering how to answer, Ishi suddenly leaned towards Ishi. She's called EU, and by the way I'm her daughter-in-law. The words fell. Fernina looked straight towards EU, her small eyes filled with great shock. Raidenjin covered his mouth in a snicker, as if there was nothing wrong with what he said. I'm also her daughter-in-law. Just then Columbia also spoke up in defiance, shocking Fernina for centuries. Fernina double-checked that she hadn't misheard or misread, and wondered if the sister's sexual interest was with girls. In Mond, love is also free, by universal reason. Indeed, Wendy and John Lee's intentional and unintentional line of filler made Fernina even more embarrassed, because the others weren't embarrassed. The one who was embarrassed was her. But this sister is so pretty. I would fall in love with her if I were a handsome man. Why is she suddenly looking at me like that? It can't be that she's looking at me too. Isn't it enough to have the Great Tree King and the Immortal Spirit Clan Chief? Fernina turned a little alarmed. No way. Ishia was staring in front of Fernina at the moment, wondering, if walnut being so flat was judged by Black Gold Gourd to be sick or malnourished, wouldn't that be ineffective against Fernina, who was a god? After all, gods don't get sick. Then he felt a pain in his waist, so Ishi averted his eyes, and Fernina was instantly nonplussed when she saw Ishi frown and turn her head. This young lady is so beautiful you are not interested in not feeling it. What do you mean by showing this expression? Heck, I don't even care about you. Wait, EU, Yi? Fernina suddenly thought of something and turned to EU expectantly. EU, do you know Ishia? Who? Ishia? It wouldn't be a coincidence that you're both named Ishia, would it? No one in the Immortal Spirits knew about Ishi's rescue of the Immortal Spirit Clan, and Fernina had often heard the Immortal Spirits of Fontaine mention Ishi's events. Of course, she would raise her interest, especially since I heard that the matriarch of the Immortal Spirit even promised her body to Ishi. Did Columbia just say that she was the daughter-in-law of the beautiful sister in front of her? It is rumored that the king of the Great Tree of Mercy in Sumeru is in love with only one person, Ishi, so the answer is already obvious. You're Ishie, alright. Oh yeah, you've seen it all. Not bad. Ishi was surprised. I didn't think you could guess it. Something. It's me and Columbine who are too obviously exposed. After saying that, she reached out and hugged Ishi. Sniffing, Flynna raised her head in triumph. All of this is nothing. I'm a god who symbolizes justice, so such simple reasoning is naturally out of the question. Ishi smiled helplessly. Since you know it all, then I will not perform this drama. Eyes closed and open, starry sky-colored pupils lit up. First time I've met you, MS. Few colos. My name is Ishie, so please take care of me during my time in Fontaine. Okay. After seeing the eyes of Ishi lit up, Fernina sat up a bit and turned upright. So she was one of those adults in high places. The female figure of Ishi is so beautiful and noble. So how handsome should he be in his original form? No wonder the king of Daisai Tree and Columbia are so smitten with him. I'm sure if I were a beautiful woman I would be too. Nope, I am the beauty. Here Miss Fernina is the master. No need to be surprised, no need to be formal. Let's come together and enjoy this rare and relaxing time. Tell me when the drinks are done. Oh, Zhongli, look, that Xianling girl has a great body. And the one sitting next to her is not bad either. Ishi came together in front of Zhongli and sneakily pointed at the two immortal spirits not far away and said. Zhongli was silent for a moment or two. How did you top this face as well as such a moving voice to say such words? And can you not get so close? Men and women are not allowed to have sex, and neither are women. Ishi looked at this scene keeping a smile on his face. I'm sitting right beside you and you go to see them? The two immortal spirits also seemed to have noticed Ishi's purposeful gaze, and immediately picked up their wine glasses together and walked towards Ishi with a smile on their faces. My lord, come and drink. The two immortal spirits pressed their soft bodies against Ishi and brought the wine cups in their hands in front of Ishi. Good. Ishi thought to herself that it still had to be a truly intelligent and beautiful fairy spirit clan. So well behaved. Yagyu Shinko? Although Columbia's eyes were tightly closed, the way she was looking at Ishi at this moment was definitely the same as Yishi's. Damn it, aren't they just a little bit older than me? Where's the cuteness in that? Ishia put her arms around the two girls and took a bite out of them. After the toast, the two girls went back, and when Yishi and Columbia were stupid enough to do so, they were preempted by a beautiful figure. Ishie, I'll come too alright, thanks for everything that was done for us. Raidenjin carried the wine cup, bypassing his own sister, Columbia and Yi-shi to personally come to Ishii to lift it up. Mr. Memory's sentiments are rare and worthy of respect. Ms. Zhongli and the two of them, Ishii Lei Digjin, join in paying their respects, while Wendy and Lei Movie are too busy drinking and eating sweet snacks to care about anything else. Oh my lord wife, and my dear little daughter-in-law Columbia. The most important of all must of course make a grand finale. Ishii flashed between Yi-shi and Columbia to put an arm around both of them and refill their drinks. That's more like it. To which Fernina says, it's like I'm the master here. How come no one respects me? Navarette, maybe they think children can't drink. Fernina, ah ha 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 ha, something's wrong. Empress, it's not that I'm blowing smoke up your ass. You know the world tree's incarnation, the great CI tree king, right? That's my man. Ishii drunkenly leaned in Yishi's arms, his consciousness a little blurred. Zhongli sipped his wine and spoke faintly, slightly, and this little girl, she's the head of the immortal spirit clan. That's right, she's also mine. Ishii, you've had too much to drink, rest for a while. Mainly because Ishii had been pulling Zhongli to look at the other fairy spirit girls, so Yi-shi gave a look to Columbia, who understood. Since you want to see it, then I will help you with a hand. Columbia let dozens of immortal spirits present one person with a large cup of wine to give Ishii a round of drinks. The amount of alcohol in addition to that professional wine Moncler Jacket's general god drink but, so the use of a sea of people tactics, but also all the beauty. Fruitful drunkenness does not look. Yi-shi obediently gently hold Ishii let her lie in his arms, much more peaceful. Remembering the past is so flirtatious in the face of the Colombian or self-sighing. Columbia sits on more than 1,000 beautiful immortal spirits, really a harem of 1,000 beauties. Memory of the past is far worse. Columbia? Whoa, what's this? It's too good to drink. At this moment, Fernina was holding the can of cola given by Fleur with an excited face, finishing it in a few gulps and turning to look at Fleur's sister expectantly like a child. Any more? Any more? Not much of a drinker. Lum looked at the coke in his hand and then at his inventory. I'm almost out of mine. Or maybe you should ask Ishii? Yes. With a twinkle in her eyes, Fernina ran over to Ishii, who was lying on Yishi's lap, and poked him. Ishii sensed something moving and sat up in a bit of a daze, then let pop back up. After a moment of confusion, Ishii purposely avoided trying to get up again, but unexpectedly Ishii suddenly leaned forward, leaning his body, allowing Ishii to bump into it again. Ishii was even more confused and seemed really drunk. Ishii, Fernina, she wants a coke. Is there any more? Coke, take it. Ishii placed his black gold gourd firmly on the confidently just face down towards Yishi's thighs. Lumina, aren't you drunk? How come this is so stable? Recollection of the past, nothing else. Only the hand is familiar. I'm busy taking care of Ishii, so I can only trouble Miss Fernina to hold it. Seeing this, Fernina said that it was too much of a bully to God, so there really is something that can stand. No, that's not the point. Fernina, she's showing off with me. It's humiliating. Then Villette, Navalette, are you sure you want to talk to me about this? Isn't it just that little bit better than me? In terms of cuteness, it's over. It seems I can't compare to any of the others here, but it doesn't matter. I'm the master here. Truly, there's no way that I, who possesses a great, merciful heart, will present divine tolerance. After saying that, Fernina took that enviable gourd with one hand and couldn't wait to open it and drink it. Mesmerizing smell. Fernina thought to herself, you two couples are bullying me so much. Let's see if I don't drink it all in one gulp for you. Then in Yishi's cozy gaze, Fernina tilted her head and drank half a day without finishing it, with too much gas to the point of hiccups. Strange, how come the amount isn't decreasing? Obviously this gourd isn't very big. Puzzled, Fernina looked in through the mouth of the gourd, but nothing could be seen in the darkness. Suddenly a yell from Fernina drew the attention of those around her. At this point Fernina was slightly overwhelmed and had a look on her face that seemed to say, how could this be? Just a dozen seconds ago, Yishi had watched with his own eyes as Fernina slowly lifted this gourd over her head to tip it over to look inside. I didn't expect her to do such a thing, so I didn't warn her. I underestimated the girl. Navalette, it's something she can do. There's no need to be surprised. The crowd then averted their eyes as if they hadn't seen it and continued to chat. When Ishii took a deep breath and rolled over. Since you're drinking, give me a little toy. What do you want? Fernina beamed as she cleaned her body off with the elemental power of pure water. I want you. At that, Fernina took 2 steps back and began to shiver as she spoke. You what do you want with the water god? Fernina hastily waved her small hands, afraid that Ishii would eat herself dry. Although my own intelligence is slightly inferior to that of the great tree king of CI, I can't fight it with the addition of so many immortal spirits. Give me the eye of the enumerated god and the beauty of your thoughts. Chapter 134, Poison. Well, the eye of the water god. Ishii shook the pendant-like water god's eye in her hand. and the light god's heart power had already gathered July 6th, only missing the fire gods. Although you can't normally use much power, it's something you can do without, but you can't do without, and that silly elk on the opposite side. That witty Fernina was at the moment gamely pouring buckets after buckets of cola with her black gold gourd, bound to finish pouring for Ishii. Ishii just laughed at that. The product in this thing would drown Teyvat and not even finish pouring. There was also the faint glow that flashed through Fernina when she drank it, probably because she wasn't far from her peak in the first place. How loaded are you with this gourd? After Fernina had been pouring for 10 minutes or so, she finally relented, having filled 2 large buckets. More than you can imagine. I told you, as much as you want to drink. Yi Shi, put this away for me. Okay. The words Felicia will this water god's eye toward Yi Shi cleavage. Nothing better than to put it here. Inspired by Lisa. Forget it, pour more, I'll take it back and drink it. After saying that, Fernina continued to pour with gusto, and since she couldn't squeeze it all out, then she took more. Phew, it should be about right. This stuff is really amazing. It seems to be inexhaustible. It's just such a good drink. Does the one in the sky like it or not? All the gods in the audience froze at the words. No good. Cola really gave this stupid roe deer to bring back to be a big deal. All immortal spirits here on command. Hold her down. What are you guys doing? Before Ishii could react, Columbia took the lead in giving orders to the fairy spirits, and with that dozens of fairy girls surrounded Fernina so that she couldn't move. Columbo understood better than anyone that the contents of this gourd must not fall into the hands of the divine principle. Not one drop. Ishii had forgotten that not only was the water god not an enemy of the divine principle, but he was also most likely showing submission. Columbia looked at the 3 large vats of coke that Fnina had poured, and then at the fairy spirits present. There was nothing wrong with drinking it all. We must drink all of this. Not a drop left. Yes. After a cheer, the fairies collectively grabbed all the cola that Fernina poured out and drank it happily. It tasted so good. The fairy spirits didn't understand why the matriarch was doing this though. Wouldn't it be fine to go back and grab her again? But it wasn't a negotiation, it was an order and had to be forced to be carried out. Definitely not because I wanted to taste how good it really was. You, bullies. Nay, bullies of God. Woo. Seeing that the 3 buckets of cola that she had worked so hard to pour were all snatched away by the fairy spirits, Fernina was so angry that she broke down inside and crouched on the ground, crying. Fernina, that Villette. They're bullying the gods. Don't you care? Nay Villette, sorry, only this time I can't help you. Fernina, say it like you've helped me any time they've bullied me. Nay Villette, there's no denying it. Oh Fernina, listen to your brother. Ishia took off her disguise to reveal her handsome appearance and crouched down next to Fernina to try and comfort her and put a cold can of coke against her cheek. The boy was unintentional after all, but really you can't make it work, but it does seem a bit pathetic now. Humph, cheapskate. Fernina took the can of coke as soon as she could and drummed her face and twisted her head to not look at Ishii. I'm angry. I can't coax that kind of thing. Don't worry about the canned coke you buy in the system store. It's just regular coke with no effect whatsoever. Ishii first bought a couple big cases of canned coke for Fernina and set them in front of her, then put on a pained expression. In fact, this drink is stored for more than half an hour. It will turn into a poison that even the gods will poison half of their lives. I think that years ago because of one of my careless expired cola was mistakenly eaten by Morix's best friend, returning to the end, resulting in her life hanging in the balance of the fainting for thousands of years before I could find a way to save her. And it's because Columbia didn't want anything to happen to you that she was in such a hurry to get the fairies to drink all this coke. But it's okay, you can have all these cans of coke. They're all treated and safe to drink, so don't be upset, okay? At the words, Fernina's eyes were horrified for a moment. Without the help of the fairy spirits, those 3 large barrels would not be finished in a day by themselves. Opened a can of coke to vigorously dazzle a few mouthfuls to suppress the shock, and then hugged Ishii's arm with immense gratitude. Wow, so it was me who misunderstood you guys. You guys are so nice to me, I still blame you guys. And also help me solve those coke. Thank you so much. I was going to bring back the first one to give that Villette a taste as well. Almost harmed him. Nay Villette, I thank you for that. Zhongli, what you say is what it is. Always return to the end to live is. Fernina was touched and cried bitterly. Ishii revealed a sunny and handsome smile and said while ruling Fernina's head that was as smooth as water. They're all friends. I don't want anything to happen to this lovely Fernina. Besides, write to my brother when you're done with these cans of coke. I'll send them to you from as far away as I can. Ishii reached out and wiped the teardrops from the corners of Fernina's eyes, and Fernina's big, beautiful, alien pupil eyes blinked as she looked at Ishii's face. Fernina put her hand on her chest. So strange. What was this feeling? Ishii glanced twice, certain now that the black and gold gourd had not decided that Fernina was sick for being so flat. Thanks for taking care of the fairies. This is for you. Columbia came to Flyna's side and replied in thanks. It was true that the Fontaine's immortals were having the best time, mainly because their god was so deceitful. Very kind. It's okay, I've been taken care of by them a lot too, and they've all been pretty good to me too, and I'm pretty happy to have them. Happy. Fernina looked at the feather that Columbia had handed to her own, pondering for a moment or two. Did your clan not have any other gifts besides this? It's not useless. It's really useless. Thinking about it another way, though, the fairies were grateful to be given the only feathers they had and treasured. Fairy spirits, it's not that precious. The ones that are given to you are the ones that fall off when you comb your feathers. But the blessings of the fairy spirits are real. Oh. Chapter 135, Coconut Milk. Li Yu, the Hall of the Living Dead. Bad woman, bad woman, bad woman, bad woman, bad woman, bad woman. Returning to the end of the face full of resentment, is Duck sitting on Zhongli bed to that pillow madly pounding. Who the hell is that woman who seduced John Al? What did she take Zhongli for? It's been a whole day. How come I can't sense Zhongli's breath anywhere? At this time the sound of knocking on the door came from the Hall of the Future Life. Returned to the end of a jolt, climbed out of bed and rushed to open the door. Zhongli, you finally. How is it you? Where is Zhongli? Returning to the end of the first look is the morning that bad woman immediately put on a very fierce expression. And then the voice of the heart 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 of the voice. I'm back. Zhongli skipped Ishi and walked into the Hall of the Living. Ishi was going to say, Zhongli, I've cleaned up and returned it to you. Oh. Then he gave up the idea when he saw how returning to the end was about to fight himself at any moment. Actually, it's me. Feeling a little too much for her conscience to molest Gay Yuan again, Ishi smoothly took off her wig and followed Zhongli inside, leaving Gay Yuan dumbfounded in the same place. Ishi? Returning to the end of the day, he stared back at the two in disbelief as the CPU told to run and then learned what was going on. Ishi Women's Clothing has come to steal a man from herself. It has long been suspected that the two of you are having an affair. Ishi, who heard the voice of returning to the end's heart, was speechless as she stepped on her feet. You're overthinking it. I just went to the Water God's women's tea party with Jiangnui, and here's the gift Jiangnui brought back for you. Ishi smoothly threw a can of Coke over to returning to the end, at which point Zhongli gave Ishi a puzzled look. Why do friends always have to give homecoming gifts in their name? Ha ha, so it's like this. I said, why are you dressed like this? It's quite pretty. Hearing the words return to the end, turned to hold the can of Coke, giggled. This is Zhongli specially brought back to me. It cannot afford to drink, and then realized that it is not right. Wait, a women's tea party? Zhongli, you wouldn't be like Ishi. Zhongli kept silent and sipped his tea with one mind. Ishi recalled the image of the Rock King Emperor Ji. It was wonderful. It's good that you've returned safely, but be sure to tell me before you leave next time. Definitely. Returning to the end of the careful thought, with the memory of the past to mix with the words to do anything is not strange. It is normal. Ishi, that thing I asked you to do, how's it going? Returning to the end of his life expectantly, he asked Ishi, who hadn't had a post since the last time he'd agreed to do it, and had taken his whole family on a trip to Inazuma. These days return to the end is also in their own efforts. The main fight near the water tower first, and for Zhongli will be other women to snatch away. Simply do not bring fear. This morning does not count. Ishi is a male. As for what returning to the end did, accidentally spilling water on his bed. Yikes, what can we do? Let's find Zhongli to sleep tonight. Oh no, the quilt was washed and not dried. Let's find Zhongli to sleep with tonight. Zhongli had a great time watching Mr. Yun's new play, so find Zhongli and go to sleep tonight. The bird eggs on the roof of the Kajamusha Hall have hatched cute babies, so look for Zhongli to sleep over tonight. Although every time, he would be kicked out by Zhongli to sleep in other empty guest rooms. There were a few times when he succeeded in drilling Zhongli's blanket in the middle of the night. Big win, but it still doesn't seem like there's much critical progress to be made. It's about time. The words fell. Ishi looked at the uncertain Zhongli. With his current power, sneak attack Zhongli indeed can do to knock him out. But since seeing the Rock King Teiji's appearance, she felt a little bit on the edge of her seat. So big that it was impressive. The power of the punch will be greatly reduced if it hesitates for a moment, and then it's not easy to explain what to do if the risk is too high. Master, there is a not particularly reliable way to do this. Would you like to hear it? Speak. After some analysis by the small department, Ishi decisively chose this option. Return to the end. Wait a few more days. I'll go and come. Okay, then, please. After saying that Ishi can't wait to leave this place, Zhongli looked at the return to the end of the loud conspiracy in front of his face as very puzzled. What exactly is it that makes her care so much? General Affairs Division. Ganyu's private office. Little faculty. What's her success rate in going straight up? 75%. What about the chances of being disgusted by her? 10%. The odds are okay, but wouldn't it be worth it if you were unlucky? Then, turn on the future simulation projection. Turn off the push. Do you choose to go back to before it was turned on? Yes. In a twinkling of an eye, Isha once again returned to the Ganyu office window outside, to say the girl really good gentle. This situation actually still worry about whether I met something unhappy. Saying something like if it can help me. Thinking of this, Ishi's heart was overwhelmed with guilt, and he even made people hurt. So much so that he got up in the middle of the night and plucked one of Kobayashi's dragon scales and said, "I'll be damned." Kobayashi? But now that the maneuvers are all mapped out, have a good go at it. Good evening, Ganyu. Ishi handsomely tumbled in through the 5th or 6th floor window to say hello. Good evening, Ishii. Please also use the door if you can. It's safer. Now wait for me for a moment. It'll be over soon. Ganyu, in front of a pile of documents, looked at Ishi silent for a moment or two, then continued to deal with the work at hand. Ishi quietly came behind Ganyu and gently hugged her, and the one-piece black silk felt very smooth to the touch. Ishi, don't be like that. I'm still working. It's just that I miss you, said Ishi to the unicorn horn. Exhaled a mouthful of hot air. Ganyu body instantly lost strength. Soft down collapsed in the arms of Ishi. Ishii, are you serious? Why? Well, I have a friend who needs some milk from the immortal beast Qilin. So can Ganyu help? At those words Ganyu froze. The milk of the Qilin other species drink, if that kind of effect is extremely strong. Immortals cannot be suppressed. So, it's not impossible. There are no outsiders here, so you can tell me if you need anything. Ishi sounded and felt like something was wrong. I do have a friend who needs it. Ganyu, it's okay, I can understand. I won't laugh at you. After all, Ishi is so beautiful. Remembering the past. Also strike. Ignoring this first. Then Ishi skillfully merged Ganyu's black silk towards the center. Then I'm coming. Ishii, why are you so skillful? Ganyu blushed and asked incredulously. This kind of is extremely test maneuver. Ordinary people cannot. Ha ha. Who knows? Ishi laughed and stalled, recalling the first pushback. As soon as he came up, he directly and sincerely asked Ganyu to please him. And before Ganyu could react, he got on with it. Ganyu wasn't angry, just too ashamed. Ishii, I'm a little. Anyway, I'm sorry. Ishi inadvertently makes Ganyu flutter his eyes with love, before turning on the offensive. Chapter 136, 2 Days of Exhaustion. General Affairs Division. Ganyu Private Office. So satisfying. Ganyu was content to lie down next to Ishi, cradling a pillow in her hand in front of her flawless white body. Ishi sighed helplessly and proceeded to cut off the splash of red on the sheet for collection, as was customary. And is this the Ganyu who is half of the bloodline of the Kirin immortal beast? Really wild. At this time Ganyu poked Ishi's arm, and handed over a big bag. Ishi took it and opened it. 10 million mora. Ha, this feeling, why is it deja vu? Yujinja, humph. Ishii, here's my fresh paycheck. I don't really need mora, so I'll give it all to you. Ganyu's smile was so gentle, and Ishi responded with a smile, not forgetting to reach out and rub her horns. Then I'll take it. Well, if you need unicorn milk again in the future, you can all come to me. Well, Ganyu, you're so nice. The more Ishi touched it, the smoother it became. And Ganyu's horn said that he couldn't tell how it felt in his hands. Ganyu's eyelids, on the other hand, were getting heavier and heavier, and he eventually fell into a deep sleep in Ishi's arms. Good night, Ganryu. It's morning already though. It turns out that Ganyu will fall asleep if he has to touch the horn seems to be true. Ishi covers up Ganyu and prepares to leave. Yeah. Ishii opened the door to the office room, not expecting to be surprised by a purple-haired cat head girl holding her knees and crouching by the wall with a red face. Kakeru? What are you doing crouching here? Only to see Kakeru's twin ponytails jumping upwards in panic, her eyes fluttering as she kept dodging. I didn't receive the job submitted by Ganryu, so I thought I'd come to check it out. And who knew you guys were? Carve Cat's voice got smaller and smaller as she came in 2 hours ago, and has been crouching in the doorway so unsure of what to do since then, waiting until now. Ganyu, her words, I guess I'll have to sleep all day today. So, I'll do her job then. Well, go carving Haru, I won't stay. Carved Haru took 2 deep breaths and tried her best to forget the sounds she heard, then slapped her face and walked into Ganyu's office. As soon as I walked in the door, I saw the piles of work from last night, and an unspeakably sweet scent permeated the entire room. A little extra work is not a problem, but the smells and sounds are too exciting for a teenage girl. Lizuki, Forest House. It's been a while since I've been back to Ritsuki's house, and I don't know how well Forest House Alicia is taking care of it. I'll go back to. Ishi looked at the immortal spirit beauty sitting in a room full of silent 1 or 2, quite lively. Boss, you are back. Come in quickly. Alicia happily opened the door that Ishi had opened halfway. Since she had taken care of the place on her behalf, Ritsuki's forest house had turned into a place for the fairies to relax and rest. Alicia took the opportunity to sell the tea. Another great income. Ishi also said how the funds went up so fast. So it's these beautiful and lovely guys who are spending money here. Ritsuki's forest house has a large store because it annexed the store next door. Alicia also set up a few more tables for entertaining, and it was the only tea house in all of Ritsuki that required a ticket to enter. Of course, just ordinary people need to buy. The immortal spirits are free to enter and exit. The tickets are limited and still very expensive. Just like this are hard to find a ticket. As for why you need to buy a ticket, this place, including the acting caretaker, can be full of incredibly beautiful fairy spirits. Even Celestial Power Star Condensed Light frequented it, and had offered a high price to hire an immortal spirit to work in the General Affairs Division, but it was politely declined. The immortal spirits were not directly involved in human politics, for which Nimbus deeply regretted. Boss, come and have some tea. Good. Isha was helped to sit down on the sofa by Alicia under the sight of many beautiful women, and then Alicia brought him the best tea. It's a nice place you've got here. Why did you suddenly think of selling tea? Ishi picked up the teacup and took a shallow taste. Isn't this Bulsing tea? Could it be that you've gone to gather Roajua's tail? Boss, the health products in your store were sold out very quickly, and you couldn't replenish your supplies to keep the store open. Then I happened to find such a tea tree near Anyuan Mountain, and there was a nice gentle fat dragon sleeping underneath, so I thought of selling tea. Nice. Forgot that those are consumables. That what Inazuma also happens to be close to lock up Alicia is not good to contact themselves, but this girl is really capable of doing so that the income doubled a few times. Dragon King Wakata, it's fine, just let them be, they can regenerate anyway. I just came back this time to see that I'm relieved that you guys are doing well. Well, the fairies love it here, and I love the job. And by the way, when does your vacation end, boss? Alicia asked with some trepidation, and Ishi heard what she meant. Probably wants to stay on and is worried about kicking her out if we come back and don't need her. The surrounding fairy spirits were also looking this way. They loved this place. It would be a shame if it was gone. Ishi smiled and stroked Alicia's head. I'm guessing it's coming soon. Also, would you be interested in moving from temp to full-time? I have plans for a 3-story extension to Forest House. At that Alicia breathed a sigh of relief. Her words filled with joy. Aha! Great! The Hall of the Dead. Return to the end. This is for you. It's sure to be foolproof. Ishi handed the bottle of coconut milk, which was no ordinary coconut milk, to returning end in front of Zhongli. Although ordinary coconut milk immortals couldn't top it, Ishi was afraid that Zhongli, a rock, would be able to top it, so add a few of those pink elixirs that Forest House sells to it, and now the coconut milk Tenli drinks has to bleed. What is this, my friend? Zhongli became more and more puzzled. The aura that existed on it was familiar, but he just couldn't remember what it was. Ishi smiled mysteriously. The world's finest. It's what Ms. Gay Yuan specifically asked me to bring you. Kai Ishia, this milk is so good. Is there any more? At the words Ishi's eyes turned horrified. Stiffly twisting her head to look at returning to the end, she took a mouthful of all of it. Bad. Spiked coconut milk is definitely too much for your little body to handle. The worst thing you can do if you don't do anything is to die of gas and blood. Ishia, why don't you say? Returning to the end of the words had not yet finished. A violent feeling from the inside out infinite burst. The bottle in the hand then fell and broke. No, if this goes on, something is going to happen. Just as Ishi was about to pull out a scalpel and give returning to the end a go when she suddenly thought of something. As if Zhongnim could save her too. Returning to the end? How are you? Zhongli saw that the situation was not right and got up to support her, but he was unexpectedly held by her in a deadly embrace. Zhongli, I'm a little. After saying that with teary eyes, he gave Zhongli a deep kiss. When Ishi's voice came, I'm sorry for the accident, but now only Zhongli you can save her. Remember that she has to go along with whatever she does or the consequences will be unimaginable. At this time Zhongli suddenly remembered what this milk is in the end. Meaningful look at Ishi, and then released a smile, silently hugged back to the end to return to the room. Just leave it to Mr. Zhong. Zhongli helped Guifeng to treat until the next morning. Guifeng was so tired that he fell asleep blissfully off his feet, and it was good to know that he was completely out of danger. It's just that what that kid Ishi did was really lacking, and what he actually did to Ganyu, perhaps. This is God's will. Zhongli was all relaxed and intended to go out for a walk. Then he saw Walnut with dark circles under his eyes slumped on the table drinking tea. Good morning, Hall Master Hu. Is something the matter? Walnut glanced grudgingly at his good guest secretary and shouted as if in a fit. You still have the nerve to ask. Zhongli, you guys let no one else sleep. Yesterday when Walnut came back he heard strange noises coming from Zhongli's room. It seemed to be the yelling of returning to the end. It couldn't be that Zhongli was bullying Guiyuan. Thinking of this, Walnut was instantly furious. You treat her like this when she's so nice to us. I must have a word with Zhongli. Came to the door of Zhongli room sound also more and more clear. Walnut, the more you listen to the more you feel wrong, so secretly open a crack in the door to observe the inside. It's just a great look, which is what Zhongli is bullying Guijin. Obviously Guijin is bullying Zhongli. Walnut instantly blushed as if she could drip blood and fled back inside her house in a panic as she closed the door for them. But the Walnut room is next door to the bell as well as the return end. Noisy Walnut cannot sleep at all. Just had to see the word's face has been lingering in the mind. Thighs unconsciously twisted. It finally got much better after a couple of chantless water magic spells, but it was still loud. It was better to wait for them both to finish, than wait until the next morning. Forget it, I'm going back to my room to sleep. Zhongli, you remember to be nice to Sister Guifeng. Zhongli smiled in response, the urgency of the situation momentarily ignoring these factors. Ever since he got his way with returning N's burrowing, Zhongli knew this day would come. It just came in a very lackluster way. Just as well, it's time to prepare for the wedding. According to human rules and regulations, after all, the identity is now human. Go back in time to last night, in Azuma, forest house. Yi Shi, how did Ishi? Look what I've brought you. Yi Shi slowed down in Ishi's arms and picked up that milk bottle to survey it, followed by a bad smile. Oh, it's for me. Yes, Yi Shi, you must be good. Well, suddenly Yi Shi gave all of that bottle of milk to Ishi as fast as he could. I think you need it more than I do. Oh, come on you then. Cheer up this time. How is it there again? You need to be punished. Originally sleeping aside, Kalamboya was woken up by Yi Shi and got up to look at such a scene to cover her mouth and snicker twice. Bad woman, you brought this on yourself. Flux, do you guys even let people sleep anymore? The next day, as Yi Shi bounced down the stairs full of life and vigor, Flux girl sat cross-legged on the couch with a small dragon sleeping on her lap. Why are you up so early today? Fluorescent. Lum sighed helplessly. Get used to it. It's just that last night was the loudest one. Fluorescence in the middle of the night after a person secretly do the same cannot sleep. After coming out of the pot to watch that stupid dragon sleep so soundly, the more you think the more angry. Go up and take her down and rock her hard a few times and say, don't go to sleep, play with me. As a result, he froze and didn't give Kobayashi a shake to wake up, and had no choice but to put it on his lap and eat snacks while Rua up the dragon. Early to bed, early to rise in good health. Ha! Is it morning? At this time, Shaolin also woke up from a beautiful sleep, stretching the dragon wing to wake up. Suddenly smelled a smell of something, so the little head to the fluorescent belly smelled. What a flavor! Nothing. Lum blushed and gave Kobayashi a hard brain crash. Hiss. That's a pretty hard faucet. Oh, Kobayashi back on the fluorescent soft tender thighs to make a whimpering little sound to show aggression. Do not let the smell is not to smell it. Fluorescence, isn't it about time you found a man? Yi Shi sat next to the fluorescent and brewed forest tea. This girl's matter is too obvious, don't even need to hide. Maybe. Lum took a sip of the tea handed by Yi Shi to refresh herself. It was indeed a bit of an ordeal in a sense. Do you have any favorites? Lum closed her eyes and thought back carefully, shaking her head. Basically no. But there's one indisputable guy who only thinks of me as a sister. And besides, his daughter-in-law sure doesn't want it. Aha! Yi Shi pulled back the ends of her hair while pondering something, then took out the bottle of coconut milk that still had a little bit left and handed it to Lum. That's definitely a no, but if you're just asking for a favor, this is for you. There are many ways to solve things. It's up to you to choose. Yi Shi finished and elegantly drank the tea. Lum looked at the milk bottle in his hand and froze. Yesterday Yi Shi drank this as if it was. I'm so simple. I wouldn't do that. Lum put the coconut milk away and continued snacking as if nothing had happened. Chapter 137 Diagnosis. To the winter. The Queen's Palace. Above the Queen's frozen throne, Ishe and the Queen were in the same mirror image pose against their faces in silence. Ishi looks like a saint, and is in a ridiculously quiet palace. Thoughts can't help but jump out to roam around outside. Maybe this is the real purity here. Close your eyes as if you can feel the unity of heaven and man. The ethereal yet soft chill lingered around them. Just the right temperature to keep Ishi's heart at bay. Barnabas looked once again at the slightly melancholy side of Ishi's face, unable to tell from the expression on his face what he was thinking. Not knowing what to do, Barnabas turned his face back to continue mainlining a companion. This looks like my house. Why is brother so handsome? Ishi stretched, then got up and made to thump the Queen on the seat. Is the girl alone? Barnabas looked at Ishi from top to bottom and spoke faintly. And you? Smiling, Ishi moved closer to some of Barnabas's icy face and as if by magic pulled out a blue rose from the back of her hair. Dendon, this flower is for the beautiful and generous Queen. Barnabas stroked the back of his hair and then took it, staring at the blue rose, pondering something. By the way, this is the drink I brought back for you from the tea party held by the water god. She sent you an invitation too, right? After the set was over, Ishi took out another can and sat back down next to the Queen and drank it. The Queen nodded without changing her face, then followed the example of Ishi. Will be out of the coke, open to taste. Taste suddenly froze. Turn his head straight, Ishi. As I recall, it was the women's tea party. Exactly. That's why I wore a wig to get there. Morix was a bit more professional than me and went straight to a female persona. The most professional was still Barbados. Didn't even have to cross-dress. Barnabas was silent for a moment or two. And the rest of the ruling. Why would you have the leisure to attend a tea party organized by a little girl? so you went too. Hearing this, Ishi reached out and picked the queen's chin up slightly and said with interest. Yeah, so why didn't you go? I don't want to have any interaction with the water country ruler. In that case, it's quite a pity then, to be accompanied by a lesser great beauty. Ishi pretended to be a bit lost as she leaned back on her throne, and Barnabas thought about it when he saw it and opened his mouth slightly. I can accompany you on your journey next time, if you wish. It's okay, after all, you're on different sides of the fence. Ishi thought that the original ice god is not so cold and ruthless. This is not quite gentle, well, and so beautiful. You seem to enjoy making that move. Barnabas looked down at Ishi's hand, which is not to hide it from you. In fact, I am a doctor. I see you all day with Inazuma. That nerd girl in this door does not leave the door. Worried about you. Looking at Ishi's righteous look, the queen was convinced, then continued to ask, how many girls have you said that to? At the words of Ishi, movements violently stopped. After a short silence, solemn sermon. I swear to the queen of the most winter that I have spoken only to you. After saying that, Ishi moved to check up for the queen more carefully, and the diagnosis was, still alive. Aha. Well, you're guilty of lovesickness, girl. Ishi spoke in a serious manner, and Barnabas's form lurched, his frosty eyes lowered. There's no need to worry. The cure is simple. Just kiss me and you'll be cured. What about the queen's unexpected good behavior? That's right. After all, we're married now, so there's nothing wrong with that. Since we're a couple, isn't that? Want to go do something happy between two people with your brother? The queen's white and flawless face turned red, and then she put her white and flawless jade hand on top of Ishi's outstretched palm. Chapter 138. To the winter, Main Street. Well, my queenly majesty, it's new, and not as bumpy as the wagon. Fine snow fell from the sky, and two figures galloped at the end of two curving yet continuous lines. Barnabas sat quietly on his side on the back of the bike, and everyone who passed along the way was in awe. That person sitting there couldn't be the queen, could it? And isn't the one in front the new executive third chair? They are. University flying to the winter country. Temperature is very low, and Ishi dashing still, head wearing sunglasses, a short-sleeved shorts in the snow and ice, riding a bicycle, carrying a beautiful woman shopping. Even the queen's absence is conspicuous, like a drop of ink on clean white paper. You go out in the cold dressed like that? In fact, at first, he wanted to drive a wheelchair, and Ishi pushed behind him so as to show off her status as a queen. At least it's high-tech, otherwise wouldn't it be too degrading to let Her Majesty ride a bicycle? But unfortunately, after a long period of contemplation, the queen refused. Ishi twisted her head left and right through her sunglasses to change stock. Around. Nice guy. It's not just abducting your queen from the palace. Why are you looking at me like that? And it's not just the pedestrians around. In the shadows, servant and captain followed Ishi all the way. There were also the countless eyeballs of the other execs, and it was feared that the entire intelligence organization staff that was still currently into winter was out in force. Partner, I didn't expect to see you here. At this time, a familiar voice came from a short distance in front of the car, and Ishi fixed his eyes on it, and it turned out to be Dad Alia. Then it started sprinting, then adrift 90 degrees to turn the car to stop precisely in front of D'Artagnan. Yo, what a coincidence. On a mission? The executive officer who had been secretly following Ishi's heart rejoiced when he saw the Duke. It was too good a time to come. I was worried about what to do if I wanted to understand the situation, but I couldn't disturb Her Majesty. But you're here to chat a few words of information that's vital. No, Her Majesty has given me some time off, and is now preparing to go fishing. Just now Dad Daria was far away only to see the cycling Ishi. After stopping, Dad Daria looked at the beautiful woman behind Ishi, puzzled to open his mouth. Partner, this lady really looks like Her Majesty. Is she a friend of yours? Dartaria had not seen the queen a few times, and every time she had faced her she was too high up to see her face, and no one dared to look up and see her directly. Coupled with the fact that the Empress usually did not appear in the public eye, people only knew Her Majesty's general form, but the aura that seemed to be able to freeze everything had already clarified the identity. Besides, who would have thought that Her Majesty, the high and noble queen, would go on a royal expedition in such a manner? No, she's my daughter-in-law. The words fell all around except for D'Artagnan. All the people in the bright and dark seemed to have been frozen. What kind of shocking statement was this? Ha ha, congratulations. Don't forget to call me when you want to drink the wedding wine. I'll be sure to arrive at the ceremony. Also, what is sister-in-law's name? Dartaria said with immense joy, not realizing that after such a short time Ishi was already married. When you think about it, it's normal. He's the all-powerful Ishi. It's normal to have such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Mysterious, actually, there's more than one. Definitely, she should be known to you by the name of Barnabas. At that Dartaria froze, then excitedly patted Ishi on the shoulder and said, even the name is so similar to Her Majesty, I almost thought you married Her Majesty. But I mustn't say this to Her Majesty. Ha ha. Ishi was silent for a moment or two, glancing back at the queen, who was also silent. before she turned her head away. Well, I won't bother you couple shopping. See you later. Bye. After saying that, Dartaria continued to walk towards that frozen lake in front of Ishi's uncertain gaze. Greetings, Your Majesty. The pedestrians around the area knelt in unison after Dartaria's departure and performed the rite of arrival. The queen's icy eyes swept around her own people in a circle and spoke faintly. All rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. People got up before they went about their business, afraid of disturbing Her Majesty's business. It was just now because Her Majesty was stopping in front of herself. Your people are very religious. Ishia pedaled up her bike to continue her sweet double line with Barnabas, all the while feeling that there were far fewer eyes in the shadows, and that it would be impolite to spy any longer. Maybe. Barnabas' translucent blue ice crystal-looking eyes were unadulterated with emotion. She is the god who no longer loves people. She is the god who will no longer be loved. On this trip Barnabas did not wear the crown that symbolizes the queen's status, but word of Her Majesty's marriage definitely spread. It might be considered just gossip. After all, none of it had much evidence. So Barnabas thought to send out an official ultimatum afterward to clarify that it wasn't a rumor. Phew. Finally, Ishi all the way to carry the queen straight to the hotel. The road is all snow, cannot ride too fast. Arrive when it is almost dark. This is where I stayed when I first came to Solstice, so I thought I'd show you around. Aha. Ishi looked at the eyes of the renovated hotel, lamented. Before, for various reasons, this hotel let burned, but now looks very good. Well, let's rest here tonight. Good, said Ishi, took the lead and walked into the hotel. The boss looked at the familiar in front of the familiar cannot be familiar with the people froze. How is it again, you kid? Boss, get a room. Want the original one. The boss thought to himself that he was worried that he would not be able to find the culprit for the destruction of the inn, but today you came to the door on your own. Just as he was about to go up and talk to him, Barnabas walked in right behind Ishi. Greetings, Your Majesty. The boss flung himself on his knees. Why is Her Majesty here? Seeing this, Ishi's mouth smiled. A hand wrapped around the queen's slender waist to hold her in his arms. Get up. I said I want a room. The same one I had last time. Do you hear me? Thank you, ma'am. The boss jerked his head up to look at Ishi, who had made such a disrespectful gesture towards Her Majesty, and who surprisingly didn't have the slightest intention of resisting. Watching this scene, the boss man was dumbfounded. Bringing Her Majesty to an inn and getting a room? Seeing that Her Majesty nodded her head, the boss hurriedly got up and greeted her with a smile. Okay, well, this way. The whole time the boss was dizzy in the head. I guess he was dreaming. Oh yeah, don't mention this day to anyone. You know what happens when you defy the gods. I understand. Barnabas sat dumbfounded on the bed surveying the interior, vaguely already guessing what was going to happen next. After all, what about a husband and wife? Also knew that sooner or later there would be such a day. Since the moment of marriage with Ishi has been prepared, in the sight of this hotel has understood that finally came. Chapter 139, Hotel. To the winter. The initial hotel. This piece is Yishi's. This piece of Columbia. This Ganyu. And finally Barnabas. Early in the morning, Barnabas, whose skin was as white as snow, was resting next to Ishi with his eyes closed. Ishi thought to herself that Barnabas deserved the name of queen, and that the variety was top-notch. Idly Ishi counted up his pile of trophies symbolizing honor these days. At this time Ishi had 4 pieces of fabric neatly placed in front of him. Without exception, there is a red stain in the center to a greater or lesser extent, the reason for which one cannot help but wonder. The Barnabas reminiscences are of course well collected, and any one of them here is a treasure that no one else would even think of. Ha! Suddenly a breath of extreme cold came from his waist, freezing Ishi with a jolt. It turned out that Barnabas was too shy trying to stop Ishi's movements, so his fingertips gathered divine power and poked his waist. Why, there are so many, I'm not going to go overboard. It's okay to give them to you if you want them, but can you not pick it up and smell it in front of me? Ishi looked back as Barnabas' slightly reddened face did its best not to look this way. The keto body that was casually covered by the tugged quilt was extremely tantalizing, and then Ishi just kept staring at Barnabas with her eyes. Seeing that Barnabas didn't make any reaction, so Ishi slowly approached. Suddenly chirping, Barnabas kissed Ishi on the lips with great speed, followed by a light blush on his face that was a few moments more pronounced, this time turning his body around with his back to Ishi, even more shy. Ishi recalled that Barnabas especially liked being on top. After all, she was the queen. Admiring the fragrant and ethereal snowy netted piece of white in front of him, he then gave a bad smile. Ishi took advantage of Barnabas's lack of attention to take advantage of the opportunity to hug her from behind and press her forward so that she was lying on her back on the bed. Well, there's been a little accident. At this moment, Ishi and Barnabas were silent with each other as they looked at the hotel-style ice sculpture in front of them. Just now, Ishi's surprise attack from behind had caused Barnabas to panic for a split second, so much so that he had leaked a trace of his divine power. By the time they came back to their senses, the two had been frozen solid around them. And unsurprisingly the others inside had turned into ice sculptures as well. Ishi twisted her head to look at Barnabas, who seemed a bit self-conscious, and who was also looking at herself at a loss for words. It's not a problem to unseal the solid ice under divine power, but the frozen mortals will surely die. Just leave it to me. You stay here until I get back. Ishi cradled Barnabas in her arms and cast a reassuring look, followed by lifting her scalpel and killing it, kicked in the frozen door and was the first to give that boss a slice. After a flash of light, the owner froze in place as he looked at the inn he had worked so hard to build. Dude, all the damage is done by to the Winter Queen. By me. My queen accidentally froze this. Just as Ishi was preparing to save the other travelers, the innkeeper's delighted voice came. Wait, my lord, do you mean this is all a miracle of Her Majesty? The innkeeper's incredulous eyes had been traveling through the ice crystal dreaming in. It was spectacular. Well, consider it done, but you don't have to worry. Her business is my business, and I'll give you a satisfactory amount of compensation. What are you talking about, my lord? This is a gift from Her Majesty the Queen. Thank you for Her Majesty's mercy. Ishi heard and understood that the owner wanted to keep the inn as it was now. After all, it was the only inn in all of Solstice that the Queen herself had sealed, in a physical sense, and never worry about it breaking again. While there is a problem, now that the entire inn is all sealed up, do you think you're capable of breaking through the Queen's ice? Hearing this, the boss fell into deep thought. It seems, the executive officer can't even come. How can he dare to let Her Majesty do it herself? What can we do? Ishi sighed with a feigned helplessness, then held out a finger. I'll tell you what, I'll take a loss. 10 million mora to help you break down all the doors. And there's one more request, and that's that room of ours shall not be occupied by any other traveler in the future. Good. Thank you, my lord. The boss didn't even think about it and agreed. And Ishi picked up 10 million mora for nothing. I was going to break it all open to see if there were any travelers inside who needed help, but as for the rest, the innkeeper wanted to keep it, so let him keep it. You see now, not only do you not have to pay him, but you have to pay me mora. Remembering the past during the stabbing, Barnabas sat quietly on the back of his bike and waited, and on closer inspection it became clear. At this time, the Queen's cool face was actually wearing a smile if nothing else. Sure enough, you're still the same you. At that moment the Queen's eyes moved to the front seat of the bike, suddenly remembering the reassuring back of Ishi's ride, and ghostly sat on it herself wanting to try it out. As a result, I couldn't get the balance right and fell down within 2 steps. Is everything alright, my queenly majesty? On the verge of losing control, Ishi's figure suddenly appeared to pick the Queen's princess up and let the bike tip over. Aha! Barnabas felt Ishi's body heat and rested his head gently against Ishi's chest. There are rooms for me within the palace. We can continue if you want. Continue what? Barnabas buries his head a little deeper and secretly freezes Ishi's neck with his fingertips. A small revenge on Ishi, who took advantage of his dazed consciousness to ask those questions last night, and who made her purposely bad. Okay, let's go home. The words fell and the two disappeared into thin air. Bicycle? Chapter 140, Idol of the God of Wisdom. In Azuma Forest House, the Emperor Sama of the Kingdom of Jidong has returned. The Emperor Sama has returned. Perfunctory. Yi Shi and Columbine greeted Ishi's return with smiles on their faces, having stayed out for 2 consecutive nights. 2 minutes ago Yi Shi sensed that Ishi had returned, so he forcibly woke up the sleeping Columbia and came to the door together to greet her. The forest house makes a comfortable temperature and environment, Ishi but for some reason feel a cold back, but also vaguely filled with a faint smell of vinegar. These 2 days fluorescence become more and more nerdy. Every day lying on that sofa to eat snacks and drink, but also borrowed the crystal ball of memory of the past to see something good to watch, and at night can also be used to assist no chanting water magic. Then after Ishi left, it was snatched up by Ishi to use to watch the live feed from his side. Deeply helpless at this, fluorescence had to watch it with them. It does not matter if you do not look at it. A look that can be really great. Look at the fluorescence of the red face and ears in a surging mood. On the contrary, Yi Shi and Columbia did not change their faces, but were a bit anxious, and looking at them, Yi Shi wanted to go over and personally guide Barnabas. Obviously you don't understand, but you still have to do it yourself. Is this the little stubbornness of being a queen? It's your husband's back. Ishi came to the sofa with a calm face to collect the fluorescent sister's bare feet inward, just intending to take a break when Ishi pulled a hand over the high lifted leg to thump on the wall. That girl can't. The following sister to let you know what is called the real female king. S.H. Ishi's words have not fallen. Suddenly countless vines will be wrapped in 2 people. To be fated vines have already been in the middle of their own bedroom. While Ishia was still pondering what that meant, she was pushed back onto the bed, followed by Yi Shi straddling Ishie. Then he pulled out an entire bottle of coconut milk and drained it in one gulp, and soon had turquoise love in his eyes. Yi Shi, where did you get this milk? You, don't move, oh, gone you, am. After all, after doing that to Yi's sisters, man, I was really impulsive at that time. After I calmed down, I felt that I couldn't face her again, but she didn't care and wanted to buy some of mine. Anyway, it's okay if she just needs these. 2 days later, Ishii covered her waist and held the wall and slowly walked down from the second floor. She was already strong and drank coconut milk, so Ishii was barely able to fight. That is, her status is now completely zero. Fluorescence sister, don't watch some messy videos all the time. You need to go out and exercise more. Otherwise it's not good for your body. Ishii slowly sat on the couch, and Fluorescence raised her eyes to look at Ishii, who looked like an old man, and put her foot on his leg. Keep your nose out of the beauty queen's business. Or, you help me, beautiful girl? Where is it? How come I don't see it? At that Ishii pulled out her scalpel to refresh her status, and then began to keep looking around before she was kicked by Lum's exasperated foot. Humph. Plus in 2 days I'll be traveling to my next country, so get some rest for the next 2 days. Empty, you remembered to look for me. Ishii moved 2 muscles, and then pull out the black gold gourd dazzle 2 mouths to restore the energy. The state pull full. It's not that brother is blowing smoke up your ass. You know the deity of Sumeru, the great tree of mercy king? That's my daughter-in-law. The other little auspicious grass king is my daughter. So when it comes to things mention brother's name, it works. Well, Flux's breathless token perfunctory. Can you say something I don't know? By the way, why haven't we seen Columbine? Ishii looked around the forest house. Columbia hadn't been in the bedroom for the past 2 days, and now she couldn't be seen in person. Just now Columbia took Kobayashi out to let off some steam, and I don't know because of who, but Columbia is hiding in my jug in order to sleep. It's okay, because she drank coconut milk. Columbia felt that if she went over there, she would definitely be dragged down to the point where she couldn't sleep for 2 days. So cast off to the fluorescent sister in the dusty song jug, and put on a layer of soundproofing, and the world was clear. How powerful was Yishi in the past 2 days? Shaolin, who was sleeping thunderously on the first floor, was woken up. Good morning. Yishi followed Ishii down from the second floor. I don't know, is subjected to what moisturizing head 2 small leaves glittering look. Come here Yishi, something's up. Okay, what's up? Ishii cupped Yishi's face with both hands and scrutinized it up and down, not forgetting to place a kiss on her rosy lips after observing it. Beautiful. After saying that, Ishii took out the eye of the rock god and began to tinker with it, and Yishi sat beside Ishii blinking in confusion, calculated to not want to, so gently leaned on the body of Ishii quietly watching his serious look. It's done. Ishii's sudden cry of alarm made Ishii, who was about to fall asleep, come back to his senses, and then looked at Ishii's sculpture in a daze. It's me. Yishi happily came forward to admire it. Ishii carved himself in the style of a divine costume, and was so handy that he was exactly the same as the king of the great tree of mercy except that he didn't have any coloring. This is the idol of the god of wisdom, and I will place it in the most prominent place on the table for offering. Aha! Yishi happily helped to clean up the crumbs on the tabletop and injected a trace of divine power into the small idol, which was now the real deal. Ishii, why did you suddenly think of erecting an idol for me? Because I like it. Speaking of which, all the idols of the 7 heavenly deities of Sumeru stand on the king of the lesser auspicious grass, and there is not a single idol about the king of the great tree of mercy. Coupled with the fact that this was a statue of a god that Ishii had carved specifically for himself, Ishii liked it more and more the more he looked at it, followed by the sound of Ishii's prayers being heard. Ah, god of wisdom above, bless my silly daughter-in-law beside me with peace every day. At the word of Yishi silence 1 or 2, the god of wisdom himself is beside you and you go to worship the idol, and praying for my own blessing. God of wisdom idol, Ishii enshrines the god of wisdom. What's it got to do with you Yishi? At this time a dramatic scene happened. After Ishii finished praying, the god of wisdom idol like a manifestation of the general flashed a ray of light. See the situation. Ishii rushed to Yishi said, Yishi, look at the god of wisdom statue manifesting. Quickly join me in thanking the god of wisdom. Yishi was silent again. This one like, count la. Yishi heart is very happy. Ishii handcarved for their own in addition to the first 2 days is indeed the god of wisdom in the above. Ishii, you guys wouldn't built a 7-day idol, right? Fleur looked at the map and fell into deep thought at the 7 heavenly idols that had suddenly appeared in Inazuma Castle and were still Tsukumo. Just try touching it. Good. Lum tentatively stretched out a finger and touched the idol of the god of wisdom, which wasn't even as big as his own head, and then the 7-day idol on the map really unlocked. Egu, Ishii is hurting. At that moment, Ishii reached out and controlled the force to pop Flux with a brain crash, followed by a flash of the god of wisdom idol. Fleur's blood level plus 1000. It's amazing that such a small idol can restore me, and it seems to be able to teleport as well. The idol may be small, but it has all the organs. Ishii was very satisfied with her work. The 7-day idol had all the functions it should have, and it was even able to make offerings. Then Ishii took out 3 cans of Coke and placed them in front of the god of wisdom statue as tribute, and it was no surprise that the tribute would definitely be stolen. But that's okay, Let the god of wisdom himself be happy. Master, we're back. Kobayashi's excited voice came from the doorway, followed by the entrance of a cute little girl and an energetic little dragon. Welcome. For some reason Kobayashi was particularly exuberant, and from the morning until now the dragon had grown larger to carry Columbia on wings several times over the waters off Inazuma. Why is there a stone statue here? Kobayashi curiously flew over to the god of wisdom statue and surveyed it. Such a small statue, not as big as me with my wings fully spread. Ouch! There shall be no rudeness to the idol of the god of wisdom. Ishii gave Kobayashi's little head a brain bang even harder as well, followed by a flash of the god of wisdom's idol. Kobayashi life value plus 10,000. Oh, master, I was wrong. Watch out for that later. Columbia, on the other hand, was stealing tributes from the idol of the god of wisdom in a frenzy, and badass women's tributes just tasted good, albeit with coke. The god of wisdom is unconcerned about this and steals a bite. Taste the tribute that is his own as well. I'm in a good mood today. Nope, in a good mood for the last 3 days. And no, it's been pretty good. Chapter 141 Brown Sugar Kanji. Inazuma, the town's forest. The town of Sanishi, no matter how many times to come to like, babbling brooks, gently swaying light blue light emitting orchids to relax, give a person a kind of quiet and mysterious feeling. Ishii slowed down walking in this night-like forest mood, exceptionally relaxed, and then accidentally lost straight turn into the Kamari Yashiki. Inazuma's honored guest, Mr. Yi, has come to Kaminari Yashiki, and I am sorry to have missed you. As soon as she entered, Ishii saw Kamisato Ayato, as if she had waited here specifically. Previously, Kagure Ayato knew that Ayaka and Ishii were often in private. Ishii wheelchair Ayaka to visit the matter aside. How in the world did he manage to walk to Ayaka's bedroom without being seen by the entirety of Kagure Yashiki's staff? Afterwards, the information Ayaka got from asking about Ayaka was that it was a normal interaction between friends, and it couldn't be more normal, but it was just too much normal instead of normal. And how could the 800-minded Kamiari Ayam believe that? Moreover, it was also in Ayaka's room, which was one of the few places in the entire Inazuma Ayato that she couldn't gather information, nor was it possible to do so. No need to make a big deal out of it. I'm here to play with Ayaka. Upon hearing this, Ayam's expression did not change in the slightest, only that the smile on his face was even more eightfold divine son than eightfold divine son. My sister has been in poor health recently and is not fit to meet people, so please be more kind. That's quite a coincidence. I have the reputation of being a miracle healer for a while. There's nothing I can't cure in Teyvat. So without further delay, I'll go first. Ishii finished speaking and then quickly and lightly walked towards Ayaka's boudoir. Kamari Ayato frowned slightly. Sir is really not modest. I do believe you have the strength, but this is the only thing you must not cure. Ayaka's room. Knock. Knock. Is Ayaka here? Ishii knocked politely on the door of the room and waited quietly for a few seconds before a voice with a hint of exhaustion came through. It's Ishii. Come in. At this time, Ayaka sat demurely on the bed, her demeanor not seeing any illness. Ishii can see that Ayaka is not in a very good state, but forget about Ayaka's health, what disease is not strange. Well, I heard that Ayaka wasn't feeling well, so I thought I'd come and take a look. Granted, I'm a doctor. Ishii put on his sunglasses and came to Ayawa to scrutinize it, and today he had to show you what was wrong, only to see Ayaka's face instantly redden and become a bit squirmy. I'm actually fine, thanks to Ishii's concern, and where did you find out about this? Kamisato Ayato. This way. No wonder the food brought in by the household servants becomes lighter on these days every month. How did he know? Brother? And how can my brother even talk to Ishii about such things? It's shameful. Old brother, you idiot. This flavor is. The smell of rust in the air made Ishii flash the thought that Ayaka wasn't sick. She was injured. Ishii, I'm really fine. Let's talk about something else, okay? Don't worry, Ayaka. I'll do my best as a friend and a doctor. I'll see where you're hurt first. It's really okay. At that, Ayaka blushed to the extreme and reached out her small hand to shake continuously to show her resistance. Ishii was a bit puzzled by the situation. According to the source of the smell analysis should be injured thigh. Ayaka's shyness is also normal, so he revealed a reassuring smile and said, perhaps Ayaka doesn't understand. I have a license to practice medicine at the highest level, and the ethics of a doctor are still there, so there's no need to think much of anything. No, Just as Ishii was preparing to check the injuries with a serious face, suddenly a leaf that appeared out of nowhere landed on Ishii's shoulder and brought some kind of news. With that, Ishii's entire body froze in place. So that's how it was. Really? How could I have forgotten that humans still have this kind of obsession? No wonder Ayaka reacted the way she did. What in the whole world can't be cured? Oh, not this one. It's not like it can't be cured, but treating the symptoms doesn't cure the cause, and reminiscing can't, or at least shouldn't. This is porridge cooked with brown sugar. It has the effect of warming the meridians and nourishing the stomach to drive away the cold. Ayaka, quickly drink it while it's hot. This bowl of kanji was cooked by Yishi and brought along with that leaf. Otherwise there was no telling what would happen if things were allowed to go on with her foolish husband. So it's porridge, I thought. No, it's nothing, thank you. There is no need to say thank you. Ayaka sighed in relief. How can a girl like me say this kind of thing? It's good that Ishii didn't misunderstand. Otherwise I really don't know what to do about it. After that, accompanied by Ishii, Ayaka slowly finished the bowl of porridge, then covered her stomach. It feels warm to the body. Is this the effect of brown sugar? It's amazing. Teyvat didn't have brown sugar, but Ishii had all the flavorings for Yishi. Only the brown sugar was almost untouched. Yishi really couldn't think of any cooking for Ishii that would use brown sugar. And today this didn't happen to be someone who needed it. Well, that's the way of food therapy. It's not a disease, but it can be a relief. Take these and just put some in your regular porridge. Ishii browsed up the system store, then placed a bottle of brown sugar and 2 large packs of sanitary napkins into Ayaka's hands. And just use this bar. The instructions are on the package. Teyvat technology is relatively backward. It's better to use these specialized things at times like this. It's all unseen yet. Thank you very much. How much more for all this, please? Ayaka's heart warmed as she looked at the things in her hands. These should be. It's precious, isn't it? What do you want, Mora? Ayaka's body is important. Besides, it's not like I can use these things, so feel free to take them, Ishii said as she stroked Ayaka's smooth white hair. Sniffing, Ayaka snorted out a laugh. Ha ha, I'll take it then. Oh, these are things that Ishii really can't use yet. Little department. What's the matter, master? Why would there be such a thing in the store? Small department has everything. By the way, Ishii, when I recover, can you accompany me to a place? Special chapters inspiration. Ritsuki opens the game and is pestered by Walnut, who won't be bored with the company of such a quirky girl. Go to Solstice to molest Columbia. However it goes, it's going anyway. The wife will choose Ms. Wang. She's more convenient, and the protagonist relies on her to make money. Everything was within Yishi's grasp. Yishi never wanted to hide her small movements from Ishii, but Ishii mostly didn't have much of a reaction. Let's just rely on Ishii to try to work his way up from clerk to boss's wife step by step. Crazy explicit. Ishii said I was just being a hooligan for your beauty and you want to sleep with me? Throw in some Mona drama and get the dust song jug to take to tease the yellow-haired cutie. Boost some strength. Not that strength matters, but it's got to be there. Better get a heart of God and then the kind that also sends out the eye of God. Before you called me here, not once did I think of refusing your request. Substitute fluorescence for the Southern Cross What's His Name tournament. The ways to make money are in the criminal code. Ishii, YX, Yeshi, YX, Lumfi, YX, Yashi, YX. There was light in the pupils, and there was a me. Skin white and beautiful, tall and perfect, body cute and clingy, good at business, family, wealth and gentle character. Rosalind has a happy ending, really dying and coming back to life. Don't panic, don't shake your hands, follow your senses. Gongzi, the lady's assets were transferred to you. I can't help but suspect you had something to do with her death. But surely not, right? Let Nazaida or Yishibru, the jade foot stomping to be. The cause in karma is the cause in the first reincarnation, in which Ishii did not choose to enter the dueling grounds. Someone will stand at dusk for you. Someone will ask if your porridge is warm, noble, dangerous and elegant. Seen the world, worked in a lot of places. That's called potential, no money. I'm not very good at expressing myself. No money is no money, but very good at living. Oh, no money and stingy. What is the proportion? Good color but not lust. Love money but not greedy. Not brother is not bad. Is to do things must be accounted for. The girl you put in your heart. Sooner or later you will have to put her under your body. Ishii turns into a little proper lady for big sister Yishi to catch. It seems that tarot cards can be used to play cards? Because Raiden really appeared to make Yishi really smell a crisis. After all, it was the other candidate for first wife. Thunder and Lightning real character according to the examination is very mischievous. On the memory of the same as Yishi, body and mind can pay nothing hesitant. There is no doubt that Ishii was taken down by Thunderbolt True in a matter of time. Blocking Thunderbolt True and Ishii is of little significance, and it might even be resented by Ishii. Then just give Ishii strong, get a license and say, I witness my own marriage, so it's stable. Bring that black dragon from the snowy mountains to life and capture it as a pet or mount. And the ambrosia is the cola that Columbine sprinkles. Tetrarch was the one that Columbine saved, plus the blazing fairy spirit was because of Duran's power. So Columbine kinda liked that dragon. When you save the dragon, you remember that the heart of the light god of the past is fully energized and basically has no humanity but is all divine. But the energy hasn't been gathered yet, so you have to look hypocritical. The heart of darkness is currently clueless. Setting the heart of darkness energy at full blast is the opposite. Humanity pulls full. With another cheap wife, the Empress of Ice. There was a possibility that this ice god might have retained some kind of memory and therefore remembered Ishie. Sure, just maybe, the flower god doesn't feel too good. The Red King, that's not a good solution. And it's likely that the flower god likewise has a bit of a crush on the Red King or can accept him. The god of flowers according to the koan is a beautiful long blonde hair set of beautiful women, dressed in more than Ni Lu. Pity, the water god feels pretty pathetic. Add some more serious drama. There's nothing to write home about in Sumeru. Speed through it. After all, the King of the Great Tree of Mercy is all about the protagonist's daughter-in-law. Inazuma stayed pretty much the same. But what about the Raiden sisters? Maybe it's time for Tenli to make an appearance. There's an envisioned scenario where Tianli takes control of Yishi and blackmails the protagonist into handing over the black gold gourd. Ishii didn't care about the black gold gourd at all, but a moment before handing it over Barnabas pulled the corner of Ishii's coat, his eyes full of unwillingness. Ishii instantly understood that this was the choice. If he handed over the black gold gourd he would be able to save Ishii, but would personally make the ice god's dream shatter. There was no hope for the ice god again if Tenri returned to his heyday. But the above plot doesn't quite fit with the book, so I won't write it that way. It always has to be written in a lighter, more upbeat way, and the ending will say more. Take your time. Chapter 142, General, Shadow, Rice Wife, General, Yo, long time no see, General. After getting out of Ayaka's house, Ishii continued to get lost to General Raiden. General Raiden slowly opened his eyes to look at the man who had suddenly appeared in front of him, then closed them again. Trespassing on the general's property is a felony, but this body seems to have a high degree of forgiveness for you, and hasn't broken any of my rules. Oh, that's a lot of tolerance. Let's see how high. Ishii held the mentality of you don't beat me up, don't think about it, slowly walked towards the Thunderbolt General. Then the Thunderbolt General mannequin sensed the crisis, but still couldn't make any manifestation of counterattack, on the same level as Raidenjin. And what do you want? I have self-repairing capabilities without the need for manipulation. General Thunderbolt's eyes were dead set on Ishii, surprisingly unable to show even a hint of malice. Just as well, it wouldn't hurt anyway, then closed his eyes again to meditate. Greetings, General. How dare you do such a frivolous thing to His Excellency? Have you come to your senses? After checking for a while and seeing that General Thunderbolt was no longer moving, Ishii was just about to withdraw his hand when he heard Nine-Striped Sarah's voice with murderous intent. You, stand down, General Raiden ordered. And while he wasn't sure why Alicia was telling the Nine Sasara to stand down, it just felt like it had to be done. Lord General, but, are you going to disobey me? General Thunderbolt's voice sounded again, and the Nine Sasara took one last look at Ishii, then slowly retreated backward. I wouldn't dare. Kojo Sara, could it be that the Shogun wants to give birth to an heir? If so, it must be celebrated. Kojo Sara left excitedly after figuring it out. Kind of. The result of Ishii's fine examination was that the general had little emotion but was definitely self-aware and interesting. What exactly do you want here? If it's just these things, you've got the wrong person. She's in the One Heart Pure Land. General Thunderbolt had not moved from his place of meditation to the beginning. It was just an insolent fellow who was harassing and floating. I'm just doing my part as a dedicated doctor, so don't worry about it. But there is one thing. What is it? Master, the profession of doctor is sort of played out by you. Ishii pulled out the shiny scalpel and waved it in front of the general's eyes. Scalpels may not work on mannequins, but General Raiden was built from Shadow's demonic body and can be considered a real person. That said, could it be that Shadow ran out of materials after building the trial to make Thor, and that's why he used himself? You'll find out later. For now I'll lend you a strand of hair. After saying that, Ishii chopped off a hair of the general with a precise slash, and then two dazzling lights flashed up. When the light faded, General Thunderbolt checked his status and nothing had changed. Instead, a woman who looked exactly like the general appeared next to him. At that moment, Shadow was lying down next to the general, reading a light novel with a string of tricolored donuts in his mouth, his expression dumbfounded. Ishii, General, what's going on here? How did I? Shadow blinked twice rapidly as he looked at the two people in front of him. Why had he suddenly come out of the One Mind Pure Land? Also, this one in front of me is indeed a general, yes, but why does he have the same body? The general glanced at the godless-looking Shadow and spoke faintly. I don't get it either. How suffocating for two people to use one body. Wouldn't this be much lighter? Ishii thought to herself that it was true. The scalpel was able to separate Hanasato and Fox Sai Palace, and surely Shadow and the general were fine with it as well. It doesn't really affect anything, but it's good that I can still manage Inuyasha in the future when Shadow isn't around. The general closed his eyes and resumed his meditation when he finished. He should be able to focus now. In that case, I'll go back to the One Heart Pure Land first. Do you want to come along? Shadow then reacted to what was going on. There wasn't much to do when he was suddenly called out, so keep going back to reading the novel. Good. Now Shadow understands what he should pursue for eternity. Coupled with the return of the true sister, nothing to pursue, completely swinging, every day nestled in a heart of purity in the house. This place of yours seems a lot brighter than my last visit. Ishi smoothly grabbed the tricolored gnocchi held in Shadow's mouth and ate it, then picked up her light novel and laid it down on her lap for comfort. Well, I'm looking away a lot because of your help. Little things, huh? Ishi looked at the content of the novel, froze. How to look so familiar. One look at the title of the book, My Shopkeeper Can't Be This Cute. Isn't this the book written by Ishi? This is one of the most recommended books by the Divine Sun, and I was inexplicably agitated after carefully flipping through it a few times, somewhat unable to comprehend the feelings depicted. Went silent for a moment or two. My shopkeeper cannot be so cute. Ishi wrote too delicate to dominate the list of 8 heavy haul female frequency novels. It's also for girls, although there are many male fans as well. But the main character's name is also Ishie, especially when it comes to the key episodes. Watching Ishie can pick her toes out of a whole forest house. In the past 2 days, the godson has often come to encourage me to try it myself. Ishi, you have the same name as the male protagonist in the book. What do you think? So it was that fox that did it. Shadow's head wasn't working too well and you're still egging it on like that. I'm not quite sure. I didn't do much with this novel. Well, chapter 143, Good Intentions. It feels marvelous, don't you? Ray was sitting in front of Ishie after the movie, his body white in the middle of a heart of pure earth. No comment. Shadow really deserves to learn from reading the book written by Ishi. The sneak attack moves are all the same. Ishi silently wiped her face. Did all the queen level characters like this? Shadow, looking at the little. Again. At that moment a slightly lively voice rang out, and then Ray Denjin froze in place as he looked at his sister's current appearance as well as Ishi, who was sitting cross-legged in front of her. The three looked at each other in silence, followed by Raiden Makoto with a hint of apology without losing his embarrassment. I'm the one who disturbed you. Sorry. True, you're just in time. Your sister, she molested me. Ha! Ishi told Shadow's parents directly to show her innocence, and after that she really looked at Shadow and contemplated for a moment or two. Shadow, you look like this. What is it doing? I'm discussing some of the things going on inside this novel with Ishii. So, let my sister see. Shin took the novel in Shadow's hand and checked it out. If I'm not mistaken, it's Kamiko's doing again. How dare you show this to my innocent sister? It's already happened. True looked around, as if, this is not the jurisdiction of the World Tree. Ishi suddenly realized that the corners of True's mouth were raised in an unexplained smile and felt a bit puzzled. Since Shadow is interested, should I let my sister help? Good. The words fell. Ishi suddenly felt bad. Looking at the True who walked slowly towards him, slowly spoke. What do we want to do? I'm not a talented young woman, so please be more caring. Shadow, these are your favorite tricolored gnocchi and gnocchi milk. I stopped by the food stall and brought you some. The kind owner didn't charge more yet. Well, thank you, sister. The two Raiden sisters were enjoying their snacks together with a relaxed look on their faces, and the atmosphere was so amicable. Ishi sighed deeply. Boys must protect themselves in the outside world. Today is pure carelessness. Do not imitate. Ishii, you have one too. Ishii opened her mouth to bite a tricolored donut handed to her by Ray Denjin. She seemed to be in a good mood today. She had just come back from her friends at Narukami Taisha, right? Now the Raiden sisters are certainly happy to have one of their former best friends, and then to come home and see my sister bring back a man, or someone who is too big a favor to pay. Shadow has grown up. Will help sister abduct men? Is worried about what reason to invite Ishi to a heart of pure land tea. Ishii, I really appreciate what you've done for us. Ishi didn't know why Lei Dianjin suddenly opened his mouth to say this, and casually replied back. Little things. It may be a casual thing for you, but for us, it's a favor that we'll remember for the rest of our lives. True just kept looking at Shadow, who had buried his head in a snack and was carefree, his face filled with relief. Maybe. Ishii closed her eyes and rolled over onto her side on Raiden's real knee pillow. Then you don't have to go so far as to get yourself involved in repaying a favor. Why are you still talking about this when it's so late in the game? People have made up their minds. Really touching Ishi hair tone with a little petulance. Ishi cannot refute the choice of silence. Also, it's not all. After all, I'm a woman too, and a girl's mind is not something you can figure out. Maybe, but I know you understand and are just playing dumb. Ishi kept silent without any explanation. Whether it was or not, who knows? Ray Denjin turned his head to look at the white moon of the One Heart Pure Land, and his gaze seemed to penetrate time. Ishii. Have we met before? Ishii slowly opened her eyes to think for a moment or two, then closed them again. Why do you ask? I always feel. Lei Dingjin's voice stopped here. Ishi did not wait for Lei Dingjin to continue to open his mouth, and his heart sank violently when he got up and wanted to inquire. Feeling sh. At this time, Lei Dianjin had crystallized teardrops hanging from the corners of his eyes. and was looking deeply at Ishii without saying a word. True, what's wrong with you? Did I upset you? Ishii panicked for a moment, unconsciously wanting to reach out and hold her in her arms. Why is this girl crying? Nope, sure enough, my guess wasn't wrong. Seeing that Raidenjin stopped crying again, Ishii reached out and wiped the teardrops from the corners of her eyes. The girl's mood is really the same as the weather. And what did you guess? Raidenjin stared straight into Ishii's eyes and said with certainty, it's true that we've never met before, but when I first met you at Narukami Taisha I knew you couldn't stand to see a girl cry. Ishii was momentarily speechless. Your acting skills are too good. Or is it not acting at all? Little faculty. What did Raidenjin say was going on? Unknown impediment to access. Could it be just because Ishii seems like a nice person? At that moment, the shadow eavesdropping from the side opened his mouth and sniffed true with a laugh. It's quite possible. After all, Ishii did so many good deeds and didn't ask for anything in return. Ha ha. As the words fell, Raiden really held onto Ishii's head, pulling him into his chest. But please don't refuse our good intentions, or we'll be very sad. A smile curled the corners of Raidenjin's mouth as he lifted his head and took a deep breath. Perhaps, it's fate. Chapter 144 Eve of Departure. In Azuma Forest House. Pretty girl, date? Ishii immediately gave Ishii a wallop as soon as she got home and wedged her knee between her legs to hold her in place. Ishii shyly lowered a nod of the head, although it is an old married couple, but this moment is like the first love. Then whispered open. So, what does brother want? Ishii obediently leaned forward and Ishii body close. The two of them lips of his Ishii look up can touch the distance. 1 week from now. Summer Narukami Island Festival. See you there. Aha. Then he came to the little couch that belonged solely to that little girl and lifted her up to the wall, followed by another thud. Pretty girl, about. Aha. As a result, before Ishii finished, Columbus jumped up and stopped Ishii's neck to hang on him and kiss him. About. Columbia didn't let go, so Ishii just let Columbia so she could sit back on that couch and finally came to the fluorescent. You wouldn't be asking me out this way too, would you? Lum asked with a wary look on her face as she hugged her body, while Ishii shook her head. No, just came to let you know to go play with brother at the festival. Remember to go. Well, Fluorescent beamed up her mouth to express her strong dissatisfaction. How come the process doesn't even go in my place? Ishii turned around and picked up Columbia again and placed her in Ishii's arms and said to her, take care of this girl for me. I'm going away for a bit. Remember to miss me. Ishii asked softly as he looked down at Columbia, who had fallen asleep for a second buried in his arms, and then looked up at Ishii. Ishii, where are you going? To, leave for how long? Ishii's concise words with a hint of worry. Usually he said should be, do not secretly think of me, oh, a faraway place. Just visiting. Won't be long. When will you be back? Maybe tomorrow. Maybe. The atmosphere at this point turned low as the three girls were waiting with bated breath for his reply under the period of the amnesia pause. Distant place? Ishii does not say that, then do not ask questions. Do not ask for anything, just ask him to return safely. Ishii unintentionally hugged Columbine more and more tightly. Columbine did not want to sleep, mood became tense to nonstop with small wings fluttering Ishii's neck. Lum also put down the snacks in his hand, thinking that if Ishii was in danger, then he would not go to Sumeru for now, and maybe he could follow and help. Or maybe the day after tomorrow, maybe something interesting will come up. Ha, why are you all looking at me like that? Then the three girls breathed a sigh of relief together. Why make it look like a goodbye? And you, brother's going away for a day or two to say goodbye and you're sleeping here? Ishii walked up and grabbed the little dragon that was sleeping whenever she was forcing her to wake up. Come over here and stand still. Ishii set Kobayashi down on the table, and Kobayashi quickly shook his head to clear it and look around, finally reacting. And will you come back alive, master? Ah, if anything happens to you, master, I can. You. During the silence of Ishii, suddenly a grass seed smashed hard at Shaolin's head. Shaolin squeaked and looked up to see Ishii's deathly smile, and immediately did not dare to squeak. Ishii, we're waiting at home for you to come back. Aha. Ishii's incomparably gentle voice rang out, and Ishii pondered for a moment or two, leaning down to say to the poor little dragon, since Kobayashi cares about me so much, it would be good to bring you along, and it would be even more handsome for my brother to make an appearance on a dragon then. Good lord. Everything follows the master's orders. Kobayashi waved his wings twice in excitement. Finally the time had come for him to show off for his master. At the same time Ishii was more at ease. At first Ishii thought it would be dangerous to go alone, but now that he brought this stupid dragon with him it means it's really nothing. And when do we leave? Ishii thought about it. That place has long had the idea of going to see. Now that the days are settled down can go it. There's no rush. Whenever you want, just set sail today if you're okay. I see. How about leaving tomorrow then? Anything. Words fell. Ishii saw Ishii's eyes change. It seems not so easy to give up. At this time, Columbia felt bad and wanted to sneak away from Ishi's arms, but was unexpectedly held tightly by her. Columbia, Ishii departs tomorrow. Let's go ahead and get an early rest with Ishii. You bad woman, let go of me. After the three of them went back to their room, Fleur breathlessly twisted his head to look at the sky. Isn't it only noon? Immediately after noticing Kobayashi on the table, who was playing with that grass seed by rolling it back and forth with his wings, as if, what Ishii said about riding a dragon would be fun. Kobayashi, what? What's wrong? A chill swept through Shaolin's body when she saw this yellow-haired ant looking at her with an impish grin. Want to go out with your sister? Okay. Kobayashi, too weak and helpless to refuse. Chapter 145 Morex. At the beginning of the Demon God War, Li Yue, the top of the Jedi Cloud Room. The winds are choppy, easy water cold. Ishii was situated at the top of the Jeyun, overlooking this multitude of people in an extraordinarily soothing mood. His left leg was bowed at the knee, stepping on the edge of the cliff, letting his right leg swing in the air, and he was holding a small blue fat ball of a long-horned creature in his arms that he was petting constantly. It was an hour after Ishii had spent 20 million mora to have a small system teleport in here. Originally thought that this sparsely populated between the peaks will only be alone, but suddenly the mountain rolled down a ball. Ishii fixed his eyes. Ice Chilin? This is not a small Ganyu. Smoothly took over a hold in the arms, Rua up, a little bit not afraid of strangers it, and then took the little Ganyu embarked on the road to the summit. During this time, Xiao Ganyu struggled twice, and even if he hugged me, he still wanted to take me away. Be good. This unicorn is not that. Ha! What's this? It smells good. Where can it go? Ishii said while ruling little Ganyu's horns over and over again, and the ice Chilin in her arms yawned a small yawn, her drowsiness getting stronger and stronger, and finally slept beautifully. This scent is. That's right, this is your territory after all. So Ishii is now waiting here. It's kinda nice. I was thinking about how to get to you, but now I've found you on my own. Yet another hour passed and Morex never showed his face, but Ishii knew that their party was watching their movements from the shadows. Ishii frowned. This is not right. You should now be in the spirit to see who is not happy directly to do so cautious for what? When will the moon come out? I'll ask the sky with a glass of wine. I wonder if the palace in the sky. Ishii lifted the black and gold gourd of wine and a poem well sprinkled, and then tilted her head to look at the location of Morex and the others. What year is this night? What year is it? Morex realized that he had been exposed. Surely he couldn't hide such immortal arts from this person. Emperor, what should we do now? Staying Cloud borrowed the wind asked. Ishii just appeared. Morex detected this person's breath. After all, it was in front of his house, but the feeling Amnesia gave herself was far beyond perception, and even Morex chose to wait and see rather than rush forward to engage, because he took Ganyu. Probably not good. Here is the war is the next best thing. The mountain below the people are all the people, and through this period of observation found that there seems to be no hostility, but also from time to time to feed the little Ganyu food to coax her to sleep. Is it just passing through this place? I was going to see what you were going to do, and now that I've been found out, I'm going to go to the meeting. Sir is so literate. Honin, I don't understand. Besides, can we have our friend back? The incomparably familiar voice rang out. Ishii turned her head to look. The figure was different from Zhongli, but Ishii knew it wasn't him. Quite a cute little guy, just a bit fat. Now go home quickly. First time I meet you. My name is Ishii. A loose cannon. Ishii, or that leisurely look. The arms of the little Ganyu perceived what awakened from sleep, and then stretched out a lazy waist, cheerfully jumped back to the side of the stay cloud to borrow the wind. Morex, the demon god of rock, is here under my protection? Is it possible that the gentleman is here today on some important matter? Morex gave a succinct account of his identity, meaning this was the old man's territory, and he never took his attention off of Ishii, but still couldn't see halfway through. Though Ishii had the aura of a demon god, Morex did not consider him a demon god, as it was more of an energy that he could not comprehend, and he didn't mention that he was a demon god in his self-introduction. But what kind of existence would he be if he wasn't a demon god? On the contrary, the little dragon he was carrying was a bit interesting. Being a demonic creature but having the strength of a demon god, it should not be underestimated. Earthly loafing, Ishii responded briefly as she sipped her wine, then looked to the group behind Morex, singing Dust Wave City, Stay Cloud borrowing wind, return to the end of the three beauties as a companion. Memory of the past instantly feel the shoulder carrying the dragon does not smell good. Rows of pressure cannot be compared to awe. Mr. Traveled to this place and we met each other. It is really fate. Why don't we make a friend? And we can take care of each other outside. Most of the demon gods that have come here over the years have been unsuspecting, and were basically put to death by the Nightblood clan before they even set foot in Morex's territory. Like Ishii, such as sitting directly in front of the door is still the first time to meet, and behaves so friendly, perhaps can be befriended. Very well, it's my first visit to your place, so please bear with me. That's natural. Words fell. Memory of the past rose to Morex stretched out his hand. Morex also shook hands in response. See, the visitor is not an enemy. To return to the end of the change to the enemy posture to become lively. Hello Ishii, my name is Returning End. I'm Morex's best friend. Oh, this is Reunion Borrowing Wind. And this last one is Pinky. Hello guys, besides maybe I'll be the one in the future. A few people nodded to each other, sniffing at the end of the return for a moment, confirming that Ishii was a male before settling down to speak with a smile. Ha ha, male friend, if you are actually all ready. As far as I know, Morex didn't have a boyfriend before you came here. The words fell. Ishii and Morex together looked at the end of the return. How does this sound and feel strange? Where do you come from, sir? With such power, why have I never heard of you? Ishii thought about it. She couldn't say it was from the future, but she had to say a place. So, from the archipelago across the sea, but unfortunately there is constant war over there and I like peace and quiet. I heard that the mainland is relatively peaceful, so I wondered if I could find a place where I could feel at ease. Hearing this, Morex's wariness of Ishii dropped some more, while dispelling some doubts in his mind. The continent on the distribution of magic gods Morex basically understand, and the seaside of the matter to understand very little, but also really can feel the constant war, so did not suspect anything. Mr. Eyesight is actually so high. If you don't mind, can you come to my cave to have a talk? Morex thinks that with Ishii's strength, he can definitely make a name for himself over there, but despite this, he chooses to stay away from trouble and emphasizes the importance of peace. There aren't many people like that. Please. Chapter 146, The First Battle. Morex Fairy House. I am slightly ashamed to be a guest in your house today without having prepared a gift. Ishii is not the slightest bit embarrassed to sit down toward the table, still holding that little Qilin in his arms. Kept Rua. The feel is also too good. Right. Fleshy. Soft. Then I lifted it up and looked at it. And mother of all, it was definitely Ganryu. All right. No need to care. It's hard to find a confidant in this world. If you can get a good friend, it's a lucky thing. Wonderful. Tea's here. Returning to the end of the tea for the two of them, Ishii took a sip and finally it was an ambrosia tea. Earlier returning to the end said that Morex didn't have a boyfriend yet, so that means that Wakita hadn't yet created a dragon pointing across the room. And stay in the clouds to borrow the wind in the song Dustwave City think there is nothing to do on their own back to their own cave. Only return to the end to stay to accompany Morex. Visible really try for hundreds of years are useless. Oh, and here's the little coconut goat that was taken by Ishii. What are your future plans, sir? Morex picked up the teacup. Shallow taste, a mouthful, followed by a slight frown. Boiling water brewed tea. How do you drink? The face of the expressionless Ishii, ambush you with one hand. If it's possible to want a place to settle down. What does Morex think? If you don't break the rules here, you are welcome, then I'll bother you more in the future. After saying that, Ishii took the lead in raising his cup to toast the tea. Morex followed, and finally the two of them drank it all in one go. Morex, returning to the end, let it sit for a while before serving tea next time. Returning to the end, good. Recap, ambushed 2 hands down. Little department, master, you are hurting the enemy. 0 self-loss 10,000 and Kobayashi faced Morex the whole quietly lying on the shoulder of Ishii. A word did not dare to say. Why obviously is the same person oppression but so big, and before she is not a big sister? Ishii welcomes you, and this little one on your shoulder is so cute. What's her name? Returning to the end of the line, his eyes stayed on this shivering and raw and dazzling Durin, and kind of adorable. Kobayashi, go say hello to MS. Returning, good. Then as the crowd looked on, Kobayashi got up and fluttered his wings and flew down in front of Returning End. Hello sis, my name is Durin, just call me Kobayashi. Ah, it can still talk. Kobayashi is amazing. Returning to the end of curiosity, he reached out his finger and gently tapped Dulin's small head, but he had seen a flying bird-shaped demonic creature, but he had never seen this kind of one, and it was still so small. Shaolin is a type of dragon, currently being taken in as a mount to accompany me on my travels. Normally Shaolin is shown in this size, which can save a lot of trouble. So is this? I said, well, so small. Aisha, how you ride? Will be her pressure breathless it? Ha ha, ha ha, isn't little Ganyu also the same? I think that in the future, if properly cultivated, she will grow into a great beauty. Little Ganyu, come, brother, here is a delicious osmanthus cake. Saying that, Ishii took out a piece of cinnamon cake out of thin air and pressed it against little Ganyu's mouth, and then it only took a few seconds for the world's cinnamon cake to be wiped out. Morex looked to return to the end while she shook her head, as if, never mentioned Ganyu's name to Ishii, and I'm afraid that even the demon god of Zao can't make such exquisite pastries. Could it be that? You guys guessed right. I've got some ability in that area for a while, but some means of making a living. Ishii breezily unfolded the fan imprinted with the word divine calculation and fanned it. Zhongli was silent for a moment or two, as well as the ability to pry into other people's thoughts. A bit interesting. Mr. is truly a wondrous man. and I'm sure that in the future, Emperor, enemy attack. Suddenly a flash of green light manifested around Morix, followed by the elf appearing here in the endowment position. I'll go. It's always the future home, more or less. Ishii got up and stretched, then raised her arm to catch the flying Kobayashi as she headed for the cave entrance. Emperor, he is? The elf gazed at Ishii's dashing back, never remembering such a person in his memory. New friends. Oh yeah, quite a few of them came. On the vast expanse of the earth, Ishii slowly walked towards the crowd of strange-looking demonic creatures that were attacking in great numbers. High above, Morix and his party watched this silently, wondering how Ishii would respond. Since Ishii wanted to do his part here, he was given a chance, and Morix wouldn't step in unless it was necessary. Only the leader among the demons was identified as a demon god. Looking at this stance, could it be that he had come to seek revenge on Morix? Ishii does not care about who is right and who is wrong. In this era of war, the strong is justice. Other than that, everything seems so pale and powerless. Death to those who stand in the way. Crush him for me. The demon god at the head of the group screamed at the human-sized Ishii, not giving him a second thought. Without any ups and downs, Ishii began to close her eyes and run the 10th level divine state martial arts power. Boring. Only a sound explosion rang out, and that demon god along with dozens of demonic creatures were instantly kicked dozens of miles out of their way, raising a cloud of sand and dust. Then Ishii faintly shook his head and turned away. I think they won't come back anytime soon. Emperor, what just happened? The protector Knight Fork Jin Pang looked at this scene with wide eyes unbelievably. Ishii obviously hadn't moved in the same place. But what was the matter with that group of demons? One blow? Retreating from the enemy took just one blow. Only Morix understood as Ishii returned to his original position after sweeping out a kick at the lead demon god with a speed that was nearly as fast as if time would not pass, and without using a single ounce of power, relying solely on physical strength. Even the route the enemy was sent flying was so precise that it truly returned the way it came. Now, go back. Chapter 147 Ancient Heavenly Hingshan. A small village under Tianhong Mountain, near the sea. Having gained a certain amount of trust from Morix, Ishii finally officially opened his plan to casually stroll around. Otherwise, a demon god roaming your territory with impunity would be a naked provocation. Ishii's first destination was the small village that would be built into Ritsuki in the future. But since there was no teleportation anchor point, she had to hurry, lamenting the fact that it is just convenient to bring Xiaolin with you. I rode her all the way over the mountains and rivers, eventually stopping a few kilometers away and choosing to walk. Otherwise, I was afraid of scaring the villagers. The village was already in sight, and could be reached by descending another slope. And as far as Ishii could see, the little village was no different from the rest. A fence was placed outside the village for defense, and there were special guards standing at the entrance to the village. Ishii thought to herself that during a period like this, when you may not be able to go out of the village for the rest of your life, would the sudden appearance of an outsider like yourself stop it? Walking methodically towards that village with a mindset of trying. Sure enough, both sentries at the gate were staring at themselves, but the envisioned block didn't happen. Instead, one of them quickly ran towards the village. It couldn't have been a call to arms. Ishii more and more puzzled. The village came to an outsider is not to whisk away, right? But also did not stop the pace. The big deal is to go. The next remaining sentry, as if he could not see Ishii, straight tense body stationed at his post, so Ishii unimpeded into the village. Ishii surveyed around the village. The houses were considered simple, but there was still nothing wrong with living in them. The villagers also found a strange face, coincidentally put down the hands of things to stand in place to start to freeze, when an old man voice sounded. Da, my lord, welcome to Li Village. I am the village chief here. Ishii looked for the sound. The old man was bowing in a respectful posture toward himself. You know me? Ishii asked doubtfully, thinking that he was only a few hours away from repelling the enemy, and news couldn't have traveled so fast. Forgive me for my clumsiness. The village is closed to information and I have not heard of your name, my lord. Ishii once again scrutinized the villagers for a second time, and probably knew why the village chief was so humble to himself. Most of the villagers have yellowish skin and monotonous clothes made of coarse cloth, while Ishii's incomparably delicate face and black trenchcoat with a long strip of starry sky texture are elegant and dignified. It was estimated that any individual could tell that this one was definitely a demon god or something like that, and people had very little knowledge of demon gods, and probably wouldn't be able to see one once in their lives. I only know that it's an unimaginably powerful being, and I don't know how to face it. The main thing is that Ishii is carrying a dragon on her shoulder that is not to be messed with. Even if you don't wear it, no one dares to slow you down. Now Ishii straight rushed to come directly to the villagers, scared confused, after slowing down after running back to the house. No harm done. After Ishii finished speaking, she continued to scatter her steps. The village chief was a bit at a loss for words as she followed behind. What on earth is this lord doing in the village? In fact, Ishii didn't have any idea, just wanted to see how the former of Liu was like. sort of a fishing village. When Ishii looked at a relatively large house, the beautiful purple color in the window attracted his attention, and a thunderous woman immediately flashed through his mind. Could it be that the girl in the window was different from the other villagers, was not the slightest bit afraid of Ishii's gaze looking straight at him, which made Ishii even more interested. My lord, you are going to... The village headman saw Ishii towards his granddaughter's room, panicked and asked. It seemed rude to stare at this adult so much. Ishii opened the window to gaze at the somewhat slim girl in front of her. Very similar. You, what's your name? My name is Carved Sound. And you, my lord? Smiling at the corners of Ishii's mouth. Carving the sound. Carving. It turns out that this style is the inheritance of the bloodline. Not bad, not bad. Ishii put his hand on the Carved Sound hair and said. Carved Sound also did not resist the meaning. The sudden action let everyone present are not touched. My name is Ishii. I have not long befriended Morex, and I am still sightseeing here. Grandpa, he has trouble with his legs, so let me show you around the village for him. Ishii glanced up at the sky. It was almost noon, and shook her head. No need. I have important business to attend to, so I will take my leave first. After saying that, Ishii then left with one hand behind his back. The village head froze in place and looked at the Carved Sound for a long time without words, and finally sighed. It's upsetting to this lord? The top of Tianhong Mountain. Tianhong Mountain was much larger in this period than it would be thousands of years later, mainly because half of the mountain would be destroyed in future wars. So Ishii specifically picked a mountain that will not exist in the future to flatten out a piece of open space. Temporarily live here. If only Ishii was here. Now that the land is there, the house is a pain in the ass. But she couldn't be brought here because Yishi's appearance would definitely attract the attention of Tianli at this time. The god of wisdom, Buell, was so incarnated in the world tree that she was the only winner of the war of the demon gods to be internalized by the divine principle. So in fact, the demon gods could only compete for the other 6 ruling positions. If the scent of 2 Buells appeared at this time, Tenli would have come to see for himself. The reason why Ishia didn't use the Heart of God in her earlier battle to only use her physical strength was the same. She didn't want to draw the attention of Tenri. After all, she was black. Kobayashi, do you know how to build a house? Ishii asked to the little dragon that flaunted on his shoulder. Sniffing, Shaolin froze. I'm just 4 little paws, you ask me this. It should be fine if it's just a regular cabin. Then Ishii moved out of a chair to align sunglasses on a lazy said. I'll leave it to you then. I'll watch you. Yes, master. Master, the house is finished. What do you think? Time quickly came to night. Kobayashi's excited shout woke up Ishii, who was about to fall asleep, then took off his sunglasses and turned his head to look. The build was okay. Looked a little better than the cave Morex lived in. Pretty good. Hard work. Ishii threw a couple bags of snacks at Kobayashi in passing as a reward, just as a tentative voice rang out. Ishii, I came. Ishii turned around to see the girl she had seen during the day appearing restrained, with a few large fish, and with an aura diametrically opposed to her previous one. Carve the Sound? Chapter 148, Sacrifice. Carve the Sound? What are you doing here? Carved Sound, a lost look, let Ishii feel a little surprised. Here from her village, although not very far, but the road winding bumpy, and at the top of the mountain, which means she left soon after he did. So why did I make you angry? In the end, it's still a problem of people's cognition in this era. Not to mention the fact that Ishii is here today. Even the villagers have never known what kind of demon god Morex is, who has blessed this place. When faced with a demonic god, people are always far away from it, fearing that it will make the whole village disappear with a single thought. And the previous exchange between Carved Sound and Ishii made the village chief overly understand Ishii's thoughts, especially when he touched Kane's head and said, "You're very good. Plus, the mayor thought his granddaughter had upset me." Thinking of this, Ishii some headache. Carved Sound, this girl was sent to himself as a sacrifice. Also brought a couple of fish as a carry-on gift, while admiring that village chief somewhat. I can imagine his heavy heart at that time. But in order to protect the village, everyone had to do this. Even if it is a misunderstanding, do not dare to bet that I will be merciful. The village chief didn't say anything to her, but he must have guessed something. I will not be angered by such trifles, but as it is, the visitor is a guest, so follow me first, said Ishii. Walked into the house. Carved Sound followed, apprehensively followed up. Eyes have been in the surrounding survey. This is the place where the demon god lives? After all, Kobayashi had just finished building the house, which could be described as a house full of people. Sit down. The good thing is that the memory of the past system space is often equipped with tables and chairs, or out running around fortune-telling time. Think of this, cannot help but feel a sense of sadness. It's good to have a capable woman in the house who solves 90% of life's problems. At this time, Ishii is thinking about what to do with this girl. Absolutely must be given back to the original return. She can't be allowed to go back alone in this situation, or she'll be thought to have run away in fear. Better send her back later. or the girl's innocence will be lost. Missy you. Ya. Wayawa. At that moment, Kobayashi flew to the table to say hello but accidentally startled Kane, and Kobayashi shivered at Kane's cry of surprise. She's gentle, she won't hurt anyone, so it's reassuring. Ah, good. Carpenter sat in a formal manner, his eyes glancing at the small magic creature on the table from time to time, as if a closer look, but also a little cute? Aha! My name is Kobayashi, and I'm the master's right-hand man. Shaolin lifted up his little head and said proudly. Carved Sound to see it this way gradually put down his heart. This demon does not seem to be so terrible. My name is Carved Note, and I'm here to. Carved Sound words stopped here, turned his head to look at the contemplation of the memory of the past. Ice Chu Chu Yen. She was sent by the villagers to give me a gift, and she was very enthusiastic. Ishi said that she will carve the sound with the several fish into the system space, and then took out the tea set to brew up Ishi's forest tea. It's been a long journey, so come and have a cup of tea and rest. Okay. Kanian's face changed to a lighter color. Ishi is a kind demon god, and at the same time began to look forward to what the so-called tea is. Thanks. Carved Sound incomparably excited to receive the cup of tea handed over by Ishi. The cup body is printed with the texture of the radiance, noble and elegant style, and her body's simple clothes out of place. Holding it in the palm of your hand and gently blowing a small taste, an indescribable fragrance and a sense of comfort permeates the whole body. The soul seems to be in nature. Unconsciously Carved Sound has finished this cup of tea. Not yet finished. It's getting late. Finish this pot of tea and I'll send you back. Don't let your grandfather worry. Aha! At night, the village of Li. The two villagers standing guard at the entrance of the silent village are still doing their duty, and there is a lonely figure. The village chief's eyes are always in the direction of the Carving Sound away for a long time refused to leave. She is his only granddaughter. Suddenly a gust of wind blew by his side, and the mayor looked up to see the dragon. It's me. Immediately after Ishi's ethereal voice echoed throughout the village, causing villagers to come out of their homes to check. Dulin flew down in front of the village chief. The large dragon back Ishi valiant. When the village chief reacted, the first to notice the thin figure behind Ishi. How do you, my lord, carve the sound? Now, go back to your loved ones. Aha! Ishi reached out and gestured, and deliberately used a voice that could be heard by the whole village, then carved her voice lightly and quickly slid down the dragon's body towards her grandfather. Kagaya. Are you okay? And, what's going on here? The village chief held onto Kane's shoulder and asked worriedly, while Kane looked happy and pointed at Durin behind him. Ishi, he seems to like the fish we gave him. He even sent me back after treating me to an iced tea. It's my first time to fly in the sky. Behind the mayor of the villagers gathered more and more. There are still some timid small has been scared to weak legs. Dulin this size of the demon if the attack on the village absolutely no resistance. Good thing just that the lord's mount. The mountains are treacherous. And the beasts are so fierce that traveling in the middle of the night is a life-threatening experience. When Ishi finished speaking, he drove the dragon straight up into the clouds, and Carved Sound and her grandfather watched him leave with smiles on their faces. A kind demon god it is. Farewell, my lord. Chapter 149, Hulia. The next day, at the beginning of the Demon God War, the Salt Demon God territory, as a good demon god of the new generation of the Demon God War, Ishi decided to do something to make the trip worthwhile. And perhaps his deeds would be passed down from generation to generation in the mouths of storytellers thousands of years later. With the exception of the people in the territory of Waria, the demon god of salt, the people in other areas are more or less lacking in salt, and that decides to be you. Kobayashi, march, roger that. With that, one man and one dragon happily and proudly soared in the sky. How free they were. At Twalin, Morax look, isn't that Ishii? Ishi purposely asked Kobayashi to go around the Jedi Cloud Room just to show off his cool mount to Morax, and to gasp at the fat dragon that had yet to show up. Good morning brothers, goodbye brothers. After shouting this Ishi stomped on Kobayashi and flew straight towards Hulia's territory, to which Morax chose to remain silent. This new friend, personality is quite a bit more spontaneous than I expected. Master, there seems to be a lot of magical beasts staring at us. Hey. At the sound of Ishia's voice, she looked towards the ground. Many fierce beast-shaped demonic creatures gathered together were eyeing the giant dragon in the sky, and also let out a hiss from time to time. Thinking about it was right. How could one not mind showing up in someone else's territory with such arrogance? And it was as if their eyes were saying that knowing how to fly was amazing. I'm sorry, but being able to fly is truly remarkable. So let's be more arrogant about it. Listen up. I'm Morax. Come to that hill and me if you don't. Yeah, that's the mountain. Don't go the wrong way. The voice of Ishi's chi power plus thick voice echoed in the whole sky, only to see the magical beasts raise their voices to the sky together, and then they attacked towards the absolute cloud room in a vast and powerful manner. Hey, in the end, it's not an intelligent creature. The slightest stimulus makes the anger go to his head, and he dares to charge even after reporting Morex's name. Not surprisingly, Morex's territory will expand a bit more. Aisha likes to help my friends the most. One good deed per day. 1 merit plus 1. Morex, it's not fair, but those who violate my territory are executed. Translation, my rules are rules. Come to me if you don't. After half an hour of flying, Aishi finally arrived at the Salt Demon God's territory, quite a bit farther than he had expected. Here, it's surprisingly quiet. Aishi circled over Hulia's territory, thinking that at this time of day it should be sunrise and there shouldn't be so few people. At this time, Aishi noticed the sound of what seemed to be a human quarrel coming from behind the mountain. Could it be Hulia? You can have this place, but only after all my people are evacuated. As the distance shortened, the voice became clearer and clearer. It was a soft yet firm female voice. Across from her was the toadying and strutting several times the size of Hulia. A demon god that doesn't fit human aesthetics. Ha ha ha, I don't have that much patience, so I guess the rest of those humans don't have to go, do they? That's not what was promised. Warrior stepped forward and shouted in exasperation, and was then subdued by the pressure emanating from the inhumanly shaped demon god. Get lost if you know what's good for you, or even you won't be able to leave. Hulia's small fists clenched, face full of resentment. Their own power is too weak? If you can become strong on the good. Told you I don't have that much patience. This is your last. Halfway through the inhuman demon myth, he was set into the mountain wall by a kick from Amnesia, who had fallen from the sky, and then Amnesia showed her perfect side view of her face to Hulia with her hands in her pockets. Good morning, sister. Alone? Warangia's small expression was confused as she looked at the sudden appearance of this big brother who seemed to be very handsome, as well as the big black and red dragon that followed right behind. The aura of a powerful man emanated from the one man and the dragon, causing Warang to not dare to breathe and struggle to open her mouth to ask, "You guys are? Who sneaked up on me?" That kick just now Ishia had kicked by the gravity of the fall alone, and it was obvious that this level of attack would have little effect on that demon god. What a pain in the ass. As the words fell, a King of Swords-style tarot card appeared on Ishi's fingertips, symbolizing authoritative control and strategy, and the power it contained could not be underestimated. Then Ishi made a dashing turn to send that card flying towards the demon god with the power of a 7th-level divine state martial art, and without surprise it went straight through to kill the enemy in one blow. Kobayashi, get him thrown away. This thing is more trouble when it dies. Roger that. With those words, Kobayashi immediately grabbed the demon god, who had not yet transformed into the remnants of a demon god, with his dragon claws and sprinted towards the beach at top speed. Tarot cards. From the moment he used me as a card to play, it wouldn't have shocked him to do anything with me. Recap. This card just works. It's pretty sturdy. After thoughtfully arranging the aftermath for it, Ishi once again came to Hulia's body and attached Hulia with her chin slightly raised to gaze into her large ruby-like eyes. Now, it's just the two of us then. Yes. That amazing strength that Ishi had so gently displayed didn't move Hulia in the slightest, much less what he was trying to do. Warang didn't believe that this man had come without a purpose, but now, no matter what he wanted, he was in no position to negotiate. Right? Are you for this territory as well? If you can, could you please? No. I've just finished helping you out of trouble, so don't you think you should pay some protection money? Ishi pinched Hulia's white face and shook it from side to side. It was so delightfully long. White hair, red pupils, plus the same lowly girl figure as Columbine. If you can survive the war of the demon god, the eye of the rock god will definitely have a share of you. So, what do you want? Hulia asked apprehensively, sniffing as Ishi brought her face a little closer and looked at her in a bad way. What do you think? Hulia thought to herself that indeed everything has a price, and if she could use this body for the peace of her people, it would be a good end. Then Hiyoria's gaze wandered over Ishi's engraved, handsome face, as if, well, she wasn't at a disadvantage? Looking for the demon god of salt for the salt, of course. Now you fill these 2 tanks for me. The humans on my side of the world are quite short of salt. Yes, just a moment. At the words, Warang first froze, and then her mood became incredibly cheerful. This is a good demon god with a good heart. It's already loaded as you requested, so please take a look. Hulia confidently stood in front of 2 large bars full of white salt and said, "Nothing else? Just more salt. Not bad. Besides, my name is Ishie, so I'll take my leave if there's nothing else." At this time, Shaolin also happened to come back. Ishi put away 2 bars of salt towards the system space, turned around and jumped onto the dragon's body. The harvest was full. I'm Hulia, and also, can you tell me where you live if you can? This question made Ishi feel a little surprised. The always retiring Hulia would actually take the initiative to ask about other people's residence. It won't be to me, right? So scared. Morex is a friend of mine and is staying in his territory for the time being. After saying that, Ishi and Kobayashi left like the wind, while Hulia was pondering something in place, very hesitant. Surprisingly, it's him. Chapter 150 Mora. Under the ancient Tianhong mountain. Regardless of the situation, the result was that the simple villagers sent offerings to Ishii, but he had done nothing for them, and that was bad. Bad. Kobayashi, toward the stars and the abyss. Charge! Ishii sidled up to the dragon's head to feel the oncoming air, the shadow of the dragon brushing the mountains between the Jedi clouds, and Morax understood when he heard the cry that the man had returned. Friend, did you get anything out of this trip? How is there? Morax's voice beside him. Ishii turned her head to look. At this time Morax was stepping on a rock pillar and flying side by side with Durin. His posture was more handsome than even himself. Morax, where does this unwarranted climbing come from? That's for sure. Went to the Salt's demon god's territory to collect protection money, and in the meantime, helped her out a bit. Also, what is my friend's opinion about the magical beasts that attacked inexplicably this morning? Although Ishii would have already flown out of Morax's territory by that time, but Ishii's voice was too loud. In fact, Morax could hear it. Everything must be accounted for. Ishii's mouth smiled. Oh, there is actually this matter. If you dare to let the magical beasts attack today, and tomorrow you dare to attack with your entire army, I propose that you directly eradicate them in order to eliminate them from the future. Ishii said impassionately, and Morax pondered a little. Makes sense. In the middle of the conversation the two men and the dragon landed in front of Morax's cave. It was no surprise to see returning end here. She would go to Morax when she had something to do. Ishii, you're back. What did you go and do in the morning? Ishii flew and jumped down from the dragon's body, then placed a jar of salt in front of returning to the end. Got some salt for the villagers over at Tianhong Mountain, and brought you some as well. Looks good, doesn't it? Returning to the end looked at a large tank full of white salt in front of him, reached out his small hand and cupped a handful to let the salt grains flow down his fingertips to play with. Salt? Humans do need that, but we don't seem to be able to use it. I learned during my travels on Earth that so-called wives cook for their husbands, and that with salt you can cook very tasty meals, and I didn't mean anything by it. I just said it off the top of my head. Ishii put on a careless and very casual look, slowly said, returned to the end to hear the word wife, froze in place to think for a moment, and then excitedly opened his mouth. What a coincidence. It just so happens that I've had the idea of learning how to cook lately, so thank you so much. There was a vague glint in the eyes of returning to the end, and Morax on the side was silent for a moment or two. Why did it feel like a phallic conspiracy? It's a small thing, and it happens that I have a few recipes here that I don't have much use for keeping, so since Miss Returning End is interested, I'll gift them to you together. Great. Let's see. Returning to the end to receive the turquoise paper in the hands of Ishii to take a look. On it is clearly printed with the names of various dishes as well as the preparation method. Evergreen love, sautéed bean sprouts. Night and day, cold clear heart. 100 years of harmony, sautéed glazed lily with celery. Mutual help, steamed osmanthus fish. A piece of truth, pan-fried cod fish. Together forever, stir-fried minced pork with heart-cleansing flower petals. Pure blue wave reflecting sunset, stir-fried pork with jiayun peppers and peppers. Well, I'll take my leave below. See you later. Aha, bye, said Ishii, driving the dragon to return, leaving behind Morax, who was looking at the recipe in deep thought, and returning end, who was eager to give it a try. Helping people and bringing salt to the villagers. The merit overflows. The villagers are no longer afraid of Ishii riding a dragon and landing at the entrance of the village. And half of the reason for this is due to the fact that Carpenter has been telling the villagers how good Ishii has been to her. Carve the sound after the return of her instantly became the focus of the whole village. Or that adult driving the dragon personally sent back. So much so that the image of Ishii's broad-mindedness instantly penetrated into the hearts of the people. Is Ms. Carpentine here? Who? At the sound of the carved sound went forward to open the door to see Ishii's handsome face presented in front of the eyes. Me, why are you here? No, come on in. Carving somewhat incoherently rushed to make a seat for Ishii, who waved her hand, and then a large vat of salt appeared at Carving inside. I won't stay much longer. I'm here for one purpose only. Take these and split them with the villagers. Farewell. Okay. Waiting for Kain to react to the fact that Ishii had already turned around and left, and then looked at the large jar full of white fine salt. It's salt? Absolute clouds. Morax, let's go. Time is short and the task is heavy, and I've agreed with Ishii that I'll go home today. After delivering salt to the villagers, Ishii returned to the Jedi Cloud Room, and spent the afternoon working on expanding the Liyue territory. When Ishii and Morax managed to take down the demon god of the next turf after some friendly dealings with him, Morax has been looking at this piece of land for a long time, but there has been little opportunity. The beginning of the war of the demons and gods is still relatively peaceful. Each other's well water does not offend the river water. Later on, that area of land was brought together into the scope of the Guru gathering, and the grassland became even more extensive. The origin of the Gaili set is that each takes one character from the names Gaifeng and Zhongli, which is when Morax took on the identity of Zhongli. Morax said fine, let her be. When the two returned it was already dusk, when Ishi suddenly flashed a thought, now standing beside me this. But Morax, see if you can build me some more of this? Just follow this pattern. Ishia asked expectantly as she pulled out one of the largest denominations of Mora and held it up in front of Morax's eyes. Seeing this Morax froze. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. This object is indeed cast by my power as if it were fake, but I have never done this before. Could it be that he is? Easy as pie. In Azuma forest house, Ishi happily returned to his wives after squeezing a few 100 million Mora from Morax. After all, he wasn't Zhongli at that time. Yi Shi, Columbia. I'm back. Chapter 151. Lazuki, Forest House, Happy Moon Festival. Ishi and the crowd raised their glasses and shared a meal, and the forest house was filled with the atmosphere of reunion and happiness. Ishi specially rushed back the day before the month by Moon Festival and brought her own family of 4 back to Liu for the festival, and she had specially invited the master of the Hall of the Past Life and her family's guest ministers, as well as the guest daughters-in-law, to come and celebrate together. Alicia is an employee of Forest House herself, so how could the boss celebrate here without her? By the way, the table full of laminaria was provided by the small cook at Manman Hall next door to the forest house, and by the demon god of the stove, who wishes to remain anonymous. There was only one male present besides Ishi, and at that moment Zhongli suddenly remembered the words that Ishi had said when he met him thousands of years ago. In the future, I'll definitely have more pretty girls around me than you. Thinking of this, Zhongli released a smile. You did do it, even far beyond me. Not to mention the girls you've gotten to know in depth. Just the 1,000 or so immortal spirit race members. Absolutely all of them will go with you at your command. As the person who knows the most about the cultural heritage of Ryu, we have Mr. Zhongli to say a few words. Everyone applaud. Yes, that's right. Zhongli Kachin knows astronomy and geography. He's very powerful. Walnut habitually patted his chest full of confidence and spoke, only to have his hand bounced back for some reason, and looked down. Oh, I forgot to mention that this hall master also has a bottom line now. Zhongli smiled lightly and put down his glass to look at the crowd amidst the neat applause. I'm flattered. I only know a little about it. By the moon, originally is the immortal ceremony. At that time people cannot immortal affairs, but also follow this ceremony. By the name of the moon evolved a number of festivals. Lulu. At this time, the potpourri brought the last dish of the immortal jumping wall. Zhongli and the potpourri looked at each other and smiled, and continued to preach. Later, in order to commemorate a friend, the Rock King Emperor united various festivals, borrowing the sky to view the earth, using the moon as an oath, remembering the past and thinking of the present, reunion and joy, which is called the Moon Festival, to feel the grace of the deceased, to present the feelings of old friends, to trace the meaning of the past, to ring the city of 1,000 autumns, all of the above. It is called Moon by Moon. Yes, the words fell. The gorgeous applause in the arena once again sounded. Good, a slight knowledge, really worthy of Zhongli. These words killed small Lin Ishe cannot speak out, from the bottom of his heart to admire the talent of Zhongli, contains thousands of years of historical heritage directly to the atmosphere. Kobayashi? Lulu. Potpourri listened and happily looed twice before returning to Manmin Hall. It was a busy day for the holidays, had to get back quickly to help out. Every festival in Rizuki has a different meaning then. I'll have to learn more about it later, Alicia said to Zhongli. Not only her, but dozens of immortal spirits in Liu had Liu nationality and became true Liu people. The deeds of the immortals deserve to be remembered at all times, and it is only thanks to their dedication that we are able to have the Ryu we have today. After saying that, Zhongli looked at Ishi. Recently, inexplicably more vague memories from the past, but definitely he did it without a doubt. Returning to the end of the thoughtful for Zhongli will again fill the wine cup. For this matter does not feel there is something wrong. Is a little puzzled when I saw Ishi before. Why did not recognize him? After the war of the devil and the gods returned to the end, did not experience thousands of years of wear and tear, but passed away in the middle of the day, and once again opened his eyes, has been the peace of the world. So the memory of the past she remembers clearly. I couldn't have gotten to where I am today with Zhang Ayel without his help all alone. Ishie, you're so familiar with Prince Rock, his old man. How come you didn't invite him to come along to the gathering? Walnut jokingly asked to Ishie. The words fell. In addition to Walnut, all the people at the same time froze, and then coincidentally looked at Zhongli, as if the whole scene. You do not know he is Morix. Indeed he should be invited, but I just got back from Inazuma yesterday before I had a chance to dig his grave. Next time for sure. Ha ha, that won't be necessary. It's better to let Emperor his old man rest in peace, Walnut said in a hurry, because Ishi's expression was extraordinarily serious. Walnut was worried that he would really go digging the Emperor's grave next year. Zhongli's hand holding the cup was also slightly unsteady. I'm afraid that this is something that Ishi could really do. By the way, Ishi, from now on, Alicia is our official employee. while you and Columbine are promoted to become the boss's wife. Congratulations! Aha! Congratulations to a few. Seeing this only several people raised their glasses to celebrate them, and then drank it all. After drinking the wine, Ishii reached out and took the girls on the left and right into his arms together while giving Zhongli a color. And Zhongli looked at Ishii for an unknown reason, seeing that he didn't seem to have anything to do, so he continued to sip his wine. Returning to the end is a bit aggravating, but I'm used to it. But now I'm considered your daughter-in-law. Then without moving, he poked Zhongli's waist and opened his arms. Zhongli pondered a little, then glanced at Ishii again. So that's how it was. Gently wrapped around returning end's waist, and then returning end couldn't wait to jump into his arms. Seeing this, Ishii nodded with relief. It is not in vain for me to worry about you guys. Speaking of which, Zhongli and Miss Returning End will be getting married soon. Right, is there a preferred date? There is. The wedding day Zhongli and I are planning on the day of the Sea Lantern Festival. It's very symbolic. Exactly. Returning to the end of the excited sermon, from that night Zhongli was extraordinarily attentive to this matter. He finally got the hang of it, yet it just didn't quite open up. Other than that, it was no different than usual, but sleeping together had been a signature win. A wedding, that's nice. Ishii looked at Zhongli return to the end of the faint opening, heard Ishii spoiled a smile, touched the head of the two girls in his arms. It's okay, our wedding is definitely more grand than theirs. No need to envy them. Aha! Ishii, I love you. Ishii happily raised her head to give a kiss to Ishii's face, while Columbia comfortably enjoyed Ishii's touching her head, her small wings on her head twitching a little every time Ishii brushed against them. That said, how should I put on a show if all 1,000 or so fairies come as bridesmaids? How about appearing as my friend? Shi, on the other hand, was considering whether all the people of Sumeru would come then. After all, this was a god-level wedding. Ishii did not think so much. At this time he was thinking about what day to choose a goodit, or and Zhengli them on the same day. Joy on joy. As for the venue and whatnot, just leave it to the 7 stars. They knew Zhongli's identity and thought they would be extra serious. Not bad. Author, from the bottom of my heart, live all of you, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Whispering, asking for gifts. Chapter 152 Gifts. This reunion dinner was ushered to a close with the laughter of all the people, and when the little cook next door came to clean up the dishes, Ishii took out a box of gifts and handed it to Shangling. Happy Moon by Moon, here's a holiday gift for you and Master Yuo. Happy Moon Festival. You're too kind, Mr. Yi. Besides, what's this? Shangling looked through the cellophane at the beautiful box neatly arranged around pastry. Like the moon yet. This is a pastry that I developed, named Moon Cake, signifying reunion and happiness just like tonight's full moon. Ishii looked towards the bright moon in the sky. I hadn't noticed it before, but this moon seems to be like this every day. It doesn't even change its position. It's a false sky after all. Well, on behalf of my father and I thank you for your blessing, and now I will return to continue entertaining our guests. Bye. After saying that, Shangling happily carried the box of mooncakes back to Wanman Hall. Zhongli also sent a box when they left. The family of the past life hall is convenient to send gifts. 3 people a box of mooncakes. Don't look at the outside, package is quite big. In fact, inside is filled with 6 mooncakes. No matter the packaging or mooncakes are made by Ishii. You guys are right. The most valuable part of that box of mooncakes is the packaging on the outside. And the mooncakes inside are just ordinary ingredients, with a little bit of health supplements mixed in the filling to strengthen the body. But Zhongli, as Ishii's best buddy, could send him the same mooncake as everyone else's? Can't. So Ishii specially mixed a mooncake with a celestial star marking imprinted on the surface of the heavenly movement of all things into it. And it was no surprise that Zhongli ate this one for sure. When you think about it, do you think that I, Ishii, am too considerate of my friends? No. There are more bells and whistles. That would be that this astral mooncake was made by Columbine, who cooks at a level comparable to a Ray movie, but beats her in making food that looks surprisingly normal. The difference was that the hardness of the mooncake exceeded even Morix's heavenly star. And Ishii had to use the power of a 10th level divine martial art just to carve a mark on that mooncake. I hope Zhongli's teeth are still healthy after eating it. No, I hope Zhongli's strength will go up. Knock, knock. At that moment, accompanied by a rhythmic knock on the door, the gentle voice of Secretary Ritsuki 7 stars rang out. May I ask if Ishii is there? Asterisk. It's Ganryu. Happy month by month festival. Come in, come in. Ishii opened the door to greet Ganyu's arrival. Was this a visit in the middle of the holiday season? Aha! Something doesn't feel right about saying that. Happy Moon Festival. This is a clear heart pastry. Please take it. And also this box, can you please give it to Emperor Mr. Zhongli? Ganyu hands over 2 boxes of exquisite treats, both made by Ganyu himself. On the Moon Festival, Ganyu had prepared quite a few treats to visit his relatives, and had planned to make his first stop at the Hall of the Living to give a gift to the Emperor. and he also happened to pass by the Hall of the Living on his way to the forest house, but suddenly remembered an unimaginable thing. With the Emperor's status on Earth, meet according to the etiquette of high and low have to say a sentence, so it is the Secretary of the Seven Stars. Lord Ganyu has come. This is too unfriendly to the heart, and in the eyes of outsiders there is no reason for the Secretary of the Seven Stars to give a gift to the belle of the Hall of the Past Life. Thinking about it, it is better to ask Ishii to do it. The Liu people were more or less clear that Ishii was a friend of the Emperor, and it was normal to visit him. No problem, Ganyu, you are too polite, you even brought gifts. Come and sit down. Ishii served tea. I won't stay much longer. I have to visit my master afterward. In that case, take this with you then. It's a mooncake with a good meaning. Said Ishii will cite prepared gift box to give Ganyu as a return gift. Ganyu happy to take it is ready to leave. Okay, I'll move first then. Well, be safe on the road. After Ganyu left, Ishii was just about to sit back and rest and relax when she heard the door being knocked on again. What is it about Ganryu that? You are? In the doorway stood a somewhat familiar man, who seemed to be a regular visitor to the forest house, with a number of things in his hands. Happy Moon Festival, Boss E. This is a little token of my appreciation. Wishing you prosperity in your business and happiness with your family. This man said excitedly, did not expect that even the immortals have not yet seen their own actually can contact the Emperor's best friend. This day waiting for a long time. Ishii smoothly took the gifts he handed up. Expensive paintings and calligraphy antiques mostly. Seems to be a rich boy. Tongue in cheek. Well, I won't bother you and your wife much. We're off. First, good. After saying that man will be excited to leave, Ishii helpless smile. Did not think he is quite famous. Closed the door and not long after that the knocking started again. It can't be another gift, can it? Opened the door to see a Sumaru dress young woman. Ishii thought to himself that the original is a guest, but the forest house is not open for business today. Can only say that the hold? You must be the Tree King Sama's husband. I've waited until this day to come to Ritsuki from Sumaru to celebrate the festival. So I wish you and Lord Tree King a happy moon festival. Ishii looked at the woman in front of him with an excited face to hand over the box silent one or two. This is in order to get the opportunity to send blessings to their own gods, specifically run Liu over the festival. So it's the people of Sumaru. Welcome to Ritsuki. Happy month by month festival. At this time, Yishi came to the side of Ishii on behalf of him to take over. See the great CI Tree King came. The excitement in the eyes of that woman are almost overflowing. The first time so close to contact with the great CI Tree King it. Thank you. You have fun too, Tree King Sama. Well, I'm happy every day here in Ishii. After Yishi's people left, the familiar knock on the door sounded once again, and at the sound Ishii and Yishi looked at each other and smiled. Looks like we've got a busy afternoon ahead of us. Chapter 153, Deep Spiral. Thanks to, Don't Eat My Dropped Medium, for sending one and popping more sprinkles. Additional changes. Lazuki, second floor of the forest house. If power reaches its limit, the next test is the heart. Black flames flared up at his fingertips in a constant flow, and Ishii's tone carried a hint of gloom, yet he couldn't feel any ominous aura. Yishi had only seen Yishi this way once, and that was when the power of his dark god's heart was in full swing, and that evil smile was outrageous. After the month-by-month festival, the three Ishii couples received so many gifts that Yishi created a special piece of space to store them. I had thought that only Ryuki and Sumaru's people would come, but I had forgotten that Columbia was the matriarch of the Immortal Spirit Clan. On the day of the Moon Festival, more than 1,000 immortal spirits purposely traveled from various countries to Liu. The scene was unprecedentedly grand. The line of cute fairies lining up to give gifts stretched from the entrance of the forest house to the Jade Capital Terrace, and Tianquan Star Ningshine expressed a headache about it. The Thousand Rock Army was specifically sent to maintain order. This treatment is not even available to emperors. What surprised Ishii the most was that Fontaine's deity, Fernina, had come to send her blessing, and Fernina stated that she had come entirely of her own free will, rather than being surrounded by dozens of enthusiastic fairy spirits who couldn't run away if they wanted to. Ishii was even more convinced by Miss Fernina's words. Afterwards, she opened the gift from Fernina and looked at it, that Villette's pocket watch. You didn't take the Villette without a gift, did you? No, it was a god. How could the immensely witty and intelligent Fernina not have thought of that? Must have wanted to bring that Villette's blessing along with her. No less Fernina. Fernina, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Nay Villette, Fernina, have you seen my pocket watch on the table? Fernina, sheepishly, huh? What pocket watch? Didn't see it. And I'm going to go eat cake first. You take your time to find it or don't look for it. Surely it's lost and can't be found. Navalette, silence 1 or 2. In that case, I'll make another piece. Fernina, I've bought a lot of cake. Come and eat it. The next day, Yishi officially expanded Liu's forest house to the 3rd floor. The first floor is the tea house. The second floor is the leisure and entertainment place on weekdays. And the whole 3rd floor is the bedrooms. and now the forest house is described with the word luxury without any exaggeration. Ishii, is something happening? Yishi sat down beside Ishii and smoothly blew out the black flame on his fingertips. Don't play with fire in the house. I intend to get my power back, and I've found a place for it now. Ishii stretched her left arm over the backrest of the sofa behind Yishi and crossed her legs, and the fingertips of her right hand handsomely lit up a small flame again. Yishi asked Ishii worriedly after blowing him out again. Would it be dangerous? Ishii saw that there was no fire to play with. So let's play with Ishii. Then grabbed Yishi's shoulder and leaned into his arms. His right hand followed and reached into Yishi's collar to explore the mysteries of the world tree. Haven't actually been there, but from my experience, it's not very promising. Just a short while ago Ishii asked the small faculty how to quickly raise the power of the dark god's heart. After all, the light god's heart was almost full the dark god's heart, yet it was still those. The answer from the minor faculty was that most of the power of the heart of the dark god was sealed among the deep realm spirals of the mask reef, with 12 floors in total, all of which could be obtained by breaking through them. And I was told that the place was exceptionally dangerous and had caused countless people to stop and return without success. Do we have to go? If there's nothing to it, don't go risk it, okay? You have me by your side, I won't let you get hurt. Yishi's hand kept shaking Ishii's arm, full of worry. From Ishii's slightly wrinkled brow can be seen will definitely be very dangerous. After all, a place that could store the power of amnesia was by no means an idle place. Silly, I'd prefer not to have you get hurt yet. It's just to go and try. I'll be back anytime. Ishii smiled and rubbed the tip of Yishi's nose with her finger. Her imploring look made Ishii's heart soften. At this time, Ishii suddenly remembered one thing. As if the deep realm spiral is able to team up to those who come. At most 4 people can go together. Now my own team has me, Yishi, Columbia, and the new Alicia. It's enough. Since you're so worried about me, should we go together? Good. I will help you get back your lost power. Yishi turned to a very joyful expression so that she could share the pressure for Ishii. Smiling, Ishii gently pressed her head against Yishi's forehead, pinching her white cheeks as if they could drip water, and said, No, okay, promise I'll keep myself safe at all times and be the first to evacuate if things don't go right, or I'll be heartbroken. Yishi smiled completely and lifted her head gently up to Ishii for a kiss. You too. Then let's go now. After saying that, Ishii got up and picked up the sleeping Columbia and headed downstairs. Columbia sensed something stirring, confused, and looked around, then fell back and went back to sleep. Alicia, there's something to do. Come with me. Yes, boss. Mask Reef, Deep Realm Spiral Entrance. Ishii and his group stood in front of the dark blue portal and stopped to watch. This area was unknown even to Ishii, as if it was isolated from the world. Let me just say one thing. I don't really know what kind of presence is in there, so be extremely careful. Aha! Yishi's face is full of determination. With Ishii and me, I won't be afraid of anything, even if the front is the abyss of the world. Ishii, since it's so dangerous, why don't I gather the immortal spirit clan to go together? Columbia, as someone who had been through the throne change war, these naturally weren't scared, just worried. Well, our immortal spirit clan has its own means of contact, so we can all gather here within half a day at the earliest. Alicia chimed in, while Ishii shook her head. It's naturally good to have more people, but only a maximum of 4 people can go together at a time. So let's go in first to meet this deep realm spiral if we're ready. In that case, let's get going. 3 minutes later, all 4 of Ishii's men walked out of the gate of the deep realm spiral with a bit of doubt in silence with each other. Ishii, this is even. Is it over? Ishii silently opened his mouth to ask, and Ishii confirmed his dark god's heart energy, 90%. Right. Ishii glanced back at the gate of the deep realm spiral, expressing great confusion as to why most of the demons inside were just normal demons. Yishi and Columbia, full grab in front of the memory of the past, just saw the monster directly second with the same open. 3 minutes to kill through the deep realm spiral, 12 layers, and Ishii and Alicia spent most of the time walking behind them. When the crowd thought that after clearing the small monsters they could finally face the real enemy, they realized that it was actually over, and that the rabble they had just fought was the real enemy. Little faculty, didn't you say it was unusually dangerous? What's going on here? According to the response data, it's really hard. Master, you guys are too strong, aren't you? Hearing this, Ishii silence 1 or 2. Feelings are normal. Deep realm spiral difficulty. Thought it would be something different when they arrived. Ishii imagined it would be a vicious battle with all sorts of demon gods in the way. Come to think of it, the great Ci Tree King in his heyday plus the energetic immortal spirit clan matriarch, Garumbia. Even if a real demon god came, it wouldn't be enough to fight, let alone the demons of the great world. Anyway, we took this victory without incident, and now the boss is taking you all back to the forest house to celebrate. Aha! Until this, Ishii hanging heart to be able to put down, no matter how all right is good, is some too easy, right? Fontaine Merlot Simpson Special. 400 years ago, Fontaine Street, Ishii traveled through the flood of time, having the power to witness more things outside of the laws. and even be able to do change. The teleportation that the system had spent 20 million mora on was not just as simple as teleportation. It could also do things like go back in time across space and time and travel into the future. Through the observation of the crystal ball, Ishii found something she wanted to do, to change. Ishii wandered alone through the streets of Fontaine. The scene here was not much different from 400 years later, only there were many fewer Melusine and no patrolling organ creations. Hello, may I help you? At this time an innocent and cute voice attracted Ishii's attention. Turning her head to look, a small cute Melusine was standing on her tiptoes waving her hand to several passers-by to inquire. Go away or I'll call the guard. Such a kind greeting was met with a cold stare, but Melusine didn't seem to be aggrieved. Anne looked. Is she used to it? Please calm down. I mean no harm. Melusine hastily waved her hand and responded in a gentle tone, while the richly dressed woman at the head of the group crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Humph, who knows? Yeah, better stay away from this monster. That Villette is completely unreliable. To let such monsters live in Fontaine. Hurry up and leave, don't put on a fake show here. The two men behind the woman chimed in as if singing a duet, their words full of dislike, and they even brought that Villette with them. You are not allowed to say anything bad about that Lord Villette. We've solved many cases. We didn't want to do anything bad. There is a hint of firmness in Melusine's tone. That Villette has done me a favor by saying that I can or cannot talk about him. Hearing this, Ishii closed her eyes and shook her head. That Villette and your arrival moved those nobles. It doesn't matter what you've done. To the end it was your race that was targeted. After all, the false accusation is the lowest cost is also particularly effective means. Do not do okay, but any dip is the momentum of the fire. Solve the case? That Villette is in cahoots with you. You can fake as many credits as you want. And of all the recent turmoil, do you dare to say that it doesn't have anything to do with you? Melusine? An expected answer. The way Melusine is treated now is so different from 400 years later. Who? What's it going to be? I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation, but there's something I need to borrow Melusine for. Ishii quietly came to the back of Melusine a hand to lift her up. Not to mention the furry feel quite good. That's just as well. Hurry up and take this monster away, so as not to be an eyesore here. That line of people left this sentence will turn around and leave. The leader of the woman before leaving to look at Ishii a glance. So handsome dressed in gorgeous think must also be a nobleman. But why have not heard? At this time, the special training team leader Waddling was watching the scene from a short distance away, and originally wanted to go and relieve Melusine, but it seemed that there was an unexpected situation, and this man is suspicious. Let's sneak a peek at the situation before making a decision. Ishii held Melusine up in front of her eyes to face herself. What an interesting race. It's a shame humans are xenophobic. Your situation is in human beings with only human form but no human appearance is even worse. The situation is similar yet different. There are also Ganyu Smokeum and the Immortal Spirit Clan and so on. Their appearance is almost indistinguishable from that of humans and beautiful women, and they also possess a considerable amount of strength. Whether or not you can integrate into the earth simply depends on what they think, and even if you really can't, you have no choice but to obey in the presence of the strong. But Melusine can't, so weak that everyone can bully, and so simple and kind character, without external guidance will only end up with scars. What an interesting race. Ishii before and after constantly measuring the beauty of the Lushan, or the first close contact. See also less, the only time to Fontaine or Fernina organized a tea party. Sir, can you put me down first? Sorry. After saying that, Ishii put Melusine down. Melusine adjusted her body and greeted Ishii. It's okay, I'm Melusine Caroly, a member of the Court of Shadow by Shadow. That's marvelous. Seeing as you're so cute, I'll give you this piece of cinnamon cake to eat. Ishii handed Caroline a piece of cinnamon cake and then leaned over to touch Caroline's fluffy little head. And she didn't have any resistance, meaning, as if it was the first time that someone had treated herself like this. I can't tell you how it felt. A hint of caution flashed in the eyes of Waddling, who was observing from the shadows. He had never seen someone who treated Melusine so well. Waddling wondered if the man was harboring some sort of agenda, and so far it didn't seem like he was in league with the group for helping Melusine out, all the while suspecting that there wouldn't be anything wrong with the pastry. But Caroly happily took it and has eaten it. Even if there is really a problem, it is too late. If something happens to their first time to go up and take it down. Thank you. The cinnamon cake is delicious. Also, did Mr. First just say he needed help? After thinking about it, it seems that Ishii did say that she was looking for her for something, so she pretended to be out of spirits and said, well, I haven't eaten in a while now, I'm hungry. Can you please take me to a restaurant? Come with me then, don't starve yourself. The words Fall Mei Lu Xian will hold Ishii's hand toward the roadside a visit. Ishii helpless smile. Really very simple, say whatever believe. Also it felt weird to be held by Melusine who was only half of her body. Waddling saw this and felt more and more that there was something wrong with this strange man, not to mention the fact that he was obviously in such good condition just now and starved like this in an instant. Even if it's true you obviously had cinnamon cake and didn't take it yourself in case of an emergency but gave it to Melusine so she could lead you to the restaurant, it's getting more and more suspicious. Besides, the restaurant is less than 20 meters away from you. Can't you see the big letters? Sir, this is the restaurant. Go eat. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Caroline swept away the previous aggression mood, became very beautiful, and successfully helped another person it. Instead of rushing in, Ishi asked Karoli, "Thank you very much. Besides Karoli, do you have something to do afterward?" "You're welcome. Things. No, I'm just out looking for anyone who needs help after work." Caroline bobbed her arms up and down, lifting her head and leaning forward slightly in a very mischievous and cute manner, and it was also clear from her body language that she was in a good mood. "Then let me buy you a meal. This is a life-saving favor for me, so please don't refuse," Ishii preached in a serious manner, and upon hearing this, Melusine pondered a little and nodded briskly. "It's actually okay, but since that's the case, thank you. Well, let's go inside then." When Ishii and Caroline entered the restaurant, Waddling followed closely behind and sat in a hidden corner to continue to observe Ishii's movements. "Wow, that's a lot of good food. Is it really a treat for me?" Carol excitedly looked at a table full of dishes. "This is the memory of the past," specifically asked the small department of Melusine dietary habits of the dishes ordered. All she loves to eat. Because of Caroli's identity, Ishii chose to eat in a private room so that she could avoid being gossiped about. "Of course, and please don't be polite or wasteful. We should be able to finish it if there's this much." "Okay, yeah, can't waste it yet." Soon a table of dishes were all wiped out by Ishii and Caroli. At this time Caroli patted her small stomach and said beautifully, "Phew, it's been a long time since I've been this full, and you're so nice, sir. You too. I believe that one day the Fontaines will accept you." "Thanks, now I should get back to work, so I'll just go. Bye." Caroli bounced along as she exited the restaurant, then saw Waddling a short distance away and greeted him. "Hello Waddling, are you on patrol? I'm telling you I met a very nice person today, and just bought me a lot of good food." Waddling, who had a chance encounter with Caroli, listened to her quietly, hearing that she was really very happy to be talking so much at once. "Is it true that there is nothing sinister about that man? But what was the point of this superfluous action? Was all this done just to make Caroline happy? It doesn't make sense that people should be indifferent to Melusine at best." Waddling? Frozen in thought, Waddling was roused by a couple of calls from Caroli and proceeded to speak. "Ah yes, that's nice then. I hope you're this happy every day." "Thanks, let's not talk about it yet, or we'll be late for work." "Okay, be safe on the road." Fontaine Melusine Special, 2. One day later. Fontaine, Main Street. Woo. Caroli walked down the street alone with her head hung low, looking a little lost with the vague glimmer of tears in her eyes, and at this time she walked another dozen steps away from that bench. Ishii is holding a newspaper, crossing his legs while drinking coke and looking at it with interest. God of justice, the wit and wisdom of Fernina-sama has once again brought a wonderful trial to the people, and is to be congratulated. Fontainebleau has been under constant rain recently, and the familiar children's song can often be heard in the streets and alleys. Furina-sama admires the desserts in a cake store and wants to reward the owner of the cake store, and ends up asking Navette-sama to pay for it. Is it really that good? Seeing this, Ishii touched down the newspaper, to which there is no ripple inside. Another one without Mora. Still Naz Ida is a relief. She won't get herself into any trouble. It doesn't matter if she will. Heartbreaking for Navette for a second. Twisting her head to look at the slowly walking Caroli, it was around her that Ishii had been moving around for the past 2 days, so she understood what was going on, but there was nothing she could do about it. Aha! Why does it feel like I'm a demented man? I think it's an illusion. If it isn't Caroli, why does she look downcast? "Sir, it's you." Hearing this voice, Caroli's mood seemed to ease a bit, and turning her head she saw Ishii greeting herself and patting the seat beside her, so she went up and sat next to him. "There were so many people throwing rocks at us today, and the rocks hurt so much on my head that it was hard for me to keep from crying." Expectedly, Ishii stood at the top of the tower and watched the whole thing, because one of the Melusine accidentally knocked down the children who were chasing and playing in the road. "What's this? It's cold." Ishii opened a fresh can of Coke and handed it to Caroli, then looked at her head, where there was a prominent crimson bloodstain in the center of the pink fluff. "A medicine that relieves pain. Taste it." "Medicine? Thank you. Sir, are you a doctor?" Caroline didn't think much of holding up the Coke and drinking it into the mouth of the can, during which time Ishii placed her hand on her head and withdrew it when Caroline was refreshed and secretly scratched her retweet with a scalpel hidden in her palm. "Not really. As for the can of Coke, it was a canned Coke from the system store with no specific effects. Caroli suffered a trauma. The black gold gourd cannot play a healing effect. This can of cola, hard to say if you drink the mood will be better. Sir, your medicine is really amazing. It really doesn't hurt at all and I feel relaxed. Why are you so good to me, sir? Carolee looked sideways at Ishii, who was reading the newspaper with a leisurely face. And yesterday, too, she helped herself out even though she was obviously a stranger. What happened after that? Ishii was starving to that extent. Carolee didn't think much of it, and then realized that inviting herself to dinner was the purpose, all for the sake of making a friend. My name is Ishii, a loose man, and as a friend, all that I do is commonplace. Friends. At that, Caroline lifted her head and pondered what it meant. Something like companion, I guess, and was inexplicably a little happy about it. So this action is also common? At this time Ishii once again put his hand on Caroline's head. Ruarua, this time much better furry still. That's not true. It's purely a personal habit, and it's a situation you should actually decline. I see, but I guess I don't mind you doing that to me. I know. Ishii words and deeds do not have the slightest intention of closing. His hands continue to rua up, usually seem frivolous. In fact, each action is finely calculated, and knowing ahead of time that the probability of success is 100%. There is no hesitation at all. Life is long and joyful, and we must do joyful things. This is a truth that has been carried out in memory of the past. What do you usually do, Mr. Yi? When Ishii thought about it, it seemed like nothing she had done in the past 2 days had been too honorable. Earthly lounging around drinking tea and watching theater, as well as figuring out how to save a kind little cutie. Life. Carolee's mood became a tad heavy, and a comforting tone rang out. So, you're so good. I'm sure she'll be fine. Is there anything I can do to help? Smiling at the words, Ishii shook her head and spoke with relief. I can heal the world's ills, but only human nature can't help. And just the right salvation will be twisted by malice, and justice that is late can only be counted as truth. Ishii did think about this. If it prevents Melusine from being falsely accused, so that she naturally would not choose to kill herself in order to prove her innocence. However, without the impetus of this incident, the time for people to accept Melusine will be further delayed, and the position of Teyvat will not be secure without the elimination of the old aristocratic forces, and there is even the risk of being forced to cede power. Going along with the development then, after that the outcome of that Teyvat's verdict would no longer matter. His positional power was so entrenched in Fontaine that no one would dare to say anything against him. If Waddling is found guilty, naturally it is absolute justice. If the verdict of innocence goes along with the popular will, then it is absolute power no one can reverse. But it would sacrifice a kindly Melusine. Not exactly a good ending. But well, this time, with Ishii's intervention, what he's been doing for the past 2 days is the answer. I don't hear much of it. It feels like a deep truth. What is humanity? What humans are like? It's just something that's useless but can't be parted with. Little Carolee doesn't need to know about it. Just keep it as it is. For now, there's a friend waiting for me. The words fell. Ishii looked at the exhibition window high above from a distance of several hundred meters. It seems that I am not the only one who was a peeping Tom. Okay, if you need any help, just come to me. I'll go first. Bye. Then Teyvat's office. Prying isn't a good habit. Suiryu-sama. Ishii didn't restrain any aura. Mortals may not be able to feel it, but how could Neuvillette, who has the power of an ancient dragon? Not to mention that the other party is still approaching Melusine. Smell that Teyvat heart a shock. Turn around to see Ishii crossed, his legs wide open, body posture extremely arrogant, sitting on the sofa drinking their own tea. The last one to do so, or Funing Na. And, if you can teleport from such a distance without sensing it, if you use it for a sneak attack, you'll definitely get it. Who are you? And why are you doing this? Currently this person was acting a little out of the normal. Every encounter with Carolee was not by chance, but how it looked like he was being nice to her for no reason at all. My name is Ishii, a loose cannon, and as for why, some useless compassion. What's wrong with her, Carolee? This was the thing that most concerned Teyvat from just now. Teyvat could hear that going to save the kind little cutie's life was definitely referring to Caroline. I had wanted to find a chance to ask Ishii to come and ask, but I didn't expect him to come straight away. I'm sure I'm eavesdropping, so be it. I'll get right to the point. Literally, Kavra will die soon. At the words of that, Teyvat frowned slightly, for the memory of the pale explanation that Teyvat did not doubt, because the reverse is also explained. Moreover, with his strength, there is no need to do these things. Then that Teyvat came to sit down on the sofa opposite to Ishii and continued to ask, did someone try to kill her? And how do you know that, sir? Ishii shook the teacup in her hand. The treatment of the Supreme Inquisitor was different. Good tea. Also, knowing what kind of person that Teyvat was, it was nothing to tell him about these things. So the starry, mysterious pupils of his eyes lit up. Would you believe me if I said I was from the future? The words fell. The field is up to a minute of silence. At this time that Teyvat stared at the eyes of the memory of the heart, has some guesses, and finally nodded. An existence like Ishii was not something one could fight against, and since he had no ill intentions, let him be. That's all I'm going to say. Just pretend I wasn't here. After saying that, Ishii slipped away through the teleportation anchor point, while that Villette was pondering something in her original position. What he meant was, to keep me as I am and not interfere with anything? Fontaine Melusine Special, 3. Melusine can't even be trusted, and neither can that Villette. There was no method of coexistence from the beginning. Get out of Fontaine and don't come back. Ishii walking in the street, surrounded by people's bad words to the beauty of the Lushan. In front of the beauty of the Lushan wiped the corners of the eyes of the 100 mouths full of aggrieved. It started when an old nobleman who had been fixed up by Maybelette created a murder and lured the unknowing Carolee to the scene of the crime to become a suspect to leave evidence. After that, the incendiary situation got out of hand and the situation got completely out of control. The angry people stopped the arriving guards from interceding, leaving only a besieged Carolee in the center of the crowd to face the people's crusade. I really didn't. Why don't you guys believe me? Carolee's extremely aggravated and sad voice obviously couldn't cover the noise of the people, and no one would think twice about it. You are monsters by nature, and monsters want to live in peace with us. How can that be? Now that the evidence is clear and you still want to cover it up. Even that Villette can't protect you this time. At this time, far above the tower, Ishii sat on the outer edge silently watching the farce. It's time to come at last. What are you going to do? It's going to be hard to try to control the situation now. Suddenly, with a flash of water behind him, that Violet appeared and stood beside Ishii to watch together. That Villette didn't do nothing, and upon investigation it was learned that it was a complete plant, and because if Ishii had not come that day he would not have learned about it at all. He chose to follow Ishii's instructions and did not try to stop it. It's not time to strike yet. Now just wait here. After that Villette had no words, quietly watching what was to come. Are you still going to wait and see? Water Dragon King's energy in that Villette behind the surge for a moment and then immediately disappeared. At this time he witnessed Caroline to die to prove innocence fell in a pool of blood, but Ishii's still calm look makes him puzzled. A hint of sadness and anger could be heard mixed in that Villette's usual solemn tone. Wait a little longer. I thought you said you were going to save her. She's already chosen to set herself on fire. At those words Ishii turned her head to look at that Villette looking straight into her eyes and waved her hand to signal reassurance. My mind. It's never changed. Things have happened that Villette also no longer say something. Had to choose to believe in Ishii in the end. Although Ishii was a bit frivolous, she definitely wouldn't try to cheat on the feelings of a several hundred-year-old baby dragon. It just wasn't time yet. For choosing this way to kill herself, Caroline Ishii also did not expect. This is the most painful way to die. Melusine is very physically fit and immune to disease poisoning, which is not really possible in the usual way. So before starting Ishii used the Heart of Light God energy to isolate Caroline's senses, and at the time Caroline was still confused as to how she didn't feel it. The other side. There's no direct evidence, but I think the mastermind behind this is that old nobleman whose interests have been compromised. The vigilance couldn't intervene in the first place, and in the end, Miss Carolee chose to sacrifice herself to calm things down. Hearing this report, Waddling clenched his fists, unable to contain the sadness flowing out. She always said that I was bringing wood. So simple thing, obviously simple investigation is good. Is it necessary to prove innocence in this way? Captain Waddling, will the results of the investigation be reported to that Lord Villette at once? Waddling took a deep breath, determination in his eyes. No, pass on my order to inform the guards to block all news immediately. The soldier who heard the report froze and spoke in a hurry. Blocking the news? You don't think you want to? I had a sister named Eloria who died when I was very young. Her character is the same as Carolee's, innocent and kind, unaware of the ugliness of the world, with little resistance to deception and exploitation. That's why I often purposely put on a stern face to teach Carolee a lesson, so as to make her know what to do. It seems you failed to bluff her. After saying that, Waddling smiled mockingly and turned to look at the sky with thoughts in his eyes. Yes, on the contrary, I was influenced by her and began to work for that vain dream. I should have thought of it. Can you understand how I feel now? A debt of blood, it should be paid in blood. Back to Waddling's body aura has been icy cold to the point of being chilling. His men understand that it is useless to block, and it is not good to say anything more. Give me the list of suspects. You don't have to be involved in what happens afterward, and I alone will bear the responsibility for all the resulting sins. Top of the tower. He's coming. At this moment the scene has been heavily armed guards rushed, layers surrounded. That Villette watched Waddling holding a long gun, eyes stern toward the culprit that caused all this to happen, seems to understand what. But Villette, who was the supreme judge of Fontaine, could not allow this to happen despite his displeasure. And that was when Ishii spoke up. You can go back. It's just apprehending the suspect. And you didn't see anything. And you don't know anything. Ishii knew that compared to favor that Villette would absolutely insist on the justice of the law. But what if she really didn't see it? At the words of that, Villette froze. Although the scene is a little big, but the memory of the rhetoric does make sense. Waddling investigated clearly to come to arrest the suspect. Reasonable. If you can't, you can just consider yourself fooled by me and leave before it's too late. See that Violet in hesitation, Ishii continued. And finally that Violet glanced at Ishii and disappeared in place. Ah, time for a good show. The next thing Ishii witnessed was the cold-eyed Waddling's wordlessness throughout the entire process as people screamed in horror as his hands rose and fell. After the end of the specifically left the life of the leader to bring back to lynch and torture to death. Itself is already a felony. The big deal is the death penalty. It was wonderful. Who? At the sound of Waddling's voice, he turned his head to look. And Arielicia stepped step by step on the light steps and clapped her hands as she slowly walked towards this blood-soaked place. You're the gentleman that Caroline always talks about? Waddling lowered the weapon in his hand to look up at Ishii, who was like a god descending. Sure enough, he's not an ordinary person. After observing this period of time as well as the happy expression on Carolie's face when she spoke of reminiscing, she could tell that this person was trustworthy. Just can't figure out how or why exactly. Being nice to Caroline for the sake of being nice to her. That's all. My name is Ishii, and I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for your determination. Ishii came to Caroline, who had fallen to the ground without breathing, and lifted her up despite the blood staining like she had done when she first met her. What do you want to do now? Save her, believe it or not, but in any case I'll take Miss Carolie first. After saying that, Ishii took Caroline and left. She couldn't be revived now or things would get worse. Waddling watched Ishia's back for a long time without moving until the other belated guards arrived. Thank you. The latter happened as promised, and Waddling was publicly tried by Navalette. People either really criticized those old aristocratic forces, or scorned Navalette, whose position of power had been thoroughly secured, and were all packing in justice for Carolie, and all agreed that Waddling should be innocent. Silence, Waddling. I recognize your simple justice, but personal justice is not the same as Torah justice, so I sentence you guilty. It shouldn't be. Then, Lord Villette, please think again. Mr. Waddling has done countless feats. At this time, no one would have any opinion even if that Villette followed the popular will and really found Waddling not guilty, but still upholding justice. Waddling released a smile in his mind. It was time for the final act. So Villette, where exactly have I wronged you? I have carefully fulfilled every one of your orders, so why is it that you just won't let me off the hook? Is this your justice? Answer me. Waddling questioned Navalette in an almost hissing tone. The more he appeared resigned, the more he showed how fairly Navalette treated everyone, still helping Navalette at the end of the day. Carolie, not guilty, should not have died so miserably. Bestow justice's mercy at this moment. Suddenly a loud voice broke the clamor, and Ishii appeared hovering over the crowd. The people were struck by the sacred sight of Carolie's remains wrapped in a sphere of light in front of him. As the ball of light grew brighter and brighter until her eyes couldn't see straight, Ishii took the opportunity to use her scalpel to cut off one of Caroline's hairs. When the light dissipated, a puzzled Carolie slowly landed in the ball of light. I'm not. My goodness, it's like a miracle. Could it be that you are the true god of justice, Sama? Hearing this sentence, Ishii's figure gave a start. What did the real Lord Water God mean? So you guys think it's fake, too? Ishii didn't make too much of a stop to do this and left, and when that Villette returned to the office after dealing with the case, she did find a familiar figure. The schemer enters the game with his body and raises the flag to win the half-son of heaven. Ishii, or that posture is extremely arrogant. The hands of the teacup raised in front of his eyes slightly shaking but appear elegant. On behalf of Fontaine, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything you have done for Melusine. At the words, Ishii was silent again. Well, there is no problem. I guess that's what the previous water god said to Navalette. For Nina, you can help if you can. If not, overthrow her and make yourself king. Yet that's probably how Navette responded. I will bow and die as the water god. I don't understand what you're talking about. All I did was buy my friend dinner and comfort her, which are pretty normal things. Ishii saw that Villette suddenly handed himself a dark watercolor gorgeous printed with dragon pattern box. Ishii opened a look. Dragon pearl? Although Waddling was sentenced to life imprisonment, that sentence is actually only 100 years, and theoretically he could regain his freedom after serving his sentence. Then Villette came to the window and spoke silently, and Ishii heard what he meant, and put away the gift he had given her. The Inquisitor is really joking. How can humans live that long? However, maybe a person exactly like Waddling will appear in 100 years. Well, thanks again. Ishii followed that Villette's gaze to the sky. The sky that was originally covered with dark clouds turned clear at the moment. And also maybe there will be one more person exactly like Sister Waddling. The skies are clearer and more sunny. After that, Navalette herself enacted several laws, including the use of the personalized she for Melusine, and no touching of Melusine by anyone other than a relative, touching the head, lifting it up, etc. Melusine Special End, Chapter 154, Tengu and Ghosts. In Azuma, Donjin Island. First day of the festival. How can you miss the summer festival when you're traveling to Inazuma? so feel free to have fun today on my brother's street. A wide variety of vendors line the roadside, and pedestrians come and go on both sides of the road. It's so lively here. Unlike others, Ishi was followed by 3 beautiful women who made it hard to take their eyes off of them, and looking at the style of the clothes of 2 of them, they were married. After the month-by-month festival, Ishi brought his daughters-in-law to attend Inari's wife's festival, and brought along Alicia, the only current employee. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Ishi specially designed kimonos for a few people that fit their styles lusciously. The difference is that behind Ishi in Colombia is a small pillow-style knot, while Alicia's is a cute bow. To this, Alicia originally still have some small emotion. It, why you all are small pillow style and I am bow, is not in the exclusion of me, but after learning the reason, a little bit of opinion no longer. The original is the difference between unmarried and married. Ha ha, Sasayuri, you gave me back my 3 colored donuts. That's all the mora I have left. The 2 figures scuffling at the roadside stall attracted Ishi's gaze. Turning his head to look, a male Tengu took advantage of the Oni maiden beside him to snatch the 3 colored dumplings she had just bought. It is worth savoring that Inazuma's diet has been elevated to such heights these days. The way Sasayuri sat still and savored her meal contrasted with the Oni girl beside her, letting Nikio Chiyo's small fists, which were not using any force, slam into her. Ah, you're still eating. There's only 1 left. Seeing this, Mikage Chiyo slammed her fist down a few times harder. Then Sasayuri handed the last of the 3 colored gnocchi to Mikage Chiyo's mouth. Well, I'll take the position of Grand Admiral and the Sky Guardian for the time being, and I'll treat you to a meal when I get my paycheck. Hearing this, Mikage Chiyo stopped making a fuss and beamed and grunted as she took a bite out of the only remaining tricolored donut. Then I'll barely forgive you this time. Mikage Chiyo knew that Sasayuri's promises were believable, and the fact that it was your word. Seeing this, Ishias smiled in her heart. Is it always a tradition for the Tengu to bully the ghost race? Actually, they were also a foursome coming up, with a pink and white fox in the group. However, because a certain Oni girl was too excited to forcefully drag the innocent Tengu Sasayuri around the food stalls one by one, when she came back to her senses, only the 2 of them were left. Makashi Chiyo, Kamiko and Kitsumiya. They're both really bad. How did they get lost? Sasayuri, do you think it's possible that we're the ones who got lost? Ahahahahaha. 9 Tengu, you come after this great master. Hearing this highly recognizable voice, several people coincidentally looked in that direction, only to see Arakataki Kazuto not far away running quickly towards here, followed by Kojo Sara, who was full of helplessness. Not at the festival. Kojo Sara was trying to warn Arakataki Kazuto not to make a mess here, but who knew he'd run away when he saw me? There are so many people here and Ikadu is rampaging, so of course Kojo Sara has to leave him in peace. But who knew that halfway through the chase the stupid ghost suddenly braked sharply and stopped. Kojo Sara could not dodge in time and ended up flopping and crashing into the back of Arakataki Ikadu. Ikadu's block is really hard, and the 9 Sasara's speed crashed in and didn't move. Are you prepared to tie your hands, seniors? Then he followed Ikadu's gaze to the side, and then froze. The 2 Tengu and the 2 ghosts looked at each other in silence and stillness, as if time and space were reversed and this was a historic meeting. I didn't expect to meet this Grand Master's clan here. Miss, what's your name? Why haven't I seen you before? New here? Do you want to follow this Grand Master to the desolate Taiki sect? Arakataki Ikido spoke to Mikage Chiyo with immense excitement, followed by Kojo Sara stepping in front of Ikido and giving a military salute to Sasayuri. Sorry to make you 2 laugh. I'll take him. Why are the 9 Tengu so serious? This little brother is also a Tengu, right? Looks much friendlier than you are. Now see the clan happier. Well, Arakataki Ikido put his hand against Kojo Sara's head and mocked her. Kojo Sara resisted the urge to punch him hard. It was inconvenient to do so here. There is no harm. Outsider friends do not talk about official business. The crowd is lively, happy for good. Sasayuri reached out and gestured for Kojo Sara and Arakataki Kazuto to take their seats. Beside her, Mikio Chiyo held her sleeve over her mouth, looking at the scene in a cute way. The stupid big guy that came out of nowhere scared me a little bit. Ha ha, this little brother is so enthusiastic. I'm in a very good mood today. Feel free to order whatever you guys want to eat. It's on me. At those words, Sasayuri and Mikage Chiyo simultaneously gave Arakataki Kazuto a look. Just waiting for you to say that. I was counting on Kojo Sara to pay for it, but it's the same for anyone. Since the brother is so atmospheric, I'll be respectful. The festival, the quiet hill, the sky's brilliant fireworks constantly bloomed with firelight in the faces of several people, bright and dark colorful. Ishia was resting on Yishi's lap with Columbia and Alicia quietly admiring the beauty. Yishi gently rested his hand on Ishi's face and engaged in small movements like he used to do when he rubbed himself. The 2 immortal spirits sitting obediently next to each other moved as one, looking as if they had been asleep for a long time and had not moved a muscle. See, Ishi did not respond. Yishi action more and more naughty. Usually do this. Ishi will get up to kiss me, ah. And Ishi, as if with Yishi barred the same face was rubbed again, deformed, did not say a word. will be Iron Blood tough guy image to the end, let's see me clean you up later. Then I'll be waiting for you. At this moment, Alicia was full of curiosity and asked in a small voice to the Colombian beside her, Columbine, they're not having a falling out, are they? Kids don't pry into these things. Alicia blinked twice in surprise. We too. Aren't we almost 10,000 years old? Chapter 155, Clueless Ayaka. Thanks to sick little Ayaka Wa for sending me one Great God certification. Thanks to former grass god buyer for sending me one Great God certification. Thank you very much. The next day, Kaminari Yashiki. Well, it's over. These from Ishii are so good. In the morning, Ayaka took a long overdue nap, and Kaguri Ayato knew that her sister wasn't feeling well, so she didn't let the household servants bother her. Ayaka slept until she woke up naturally, then took off her chaps and took out her tampon to check it out. It seemed to be fine. Ayaka, At this moment, Ishii suddenly appeared in the room, then froze in place as she looked at the white flowery ayahuasca. It looks like it's okay, but it's better to pat another pair just to be on the safe side. After saying that, Ishii took the one Ayaka was holding and threw it into the trash can, then took out a new one and patted it into the chaps for Ayaka to put on. Final fine-tuning, so it's a done deal. Well, get dressed. We have things to do today. Ayawa? Ishii called Ayawa name twice, but found that Ayawa, a straight frozen in place, did not respond. Thought this girl how this is? It can't be sleepwalking. It's really possible. Usually Ayaka is definitely up at this hour. Today is really unusual. That's just it. I'll do it. Ishii turned to Ayaka's closet and pulled out the clothes she normally wore, then looked to Ayaka for a moment of thought. You can't just wear it like this. After some visual inspection, Ishii bought an underwear from the system store. Here, lift your arms. Phew. Ayaka, wake up. We should get going. Ishii said to the dumbfounded Ayaka after she put on her white socks and small shoes and even fixed her hair. Ishii, you saw it all? Clueless until now. Ayaka finally blushed and pouted her little mouth to ask Ishii. See what? Well, I can't get married. Ha! It was then that Ishii realized what the problem was, having been smooth because of how often she took care of Columbine when she woke up. Columbine is a real sleeping beauty. Get used to it. Ayaka doesn't need to think too much. Don't forget that I'm a doctor, so there's no need to be concerned about such trivial matters. At the words, Ayaka froze, instantly enlightened look, then look on himself. Ishii really good at taking care of people. Sorry, just woke up and got a little confused. Ayaka got up and moved her little feet. Both her socks and shoes were on just enough to be comfortable yet. Alright, let's go. Aha! Little faculty, that's not how the doctor profession works, ahoy. Ishii, how is it? Ayaka changed into the kimono she had taken from Mio Ogura and looked forward to Ishii's response. Beautiful. Ishii admired the beautiful girl in front of her. It was a pink customized outfit that was more than ready for a trip to meet someone named Tsubaki. Well, by the way, I have a present for you. The words fell. Ayawa took out a fine and high-class jewelry box and handed it to Ishii. Ishii took it and opened it to see that it was a pair of hairpins. This is a hairpin made on the theme of egrets. It can be used as both a decoration and an ornament, so I can't let you do me a favor for nothing. This gift is as beautiful as Ayaka, and I will treasure it. If the sight of it reminds you of me, it's perfect. All of Ishii's attention was on Ayaka. As far as he knew, the kimono was originally meant to. The war facilitated the reproduction of offspring, while today it has evolved into traditional dress. There's no time to lose. Now let's quickly go to Tsubaki's place and check it out. Okay, but there's really no need to rush. It's still morning. Ayaka said so as she followed behind Ishii, only to see Ishii mysteriously smile back. That's because there's something else to bring Ayaka to do this afternoon. Of course, Tsubaki's cave. Strange, the notes do say it's here. Does that mean the two of them, Ishii and Ayaka, looked at the deserted cave in front of them and felt strange? Could it be that they had already moved away? This is it. Ayaka, take a closer look at the notes. Maybe it's some sort of code word. Okay, let's see. That's right, come what may. Let's go in first and find out what's going on. With a rumbling sound, a boulder on the wall shattered in response, and then a small cave appeared in front of the two. There was only a box placed on the stone table in the center of Shandong province, and when he opened the box, inside was an aged notebook. At this time, Ayaka already had some guesses in her heart, and when Ishii, who was watching this scene, consciously left without disturbing Ayaka, she was pulled back by Ayaka. What's inside the notes? Let's read them together. Though I think you already know that. Good thing too. This move by Ayaka was outside of Ishii's expectations. Why would she choose to watch it with herself? The first sentence of the notes explains that Tsubaki's true form is Ayaka's mother. The Kamiyuri Washiro in the notes is just the most mundane of women, and most of what is written is about her private and trivial little thoughts. Ayaka watched the notes silently, very much able to understand her mother's behavior. Rather, she had a side of it. Because of their honorable status, people are always watching their every move. It must be hard in this situation. But Ishii knew that they were just ordinary people no matter what kind of responsibility they carried on their shoulders. So, my mom has such a girly side too. Ha ha. Ayaka squeezed out a smile, but it was written all over her face. Ishii unconsciously put her hand on Ayaka's head. What a strong girl. Ayaka's parents had passed away when she was very young, and the burden of the Kamisato family fell on the siblings all at once. As a friend, all Ishii can do now is be there for her, and take Ayaka to do what she wants to do. Well, and right now beside me, there's a lovely maiden standing, too. Where are we going with this? Said Ishii will pull up Ayawa's small hand in the seaside sunset running painfully. That is the lost youth. Of course, take you to the festival. The author will be opening a new book by Avalanche Iron in 2 months. I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 156, The Return of the White Heron to the Court. In Azuma, Ganjin Island. Is this the site of the festival? It's actually my first time attending, so please don't laugh at me. The crowd at the festival the next evening was still bustling, with Ishii and Ayaka wearing a pair of white fox-style masks as they made their way through the crowds. People see such a beautiful egret princess appeared in this thought to go forward to greet, but after seeing the memory of the two people immediately realized that they are here to have fun. Then let's not bother. What's the point? I've only participated in this one more time than you. We'll both be laughed at together if we want to be laughed at. At that Ayaka smiled sweetly, her pace under her kimono a few moments more cheerful. Ha ha, that's true enough. Come on, my brother will take you all over the street below. Okay. Ayaka looked at the 2 rows of various stalls at the festival with anticipation in her heart. It was interesting to see. The festival wasn't very big, but that's how both Ishii and Ayaka had wandered back and forth several times, enjoying themselves. Happy times are always short then. Today is a meaningful day for me and I will remember it in the future. At this moment, Ayaka was carrying a bag of small goldfish that she had fished out with Ishii as they walked through the forest of the town guard, their faces beaming with joy. The festival was so nice, not so many rules, comfortable and happy. If I had the chance, I'd like to go again. Will do. The two walked slowly, savoring that last little moment of freedom in the evening after the festival. The silent forest, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, seems to be a pure land isolated from the world. Everything here is so harmonious and peaceful that you can't help but want to stay here and quietly enjoy the gifts of nature. At this time Ayaka came to a babbling brook to release that golden jade, and it twisted and left happily. Ayaka watched the goldfish's happy figure in the water and got up to look up at the sky with her back to Ishii. By the way Ishii, there's something else I want to do. Ishii noticed that Ayaka was trying to adjust her breath and seemed a bit nervous. Before Ishii could answer Ayaka ran with brisk steps into the small faculty in front of her. Seeing this Ishii mouth corner smile, this cute little girl again to a little capricious it. Ayaka stood up in the middle of the flowing stream, the cool water crossing the tips of her toes. Ayaka took a deep breath, then turned to face Ishii on the shore. Please look at me properly. As the melodious humming sound of the egret returning to the court rang out, Ayaka opened a folding fan in her right hand and raised her left arm slightly. Although there was no particularly graceful and coordinated movement, the beautiful person in front of her at the moment in Ishii's mind was, Yashi, just what? Yesterday, not as beautiful a girl as my daughter-in-law. How was it? My dance, is it okay? Ayaka's dance for Ishii alone ended with the ice elemental having to rise, then asked apprehensively, it's beautiful. Because it was dancing in the stream Ayaka's shoes were wet and were sitting on the bank with Ishii waiting to dry. Can I lean on your shoulder? Just for a moment. As soon as the words fell Ishii felt the softness and aroma that only belonged to girls coming from her shoulders, so she smiled gently. Lean on it as long as you want. Overhead the night sky stars junkin shining, dotted with the deep blue sky, white moonlight through the leaves sprinkled on the face of the two, as if it was a piece of pure land isolated from the rest of the world. The clear stream babbling in front of us washed the rocks and dirt around it, time quietly with the stream together with the flow. The lilting fluorescent grass are all tell the beautiful moment. Ishii also slowly closed her eyes and quietly enjoyed a moment of peace. Ayaka, it's time to go back. Ishii looked up at the sky. The night had completely fallen, but the girl on top of her hadn't moved much. Looking down, the rhythmic breathing in front of Ayaka rose and fell slowly one on top of the other. Asleep. Seeing this scene Ishii helplessly smiled. Yes, after all, pulling this girl to play all day, must be tired. Ha! Suddenly a flash of white light flashed across Ishii's eyes. From the angle above through the kimono seemed to be able to. This capricious young lady is really so inattentive too. So with gentle, slow movements, he gently picked her up and walked her toward Kaminari Yashiki, almost to the door of Kamisato Yashiki when Ishii found a man's figure. It turned out to be Kamisato Ayato has been waiting here for a long time. Kamisato Ayato froze at the sight of Ayaka, who was being held by Ishii, but Ayaka seemed to be sleeping soundly. And how long had it been since she had seen that heartfelt expression on her face? Neither of them opened their mouths to wake Ayaka. Then Ishii walked up to Ayato and gave his sister back to her and left. Kamisato Ayato hugged his sleeping sister and watched Ishii leave, then checked Ayaka's attire. The collar and kimono were covered tightly and it seemed that he wouldn't catch a cold. Well, at that moment Ayaka passed on a small squeaky voice, seemingly awake. What am I, asleep? Ishii already went back. Kamisato Ayato slowly set Ayaka down, only to realize that her gaze had been looking in the direction that Ishii had left. Just left. As Ayaka just stood here dumbfounded and watched, Kamisato Ayato felt an inexplicable annoyance in her heart for some reason, and finally spoke up silently. We, just humans. At that Ayaka's eyes lowered and she lowered her head some to not see her facial expression. Well, indeed. Chapter 157. The origin of the name of the collection is that each of them takes one of the names of returning to the end in Zhongli, and people hadn't moved to Liyue yet at that time, so let's stop saying that the name Zhongli didn't exist yet in the period of the return to the end of the world, or even appeared very early. The Jedi Cloud Room during the War of the Demons and Gods. Good morning. My friend hasn't seen me for a few days. I seem to be in poor health. Did something happen? Early in the morning, Zhongli was calmly planning to go out, and just as he stepped out of his room, he saw Ishii covering up her waist and holding the wall in front of him. Morning, old habits. Nothing major. Get used to it. Ishii straightened up and moved around twice. Ishii's excitement when she was happy was understandable, and as a queen she liked to dominate was also understandable. But still, I want to say one thing. Actually Ishii, you're already strong enough. There's no need to use divine power to enhance it. It ended up being full force. Ishii, this is not too much love for you. There is a hint of wanting. Next time I will pay attention to the Ishii, that's so familiar. Then Zhongli watched with shocked pupils as Ishii took out a dagger and gave himself a stab. My friend, what are you? Hearing this Ishii looked towards Zhongli, a wicked smile flashing at the corner of his mouth. Do you want some? I tell you this can be very energizing. All of a sudden you become very energetic. It's not necessary. At that moment, accompanied by a flash of green light, the song Dustwave City appeared beside the Emperor. Emperor, I'm injured. Pinger covered her arm and knelt on one knee in front of the Emperor. Her entire body was covered in soaked blood stains in every part of her body, and she looked to be in bad shape. I'll help you stabilize your injuries first, and in the next few days you'll be quiet and recuperate. And you can heal? Ishii was surprised to say that the Rock King Emperor Martial God Eyes God of Contracts God of Commerce God of all kinds of gods. I did not expect that he would also heal. Just a little knowledge. Zhongli, you have been playing for so long that the original god does not know what Laozi's 6 lives do? Recall, I don't even have your second life, and I get kicked a lot. Oh, Pinger, you're hurt. Come let me take a look. With a bad smile on her face, Ishii slowly approached Kodansha Nanichi with a bright scalpel. Seeing this, Kodansha Nanichi flinched back. You, what do you want? Zhongli, I heard that Pinger was injured. How is she? Returning to the end heard the news and came with an anxious face. Then the scene here made her freeze in place. What are you running for? Stop and let me stab you. I'm going to heal you. There's no such thing as healing. I'm actually not feeling much of anything, so take the kindness for what it's worth. No, I'm a doctor. If I say you're not okay, you're not okay. Trust me. Don't you chase me. What am I chasing you for if you don't run? What are you running for if not after me? At that moment, Ishia's eyes were red with light and she was chasing a well-built and injured woman around the circle with a knife. All the while a man and a woman stood by and did nothing about it. Whether this is a lack of morality or a loss of divinity, tune in to the major documentary, Remembering the Past and Practicing Medicine. Zhongli, there, what's going on? Returning to the end came to Zhongli's side and asked silently, his soulful eyes filled with great shock. Emperor. Pinger took a dodging step to seek refuge behind Zhongli. The Emperor's new friend felt so scary. Just cut a strand of hair. Believe me. Ishii then followed and came in front of Zhongli. After the two of them circled around Zhongli for a few times, Zhongli faintly opened his mouth. Give it a try. It's out of the goodness of your heart either way. Hearing the Emperor's order, Pinger then stood still, and then apprehensively watched as Ishii's brightly glittering blade cut through the strands of her hair. Immediately afterward, Ping's wound flashed with a dazzling light, and an indescribable sense of comfort permeated the entire body. By the time the glow had faded, Pinky had been glowing and renewed. It's unbelievable that it's really cured. Pinky moved her arms to lift her heels, and pulled out her lance and swung it in a fancy way to get a feel for the state. The body is extraordinarily light, and the strength seems to be all back. Thank you, sir. Pinger clasped her hand and bowed to Ishii, at which Ishii waved her hand and straightened her body and sidled up with an inscrutable look. Little things. After saying that, Ishii looked towards returning to the end, so he came over and said, I feel as if you're tired too. Would you like to experience it? Okay, then this with the hair. Then the return to the end was also renewed, only the light was much fainter, for there was nothing in the first place. At that moment several people present noticed a crane fluttering its wings in the distant sky, and it didn't look too good either. Staying Cloud borrowing wind was the one who went with me, and the enemies there were unexpectedly difficult, but they were all resolved. Hard work. Immortal Crane landed a moment into an imperial temperament woman briskly circled around and turned to adjust the posture to come to the emperor to salute. Take down all the remnants that came to attack the demon god these past few days. Stay Cloud borrowed wind, you seem to be injured as well. Returning to the end of the day asked worriedly, while Stay Cloud borrowed the wind shook his head. No harm done, just a small injury. The words fell in addition to Stay Cloud to borrow the wind several people together to look at Ishii. Sure enough, he has already pulled out a scalpel stupid move. What the hell are you doing chasing this fairy with a weapon? To heal you. Stop right there and let me stab you. This fairy is fine. You have. The image of the two of them chasing each other was so familiar that returning to the end and Pinger tacitly did not tell her about the fact that they could really heal their wounds. Zhongli looked up into the distant sky. A bit of fun. Chapter 158. The Land of the Salt Demon God. Above the throne, which seemed to be white crystalline particles, a man with dazzling black hair and lonely eyes sat with his legs crossed. A mysterious aura lingered around him, and his trenchcoat in the textured colors of the stars spoke of his strength. The air is a little salty. And under the throne, a white hair red pupil body light body soft moving woman looked at that handsome face at a loss for words. At dawn, the sleeping Julia opened her eyes in a daze. How she felt a powerful force nearby. Then he got up fiercely and looked around. There was indeed a strong aura remaining. No, it hadn't left yet. Apprehensively went up to check after hanging heart half down. So it is that one. I do not know this time to find me. What is the matter? Morning, Ishii. Julia watched as Ishii looked drowsy against his cheek for a long time without seeing him move, so she tentatively greeted him. Good morning. Earlier in the day, originally Ishii and Du Lin were sleeping well inside their hut on Tianhang Mountain. As a result, suddenly Kobayashi sneezes his mouth into a fiery flame, and the house where he sleeps is made of wood. The result was predictable, and that night the entire village of Li saw the fire coming from the top of the mountain. By the time Ishii realized it, the fire had already burned to her side, and she was suddenly confused. Clueless but don't be now, stepped forward and gave Kobayashi 2 slaps. Don't sleep. What a time to sleep. After saying that, he grabbed Kobayashi's body and threw it out of the window followed by his own jump. Good thing that Ishii cleaned up the open space in advance the fire did not spread. Looking at the light of hope in front of him Ishii sighed helplessly. Looks like we can't stay here tonight. Where to? The first thing to rule out was Morix's group, and to look for a girl. Not to mention that he knew a good bully at this time. On the way out, I saw a group of villagers heading for the mountains, and if I'm not mistaken, they were helping themselves to clean up the traces of the crime. As for the safety issue, don't worry about it. Once Kobayashi came, the magical beasts in the mountains all ran away, so there's nothing much except for the road being a bit harder to travel. This is also why the frequency of villagers going up to the mountains to collect medicines and whatnot has increased, and the casualty rate has been greatly reduced. When Ishii quietly felt Julia's place and looked into her bed, there was a beautiful woman lying inside a thick pile of salt on the floor. Seeing this, Ishii frowned and thought for a moment or two, or not to squeeze with her, and the throne in the great hall was barely adequate. Morning, just in time for you to come over. Said Ishii as she yawned, slightly tired. Ishii, you. Puzzled, Julia was suddenly pulled into a sitting position beside him as she walked up to Ishii. Come here and let me sleep, said Ishii. Buried her head in Julia's chest and fine-tuned her posture to sleep beautifully and much more comfortably. A strange sensation that she had never felt before came over her, and it all came so quickly that Julia didn't react to it. Looking down at the sleeping Ishii in his arms, then his face flushed and flustered, even with Ishii's face under the surge, then immediately settled down. What the heck is going on here? What's there is? The dragon from before? Julia was keenly aware of a small, sleeping, supine creature bubbling on the ground not far ahead of her. Sigh, really incredible. The previous image of covering the sky was so shocking, a strong contrast. It was a bit of an urge to go over and cuddle, but there was someone sleeping on top of him, though I didn't know what was going on, so let's wait for him to wake up. Then Julia leaned back and closed her eyes together with it. Hearing movement coming from Ishii, is she finally going to wake up from her nap? Good noon, Ishii. This time it's, Waking up, Ishii felt that there was something wrong. Today's pillow was extra soft and elastic. Get on it and try something. It's familiar. Can't remember for a moment. Not sure. Try again. Ishii. This sound seems to be where through. Open eyes, look up. A white and red pavilion figure appeared in front of the eyes. Julia, why are you so here? And why is your face so red? Julia's eyes kept averting, her moist breath exhaling softly before she spoke silently. But, can you let go of me first? What? Ishii looked down. Oh, sorry. Get up and move around a couple times. Vaguely remember coming to me Julia to sleep. How did I really sleep on Julia? Ishii, is there another salt shortage? Julia adjusted her state and asked to Ishii, who recalled for herself what had happened. It was hard to figure out. Turning his head to the lazy dragon he had thrown to the ground. Never woke up till the beginning. Just, hopelessly. He went over and grabbed the dragon with one hand to hold her up before placing her on Julia's lap. Take it to stew. Ha? You're kidding, right? Kobayashi's current appearance makes it really scary. Waranga reaches out her finger to poke Kobayashi's soft stomach. It's funny. Yeah, do you know how to cook? Get me something to eat. Will do. So why don't you wait here for me for a while? And just, can I take her with me? Julia asked expectantly as she held Kobayashi up in front of Ishii's eyes. Take it and build it any way you want. Don't worry about waking her up. I can't even wake her up. Okay. Smells good. The dishes on the table, though simple in style, were considered extravagant for the period. Well, taste it. In the confident and expectant eyes of Julia, Ishii picked up her chopsticks. No. The confident look in the eyes of the demon god of salt? Picking up a piece and placing it in his mouth to savor it for a moment or two. He then frowned slightly. Sure enough. Well, Ishii maintained her easy smile and spoke lightly. Not bad. I think you'll know better if you taste it yourself. Aha! Only to see Warang take a big bite and savor it. And by the look on her face she seemed to be eating some earthly delicacy. I put a lot of salt in it especially for you, because it's good for your health, though it may not be needed. At the words Ishii froze, and a trace of emotion actually rose in her heart. She is sharing what she has and only has with me. Well, anything good? Kobayashi in Julia's arms woke up with a flutter of his wings at the smell, and at the sight of it Ishii's mouth smiled. As a good host, how can you let Kobayashi starve? No one is leaving until this table is finished today. Chapter 159 Demon God of Ice. The Demon God of Ice territory. The cold is eating away at the earth, and everything is frozen, but within the walls of shambling ice, it's a different story. The people's eyes were filled with perseverance and hope, for guarding them was a loving demon god. The shadow of a giant dragon on the ground swept by, and people cautiously looked up into the sky. A huge dragon is flying happily in the clear, blue sky. Inside a frozen palace in the center of the territory, the indifferent woman on the throne raised her head along with a young girl with forbidden eyes below her. Has another demon god invaded? I'll check it out. After saying that, the young girl left the place with her figure hidden. Tiny footprints in the white snow extended at intervals, while the owner of the footprints was nowhere to be seen. Columbia wanders around the gargoyle. The visitor is not doing anything hostile at the moment. Tracking for now. The enemy doesn't move. I don't move. The dragon was seen landing and shrinking extremely fast 100 meters away from the ice wall, and then quietly plopped down on the shoulder of a man behind it and walked forward. And behind him, a group of snow plains beasts chased after him in great numbers. Seeing that, Columbia scared the corner of her mouth. Leading a demonic attack on a city? There are only a few dozen of them, so I can take them down alone, but the strength of the leader is unknown, so it's better to go back and pass. Then the swarms of magical beasts were sharply disposed of by the man in charge. The stealthy Columbia stopped to stare in awe at the scene. Were they not in cahoots? Master, shouldn't we keep a low profile? There are so many angry critters following behind. Ishii looked back and this place has welcomed us quite a bit. This must not be, since there is such enthusiasm out there. It has to be properly returned. Master, you slow down. The words fell. Ishii and a crowd of magical beasts weaved through and once again returned to the original place to continue to walk forward. Then behind them instantly nearly 100 demon gods rose up in the air and wailed. And when they landed again there was already no breath. There was also a shaken little dragon lying on Ishii's shoulder. There's a man to greet yet. Columbia noticed that the man was looking straight in her direction, and it was surprising that her stealthy form could not be hidden from him. Now that you found out, there's no more pretending. So Columbia shows up and waits at the city gates. What are you two doing here? Columbia raised the small head to the person in front of a dragon asked. Ishii measured once in front of the girl. Love is a husband and wife of the two here, but like the first time, Ishii knew every inch of Columbia, except that the one in front of her seemed milky and mean. What a cute girl. This is for you. My name is Ishii, a traveler who idly traveled here, and this is my little pet Durin. Columbia took the can of Coke handed to her by Ishii, the smooth, cold, thin metal of the exterior puzzling her a bit. Didn't pay much attention to it and put it away, not sure what it was, but the reddish jar was pretty. Today we traveled to your place and thought to pay a visit to the local master. Could you make it easier? Every move Ishii made was extraordinarily gentlemanly, and Columbia could sense that the visitor really meant no harm, so she ordered the soldiers to open the gates. And there was always something about the way he looked at me that didn't feel right. I am Columbia. Follow me for now. A large and small figure walked through the gates, and Ishii could tell by the tight little wings on Columbia's head that she was cautious. After all, having seen her strength, if Ishii hard to break into the Colombian absolutely cannot stop, when the time will certainly hurt many innocent, can be a peaceful solution is better. Ishii looked at the frozen palace, the style of which was not far from 1,000 years later. Soon after following Columbine into the interior of the ice palace, Ishii looked up to see the person on the throne, not his own cheap wife, but as big as she was and with a face that didn't look as dull. Winter Snow City welcomes you both. It was too sudden to prepare. Please forgive me. The gentle and loving voice of the demon god of ice made Ishii uncomfortable. A good demon god at first listen. This was true of everything we saw and heard along the way, and under the protection of the demon god of ice people would at least not worry about their next meal. It is already a supreme honor to meet the rumored demon god of compassion. This is a small token of appreciation. Please accept it. Under the puzzled gaze of the demon god of ice, Ishii pulled out a bottle of fine wine sealed by the divine power of Barnabas himself 1,000 years later as a gift. The demon god of ice felt the aura attached to it. Why was it so familiar? This is yours. Thanks for receiving us, La. Ishii pulled out another box of plain treats carefully wrapped by Ishii and placed it amongst the outstretched palms of Columbia, who was equally flabbergasted, unexpectedly looking up and locking eyes with the demon god of ice. The other party had come with sincerity. Could it be that they had something to ask for? And the other parties definitely had a huge background. The gift alone had gathered the power of 2 demon gods. There was also the sleeping dragon on his shoulder. It was no ordinary person to be able to take in such a powerful demonic creature. Today I come here, purely to cultivate my mind. A small gift. No honor. Tomorrow I will leave. No more disturbances. The words fell the demon god of ice somewhat won't. You really have nothing to find us? Well, we can still do our part as hosts until then. Columbia. After that you go and arrange a place for this gentleman to stay. Good. That would be respectful. It's true that Ishii is here for nothing, just to see the Columbia of a few thousand years ago. The ice demon god of this era is not yet Barnabas, and sure enough it's just as pretty. After that, Columbia arranged for Ishii to stay in the room of someone near her so that she could keep an eye on them. It was also because of today's scene, to the point that Columbia instantly recognized amnesia at the executive officers meeting more than 3,000 years later, and without hesitation, he took the pills he handed him and took them, and then after that, he was abducted by Ishii to become a young daughter-in-law. Chapter 160, Small Belly. Rizuki, Forest House. Ishii, you're back. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Ishii who came swooping in. She seemed extra excited today. Well, I'm back. Ishii felt the body heat of the soft girl in her arms and reached out to stroke her head. I vaguely remembered that this was the god of wisdom. Was it an illusion? At that moment Columbia came along and tugged at her coat and handed up a small snack. This is a pastry made by Ishii, right? Looks like you like it too. Ishii took it and put it in her mouth, then froze as she looked at the box that Columbine had pulled out. Why does this look so much like the one I gave her before I came back from the ice demon? Ishii, you are back to that period, right? Did you go looking for me? Ishii happily rubbed himself in Ishii's arms and hugged him a little tighter. Ishii loved the pressure. That's definitely the way to go. The next stop will be, don't go. Ishii gently shook his head, interrupting Ishii's words. I was under the gaze of that one all the time during that period, and your presence around me would have drawn attention. That's right. After all, you have a special status. Ishii reached out and hugged the girl in her arms. She must go and talk to Tenri sometime. How dare you spy on such a kind and beautiful girl? Definitely plotting to do something wrong. Strongly condemned this behavior. Tenri, Columbia, your aura at that time was very different from now. It rained on her parade, and Ishii gave Columbia a hug as well. No, not a hug, she just picked her up. Well, it was dangerous at that time. At that moment, Columbia looked over Ishii's shoulder and suddenly realized what was going on. Then continued, right, and by the way, you forgot Kobayashi there. I remember liking her at the time. At the words of Ishii froze. I said, I always feel that I forgot something, considering it's 40 million mora for a round trip. Well, it's just to see that you're too lonely purposely let her play with you there, so I'll just pick her up later, and protect you. Good. Boss, what are you guys talking about? Alicia at the counter of their conversation listened in confusion. What, come to see me and don't come to see me? So does Columbiana. Isn't she always here? Encounters across time and space. Okay. Wait. Ishii tried to turn Columbia upside down, then froze as if realizing something, her eyes slowly looking to her stomach. Columbia, you. Ishii keenly perceived the abnormality and followed Ishii's gaze. It seemed to bulge a little bit. Aha! Columbia raised her little head proudly and gave Ishii a look with her eyes closed. Hearing this, Ishii became more and more unconvinced the more he thought about it, and angrily snatched the Columbine in Ishii's arms and rubbed her little face. You actually. Ishii, don't do that. Columbia, she needs to recuperate now. Ishii tenderly picked up Columbia, and Yi Shi, who was watching the scene, became more and more aggravated. I treat you like a sister, and you steal away. Even though I couldn't see Columbia's eyes, I could just feel how smug she was going to be right now. Humph, Ishii, you come with me. Yi Shi, you're not going to. I want it. Only later did Yi Shi realize that Columbia, was totally fat. Because Yi Shi is a god, physique will not be affected by food, so forget about the fact that Columbine will get fat. Usually Yi Shi practiced cooking when she was free, or just made all kinds of snacks. This girl is working so hard for Ishii, you have to do something too, Columbia. So when it was done, he immediately couldn't wait to wake up Columbine to try it out so that he could show the best flavor to Ishii. Over time Columbia gained a little bit of weight, and by the time she realized it, it was too late. Why don't you just do nothing and take advantage of this to give Ishii a surprise? Let you disturb my sleep, and maybe after this time, they'll have a real one. By that time I'm sure it's the child that Ishii will persecute. Witty as I am. After that, Ishii forcibly pulled Columbia out to lose weight. After all, your belly is what I made it bigger, be responsible. Columbine, you bad woman. I want to sleep. At this moment, Ishii held the wall and silently walked out the door to look at this mother and daughter. This pair of sisters, why does it still feel that something is not quite right? It's just a matter of time. I even thought of the baby's name at that time and it turned out to be Fat. Also Yi Shi, you take care. Don't tire out Columbia. Yi Shi, okay. Chapter 161, Returning to the End. Ishii, I don't want to die yet. Returning to the end of the heavily wounded face. The blood has blurred vision. But still, I wanted to hold on to the last glimmer of hope as if reaching out for the man's silhouette. I haven't talked to Zhongli. Ishii, can you save me, please? While Morex led the crowd to guard the incoming enemy first, a group of demon gods sneaked up on the returning gathering. In the end, he was no match for the visitor, but he defended Morex's territory to the death. At this point Ishii raised the scalpel in her hand countless times and put it down again. A scene that really hurt. Can he save the return to the end? Yes, it couldn't be simpler. But again, you can't. Her death this time was fated, and Ishii understood the consequences of saving her from it. So only this time, he could not give grace, and just endure the pain and watch the return of the end silently in the dark until the return of Morex. Return to the end? When Zhongli arrived at the time full of looking at the mess realized what the situation, but the thought of having Ishii around should. Suddenly Zhongli's pupils shrunk. In the pool of blood was, returning to the end, as well as Ishii, who was leaning against the wall not far from returning to the end, still clutching a scalpel in her hand. Zhongli, you're back. Ahem. Feeling the familiar scent, returning to the end barely managed to squeeze out a smile, not wanting him to see his unattractive appearance. Don't talk yet. I'll heal you first. With that, Zhongli operated his divine power and consoled, but returning to the end of the situation he himself understood that there was nothing he could do. It's okay, I'll be better in a minute when Ishii comes back. You know, where is he? Returning to the end of the day, he could no longer see the light and fumbled to place his hand on Zhongli's face, which was still so reassuring. At the words those present froze and looked at the same time at the man with his eyes closed by the wall, and Ishii sighed and shook her head gently. Seeing this scene Zhongli several people's hearts sank. Is it because they don't want to let the return to the end of their hopes to be dashed? Ishii, we'll be back soon. Until then I'll send you to rest. Well, I really want to see the sea of flowers with you once more. At this moment, Zhongli felt that returning end's force gradually became smaller and began to slip, so he hurriedly held her arm. But when he looked at returning to the end again, there was no breath left. Definitely. Subsequently, there was a long silence. Luyan, Lending Wind and Pinger and the Five-Night Fork all lowered their heads, their hearts filled with sadness. After that, returning to the end's remains were sealed by Morex with divine power, and Ishii has not spoken a word since then, not asking questions. The people of the returning collection relocated to the lower part of Tianhong Mountain. The original Li Yue, under the leadership of Zhongxian. Morex also has a slight change of heart, more a trace of calmness as well as killing decisive, less a bit of the spirit of the wind. On this day, Zhongli found Ishii, who had disappeared for a few days, at the top of Jiayun Mountain and sat quietly beside him together overlooking this river and mountain. Is there anything you want to ask? In the evening, Ishii opened her mouth to break the silence, and Zhongli released a smile and shook his head. He was well aware of the absolute reason why Ishii did not make a move, and he was also well aware of that scalpels beyond reason. It is also clear, Ishii he is not the demon god of heaven and earth. Zhongli looked up at the mysterious island in the sky and opened his mouth. This has nothing to do with you in the first place. Just look to the future and consider the present. Another period of silence followed. This is. Suddenly Ishii fiercely got up and looked in the direction of Ryu Harbor. The aura was. What happened? Zhongli didn't notice anything. But this reaction of Ishii was really abnormal. As Ishii's gaze looked on, all was well with the lights. No, it's fine. Ha 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 ha. Ishii laughed out loud as if she understood something. So, it's you. Zhongli, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled, although he didn't know what was going on, but now he seemed to be in a better mood yet. Okay. Ishii stretched comfortably and continued. I'll see you. After 1,000 years, I should get back. There are girls waiting for me at home. At the word Zhongli then got up and stood side by side with Ishii. Both of them did not have the sadness of parting on their faces. Instead they were both very relaxed. Bye. 3,000 years later. Li Yu. The Hall of the Past Life. Zhongli, you need to stop buying those antiques. We still have Mora to prepare for the wedding. A large wide-sleeved girl crossed her arms and said to Zhongli, who thought about it for a moment. And it was true. Afterward Zhong took it and sold it, and the value would only be higher then. That's what you said last time. To this the master of the Church of the Past said, he said the same thing to my grandfather. Meanwhile, in the forest house, the amnesia room. Hey no, Yishi, let's have a talk. Don't move your hands, then I'll move my mouth. Hey, no. 162. One step ahead of Ishii. Morning, forest house, reminiscence bedroom. Ishii, it's almost noon already. Do you have any plans for today? Ishii pillowed her hands and lay on the bed to let Ishii labor for the night, to be followed by the leisure time. Ishii body naturally grows a Columbia and sleeps well. Well, I'm going to be a dim-witted king. Ishii closed his eyes and said that he had experienced too much in the past 2 days, and it was still soothing to be by his daughter-in-law's side. Keep you company. Ishii gave a gentle kiss on Ishii's face and began to enjoy this peaceful and happy time. Ishii put her free hand on the two girls' heads, ruffling Columbia's fluttering little wings in the process. Soon Columbia rose leisurely to her feet, a smile flashing at the corners of her mouth. It's my turn. No good. Overplayed it. The scene resumed again, the difference being that this time Columbine was sleeping heavily. Ishii is full of lightness. In the end, it is still a girl. It is only in the afternoon. Ishii, do you want a child? The words fell out of Columboa's head. Small wings instantly raised one. Eavesdropping obviously. As long as Yishi wants to. Ishii loosened her hand to hold Yishi a little tighter, and smoothly slapped her on her snow-white ass. Yeah, you horny husband. Yishi beamed and complained for a little while, then her face slightly reddened as she continued to speak. So, from today I'll start breeding our energy to stop absorbing it. Working together. Love you. I love you too. Li Yu, the Hall of the Living Dead. If it isn't Zhongli, why don't you take your daughter-in-law out to play? In the evening, Ishii walked all the way to the Past Life Hall, and sure enough, Zhongli looked like he was welded there drinking tea. Beside him, Gay Jun shook his head and didn't know what he was giggling about, and when he saw that Ishii had arrived he got up and poured tea for him to entertain him. Auntie-fiancé, friends late good. Zhongli wore a smile on his face and reached out his hand to signal Ishii to take a seat. Good evening, good evening. Ishii straightened up and proceeded to clear the sang. Ahem. I'm going to be a dad after that. Have you guys made any progress? This is truly a joyous occasion. Congratulations. After finishing her speech, Ishii still didn't forget to look at returning to the end. But what was she giggling about since just now? Shouldn't you be pestering Janael about how we need to work hard too or something? The expected state of affairs did not happen. It is in vain that I have come to you specifically to show off. Wait, Ishii suddenly thought of something, eyes slightly bright for the return to the end of the fortune-telling, and then froze. Zhongli, you guys have. That's right, the so-called rock ends up in the dust. The forces would have been similar. The circumstances would have been similar, and according to earthly parlance it would have been a marriage by birth. Ishii was unresponsive in place for a moment. How had she overlooked that? No wonder the return to the end of a look of no desire. So it is already stable. Yishi was there because he was prepared afterward, which is to say, he was simply enjoying himself and enhancing his relationship, but not in the end. How can you pass up every opportunity? Plus the powers are well matched, so I'm sure the fusion will be fast. Looks like soon the little emperor will be born. Good. Well, becoming an uncle before becoming a father. It's always been me who rushes you guys, but it turns out that you're ahead of the game. Ahaha. Returning to the end of the day, he looked up triumphantly and said, covering his stomach, well, and we already have a license, but it was issued by the Rock King Emperor himself and there's that. Thank you. Without you there wouldn't be anything for me and Zhongli yet. Small matter. When Yishi and I's child is born, let her learn martial arts from Zhongli along with the little emperor. No matter what you have to protect yourself. Definitely. The dim and depressing surroundings of the Hall of the Past Life were filled with a cheerful atmosphere, with smiles and happiness on everyone's face. My friend's martial arts Zhong is ashamed of himself. How about teaching together? Hearing this, Ishii shook her head inside. I got my martial arts only from a strong man who taught me his life's work, and I only know how to use it. and don't really understand its mysteries. Good thing, after all, it's knowledge that doesn't belong in this world. Ishia returned to the forest house after sitting in the hall of the past life, without showing off her success, and the bells were too quick for them. My lord, it really is you. That sound. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a beautiful young girl with white hair and red pupils, with excitement in all her eyes. Ishi looked at the woman in front of her and froze in place, then asked immediately afterward, Julia, why aren't you dead? Chapter 163 Butterfly Effect. Lazuki, Forest House, Living Room. A crowd of poor, evil, great and good people surrounded a weak, pitiful white-haired woman in the center, looking at her as if she were something rare. Julia sat obediently on the couch with a confused look in her eyes. At one point, I even wondered if I should die. You, why are you here? Ishia's incredibly puzzled voice rang out, and Julia blinked her big, innocent eyes, unsure of how to respond. Yi Shi, on the other hand, has been browsing the world tree records with his turquoise-eye pupils lit up throughout the entire process, and he can't match up with his past memories. As for Columbia and Alicia, standing left and right beside the two of them to make up the atmosphere, I walked. Julia's eyes kept hovering over the ground and the faces of the crowd. Why are you all looking at me like that? You, where did you come from? From Hershey Town. At that moment the idol of the god of wisdom that was placed in the forest house flashed with light, and then a woman with blonde hair color appeared beside Julia. Ishie, why is the salt of the earth gone? Is there a new town being built there? And what are you guys? What are you doing? Teleporting from the idol of the god of wisdom is the default appearance of sitting on the couch, which means sitting next to Julia. So the four people straight in front of them shifted their eyes to Lum, Ao, the five, and Julia. Ishia opened the large map to take a look. The original area of Salt of the Earth had gotten a lot bigger, and a beautiful town called Hershey had appeared. Whoa scared me. There's someone sitting here. My name is Fluorescence. Who are you? Out of the corner of her eye, Lum glimpsed a flash of snowy white, and was startled when she turned her head to see a woman with reflective white hair staring at her ghostly. Hello there, I'm the demon god of salt, Julia. Besides, that town isn't newly built, it's also over 3,000 years old. Hearing the name, Lum contemplated something, followed by a sharp rise to ask her, Julia, why aren't you dead? Julia is all ready to cry. How come it's like I'm dead? Let me explain. Julia, please excuse yourself for a moment, she said to the crowd after finishing the information, and Julia didn't think much of it, leaving room for them to explore why she didn't die. Well, the thing is, earlier Yishi's easy to understand explanation made several people realize that the situation was roughly as follows. Because of the reason that Ishia had helped Julia once, and it also happened that the demon god that came that day had a louder name, and was one of the demon gods that attacked Giligi. So much so that for a time the other demon gods thought that Julia had defected to Morax and was under his patronage. This normally leaves the rabble free to steal the land of the demon god of salt, because there were no other demon gods to steal the territory. Julia's people lived a good to hopeful life, and they also thought that Julia had defected to Morax, when in fact she hadn't. There was no need for Julia to clarify anything, so in the end her people didn't let her rest in peace before the other demon gods did, and because Julia's people thought they had defected to Morax, they had frequent dealings with the people of Ryu, sending lots of salt, and the relationship gradually became familiar and solidified. Then the people of Ryu, and even the Seven Stars, assumed that the demon god of salt was an imperial ally, to which Morax said nothing. What an unwarranted ally. That's how they helped each other until the end of the demon god war. And at the end of the devil god war, the demons and the gods rose up side by side and fought with great fervor. Because it's not really an ally, Morax is at best leaving the salt demon god to her own devices, unlikely to help her and through no fault of her own. But coincidentally, a group of demon gods thought that Morax wouldn't help her. So attacking the salt demon god's territory was just a waste of time and wouldn't weaken Morax's power. Some of the demon gods were skeptical about this. It was rumored that Morax was quite particular. Would he really disregard the death of his allies? It also happened that they weren't really allies, and the entire land of the salt demon god didn't have any of Morax's men stationed there. Well, it's confirmed that Morax just doesn't care if you live or die, so I'll just ignore you for now and take my leave. It was also coincidental that they all knew that the salt demon god was not powerful enough to be a threat, and even if they cleaned her up, they did so at the end. The winner of the war between the devil and the gods need not be mentioned. The Rock King Emperor led the collection of all the immortals, for the world a clear sky. Morax wasn't evil enough to bully the unarmed and weak after all, and knew exactly who Julia was as a person. Plus, Ryu and Hershey Town had always been on good terms, so naturally, she wouldn't make a move against the demon god of salt. Well, these are summarized in just 4 words. The butterfly effect. It wasn't so much that Ishii was wondering about that. He was wondering about the world line winding down and why Julia hadn't died in some other way. The explanation for this is Yi Shi. Maybe Julia's death wasn't a foregone conclusion and Ten repressed her. How did she die? At the hands of her own people, the humans. Returning to the end of the high level of organism may put Ryuki on the path of technology and ultimately incur incalculable consequences. Kind-hearted Julia, what can she trigger to make the price of salt lower in Teyvat? Fine for spreading salt in public and damaging the environment? As for now, don't expect any more research and development. Just stay home and raise your kids. Perhaps those who came after would ask, how in the world did she survive the war of the demons and gods? That, of course, is a luck streamer. Chapter 164. Liu, He Shui Town. It's a town as pretty as its name, with buildings that are similar in style to the houses in Rizuki Harbor, but with a touch of Mon style. Because it is situated below the snow-covered mountains and at the border between Mond and Ryu, the aim is that people from both countries can find familiarity here. It had been a long time since the end of the War of the Demons and Gods that pact between Julia and Morax had been successful. The content of the contract is not quite the same as the other immortals, and does not require you to protect Liu. Just retreat with the humans in case of danger and don't add to the chaos. After all, no matter what, you are a demon god, and there will be more or less demon god residue if you die. Do just that. And grant your people permission to live in Lizuki. Hard to say, Morax still took Julia's turf, and it was the only time Julia was robbed willingly. It had a prosperity not unlike that of Ryu. After all, the people of the Salt Demon God had been traveling in trade since the time of the Demon God War. At first it was to deal with the two countries of Lizuki, and then it was to try to make contact with Mond. In the town of Hershey, there is a staff from Mond and Ryuki working here, and her presence deepens the connection between the two countries. It was also known that within the modest palace in the center of that town lived a beautiful demon god. It's so high, beautiful, and sacrosanct, it just doesn't work. Rather, it was much better than the water god in Fontaine who would not reveal her name. At least people respected her. But there was one thing about Julia that ruthlessly crushed a bunch of gods. She was a bit of a rich loli. The people of Hershey Town believe to this day that without Julia there would be no life as it is, as we are now, because of that unwarranted ally. The biggest economic source in Hershey Town, trade, was promoted. So people make offerings of Mora to Julia every year. Plus Julia doesn't have much to spend. So much so that it was the point of riches accumulated over thousands of years. When everyone thinks that, the false becomes true. Besides, it's impossible to just find Morax or Julia and ask, are you really allied? That would look silly and disrespectful. Those who could become officials of the 7 stars of the glazed moon as well as Hashua Town were all smart people. This place is kinda pretty. Led by Julia, Ishii's group arrived at Hershey Town for sightseeing. Ishii looked left and right as if it was her first time in the town. And no, it was. A number of people greeted Julia along the way, and it was clear that she was well loved, despite having done nothing. Well, it's all crystallized by the wisdom and sweat of the people. That said, where have you been for the thousands of years since then, my lord? After that, Julia asked the merchants who traveled to the Ryu trade to inquire about the whereabouts of Ishii many times, all to no avail. Then at one point I wondered if I would never see him again. Julia wasn't quite brave enough to go in person. When the sense of territory was clear and it wasn't really an ally, counting is crossing the line. But I guess it's okay to sneak around even if it's right under Morax's nose. After all, there was nothing wrong with their subjects being so well connected. The problem was that the demon god who sheltered them didn't recognize them. Only Julia knew that the root of it all was that favor from Ishii, the one he shouted when he went. I'm Morax, come me if you don't. The voice rang through the sky. And then this Morax helped Julia out of trouble. Ishii, I heard you were going around saying I was dead. I've been traveling, and after that I left Ritsuki for other places, and only recently returned. So that's how it is. Anyway, it's really good to have you back, Julia said happily, then took Ishii's hand and ran towards her palace. Ishii, you come with me? I have something for you. Well, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Ishii looked at this scene with a smile. Well, it's been a long time since we've met again. The town of Hershey. The palace of Julia. As the palace is low, heavy doors slowly opened. Everyone present was shocked in place by the sight inside. An entire basement was piled high with shiny gold mora, as randomly littered as if they didn't want it. Julia, what are you? Julia confidently came to the center and spun around in a circle, opening her arms to Ishii. Without you there would be no Hashua Town and I today. This is the wealth I've accumulated over the years. Ishii, if you don't mind, take it all. The words fell the whole room into silence. The crowd looked at the mora here, thinking that the golden house of storage cannot catch up with this place. Well, kind words are appreciated. And besides, I don't have room for too many. Ishii isn't short of mora right now. The income from the forest house as well as Lady's inheritance is enough for me to dash around for a few hundred years. Then if you are short of Mora in the future, just come to me. Don't be polite. Good. John lay, somewhat regretting not having dealt well with the demon god of salt. Yi Shi, well, Ungung is it? Hulia, why does it feel like it's cold behind me? I think it's because the basement is too cold. Ishi, by the look on Yi Shi's face, it's no surprise that tonight will be another night of living in the crotch. Chapter 165, Getting Along. Teyvat, Sky Island. Above that supreme high sky, there exists that one city in the sky. High white color is dominant and large stone pillars make up this beautiful island. The straight road ahead spread on, seemingly endless. Elevated buildings on either side of the majestic building cut backward, and so on. Isha didn't know how long she had been walking when the path under her feet finally stopped extending and turned into a gate that stood in the center. Raising his hand to touch the door was instantly swallowed by a dazzling white light, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already in that sky island. How are you doing? Ishi extended her hand to an extraordinary woman sitting on her knees in the center of the sightseeing and asked her. There were countless threads of unidentified material attached to her body around her body, and the threads ended straight into the depths of the Teyvat earth. It's you. The woman raised her head slightly to look at the visitor, a darkness in her eyes. Even her tone was so weak. My name is Ishi, a loose cannon. MS. Tenri, right? The woman looked at Ishi's outstretched hand for a long moment, then dropped her head down and shook her head gently. A mere man who will die. If you are here to overthrow me, do it and replace me. Instead of answering, Ishi observed these threads on Tenri's body. She wasn't using Teyvat's energy to keep herself alive, and was doing just the opposite. Sure enough, if Tenri dies, the unattended Teyvat will be destroyed along with him. What about the four consuls? Why don't they come to stop me when I'm running amok in Teyvat? This time, they lost their original power. Who do you think it was for? Thinking for a moment, Ishi leaned down and flicked Tenri's chin up. You didn't want to die or have Teyvat destroyed, did you? So what? Isn't this all because of you? It's true that you didn't hand over the position of heavenly reason to the abyss, but what exactly do you want to do? What exactly are you dissatisfied with? I just want an answer. Tell me. Tenri's almost hissing voice questioned to Ishi, who sighed and crouched down in front of her and spoke. I am not him. Now, give me all your remaining power and I will free you. Smiling to himself at the words, Tenri turned his head and grunted coldly. Ha, you think I'm going to believe you? You liar. Even if I die, you will. I would? Ha 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 ha. Tenri slowly stood up with his hand over his forehead and laughed maniacally, followed by the formation of several squares of dark red matter around him, and then Tenri's pupils gradually regained their light. Ishi just watched this quietly and did nothing. Give you power? I didn't expect you to be able to say something like that. On what grounds? Ishi smiled as her eyes met with the gradually angry Tenri, then stepped forward and offered her his hand. Seeing this, Tenri looked like he had dropped offline and was unresponsive for a moment. Then he waved his hand and controlled the dark red matter cube to slam it towards Ishi. Not far from the sky an amazing explosion rang out. The cubes all brushed against Ishi without harming the slightest bit. On what grounds? On what grounds did you think I would give you the last of my power? You bastard! What kind of face do you have to come and see me? Tenri grabbed the collar of Ishi's shirt and asked him excitedly, but he was not expecting to be suddenly embraced by Ishi, with those familiar and warm big hands caressing his head. You, let go. Breaking free was easy for you. Now, stop it. The voice of the woman in Ishi's arms gradually became smaller, and the hands that had been pounding him slowly dropped. These, really the last of them. The words fell in front of Tianli's body. Its own energy continued to converge, and eventually entered Ishi's body. Satisfied now? What are you going to do? Get to the top? Because of the disappearance of the power, the divinity that was originally interspersed with the voice of the divine principle also disappeared. At the moment she sounded like a sulking girl. You'll see later. Only to see Ishi pull out the black gold gourd and fuse the power of Tenri with it, and a crimson glow lingered on the black and gold body of the black gold gourd. Ishi felt the energy in it, then connected it to those threads behind Tenri. You gained incredible power. Tianli silently watched the scene while being shocked by the power contained in that gourd in Ishi's hand. Ishi once again placed her hand on the head of the white-haired woman beside her, and her gentle voice rang out. Come with me. There's nothing to worry about here for now. Aha! Lazuki, forest house. Isha, where are you going? Tenri? Ishi panicked for a moment. The words fell. The two immortal spirits of the forest house instantly flashed to the two sides of Ishi, behind the three pairs of holy feather wings fully open and ready to go at any time, ready to let go. She'll be a member of the forest house from now on, so get along. Chapter 166. In Azuma, forest house. The overall system in the forest house was rather depressing. Ishi was close to Ishi's side, and the two cute little immortal spirits were eyeing the woman intently. Tenri's aura was undiminished despite losing nearly all of his power, and it was an invisible oppression. Ishii was, as usual, treating everyone equally. This one you should all recognize, Miss Tenri who lives on Sky Island. Ishii nodded stiffly as Ishii introduced the few people present, and the holy angel wings behind Columbia and Alicia remained unretracted. Looking at her with milky ferocity, Tenri surveyed the people in the room. All of them were familiar, especially the fluorescent one leaning against the wall. Do you, have anything you want to ask? Tenri asked to Fluorescence, only to see Fluorescence suddenly have her light wings fully open and give a dismissive smile. No, Ishii told me all about it. Well, have fun with your new friends. Isha leaned over to pet the two little ones on the head, and Columbia and Alicia looked at each other, and together they restored their feathers, reframing them into little wings on their heads. Hello, I'm Yi Shi, and my current identity is Ishii's daughter-in-law. Yi Shi greeted Tenli, and Columbia followed. Same, Alicia. At those words Tianli's expression seemed to have a slight change as he responded faintly. Greetings, once the throne of the sky. Not really. When the words fell several people looked at Ishii together. Their eyes seemed to say you took over the Tianli position? Currently Sky Island is unoccupied. It's just being maintained by my power and hers. And hard to say, she's still Tenri. Lum seemed to hear something and could feel it. This Tenri-sama doesn't seem to have much power left. Anyway, you cannot be referred to as Tenri on Earth. Do you have a name? Ishii asked to Tenri, but Tenri shook his head. I don't want to use the same codename I once had. In which case you can just get one for me. Names. Ishii then this chin thinking up. Tianli temperament honorable, and the king's presence. I'll call you Tiny then. At that Tenli froze and turned his head around to open his mouth. Tian Yu? It's okay. No, it's little. Tian Yu. You're welcome in the forest house then. Let me take you to your room first. Ishii happily held Tian Yu's hand to interrupt Ishii's words, then pulled Tian Yu up to the third floor of the forest house. Seeing the situation Ishii helplessly smiled. Tian Yu on Tian Yu it, although less than I started the slightest, but you like it then good. Ishii, Mr. Zhongli seems to have something for you. Go and take a look. At this time, the kind and lovely and simple Fluorescent sister came together in front of Ishii and said, every move was so innocent. In that case, I'll go check it out first then. You guys remember to get along with Tian Yu. Well, we'll definitely take good care of her. After Ishii left, Lum's face gradually darkened and he walked towards Tian Yu's bedroom with a bad smile on his face. Li Yu, the Hall of the Living Dead. Ishii pushed the door and went straight to Zhongli who was calmly drinking tea at the table, then a dashing turn to take the tea in his hand and sip it lightly. I heard that you were looking for me. Zhongli was puzzled for a moment or two, thinking could this be Ishii's new way of appearing, directly countering the guest? Well, it's his style. In the meantime, wait. On the streets of Luna, Lum spread her light wings and was pushing a poor woman locked in a motorized wheelchair by a seatbelt close to the ground. Tian Yu's slightly frightened face was clearly uncomfortable, being led through the crowd by the unusually excited Fluorescent sister. People have lamented that young people nowadays play differently. How about it? Isn't Ishii's car exciting? I don't normally push it. After stopping, Fluorescence thrust up her back in triumph. Tian Yu took a few deep breaths to calm down and looked at Lum with a sly grudge. You definitely did that on purpose, didn't you? What are you talking about? We're all friends here. Now sit back and I'll show you around a few more times before we go back. Slow down. There's no way that Tenli would be affected by this speed, but normally you might be able to fly by yourself faster than that, but not if you're tied up and restricted in your freedom, like in a roller coaster jumper or something. If it wasn't for the overly sturdy seatbelt on Ishii's motorized wheelchair, Tian Yu would have jumped out of the car and run. Lazuki, forest house. Ishii casually sat down for a cup of tea and returned to the forest house, then looked inside and froze in place. At this moment, Tenri was sitting on the sofa with a puffed-up face, and aside from him, floor was full of apologies. To make amends took out the pink-wrapped health supplement that Ishii had given herself. I'm sorry, it's made by Ishii herself. Don't be angry, okay? Only to see Tian Yu glanced at it. Then under the shocked gaze of Ishii, filled with resentment, he settled all the several pills in the pink healthcare product, not leaving you with anything at all. Seeing this amnesia is silly. That pill efficacy is, you'll die if you eat like this, right? She didn't bother to stop Floor because she didn't trust Tenri, and the best solution, become one of your own. Chapter 167, One Breath. Early in the morning, a sliver of sunlight filtered through the room's screened windows, and the unclothed girl on the bed was exhausted. Isha broke up the little red squares on her wrists and sat on her bed with some skepticism, pondering philosophy. After that, how should I face Tian Yu? Will she feel aggrieved to be here and run back to that uninhabited island to be alone and self-absorbed? No, in this case, it's as if the soul is missing without that. Come on then, And with that, Ishii disappeared into thin air. Liu, Kunyu Pavilion, Condensed Light Office. Ishii? Early in the morning condensed light will be ready for today's everything. At this time is sitting in his seat end of a golden smoking gun while planning. Suddenly Ishii appeared silently and stood on the desk in front of Nimbus and looked at her coldly. Although Ningguang was startled by Ishii but did not show anything, raising his hands and feet to conceal the calmness of Yu Tianquan. Well, it seems that Mr. Last night was another cloud and rain. And at this moment, he came to me to condense the light. Could it be that he wants to continue to perform the deeds of men and women? Nimbus turned his head and flirted, while Ishii didn't say anything and slowly crouched down to level up Nimbus. Looking at Ishii's forward probing body as well as his outstretched hand Ning Su's heart slowed down by half a beat. So he returned. Can it wait until I go to move first? Before Ningguang could finish, Ishii snatched the smoking gun from Ningguang's hand and disappeared. Ningguang froze for a moment, shook an empty jade hand, and smiled self-deprecatingly. I am a mortal, but I am only 100 years old. How can the Liu Tianquan star lack men? The pursuit of people can be lined up all the way to the light policy Zhuang. Ridiculous. But because of that chance, after experiencing it for myself, my eyesight was actually raised to a new level. What is love in this world? I don't need to. The emperor has passed away, and I, Ningguang, am the world of Liyue. The word power has not changed in the beginning, but it doesn't mean that ambition is wiped out. When a mortal achieves immortality, his life expectancy is still 1,000 years and his youth lasts forever. This path of condensation is no longer viable. And what if one's offspring possessed a bloodline at the level of a god? Forest house, sky feather room. Ishii leaned against the window, skimming her head as she watched the street bustle. A mouthful of cloudy mist was slowly exhaled, and his face was melancholic. The golden smoking gun in his hand was rotating at his fingertips, and at this moment, a thought in Ishii's mind couldn't stop spilling out. What the hell is this in the hand? Suddenly beside the light green fluorescent light emerges, and constantly close together convergence into a brow and eyes with love-body gorgeous woman. Ishii. Ishii tenderly embraced Ishii from in front of him, taking the smoking gun in his hand and passing and throwing it aside. Ishii looked up at Ishii, whose brows were furrowed in a slightly mulish manner, and spoke softly. Ishii, are you sad? Sad. Quite sad. That breath felt smothered in his chest, dying to go down. Why on earth did Nimbus like this? It's just for atmosphere. But what the hell did you put in it? Glass, just tell me if it's refreshing or not. Ishii hung his head some, then gently pressed it against Ishii's chest. She, is someone very important to you, isn't she? Smiling Ishii placed her hand on Ishii's gentle white hair and stroked it. I recall very little about her, only vaguely. She seems to be my sister again, which is why I suddenly wanted to visit her. The words fell. Ishii's entire body froze in place, twisting her head to look at Tianyu, who was slightly red in the bed and breathing evenly, and immediately turned her head back. I can't look at it or think about it. If I had known, I should have stopped the fluorescence. Who would have thought of that? If it was Ishii's sister, how could she not be trusted? But now things were turning a bit strange. Hold. Ishii just opened his little mouth when Ishii stopped it with one finger and shook his head with a smile. No more of that kind of talk. Besides, the most important thing right now is you. Aha. Ishii's heart was pounding. Then she closed her eyes and lifted her head slightly with her small mouth slightly open. How could this moving scene go cold? Ishii cupped Ishii's face and leaned in for a kiss. Ahem. Unexpectedly, the breath that Ishii had just inhaled suddenly smoothed out as soon as she bent over, and Ishii was again mouth to mouth with Ishii, only to see Ishii was shocked. His face instantly changed to the same frown as Ishii slightly sang. It was as if he knew why Ishii was wearing an expression that looked so sad. Bad woman. Tenli, how did she? No. What happened to you? It was just then that Columbia pushed open the door and asked Ishii before seeing how sad she seemed to be. Hey, what are you doing? Ishii saw Columbia like a savior, and without saying a word ran over and picked her up and pressed his mouth on her. Ahem. Much better. Thank you, Columbia. Columbia immediately sensed that something was wrong, covered her mouth and ran away, and when she turned back, she didn't forget to slap Ishii's face with her little wings. Meanwhile, the first floor of the forest house, Alicia was humming a light song as she prepared to start the day's business when she turned her head to see Columbine running towards her. Good morning, Columbia. Coming. Chapter 168, Ishii's Day. Afternoon. Forest house. Second floor. La 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 dash. Ishii rested his chin on the table, humming a song while swaying his head from side to side quite leisurely. Ishii is also really said together to create a small baby. It only 2 days and 1 night to find an excuse to leave. Let him come from another place does not come. In a short while, it will be time for maternity leave, and then I'll have to let Ishii take care of me every inch of the way. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, she put her hand over her stomach and giggled with a happy face. Tian Yu, who was sitting beside Yishi, was somewhat skeptical of Tian Li Sheng as he drank forest tea, one cup after another. The one who has been in charge of the world tree is such a playful. Is she such a simple girl? But I think she left a small one before she left, and that one looks much more reliable for the future. Suddenly Tian Yu shivered with a jolt. Turning his head, he saw Yishi's eyes lighting up and looking at himself with a smile on his face. Tian Yu pretended to continue drinking tea as if nothing had happened, not changing his face and not admitting it, forgetting that she can read my heart now that her power is gone. But it seemed to have recovered a little bit after taking the pink pill given by that yellow girl and the cup of sweet milk. It's the side effects that are a little let down. Happy. Plus that night, he forced Ishi to imbue himself with energy for the night, and absorbed it to become even stronger. I just don't know if that outside traveler has any left over. Yishi, who overheard this, froze. You don't have anything against Ishi, do you? She was going to steal Ishi from herself. Humph, that's not going to happen. Letting you have one night is already the biggest mercy. And you're still addicted? You can't, or at least shouldn't, and if you should, it's not your turn. Then it reads that Tian Yu is thinking in a whisper, if you really don't have it, either pretend to eat it the hard way, and no one else can tell anyway. After all, it had been a long time since he and Ishi had seen each other, and he just didn't get the distance right when they saw each other again. It's the first time I've been this intimate with him. Yishi's song came to an abrupt end. You call this not grasping the distance? It's definitely a long time planning to go with the flow, right? You but the slightest idea of resistance will choose to let Ishi help you heal, when we cannot see it. As a result, you used your last power to rigidly seal off your entire retreat. Ishi is too hard. They all want to steal Ishi from themselves. Luckily I did it early. As long as I, Yishi, am here, you will be concubines for the rest of your lives. And on the small couch, Columbia was sleeping soundly, so the attention of the bored Yishi shifted to her. If Ishi is not there, go molest Columbia. Quietly getting up with a smile on her face, she groped her way towards Columbia before being stopped by an invisible barrier. Columbine, defending you, bad woman. You want to disturb my sleep? I can't even hear you screaming with this barrier. Seeing the situation, Yishi beeped and inserted his waist to look at the sleeping, gradually unrestrained Columbia. You put it at night even if. What do you put in the daytime, Yishi looked at the small wings coming alive on Columbia's head full of resentment. Then his mouth smiled. Only Yishi's figure was seen to gradually dissipate as light, while at the same time converging within the anti-bad woman barrier constructed by Columbine. Don't forget whose territory this is. Finally Yishi stretched out her slender jade hand and exerted her strength on Columbia's defenseless little wings. A hard flick. Oops, did Columbia have another nightmare? No worries. Columbia turned her head with incomparable grudge to look at Yishi, who was hugging herself like a coaxed child, and took a deep breath. Bad woman, I'll fight you. Egu. As the words fell, Columbia fiercely got up and tried to open her angel wings to frantically fan Yishi, but she forgot that the barrier was left open and crashed headlong into it. Bumping hurts, isn't it? How careless. Here, let me rub you. Yishi held Columbia in his arms and blew on the bumped area, then stroked it with extremely gentle movements. Poof. Columbia huffed and snuggled amongst Yishi's two balls of confidence. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Raising his hand, he slapped the ball in front of his face, followed by his own head rippling and undulating with it, getting even more pissed off. Aha! Columbine drew back to make a quick tap-up with a cat fist. Big is big. Put. Hearing this, little voice brother Lumbia and Yishi looked at the same time. Tianyu looked at this scene, did not hold back a small laugh out. Seeing the situation, Columbia mouth hanging up the corner of a dangerous and charming smile. But the year of the throne war, you're very imposing it. The holy light transformed into 6 white feathered wings, and Columbia descended in front of Tianyu like an angel. You, what are you going to do? At this point, Tianyu couldn't laugh anymore. His expression tinged with a hint of horror. Back then, quite a few of her clan members were being themselves. Columbia retracts back into Yishi's arms after giving Skyfeather's confidence a hard slap, her wings retracting as she stomps on her tits to adjust her posture. Get comfortable and go to sleep. Oh, actually, it's chapter 169, The Night of Roses. Mund, Wind Statue Square. The gentle wind, blowing through the tips of the hair, remembering the past, sitting in the hands of the wind god statue, overlooking the hustle and bustle of the earth. It's been a while since I've been to Mundo, and it's still a soothing place to be when you want to clear your head. Ishi dash. Looking down, it turned out to be the cute and sweet Noelle, who was waving at herself with a happy face. Ishie waved her hand in response, and then tumbled down from the wind god statue's hand with one hand. Elder, be careful. Wait, let. Seeing this, Noelle threw the apple she was carrying in her hand and rushed to the bottom of Ishi and opened her arms to try and catch him. Thus, Ishii landed so firmly in the middle of Noelle's sweet princess hug. Elder, how are you? Noelle bowed her head slightly in a tone full of concern and could feel the sweet breath she exhaled. Pedestrians came and went around the two of them, without exception passing by with a meaningful glance at Ishii in the girl's arms. First, put me down. Ishii messed up for a moment or two and spoke silently. Okay senpai. Ishii's feet finally landed on the ground, and before she had time to greet them, she saw two knights running in hot pursuit. Captain Noelle. Only the two knights hurriedly picked up the spilled apples one by one, refilled them and returned them to Noelle. Hard work. You guys go down first. Inform the others that if there is no important matter, don't come to disturb. Who's talking? Ishii looked around for a moment. Strange, it seems like there is no one else either. And from whom did this cold voice come? Captain. At the words Ishii stiffened and looked at Noelle. That smile she had faced herself with was still so moving. Doubtful for a moment or two, Ishii opened her mouth to ask, Noelle, are you a knight captain now? Noelle was seen showing Ishii displaying the badge that symbolized the Knights of the West Wind, with a few roses on it, and then giving a skirt-lifting salute. Knights of the West Wind Order, Rose, Knight, meet Honorable Knight Senior. Well, congratulations. Ishii was still a bit in disbelief. Why in just a few months' world Noelle could be promoted directly to captain? Even Yura is still a junior captain. The Knight of the Rose sounds like a good fit for Noelle at first glance, but roses have thorny thorns that are both dangerous and fascinating, so the naive and innocent Noelle holds that title. Senpai, as a token of appreciation, Noelle will treat you to dinner. Noelle's words and actions were still so familiar, and Ishii thought to herself that it looked like the way she had been taught before had worked. It just worked too well and nodded in agreement. Good. Mond, Deer Hunter's Restaurant. Elder, just order whatever you want. The Knight Captain's salary is enough. There's no need to worry about anything for me. Ishii flipped through the menu handed to her by Noelle page by page. The last time she served me, she was still a trainee maid knight. I didn't actually do anything. That would be the situation remembered as if Noelle was told to stop caring about the exams and to stay at home every day and not see anyone who came. Even if it was commissioned by the head of the Qin himself, as long as the remuneration was not equal, it was always refused. And then tomorrow I'm going to church for a little while to pray at regular intervals, or something like that. Elder, those books you gave me have taught me a lot, and now, I am no longer that maiden knight who was at the mercy of others. Noelle stood respectfully beside Ishii as she had before, but what Ishii didn't know was that Noelle hadn't been like this in a long time, and the deference had never come from anyone else. It's gratifying to see you grow. Ishii didn't know if this was right or wrong, and Noelle's original life trajectory changed because of herself. For some reason, it felt a little weird in my mind. Why do you feel a little sorry for what is clearly a happy event? Elder, you try this Mond roast. This store's is the best. Good. Noelle, don't just give me food. You eat too. You'll have energy when you're full. Well, it's true. It's only when you're full that you have the strength. Suddenly Ishii's afterglow noticed a flash of red light and jerked his head around, only to see Noelle's face that couldn't have been more adorable. An illusion? Elder, there's something I want to show you. Can you come to my house later? After the wine had been consumed, Noelle got up and extended an invitation to Ishii in an unmistakably normal manner. Thinking about it, Ishii was kinda curious about what Noelle had in store for herself, so she balked. Sure, let's go, please. Mond, Noelle's bedroom. It seems like nothing Ishii stood looking around inside the maiden's cozy and tidy boudoir, when she heard the door of the room snapped shut, and Noelle smiled as she slowly approached Ishii. The one you want to ask senpai to see is right here. Noelle, you undressed to do. It's all senpai's fault raising people like this and disappearing for so long. Now, you can't get away with it. Chapter 170, The Will of the Rosy Red Flame. Early in the morning, Ishii sat on her bed with some skepticism. Forget it, don't doubt it, get used to it. Thinking about it, Ishii pulled herself together and greeted the brand new sunrise, turning back to Noelle's pathetic look. Had the punishment gone too far? This little girl is also really presuming to face me directly with her mortal body for nothing? I don't know what the hell. At that moment Noelle, who was lying on the bed, moved her fingers, and Ishii instantly felt that something would happen. Noelle, how are you? Noticing Noelle's movement, Ishii rushed forward to check. The slap marks on the circle behind her didn't seem to have faded. Ishii had a scalpel ready in her hand to save Noelle from whatever happened to her body. Rose? The words spat out by Noelle grew clearer, and Ishii was a little confused. The rose hairpiece in her hair was clearly in good shape. Suddenly a fiery energy surged from Noelle's body, and with it Noelle slowly rose to face Ishii. A fiery red gleam flashed in his eyes as he opened them. The fiery will to be a red rose will never allow me to fall on this. As the words fell, even more passionate energy poured out, like it wanted to engulf Ishii. Noelle, you, this is. An incomparably sunny red glow lit up in the center of the breath, and when Ishii fixed her eyes on it, it was actually a fire god's eye. Senpai. Noelle laid that god's eye in the palm of her hand. Raising her hand, the god's eye emitted light and a barrier made of flames wrapped around Ishii. Don't move, or you'll get hurt. Watching this scene, Ishii's entire body froze in place. Although awakening the second god's eye is a good thing, but can you use it for something serious? Kabara Manba awakened the eye of the god of thunder in the nick of time in order to touch the corner of the gods with his mortal body to resist the sword of the unthinkable. You are the one in jeopardy to carry out the will of the rose just to conquer a man. God of fire, what do you really think? Vulcan, ah, what fiery determination. What a feverish scene. What a surge. Girl, take my power on. Pinning him down hard. Memories of the past. I'll see you later for tea. You can't get past this without an eye of God. Vulcan, want something from me? Convince me. Whatever the case may be. Ishii, you wait. Noelle, I know you're a simple and kind-hearted girl. There's really no need. Now calm down. Ishii, what scenes have not seen? Inari wife twin life demon god all together to submit in front of their own. But this kind of scene really have not seen. It wasn't fear of Noelle's stinging fire elemental energy. That couldn't hurt Ishii. Rather, he was struck by the fact that Noelle's will, which was comparable to that of a god at that moment, could cause one to forget to resist. Oh, Senpai has to say such things even at this time? Then Noelle will have to shut you up. Ugh no. Noelle wah. Well, with that, Noelle herself rendered Ishii speechless, while the barrier morphed into a rose wrapping the two. A day later, Ishii was still sitting at the end of her bed, a little skeptical. Still not used to it, it seemed. It's okay to lose to Ishii. Why can't you even beat a human? Looking up and around, everything inside the house was instantly burned except for the house, which was supported by the rock elemental and didn't collapse. And that's even with Noelle reined in. Senpai, would you hate Noelle? Noelle snuggled up behind Ishii and reached around him. The moving smile on her face was still so familiar, so gentle. Smiling at his words, Ishii turned around and stroked Noelle's silver white hair. How could I? Noelle is so cute. How could I possibly hate you? Aha! The joy in Noelle's heart seemed to overflow. Then she rubbed her eyes as if she was on the verge of tears, her voice changing to a choked sob. But I'm really sorry, Senpai. It's all because Noelle was impulsive, and Noelle can't marry anymore. Seeing this, Ishii's heart sank and she protected the fragile girl tightly in her arms. It's okay. We'll take responsibility. That's what you said, Senpai. With that, Noelle instantly changed to the gentle face she had just worn, and upon closer inspection the corners of her eyes weren't even moist. Looking at Noelle's face, Ishii wondered for a moment if her pearly appearance just now was an illusion on her part. It was so strange. Mund, the wind-up place. Barbatos, come out. Ishii kicked the big tree where the wind had risen several times in a row, letting the surrounding leaves spill to their heart's content, but there was no sign of the drunkard. Wendy, is that a begging attitude? You're asking me to do something? I'm telling you, I'll kill you today. Noelle, cut down this tree. Yes, sir. With those words, Noelle raised her right hand, and then a huge flame soared over 10 meters long appeared in her hand, paired with the power of the rock element. Each flame transformed into a solid body that turned sharp. The current Noelle had already stepped into the realm of the immortals after forcibly absorbing the power of amnesia, and her various abilities had grown exponentially. Half of Windrise Land was dyed red by the flames on the huge sword in Noelle's hand, as if it was the most beautiful sunset in the sky. Wait, let's talk this out. The two of them looked toward the source of the sound, only to see countless green lights appear out of thin air and eventually take on human form. Ishii took the small weapon from Noelle's hand and then addressed Wendy. Barbatos, I would like to marry Ms. Noelle, please do so. Wendy gulped as she looked at the huge sword that Ishii was about to put on her neck, not moved in the slightest, and then hastily nodded her head. Good, no problem. Witnessing the life event of one's people is also the duty of a god then. It's just that it's even better to have wedding wine. Ha ha. Wendy used her divine power to generate a marriage certificate, which was boldly printed on it. Groom, Ishii. Bride, Noelle. Witness, Barbatos. Chapter 171, the author is sick. Lazuki. Forest House. Hello everyone. I'm the maid that belongs to Senpai alone, the Rose Knight of the Order of the West Wind. So please give me more guidance. Noelle gracefully lifted her skirt in a salute and introduced herself to Ishii and the others. Noelle had applied to the order for a year of marriage practice plus maternity leave, and Jean froze for an afternoon as she looked at the application submitted up by the Rose Knight before finally choosing to approve it, because she knows that it's not an application but a notice. Jean turned her head to the sky, her gaze filled with confusion, her thoughts seeming to go to the clouds through the sky. The Rose Knight hadn't met Ishii a few times in total, so why was it so dry? With the disappearance of the one who was once Noelle, the order had significantly more work to do, and jobs that used to be quickly finished by Noelle alone now required the dispatch of 2 or 3 nights. Why on earth did Noelle, It's not a change of heart. Why does it feel like he's suddenly grown up? It would have been nice to see Noel's transformed Jin, being able to become protective. And so it really was like what Ishii said, that she was exempted from the examination and directly allowed to join the West Wind Knights. Then every day to catch up with the honorable Knight Ishii efforts. Night and day. Within a month to create all kinds of merits, promoted to become a small captain. Just a short while ago, Noel challenged to complete the trial of the North Wind Wolf King alone, and became the youngest knight captain in one fell swoop. The head of the Qin personally issued the title of Rose Knight for her, and having such an achievement in her teens would have been a bright future. But the head Qin understood that at some point, Noel's heart was not in the order, and often sent his own men to inquire about Ishii. Noel, she really changed. Jean said this to her best friend Lisa, who smiled wanly at this. Wouldn't it be nice to go after your own goals? After learning that Ishii had finally returned to Ryuki from Inazuma, Noel began to plot something. This time, you have to be taken down yet. You're responsible for making me like this. It turns out to be a surprise to find that Ishii has appeared alone in Mond. All plans are nullified. Strike now. Let's trick our way into the room first. And Noel's home in Mond had collapsed because of the boom. And there was little heartache. The valuables were all in the God's eye space. And most importantly, it was safe to marry into Ishii's. Well, welcome to the Forest House family. Ishii extended his hand to Noel, who had innocence written all over her face, and wondered if she should minimize Ishii's trips in the future. If you let Ishii cheat back to the girl, Forest House will not be able to leave the tidiness of the Forest House to me from now on. I can do anything. Noel's healing smile instantly exchanged favor with all of them, and only Ishii understood. There's something scary about this kid. Well, then help Alicia on the first floor. Okay. Evening, Forest House. Noel's room. There is sort of an unwritten rule in the Forest House that you can have him all to yourself for a whole night. One time only, by virtue of your marriage license with Ishii. Ishii. Noel pressed her body against Ishii's back, her slender jade fingers fumbling over Ishii's body. Aha! Ishii suddenly realized that her wrists were locked by the rock elemental, and then she saw Noel come to her. Tonight, let Noel serve you yet. 6 Special, Blue Star, home of an unknown author. Oops. On the 6th floor, in the upper bunk of a dormitory, a man who was unbelievably handsome and appeared to be weak was sighing. I really don't have the brain to think about what to write today, but I don't want to break the streak record, so a special post it is. It's good to have medicine and water and someone to bring food to. It's just not very good. The medication was not right, the water was not hot, and the meal delivered was normal. Weakly, he picked up the thermometer and saw that it was less than 42 degrees, so he should be fine. Mentally, he was in a trance, with 2 black eyes, as if he would cross over to Teyvat and become a fortune teller in the next second, then marry the most beautiful brides. Guys, from now on, the king does not go to court in the morning, and lives without shame with the girls, or it's crossing into the Star Dome Railroad and becoming that dashing star god of karma, and then it should be the same, forced to accept all sorts of sisters and only be pedantic for the rest of his life. As for now, didn't go to the hospital. Ishii wasn't sure what she should do, but at times like this, oops is right. Oops oops finished, took out my cell phone and opened the writer's back office to see the data. Earning a few 100 million more, and hundreds of people swiping my great god certification one after another. Life, it's just so boring. I opened the messages sent by my dear readers to take a look at them, and nodded one after another as I browsed through them. It's all childish. How can you watch this kind of stuff? Amnesia Rage saved it for evidence and then exited this interface, clicking on it in passing, skimming his head to look out the window at the black blue sky. This passage alone poses a reading comprehension that could write hundreds of words of appreciation. The sky is clearly blue. Why do you purposely add an extra sentence of black? In fact, through contradictory retelling to reflect the author at this time. The train ticket is for tomorrow, and it's still a night before I get home. Why am I sick? I shouldn't be. Is it some kind of virus? Obviously there's a lot to do and it really delays things. It's actually fine, but I can't think about it when I want to. Heads don't roll, don't go anywhere. Depressing feeling, confused, watching the clock tick by. A long time has passed, I think, less than half an hour. How long did I sleep again? Not long. Why doesn't the heavenly road eat meat? And why doesn't that acupuncture flow? I'm going to do something. I don't want to do something, and it feels as if there's nothing else to do. The body was sweating and seemed to be relaxing. But what was the deal with such a strong wind blowing beside me? It's cold. Where am I? Am I out yet? The light that flooded before my eyes as bright as day was so blinding. What had passed? Why are those inanimate ones circling around, and how does it feel all messed up when the consciousness relaxes a little? Fushun, very smooth, fall apart, undo, read the file. But why didn't time go back? A horse has gone flat already. What is that? What a novelty. Blue, white, yellow, and red. The little people who make it up are following me around, following me everywhere I go. Turned vicious. One look past it and back again. Miss, read it. What hurts so much on your feet? There's a piece missing. Just wash it. Definitely. That's all fine. Until they dissipate. No problem. End it. Towards the stars and the abyss. One last thought. Stayed above the sprawl. The wind crosses before your eyes. Sleep, sleep, and you'll know nothing. Chapter 172. Inazuma, Kamisato Yashiki, Ayaka room. At this moment, Yishi's consciousness was merging into the roots of the world to track down Ishi, who had gone out to make waves again. No, I have to keep an eye on him, or the forest house will have to be expanded again. Oh, so it's Ayaka Kamisato I'm looking for. I thought it was the twin sisters. For Kamisato Ayaka Yishi was more at ease. Firstly, she was a human, and secondly, they were more like a pure male and female relationship. Ishi thought the same thing, how important such friends were when traveling the world. A rare and refreshing moment of clarity. Sure? You're here. Ayaka woke up with sleepy eyes, more or less accustomed to the occasional inexplicable appearance of Ishi in her room, calmly drinking tea. Foster raw. Then he saw Ishi take a deep breath from the room, and suddenly Ayaka's face reddened. I'll open the window to get some air. The fresh morning air hit his face, and the events of earlier had formed the perfect story in Ayaka's head. Rumor has it that the great demon King Ishi is a very bad villain who specializes in capturing young and beautiful girls in order to cultivate and use them to suck their life energy. The people were living in misery and suffering until Ayaka, a brave warrior, appeared to end the reign of the great demon King Ishi. She opens the window first to cut off the demon's channel of evil and saves all the poor girls she has captured. However, when Ayaka is about to leave, she falls into the trap of the great demon King Ishi. Demon King Ishi is bad enough to subdue the defenseless guts. In the end, Ayaka the brave and Ishi the demon live happily ever after. Ishi's gaze fell on Ayaka again. What was this girl giggling about after opening the window? Ishi, don't do that. Looking at Ayaka, who was holding up her small face and squirming there, Ishi raised an eyebrow. Ayaka, it's okay. It's funny how adolescent girls have such wild fantasies. If I didn't know Ayaka so well, I would have thought Ayaka was thinking about those things by listening to those voices. How is that possible? Sorry, a little rude. Ayaka came back to her senses, realizing that what was in front of her was just a screened window, and glanced back at Ishi. Phew, shouldn't have done anything rude, right? Ishi, you're back in Inuyasha. Yeah. Suddenly, accompanied by a flash of tears, Raiden and Thunder movie appeared in response, startling Ayaka. Lord General, them? Shin touched the stunned Ayaka's head and spoke affectionately. I'm Raiden. This is my sister Rai movie, and the general is the one in charge of Inuyasha law. Okay. Sister, is it better to take him back before we come back? Smiling at that, Raiden glanced at Ayaka, who was full of shyness, and shook his head. No, Ayaka, now go close the curtains. Okay. After saying that, Raiden took out a black cloth and blindfolded Ishi's eyes. True, what are you doing? I'm so excited to see you. It's been a while. At that moment, countless turquoise fluorescent lights appeared and converged into a Yishi, whose appearance caused the entire room to fall into silence. Thunder and lightning really felt bad. Should have been strong in the one heart pure land. Outside Yishi can perceive it. Ayaka, family members who understand. A few gods are in my bedroom. Chapter 173. Big deal. Kamisato Yashiki, Ayaka's room. Ayaka sat docilely in her chair with an overwhelmed look on her face. Weak, helpless, and overwhelmed. The silence of the painting was out of place for a few people, and they were really good. Must have made a commotion brother has long been aware of. Did not come to see the general lord, reason is obvious. Come on, the Shinri family might actually be gone. Ayaka once again cast a confused look over. Is this a god? So scary. Why are you doing this in my room? Can't figure out the godly adults. Shadow, you come too, Yishi. Do it. No one's getting away. At this time, Ayaka's head was drowsy, and sighed slightly. Today's everything was too unreal. Just pretend it never happened and forget about it. Ayaka had tried not to look at it for as long as she could. Ayaka squirmed twice. Sure enough, it was still so weird. Go find your brother. Inside the room, Ayato sipped cup after cup of tea, the hand holding the cup trembling slightly. Kagari Aya, have been on the dark side for so many years. What have I not seen before? But the scene of the Lord God himself leading a mass brawl had never been seen, not even thought of. No, it must be that we mortals cannot understand the will of the gods. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that Ayaka was there, and there was some concern that she was okay. Brother, are you there? It was a knock on the door of Ayato Kamisato's room, her own sister's voice coming through, and she hurriedly put down her cup of tea to open the door. Ayaka, come in and talk. At the tea table, It turned out to be a pair of siblings drinking tea one cup after another, and seeing that Ayaka looked like she hadn't received a ripple effect, Kamisato Ayato was relieved. I just don't know if it will be a blow to her. Ooh. As a teardrop of words fell from the corner of Ayaka's eye, it turned twitchy and choked, ready to cry out at any moment. Ayaka? Are you okay? Seeing this, Kamisato Ayato's heart stops for a moment, pulls out a handkerchief and supports the shaking Ayaka. Surely a battle between gods is too much of a shock for Ayaka. One step away. At that time, Ishii was only one step away from me, but I wasn't willing to take this form. Ayaka pounded her brother's chest unwillingly, and bean-sized teardrops kept dripping down. Ayato Kamisato had no choice but to reach out and comfort Ayaka's emotions. I'm really envious of Sister Yi and the others, so free to do what they want, and having a long lifespan, not caring about the common sense we care about. Hearing this, Kamisato Aya's heart sank as if this was the most helpless moment of her life. His sister lost her voice in his arms while he could only watch. When it comes down to it, Ayaka won't be persuaded to give it up, so blame the gods who get away with loose ends. Perhaps it was a mistake in itself for the gods to get too close to humans. Even if Ayaka does give up, is it possible to let go? What about after giving up? Finding a strange man you don't know and living out your life? Willingly? Instead of living in pain for the rest of your life, you should let go and be capricious to the core, because no matter what, you're my dearest sister. Ayaka. Aha. Leave it to me after that. Go back and get a good night's sleep first. Big deal. Brother will take care of you for the rest of your life. Ayaka didn't say anything, just buried her head a little deeper. Aha. Chapter 174, Get a License. Inazuma. Kamisato Yashiki. I'd like to ask Kamisato siblings to keep today's incident a secret. Please forgive my stupidity in failing to comprehend the general's intentions. Before Reidenjin left, he left these words to Ayato Kamisato, and Kamisato Ayato beat him to death, stating that he didn't know anything about it, as well as the two lord generals who just came in for a quick look and left. While it's clear there will be no blame, can I still tell you to your face that I know what you guys did? This 9 tribes elimination joke is better left alone. Raiden is really happy about this. He's a smart guy. Would it be a bit too much today? Next time, let's follow the procedure. Yo, long time no see, how have you been? Soon the Ishii couple also walked out with their arms wrapped around each other, and at the sight of this Kamisato Ayato raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth twitching. It would be rude of the Kamisato family to fail to extend hospitality to the two lords here today. That was when Ayato Kamisato realized that Ayaka, who was hiding not far away, was peeking out half her head to observe the place. It's time, or I don't know if the next time will be in my lifetime. There's no need to be polite. There's nothing else to do, so I'll take my leave. Wait a minute, Ishii, can I have a word? Smelling Ishii stopped and rubbed the tip of Yishii's nose beside her. Go back to the forest house and wait for me. I'll be right there. Okay, remember to come back early. I'll cook for you, Ak. Aha. Overhead was a gathering wrinkled spiral thundercloud, surrounded by countless small pieces of meteorites swirling back and forth, thousands of meters up in the air next to a teleportation anchor point on a platform. Ishii and Kamisato Ayato were here in silence with each other. Ayato Kamisato was shocked by the sight around him. Inazuma had a place like this? Rather, it says it's best to find a place where it's easy to talk, but that's a bit too convenient. Others have said that birds can't even fly up here, but Ishii was able to take me there in the blink of an eye. What is it? Ishii thought about the things that the Aya people of Godry had to say like that, so it must be something big. What could it be? Only to see Kamisato Ayato, as if he had made up his mind about something, thrust his sword in his hand towards the ground and bent his knees towards Ishii. So much flashed through Ishii's mind in this instant. Could it be that he was going to pray for me to pull you gods back on track? But the general in charge of Rice Wife housekeeping is that Dala, usually nothing Raiden sisters. The general is usually quite dutiful. You get up and talk first, and as long as you're not proposing marriage to me, anything is fine. Ishii wanted to reach out to help, but Shinli Aya people dead and alive cannot afford to let Ishii some helpless. Then seeing that look in his eyes, Ishii froze. It can't really be that you're here to propose marriage to me? Kamisato Ayato nodded gently, and Ishii was silent for a moment or two, sitting cross-legged in front of Ayato. I've kind of seen your determination, so I guess I'll have to loosen up on this one. Aha, does she know about this? Ayato Kamisato nodded and then shook her head. Well, that's actually not necessary. Whichever immortal spirit you have your eye on, I'll bring her straight over if she's willing. After a short silence, Ayato Kamisato spoke slowly. It's the family sister and you. Ayawa, she can't do anything as spontaneous as the general, and I as a brother can't bear to see her alone for the rest of her life. Or, it is good to keep an heir of yours with her. Kamisato Ayato finished speaking and waited for Ishii's reply. Ishii felt a little surprised. So Ayaka still has this kind of feelings for me, and she really couldn't do what Noelle did. No, it would have been even less dry for Noelle. I'll promise for now. When I have time I'll go with her to find Thunder God to get a license, that's it. If there's nothing else it's here. She is still waiting for me at home. Chapter 175, The Cat. Lazuki, Forest House. Ah, Noel. Any orders, my lord? On the sofa, silently drinking tea, Ishii slightly spoke. He was a little puzzled by how Noel had rubbed the reflections on a coffee table that was clearly made of plant canes. Even if the floor was glass or something, it's clean enough. Come sit down and have a cup of tea and rest for a while. Okay. Noel stopped what she was doing and came to sit beside Ishii and took his tea and drank it. Ishii leaned over and surveyed the coffee table in front of him that looked like a mirror. His own handsome face reflected in the tabletop. The reflection then showed more of Noel's small face. Ishii, still satisfied? Noel pressed her face against Ishii's. A soft, fragrant sensation. Noel is awesome. Ishii reached up and stroked Noel's short silver hair. Nice. Noel was no longer wearing those useless armor and gauntlets. At this time she was wearing a standard maid outfit, or Ishii's personal design. Noel, it's broad daylight. Yikes. Looks like master needs help. It's a maid's duty. Well, Ishii on the swing reading a book line of sight to Ishii sighed. This little girl is quite good. In the end, where to learn? Ishii silently watched the live broadcast. This girl is quite a bit stronger than I thought. That maid is really clingy. I'm going back to you. Suddenly there was a fluttering sound from the doorway, and Tianyu stumbled and almost didn't fall, but it was good to have the power to fly. Welcome home. Well, you guys are busy. The floor was a little too brightly polished and slippery, so Tianyu carefully walked over to sit down next to Ishii's head and ate a snack, not caring in the slightest what the two men beside him were doing. After all, Tianyu had just come back from a havoc. Most of the regulars at the forest house are fairy spirits, who more or less have a love-hate relationship with Tenri. As soon as he sensed Tenri's breath the wings opened and he came. When Tianyu was sleeping on Ishii's lap, as soon as I opened my eyes, I let the siege in. Then after some understanding, Tianyu was lifted up by a group of enthusiastic immortal spirits and invited to have tea, then played until now to come back. Phew, did the immortal spirit clan turn out to be so enthusiastic? Tianyu sat paralyzed on the couch in the exact same position as Ishii. The two looked at each other, smiled at each other, and continued to enjoy life. Noelle was the only one working hard in doing her duty on Ishii. Columbine? When Tianyu reopened his eyes, he saw Columbia standing in front of him with a smile. Before she had time to be puzzled, she had her head stretched out and flung with her little wings, and then she walked into Ishii's arms as fast as she could. Tianyu puzzled 1 or 2, did not think too much to continue to close his eyes to rest his mind. Soon the same delicate feeling came. A open eyes Columbia, no shadow. With a little thought, ambush your skills ahead of time and close your eyes and wait. Then Columbia switched to harassing from behind the couch. Happily, in the past 2 days, when Columbia saw Tinley, she was like a cat seeing a dog. She had to go up and tease him twice. For this reason the sleep is not taken, and the joy is as if it were born in the blood. Ishii and Tianyu were helpless at this, and Tianyu was now without much power. But I think even in her heyday, Columbia would have dared to come and molest. She just would have gotten caught. Anyway, there's Ishii, not scared. Chapter 176, The Kiss. In Azuma, inside of General Raiden, a heart of purity. Here, is this the world that Shogun-sama created? Kamisato Ayaka was sitting within the One Heart Pure Land, looking around at the place. Being in the One Heart Pure Land, Ayaka could deeply feel how small she was in front of the gods. Relax, we're just here to get a marriage license. A pair of large hands were placed on Ayaka's head, from the person she had been pining for. Ayaka was stunned at first, but when she thought about how Aishia seemed to have a bunch of marriage licenses, she relaxed a lot. Well, but the Lord General doesn't seem to be back yet? I'll wait with you. Aha! Ayaka rested her hand gently on Ishii's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder, closing her eyes to enjoy the tranquility of the moment. Yeah, Shadow said he felt someone here. Are we disturbing you? At that moment, Raidenjin and Thunder Movie suddenly appeared next to the two of them, and Ishii could feel Ayaka's body turn unnatural and tense up. No, you guys came just in time. Ishii got up and stretched, and then Raidenjin jumped into his arms. Hate it, officer, you're so bad, you still have to bring us along. Watching this scene Ayawa pouted, snatching a man in front of her and not daring to resist, feeling sour, as well as the fact that Raijin-sama has such a side too. Yishi, just get used to it. Now I should have a headache with the forest house expansion. I'm not here to do that today. I'm planning to consummate my marriage with Ayaka, so I've come to you for your convenience. Hearing the words consummate marriage, Raidenjin was silent for a moment or two, turning his head to look at Ayaka. And I ask the Lord General's favor. Ayaka was sitting with her hands to the ground where she placed them in a salute. Raidenjin looked at Ayaka and then at Ishii. The heart felt a little bad. Even this little girl is going to have a name here in Ishii? There is some resentment. and resentment that he is less famous than his own subordinates. Thinking about it, the moving red lips slightly pursed, hooked the neck of Ishii, looked at him deeply. Ishii, the marriage license is fine, but before that, will you kiss me? The little goblin was so abrasive it made Ishii's heart skip a beat. And what was with the request? Well, come to think of it, it seems like it, all the time doing other things with Raidenjin. Never, ever kissed her once to the point where she still had her first kiss. This was also the first time Raidenjin had taken the initiative to ask for a kiss, and in Inuyasha, the first kiss was relatively more meaningful and precious. At this moment, Ishii could vaguely receive that the girl seemed to have made up her mind about something. Looking at Lei Dianjin closed his eyes, his face flushed with affection. Ishii's heart followed the tugging a little, unconsciously bowed his head. Yi Shi, bad. Ishii's heart has been seduced by this vixen. Ayaka, bad. Shogun-sama is trying to cut me off. Ayaka, it's not so bad. It's a good thing there's no rule that you can only have one wife, or else you'd even have the idea of facing the thoughtless with a knife. Yi Shi, it's not so bad. Good thing I'm the main palace. Came early but Ishii's heart really can't be hooked for you. Or what's the face of my god of wisdom? Man Yi, you can try. You can be saved anyway. I have a friend's god's eye here. Why don't you see if you can activate it by the way? On the sidelines, Ayaka and Lei Movie watched as Raidenjin was kissed until his body went limp and still refused to let go. Glancing at each other, Shadow didn't understand what Ayaka's eyes meant, and used his witty little brain to think about it. Pull out a bunch of tricolored gnocchi to eat while you watch. Ishii, can I sign it first? True fell into Ishii's arms and then used his divine power to generate a marriage contract, which Ishii took a look at. Groom, remembering the past. Bride, Raidenjin. Witness, General Thunderbolt. Ishii smiled gently and pressed her handprint on it. Sister, get me one too. Movie said so after coming forward to take a look or two, and Raiden really rubbed her head. This certificate is a representation of marrying Ishii. Have you thought about it, sister? There's nothing to think about. I'm going to stay with my sister. Well, my good sister. Come on then. Ishii, what a great sister. Raidenjin, I'm the older sister. Shadow is the younger sister. Ishii, I know, I say she's such a good sister. Movie, I told you my sister was me. What a great sister. Remembering the past. General Thunderbolt, I witnessed my mom and my aunt getting married. Alright, trying to be General Thunderbolt. Heh, still want me to call you dad? Laughing to death. Not in this life, long ago ran away from home. Thunderbolt true, when the time comes for you not to come and tear you apart, do you think my husband won't be able to find you? Scattered soldiers, Baka. Chapter 177, The Game. Fontaine. Foaming Mansion, Navalette's office. Good tea. Ishii dignified tea-tasting posture. Good life a big noble nobleman. In the past 2 days, Ishii felt that energy was somewhat in short supply, so she came to the big city to take a break. The 3 girls from Inuyasha aside, I went back to see the adorable smile of Nazaida. Nay, the little king of the Mercy Tree. I knew that after tonight, the high and low would have to go into Mellow Petersburg for more than 3 years, not according to the bounty so far, and the high and low would have to start with the death penalty. But Ishii didn't bring the slightest panic. That Villette was right in front of him. Could he know? Would you like a refill, my lord? A beautiful Xianling woman with a convex front and a curvy back stood aside respectfully and quietly, acting as a secretary, and that Villette, sensing that someone was helping with the guests, took care of the work first. In fact, this immortal spirit beauty was not anyone's secretary. It was to see Ishii walking alone on the street, enthusiastically acting as an exclusive tour guide. Ever since Meliacine, Fontaine had been welcoming to alien species, and while the fairies didn't always help as much as they could, they at least seemed human. Moreover, the immortal spirit clan picks out any one of them at random to be a real big beauty, so how could they not be welcome? No, besides don't be polite. Make yourself at home. Sit. Ishii placed the tea on the tray held up by that immortal spirit and gestured for a seat. Okay. After saying that, that immortal spirit pressed up close to Ishii, the undulation in front of her body attracting the eyes. Her smile was so charming and her long eyelashes showed off her fairy beauty. Ishii pondered a little. Did the immortal spirits not have much common sense on Earth? No, it would be dangerous. Well, listen to me. Always keep your distance from the opposite sex when you're out there, and if you're harassed you can call the guards. I know, I did it on purpose. Or, are you dissatisfied with me, my lord? Pity with a hint of loss in the tone of Ishii's silence. 1 or 2. This what contemporary young conspiracy? Worthy of being a fairy spirit clan with both wisdom and beauty. I really can't say no when you say that. Why yes, of course I'm happy to have a beautiful woman with me. Aha! After saying that this fairy spirit pressed her confidence a little deeper, Ishii stated that these are things I am used to and will not react at all. Phew. But unexpectedly, she suddenly hailed a mouthful of sweet, hot breath in Ishii's ear. her fingers tracing over Ishii's well-defined collarbone. I have what even the clan leader Sama doesn't have. Ahem. That's when that Villette coughed twice as a reminder. In public, please mind your manners, both of you. Okay. Ishii then breathed a sigh of relief. Who can bear such a big aggravation? It is good that there is a fair and upright water dragon king on this side. Oh wah. Nah Villette. I'm letting the fairies bully me again. Suddenly the door was pushed open with a snap and Fernina walked in with a resigned expression. Looking at this scene Ishii said, why is it so familiar? Doesn't God even knock? Ishii, you're here too. You guys come and help me judge. MS. Fernina, don't be in a hurry. Calm down and tell us about your situation first. That Villette said so. Fernina walked straight to the other side of Ishii and sat down, and gave a puzzled look at these two people next to each other for what? Forgetting that it didn't matter. He organized his words and opened his mouth. I was just playing a game with the fairies, and obviously I'm a real seer, and I've been doing a good job of predicting who the bad guys are, and then they all came together and voted me out. At the words of Ishii and that Villette together with silence. You play with the bottom of the intelligent race with thousands of years of experience reasoning game? Or with a group? Several times it's been a similar situation. Isn't this bullying? No. Bullying a god? Then Villette, Fontaine's god has let the bullying happen again. The more Fernina spoke the more aggravated her expression became. And the more aggravated she became the more she had to say. There was also a time when I was clearly in a bad guy status with them. And when I was found out not only did they not help me, but they helped the prophet instead. Don't you think that's outrageous? According to the rules of the game, what they did belongs to the normal norms. Besides MS. Fernina, now that the Fontaine's Immortal Spirit clan knows more about Fontaine's various laws and rules than I do, I think it would be more appropriate for you to go to them to discuss it. So analyzed Navette, while mentally thinking that if Fernina had half, no, a fifth, no, a tenth of them. Also, let's respect the facts. Oh, are you talking toward them because they're a little better looking and smarter than me? I'm a god here. This time that Villette froze for a long moment, then shook her head. For justice, I'll take it upon myself to ask for it, and if there's anything, that, Fernina, they did give you an extremely bad gaming experience. This way next time I'll play with you guys. I'll help you. Ishii interrupted that Villette's words. You cannot think to fight with the Immortal Spirit tribe even if it is not enough, but also come to find that Villette said, he's more interested in fairness than personal feelings. Ha, aha, it's still Ishii, you're good to me. That Villette is a log. So now let's get out of here. I haven't won once after playing all morning. Good. Villette, she's not really coming to me for justice. She's just looking for someone to talk to. Ishii, you two have a pretty good relationship. Too bad you can't coax a girl. Villette, I can't deny that. In fact, if she goes to the other fairies to confide in them, it will work out better than me. There's still something to be said for the character of a soul sister. Fernina, I looked for it, and they did coax me and bought me my favorite cake, but it always felt weird that they treated me like a little girl. Ishii, wouldn't that be nice? Fernina, I'm a god of justice. Chapter 178, Wit. The main idea of the so-called game is to have fun, and it just so happens that I have nothing to do, so I'm going to have some fun with Fufu. Exactly. I'm not exactly single-handed anymore. Fufu? Ishii crossed her fingers under her head and strategized. Fernina, beside her, pondered the title, and seemed fine with it. The 7 immortal spirits around the round table looked at me and I looked at you, exchanging glances with their eyes closed. It seemed to be talking about something with a secret method unique to the immortal spirit race. The big beautiful immortal spirit that served Ishii before acted as a referee. Fair and impartial. Hey, why are you guys eyeballing? No, you're looking. No, why do they keep their eyes closed? Fernina had felt they weren't quite right before in the game, but had an eye closed whether it was dark or not. Fernina seriously doubted that they could see when it was dark and were cheating. With a little thought, Ishii surveyed the fairies who were prettier than one another, but looking back felt that the previous one was even prettier, and opened her mouth. In fact, anyone who sees the eyes of an immortal spirit will be disoriented and become madly obsessed with them. So, it's scary to think about, so it's better to keep it closed. At that Fernina was startled, thankfully relieved, and turned her head to look at Xianling, then startled at the scene before her. Wah, I didn't see your eyes. No, don't. Fernina covered her eyes in panic and shrank under the table one by one for fear of falling hopelessly in love with them. At this time all the immortal spirits present opened their eyes in unison to look at Ishii. The image of flashing crimson pupils stagnating was somewhat bizarre. One by one, Ishii looked over Xianling's eyes and smiled. Okay, stop it. Look at how scared Fufu is. MS. Referee. Let's start the game now. Good. Close your eyes when it's dark. Identity tags were handed out, and after the crowd confirmed it the referee gave the password that was only spoken to 2 people. Werewolves, please open your eyes or raise your hands. Fernina was the first to open her eyes, and her heart rejoiced after seeing that Ishia beside her also opened her eyes. What about the first team? Choose who you want to kidnap. Dawn is out in the fifth. An immortal spirit wavered and looked like he wanted to say something. She's a seer, trying to sit on the identity of Ishia's good guy, and she ends up checking him out. It would be logical for the prophet to jump in and speak at this moment, but, Fernina, got this one good. Suddenly Fernina stood up and laughed, and then all eyes were focused on her. I am a seer. No, a head, and no, anyway, a prophet, and this man beside me is good. As the words fell, the scene fell silent and Fernina sat back down crossing her legs in triumph, secretly pleased that I was so resourceful. Fernina had realized after the morning that it could still be played this way, and now she finally had a chance to try it out. Ishi full of black lines to look at Fernina. You are the opening, even yourself with me sold a clear and clear ah. That's when Fernina noticed Ishi's gaze and winked at him as if to say no thanks. Who knew that the dramatic first round that followed literally had no speeches from the prophet and a random vote? And it was only in the second round that the real prophet chose to blow his cover and say that he forgot to look at his ID badge and didn't check it in the first round, minimizing credibility. Then it went out well with a bit of reasoning offense from the witty Fernina. The acting was impeccable, even though the fairies knew you were real. For the first time, Fernina experienced the feeling of being trusted and took this victory extremely well. Sure enough, pulling an Ishi was the right choice. See what I, Fernina, am really capable of? Fernina crossed her arms and looked up triumphantly as she issued a declaration of victory, and with a perfunctory round of applause from the fairies, the next hand began. This time the referee also started to get serious, and with a masterful shuffle of the cards, the seer of remembrance of the past, the witch of Fernina, Dawn, 2 outs, means the witch poisoned the man. The witch had the antidote to the prophet's bold jump, and Ishi gave Fernina an uncertain look. How did you poison a good man I found out about? Ishia didn't cheat. Knowing that the reason Fernina is a witch is that you're probably the only one who did it. My Goldwater died. Anyone jumping against me for status? No one jumped at the jump, and Fernina froze, then turned her head away with an air of unconcern and whistled. Yet at this disadvantage, the good guys still win. What the fairies chose to do was for one of the wolves to come out as a civilian to stand on the side of the memory of yesterdays and do an impeccable job of speaking, then chooses to knife herself to cheat the witch out of her medicine. As per usual, Fernina might really save, but she had just blundered once, and now she wasn't entirely sure that she should only save Ishia. As expected, the witch was not saved and eventually the werewolves managed to lose the match. Actually, I've seen that you're not a good person for a long time. Can't believe it. Well, in the next matchup, as long as Fernina wasn't on the same team as Ishia, the fairies were literally the gods of wisdom reincarnated, and Fernina couldn't win in any way. But when it comes to a team of the two of them, Fernina can win with any outrageous maneuver. Of course, Fernina was the only one in the room who didn't know that. That Villette. It's a shame you didn't get to see me that handsome. I tell you, it would have been me. In the office of Nivette, Fernina was chattering excitedly about her achievements. That Villette went in one ear and out the other, ming every now and then as a reply. Ishi lay helplessly on her temporary secretary's lap sipping her wine. The baby was not good to bring up. Would Fernina cry and beg that Villette to come to herself to keep her company if she played again in the future? Your honor is Ichi-la. Ishia rolled over face down, then took a deep breath. Well, it was the same flavor as Columbia, and the fairy spirit aura was all but similar, but the size and stature were a bit different. That said, it seems like I'm here to relax, so let's just plop down here and take a nap. Chapter 179. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Ishi rubbed the pillow under her head. It was still so soft. It's just that the flavor seems to have changed. Take a breath at the deepest part. Without the lightness and cleanliness of the fairies, it was full of the fragrance of the flowers and plants of the forest. Nice. Even the voice is so familiar. Rolling over to look up, the bulging hemispheres of a turquoise floral embellished pure white dress dominated the view. Reaching out to take a look, Yishi's exquisitely beautiful face emerged, the corners of her mouth flushed with a charming smile. Ishia held the pose for a moment, looking at it, surging her fingers twice in the process. Wasn't I just at the foaming mansion? That Villette? Ishia, these past 2 days, where have you been fooling around again? Yishi asked with a smile, and Ishi thought for a moment, putting the two hemispheres back again, blocking her view, and spoke silently. It should be because I miss Yishi so much that I can dream about her. Go back to sleep. After saying that, Ishia's head tilted and she didn't move. Yishi covered her mouth and smiled. Her mood was much better. It was really oily. Not too long ago, the foaming man's palace, the immortal spirit clan Beauty cupped the face of the sleeping Ishia on her lap. This adult really had a good personality. Kuwabara stared at the face that had charmed thousands of girls, a little heartbroken. observing a circle of movements around him. Navalette concentrated on her official duties. Fernina's little sister was also asleep on Ishia's hip, and there was an uneaten cupcake on the table. The corners of his mouth curved into a nice curve. Just a little shouldn't matter, right? Just when he wanted to use the cherry's pink lips on Ishia's face, suddenly a few vines were born in front of him. Immediately after that, in the puzzled sight of that Villette and fairy spirit beauty, abducted Ishi together and disappeared. Ouch! Only an innocent little girl was involved, and Fernina was brought straight to the ground because she was sleeping on top of Ishie. Flynna climbed to her feet in a daze and looked around for a moment, before her eyes settled on the same fairy spirit who was also a bit confused. That immortal spirit looked at the place where Ishia had disappeared, and then looked at Fernina, who was sitting on her knees with a grim look in her eyes. I felt so innocent and aggrieved. You don't think I did it? Humph. If you don't let me sleep, you don't let me sleep, and you're pushing me down. Fernina got up and patted the dust on her body, exasperated and ready to leave when that Villette spoke up. There is a grievance in this matter, and it was not the lady who did it. At that Fernina stopped in her tracks and then fell back the same way. Ahahaha. I knew how the kind-hearted immortal spirit clan would do these things to this water god. Fernina forced a smile, almost wronging the good guys again. Turns out I accidentally rolled it down in my own sleep. Ahaha. Lazuki. Forest house. Ishii. Yishi was full of happiness and put Ishi's hand on her stomach as if saying praise me quickly, praise me quickly. Aha. Ishi held his breath and gazed carefully to feel a second, although very weak, but could feel the birth of a new life inside. At this moment Ishi's brain seemed to stop, and then he was delighted. Yishi, I'm going to be a son. You're great. Aha. You've got a daddy. Ishia happily pressed her ear over to listen closely, though she couldn't hear anything is all. Yishi's expression was a bit puzzled as he placed his hand on Ishi's head, as if something wasn't quite right. Off to the side, on the small couch, with her eyes closed, Columbia and Noelle exchanged glances. What a dumb couple. I'm still smart. Tianyu watched the scene silently while eating his snack. Was there a mistake somewhere? Is he really my brother? It should be. Is she really the embodiment of the world tree? The god of wisdom? Mistaken identity. It's time for me to put in some effort as well. As Columbia rubs her little tummy serenely, then he said to Yishi, Yishi, you're still pregnant. Leave Ishi to me at night during these days, otherwise it won't be good for the child. That's right, don't worry, leave it to us. Noelle concurred. At those words Yishi froze, twisted her legs twice, and puffed up her face to look at the two men who were somewhat amused. Thanks for your concern, but there's more than one place that Ishia likes. Oh, I can't, this is too much work for you. If you don't think about yourself you have to think about the child. It's better to leave it to us. The more Yishi thought about it, the more angry he got. The long time it took for the demon god to conceive an heir. That would be a lot less fun during that time. It can't be like that. So Ishi cupped Ishi's face and asked, Ishie, do the math on how to shorten the birth time without affecting the baby. Ha? Ishi said she was confused. What do you want me to do with this? I want to see the baby soon. You must have a way, right? Okay. Yishi will be held in the arms of Ishi, vigorously pampered. This look Ishi, how to top it? She's still giving her whatever she wants? Ishi thought for a moment and nodded. It does, but it's going to have to be a while yet. Aha! I knew you were the best for me. So let's go back to our room and talk about it. Also Yishi, what are you? For the baby's sake. Chapter 180, Dandelion. A sea of dandelion flowers. When the breeze blows, each dandelion seems to wear a golden dance dress, gently swaying, dancing beautifully, like flowing clouds. It was so ethereal and beautiful. This patch of pure white carpet was immersed in several figures, large and small, walking slowly through it. A sigh of relief came from Skyfeather again, almost falling off the bike. She muttered a little and grumbled with her arms crossed. Are you guys lying to me? How can this front and back wheel one stay balanced? Just practice a lot and find the feeling. Tianyu looked towards the four people not far away. At this time, Ishi was sitting in a wheelchair with a leisurely face, with Noelle gently pushing behind her. He was flanked by fellow wheelchair-bound Ishi, and the Colombian pushing her had a ghostly look on his face and wasn't much taller than the wheelchair. This bad woman, just because she's pregnant, she knows how to bully me. Ask your husband to push instead. Noelle was willing, happily humming Mon's song as she strolled through the sea of flowers. On Ishi's shoulder, a small dragon lay peacefully, shivering a little every now and then. Obviously the one behind me was just a human. But why was she looking at me so horribly? Tianyu looked at the scene inside. Why is it so hard to get my seat? Last night, Ishi served him several times in all the ways that Ishi liked, and it was already dawn when he came back to his senses. Ishi slowly got up and leaned over the bed, cradling his beloved girl in his arms. Looking out the window, he thought that he had to take them out more, especially Yishi who was pregnant. Otherwise, What if you stay at home all the time and get depressed? Skyfeather, you're overthinking it. One sleeps 24 hours a day and one hates working or cleaning on the first floor 24 hours a day. Tea on you. As for Yishi, he's either molesting that fairy spirit and getting chased around, reading a book, or just giggling about something. Ishi, what about you? Tea on you. Too busy being bullied by the fairy spirits, just forcing me to go out and play. Though, the forest house had often been such a sight after Skyfeather's arrival. First, the door of the second floor was gently knocked, and then one after another. A dozen or so immortal spirits came in and together they lifted Tianyu high above their heads and left. Can be spectacular. The Liyue people and the Thousand Rock Army are used to abducting a good girl traveling in the street in the open, a dozen times a month. So much so that Tianyu had tasted all the various cuisines of Liu in less than a month without spending a single mora. Also learned to play 7 sacred summons, which is just hard to win. Sometimes they would even go along with an innocent Columbia. And lifting one was as good as lifting 2 anyway. And because that baby dragon often slept on Garumbia's stomach, it was lifted away together. So much so that Columbine woke up with a confused little expression on her face. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? The air is filled with the faint, refreshing scent of dandelions. Fantastic butterflies weave and dance through the sea of flowers, adding life and vigor to this sea of flowers. She was smiling, her body revealing relaxation as she slightly raised her hand, and a turquoise-colored butterfly then rested on top of her finger. Tianyu gave up the bike that couldn't go more than a few meters, choosing to walk beside Ishi. The place was white with flowers, and Skyfeather leaned down to pick a dandelion and sniff it lightly. Well, and then you get pelted with dandelion seeds. The breeze mixed with the faint scent of flowers whisked past Yishi's ears, and Yishi threw his head against the wind in a dashing manner, and then his white hair whistled at Columbia's face. Columbia messed up for a second, thought about it, and looked up to Skyfeather. Tianyu, you push this bad woman. Could be. Columbia then lightly ran to Yishi's eyes to show a smile, looking at Yishi uncertainly. Then at Yishi's gaze, Columbia made a beeline for Ishi's arms and looked up, triumphant. Yishi was silent for a second and froze in his wheelchair for a long time. Well, I'm going to sit in Ishi's arms, too. However, it seems to be unable to sit down. All the way to Yishi beamed a mouth, just watching Columbia in the arms of Ishi comfortable rubbing. Sleep. Aha, I want it. Wait, there it is. Only to see the ground suddenly angry, a few vines gently lifting up the sleeping Columbia. And Yishi medicine miraculously got up from the wheelchair and shrunk in size extremely fast. Vine carried Columbia to her own wheelchair, which allowed Yishi to happily snuggle in Ishi's arms. Ishi looked down at the small sea tree sapling on her body. She had a happy face and kept adjusting her sitting position. She's pregnant. I did it. But she always looked guilty. Forget it. In some days, Yishi won't be able to change size anywhere. Now that the child is in the early stages of conception, it's irrelevant. This place, it's so relaxing. Chapter 181 Fukulos. To the winter, the Queen's Palace. Barnabas was silent on top of his throne, placing his hand on his stomach to cover it, remembering that irresponsible guy again. That night in the hotel will never be forgotten in this life, even though you left me once again. But, this time at least the thought was left behind. I hear you miss me? Well. Suddenly the figure flashed before his eyes, and Ishi's figure appeared in front of Barnabas. Then quickly cupping her cheeks up for a kiss, he kissed her and ran off, leaving Barnabas with a slightly confused expression. Oh yeah, and this. Before Barnabas could react, Ishi reappeared and slipped a heart of the grass god into the queen's soft arms. Now I'm going to get you the water gods. Remember to miss me. After saying that, he leaned down for another deeper kiss and disappeared. Barnabas touched the corners of his mouth, the taste of reminiscence still lingering. With a smile on his lips, he took out that heart of God. You rascal. 400 years ago. Fontaine, the foaming man's palace. A few days had passed since the rescue of Melusine Caroly, the real man that Navette had tried. That day in the courtroom, the memory of the resurrection of the living was a scene of unparalleled sanctity that went deep into the hearts of the people. It was so shocking that it is still a hot topic of conversation among people in the streets. There are all kinds of things said about his identity, the most outrageous of which is that the water god in his true form is a man and strikes out. There are still a handful of supporters. After all, the gods are formless, and what you normally see is just one of their forms. The most puzzled were Fernina herself as well as Navalette. Where did such a strong one appear? It's not even a god from another country. Could it be Tenri's own guards? It shouldn't be. How could they help sinners or be that boring? But the truth seems to be so boring that the Imperial Army is only going to save an innocent Melusine. Never mind. No offense and already gone anyway. So let's just leave him alone. Ending the day's mission. Fernina dragged her tired body back to her room. There is nothing happier in a day than this. Thinking about nothing. No one to bother you. Having fun and enjoying your favorite cupcake. I'm back. Are you? Are you? As soon as Fernina pushed open the door, she saw a strange man sitting on the couch with his legs crossed, elegantly savoring his cupcake, and immediately recognized her as definitely the guy who made a big splash in the courtroom, because that billet had said he was recognizable, and according to human common sense, the handsomest man you'd ever seen within the borders of Fontaine was him. Ishi demurely sliced off a small piece of cake with a knife and put it in her mouth to savor it. Sweet but not too sweet, top quality, Ishi commented so, and seeing this Fernina was furious and stepped forward to talk sense. What do you want when you trespass on a god's private domain and are so rude? Fernina walked over to Ishia in exasperation, crossing her arms and criticizing him with her gaze. Based on what that billet had said, this person's strength was unfathomable, and even he was unable to see through it. But Ishi cut off another piece and forked it up as if she hadn't heard it, and Fernina became even more anxious at the sight. Hey, it's mine, why are you? Well, Fernina was halfway through her sentence when Ishi fed her a cupcake into it, and then she saw him cutting again. A quick chew followed by a swallow continues the opening. You're not allowed to eat anymore. Hey! Only Ishi quickly finished the rest of the cupcake and nodded with satisfaction. A rare delicacy, but unfortunately scarce in quantity. Oh, that's the only piece I have left. You know how hard this is to buy. Miss Fernina, your share is there. Please also dine on your own if you need to. Eh? At that Fernina froze and turned her head to the other side of the table, where a plate of identical cupcakes sat quietly. So, not only did this gentleman not steal mine, but he shared a little of his with me. Ahahaha, Kong, just now it was just an intentional theatrical performance I made to liven up the atmosphere. Is there something you came to see me today, Fukalos? Fernina smiled broadly and walked over to the other side of the couch and sat down, trying to hide her embarrassment. Ishi maintained his elegance, which made Fernina's impression score of Ishi increase drastically. What a gentleman. Nothing much, just thought I'd pay a visit to the gods of the water country. First time I've met. My name is Ishi, a loose cannon. Well, yes, before you is none other than the god of justice of Fontaine. You may address me as Fernina, though you do not have an appointment, but I will forgive your rudeness this time. Fernina's tone was slightly exaggerated, adhering to that recognized divine demeanor. Phew, it's a good thing that he couldn't feel any oppression on him at all. Otherwise he would definitely be tense in the face of this unknown existence. Why don't you say something? Why are you still looking at me like that? At this moment, Ishi's pupils lit up slightly, and her penetrating gaze struck every inch of Fernina's body. This made Fernina a little uncomfortable. Fernina silently takes a bite of her cupcake and thinks to herself, why are your eyes still glowing? Not to mention, it's quite pretty. Haven't seen anyone's eyes glowing yet. You really aren't anything out of the ordinary. Why are you looking at me like that? Ishi closed her eyes. The natural smile on her face seemed to fade a bit. So is that so? From now on, the plan changes and everything is a long shot. After a moment's thought, he leaned back on the couch and spoke casually, without beating around the bush. To reintroduce myself, my name is Ishi, and I am a friend of Fukuro's. Fraculos? Fernina didn't think much of it, she just felt a little puzzled. I'm not supposed to have seen you before, am I? Not to mention any friends, thought, putting on an I get it nod. What a great start, and I welcome you as my new friend. As a friend, can you tell me you're true? To reiterate, it's Fukuro's, and it just said we're meeting for the first time. Ishi's expression was serious, word for word, clearly articulated. Words fell. Fernina froze in place for a long time, often hanging on the face of the playful smile gradually disappeared. Double-colored pupils of different colors, uncontrollable trembling. How do you know? Wait, did he just say, a friend of Furcav's? Phew. Fernina breathed a sigh of relief at the thought. So that's why. No wonder you knew. At the same time Fernina couldn't stop the emotion from bursting out of her heart. You're a friend of Furcav's, so you must be here to help her, right? At the thought of this Fernina's tears welled up uncontrollably and she didn't even notice them. Tears of joy. Of course, no doubt. After all these years, finally found someone to talk to? Ishi smiled gently, got up and came to sit beside the strong girl, stroking her head and said, maybe there isn't much I can do for you, but listening is still possible, and you must be tired after all these years. At that Fernina bowed her head, her emotions immediately no longer under control. Like a child who has been wandering for a long time meets his family, he turned to jump into Ishi's arms and cried one after another. This is really lonely. So long, so painful. Just how much longer? Ishi stroked Flina's loose hair, trying to soothe the girl. I know this is all very unfair to you, but one day you'll realize that what you've done was worth it. Ishi let Fernina's tears soak her clothes. No matter what, you're still a human. You who have done this are worthy of the name of God. Chapter 182, Misunderstanding. Thanks to Mavis of the Babylonian nation for the gift. Thank you. 400 years ago. Fontaine. The Fernina room. Ishi quietly stroked Fernina's fluffy white hair until she moved less and less. When you're tired of crying, go to sleep. Taking her high hat off and carefully carrying Princess Fernina back to her bed, Ishi then felt a little guilty. Fernina was wearing a gown, and sleeping like that would not only be a bad way to rest, but it would also be hard. It's just a matter of being a good guy and taking it off for you. Fernina, are you experiencing some kind of sadness? Unexpectedly halfway through taking it off that Villette suddenly walked in and then looked at the scene in deep thought. Sharp eyes quickly surveyed the crime scene as Fernina lost consciousness and was being treated so again. From the faint sounds of crying and the marks in the corners of her eyes it was clear that she had just had a big cry and was clearly reluctant. And judging from Ishi's incomparably skillful technique, it was a repeat offender. The crime scene is too clear and obvious. Though you have helped Meliacine, you are blaspheming at this moment. Then that Villette's stern voice rang out. You know the sin. Ishi's entire body froze in place. You came in at a good time. What's the sophomoric defense now? No, explain. Then there's no explanation. Ishia slowly stood up, covering her head and laughing. Ha 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 ha. Me? What's the offense? On the couch, Ishia crossed her legs and ate the cupcake that Fernina had forgotten to eat with a relaxed look on her face. Putting it away for tomorrow can be bad and with an extremely arrogant attitude. Outside the window fell a drizzle. Remembering the past across the street, that Villette's stance no matter when it is so upright, the temperament of the people to respect, that Villette couldn't see anything wrong with Fernina's state. More than that he cared about the man in front of him who had suddenly appeared in Fontaine, which was really unusual, and even more puzzled as to why a mysterious being like you would do something so unsavory. At this point in time, Neuvillette was more willing to believe that there was actually something else going on than what her eyes were seeing, so she chose to sit down and talk about it. Please explain what you just did and why Miss Fernina is crying or we will have to meet in court. Without slowing down, Ishi put the plate down and opened her mouth. Well, would you believe me if I said I was her friend? And then she was so excited that she cried herself to sleep. And then I ended up helping her change for bed just as you came in? That Villette closed her eyes and thought for a moment or two, and then an even more imposing voice rang out. Such an important friend, yet I have never heard as well as her mention of you, and when I spoke of you to Ms. Fernina earlier, she was obviously unaware of it, so please answer truthfully. Smiling Ishi sighed deeply and spread her hands, picking up the cupcake and also changing the bottle of cinnamon wine to eat it together. Forget it if you don't believe me. She'll wake up tomorrow anyway. You can ask her then. A reasonable offer. But until then, please take the trouble to stay in Fontaine. Here it is then, in a first-class setting. Then Villette deliberated for a moment or two and nodded. Could be. After saying that Villette sat there and kept staring at Ishi, looking at Ishi very uncomfortable. Ishi raised her eyebrows. Where is the most basic trust between people? Do I look like someone who would do something like that? You're afraid I'll do something to her again. Neuvillette, not like that, but that doesn't mean anything. Ishi, I just like to hear the truth. Ishia turned her head to Fernina, the bed still retaining signs of the crime. There was something cute about the way Fernina's half-covered clothing just about covered her springtime, and she looked a little cute when she moved. But I, Ishi, am not one to give up halfway. A ringing finger struck Fernina's gown then disappeared, followed by a quilt that covered her perfectly. When that Villette realized it was too late, there was silence for a moment or two, and she opened her mouth to ask, so you don't actually need to do it yourself? Right. That Villette didn't know what to say for a moment. You are clearly purely idle. It's just a matter of waiting for Fernina to wake up and ask. He pulled out something else, only to see Ishi pull out a crystal containing unknown power and lay it on the table, her finger gently pointing on it. Shi, what's the matter? Immediately after that a female voice with petulant expectations rang out from the crystal ball. Hubby, I miss you, and I can't find you anywhere. This crystal ball Ishi gave Yishi an idle nothing can look at the knowledge of other worlds, as well as call, although there is little need, but at the moment, the two of them were not at the same time. Yishi couldn't find Ishi through the world tree and was a bit worried so he called. Oh, I'm in the water god's bedroom. She's just fallen asleep, but it's okay, I've done the math. I won't be able to wake her up. Silence ensued on the crystal head end as that Villette watched the scene in silence and pulled out a bully quilt and drank from it. Then Villette could also see what was in the crystal ball, a 360-degree display. The white-haired woman in the picture's smile gradually stiffened, and that Villette thought to herself, you're even so honest about this situation. Murphy, was what he just said true? So that's how it is. Then you wait for me for a while or I'll come and help you guys. But I'm in for. Before Ishia could finish her sentence, the crystal ball screen went black, breaking the connection. Then Villette doesn't know why you're so brave, but I'm afraid there's going to be trouble here next. Whenever possible, women in this situation have the hardest time keeping their sanity, and the man's wife, who must be equally difficult to deal with if she messed up. so that Villette opened her mouth to ask, "And this is? My daughter-in-law, Yi Shi, is she going to arrive here?" Well, yes and no. Before Navalette could wonder, the crystal ball called again, and Ishi reached out to connect. Navalette's brow furrowed as she looked at the screen and unconsciously got up to ask, What's going on? In the picture, Fernina was tearlessly bound by countless vines in 5 different ways, while Yi-Shi was pompously confronting that Villette. Let go of MS. Fernina first, we can sit down and talk about anything. As the god of wisdom, you should know exactly what you're doing at this moment. I've just been eating cupcakes. I've never met your husband. I've been eating cupcakes. I've never met your husband. That Villette was filled with incredulity as she listened to these 2 voices that were so familiar that they couldn't be any more familiar. And I said she was the god of wisdom? It doesn't look like it. Yi-Shi noticed that the crystal ball was connected again and asked Ishi with a smile, Dear husband, what the hell are you? Aha! The 3 people over there also noticed Ishia's side, and then the picture was frozen as if it was stuck. They clearly saw that Villette over here walk over to Ishi with a puzzled look on her face and look at each other again. Phew, that scared me. What the hell are you doing? Ishie, you finally come out. Wait, that's not the same Villette you're with, is it? The vines on Fernina's body disappeared as much as they could during the silence, and the liberated Fernina then noticed the crystal ball and froze as well. Well, Navalette and I had tea in Fernina's room, and Fernina went to bed when she got sleepy. What the hell? I haven't even seen you guys tonight, okay? She took a look at the one across from him, that Villette, and then looked at the crystal ball Ishia beside him, and suddenly realized, so that's how it is, Ishi, you should have said so, ha ha. The Navalettes on either side sensed something at the same time and both chose to look on. Ishi favored a smile, and a gentle voice rang out, I'm sorry, I'm a bit busy right now. I'll make it up to you when I get back, okay? Aha! I'll wait for you at home. Love you, I love you too. Then Villette, you've got a doppelganger? That's great, tell me what time you, Yi-Shi, erase this memory of Fernina, then let her sleep until morning. Understood, what do you mean by that? You don't come over that Villette save. The Navalette in the picture closed her eyes and chose to ignore it, and Fernina suddenly lost consciousness and fell into Ishi's arms. Sorry for the trouble. It's just a misunderstanding. Don't worry about it. Chapter 183 Travel. Thank you to Little Mercy Sapling, Ishi, for the 4 inspiration capsules. Thank you little daughter-in-law. Thanks to Live to Abound Pharmacist, for the pop-up sprinkles. Thanks to the pharmacist's husband, 400 years ago. The Foaming Mansion, Fernina's office. Are you asleep? Early in the morning, Fernina fumbled to wake up. A pretty solid night's sleep, but why didn't you change your pajamas today? Is it because you're too tired? Wait, no, met an incredible guy last night. Fernina jerked her head toward the couch and was relieved to find the figure still there. Yesterday's was not a dream. Awake? On the sofa, Ishi was holding a cup of tea in one hand and reading a novel in the other. Star Dome Railway. Be normal. Lord Star God. Aha! When Fernina looked back, she realized that she was already dressed in her costume, even with her hat in just the right position. Fernina's puzzled little expression touched her body, tugging and pulling at it. Strange, there should be no eye blurring, so he turned his head to ask Ishi, Ishie, did I just wear nothing? Ishi felt a little surprised. You're a girl, sure you want to ask me this? Right, I told you, it's true that clothes appear in a flash. Can you change it again so I can see? It's amazing. Fernina grabbed her clothes and looked at them left and right, and surprisingly they fit better than even she wore them. Ishi silently took a sip of tea and raised an eyebrow, thinking that you don't have any strange fetishes. As well, 2 more fingers snapped in quick succession, and then Fernina was back to her old self after remaining naked for a few seconds. Is this power? It feels so convenient. Take it as you will, but it's not usually used to undress someone. Yeah, but you generally are. Ishi, there's no other place to use it, either. Yi-Shi, you admit it. Recall, turn around and use it on you. Yi-Shi, no, I want you to do it yourself. Flynna stretched, the covers lifting briskly as she got out of bed and headed for the couch. As for that Villette, last night, after Ishi had finished talking to Ishi, she didn't say anything and directly left this place. Fernina sat down across from Ishi and picked up the tea he had brewed and poured herself a cup to taste as well. It was so refreshing. You are what she is? It was a little late, but these were questions Fernina was curious to know. Last night, Fernina knew that Ishia was definitely not a bad person just by looking at his face, and chose to believe him. What's more, the one who can know these things is definitely the most trusted person of Fukalos without a doubt, so there's even less need to be skeptical. Just go up and directly cry about it. Fukaros, no, I really don't know him, and I don't know how he knows that. Fernina, haha, you're acting as if it's real. It's fine, I understand. It won't be exposed, don't worry. Fracalos? Me and Fukaros? Let's see. Benefactors, though nothing's happened yet. So it was so, but now that I'm due to leave, will you still come to me? Or where do you live? I have delicious cupcakes here every day. You can come and eat them if you like. Fernina held her small hands up in front of her body and asked the series of questions to Ishi with an expectant face. Ishi somehow suddenly had the feeling that a long-lost daughter had found her father. So marvelous. It will come, but I'm sorry I can't be of much help. You'll have to keep shining until the stage falls. I understand. Of course, it's still okay to come and see you cry and cry again once in a while. Not at all. I'm the god of water. Furculos, how can I be bound by these emotions? Fernina's tone had more than a hint of determination compared to her previous confusion, as well as a vision of the future. At least, it's no longer a person who suffers alone. What about a friend who knows what's going on? Well. Besides, you can leave now just in time to attend the opera. Is the time so fast? Then I'll go first. But when Fernina stood up, she realized that she was still in the topmost bleachers of the opera house. Look, you guys, Lord Fernina has arrived. The audience in attendance was packed to the rafters, and with a gasp from the stage, people looked toward her. Fernina was shocked but got into it in a second. My dear people, rejoice, leap for joy, the great show, it will begin at once. Day 2. So Violet, do you know where Ishia lives? Last night he left after the cupcakes and didn't say where he was going, so you must know, right? Afterwards, no matter how much that Violet asked, Fernina said exactly what Ishia had said. It's just that unlike Ishia, who is flawless, Fernina has obvious traces of lying. But since the person in question is not pursuing the matter, let's just leave it at that. But why on earth she was like that? That Violet was puzzled, and by the look of her reaction, she was far from threatened. Rather, happy? It's just a good thing, I guess. I'm sorry to say that I've known Ishia for a relatively short time, and I've never heard him mention it. Well, then remember to tell me if you see him again. Could be. Then Violet, though she really didn't know it, had the ringleader. That is, Ishi indirectly told me he wasn't from this era, as well as, he has the power to bring people back from the dead. As far as I know, Ishi's wife, the god of wisdom, passed away 100 years ago, but in that crystal ball she appeared intact in front of me and Fernina's eyes. Can even a god be resurrected? How on earth have you escaped the sight of heavenly justice? At this moment that Violet also had a clue about the fact that Ishi had helped Caroline earlier for no reason. Yes, it's the future me that's asking for it. But what was the purpose of this sudden approach to Fernina? That Violet simply didn't believe that the two of them had known each other before. But this time, let's leave it to time to answer the question. Ahem. With a soft cough, the two men looked toward the couch together. Ishi quietly appeared, his posture still as cocky as ever. A jug of osmanthus wine casually carried in his hand. Although brother is handsome, he doesn't have to think about it every day. Being too handsome is also a sin. A sin. Ah, Ishia, you're here. Is this the drink you brought me? Thank you. Seeing this, Fernina rejoiced and happily came over to Ishi's side to snatch the remaining half of the cinnamon wine in his hand and drank it. Then Violet was a bit surprised. Why are you suddenly like a different person? Where is your earlier elegance? Is it from a different time in your life? Ishi pulled out another bottle and also set out some cinnamon cakes on the coffee table. So is Violet coming along to try Ritsuki's specialty? Morex ate it and said it was good. Kind words are appreciated. I have business to attend to, so make yourself at home. Then Violet glanced away and went back to work. Fernina nonchalantly picked up a piece of cinnamon cake and ate it, as if she and Ishi were really longtime friends. Ishia, what are you usually doing? How come I can't find you anywhere? Traveling. I happened to be passing through Fontaine recently and thought I'd stop by. Ah, so, Fernina's tone held a hint of loss. It was traveling. That meant it wouldn't stay long. After that it's going to be alone again? So, how long are you planning on staying then? I'm not meaning to kick you out. I mean, Fontaine has been growing rapidly lately. Remember to come back and visit more often. It's sure to amaze you, Fernina said apprehensively, at which Ishi smiled and stroked Fernina's head. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Then Violet listened silently to the two men's conversation from her desk. Can't figure it out at all. How on earth did you manage to get in a mess? Fernina so attached to you with just a few words. And what was with the tear stains in the corners of her eyes that night? It's not controlled, either. It's completely voluntary. But neither said anything, so there wasn't much I could do. One couldn't go and taste whether Fernina's tears were sweet or salty, happy or sad at the time. Chapter 184 Precious. 400 years ago, the Queen's Palace. May I offer everything for Her Majesty? Inside the ice-covered palace, a group of executives swore their loyalty to Barnabas. Under the Queen's throne, the crowd's eyes were attracted by a sudden light that lit up. When the light receded, a man who was just plain handsome anyway appeared in the center of the two rows of execs. Hello everyone. ignoring the various strange gazes on both sides. Ishii politely greeted. The number of execs doesn't seem to be quite enough. It seems to be developing now. Then looking to the woman on top of the throne. Sure enough, the throne of God had changed. It's that future cheap wife of his. Yes, but how come she looks even dumber? Barnabas gazed straight at Amnesia, his eyes all thoughtful. It's you. The snow-like jade hand lifted up to try to reach forward, but then slowly fell down. But it doesn't seem to be you. Ishii, on the other hand, is a bit puzzled. Brother Long handsome look is understandable, but how you do not say a word. At least ask me who I am and what I'm doing here. It's just that you can freeze if you want to. It's not for you. Ishii turned her head to look at the executive officer's third seat. Her delicate and cute face was still so endearing. Columbia was also lifting her little head to survey Ishii. The little wings behind her head still moved every now and then, obviously in a pretty good mood at this time. It seems to her that the last time she met with me would have been during the War of the Demon Gods. That said, would Columbia be wondering why I didn't become consul? The other executives are not moving, all waiting for Her Majesty to speak. But why didn't the Queen look right? And who is this man? What a cute girl. I've got some delicious cupcakes here. Come and try them. The familiar lines rang out. And Ishii handed the cupcake she'd slipped from Fernina to Columbine under the puzzled gaze of the crowd. Ishii did the same thing to Columbia 1 to 2,000 years ago, when she took it, and this should be no different. It is absurd to see this executive officer laugh in disdain. Such rude behavior aside, what do you take us execs for? A human food cupcake for the third seat of the hall? And cute little girl. On the contrary, but I'm afraid her real identity can scare. Thanks. Then he saw Columbia take it and eat it. Better to keep quiet and see what he's up to. And why hasn't the Queen moved yet? Seeing that Columbia seemed to be eating happily, Ishii cleared her throat and continued. Can I borrow one of your feathers to use? Just the kind with the immortal spirit blessing. You are the ancestor of the immortal spirit. The effect should be the best. At that the onlookers were even more confused. So you know who she is. How ridiculous is this again? It's enough that the third seat didn't refuse your cupcake out of politeness. Now you're delusional enough to think that this alone will get you. Good. Then a white, smooth feather was seen appearing in Columbia's hand and was handed to Ishii. Not bad. I'll go first. Girl, play together sometime. After saying that, Ishii disappeared, and silence returned to the palace with him. The executives were all frozen in place and a bit skeptical, and so was Her Majesty. Why were they all so abnormal? Who the hell was he? And could it be that Her Majesty and Columbine actually knew him? Looking over at Columbia again, she continued to eat the plate of cupcakes as if nothing had happened. Don't think about it, and it's none of your business. Fontaine, the foamy mansion, Fernina's bedroom. Ishii, where have you been this year? It's really been a long time. On the same couch, Fernina came up beside Ishii and entertained him in the best way possible. That would be giving him his cupcake. After that departure, Ishii ran straight to the winter a year later to gather a maiden's hair. What Ishii wanted to do was not to be with Fernina all the time, but to leave her with a thought so that she would no longer be confused about the future. After all, staying won't help much, and even if it could, it's lazy. I'm telling you, the Empress to Winter is really a total knockout, and has a particularly cute and beautiful executive officer who's been pestering me not to leave. Ishii puts up his legs and tells of his great achievements this year, especially the Queen, who has thoughts about me, and even wants to marry me, so tell me what I can do about it. So you promised her? Fernina asked with some trepidation, convinced of what Ishii said had happened. Although he didn't want to stand in the way of Ishii's happiness, if they got married, Ishii would come even less often. No, brother aspires to be in all directions. By the way, I brought you a gift from to Winter, which has the feathers from the wings of the ancestor of the immortal spirit, and will bring you good luck, said Ishii. Pulled out the feather. The main fight thousands of miles to send a feather. The gift is heavy, also heavy. In fact, these Ishii has a large pile, but those are taken to make their own daughters-in-law pillows. Did not bring on the body. Future Fernina, I actually have one of these pillows. Wow, that must be very precious, right? I don't know what an immortal spirit is, but it sounds awesome. Fernina happily surveyed the heel of the holy feather, which seemed to radiate light from it, giving it a sense of sanctity. Precious indeed, but I'm so close to her that it's still a good idea to get one. I'll treasure it. How long are you planning to stay this time? I mean, there's a really good magic show at the Opera House in a couple days. It'd be a shame to miss it. Fine. Just remember to get me a front row ticket, Ishii said with a smile as Fernina thought about it and shook her head. No, you can sit with me. You are no less than me in the eyes of my people anyway, and most of the people who have come to see me have come to ask about you, so it's a good time to take this opportunity to introduce you to everyone. Sniffing, Ishii recalled for a moment. That time was indeed called a miracle, and more than that, there are people who think I'm actually you. Good thing too. That's a deal then. Don't you sneak away. Ha ha, definitely. Chapter 185, 400 years. For the next 400 years after that, Ishii went to see that silly Fufu every year. It was only looking at different years of her 400 times at once, but it was a very important spiritual support for Fernina. It's just like New Year's Eve. Sometimes Fernina droned on, telling Ishii what interesting things had happened to her during the year, and sometimes she fell into his arms and cried hard. Every time Ishii will more or less bring a little gift, make that Violet once suspected that Ishii is actually Fernina's real father. There's just no proof. To this day the lone voice of Fernina never resounded again in the night of the fountain in front of the Fontaine Opera House. Ishii, how long will this go on? Fernina leaned against Ishii's shoulder, her eyes long gone from the clarity of centuries ago. Both mental and psychological torture are extremely painful for being a Fernina. As a human being, what to resist wear and tear? It was a look that even that Violet had never seen before, and it was only when she was beside Ishii and alone that she could briefly leave everything behind. There are still a few years left, the last few years. Aha! Fernina hugged a little tighter, rubbing against Ishii's abs through the fabric. Ishii stroked the white hair behind Fernina's head, a smile on her face as always. It would just be nice if you didn't wipe your tears with my short sleeve every time. Fernina adjusted her emotions and climbed on top of Ishii and sat down looking at him tearfully. You'll stay and sleep with me tonight, too, won't you? Ishii paused for a moment or two and smiled slightly. If Fernina wants to, then it's up to you. Yishi, which girl in the forest house is not one of the best? And you end up picking up a cutie. Fernina, cutie, where is it? Normal timeline. Forest house. Ishii, you're back. Just entering the door as Yishi swooped in, pleasingly rubbing his head against Ishii's face one by one. It was just a misunderstanding, but either way, it was such a bad thing to do to the gods of Fontaine yesterday. The way Yishi bound Funina was so professional that Funina didn't have the slightest power to fight back. And brought you guys cupcakes, tube, over $100. Ha, how many blocks? Over $100. Then to the shocked eyes of several girls, plates of delicate-looking cupcakes filled the table. These aren't Shun's Fernina's, but they're close. Every year, the day when Ishii visited Fernina was fixed, so later Fernina would prepare 2 cupcakes on that day. It's just that Ishii doesn't always eat it every time and left it on purpose. Tian-yu, who was lying on the sofa, was the first to pick up a plate and eat it, then his eyes lit up and he ate even more happily. Columbia was a sleeping mess, and Ishii thought about it and said to her, "What a cute little girl. Come on, brother here has a delicious first cake, come and try it." Hearing this familiar phrase from centuries ago, Columbia woke up bubbling with the feeling of being back in time. Then he looked at the table full of cupcakes and fell into a deep thought. Tian-yu, the big white legs close up. Good. Ishii slapped on Tian-yu's white and tender jade leg. Tian-yu bowed his leg and continued to eat. Looking at this scene, Ishii thought to herself, why are you getting more and more like Floor? Even the short sleeves I put over my body are mine, and I say it's comfortable. It's that you're gentler than her. At least you don't pick it right off me. Dressing this way for convenience was only one thing. The other was to prevent that group of immortal spirit traffickers from coming and abducting themselves. Tian-yu was covered with only a short sleeve and small pants. The fairy spirit would not directly lift this appearance of Tian-yu away, but it only works the first time. After that it doesn't affect the ending in the slightest, and the fairies bring clothes. Ishii hugged Yishi towards the sofa and then called out to the first floor. No ire. I'm here. Any orders? Honey. Soon Noelle arrived with her dress, dressed in a standard maid's outfit and extremely cute without protective armor. As the only one of the forest house members besides Alicia who hadn't been raised wasted, Noelle spent her days on the first floor helping with the guests. At night, I was thinking about how to attack Ishii at night, but then I realized that I should just join in. They are more silver than they think. To be quite a bit freer. Noelle has worked you hard for so many days. Sit down and have some cake and rest. Okay. Noelle's soft body sat down close to Ishii, cutting the cake so sharply, as if he was carrying a lot of human lives on his back. Looking at Ishii, his brows tightened. Ishii I come, dash. Noelle pressed her confidence into Ishii's arm and forked up a piece of cupcake to Ishii's mouth. Then it was swallowed in one gulp by Ishii in his arms. Thanks Noelle, you try it too, it's delicious. Aha. Keeping his smile, Noelle gave the cupcake another slice with a clunk and ate it herself. Is Noelle going back to work later? Well, I'm enjoying myself too. Is that what's going on? No, so it just so happens that there are too many cupcakes to eat. Can you help share some with Alicia and the guests later? No problem, leave it to Noelle. Chapter 186, Arrogance. Ishii, chirp. Yishi held onto Ishii, pouting as she slowly pressed herself against him. Chirp. In the face of Yishi's cute and adorable kisses, Ishii responded every time, occasionally burying her head into her arms and flirting. The two spent their days entwined in bed, not leaving the door open, letting the time alternate between day and night. At this time, She already had a slightly bulging belly, and the night was too much more honest compared to before. Not long ago Ishii took the whole family to the Fontainebleau Opera House to see the Grand Magician perform. Although Linny's maneuvers were all seen through by a few people, he was still happily soaking in that atmosphere. Columbia, I don't open my eyes. I can't see. Ishii, look at her. Ishii, they're all good. Not only that, but every night Noelle has some probability of coming in for a nighttime attack, or possibly waking up Ishii directly with herself in the morning, or just Princess carry him right back to his room and eventually wash and return him. Ayaka occasionally writes to Ishii inviting him to come and sit at her house. She can't leave Inazuma for a while. The rest of the time, Ishii was lying on the bed left and right, now and then thoughtfully massaging the two girls in front of her body. As for Tianyu, they were all brought down by the fairy spirits and often stayed out at night. Often take the tarot cards of memory of the past to find the immortal spirits to play cards, either mahjong, and go all night. There was a time when Tianyu was too excited to get the trump card. It was called a gas, and then he literally blew up someone's fairy spirit's home. Who would have thought that the card turned out not to be a toy? One day the two immortal spirits gray-headed holding the cards in their hands after a moment of silence with each other. Continue to play cards. Can't afford it. 1 sheet of 3. Great king. When Zhongli rushed to check on the situation, those three were still stranded in the ruins playing cards. Then Tianyu was grabbed back by Ishii, to which Tenyu said I was wrong and will dare next time. Ishii, the power emanating from this card has me being awesome written all over my face and you can't tell? Tianyu, you didn't say that either. I thought it was just a better looking prop. Small system, humph. Are the things of this system not flashy things? It's about time. Ishii rubbed Yishi's confidence and looked out the window to the island in the sky. Yishi looked along with Ishii's line of sight, then monitored the increasingly disheveled Tianyu on the sofa on the second floor. I don't think it's a divine principle thing. Ishii, what's it going to be? Yishi asked to Ishii while unbuttoning his pajamas to make it a little smoother for Ishii. I have traveled to Fontaine for the past centuries for this day. Ishii got out of bed to get dressed and pushed the sleeping Columbia beside her before she got up into Yishi's arms to cover her up. The water god will die, completely and utterly, and I intend to see it, and I'm sorry I can't take you with me this time. It's okay, I'll be home when you get back. Yishi saw that Ishii's expression was a bit heavy and understood that he wasn't just going to watch the show, but saying that the water god died completely and utterly. Could it be that you didn't intend to save it? And why is that? To spend centuries trying to make nice with Fernina just to witness her death at the end? Despite the many doubts, Yishi didn't even bother to ask. Ishii must have something in mind for him. Fontainebleau Opera House. The theater before the opening was crowded with people talking about the trial that was going to happen next. This time, they're actually going to try Fernina-sama. Really? As a water god, not to mention ignoring the arriving crisis, but even choosing to run away. I think it's time to ask for a statement. Maybe there's nothing Fernina-sama can do about it. At this moment, a sudden splat, the sound of the door being slapped open viciously silenced the entire room. Then, amidst the various gazes of the people, in walked a man who was incredibly handsome and walked with his hands in his pockets in an extremely arrogant manner. Ishii swept through the theater, including the seats in the second floor bleachers, which were all filled to capacity. There's no place to sit, and it's not good to sit in Fernina's under the public. So what to do? Ishii unhurriedly threw the crowd to the first row of the corridor in the center position, took out a chair to swing there, and then sat up and crossed his legs. All-time best. The audience, as well as that valet on the judgment stand, fell silent as they watched the scene. Did you buy a ticket, this gentleman? Naoya on the right side of Ishii stared at his face and pondered for a while and opened her mouth to ask, and how does it feel so familiar? Ishii put her sunglasses back on and took a light sip of the drink from Naoya's hand in passing. No. Lightly provocative words let Naoya momentarily speechless. Have seen arrogant, not seen so arrogant, but also robbed me to drink. Forcing back the anger in her heart, Naoya spoke again in as calm a tone as possible. Then why are you here? Come and see how you put the water god on the execution table with your own hands. What do you mean? Naivia couldn't stand to hear it and rose to question. And Ishii laughed softly twice, turning her head to meet the woman with the delicate makeup and somewhat playful hairstyle. I said, I came to see how the water god died. Is that clear? You. Naoya's angry sight stared straight at Ishii. It was even if she skipped the ticket, but she also blatantly said such disrespectful words to Fernina-sama. At those words the surrounding crowd pointed their spearheads at this arrogant man. Lord Fernina was in the wrong, but you directly said that she died. It shouldn't be. So, Lord Villette, don't you care? Naivia let out a shout and people looked up at Nivette. That Villette was obviously shocked as well. Not shocked that someone would openly provoke the gods, but rather, she had great misgivings about Ishii's words. Look at him, not playing around. As the dragon staff in the water rested heavily on the ground, a majestic voice rang out. Silence, Navalette took one last look at the memory full of casually sipping drinks and continued. I'll decide about him when this trial is over, so don't gossip until then. The words fell silent throughout the opera house, and Nawia was even dumbfounded in place. Though Lord Navet meant to deal with him afterward, it was more like he was vouching for him. People's eyes changed when they looked at Ishe. What kind of person are you? Satisfied? Don't you stand here weirdly blocking the view from behind. Sit down and wait for it to start. Nawia didn't reply, staring at Ishi before sitting back in her seat with an exasperated look. At that moment the spotlight on the stage came on and Linny, known to all as the Great Magician, appeared in the center of the stage. Hello everyone, before the official trial, it's time for me to bring you a show full of surprises, and here's the moment to witness the miracle. Chapter 187, The Sinner's Dance Spin, Part 1. Don't blink, everyone, we have our deity, Lord Fernina. The spotlight came on and a whole house appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the stage, as the walls and roof disintegrated in all directions. Fernina, as well as the golden-haired traveler, shone in the limelight. Fernina put her hand to her chest and looked at the people who cast scrutinizing glances with disbelief. Then it was time to notice Ishia in the middle of the hallway off stage. And it turned out, you're there too. Fluorescence stared dumbfounded at Ishi. You come to see the play can understand, just a little puzzled about what position you are in, but when you think about him being Ishie, it's not surprising, and I think it's reasonable for you to take the water god's seat straight away. My friends in the audience, my warm-up act is over, and next, the judgment of the gods can take place. At the sound of his voice, his eyes looked towards Linny, who was also on the stage, and his confident expression was always hanging on his face as he took off his bowler hat and bowed down to the center of the audience. That is she. I didn't realize that the Emperor of the Winter Kingdom was present. I wonder if he was satisfied with my performance. Shouldn't be doing too bad, right? So that's it. Fernina's voice became a little shaky, her gaze once again looking at Ishe, snapping back to what he had said earlier. Although the means are not exactly honorable, but in a short while, you will be able to completely free yourself. You have worked hard all these years. It seems to have arrived. The corners of his mouth then curled up slightly, the confidence of a god as well as his calmness on display. While I commend the efforts you have made, but isn't it too absurd for you to presume to judge the god of justice itself? Am I to understand that you refuse to stand trial? Then you will have a chance to prove your honor through a duel. That Villette on the judgment stand returned as if she had expected it, followed by Clorinda slowly stepping out. Are you sure you want to have a duel with a god? Looking at Clorinda's serious look, Fernina tried to bluff her with words, but unfortunately it obviously didn't work. Clorinda raised her hand and pointed her sword at the god under great pressure. It seems that you have made up your mind. Fernina sighed in her mind. It was inevitable. I still know about her due diligence. Just as Fernina wanted to raise her small hand, suddenly the Pombo water elemental force kept coming up behind her, only to see those water elemental force instantly condensed up to more than 10 meters high human form, body wave current lingering and glowing with divine light. The water god's true body had a majestic posture and a powerful aura, and the water sword, which symbolized justice, was unstoppable with both hands resting against the ground. That's Lord Water God's power. Gosh, I never thought I'd have the honor of seeing Fernina-sama exert her divine power. It's so spectacular. The theater audience stood up in excitement at the scene, unable to stop the excitement, the thrill on their faces. For the first time, Clorinda experienced what it meant to be oppressed by a god, and even her breathing became irregular as she looked up at the huge miracle in a trance. And Ishi's eyes brightened slightly as she crossed her legs and sat back, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. That god's true form was coalesced in the image of Ergolia on the 7 heavenly idol. More than a water god, this wave, to help support Fernina, was a little over the top, but no thanks, all buddy. Ah, Fernina isn't going to get real, is she? Paymon's shocked little eyes couldn't stop contracting, and he ducked behind Fluorescent one by one, afraid of growing a little face on it. Lum was not flustered and stepped back to the side. You guys can fight as much as you like, just don't spread to me. Then Villette sensed that something was wrong. It didn't seem to be Fernina's power. Twisting his head to look at Ishi, surely, in your case, there should be a way to undo everything. Then Villette never felt that Ishi would do anything against Fontaine because there was no need. After all, you being the one who has been there, you know best whether that prophecy will happen or not. Besides, if you do it directly, there is no one who can stop you. Even if you could, it wouldn't work, and I know you've had countless chances to do it all over again, even earlier, to nip everything in the bud. It's, of course, the most confused among them was Fernina herself. What the hell is going on here? This. Where on earth did that come from? Now the situation. Although the audience seems to have no problem at all. The problem is that I'm not a water god. The arrow is in the air and who knows what will happen next. Looking pleadingly at Ishi and seeing him nod, Fernina thought for a moment or two and looked to Clorinda, who kept gasping for air to adjust her breathing. I ask again, are you ready to realize? Compared to her previous pompous appearance, at this time, Fernina was serious, like a true god, but she was more nervous than anyone else in the room. But her heart, honed over centuries, had been able to carry her forward, and must. At this point, one can only choose to believe in Ishii and the so-called friends of Nafkaros. But what to do next? We can't really fight, can we? Why don't I surrender now? It's okay if I go on trial. It's just as good as done. Seeing Clarinda's grave and firm nod, Fernina immediately burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, good, very good. I commend you for your courage. The water god's true body behind Fernina's back instantly dissolved into nothingness and vanished into smoke. Then walking to the center of the stage, the familiar and exaggerated tone of voice resonated once again. I will not strike out against my people, and you have succeeded in impressing me with your firm resolve, so I will face it head on, and deserve to be judged. After a few seconds of silence in the room, Fernina changed her clothes to a very different expression, sad, and apologized and opened her mouth. I'm sorry everyone, I failed to guard the people of White Pine. Not only you but even I myself am disappointed in me, but now I, Fernina, will no longer run away and will interpret true justice in this trial. Then walk towards the audience, close your eyes and take a deep breath, open your arms and shout, rejoice and applaud, this marvelous unfolding, which even fantasy dares not fantasize about. A colorful and heart-stirring addition to the Fontanian stage, the trial of the god Furculos is about to open. Yes, wow, witness the moment of history. Ishii got up and led the applause, followed by thunderous applause. Fernina's magnificent and exciting performance was too shocking. It was clear that she was being driven to the edge, but now the initiative seemed to be in Fernina's hands. Okay, so my opponent? Me. Anticipating the sound of a reasonable voice, Fernina sent a sigh of relief instead. As long as it's not you, otherwise, I'll really break down. Me. Suddenly a familiar male voice came from the audience, and Fernina jerked her head around to look. The chair in the center of the hallway off stage was empty, and Fernina's heart slowed a beat. It can't really be. Apply to attend with Fernina. Ishii looked up and asked that valet on the high platform, who considered it for a moment or two and nodded. A reasonable offer. So let's have both sides take their places, said Lum and Ishii each walked to the sides of the stage. Fernina followed Ishii climate and whispered, Ishii, this is my own matter. In fact, you don't need to defend me law. Who said I was going to defend you? Just came to keep you company for fear you'd be too lonely. In that case, then, come along. Fernina's heart was overflowing with a little happiness. No matter what, I'm not alone anymore. Fluorescence countered with a face full of questions and concerns. Why is Ishii standing across from me? I'm your simple and sweet Fluorescence sister. Stealing a glance at those two. It was strange. I remembered that Ishii should not be familiar with Fernina, but why did she seem so close? No, maybe Ishii is really here to help me. It's just easier to go deeper into the enemy camp. Well, it must be. Chapter 188, The Sinner's Dance Spin, Part 2. The trial that cannot be denied has already begun, so there is no reason to go cold. No reason not to proceed to the end. So, in what name do you intend to try me? On the accusation stage, Fernina preached with an air of confidence that had never been seen before in her every word and action. Ishii was still in the same cocky pose, and even moved a chair to sit down, but looked a bit frowned upon in his expression. On the accusation table, Lum was similarly frowning, holding a hand in thought. Yes, the two pondered the same thing. What Flux was originally going to accuse, Fernina wasn't really a god at all. But just now, in order to support Fernina, Ishii's water god's true body had come out in its entirety, and had clearly sat on Fernina's identity as a god. How can this be? The scene fell silent for a moment, and that valet gazed to see both sides. Why don't you guys start? Will Ms. Fluorescent please state the charges to be made? Nevalet warned thoughtfully, and Lum looked to Fernina and then to Ishii, wanting to speak, stopping to speak. What the hell? Now it seems like a sure loss any way you think about it. I accuse. You're going to accuse Fernina of not being a water god. Ishii spoke up, and Flux nodded cooperatively. Ah, yes. The stage was in an uproar as the words fell. They thought they were going to say something, but it turned out to be that Fernina-sama wasn't a water god? She's usually a little out of practice, but you can't talk about her like that, can you? And that man, who is that handsome guy? Why do you think he's close to Fernina-sama? And it looked more like Ishii was accusing Fernina of the crime now than what the blonde traveler had said. And why is that? Charges sustained. Ms. Fernina. And your defense. Do you admit to the charges brought by the accuser? That valet wasn't shocked, just a little surprised. Fernina's bicolored, alien pupils twitched uncontrollably, and she looked horrified. Ms. Fernina? Nevalet sensed the difference in Fernina, and Nevalet thought a lot about the appearance of Ishii over the centuries. While not sure of the specifics, at this point he had an inkling of the outcome of this trial. Fernina craned her head to look around the circle of listeners below, all of whom were expecting an answer, and the wind was even more lopsided, and the oracle ruled that the cardinal was leaning towards Fernina's side at the moment, even though she hadn't said anything yet. But even the accuser thought that Fernina might actually be a water god. Humph, this is completely expected. Just as he wanted to open his mouth, Ishi's voice came. Just admit it, I'll take care of it if something happens. At those words Fernina jerked her head toward Ishi, and his casual yet serious look against his side face was inexplicably reassuring. Fernina turned extraordinarily torn, and at the same time saw some hope. She wanted to trust Ishi, but it was gambling with the lives of the entire Fontaine people. Can't afford to lose. I'm not really a god, but in my place, I shouldn't. The result of this judgment has been decided. It doesn't have much to do with whether or not you're a god. Just play as you please and leave the rest to me, Ishi added. And for a moment, Fernina thought of the many times she had been. The confusion of being placed in a position of responsibility at birth, the unconscious tears left behind, and the light that remembrance brought to his endless path of darkness. Countless memories came flooding back, accompanied by a flash of tears slipping from the corner of Fernina's eyes. Finally, is it coming to an end? What will greet me? I, Fraculus, Fernina de Fontaine, one of the 7 consuls of the earthly realm, queen of the many waters, the many parties, the many peoples and the many laws. The open voice echoed throughout the opera house as Fernina walked to the edge of the stage and removed her bowler hat and tossed it into the air in a perfect arc. Resign your position as water god with immediate effect, and offer all, yes all, of your power for the fight against that so-called prophecy and for guarding the people of Fontaine. So, I admit it. With that said, the bowler hat finished its circle around the theater and returned perfectly to Fernina's hand. To this Fernina was a little pleased. It was just as well that it was still really given to Ishi. It was the only time in centuries that it had been thrown out and returned to her hands. Fernina's statement was perfect, whether I was a water god or not from the beginning. At least now, judging from the results, it's true that I'm not a water god anymore. There's nothing bad to admit. What? Fernina-sama is actually willing to make such a sacrifice. Don't. Fontaine can't leave you. Fernina's words moved the audience on the stage to cry out in pain, and they rose to speak with immense regret. Silence, since MS. Fernina admits it. Then, wait. At that moment a shout interrupted that Villette's pronouncement, and people looked in the direction of the voice. How it was that strange handsome man again? On the condition that Fernina is not the water god. I add an additional charge that the water god violated the laws of the world and used her power without authorization to create human beings out of pure water sprites, causing all the people of Fontaine to carry the original sin. What? Lum covered her mouth with incredulity. Not only Flux, but the whole group froze in place. What do you mean? We're all pure water sprites? What a joke. That's right, we're human beings, and you've been disrupting the court since just now. Now don't you go too far. Fernina also looked at Ishi in a bit of a trance. Aren't you guys friends? Why be so desperate? It's definitely hard to escape death on this charge. No doubt about it. Ishi, that's what she's wanted all her life. And that's what she's doing all this for. Fernina understood and withdrew her eyes, her face full of relief. Ignoring the broken words from the stage, Ishi pulled out her ears and spoke to that Villette. What do you think, Grand Inquisitor? Villette stared at Fernina in contemplation for a moment and spoke solemnly. The accusation. Mr. Ishi, what is the evidence? Evidence? Do I need to show it to you? To you, to Naivia as her 2 guards, and to all the people of Fontaine. Ishi stood up and walked like nothing through the fence over the opera house to the shocked eyes of the whole group. It is well known at this moment that Fontainians will melt when they touch the water of the primal fetal sea, but that's not entirely true. To be precise, it's that the water is reductive, and you'll turn back into pure water sprites if you come into contact with it. The light steps under his feet made a clear and ethereal ringing sound with each step, just like a god descending. The bright pupils of Ishi's eyes scrutinized everyone present, and the aura of the king's presence made ordinary people not dare to look at them. The right hand then lifted up to point at Naivia. This lady, do you want to get up and explain your experience to the group yourself? Or do you want a Flores to speak about what you've seen and heard? Or, then we let you do it. A tone very different from her previous image rang out, and Naivia clenched her teeth, feeling more and more fearful the more she thought about it. In the end, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stand here if it weren't for those 2 pure water elves, and no one knew better than Naivia who those 2 pure water elves really were. Originally, she just wanted Fernina to tell the truth, but now how did it turn into a trial of her guilt? A charge of such magnitude. Naivia snapped back to what Ishi had said to herself at the beginning. Come and see how you put the water god on the execution table with your own hands. Thinking of this, Naivia became more and more unwilling. Now is not exactly the time to produce evidence of the water god's death penalty. Naivia's mood turned incredibly heavy, and she looked helplessly at the others behind her. Their gazes were lost and they didn't say a word, because only the fontaines would dissolve in the waters of the primordial Tyre Sea sort of see it with their own eyes. There was no way to refute Ishi's accusations, and no explanation beyond that. Add to that the encounter with the travelers and Lord Teyvat in the ruins, and I'm afraid, not a chance. Can I, refuse to testify? Naivia sat motionless as if she had lost her mind, not really wanting to feel free. Then fluorescence. You're not Ishie, are you? Chapter 189, The Sinner's Dance Spin, Part 3. Over the stage of the opera house, a blonde six-winged woman was confronting the godlike Ishii. Ishie, do you have a grudge against the water god? Why are you doing this to her? Fluorescence is unwilling to sit and wait for death. 6 light wings behind him appeared and rushed to the front of Ishii to question him in anger. The atmosphere turned tense for a moment, and it was surprising that such a thing had happened in the courtroom. Lum was the only one in the room who dared, and was the only one who could come out and talk like that. At this rate Fernina could really be sentenced to death. It might not change anything, but until then she wanted to ask questions. Ishia's golden eyes glittered, and her cool tone didn't have a single rise or fall, making Fluorescence feel unfamiliar. After a few crisp sounds, Ishii jogged over to Lum and brought her arm up. This instantly Fluxus thought that Ishii might want to slap herself, and stared at Ishii's palm with some trepidation, but had no intention of avoiding it. After all, today's situation was sort of his own making, and there were no good people in the opera house at the moment. Ishii. Fernina held her hands on the edge of the fence and peeked out slightly to look at the two in the air. What the hell is going on? Accompanied by the rapid fall of Ishii's large hand, Lum's eyes closed, and then she felt a delicate sensation coming from her head. When he opened his eyes, Ishii was stroking his hair with a peaceful face. Then Ishia's smile turned a little stiff, and her hand movements lost their confidence in a haphazard manner. Ishii more and more puzzled. Before obviously still good. How again will not touch it? Could it be that there is a period of time without touching the feel is gone? Will fluorescent beautiful blonde hair left raking too? And then skimmed to the right. It still does not feel right. Do you trust me? Faith. Fluorescence silently flying in front of Ishii with messy hair, drooping a little face, very speechless look. Well, he's amnesia. This moment Fluorescence remembered the first meeting with Ishii, the same bad maneuver. Then go back first. Aha. After saying that, Ishii picked up Fluorescence with one hand and threw her back to the accusation table, continuing to look at Navia. Fluorescence's 6 light wings straight open to come to a sharp stop, looking back at Ishia's eyes to be more grudging. Can't you be gentle? Who the hell did you learn that from? Suit yourself. The end is in sight. My accusation is only to tell you why this is so. To adduce or not to adduce is irrelevant. Ishii turned to look at that Villette and raised her hand in a gesture of invitation. Grand Inquisitor, you may read the Oracle ruling machine's final. Slow down. That's when Navia got up and shouted to Ishii. Wrong from the start, and now finally mustering up the courage to speak her mind. What we're trying to allege is that Fernina wasn't a water god from the beginning, not whether she's given up her godhood or not now. You're trying to help confuse the concept for her, aren't you? The words fell. The opera house audience also reacted and exchanged words. Yeah, it does seem like that's coming up. The problem is wondering if Fernina-sama was originally a water god or not. Didn't that Fernina person demonstrate the power of a god? Why do you still need to prove it? Dare to pretend to be a god must have some backbone of his own. Just now also just changed into a larger water illusion form and gave up. Could it be that the power to this is the limit? Well, he almost took me there. But who the hell is that handsome guy in the air? He doesn't look like a god from another country either. Smiling at the corners of her mouth, Ishii said as if she had expected it. I know you have made every preparation, and one of the strongest pieces of evidence is to see if Fernina dares to touch the waters of the primal Tyre Sea. So what if she is? So whether she was a god or not from the beginning, the next try will be. And how do you prove that the water god won't be dissolved by the primordial fetal sea like humans? Who told you that? Or have you seen it? And if it would, and Fernina was pressured to try it, will you take the great sin of regicide? Can you afford it? I'm not trying to. Ishii disliked Naiwia with a single sentence, and her aura from just now was completely gone as she gulped and sputtered. Ishii laughed softly twice and continued to speak. Alright, I'll tell you what. Before the water god ascended to the throne it was a pure water sprite that was a dependent of the previous water god. So, it'll be dissolved. Do you hear me? Naivia's pupils constricted and she sat back down paralyzed with disorientation. What the hell did I do? Although I didn't use it, I'm glad that I switched the primordial Tyre seawater to diluted one, or else I would have definitely become a sin for the ages. Then Villette swept the scene, and no one spoke again. Since no evidence has been adduced, the following will begin to announce the final judgment. The Oracle Adjudicator was running at high speed, glowing with unprecedented power, and the camera turned back to that in front of Villette, and a small disc of book-style objects appeared. The oracle ruling machine gives the result. Water god, death penalty. So the death penalty really exists. I always thought it was all a legend, going against the laws of the world. It really is a capital offense. Fernina stood on the high platform, somewhat at a loss for words. What should I do at this point? Should I not die, right? While people were talking, Ishi suddenly thought of something and rushed towards Fernina without saying a word. What are you doing? Sorry in advance, but it had to be done. Ishi gave Fernina a direct press on top of the throne, followed by a hard pinch around her waist. Wawa. Well, just as Fernina cried out, her mouth was covered by Ishi's death, and the pain in her waist made Fernina unable to hold back her tears. The viewer's perspective is that Ishia is not moving after she suddenly rushes towards Lord Fernina, and is somewhat confused as to what they are doing. Then Villette could only see Ishia's back. Why did that scene just now look so much like? Ishia pressed Fernina into a chair and forced her to kiss her? Ishia, what are you? Fernina asked Ishia in exasperation at regaining her freedom, but just as she opened her mouth he shoved a cupcake into it. Just trust me, and leave everything that follows to me in its entirety. Good. One of the prophecy achievements reached. The water god weeps on his throne. Chapter 190, The Sinner's Dance Spin, Part 4. Thank you to extremely cute Barbara, of Giant Toma Invincible for her support. Thanks to Spicy Man, Live to Abound Pharmacist, for his support. Thanks to Sick Little Ayaka, who is just very gentle anyway, for his support. Thanks to Guy Slinky, Touchy Feely, Barbados, for the like. Ishie, are you bullying me? Fernina wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and took an exasperated bite of her cupcake. In the center of the stage, Femini is analyzing the slate prophecies with Navelette and Fluorescence. It looks like it will be soon. Ishia smiled and leaned over to cover Fernina in her seat with her shadow, cupping her face with her fingers. Right. The moment it touched, a strong feeling of satisfaction passed through his fingers. It was the most hydrated face Ishi had ever pinched. Try again. With both hands. Oh. Woohoo. What are you doing? La. Fernina's voice squeaked along with the ensuing distortion of her face, and Ishi rubbed it for a while before she was satisfied and withdrew her hand. Fernina puffed out her cheeks twice and nibbled on a bite of cupcake before quietly skimming her head to glance at Navette, who had been watching this side of the room. Then carefully pulling his head back, he asked apprehensively to Ishi, Ishie, what happens next? The death penalty. Will it really be carried out? You needn't worry about any of that. Now, evacuate the people of the opera house. Yeah. At this, Fernina drew up her voice and rose to speak to the whole audience. Everyone of Fontaine, although I, Fernina, am no longer a god, there are dangerous things that will happen here next that are beyond the norm. So, before the words fell, the audience above the space suddenly tore out a huge mouth. Swallowing, the sky giant whale rushed out in the air, wantonly swimming. The shocking spectacle caused the crowd to break into chaos and start fleeing toward the theater entrance. Take that! Before that, Villette could make a move. Fluorescence took the lead and flashed his weapon into a meteor and charged at the large whale. Watching this scene, Aishi, who was sitting by the fence, nodded thoughtfully. She's still so headstrong, especially with me around. With a flash of golden light, Fluorescence casually flung the huge sword in his hand, and with it, he resumed the size of a one-handed sword, and the sky-swallowing giant whale in the air looked as if it was frozen in place, and then it slowly fell towards the giant slit in the abyss as if it had suffered a trauma. At that moment, only to see a burst of dark purple lightning rushing up into the sky, the Duke Demon King armed leapt out to send him flying with a knee bump on the top, followed by a chase to its back, waving the lance in his hand while running and slashing. Handsome. Even though the heaven-swallowing giant whale was no longer a threat for the time being, this place couldn't be fully loaded with Fluorescence alone. The giant sky-swallowing whale was finally able to drop into a familiar harbor, while the male stood proudly high in the sky, reaching out to the Villette, shaking his fist and giving his middle finger. Then noticing Ishi watching from the high platform, he switched to his thumb and, with an upward thrust, fell into the chasm as well. Then Villette was a little puzzled as to what the gesture meant, but didn't think much of it. Silkirk, that man has taught you all the wrong things. It was really dangerous just now. All of a sudden it came out of the opera house. Was that the big whale you saw in your dream? When Fleur flew back to the group, Paimon asked anxiously. While that Villette was explaining, there was a sudden movement from the gears at the back of the oracle ruler. Pale, pure aqua-colored fluorescence lit up, and the gears spun desperately as if to end it all. It seems, it's the death penalty that's going to start. Fernina, sniffing fluorescence, looked in the direction of Ishie and opened her light wings and flew towards them. Then he saw the two men eating a piece of cupcake one by one and froze in place. Fernina, there's an execution coming up and you, aren't you nervous? Ishi craned her head to lock eyes with Fernina, thought for a moment, and spoke. How about, I'll make her cry for you? With a fork, Fernina snatched the only half of the cake left in Ishi's hand and took a big bite. I'm not going to. You just pinched me so hard it hurts. Lum was silent for a moment or two, and Ishii smoothly handed Lum her empty plate and got up to stretch. You guys stay here and don't move. I'm going to check on the execution. Huh? Where? After saying that, Ishii disappeared into thin air, leaving Flux and Fernina staring at each other in disbelief. In the light and dreamy scene, a huge aquamarine blue sword, a symbol of the inadmissibility of trespassing, hovers and rotates in the air. Such an amazing picture. Right underneath actually stood peacefully a princess with a delicate and dignified posture. Gentle and considerate. You, water god? That Villette quietly surveyed the scene, thinking that you are, in fact, the true god of water. Fukuro's opened her moving eyes, her expression clearly a little surprised to see another uninvited guest. This place, in principle, only that Villette should be able to reach it. Something unexpected has happened. Greetings, I am the demon god Fukuros, and this gentleman is. Fukuros waved a hand in greeting to the visitor, then looked to the poised, yet somewhat familiar man beside the water dragon. A friend of Fernina and Navalette, right? It was nice to meet you at the end and thank you for taking care of her all this time. Little things. Ishii spat out 2 words and left it at that, carrying the air of inscrutability to the end. There was a hint of despondency buried behind Fukuro's moving smile, and besides, there was such a big guy overhead. At the sound of that, Villette's scrutinizing gaze went to Ishii. Having seen Fraculus, had expected something about him to surface, but I didn't realize that Furculos didn't even know Ishii. Who the hell are you? Ishii was a friend of Fernina's. That Villette didn't believe it at first. That kind of performance could never be acted out. Besides, Fernina didn't have any reason at all to pretend to be a stranger with Ishii. Ha! Look at the look in your eyes. Villette, why do you feel like you're being weird about this? Fukuros cocked his head, although his divine sense was lodged in the oracle. Fontaine's situation was more or less understandable. Am I misunderstanding something? That Villette's expression turned more and more cautious, taking 2 steps back to distance herself from Ishii. Who the hell are you? And for what purpose? You guys are. Fukuros looked at the instant hostile like 2 people, some puzzled. Has not always been good. Suddenly how this is? Ishii smiled helplessly and spread her hands very innocently. So Villette, you didn't suddenly lose your memory. I'm Fernina's friend. There's no need to keep covering it up. Fernina has never even met you. I've figured it out now. That unconditional trust Fernina had in you was because you told her you were a friend of Fracaro's, right? And now, Fracaro's likewise doesn't know you. Ha! What are you guys doing in? In the middle of saying that, Fukulo's pupils shrunk violently, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Try as I might to avoid it, that horrible thought lingered in the back of my mind. Fukuros didn't care much. Maybe Fernina had a sweetheart or something? Everything has gone well during these 400 years, and the closer we get to success the easier it is to slacken off. Fukuros was the same, and surprisingly, he didn't realize that Ishii had just said something only Tenri knew, the water god's original sin. Unwillingly biting his lip, still failed? Immediately afterward, his eyes went black and his legs went limp. As she was about to fall, a large, strong hand gently took hold of her water-smooth waist. Raising her eyes, Ishii wore a charming smile and caught her firmly before pinching up Fraculus' cheeks with her other hand. Silly girl, what are you thinking blindly? I just came to watch a play, how come it's so troublesome? Fukuro's face felt better than even Fernina's and made Ishii love it. Fukuros blushed and looked at Ishii's face in confusion, somewhat understanding why he thought he was Fernina's beloved. Really good looking. Ishii looked up at the huge sword and continued to speak. It's almost time. Don't you want to have a dance as a final goodbye? Go ahead and do it. We'll talk about it afterwards if there's anything. After? What are you talking about? Ishii gently pushed Fukuros towards the center of the stage and gave her equally hydrated as a smooth snap slap. Come on. That's what I came to see. Got it. Chapter 191, declaring no one guilty. Well, it looks like the time for the execution is already coming. Fukuro's smile was as gentle and soft as a tranquil lake on a spring day. With her little girl-like hands behind her back, she took 2 brisk bouncing steps forward and turned to look at the only 2 people in the audience. Then it's time for me, the sinner, to take my curtain call. Goodbye, handsome big brother. Goodbye, Navalette. I hope you've enjoyed the drama that's been yours for the past 500 years. The adjudicating spotlight is on her, and she judges herself to save all of Fontainebleau. She was just an ordinary little girl, but she bore the burden of the gods for 500 years until the end. Swords hanging from their heads, dancing, sinners dancing and swirling. In the face of death, Fraculos finished a dance with grace and ease, light and agile, with a fluttering jade foot, hands lightly outstretched on either side. Fukuros performed a final curtain call, covering just the right amount of hair to keep people from seeing her eyes at the moment, as Fukuros was at the end of the day. She wanted to show off her best. Facing death must have been terrifying for her as well, a rare commonality between God and man. The giant sword judged mercilessly. That Villette couldn't bear to extend his hand forward, and he who was about to have the power of the ancient dragon could do nothing about it. Fontaine's cruelest criminal law is enforced on the kindest of people. Is it the end of just meeting? What are you going to do next? At the sound of the voice that Villette looked to the other spectator, his expression not as frivolous as before, full of respect. To wash away the sins of the Fontaines, I have taken back the power of the ancient dragons and become a true and complete dragon. Have you? Ishi stretched unhurriedly, covering her shoulders and moving around. When you're done washing, high above the sky, that Villette stood resolutely, the phantasmagorical dreamlike hem of her dress fluttering behind her, looking down on everything in the world. That Villette had no idea what was going on in her mind. All one knows is that at this moment in Fontaine it is raining the biggest rainstorm in history. Supreme Inquisitor Neuvillette hereby declares that I will forgive you Fontainians for your sins. The rooftop of the opera house applauded Ishi. What a marvelous scene. The rain stopped for a moment, as if tainted with divine energy. Shedding tears, the great power returned and declared that no one was guilty. What just happened? Why do I feel an inexplicable wave of sadness? And you, where did you go? Facing the reappearing Ishie, Fernina asked apprehensively. Still smiling familiarly, Ishi pinched up Fernina's small face, crying and whining when she can't see me. What a little girl, who cried and cried again. Ishia scanned around. The whole opera house, only a few people on the stage. The audience has been all evacuated. Looks like we'll get to see that one afterward. With a stunning impression and some slight weight. So looking forward to it. Seeing that Ishi didn't know what to think there, Fernina took the opportunity to slip away to escape his clutches. Ishi didn't care about this side of things, only feeling empty in her hands, so she unconsciously resumed her search for her target. You, what are you doing? Seeing this, Newia took 2 steps backward and held her jade hand in front of her body with some concern, only to see Ishia wave her hand and pinch on Newia's white and tender face, instantly flushing with light red marks, gripping the palm of his hand. It didn't feel quite right, and twisting his head. It was Naivia. Navia was at a loss. What do you mean by that? Oh, by the way, sorry. Then he pinched one on the other side of Naivia and nodded in satisfaction that it was symmetrical. Ishie, you just said the death penalty. Lum had just opened her mouth when Ishie came at her cheeks as well, followed by Lynette, Clarinda, which was all the women in the room. The crowd fell silent. This lord's mind, truly elusive. Lynette didn't have a rebellious mind because Ishia was the emperor of the most winter kingdom. Clarinda didn't know how to react, and besides, even Fernina-sama didn't say anything, so she didn't have much of a reaction. As for the fluorescence, pinching is habitual and I don't want to explain it. Well, you guys talk first. I have some business with Fernina. Well, it's time to end it. It's time to punish that whale. With the return of the Dragon King, that Villette already had the power to fight the star-swallowing whale. While explaining this to the crowd, a shout came from Fernina on the stage not far away. Waiawa, don't you come over here. The crowd sniffed and looked, then froze. What are you doing? On the wide stage, Ishi held a small, brightly colored knife, pointing it straight ahead at Fernina, who was speedily escaping. I was just trying to give you a cut. What are you running for? Listen to what you're saying. You're chasing me with a knife and stabbing me. Can I not run? I don't care to explain. Stop right there. Let me stab you first before you run. You think I'm stupid? Please don't chase me. One cut. Just one cut. Then Villette help. A few eyes swiveled around the chasing pair, finally coming to rest on Fernina, who had ducked behind Navette. Hey, you don't want to use this knife to execute Fernina yourself, do you? Navia and Clarinda then together blocked in front of Fernina, who at the words was even more afraid, and shrank behind Navette with all her might. You, don't come over. Ishi, he seems to have suddenly gone mad. Then Villette, you stabilize him. You guys trust me? I simply wanted to give Fernina a stab. Nothing bad. That Villette did not move much. Ishi's mind was too difficult to guess. Thought about it and gave a look to Fluorescence beside her. Fleur understood, and with a flick of her light wings grabbed Fernina and sent her to Ishi. Quick, stab her with your guy. Coming. The fluorescence was so fast that Fernina only felt a flash in front of her eyes and didn't react to what was happening. Immediately after a glittering scalpel crossed in front of her eyes, a few strands of hair fell out, startling Fernina with a jolt. Naivia and Clarinda sighed helplessly. The human power was too small in front of them both to see what was going on. Neuvillette, you know Ishi the best. Go ask him what he wants. Lum, no need to ask. I know what he's up to. Hurry up and get it over with and let's go whale hunting. Look guys, it looks like something is coming out around Fernina, only to see a sudden dense water elemental energy rising and continuously converging. After the blinding light, a pavilion standing fair lady appeared in front of everyone's eyes. I'm not. With a hand on her chest, Fukuros looked at the figure beside her with a puzzled blink of her large, unseeing eyes. Looking again at the oracle ruling machine, he confirmed that the water god's divine position had been shattered and released a sigh of relief. The most shocked among them was that Violet, you can even resurrect gods, but I saw it with my own eyes just now. The second, Fernina? But something doesn't seem quite right. Paimon flew a few laps around Frakalos, sizing him up. This one looked quite a bit more reliable than Fernina. Fernina, what do you mean? Fukuros noticed the girl with the dumbfounded expression, staring straight at her, and smiled gently. It's been a long time, Fernina. It's been hard on you. Fernina stared blankly at the woman with the same features as herself, and her long-suppressed emotions burst forth as she took a step toward her. It's you. You're finally here. It's me. A hot tear crossed the corner of Fernina's eye, and Fukulos reached up to wipe it away, holding her gently in his arms, feeling her silent words. Under the spotlight, the twin sisterly duo embraced each other in a perfect curtain call. No one had the heart to disturb it, not wanting to ruin this centuries-old beauty. Once the two had separated, Frakalos came to Ishii and bent down to salute. On behalf of all of Fontaine, Frakalos, thank you from the bottom of my heart for all that you have done. Ishii withdrew the scalpel she was playing with between her fingers and shook her head. Don't get me wrong. I didn't do anything but give Fernina a slash in the hair. Fontaine owes everything to you guys, with or without me. After saying that, he gave her a smooth hand on her most watery face, and now anyone who came over to Ishii had to pinch her in the face. At that Fukuros nodded thoughtfully, taking a step back and spinning lightly in a circle. Whether you need it or not, it doesn't stop me from thanking you at all. Whatever. Chapter 192, Skunk. Ahahahahaha, go to hell. Inside the unknown and mysterious space, a woman who reveals herself to be mysterious and elegant is chasing after a handsome man who was not good enough to die in shopping. The unobservable sword chi accompaniment as well as the invisible killing intent echoed around the crowd, chilling people. Even if it was as strong as fluorescence, he didn't dare to step forward and take half a step. The other party's strength was a bit beyond the norm. I'm telling you, girls don't always think about fighting. Kill you. And to be polite, shut your mouth and die. The tone of Ishii's yawning voice rang out every now and then. He had been chased and hacked at by Silkirk for half an hour under the gaze of several of that Violet's men. But as always, fluorescence depressed cover the head. Forget it. See, Ishii reaction is estimated to be fine. And he dared to do so means that there is full certainty. Half an hour ago. Scary. Facing the star-swallowing whale, Ishii went up and kicked the fluorescent mentioned sword, followed and almost killed it directly. Just as that Violet was planning to wrap things up, unexpectedly the boss suddenly crystallized and turned into a small ball of light that was intercepted by an indifferent woman. Silkirk took one look at the energizer in his hand, then turned around and threw it into the middle of the chasm along with Dartaria, who he was carrying. Clap your hands and look back with a sneer. Thank you for helping with the aftermath. This was supposed to be my job. I was just in seclusion for a while. I didn't expect my master's pet to fight with my disciple. What a mistake. Just go back and punish yourself 3 million times. Listening to the tone with a hint of sophistication reminded Ishii of 100-year-old Sean. That is, Silkirk sounded natural. Ishii surveyed the young girl full of unknowns, and suddenly her eyes lit up, as if she had discovered some very interesting contraption. This power. What are you? That Violet asked cautiously. So far it seemed that this person's strength was not to be underestimated and was not hostile. From the description of the male, she would be the master Silkirk that the male spoke of. That is, we imagine it to be someone who speaks very little. I just don't have anything to say to the weak. No matter what, you guys possess no small amount of strength, so you possess the qualifications to talk to me as equals. Then Silkirk looked over at Ishii, frowning slightly, not understanding, but the way he was looking at himself was a little annoying. Especially you, to think that you can't even see through me, even though you didn't use any of your powers. You're from outside the world, aren't you? Those things don't usually work, and there's something strange about you, I feel. What? Said Ishii as he walked toward Silkirk, who could not detect the slightest hostility, and besides, he seemed to want to say something, so he waited silently, only to see Ishii come to Silkirk's left side. Her right hand brushed up the long silky hair behind her back, grabbed Silkirk's one featherless, small wing-like whatever and kneaded it. Say, how come you only have one? There's a race with 6 little wings. At that moment, Silkirk's face turned red, a hint of an unpleasant sound leaked out, followed by endless killing intent surging out. He was as natural as could be from start to finish, and it was amazing how such slow movements could get to him. The weapon in his hand then appeared, and his face was full of humiliation as he angrily stared up at Ishii. Something's not right. What the hell is this about? What? Ishii, you said that Columbine wants me to cry and make trouble? I'll be right back. I'll see how to get out of here. Wait for me. I'm going to kill. SSSH, I'll kill you in pieces. Ishii sensed that the atmosphere was not quite right, and immediately pretended to speak as if she was on the phone with someone, while pinching Silkirk's chilly face. He ended up groping Silkirk's fleshy thighs and turning to run. The monstrous sword power then came, but they were all dodged subtly by Ishii. In the blink of an eye both figures disappeared at the same time, and only the whistling sword sounds continued to erupt in the air. Ishii, this set of operation looks silly crowd. You are a real man. Don't get angry. It's not good for your health. Worry about yourself. Soon you won't have a body. Lum looked at Ishii, who had filled up Silkirk's hate value with the lift of her hand, and sighed helplessly. Who are you to go up and molest? Help yourself. It looks like you cannot intervene. So a few people just watched in awe as Silkirk hacked at Ishii for half an hour and froze without hitting a single sword. By the end of the cut Silkirk was confused. How was it like a fake? Stop. Ishii suddenly stopped dodging and turned to Silkirk with an open hand to signal a pause. Silkirk also somehow cooperated by stopping and asked him, clutching the rapier in his hand. What is it? For this frivolous man Silkirk only felt very puzzled. Why just can't hack it? For a moment he began to doubt himself. It couldn't be. It simply couldn't be. He was even just dodging without counterattacking. The corner of Silkirk's mouth smashed at the thought. Is it because he thinks I'm not worthy of your hand? Ishii let out a breath and pulled out a can of Coke out of thin air to take a couple sips to rest and relax, not forgetting to throw one at fluorescence. You're a smart man. You should know that going on like this isn't the way to go. How about this? You let me do some more research and then I'll let you cut a sword. How about that? Silkirk lapsed into silence, staring at the ground and contemplating something, looking to Ishii and then averting his eyes again. Hesitantly, thinking about it, Silkirk plunged his sword into the ground as if he had made up his mind about something. Since I can't force your hand, at least, let me know the gap with you. Good. After saying that Silkirk closed his eyes, not expecting the bad voice of Ishii to come. Aren't you afraid I'll lie to you? At that Silkirk flinched, annoyed. Once is no different than twice, and you'd better do it fast if you're going to do it, and then be a good boy and take my sword. Coming. Wait. I didn't say I'd let you do it to this extent. A strange sensation came from Silkirk's waist, and the little wing-like contraption behind his back fluttered a little in response, before it was gently gripped by a large hand. Ignoring Silkirk's murderous stare, Ishii let go of her tight waist and stroked her head. I didn't say what I was going to do. You, don't go too far. Knowing he was in the wrong, Silkirk gritted his teeth and closed his eyes again, allowing Ishii to move. Thinking to herself that this girl is quite a promise keeper. Honesty is a virtue. Ishii finally raised Silkirk's anger to new heights with a smack on her fleshy ass. Okay, your turn. No questions asked. At this moment, Silkirk looked skeptically at Ishii who was moving her muscles, and then at the sword in her hand. A deep sigh. Is the gap still too big? He took my full force blow and didn't even get hurt. So it's true that I still have a long way to go. Ishii, are you okay? Lum trotted over to Ishii and touched up his abs with a worried face, then sighed in relief that it seemed to be fine. Ishii braced herself and turned her arms. That one. It seemed to hurt a little. Silkirk was silent for a moment or two and grunted coldly, never wanting to meet this man again. In fact, Silkirk's sword could directly bring Ishii to the brink of death, and that Billet wasn't even sure about taking her sword. It was just that Ishii had inserted the scalpel into her body ahead of time and didn't peel it out, so she recovered the instant she was injured. You, what's your name? Silkirk asked to Ishii, who stretched lazily and spoke with a smile. My name is Ishii, a common fortune teller in Liu. Chapter 193 Abundant Water Element. Fontaine, Opera House. Ooh-hoo. Fukuro's look at him. Ishii is bullying me again. The Linny siblings have already evacuated, and Naivia is worried about what's happening the first time she goes back to make preparations. On the high platform of the throne, there were only two Qinliang figures speaking to each other. Ishii, you're back. What are you doing again? Eek. That's when Ishii suddenly appeared, and without saying a word, pressed Fernina into her lap. Cry me a river. Ah, don't hit it, don't hit it. I'm wrong, okay. Sit still. After a few heavenly echoes, Ishii sat her on the throne. Then looking to Fraculus, a small hint of surprise tinted her watery expression. Fernina has just been saying nice things about you to me. Now these actions are. After a moment's thought, her hands lifted her gently flowing skirt and she cocked her head lightly with a smile. Am I coming too? No need. Ishii tenderly held up Fraculos's slender hands above his head. Fraculos welcomed Ishii movements to turn around. Ishii leaned down smoothly, letting the girl fall gracefully on top of her large hands. Now, come with me. Ishii, you can't just forget about me when you see Fukuros. I'm just as pretty as she is. Good. Hey. After saying that, the two of them disappeared together, leaving behind a very aggravated Fernina on top of the throne, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Ishii, you bigot. Suddenly violent waves rumbled and Fernina thought of something and was about to get up to check when she thought of Ishii telling her to sit still. Well, if you don't move, you don't move. In the end, everyone will dissolve in the sea, leaving Fernina alone to cry on the god's throne. Anyway, She succeeded then. Over the waterlogged fontaine, two sacred figures were in slow flight, clear and calm. There were boats of all sizes traveling below, and Naivia had been prepared and was rescuing the refugees floating on the water's surface. But I'm still curious. Ishii, who are you really? Smiling, Ishii moved in front of Frakalos and gently picked her chin. What if I said you guessed correctly that I am in fact Tenri? Ha ha, even if you were, you'd never be her. Or you. With a smile on her brow, Fukuros reached out and wrapped her arms around Ishii's neck, bringing them closer together, the softness revealing her eyes as if to say my whole being is yours. Besides, I trust you quite a bit. Just how good is good enough to approach Fernina with these lies? My friend? Many people noticed the two in the sky and thought to themselves, what time is it now that you two are dating here? Naewia looked at these two guys for a while with a mixture of alienation and helplessness. I knew you were having an affair with the water god. I just see her as a bully, and so do you. Well, let's just pretend that's the case, but if you bully me too much, I'll cry for you. Ishii lightly wrapped her arms around the thin waist of the girl in front of her, and Furkalos cooperated by dancing lightly and flying around Ishii in the air. The gorgeous figure was out of place in the natural disaster below, graceful and unhurried. What kind of god cries? You just have so much power that it's overflowing. So do you want to try to see just how full it is? After everything has stabilized, Ishii thought to herself that this girl was not simple, but also exceptionally smart. No wonder she was the one who could fool Tianli. Ishii usually can't see girls crying. Oh, she purposely made herself cry does not count. Fukulos can even see it at a glance. Then he gave her a pinch on her face that seemed like it could be pinched out, and spoke faintly. I think you just covet my good looks. Who made you so handsome? All people love beauty. What's wrong with a demon god? Sniffing the corners of Ishii's mouth twitching, how do I feel that this girl is flirting with me in turn? It's still Fernina who's a good bully. The sea suddenly picked up in the middle of the speech, followed by a huge ship. The airship surfaced, extremely shocking. Laosley is arranging a rope rescue from above and is a pretty reliable big brother. Humans, that's incredible. Looking at the airship that could hover in the sky, Frakalos let out a heartfelt sigh of admiration. There was only one thought in the mind of Ishii: blame. It was Noah's Ark? At that moment, one by one, beautiful heads were drilling out of the rough sea. The faces of the immortal spirits are one more than a grudge, but also too sudden. Stay at home well. Inexplicably let the drowning. There was something cute about the image of a quick toss of the head together again to shake the water droplets off the little wings. Quick, this way. Looking for the sound, Naivia on the ship was approaching the fairies and kept waving. Then, as Naivia stared in shock, the small wings on the heads of the fairy spirits transformed into incomparably holy angel wings, spreading their wings and flying through the air. It doesn't look like it needs rescuing yet. The immortal spirits swept around the sea. There were still quite a few straggling populace, and then helped to grab them one by one and bring them to the huge ship in the air. Oh my god, it's like an angel. Am I being saved by an angel? A million thanks. You're welcome. The fairies responded with smiles in the face of the people's flattering acknowledgments. I'm sure the fairy spirits would have been more popular in the days that followed, although they would have been welcome. After all, one was prettier than the other. That Villette wasn't worried about them getting into any trouble, and even suspected that they knew about various loopholes in the law, though of course not once had they broken it, that is. In the eyes of the Fontaine people, the fairy spirits were all a harmless appearance, only that Villette knew clearly that the unreal appearance of that beauty hid a horrible strength, just never showed it. And, it's all Ishii's people. Could it be because their leader, Ishii, is like that when the fairies are just having fun and being idle on a regular basis? Quite possibly. Then Villette also tried to give the fairies a position, but without exception they were all rejected, giving the same reason of not participating in human politics. That night, the foaming mansion, Fernina's bedroom. What's up, Fernina? I'm not the water god anymore. How can I continue to live here? Inside the lavishly decorated room, Fernina packed herself with determination. Though she wanted to stay, Ishii knew it was useless to say more, so she looked over to Fernina's big, soft bed. I'll sleep here tonight then. It's quite a comfortable lie. At those words Fernina's movements stopped and she twisted her head grudgingly to look at Ishii. He slumped back into bed and didn't move. Aren't you going to hold me back? And then he thought about how intimate he and Frakalos were, and that wasn't good. I'm back. Ishii, are you resting here tonight? Just then Frakalos pushed his way in, saw Ishii lying on the bed, and walked toward him in a gesture to lie down next to him, but she was not expected to be snatched up by Fernina, whooshing Ishii's arms to Frakalos. That's right, and Ishii sleeps with me every time yet. Fernina's pouty, and somewhat smug look made Fukuros blink, then looked meaningfully at Ishii. You're really, well, it's only natural when you think about it. It's been centuries, after all. In that case, it doesn't seem to be a problem then. Fukuros first acknowledged a circle around her, followed by the lights going out in the entire room, while the dress on her body disappeared into watery light. Then I'll come along for the ride. What are you doing? Fernina asked suspiciously, and Fukuro smiled wanly and slowly walked towards Ishi. Ishi has kind of seen what the gods of Fontaine used to be. On the side, Fernina's face was flushed and her hands covered her eyes, leaving a slit, somewhat shocked. Why did this happen? Don't you guys have anything to say? Fernina's perverse behavior made Fukulos a bit puzzled. You've been with Ishi for so many years, how come you still? And so on. Could it be that? Fukulo's eyes brightened slightly to confirm Fernina's physical condition, and then the pleasant smile on his face turned a little stiff. You guys, are you really just sleeping? Well, what have I done? What carelessness. Brain spinning, fast thinking. Since it's already irreparable, let her become the truth. A hand grabbed Fernina's arm. Do you see? Try it. Ha, Fernina blushed a complete and utter redness and looked at Ishi's handsome face, her eyes constantly dodging and hesitating. Come on, what would I do to hurt you? Humph, you're really a good friend of Ishi. You're the same as him. You don't pull me Chapter 194. Beautiful. The next day, Foamy Mansion, Foamy's bedroom. Fernina slept on her back, and occasionally waved her arms twice to hit Ishi in the stomach. Ishi. Fukuros called out Ishi's name softly, as if he had something to say. Fernina. The life level seems to have increased. At the words Ishi froze, thought for a moment, and lay back down again. It's done. Let it go. Aha. How about, just pretend we don't know for now? It doesn't seem to make a difference for a while at this rate. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Just wait until she realizes something's wrong and muddle through. No problem. The three of them were speechless after that, enjoying the peace and quiet. I don't know how long it took, but Fukuros laughed out softly. Ha ha, why does it feel like a parent is worrying about their child? Ha ha, that's really something. Don't be ridiculous. Go to sleep. Aha. Fernina, huh? Yishi? Yikes, that hurts. In the afternoon, Fernina got up to stretch, only to be knocked back by a sharp pain from her stomach. Recall what happened and gasp. Pissed off a bit, turning his head to look at those two who were there very peacefully, he became even more angry. You guys are sleeping comfortably. Crawling tightly between the two to squeeze Fraculos out of the way, he wrapped his arms around Ishi and went back to sleep, nearly squeezing Fraculos out of bed. Fukuros, you are so sweet and caring. Sensing movement, Fukuros opened his eyes to check around his body and smiled dotingly. Leaning over to hold Fnina in the center, he tucked the three in and went to bed. After a while, Ishi was the last to wake up, reaching out in a haste to scratch, noticing a hint of something wrong. It's similar, but not. I opened my eyes and realized that this Fufu's temperament in front of me had changed a bit cuter. It's Fernina. Suddenly Ishi froze, looking at Fernina, then at the scalpel in her hand, and seemed to realize something incredible, yet seemingly plausible. Can a scalpel even fix this? Reasonable. Ishi, did something happen? That's when Fraculo's voice came, hazy with a hint of sanctity. Ishi looked at Fukuros, then at the scalpel in her hand, and smiled wickedly. What do you mean by that expression? Ishi stared at the ceiling motionless. This journey has gained too much, and lost nearly nothing. There is no trouble at all in such a life. Every day is nothing but fun and happiness. It's just smooth sailing. Isn't it time for a little setback? Well, what's wrong with me? Isn't it good to be smooth? It was never a matter of doing what you wanted to do, and both foofs were smooth saves. It's just even Fernina. It's okay, there's no turning back, so let's move forward with confidence. Fernina wouldn't age for the next few thousand years, which shouldn't be a human ability. In fact, in addition to the appearance will not become old, physical quality to become better with human beings is not different. As for those powers, you will not use is not. Besides, what Fernina wanted was that happily ever after life when she let go of her burdens, not to experience a human life in its entirety and die at the end. About those, it's still available to you. Chapter 195. Some people wonder where Silky got those little wings, but here they are, on the back, like fins, just one, and they're adorable. One wonders where Silk Kirk got his little wings, and here they are, on the back, like fins, just one, and it's adorable. It looks fleshy and must feel great when you squeeze it. In the end, Fernina didn't choose to move out, but rather her own mother lived in the foaming man's palace with her, as well as a water dragon king who wished to remain anonymous, who silently enhanced the soundproofing effect of the foaming mansion the very next day. Mostly, the fairies who learned of this in Fontaine were so enthusiastic that they scrambled for custody of Fernina. After being rejected, he helps to find a new address for Fernina and also pays for her house repairs. Recalling this scene, Fernina shuddered. It was horrible to think about it. No more moving, no more moving. Otherwise his wonderful human life would be ruined. Where are the humans who are well taken care of by the fairy spirits? Actually, If you think about it, there's nothing wrong with me staying at the foaming mansion, and it's okay for Fukuros to be treated better at Fontaine as a demon god, right? Then it's okay for me, for Nina, as her favorite daughter, to live with her, right? As if nothing has changed. But it's a world of difference. Neuvillette, yes, there is no difference at all. Nothing like before, believe it or not. Then Villette, I finally don't have to maintain the image of a god anymore. Woohoo! Fernina danced in painful circles in front of Neuvillette's desk, relaxed and excited. Over the centuries, I've accumulated a small fortune, so I don't have to worry about my life for a while. Then Villette put down the pen in her hand and cast an affirmative look at Fernina. Well, congratulations. Fontaine could not be what it is today without Fernina's dedication. At the words Fernina movement stopped for a moment, did not hear that Villette's perfunctory actually a little uncomfortable. Yes, I, Fernina, am now a credit to Fontaine. Lift up my proud head and sit on the sofa, cross my legs, press my face against it, and drink my tea. Fufufu, there's no way around it. True or false, I'm the reigning god of Fontaine, and I have to make this a perfect curtain call for the show, so there's no need for words. But Fernina's expression betrayed her, as if to say quickly continue to boast that will let you finally understand that I am not ordinary, singable, but if you don't get going, you're going to miss Furcolo's performance. Ha, so fast? How come the two of them left without calling me? I'll go first then. Fontainebleau Opera House. What's going on? How can there be two Fernina-samas? Really, eh? I was wondering when Fernina-sama was going to be on stage, but it turns out there are two of them. Could it be Fernina-sama her twin sister or something? Looks exactly the same, eh? Under the aesthetically soft spotlight, Fukuro slowly appeared walking up to the podium. The scene was like a historic moment back to the day when Fernina's ascension to the water goddess was proclaimed 500 years ago. And at the forefront of the audience, there sat a young girl with the same appearance as the woman on the stage, dignified and beautiful. Unsurprisingly, the center of the conversation was the fact that Fernina appeared with Furculos, and there were a lot of conflicting opinions. Originally Fukuros wanted to join Fernina on stage, but Fernina wanted to be an honest spectator, a common spectator, and had to stop. When I think about it, I was sitting on the highest pedestal looking down on everything, and now as a human being, I naturally have to be like everyone else. One last look at the one on the raised platform that will probably never be seated again. Well, it's seated. It's not empty. At this moment, Ishi crossed her legs and sat on the water god's throne, a glass of red wine still shaking in her hand. Ishia noticed Fernina's otherworldly gaze and waved to her in response. Ishi, what are you looking at me for? You don't sit by yourself. In fact, everyone recognizes you as a god now. Fernina, I have abdicated. The original sin brought about by the god of water was washed away along with that divine throne, and the prophecy of the destruction of all things finally came to be dramatically rewritten. Fukuro's light, gentle, and very different voice from Fernina's rang out, and the people instantly quieted down to listen to what she had to say. Perhaps everyone is wondering why there are two Ferninas, her sisters, or is this some kind of novelty show today? Fukuro shook his head lightly, a smile deepening on his face. My face and name should be familiar to all of you, but I will say that this is my first meeting with you. Can you guess who I am? A thin murmur of discussion rose from the quiet stage. Shocked, but the answer had been hinted at so obviously that nothing more needed to be said. It is obvious that Fukulos, the water god of old, and Fernina, my daughter, we have always been two people. As the words fell, the spotlight was given to Fernina's body and the arena was in an uproar. The news was too much of a shock that there were two gods. Fernina froze and looked around the room, all looking at herself, and reached out to say hello, although it felt weird to have an extra family member for no reason. Technically speaking, she was indeed Fraculus' daughter. As to why it was done, I'm sorry it can't be made public, except to say that it was done to fight that so-called prophecy and it finally worked. Fernine, Lord Fukulos, who is that one on the high stage then? Your husband? Extremely bold and gossipy voice came. People looked up towards Ishi. That incomparably handsome face made people unable to take their eyes off of it, and the indifferent temperament gave people a feeling of a king. For his identity people want to know for a long time, only to know that it is by no means an ordinary person. Dare to be so arrogant or the first time to see. Smiling wanly at the words, Fukuros cupped her cheek lightly with her left hand, and her melodious voice rang out. He's my savior, oh, so everything I have is his then. A few seconds of silence fell over the stage, followed by deafening chants. Wow wow, divine romance. Is this a public confession? I am so excited. Overwhelmed by the clamor, Fernina sits back in her seat and looks a little moody. Obviously I was here first. Furculos, you're so cunning. Ishi was still in the same position, indifferent, and even changed one side of the legs to cross. What's the big deal? It's just more signatures on the marriage license. Get used to it. No one mentioned anything about the water god's death penalty. It's good to know in your heart. And it seems that the death penalty is true about amnesia being Fukuro's savior. But so what? So what if I, Fraculus, live, the throne of God has been dry shattered, the punishment to find the god of water. Ah, it is none of my Fraculus business. Chapter 196 Interviews. There is a power that no one can resist. She is never defeated, born stubborn. In the aftermath, Ishii wandered freely down the street, humming a song from nowhere with a sudden pause to notice something. At this moment Charlotte was holding a camera in her hand, gazing at Ishii with unabashed greed as if she had discovered some heavenly news. Gradually excited eyes stupidly moved as if at any moment they would pounce on him and eat him up. Seeing this Ishii pondered in place for a while, and seeing the smile the girl showed herself, she silently turned around and wanted to leave. This lord, please wait a moment. Would it be alright to take up a little of your time? Hearing this voice, as well as the short and sharp footsteps behind her, Ishii unconsciously accelerated her steps. This girl is very difficult to deal with. My lord for a moment. Just a moment. Unexpectedly Charlotte was too excited, did not pay attention to the foot tripped over a rock, even with the camera in the hand together thrown out. This time the tragedy. Ishii sighed helplessly, catching the flying camera with her right hand and lifting up Charlotte, who was about to fall, with her left hand. A little peace and quiet. I didn't expect to see you here. Can I ask you a few questions? Holding it gently, Charlotte's feet and legs were back on the ground, said, checking up on the camera. Phew. Luckily it wasn't broken. Ishii silent for a moment or two. Are you sure you're not blocking me on the road I have to go through? That's just it. Ask. Thank you so much. As a thank you, let me buy you a drink. It just so happens that I know of a nice drinking establishment. Well, street benches. Ishii gazed melancholy, holding up a cup of cold drink, sitting there drinking, beside the young girl's face showing pure love. Short hair under the setting sun reflecting the slightly red cheeks, sometimes cast a coy and shy eyes. Perhaps this is youth. Ishii quirked her head and smiled at Charlotte, a silent frown filling her brow. Hammer, what this is all about? Wrong atmosphere. Charlotte was a little nervous and had been weighing how to speak. The last time she had been this nervous was when Inuyasha had called Thor's sister. There's no need to be formal. I've got a little time on my hands, but not much. Okay? There has been a rumor in Fontaine for hundreds of years that a strange god shone brightly above the court to save Amelisine, and although the clues were not preserved or anything, it was said that the appearance was extremely handsome, so I'm sure that you are the one who was talking about? Charlotte took 2 deep breaths and could not hide the excitement in her heart as she opened her mouth to ask. Ishii nodded calmly. It means that would have given Caroli a stab. Ah, and that real man. That's good. And Fukuro's is the one I rescued as well. Simply awesome. May I ask, what is your personal relationship with Fukuro-sama? And how do you feel about her confession-like proclamation to you today? At the words Ishii pondered a little. What relationship? It's not a great relationship, but we've actually just met a few days ago. Another smitten girl who gave her life away, I guess. We were close friends with a strong bond before Fernina's ascension to Water God. And as for her speech at the theater today, it was just icing on the cake. It didn't affect us much. I see. I envy your friendship then. As much as Charlotte thought that they must be more than that, it must not be said here. These would have to be taken in the proper direction if they were reported in the Steambird newspaper. All that had to be done now was with my consent. And while Ishii wasn't as diplomatic as the execs, he was far too much scarier than the execs. It's still said to be the Emperor of Winter. Yeah, to the Winter. The Emperor? Then to the Winter Queen is his. There had been another ruckus with the great Ci Tree King of Sumeru before, and when interviewing the immortal spirits of Fontaine, almost every one of them had to mention a word about Ishii's affair with their matriarch. Now Charlotte suspected that all the female gods of the 7 kingdoms were from Ishien, but just had no proof. Stealing a glance at the face of Ishii, the exquisite side of the face suffused an indescribable charm. Mesmerizing. None of them are human and cannot be judged by mortal minds. I'd also like to ask you a personal question. Is that okay with you? Ask. Yes. May I ask Lord Fernina if she is that your daughter? Seeing Ishii's silence, Charlotte hastily waved her hand in a somewhat flustered manner. Sorry, that question does seem a bit too. Fernina is a human created by Fraculos with his power and theoretically has no father. At that Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief that this was the case, followed by the question. My lord, may I take a final picture of you for the headline of the Steambird newspaper? Charlotte asked, holding up her camera with anticipation. This look alone could be a news article. Could be. Thank you so much. Here, please look into the camera. Then Ishii turned her head and smiled slightly, and then a stunning face was revealed. Okay. Charlotte waited impatiently for the photos to be scrubbed out, wanting to see the results, and then handed them to Ishii. This first picture will be for you. Ishii looked toward the photo, only to see that in the photo, in addition to her own stunning face, there was a blonde girl showing a bright smile. Then yeah, Ishii and Charlotte, what are you doing? Suddenly a blonde head emerges from behind the bench, and Flux's lovely, moving face appears. Then he rolled over and sat between the two, taking a look at the picture while naturally taking the drink from Ishii's hand and sipping it. It's the traveler. You guys are really friends too. Friends. I had a feeling you knew each other from the courtroom. At this point Charlotte held a different feeling for her friends of memory, especially those of the opposite sex. Seeing how skillful you are, you can't also be. It's not surprising. If I were that handsome and powerful, I would have chosen the best women from every country. It just shouldn't be that much. Well, the Fontaine thing is finally over. No interview with me? Ha ha, sure. Chapter 197, Colorful. Lazuki, Forest House. So that's what happened to Fukulos. What a gutsy thing to do. On the sofa, Yishi lay down in Ishii's arms and listened to him recount the interesting events that had happened in the past 2 days. Tianyu on the side listened equally attentively and nodded thoughtfully. I can't believe I can even fool the divine principle. It's been laid for 500 years. Then lazily roll over. What's it got to do with me? Tianyu? Ishii. Normally our babies need to be conceived for hundreds of years. I can actually wait. Yishi said as if she had cut off something beloved. All for the sake of the baby. But it's still a shame that I won't be able to enjoy myself with Ishii for a while. On this point, Ishii had thought of many ways, but none of them were as good as this last one. At first I thought about whether I could do it with the help of my own props. Then I thought about it not so well and it was more difficult. The child is not yet fully developed, and doing so Ishii is worried about what will happen. Then Ishii thought of the best of both worlds, and it was time to ask the one to come out. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Now I want to hug you more. Aha. Ishii thought up and opened her mouth to ask, does Yishi want a baby boy or a baby girl more? As long as it's our child, it's all good. Aha. As the two embraced, Columbia's little wings moved smartly, waking up from her sleep. Girl awake from her nap? Columbia got up and let out a small yawn, craning her head to look at the two guys beside her. Well, all alive. At noon, Ishii touched the heads of the two girls cuddled in her arms, and then pinched Columbia's soft little face. Well, the girl seems to have mellowed out quite a bit and is even cuter. Columbia is preparing for her baby. Look at her now. Yishi also pinched up Columbia's little face, and then let go. Q bouncing. That's good. After all, the immortal spirit clan isn't the same as the demon gods then. They seem to have been fixed in number from the beginning, because of the curse, and no one should have thought about it. Picking up Columbia for a closer look, could she have fallen asleep again with her defenseless tightly closed eyes? So Ishii brought her face slowly closer and noticed that Columbia's lips were slightly parted, so she appeared to be awake. A kiss followed, fragrant and soft. Ishii, I want it too. Yishi pulled Ishii's arm, and his head was lightly lifted with affection and was extremely moving. Seeing this Ishii smiled gently and rained on his parade. Yishi, have no elder make some nutritious food for Columbia, it should help. Well, I've taught her how to cook so many dishes, all of which Columbia loves, said Yishi to pinch 2 more times, and then not long to feed her white fatted, over the limit then pull her to lose weight again, or give Ishii Y1. That's fine, but don't tire yourself, you're still pregnant. Aha. Fontaine, Whitesong Township. Under the patronage of the gods, it was believed that a powerful being would come forward when disaster struck, but when the tire waters did rise, the water gods did nothing. On the side of the boat, Fernina sat high in the air, looking out over the silent town and telling Fluorescence of her helplessness and despair. Once upon a time, one life after another was melted into water here, and the life and memories that the townspeople of Baisong Town cherished so much were turned into nothing, and there was nothing they could do about the gods they had always believed in. But you came forward 500 years ago. At that moment Fernina's bowler hat was gently removed, and a gentle hand appeared to be placed on her head, soothing the peace of mind. Fernina shook her head and looked down at her open hands. I have the authority of a god but not the power of a god, flashy and powerless. Fernina sighed heavily, not even noticing the extra person next to her. Ishii exchanged a glance with Flux on the other side of Fernina, who spread her hands in a gesture of helplessness. This time I came to look for Fluorescence, but it's still early, so let's help this confused young girl first. You have done enough, for the moment, to give you the power of guardianship and to live happily on earth. Suddenly 2 glass beads, one bright and one dark, appeared in Fernina's hand, and at the sight Fernina froze, twisting her head to look at the owner of the large hand on her head. Ishii? The familiar smile of Ishii was close at hand, and the flickering light from her body illuminated Fernina's face. Looking again at the glass bead in his hand that contained a strange power, he asked suspiciously, these two, it looks like the eye of God, but it doesn't seem to have this element. Did you give it to me? Well, it's not an elemental, but part of my power. Light and dark respectively. After all, I've had my eye on you. Ishia smiled and rubbed Fernina's white hair. Then the corner of her mouth twitched at how it had gotten messed up again. I don't believe it. I have to clean you up today. Fernina didn't pay attention to Ishi's gradually grumpy maneuvers, closing her eyes and holding the two gods' eyes tightly to carefully feel the power in them. Unbelievable. Ishie, why don't I do it? At this time, Lum spoke in a small voice, and Ishi was silent for a moment or two and nodded. It's better for Ishi as well as Columbine's long hair to be smooth and not get messed up. I seem to understand how it works, Fernina said in surprise as Floor rearranged Fernina's hair and put on her bowler hat. He then rose and posed for an appearance with his hand on the edge of his hat, while his body glowed with a flash of light. Dang! Fernina began by styling herself. The two curls of long, light hair that appeared behind her standing out, and the clothing decorations brightening up along with them. I feel endless power. Let's see. What else can I do? Fernina pondered, thinking of Ishia's previous ability to step on the light steps and manage to step into the air, and planned to try it. Not knowing where the courage came from, Fernina took a step directly under the dozens of meters high ship in front of her, looking at Ishi and Lum. You're really not afraid of what will happen if you fail. Not really afraid. Beside one was a person who was more divine than a god, and the other was a golden hair whose flight speed was comparable to the speed of light. What was there to be afraid of? The results are predictable. And really, Fernina had guessed right. Look guys, I did it. Fernina first tentatively stomped in the air to make sure it was okay and then ran 2 laps in front of the two in a very excited manner. Ishi clapped as a response and glanced at Fernina's waist. There was no eye of the water god. No, I should say, the eye of the dragon, after all, was a gift from that Villette. It should be soon though. I'm sure that Villette is working on how to turn one out for Fernina right now. Look up there guys, is Lord Fernina about to manifest? It should be Fernina-sama. Fukalo-sama would be more stable. More and more people gathered below, all looking up to admire the glorious sight of Fernina. At the sound of the voice Fernina, who was constantly changing lights with her eye of light, gave a start, as if she had overplayed her hand. Just now Fernina noticed that the light could be used as a spotlight at any time, and thought she'd see if she could change the color. Obviously, it can, and the whole town of Bison was colorfully illuminated by her, which was beautiful. Fernina froze for a moment as she looked down at the onlookers, then cleared her throat. Ahem. Although I'm no longer the water god, I'm deeply saddened by the White Song Town matter, and please rest assured that I, Fernina, will definitely give everyone an explanation. Good. I knew Fernina-sama wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Long live Lord Fernina. Fernina greeted the audience's appreciation with aplomb on the outside, but on the inside, she was regretting it. Why do I have to do something that draws so much attention to myself? Almost everyone in Bison Town has come to see me. Wouldn't I be fooling them by doing nothing? Nice words have been said, but how am I going to explain them to you? With that, Fernina ran as fast as she could to Ishi and clung to his arm, begging with tearful eyes. Ishi, please help me, okay? You won't leave me alone, right? Do you have a way to bring back the people who died in Bison Town? Ishi subconsciously wanted to touch Fernina's hair, but thought better of it and pinched her face instead. No worries, I'm here. Besides, who says they're dead? They just changed back to pure water sprites. It should be no problem to make them change back again. I knew you. At this time, not far away from the sudden sound of something falling and breaking rang out. A few people twisted their heads to look at. Nawia was looking at this side with wide eyes. My lord, do you really have a method? Bring back those who came into contact with the fetal seawater? Chapter 198, The Morning Sun Under the Leaves. Thanks to Empty Annoyance for sending this and popping more sprinkles. Thank you. What you said, is it all true? Naivia's trembling voice and unsteady legs made their way toward the figure that she had heard by chance, but symbolized hope. The candid cup of afternoon tea in his hand has long since broken, and his own hobbies can no longer be realized anywhere, anytime. They've always taken care of me, catered to me, and fought for me even in death, but I couldn't do anything for them in the end. Ishi silently looked at this magnificent woman, worthy of being a big city's 1,000 gold, out of the pavilion, extraordinarily exquisite. When compared to Fontaine, this way Inazuma's life does seem to be relatively backward in various ways. I know that you have no feelings for me, or even disgust for what I would be. Let me make amends to you any way I can, and please save the great people of Whitesong. Save Silver and Miles. Naivia's choked voice and deeply sincere gaze made Ishi wonder for a moment or two. Twisting his head towards Lum, he asked her with his mind, what the hell is she talking about and why does it sound like she's offended me? Sniffing Fluorescence looked at Naivia. She seemed to have talked to herself about it, and she was quite anxious at the time. Thinking about it, the mind responded. I think it refers to the blatant outburst against you in court, which she seemed to be very concerned about. Ishia recalled for a moment and smiled in her heart. You were the only one who had the guts to stand up and make accusations at the time. and you did nothing wrong and were smart about it. Must have guessed afterward that I was a higher being than a god. And right or wrong means nothing when it comes to me. After all, what about the fact that you chose to come and apologize to me even though you knew you were right? First, do not speculate on my intentions. The cold look in Ishii's eyes made Naoya's mood grow more and more apprehensive. Secondly, seeing Ishii's raised hand, a half step back was instinct, and looking up straight was determination. Then Navia's face let Ishii pinch it with 2 fingers. Who said I hated you? You deserve praise for your tenacity, bravery, and for not dishonoring the name of the president of the Prickly Rose Society. Ishii tugged slightly harder, then let go and bounced back. The girl's face was really exquisite. The soothing tone of voice caused Naivia to freeze a bit, mentally relieved that you didn't care. Who would have thought that the audience mixed in a tanto mainly because it is too arrogant. It is very upsetting. Besides, it was intended to restore all those who came into contact with the fetal seawater, including your wronged father. After saying that, Ishii turned around and looked down on the peaceful town, which was very unique to be able to. Listening to Ishii's words, Naivia did not say anything, staring blankly at Ishii's magnificent back for a long time. Can we go back to the beginning when happy memories of the past keep coming back to us? Thanks. You don't have to thank me. Thank Fernina if you want. She just begged me with a snotty nose to say yes. It's not that dramatic, Fernina said as she clutched her chest and gagged, her face slightly puffed up like a little bun, like an angry little girlfriend. That's all for now. I'll take my leave first, and you, come with me. Only to see Ishii disappear as soon as he lifted the white floating object paddling beside the fluorescent. Fluorescence said it was irrelevant. It wouldn't matter if Paimon borrowed Ishii to use it, and he didn't have to worry about playing with it. Ishii could cure anything. The first time Ishii borrowed Paimon alone was for something, wasn't it? Although they didn't point each other out, Fluorescence knew that Paimon's identity was definitely not ordinary. When he was at the Mon's celebration banquet, he had restored his full strength by drinking the drink from the gourd of Ishii. This is true, but then there was a detail Fluorescence remembers to this day. That is, Ishii sometimes forgets what effects the black gold gourd has, and when inadvertently offered a drink to Paimon, the ever-greedy Paimon surprisingly chose to avoid it. What would have happened if she hadn't reacted and drank it straight then? Forget it, the answer will be revealed at the end of the journey. Fumong Palace, Fufu's bedroom. Wow, it's really interesting. Fukuros was sprawled out on his bed, reading a novel with great interest, oblivious to the fact that there was an extra man behind him. Hey, great. Ishii stared at Frackalus' jade feet swinging back and forth for a while. What was this girl looking at that was so exciting? Eyes brightening slightly toward the novel. She fixed her eyes on it. My shopkeeper can't be this cute. Morning sun under the leaves, bye. The corners of his mouth twitched. Wasn't that the novel Ishii had idly written earlier? The story seems to be about the bossy shopkeeper Ishii and her sales clerk Ishii those. Forget it. Look at anything but this. With a celestial sound that resonated throughout the room. Fukuros, who was engrossed in his philosophical studies, felt a fire in his buttocks and turned around to see Ishii looking at him with a smile. With that, he thought of the wonderful content of the novel, where Ishii tied Ishii to the bed and, at the thought Fukuros blushed a little and quickly shook his head again. It would be nice if the reminiscence in front of me was mixed up with the book. No, that would be bad. It's Ishii, be gentle with her. Fukuros was still as gentle as water. And why was Ishii still carrying a small pet in her hand as if she had lost her dreams? Frackalus. Well, I'm listening. Ishii threw over a glowing elixir to Frackalus and continued. Go and do some work. Change back all those who were dissolved by the water of the primordial table sea. Although it is not necessary, this elixir will allow you to regain your full strength. Okay, at your service. Fukuros lifted her skirt and curtsied. She had planned to go after reading that novel, and its follow-up. But it looks like she'll have to move up now. Though Frackalus no longer had the authority of the water god. It wasn't originally necessary to create a human out of a pure water sprite yet. It was just easier if you had one. That said, is this another original sin against heaven? So what? It's really great to have such a reliable man when there's something Ishii is burdened with. Well, I have business to attend to, so farewell. Take your time, my lord. Chapter 199, The Child. Lazuki, Forest House. On the finely crafted yet glossy tabletop of vines sat the adorable 2 little ones. The girls surrounding the huddle were each more nationally beautiful than the other. Or not. Little Durin poked his little head out and came up to Paimon to survey the little guy. Flapping his wings, he said smugly, "Are you the master's new pet? Then I'll be your senior from now on. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you." Paimon was speechless for a second and gave her a look to experience it for herself. Look to the man in the center of the crowd. What do you mean you're holding a pocket knife? Little Paimon, about my baby, trying to hurry up, you should know what I mean. At that Paimon froze, looked at Ishii, then at his tiny self, and instantly panicked. Ah, you have so many ladies, why do you have to find me? No no no, it'll kill me, it'll definitely kill me. Paimon shrank back as hard as he could, his little hands and arms raised in front of him in resistance. It's really too. What the hell was Ishii thinking? I'm not discussing this with you. Yi-shi, let's go back to the room. Ishii, you asshole. I was wrong about you. I didn't think you'd want me like this. Let go of me. Lifted by one of Ishii's hands, Paimon showed strong resistance with flailing paws and claws, but unfortunately it was useless. Paimon's yelling didn't stop until Ishii closed the door with a bang. Inside the room, Ishii had an impish look on her face, scaring Paimon to tears. Do you have to? Yeah. Receiving an affirmative answer, Paimon took a deep breath and stared at Ishii with complicated eyes for a long time. With a flash of light on her body, a young girl-like figure appeared. The mysterious and beautiful cloak on the young girl constantly shifted the colors of the starry sky, and the one-piece lantern pants transformed into a skirt with the same irregular shifting texture. The short hair behind him extends to his waist, and his ethereal demeanor is a strong contrast to his previous naive image. You sure have regained your full power as well, and it's quite beautiful. Well, I did drink from your gourd, and also, is this something only I can do? Paimon's tone was flat, sounding not much smarter than before. No, but you are undoubtedly the best. The ruler of time pondered for a moment, closing his eyes and disappearing along with the clothes on his body. Then you do it, asshole. Giving up the struggle to open her arms, she fell back toward the bed, her slightly trembling legs showing that she was tensing up. The YX couple looked at each other. She seemed to misunderstood something. Do you think we should explain it to her again? Yishi asked in a small voice, while the naked woman on the bed didn't move a muscle, like she was waiting for some kind of judgment. Ishia stared at the white flower for a moment in thought and shook her head. It might hit her. Well, we can't just keep watching her here. I think it's fine. She'll get up and ask herself sooner or later. Ishii nodded affirmatively, at which point the rain of time sat up violently, a few teardrops hanging on her long blushing face. Hey, I can hear you. The ruler of time angrily walked quickly to Ishii, a pair of jade hands tightly grasping the collar of Ishii's coat. What the hell are you dragging me here for? A little peace and quiet. Ishii pressed the stillful snowy whites in front of the rain of time's body to push her away, and then gently rested her hand on Yishi's waist. My daughter-in-law is pregnant, but the child is taking too long to gestate, and as the ruler of the time, you should have something to offer. Why should I help you? Ishii frowned. Just now you even gave me a child righteously. It seems that you lost your temper. Faking a thought or two, he looked down at Paimon's body. Doesn't matter, I actually thought you were good earlier. Now come on. Ishii picked up the limp Toki no ruler in a princess hug and headed for the bed. Startled, Paimon kicked up his feet in a helpless struggle. I promise you just, don't mess around. Clothed, naked is fine. Whatever, now tell me what you think. Well, doing such a thing goes against the laws of heaven and could have incalculable consequences. The ruler of time analyzed it with a serious face than his chin. Ishii shrugged. So, normally, yes, but your presence, and the imponderability of everything you've done, has been messed up for a long time, no less. Ishii stroked Yishi's long hair proudly, seemingly satisfied with this. My wives, guys, all of whom I've helped personally, just feel different, and are all still dead on their feet. Life is nothing more than that. And then what? And then Tenri is also your man, and theoretically can do whatever he wants to do, with no worries, whatever he wants to do. Aha. There was nothing more to follow, and Ishii just watched silently as the rain of time pondered something there, and was particularly serious about it. After a few minutes, she remained in that position, motionless. Ishii thought maybe she was watching the time aspect or something. Let's leave it alone for now then. So he wrapped his arms around Yishi and flirted with her. After another moment, the two men, who were cuddling in an unseemly manner, were caught by a high five from the ruler of the time. Looks like there's a result. I think I can retire. Hearing this sentence, Ishii stretched into the arms of Yishi's hands are frozen for a moment. You think half a day is thinking about this? The rain of time's eyes grew excited, and he raised his head to look out the window at the sky. Well, thanks to Ishii the goal has actually been reached. Everything is going in the right direction. I don't need to. Oops. Let's start with my daughter-in-law. Ishii popped over with a brainbuster, and the time ruler covered his head and looked at Ishii with an aggrieved face. It's just speeding up the speed of energy fusion. What's there to say? Well then, why don't you add it, and say a bunch of crap? I'm the ruler of the time. Of course I have to be serious. I'm on my way. Put your hand down. It's up to you. 200 chapters. La 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 la. Glazed moon. Forest house. Memories of the past bedroom. Ishii, I'm feeling a little Don't be afraid. I'm here. Aha. Ishi kept touching Ishi's long hair. Both of them are the first time to make a man. Different degree of nervousness is definitely there. Ishi's tummy undulated more obviously, but compared to before it was just a bit bigger. Not as round as Ishi had imagined. Under the influence of the power of the demon god of time, the powers of Ishi and Yishi were able to fuse perfectly and successfully. At this point, the baby was only in the form of a power body, and had yet to truly coalesce into a body. As for Paimon, he followed fluorescence on his travels. Ishie, what is the child going to be called? Columbia propped her hands on her cheeks and lay there on her back, swinging her feet and legs back and forth. The slight bobbing of her head from side to side and the flick of her little wings showed that she was in a beautiful mood. Besides the two of them, the one who cared the most about the child was Columbia, more or less involved in the clouds and rain beside myself every time. I wonder when we'll get to meet the badass baby. Right, Ishii, our baby doesn't have a name yet. What's a good name? It depends on whether it's a boy or a girl. Ishi put her hand on Yishi's belly to feel it for a moment or two, waiting for the baby to make a choice. There is no doubt that beings of this level have the right to make their own choices. The moment the fusion of forces is completed is the birth, although not yet really born, but already has the consciousness. The rest is to wait for the reaction. If it's a boy, it'll be called Ichi, and a girl will be Iching. Shinger, what does Yishi think? I hear you. Yishi's little birdie sweetly kept rubbing herself in Ishi's arms, her face like a flowery smile, a little naive. Ishi thought to herself that the legend is that a pregnancy is stupid for 3 years. It will not really become a stupid daughter-in-law, right? It doesn't matter. What's wrong with being stupid? Raise her for life. The main thing is that this time the name Ishi is fully prepared. Vaguely remember the last time to take the name or give Ishi up. Otherwise Yishi must have used hers if she didn't like it. That would be when the king of the Great Tree of Mercy acknowledged the name given by Ishi, eventually choosing to ignore it and rename it Ishi. Columbia, don't guard it. The baby won't run away. Ishia picked up Columbia and placed her on the other side of her arms, stroking over her little wings and nuzzling them as she did so. Columbia seemed to be very comfortable, and before long the little wings were drooping softly, and it looked like she was asleep. Really love to sleep at this girl. A smile tugged at the corner of Ishi's mouth as her own maneuvers managed to put Columbia to sleep for a second. Though she would have been able to, Columbia seems to want a baby as well. Ishia is going to have to work hard for you. Already have. Suddenly Columbia spoke, in a voice so soft and delicate that it would have dissipated as if she hadn't been paying attention. At the words Ishi froze, twisted his head to look. Columbia, this look is definitely asleep, right? Ah, master, the immortal spirits are capable of true false sleep. Indeed asleep, but able to sense their surroundings and even respond. Hearing the explanation from the small faculty, Ishi had an epiphany. This was a true sleeping god. Yishi didn't feel surprised. Before, this girl hadn't been lingering with Ishi in front of herself, and Yishi is pregnant and can only look on. This aggression can be accepted? Can't. Now that this girl is pregnant, she can finally get her revenge. Be ruthless and vengeful. Recall, why do you suddenly feel a vague pain in your back? Columbia, are the descendants of the fairy spirits only female as well? Ishi asked as she stroked Columboa's head. It was indeed a question to ponder. All of the currently known or all of the fairy spirits are female, so will the little ones after that be the same? The girl just moved her little wings and didn't respond beyond that, so it seems she wasn't sure. After all, she was the first in the entire fairy spirit clan to have a little baby. Then in that case the immortal spirit bloodline would be diluted, and it would be possible to see a male with an immortal spirit bloodline in the future. Because of this, the bloodline of the immortal spirit race only became more and more diluted, and the number of purebred immortal spirits was fixed to begin with. It's not very conducive to development. It didn't matter. Great strength, near infinite lifespan, and huge numbers that didn't need to reproduce at all. This may also be the reason why there are no males in the fairy spirit race, or it may be because a beautiful and attractive appearance is more likely to gain the trust of humans, and thus better guide them. Well, are all cute little guys then? At this time, Ishi noticed that the small wings behind the head of the Columbian instantly branched up. What is it? Only to see Columbia get up with an expectant face and lie on top of Ishi to observe Ishi's stomach. Seeing the situation, Ishi froze. Could it be that the child was going to be born? Then she looked at Ishi, who was clutching Ishi's clothes tightly in her small hands, looking at herself somewhat bewildered. I'll be there for you no matter what. Aha! Ignoring the raw and painful position of being scratched, he gently leaned Ishi's head against his chest, trying his best to ease her emotions. The room was extraordinarily quiet, all waiting for the birth of a new life. Time passes by, and all that's left is the thumping, incessant beating of the heart. Yishi's, Ishi's, Columbia's, or both. Ishie, it seems like, it's coming. Well, there I am. As the words fell in the eyes of the three, one containing incomparably pure energy emerged from above Yishi's stomach. The three of them watched in silence until the light faded and eventually transformed into a cute little baby. Ishie, it's a girl. Well, it's been hard on you for so many days. The baby was born successfully. Yi, she said with immense excitement. Ishi breathed a sigh of relief with it. The ending definitely went well. But it was just nerve-wracking then. Ching'er had pure white hair, big watery eyes bright as light, and a small round face. Some of them are like the smaller Nazida. When she grows up she will definitely be as big and beautiful as Yishi. Ching'er, a tiny one, was sitting on Yishi's stomach blinking her big soulful eyes at the world. Then she revealed an innocent smile and jumped into Yishi's embrace. Daddy, Mommy, aha, it's Mommy-o. Ishi smiled and embraced the mother and daughter together in her arms, unable to say how she felt, being a father yet, and Ching'er could talk right after she was born, so she deserves to be my daughter. Dad, good. Ching'er turned around and came into Ishi's embrace looking up at him, her eyes revealing the same color as Ishi's, indicating that the power was more inherited from Ishi yet. This is Columbia, henceforth known as. Ishi's words stopped here, calling Columbine what? Can't be called auntie. Mom, too, weird. Call sister. Columbia stroked Ching'er's little head affectionately, liking it more and more the more she looked at it. Sister, Clear said sweetly, listening to the rhythmic fluttering of Columbine's little wings. Not a moment later, Ching'er yawned a small yawn. Seeing this Yi, she gently held her in his arms and began to coax Ching'er to sleep. When Ching'er was asleep, Yi, she smiled at Ishi and looked at Ishi with a pain in her waist. Columbia, put a protective shield on Ching'er, the kind that's completely soundproof. Understood. The corners of Ishi's mouth twitched as she slowly opened her mouth. Yi Xia, you have to take care of your body. You just gave birth to a baby, you have to be good. Thank you husband for your concern, but we are not as fragile as humans are. Now, before Ching'er wakes up from her sleep, I'm going to tell you properly about the love I've been giving you all this time. Chapter 201. Ching'er was covered in a small quilt, her undulating breathing baby-like sleep brewing the energy within her. Being around mom and dad was extraordinarily reassuring, not worrying about external dangers and being able to concentrate on stabilizing the origin. Outside, the parents were engaged in an extremely horrific demon god war, no less than the original Battle of Cambria. According to the battle situation, Ishi is simply no match for Yishi, being pressed underneath without the ability to fight back. The trumpets of war resounded through the sky, and in response, Columbia had thoughtfully put on the highest level of soundproofing protection for Ching'er, as well as for the entire room. During the period Ishi looked at Ching'er several times. This girl sleeps really well. It's been several days, and she doesn't know when to wake up. Well, almost. Well, Ching'er is about to wake up as well. Ishi supported her arms and slowly sat up, in as good a shape as if she were dying. Leave Ching'er's education to me. I'm good at that. Wife is awesome. That makes me feel better too. Remembering the enduring loins of the old campaign activities, the war of the demons and gods draws to a close, and Yi opens his mouth. Looking to her child, the holy feathers on Clear's body covered her gently as she slept peacefully with Columbia. Both little guys are adorable and cute. After a while, a small movement coming from Ching'er's side caught the trio's attention. Ching'er radiated heaven and earth spiritual energy all over her body, and the weather outside the window turned extraordinarily sunny with it. The children of Yi Shi, the incarnation of Ishi in the world tree. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they are the daughters of the world of Teyvat. Ching'er, how do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Ishi asked with concern. It feels good, especially this one. Ching'er scratched at Columbia's white feathers, so smooth and warm feeling. So Columbia pulled off a feather from her wing and placed it in Clear's hand. This is for Ching'er. Thank you sister. Chinjal happily flashed a smile at Columbia, then climbed up and stretched a tiny bit. Little one, every action reveals cute points, especially that pair of beautiful big eyes, simply exactly the same as Ishie. Ching'er, who had just been born into this world, was curious about everything, glancing out the window every now and then with a clear gaze. Then the viewpoint moved upwards and the feet and legs left the ground and came into the middle of Yishi's embrace. Does Ching'er want to go for a walk? May I? Looking at the pair of watery eyes, with a hint of pouty and soft tone, how can anyone resist? Of course you can. Ishi, you show our daughter around. I'll make something at home. Good. Then he sent Ching'er into the arms of Ishi, while he himself began to use the authority of the world tree to prepare for Ching'er's future. Ishi stroked Ching'er's little head, how it looked like a kiss, gently pinching Ching'er's little face, soft and fleshy. Cute. Daddy, what is this? Kite. Does Ching'er want to play with it? Good. Daddy, what's that in the sky? Chuan-Yu Pavilion. Li Yu's heavenly power star lives there. Oh, wow, that's awesome when you hear it. I'll show you later. Aha, Daddy's the best. Isha held Ching'er in her arms as she strolled through all the streets and alleys of Li Yu under her excited gaze. Ching'er's tender voice and moving appearance attracted the attention of pedestrians coming and going. Unsurprisingly, the fact that Mr. has a child will soon spread throughout the whole of Liu. Daddy, what is this place? The Hall of the Living Dead. Before that, Daddy will take you to meet a very powerful uncle. Good. Just walk to the door of the Hall of the Future Life. As expected in advance, the door opened, and walked out a man with elegant demeanor, mature and stable. My friend is happy to have 1,000 gold. The pearl is in his hand. The women's world is brightening up, and the solid Zhong Mao is celebrating the joy of adding an heir to the family. Zhongli had a smile on his face and raised his hand to signal to come in. Zhongli Ji Yen, come Ching heir, call Uncle Zhongli. Hello Uncle Zhonglei. Ishi led Ching'er out of the forest house. In an instant Zhongli sensed that a new powerful being had appeared in Liu, and the scent was particularly familiar. Immediately understood what was going on, and immediately began to prepare to meet, because he knew that Ishi would absolutely come over and walk around. No doubt about it. There you are, welcome welcome welcome. At this moment, returning to the end was setting one delicious dish after another on the table, and Walnut, who was helping, was delighted to see it. Ishie, I heard you're having a baby. Wow, it's really cute. Walnut excitedly came up to Ishie to survey it, both eyes glowing. Wanting to reach out and pinch her cheeks, Belle gave a soft cough. Hall Master Who, don't be rude. At the words Walnut beamed, lost and withdrew his hand. The watery face is really so lovely. Well, my name is Walnut. You can call me sister. If someone bullies you in the future, just come to me. Walnut habitually patted his chest and said, and as a result, forgetting what Ishi had done before, two masses kept surging in front of Ishi's eyes. Ishi looked at this scene, thinking, could it be that the props decided that Hu Tao in the bottle was a disease and cured her by the way? Okay, thank you Sister Walnut, Xinger will definitely do that, Xinger said in a good-natured manner, the curved corners of the moon's eyes capturing Walnut's compassionate heart. Then he came up to returning life and asked expectantly, Sister Gay Yuan, when will you and Zhongli's child be born? Look at Ishi's daughter is really so cute. Returning to the end hid a smile and touched her slightly bulging stomach to look at Zhongli imploringly. I'm not as good as Ishie, but I'm satisfied. We are all here, so please take your seats. Well, Ishie, you guys come and try returning sister's handiwork. It's delicious. That would be respectful. Today, High and Low have to come to Zhongli to rub him a meal. I heard that he has earned a lot of mora in the antique market in the past 2 days, and can afford to invite people to dinner. And rightly so, after all, he was about to become a parent too. Chapter 202, Xinger, in the future, if you meet a man with no sense of distance like Dad, you must stay away. Understand? On this day, Yishi sat intimately in Ishi's arms and was teaching Xinger attentively. Ishi smiled helplessly and without embarrassment, as if it was indeed a problem. After all, it was a girl. Xinger looked thoughtful and looked up to ask, then why is Mommy with Daddy? And also I feel like Daddy is pretty nice and gives so much warmth to his sister. Hearing this sentence, Ishi heart that is a warm, not worthy of my dear daughter. Ah. Yishi leaned back, resting her head on Ishi's shoulder, and opened her mouth daintily. Ishi is genuinely good to me, and there is no second man in the world as good as him. Ha ha, that's kinda embarrassing. Ishi pinched Chinger's little face. The feel is just like Yishi. The appearance is a little bit of my genes have not been inherited. Just as beautiful as her mother. It was evident through these pure eyes of Xinger that the power was overwhelmingly inherited from Ishie. But she herself is the daughter of the World Tree and definitely has the favor of Teyvat. Xinger lowered her chin with her small hand, not knowing what she was thinking so seriously. Well, wouldn't it be nice for me to find Dad? Xinger's innocent words made the Ishi couple instantly freeze in place. What a sweetie pie this is. Xinger, this is not allowed. Oh, Daddy is Mommy's. Yishi smiled and touched Xinger's head and said, this can't, or at least it shouldn't. Then why is it okay for other sisters? At that Yishi's mouth twitched and he let out a long breath. Now he had to teach Xinger common sense. Looking back at my own husband, a smile can charm thousands of girls. No, we have to get him to recuse himself first. Ishie, if you want to go out for a walk, I'll give you a ride. Ha! Yishi hugged Xinger and got up. At the same time, several vines rose up and directly bound Ishi and threw him out of the window. Without getting too confused, Ishii landed a front flip perfectly. Hair tossed, hands in pockets. It can't be helped. It's a sin to be too handsome. Yesy? Just as he finished posing, he saw a woman standing in front of his face in shock. Sheepish face, sky blue hair, and two horned horns. Coconut sheep. Ganyu passing by. Suddenly the top of the head fell down a person, confused to see the visitor. Is a she. I finished the forest tea I got in from Yishi before, and it was so good I had to come back for more. Good afternoon Ganyu. After saying that, Ishi raised her hand to pick at Ganyu's slime twice. Soft and slippery full. Staying in the clouds and borrowing the wind is going to be a good idea. And both apprentices are in one-piece black silk. Point blank. Well, good afternoon. Ishi, you're kicked out by Sister Yi? Ishii's action Ganyu merely glanced at it. His person Ganyu still knew. A decent man. Hooliganism is also open and aboveboard. Never sneaky. For which Ganyu admires. Ishii looked up at the window that had flown out and was puzzled as well. Pretty much. But I don't seem to have done anything. Oddly enough. As Ishii pondered and played with it, Ganyu gently put her hand on Ishii's arm. Shyly, her legs twisting back and forth constantly. Ishii, we're still on the street. Well, it just so happens that I don't know where to go. So let's do it at your house. Now. That's right. Let's go. Okay. Chapter 203 The Future. Liu. Ganyu's bedroom. It seems like it's been a long time. Ishii lay in a wide-open position on the couch surveying Ganyu's boudoir. It's not much different than what I remember. Neat and clean. Well, you seem to be busy all the time. It's true that there's been a lot going on lately, but it's all been busy. So how's Ganyu doing these days? Ishii chillingly held up her teacup, then froze. Tea, does it come in white? Ganyu turned her eyes away, too shy to meet Ishii's eyes. It's business as usual. It doesn't even feel like time. Ganyu is usually at work, and seldom returns to his home, and not many people come to visit, so there is very little prepared. As for this tea, it's specifically for one guy. Immortal brand, trustworthy, and there's been a lot more work lately because of the Immortal Spirit's entry. The words seem to say I'm under a lot of pressure. Ganyu used his arm to immobilize against Ishii's body. After thinking about it, it seems like it's me, and a slash has increased Ganyu's workload by much more. At this moment, Ganyu suddenly leaned on Ishii's shoulder, her face seemingly filled with fatigue. Ishii, no, don't you want to taste it? Chuchu's tone of voice made Ishii no longer pause and tilted her head back to drink it all in one gulp. Mellow and flavorful, with a great aftertaste. It just so happens that I'm free today. Let me help Ganyu relax with a massage. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. It was a good thing that Ganyu's strength was no match for the newly liberated Ishii, or else he was really afraid of dying here. Touching Ganyu's horns, her sheepish face rubbed against Ishii's hand, a look that only Ishii could see. It wasn't as if Ishii hadn't gotten something out of this visit. Ganyu, my daughter Chinger has been born and is just as beautiful as her mother. Aha! Ganyu slowly opened his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Looking to her stomach again and then to Ishii's face, she spoke softly. If I have a child too, I want her to be carefree and happy in this world. Sniffing, Ishii froze and rolled over to hold the girl a little tighter. Well, sure. Ganyu looked at Ishii's face. His thoughts had drifted to faraway places, and his gaze was dripping with longing. She'll fit in well on Earth, just like you. More-wise, I've accumulated quite a bit over the millennia, but can't have her spending money yet. Ha ha, it's going to be just as cute as Ganryu. Well, at that time, the child of the Emperor and Lady returning will also be born, and Liu will be even more lively. Ganyu beamed and told of his hopes for the future. Ishii listened quietly. That is, her hands and feet were not too honest, although not as smooth as before, but a little more real. Also, I don't know if it'll be a little emperor or a little empress. Both are great. Ishii suddenly thought of something, still about the demon god's offspring. Too much gestation time depends on nothing more than the difference in power between the two sides. But as the saying goes, rocks return to dust, and the two are essentially not that far apart. In that case, wouldn't the child of Zhongli and Guiyuan be right away as well? No wonder we're having a wedding this year for the Sea Lantern Festival. It's all something to celebrate. And so is Chinger. And then there's, what about it? Ganyu wrapped her arms around Ishii's neck and gazed at him with affection. I wish my child last name is Memory. Otherwise I'm fine on my own, said Ganyu, hugging tighter and tighter, as if he was afraid something would disappear. When Ishii returned to the forest house, Yishi's smile greeted her. Where have you been fooling around again? Chapter 204, Good People. Lazuki, Forest House. Ishii, I heard you're having a baby. As soon as he arrived, the extremely excited Fluorescent looked all over the house for Chinger's figure, and when he found his target, he swished over to Juniper. Chinger was a bit scared in the face of this yellow hair and vigorously shrank behind Ishii. Fluorescent's sister, be careful not to scare the child. The couch reading Ishii crossed her legs and looked at the latest popular novel in her hands. End times, I'm not a human being. Talk to me about humanity? Mommy, who is this weird auntie with wings too? The corners of Fluorescent's mouth twitched at his words, and his cute smile froze on his face. I'm such an innocent and lovely yellow flower girl, and you call me auntie. Since you're Ishian's flesh and blood, I'll forgive you. Chinger, be good. This is Sister Fluorescent and a friend of Daddy's. She smiled as she introduced herself, but in terms of seniority, it seemed like she did have to be called an aunt, but that was common sense for humans. Hello, Sister Fluorescent. Well, Sister Yi, your child is too cute. Can I hold it? There was a hint of pleading and anticipation in the fluorescent glittering eyes. Chinger was tiny and adorable. Yes, be gentle. Okay. As the words fell, a pair of white tender hands reached out and lifted Chinger into the middle of Flux Medium's embrace. Chinger stepped on it with her little hands and hands. It wasn't as big as her mom's. Little Chinger's round face is so cute. It seems like Sister Yi and Nazaida. That is, except for the eyes, a little bit of Ishi's genes can't be seen. Ishi was silent for a moment or two and smiled slightly. Like me would be great. Those words shall not make the mortal girls handsome. Besides Yi, she is so beautiful. How nice. Ha ha. It's better for a girl's family not to be like you then. It's too dangerous. Fluorescence rubbed Chinger's little face, and Chinger couldn't yet resist as she was so lifeless in her arms. Taking a look at Lum's face, which wasn't particularly pretty but was durable, he asked suspiciously, "Why isn't Fluorescent's sister Daddy's wife? Is it because she's not pretty enough?" Chinger's sentence made the few people present all freeze, and Lum took a few deep breaths. Childish words, then slowly looked at Ishi, who looked at the novel in his hand as if he hadn't heard it, and shook his leg, showing a small smile. He stroked the head of the innocent-faced Chinger, because he's a good person. Always liked to help the distressed drifter, bright girlet. Well, I knew Daddy was the best. In fact, it wasn't as if Lum hadn't wanted to try it out. Before listening to the incomparably pleasurable voices of Ishi and Yi all day long, how can I stand it as a youthful girl of a few hundred years? After that, he wore nothing but a short-sleeved Ishia in front of his eyes for days on end, not even a small piece. Naiha Ishi, that indisputable, had the courage of a thief but not the heart of a thief, just a handful of lifts to look at it, all the while looking at people naked but not reacting at all. Probably really only thinks of me as a sister. You're a really nice guy. Forget it. Small theater. Ishi, I just took a break from Yishi. Why do you think? Yishi, until I'm satisfied, you're not allowed to go anywhere. Skyfeather, I was volunteered. Ganyu, I was an accident. I blame Ishi for being too skillful, but I don't mind. Lum, how could I possibly ask nicely? Gaze, I'm good, but not very good, and I don't have a chance. Nasada, how can I shield myself from the strange movements coming from this world tree? Especially the other day. It was shaking and dropping leaves. Fernina, I was also consensual, or my own mother moved. Fukuros, Fufu, you must not be able to look at other humans either. So mommy will help you check out the goods first. Zen, Shadow, we can't admit defeat either. Come on, you give Ishi a little general to harbor as well. Shadow, if we don't let the general go, she can actually do it. General Thunderbolt? Silkirk, I don't know what you guys are talking about, but I can't swallow this. I have to go and cut him again. Chapter 205 Hospitality. Fontaine, the Palace of Foam and Mang, Navalette's office. Navalette crossed her fingers against her chin, and rarely in her life did she describe the office as crowded. Ishie, look at this little sea otter of mine. Isn't it cute? Fernina held up a sea otter, excitedly showing it off for the crowd. Indeed, Ishi brings Yishi and Chinger around the big city, and the first stop is straight to the Foam Mang Palace to meet the leaders here. In the past 2 days, Fernina had caught a baby sea otter from somewhere, and the dorky look was a particular favorite. Just as I entered, I saw both mother and daughter Fufu, and a Naval otter. Ishie, you guys are here. I think this is Mrs. Yi, and this, little auspicious grass king? Volculus rose in welcome, and if you were to ask the 7 kingdoms who had the best information to ask for, reuse Mr. Yi counted for one, as well as his wife, who was the divine great tree of mercy king of Sumeru. It was rumored over a long period of time. It was the fact that the little mascot grass king was so small that shocked Fukulos. Hello, this is Yi and I's child, Chinger. Ishii introduced Furculos. Chinger did resemble the smaller Nazaida. After all, she inherited Yishi's appearance, and after Yishi turned into a small CI tree sapling, she looked exactly like Nazaida again, and it was hard to tell them apart just from their appearance. Fukulo's brain raced for a moment or two and snapped out of it, then squatted down and grabbed Chinger's small hand and shook it. The little auspicious grass king is young and admirable, and is similar in age to Fernina, so he can surely be a friend. Fukuro sighed in his mind. Something had to be done to have to get Fernina to make more friends. Now she was bored enough to play with sea otters. Hi guys, I'm Fernina, a friend of Ishia's. At this time, Fernina also came over, meeting the gods of other countries for the first time, or 2 of them, and became a bit formal. They are all the 7 rulers of the hall, and although they are very approachable, their status is too high to give people a sense of distance. If it were normal it would have been greeted with flamboyant words, but what about now being able to hide behind Frakaros, like a child? Mostly, Fernina didn't know what to do with Yishi. It was consensual, but it did happen. That's a good mom. Hello sisters, my name is Chinger. I'm actually the younger sister of the little auspicious grass king. The childish voice made Fukuros blink. The little auspicious grass king's sister? Wouldn't that be? Fukuros looked at Ishii in shock. How could it be so fast? But when I think that even I can be resurrected, It doesn't seem to matter if the baby is born faster. Ha ha. So that's how it is. Ishie. That's awesome. Fukuro smiled and stalled, feeling a bit incredulous even after just seeing Kiyoshi. But gods can't be judged by appearances. And besides, the ones that best fit the current intelligence are the only ones that do. Yi Shi, don't you think it looks a bit like, godlike? For her part, Ishi's eyes kept going back and forth between the sea otter and Navalette. Yi Shi also noticed this problem and nodded thoughtfully. That little otter had an overall blue and white color scheme, and Fernina had purposefully given it special angled bangs. Like, too much like, it's exactly the same. Ah, you're talking about that velvet otter. That's a pet I have. How about that? Isn't it cute? Upon hearing this, Flynna happily ran over and picked up the Navel otter to show it off to the two. She was quite confident in this pet. Ha ha. Ishi smiled casually. You really gave it that name. Then Valette herself was silent on the subject, and Fontaine didn't really seem to have a law about my name. Fracolos, start by entertaining a few of your honored guests to come in and sit down. Well, Fernina, go and prepare the tea. Good. Ha? Fernina hesitated for a moment, thought about it as if there was nothing wrong with it, and went on her merry way to get ready. I didn't realize that you and Ishi's heir would be born so quickly, so please let me offer my sincere blessings to Chinger. No need to be so polite, mess. Furculos, they are all friends, but I'll take the blessing. On the couch, Fuculos and Yi Shi chatted leisurely. Chinger, on the other hand, curiously surveyed the vile otter, and then excitedly said to Ishi, Daddy, look, it looks like that uncle. Chinger's sentence caused the few people present to fall into silence. What a great truth to speak. And didn't Fernina go to make tea? Why isn't she back yet? Lord Inquisitor, regarding the issue of Chinger's etiquette, Ishi and I will definitely be strict with our discipline. Ishi held Chinger in his arms and said with a hint of apology. Navalette mentally sighed and shook her head. No need to be concerned. Objectively speaking, there is indeed some resemblance. I'm back. At that moment the door was snapped open and Fernina walked in carrying several bags. Cups of milk tea were then placed in front of them in front of the crowd's puzzled gazes. Flynna, this is? Fukuros asked. It's not that I don't know what it is. It's just that you serve milk tea when you entertain the gods? Milk tea. Ah, this is delicious. You guys try it. After saying that, Fernina sat beside Ishie and drank with a pleasant face. Yishi picked it up and looked at it, also handing Chinger a straw to her mouth. Fernina is so considerate. Chinger does prefer desserts over tea. Ah, yeah, I like it too. Fernina hesitated for a moment and nodded. So I'm so witty. And that Valette looked at the cup of milk tea in front of her and contemplated for a long time. It's not bad to try a human drink once in a while. Oh yeah, that Violet. Remember to reimburse me for the moolah you bought for the milk tea. That Valette's newly outstretched hand stopped in the air and nodded stiffly. Good. Chapter 207. Thanks to Live to Abound Pharmacist for sending one popping more sprinkles. Thanks to the demon Baobane ancestor. Blessed be the grace divine, a big blessing. Lazuki, Forest House, 2nd floor. On the couch, a pair of jade feet swinging back and forth. On the body is a simple dress. The absolute field is hidden. Tianyu since with Ishi that is more and more lazy. Sometimes sleep or not back to the house. The sofa eyes closed and open is a few days. Mostly, he was too comfortable letting Noelle take care of him, and was already lazy, and since Noelle had passed through the door, he was a wreck. Or it's just going to play cards with the immortal spirits without eating or sleeping. Staying out at night, all learning the hard way. Tianyu jade foot maximum degree forward light point stretching legs. Comfortable stretching a lazy waist. I think my brother told me something. What was it? Looking around the room, the only person sleeping was Columbia on the small couch. Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to take care of her. But what have I done? I've been reading novels here. If I keep this up, won't I be failing my brother's expectations of me? That's not good. Rising to come to Columbia, the delicate, lovely sleeping face was quiet. Columbine. Columbine? Tianyu gently nudged Columbine's body, and there was no response. And Columbia plugged her ears with her little wings and went back to sleep. Seeing this, Tianyu then thought about his chin for a moment or two and reached out 2 fingers to pinch up the small blocked wings. Columbine. Suddenly Columbia fluttered both her arms and hands and slapped them up against Tianyu's chest in a sudden surge, only to see Tianyu come up to Columbine with a serious face and ask, Columbia, did you sleep well? Columbia, how did you sleep? Seeing Columbia's silence, Tianyu even asked again. Then we saw all the little wings on Columbine's head branching out and twitching rhythmically. What was it doing? Could it be a message? Just as Tianyu stared at the small wings and thought, the door was suddenly pushed open with a snap. Before Tianyu could react, a dozen immortal spirits walked in and directly gave Tianyu a head lift to rack out. Soon the living room was once again silent, and Columbia adjusted her position and went back to sleep comfortably. Columbo, Teneo says that your poker playing skills aren't even good enough for her. Fairies, sisters go. Teach her a lesson. Roadside Thousand Rock Army. This is the 12th blatant kidnapping in the street this month. A little less frequent than last month. Tenyu, aha, ahaha, Sumeru, the palace of pure goodness. Shinger, this is mommy's country. Sumio, wow, the air is so fresh and there are plants everywhere. Back in Sumeru, Yishi walked down the street holding Shinger with a happy face. Look guys, Lord Tree King is back. Wait, could that be the one Lord Tree King is holding in his arms? A god's heir. Hoo-hoo, Lord Sapling is born. Yishi's unconstrained behavior naturally attracted the attention of the people of Sumeru, and for a while the streets were bustling with activity. This is the fruit of my husband and I's love. Well, I love them. Yishi gently leaned his head on Ishi's shoulder, and the matter about his own god showing love in public with a baby once again stirred up the entire Sumeru. Word quickly reached the ears of the acting grand sage, Elhazen, who had been forced to take the throne entirely voluntarily. The day was immediately proclaimed as a great festival and celebrated by the nation. At this point in time, there has been a major blood change in the top echelons of the House of Orders, and the last big news that came out of it was that most of the supporters of the previous great sage had killed themselves in fear of their own lives. Even if the little auspicious grass king was willing to give them a chance, it was useless, and Naz Ida was helpless about it. You're back. I'm so open. At that moment, a burst of fluorescence identical to Yishi's rose from the ground around Ishi, and then Nasada appeared to greet her. But before he could finish his words, he was picked up by Ishi and introduced to Shinger. Shinger, this is your own sister, Naz Ida, who is a deity of Sumeru just like Yishio. The two little ones blinked their big eyes at each other, and although it was ungodly to be picked up openly on the street, no one felt anything was out of place at the moment. What a heartwarming scene and what a family of four. Hello sister, first time meeting, you can call me Shinger. Shinger revealed an innocent smile and waved her small hand to Nasrita. Well, in the future, Sumeru will likewise be your eternal home, and you can come to me with any troubles you may have, and I will accompany you in your thoughts. Good. Naz Ida responded with the same adorable smile, all fine except for some discomfort with being held. Looking around at the growing crowd that was blocking the street, he continued, this is such a delightful day. Let me take you all to the Pure Goodness Palace to sit down. It's where I live now, and it's beautiful. Okay, let's go then. After saying that Ishi and Yishi each held a child and walked towards the Pure Goodness Palace, Naz Ida lowered her hands, wanted to say something, thought better of it. Children should be children. Extra, what if Ishi went back to the beginning with her current memories and abilities? Part 1. Lazuki, Main Street. On the street, a handsome man wearing sunglasses looked at everything around him with a blank face. Familiar and unfamiliar. Ishie, so you're here. Suddenly there was a pounding sensation in his ribs in his lower back, and he almost didn't stand still. Looking back, Walnut's round, white face appeared in front of him, and was hugging and rubbing himself. It's Walnut. Any new ideas? Ishi was a little puzzled not to cure her into a fire bee. Now it looks how no ups and downs at all? This is not you. You quickly help me calculate how to get potential customers to buy our past life haul products in advance. Ishi silence 1-2. Why is this scene so familiar? Oh, I get it. I guess it's because it takes quite a bit of moolah to raise a child for Zhongli and Guijiet. And Walnut, as the head of the hall, wants to earn more performance. Walnut, these things cannot be forced. People are very avoid the matter of death. Usually avoid even too late. How can buy in advance? How can even you say that? It's obvious that we'll come across it sooner or later. Isn't it the same if we buy it early or late? Walnut muttered, puzzled. Ishi smiled gently and placed her hand on Walnut's iconic hat and caressed it. Not everyone looks at life and death as openly as Walnut does. Just let nature take its course. What's meant to be will always be. With 2 final taps on the pecan hat, Ishi headed in the direction of the forest house. Walnut doesn't have much to do and has very few friends, and the main purpose of this outing is to find Ishi to play with, not to tell fortunes. Okay, what are you going to do today? Still tell fortunes? There doesn't seem to be much to do, and if you're counting, there's no shortage of Mora right now, so there's not much need. So, in the middle of the conversation the two came to the door of the forest house, which was next door to the Manmin Hall. Ishii looked at the modest house in front of her and became more and more confused. What about forest house? The original forest house has been merged with the business on the other side, but he's still there as is. Looking at the sign on the door that reads, "This is a medical center," thinking for a moment, he pushes the door open and enters. A simple table and chairs, a couch, and a single bed. Isn't this the same medical clinic he used to be in? Yi Shi, Columbia, Tianyu Noel, Alicia and a bunch of other girls were all missing. Crossing over again? Little faculty, called the system twice. No response. Really? Ishii, what are you doing standing around at the door? Let's quickly go inside. Walnut couldn't wait for Ishii to respond and took the lead by walking under Ishii's armpit first. Naturally, he came to the bed by the wall and took off his shoes and sat down cross-legged, a pair of bare white legs shining brightly. Phew, you can't tell it's a medical clinic here at all, but it's cozy, and this hall master loves it. As you like. Walnut shook her body slightly, a pair of white sock-wrapped jade feet nodding along. Ishii, is there anything else interesting on you? Thinking about it, Ishii placed the crystal ball she had in Walnut's coiled legs. There should be some movies in there. Teyvat alone. A movie? Said Ishii, closed his eyes and tried the ability. Can only do in the current space-time teleportation, cannot go to the past future. Yeah, here's some more snacks and drinks, so you can play while I have to leave for a while. Well, yes. Immediately thereafter, large bags of various snacks and drinks appeared out of thin air to drown Walnut, and when he climbed out, Ishii had already disappeared. What's so urgent? Forget it, I've never seen any of these in Ishien. They all feel so interesting. World Tree. Yi. Daisai Tree. Is MS. One there? Ishii asked to the beautiful giant tree that was sacrosanct in front of her, although it has been violated tens of thousands of times. The words fell, countless green fluorescent light appeared. In front of Ishii, cohesion out of a cute and lovable an expression of grave little girl. Little CI sapling cautiously sized up the person in front of him, even more terrifying than the one in the sky. If the one in the sky was unfathomable, then the one in front of him was not even qualified to peek. What do you have, my lord? You don't have any resistance now, do you? Listening to the words of the strange man in front of him who didn't look like a good person in any way, little CI sapling instinctively took 2 steps back. You have to. Before the words were out of his mouth, Ishii flashed to the small CI sapling with a speed that the gods could not even peek at and picked her up. Eat this, then report to that medical center next door to the Ryumanmin Hall. A black and gold colored elixir was stuffed into the tiny mouth of the little CI sapling, then disappeared with a kiss on her soft and tender face. The little CI tree sapling touched her little face in confusion, and suddenly the richness of the elemental surged out from within. In the blink of an eye, from a small mercy sapling into a woman with a slender figure and a beautiful face. The great tree king of CI blinked his turquoise eyes full of divinity and stared blankly ahead, obviously not having reacted yet. What am I? The great tree king of CI was pleasantly surprised to find himself restored to the heyday of his power, and snapped back to the medicine that lord had just given him. As if realizing something, he checked his status, and there wasn't even a single side effect, curse or anything. Oh yeah, you, my lord, is there anything else? Before the great tree king of CI responded, Ishii suddenly turned back. Forgot to heal the world tree. After saying that, Ishii raised his hand, a scalpel flew towards the world tree and stabbed straight into the middle of the huge trunk. In one fell swoop, he stabbed to death the forbidden knowledge infesting the world tree as well as the dead domain of the Sumeru, and then disappeared again. The king of the great tree of mercy couldn't believe it. I'm not still in the middle of a beautiful dream I set up, am I? It's reality to use the power to probe a bit. What had happened in those few short minutes was beyond the comprehension of even the god of wisdom in his heyday. But I think the answer lies with that lord. I think he said that I should go to Rizuki to find him. What's the best thing to do? Anyhow, he was considered his savior, so it would be good to go and take a look. Extra, what if Ishii went back to the beginning with her current memories and abilities? Part 2. To the winter, the queen's palace, frozen and ravaged palaces, strict executives oppressive. The queen's program is about to begin and there is no room for error. On top of that lonely frozen throne, a cool figure sat alone. It's been a long time, my dear queen. Suddenly a flash of green light surfaced and Ishii appeared in front of the queen, walloping the seated her. With one arm propped up against the backrest of the throne, Ishii slightly lowered her body, showing the queen a perfect sideways 40 degrees. Bastard, let's see if I won't charm you to death. Though I know you'll never be moved by anyone's appearance. There's an assassin. The clown let out a stern rebuke, and just as the executives set fire to their up, they realized that the queen had raised her hand without moving. Why are you telling us not to move? Could it be that it's actually an acquaintance of Her Majesty? It's you. The indifferent voice line made the hall even colder, but Ishii didn't care in the slightest. With a smile at the corner of his mouth and a toss of his hair, he sat down beside the queen and spoke. That's right, it's me. Ishii scanned a circle of execs below, none of them looking too friendly. The end seat looked stupid and wanted to come up and fight straight away, while the third seat couldn't see her eyes with her eyes closed, though she had the least amount of hostility. Columbia lowered her eyes and lifted her little head to keep gazing at Ishii, who was also admiring the little fairy. Hiss. At this time suddenly a piercing coldness came from the waist, which turned out to be the queen secretly iced. Ishii felt a little surprised. When did the queen become so skinny? Retracting his eyes to look at the queen, she never seemed to change either her expression or her movements. Could it be that? Barnabas, how much do you remember? Ishii asked the queen, wanting to confirm something, knowing vaguely that his appearance was yet another reincarnation. And the Queen of Ice, Ishii always felt that she knew something as well. And she probably retained some of her memories. Under my influence. And how much do you remember? The Queen asked rhetorically. Amnesia slumped back toward the backrest of her throne, smiling and shaking her head. I remember you. The Queen's eyes shifted for a moment, then returned to their previous icy coldness. What are you going to do after that? Planning to take care of the World Tree first. You collect the bones of the Third Adventist normally. And oh yeah, I'm going to abduct one of your execs. The Queen nodded as if she had expected it. Well, you do it every time. The executives under the throne all paused for a moment at this news, and then looked to the third seat Columbine in unison. I'm afraid you're the only one who's related to this one. The little wings on Columbia's head fluttered in confusion. Was it me? Rather, I've seen him during the War of the Demons and Goddesses, with a stupid dragon. As expected under all the attention, Ishii got up like a leading man and slowly walked towards the most beautiful girl. What a pretty girl. Brother, here is a potion to cure the immortal spirit curse. Come and try it. Columbia stared for a moment, then took a small bite and ate it. What a cute little cherry petal mouth. Wait a minute, did I just shove a whole little mercy sapling right in there? Get used to stuffing it all right in her mouth. Seeing her reaction, it shouldn't be anything. After all, her real body is a big sister. Columbia ate it in one gulp, seemed to feel good, and fluttered her little wings twice more. The small knife you take, scratch through the big world of the immortal spirit effect is the same. Get finished Li Yuanmin Hall next door to find me. Finally, memories of the past filled the small wings of the Columbine with a hand raked over them and disappeared into thin air. Columbia's entire body seemed to be frozen in place for a long time, tilting her head. I just seemed to. Oh yeah, is there an urge to hit me? Who knew that? Ishii backtracked and asked with a face to Columbine. Columbia shook her little wings and just watched him silently without speaking. Well, no, I just came back to say that there's no need to be in too much of a hurry to exhaust yourself. I will be responsible for you. Columbine suddenly spoke out of turn and turned the tables on Ishii to take her down. At this moment Ishii thought a lot. Could it be that this is a parallel world and the girls are not quite the same? What's a girl's responsibility? Especially when you're a little girl. Go away. Another ruffle on those three small pairs of extremely softly feathered wings and flash. Li Yu. Memories of the past medical center. On the bed, a small girl and a big girl were staring intently at a crystal ball watching a small movie from Ishia's collection. Surrounded by an assortment of empty snack bags and Coke cans, he looked like he was having a good time. Walnut does not know where this child appeared. Said it is to look for Ishii, and Ishii is not in, so I have to help watch the child for a while. It just felt like this kid was weird, but I couldn't tell what was wrong. Understanding, quiet, well-behaved. What's wrong with that? It's so cute. For his part, little CI Tree Sapling didn't think it was a good idea to openly show his face in the image of the great CI Tree King. After all, his appearance had been transmitted to the minds of every Sumerian through the void terminal yet. Little sister, I see that you're still in good spirits and in good condition. You shouldn't be here to see Ishii for medical treatment, right? Well, Ishii hugged and kissed me as soon as he saw me, and said he wanted me to come here and wait for him, so here I am. At those words Walnut's entire body was dumbfounded in place. His eyes kept on the green loli in front of him. Ishii, he wouldn't be a... No. It should be some relative's kid helping out with babysitting or something. Yeah, how could Ishii have that kind of fetish? He is of great integrity and has such a good heart. Surely, I think I even called my wife something. Chapter 204. What if Ishii went back to the beginning with her present memories and abilities, the third of which is Li Yu. Memories of the past medical center. I'm back. Ishii had just returned to her medical center, and before she could say two words about the result, a hard substance suddenly lunged straight at her chest, looking down just in time to meet Walnut's large, moving, plum-like eyes. Ishii, you, do you like her? Walnut eagerly wanted to confirm something to Ishii. In her heart Ishii is definitely not such a person. With his looks, how could he possibly leave so many beautiful women in Teyvat for a small child? Ishii slowed down, thanks to my extraordinary body. In the case of ordinary people, ribs have to give you a few broken. Looking down where Walnut was pointing, there was a tiny Nasrita look-alike sitting docilely with her own crystal ball in her hand. The difference is that there is one more leaf than Nasrita. Well, it's a Daisai tree. MS. Wang. Ishii stared at the soft and tender face of the little CI sapling for a moment of contemplation, and opened her mouth to ask, quite like it. Why? Walnut's eyes grew surprised, looking at Ishii with a face full of unbelief. As one of his few friends, he must not be allowed to continue to go astray. Ishii, look at me. Do I look good? Only to see Walnut suddenly put her index finger against her cheek and pose with one eye lightly closed in a cute expression. Ishii was a little unsure, but Walnut was always quirky and normal. Aha, pretty good looking, said, not forgetting to pinch a handful. while the little CI tree sapling sat there wiggling his two little feet, his eyebrows arched, in a good mood. Humans are funny. Although Ishii did not utter those two words, at that time he was facing the world tree directly, and what was in his heart naturally surfaced like the trunk of a tree falling into the water. Really no bad thoughts at all yet? No, it seems. All bad. Bad thoughts? Then you must never do anything strange to this little sister again, especially if it's against the law. Ishii was getting more and more confused. Doing anything? What exactly did you, as the god of wisdom, say to Walnut during my absence? Walnut, do you know her? I don't recognize it. It's the first time I've seen such a cute kid, and while it's more or less understandable, it's definitely not. Let me introduce you then. Ishii more or less guessed what? This misunderstanding can be deep. I am a decent person. Walking over to the little CI tree sapling solemnly said to Walnut, did you know about the new god of Sumeru, the little auspicious grass king? Walnut thought about it and shook his head, then was startled. Not too sure about other countries. Wait, this little sister she wouldn't be. Oh, she's not. Walnut was speechless for a second. It was clearly the most logical explanation. Everything would be fine if the gods were there, though it still felt immoral. And she is? Then along with the turquoise fluorescent light flickering on the little CI sapling, Ishii continued to speak. This is the little auspicious grass king's mother, the great tree of mercy king, also a deity of Sumeru. Hello, Walnut. In the twinkling of an eye a light and charming woman appears, alive and well. Walnut looked confused at this woman who was defecating anywhere, then looked down at her own and caught a glimpse of her feet. For a moment, I couldn't understand the scene in front of me. Just now it was so small, and now all of a sudden it became so big. Is this one of the powers of the gods? Hello Tree King, how rude just now. No, are you Ishii's daughter-in-law? Walnut asked in surprise, while somewhat curious as to what kind of person was on Ishii, then froze and spoke excitedly. It's hard to believe that you are the emperor. Ishii, the great tree king of mercy hid her mouth and smiled, stealing a glance at Ishii. Not yet, neither am I. After saying that, Ishii and the great CI tree king looked at each other and smiled. This girl is secretly reading my heart again. Walnut muttered as the two men watched silently with alternating eyes going back and forth between you. What the hell? Really? Here Walnut, try this. Just for you. Walnut looked at the pills handed to him by Ishii and ate them directly without much thought. What is it? Walnut checks it out and nothing seems to have changed. Well, Ishii, I feel a bit stuffy in my chest. Could it be a side effect of your medicine? You're a doctor, right? Quickly help me take a look. Ishii smiled and shook her head, which was actually the main effect. Just as Walnut wanted to unbutton her clothes to show Ishii popping out, the king of the great tree of mercy came before Walnut to help her close her clothes. It's better for me to teach you about this. Ishii won't. Okay, thanks sis. Ishii was momentarily speechless, as if it would indeed be better to have the great tree king of mercy, who was a woman and the god of wisdom. So with a learning heart he came up to the two to observe, and then was greeted with a smile from the king of the great tree of mercy. By the way Ishii, can I trouble you to help buy a dress for Walnut? The size is, well, no, 205 automatic fishing machines. The main one listens to advice and doesn't write extras. Thanks to, return to the end Gigantus, for sending one in Great God certification. Thank you, MS. Returning to the end, and I wish you and Zhongli an eternity of good fortune and an early birth. Followed by a big paragraph of blessings. Fontainebleau, by the sea. So there's such a side to Ishii, so much different from what I remember. In front of two mechanical automatic fishing rods, two girls, one gold and one yellow, were chatting, and the atmosphere revealed relaxation everywhere. After all they've been through together, the bond between Lum and Navia will grow even deeper. The girls had nothing to say to each other, and soon the conversation was introduced to the great events that had taken place in Fontaine lately, and especially to that personage who usually existed only in the legends of the neighborhood. Naivia also cares a lot about all this, because Ishii said she would bring back the people from White Sunglasses Town. Well, actually, Ishii is a nice person in private, but when faced with a big event, no matter how she responds, it often ends up for the best. Lum added after a moment's thought, just used to be a bit of a womanizer and always had all kinds of women gathered around him, and still does, and most of them are gods of various countries. I can't even think about these things. That scene in the courtroom was too impressive. Ah, your line is moving. A fish is hooked. Really, but why isn't the automatic fishing rod moving? That's when Navia noticed a fish hooked on the fluorescent side, but didn't see the rod automatically reeling in. It's probably not mounted properly. Let's go catch it before it gets away. Aha! The two girls ran into the water together, the clear water soaking their shoes, their socks. Phew, it's been a while since I've had this much fun. Naivia took off her wet socks, the water droplets at the end of them glistening and crystallizing in the evening refraction. Lum is in much better condition. being a seasoned adventurer with waterproof long boots. Naivia's boots were higher, but she was in deeper waters just now, getting filled up. Yeah, it's been a while since I've fished with a friend too. I remember the last time I did it was with Ishii, and I remember he didn't catch a single fish that time. Ha ha, so there is such a thing. From you I kind of reacquainted myself with Ishia then. Naivia's aching laugh was as beautiful and generous as her style. Ishia, what are you laughing at? You didn't catch a single one either. And what kind of image does Naivia have in her mind of amnesia? Naivia thought for a moment, looking out over the vast ocean. Sacred and majestic, and omnipotent, right? After all, he seems to be more powerful than even the gods, to be able to bring back the departed. It's just unbelievable that I have access to someone so powerful. In fact, if you want to see him, it's also very simple. Ishia lives in Ryula, and also opened a store with his ladies, but even so the general public won't be easily disturbed, that is. Well, I read about him in the most recent Steambird newspaper, and the descriptions made it seem like a real god at first glance, and at the time Charlotte was happy for a long time that she was able to get Ishia to agree to a photo shoot. Although the Fontaine embassy did not explicitly state what happened to Ishia, even taking pictures of executives can cause serious national social issues, let alone people of this caliber. If I were to travel to Rizuki in the future, I would definitely patronize it. I heard that even the store was constructed by the gods of Sumeru by divine power. It's beautiful to think about. Well, Ritsuki is worth a visit. Most of my stories with Ishia happened there. Naivia looked to her fishing rod machine. Why had it taken so long to move? Nodding, he continued. Rather may have to pay a visit to properly thank him. After all, there is a great favor to the White Song town. Right, what is he usually doing? I rush to go will not disturb? Even though the person who dissolved in the fetal seawater hadn't returned by now, Navia always believed that lord would not go back on his word. Fukuros, I'll get them alive after I finish this FIC. Soon enough. Fernina, I thought you said you were going to help me improve my routine. How come you don't have days and nights to look like that yourself? Frakalos, to help you get better you need to understand why you are the way you are, and I haven't understood it well enough. Fernina, don't understand, let's go to bed. I can't sleep with you giggling and flipping through books. Fukuros, wait, I'm looking at it for a moment. Sniffing fluorescence recalled what Ishia was generally doing. Well, wandering around during the day and being ridden by Ishii at night. To put it bluntly, a big idler. He doesn't usually have much to do. He should only encounter situations where he's not there. And he shouldn't. And he'll know in advance if anyone is going to go to him. At that moment Lum suddenly thought of something and got up to Navia. Right, if you want to see him, yell his name in the air and he might come. I don't think I've tried that yet. Thinking about it, Fluorescence gradually got excited and jumped up and down. Seeing this, Naivia froze and waved her hand to speak. That's not very nice. In case people don't come for something. It's okay, it won't do any harm to try it. Besides, Ishii is usually okay. Ahem, look at me, said Fluorescence, clearing his throat and shouting to the endless sea in front of him. Oops, what's all the shouting about? Bring the baby. But just spit out a word, suddenly a big hand knocked on Lum's golden head. Lum covered his head in pain and looked up to see the handsome face. Ha ha, this is not wanting to catch some fresh fish for Chinger to eat. Flux flashed a cute smile and explained to Ishii. Naivia watched the scene from the sidelines in awe. Such a large person brushing off the scene and appearing out of thin air. No matter how many times she saw it, she felt shocked. I don't know you yet, but it's Chinger, who was very much a relief, playing quite well with her sister Nazaida. Ishii looked back at the somewhat frazzled Naewia and smiled charmingly. Yo, long time no see, pretty again, smoothly pinching Naivia's cheeks. Somehow Naivia just knew he would do it. It seemed to happen every time. Hello, I'm Navi, the president of the Prickly Rose Society. There's no need to be so formal. We're all friends after a while. Ishii pulled out a bench and fishing rod and flung them forward, smoothly slipping her hand up Naivia's skirt before pulling out a pair of sunglasses and putting them on. She continued, and the court openly called off that fillet, or twice, which is not something that just anyone can do. Navia looked a little confused at the scene. My sunglasses, how did you get them out of your lap? You flatter me. These are things that should be done by me. Ishii nodded with interest, no less than the last name of Navi. It was different. It's Navi because it's female. Naivia twisted her head to glance at Ishii's hook, which was empty. Somewhat understand why Fluorescence said he didn't catch a single fish. Don't look at me. Your rod doesn't even have a hook yet. Go at it now and maybe you'll catch a few. At that the two girls froze at the same time, then looked to Naivia's fishing rod. So it is. Thanks for the reminder. I'll add it right away. Chapter 205. Happy birthday to the author tomorrow for Christmas. Fontaine, foamy mansion, foamy bedroom, in front of a wonderful novel, lying on their backs, two foofs, each with their feet and legs swinging together in a harmonious picture. Ishi stared at the back for a while. That Valet does not come out to control it. All day long stay at home and a good behavior? Nevalet, the fact that the two of them didn't giggle in my office while watching is, I think, for the best. Ishi sighed in her heart. You two are really focused. Stepping forward and grabbing their swinging feet and legs with their right and left hands at once, the two foofs lifted one of them upwards. With that, the two fufu were hung upside down together, blinking their big, dumbfounded eyes as they looked at Ishi together. What happened? Fukuros, how is the matter entrusted to you progressing? Ha ha, that thing. At that Fukuros snorted. He had planned to go earlier, but after Ishi left he saw that Fernina was having a good time watching it there. Thought I'd read the chapter and go. Then there was no then. Yeah. Ishia stared straight into Furkalo's inverted eyes, her skirt and hair all flipped up under the influence of gravity. In full view, it didn't matter what shorts Fernina wore. Fukuro's elegant dress skirt was really something. In light blue, the shapes are clearly outlined, as if they really do penetrate like water. Fukuro's grew more and more vain, her eyes constantly averting as she looked over to Fernina, who had been grabbed upside down along with her. Fernina struggled symbolically twice, unable to escape. That said, why was I even arrested along with it? Well, progress. This is the last part of the novel. Ishi looked again at Fernina, who blinked twice quickly and spoke silently. What are you looking at me for? It's hard to save. Ishi gently put the two girls down. How to retire the god one more than one disheveled. Fernina felt that there was nothing left for her to do, so she wanted to keep picking up that novel and reading it. Then he was yanked back by Frakalos. The main fight was not to be left alone. After all, what about leaving you alone for 500 years? He's going to have to work with you from now on. Fernina, let go of me. Don't drag me into this. It's none of my business. Frakalos. I am. Now go at once and bring back the man who dissolved in fetal seawater. Okay. After saying that Fukalos disappeared into a ray of water, and at this time, only Fernina and Ishi were left in the room. Fernina was happy when she saw that Fukaros was finally gone and I could finally enjoy reading the novel. Ishia, is there anything else you want to do? If not, I'm going to continue reading the novel. Sniffing, Ishi raised her eyebrows. Children with mothers are arrogantly different. What's it going to be again? Ishia pinched Fernina's cheeks and backhanded her ass. As the people's favorite water god, how can you be absent at such a juncture? Go, help your mom. Well, okay, but I don't know where it is, so why don't you give me a ride? After saying that, Ishi spent 20 million mora to pass her to Fukuros to go. Scanning around the empty room, the smell of water, fontaine, the vast ocean. Oh, all the unfortunate ones who have perished, answer my call. In the air, Frakalos put his hands together in a prayer position, summoning the pure water sprites with the power of the demon god of water and waiting for them to respond. And Fernina, with three god's eyes hanging from her body, had nothing better to do than to be bouncing and treading on the calm sea. Water from all parts of Fontaine passes through here, and those dissolved in the tire waters will instinctively respond to the signals of the demon goddess of water and swim towards her. Whoa, that scared me. Soon, one by one, pure water sprites emerged from around Fernina and waited silently beside Fukalos. Eventually, along with Fukuros reaching his hand forward, countless water-shaped threads connected each pure water sprite. The spectacle of the demonic god's power being added was spectacular, and Fernina raised her head to admire the scene. So that's where all the original fontaines came from. Chapter 207, Birthday. It's the author's birthday. La 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 la. Will there be a gift? Lum, you look over there. Are they trying to bury Baisong Town? A loud rumbling sound suddenly came from the mountain, followed by a huge boulder continuously rolling down towards the White Song Town below. No good. Seeing the situation, Fluorescence suddenly feel bad. Help run a few steps to step on the trunk of the tree to use the strength to leap up to unfold the light wings. The floating Paimon beside him fought to keep up. Fluorescence was too fast for him, but the faster the better. Scary. The lightsaber in Fluorescence's hand manifested itself and swung forward. A golden sword she slashed through, then cut those two boulders into crumbs. An endless number of boulders followed after the crumbs. And just as Floor was about to continue applying his power, Navia's voice came from behind him. Nice work, partner. I'll take it from here. Naivia arrived with a black rose umbrella in hand, her leaping figure shattering one rolling stone after another with a single burst of fire from her parachute gun. Graceful in the extreme. But Naivia's brow furrowed for a split second as she faced the final boulder that was several times the size of the previous one. Immediately after, the eye of the rock elemental god lit up to its maximum extent, welcoming the umbrella in his hand and spinning it around a few times to point it straight ahead. Fire! Naivia! The explosion of the rose salute firing set off a cloud of smoke that made it impossible to see what was going on. Lum was a bit worried as she went up to check, catching up with a boulder a few stories high. Was Naivia really okay alone? When the smoke cleared, all that could be seen was Naivia gasping for breath as she half-kneeled in the center, supporting the rose umbrella. Despite being very frail, he didn't forget to smile back and compare it to a "yeah, she's so pretty." Sometime later, members of the Court of Enforcement, who had been notified of the incident, arrived and apprehended all those involved in the incident. You are no longer a member of the Prickly Rose Society, but you are still welcome to come back to Whitesong Town for a visit in the future if you wish. Thank you, Naivia. As she watched court leave after the vigilantes and the other prisoners, Naivia held her hand to her forehead in a bit of a trance. Naivia, are you okay? Probably used too much elemental power. It's okay, don't mind me. Thank you for being able to protect the Clementine line. Naivia had the same smile on her face as always, just a little more tired. I'm actually scared. In the short term, the Cares line can't even be rebuilt, and I really don't know how I'll face it if the Clementine line is also vandalized. The name is an engraving, and if I lose the Clementine line, it feels like I've lost my mother. With that said, Naivia turned to look at the bridge her father had created and released a smile. But it's great that it's still standing well. It's more like you're frustrated than tired. What the hell happened? I did just see a bridge ruined when I was wandering around Fontaine. It was too much of a distraction for me, so I just went along and fixed it. I guess it's the Cares line you guys are talking about. At the sound of the voice, the two girls froze at the same time, then looked toward the source of the voice, only to see Ishi's familiar and handsome face appeared at an unknown time, squatting on the seashore leisurely supporting a rack and grilling fish. And the last name of Nawe are really not simple, so big stone a kick to break, if kicked on the body, eh? Seeing those two girls staring straight at her, Ishi tossed her hair. Brother, this damn charm. Want to come join us for some brother's treat? The fact that this is the fish you caught this morning does not in any way deter me from bringing it in to treat you. Naewia listened to Ishi's words and her heart a burst of moving. Originally did not have much strength, and now even more crunchy. Come on Naivia, let's get going. Ishi has baked fish. Okay, help me up. I'm just a little. Aha! On the seashore, a man and two women were holding a big fragrant roasted fish in one of their hands. Their expressions relaxed as they sat together by the campfire. Naivia's attention had been on the man who was bent on grilling the fish, her eyes glancing toward him from time to time. He's really so gentle and kind. Fluorescence was really right about him, and obviously possessing such a high status yet being so approachable. Having asked Fluxia before what exactly she was, the result was that her answer almost made Naewia's jaw drop in shock. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he owns all of Teyvat. Now I can sit with this lord and eat grilled fish and feel a little dreamy. This is not like you ah. I know brother handsome, want to look at it greatly, and no one laughs at you. As the words fell out of her mouth, Naewia's entire face turned red, and then she saw Ishi throw a pill with a black and gold glow at her. It's kind of a recovery pill. Take it. Okay, thanks. Naevia bowed her head and finished it off in a few bites without hesitation, having never seen a medicine in this style to say the least. Immediately after, an unspeakable sense of comfort came out from his body. The elemental power that was overdrawn in the battle just now was not only restored, but also in a state that had never been better at this moment. This medicine is amazing too. How do you make this one? Or sell it? Naevia asked with unbelievable excitement. Simply unbelievable. Smiling, Ishi shook her head and opened her mouth. This medicine can instantly revive even a dying demon god. And for the price, the average person wouldn't have to think about buying it. Ha, the demon god? Naevia instantly felt incredibly sorry for herself and froze in place for a long time. Such a powerful medicine. I'll just use it to restore my strength. Actually, I'll be fine after a couple days off. But if humans eat it, they won't get sick again afterward, and it seems to increase their lifespan. Seeing as you and I are quite destined to be together, I'll give you another one. It's good to take it as a family heirloom. Eh? Then Ishi threw another one at Naewia, who stared blankly at the elixir in her hand, somewhat at a loss for words. Ah, but this is just too precious, and you've helped me so much, I can't take it anymore. Hold it. The man was saved by Fracalus. What's that line? I just fixed it when I thought it was broken. It wasn't to help anyone. And as for this medicine, I'm happy that my daughter-in-law is having a baby, so cut the crap and take it. Naevia, just take it. There's plenty of this medicine, Ishie. A fluorescent chimed in, and Naevia was flattered for a moment, when she noticed someone approaching behind her and looked back. Miss, the eggs, sugar, and almonds are ready. Shall we start preparing the afternoon tea? Chapter 208, Water Pillow. Thanks to Breezy Traveler for sending one in Great God certification. Thanks to the owner. Oh, another God certified. Happy Fontaine, Foamy Mansion, Foamy Bedroom. Ishi had been standing in front of the bed for a while now with her chest clutched, and as soon as she came back she saw the mother and daughter as usual. The two of them, their feet and legs swinging at the same frequency, lay on their backs together reading a novel. The people of Whitesong Town, as well as the girls from the dissolution, are grateful to you. So aren't you going to show your face and say a few words or something? At the sound of this, both Fufus turned back to look at Ishii at the same time. Not going to. Not going to. After that, he continued to swing his feet and read the novel. So you guys don't have anything else to do besides read novels? Every time I come you two look like this. No. No. With a helpless sigh, Ishii sat down on the edge of the bed and pulled out the scalpel to survey it. This knife? How come it feels like everyone who's stabbed it has been rendered useless? Could this be some hidden side effect? There are no side effects. They're just taking a load off and trying to relax. At this time, the little department suddenly came out and spat out a sentence, scaring Ishii. It's been so long I forgot about you. It was also true that those 5 Night Stalkers were in good spirits, and it had been a long time since the people of the Lizuki wilderness had seen a demon, and it was peaceful. I heard that recently when they were secretly protecting a little red elf girl from Mund, they found a cave in which an ancient magical beast, the ancient rock dragon lizard, was sleeping. That gave them excitement to subdue them directly in order to guard Ryuki's safety. Ancient rock dragon lizard also spit out 3 pieces of jade with no known use. The Night Forks did not have much use for it, so they gave it to that little girl to play with. Ancient rock dragon lizard, it's so inhuman. 5 nightsticks holding me down for a little girl to blow me up with a bomb, and I'm just trying to get some sleep. Cory, today Cory found a lizard with a strange pattern, and some kind older siblings to play with Cory. Ishii retrieved her knife and found a position to lay down between Frackalus' legs, resting on her hydrated ass. Move your head. It's quite comfortable, as soft as a water pillow. The face was Fukurosa's smooth thighs, and further up was a pair of jade feet that had stopped swinging. The scenery is excellent. Fukurose glanced back at Ishii with a grudging look. Never mind. It didn't affect him anyway, right? In no time at all Ishii fell asleep, and Fukurose didn't react much, concentrating on his novel. After a while, Ishii suddenly rolled over and fell asleep face down, yelling at Fukurose with a jolt. He could feel Ishii's steady breathing and lunged straight up. Ishii, you really picked a good place to sleep. Recall, how do you dream of drowning? It's a good thing I breathe merely as a habit. I don't know how long. The sky gradually darkened. Ishii climbed up, craned his neck. This sleep, so strange. When he opened his eyes he saw Fukurose blushing with a look on his face and what seemed to be a glint of tears in the corner of his eyes. Touching my face. It was like a pot of water poured directly on it, and a little sweet. Fukurose, you. Ishii hesitated a bit as Fukurose, who was finally able to move, climbed up and sat down in front of Ishii, wondering what the bad guy wanted to say. And with Fernina beside her, long asleep, Fukurose wanted to sleep too. But how could he sleep in this situation? Did you wet the bed? At that Fukurose froze, followed by an exasperated puckered face and shouted, I'm a demon god, even if I wet the bed. It was Fernina who did it. That's when Fernina was awakened by Frackalus, puffing up her bun face like Frackalus and whooshing up. I'm not going to. Just kidding. Tugging up the hem of Fukurose's skirt to dry her face, she stretched. Well, it's getting late, so I'll head back. That. Fukurose tugged gently on Ishii's shirt, twisting his thighs twice and blushing as he looked down. How about staying tonight? Fernina, she misses you. Fukurose's dainty look was very moving, and Fernina was speechless at the old mom. If you're looking for a man, just look for a man. What's the point of dragging me along? Well, it wouldn't be the first time anyway. Ishii, you're back. The next day, Ishii returned to the Pure Goodness Palace with a pale face, and as soon as she entered, she saw 3 Nasritas? The 3 little ones came together in front of Ishii at the same time, making Ishii a little confused for a moment. It's good to know. The little dot in the center is definitely Chinger, all right. On the left looking steady is Nazida, and on the right with a somewhat discreet smile is Ishii. I'm back. Is this how you greet me? Well, Nasida, you take Chinger to play first, I'll go help Ishii take a bath, said Yi. She pulled Ishii's big hand and disappeared. Seeing this Ishii felt bad. When have you and I ever taken a proper shower? Yi Shia, I'm actually quite clean. I don't care. I'm going to wash you with your own water. Then why don't you change back first? I don't. Chapter 209, Recollection of the Past is working again. Pure Goodness Palace. Bedroom of the 2 Nazida sisters. Nazida went up to World Tree level soundproofing overnight. He himself was sleeping with his younger sister, Chinger. Inside the bedroom, 2 little ones sat peacefully on Yishi's same swing. Chinger wore a homemade top-of-the-line version of the World Tree terminal on her face, and all sorts of data floated in front of her eyes as she learned about the world. Nazida, on the other hand, had a bit of a complicated look in her eyes, knowing that her mom and dad had a good relationship. Sister, why does the World Tree feel less stable now? Chinger asked suspiciously, and Nasida rubbed her head and opened her mouth. It's probably mom and dad regulating maintenance. Chinger doesn't need to care about that. Good. The next day, the memory of the couple's bedroom. The little sea tree sapling lay on his back in Ishi's arms, softly and cuddly and pouting. A smile of unreadable meaning spread across Ishi's face as she nodded gently. It's good. At this time Ishi held Ishi's face that looked like it had just been washed and not wiped again and scrutinized it, very satisfied. Now you're all about my scent. Ishi smiled helplessly, sat up and doted on little Ishi in his arms, vaguely remembering shouting at the beginning that it was the immodest boss. Well, there was an inspiring story that happened in Forest House about an ordinary employee who made it to the top on his own merit. Hearing this answer Ishi frowned lightly. You are now in this state unless you come hard. Otherwise I really cannot do something. Is Ishi not working? What bad thing are you thinking about, master? It's your wife who has suppressed the power so all aspects have declined. Similar to your usual mentality when you go out with your waist covered. Hearing this the corner of Ishi's mouth hooked up. Ishi you also have today A burst of complacency in his heart couldn't stop surging out, and he said playfully to Ishi who was casually lifted up by himself. Ishi are you out of it? At the words Ishi froze. That incomparably cute smile on her face made Ishi feel a chill inside, and somewhat regretted saying that. Then the turquoise fluorescent light flashed through the full-blown body of the great tree of Mercy King poofed down on the body of Ishi. No, Ishi let's have a talk. There's no use in you saying anything now oh my dear old guy. Shinger, sister, the world tree, is the world tree really okay? Nasuda, checking the status I'm not sure anymore, but dad should be able to fix it. Tianyu, this is the bravest my brother has ever been. Sister-in-law don't worry, my brother won't die. Yishi, understood. Ishi, you're such a good sister to me. A week later. Ishi was lying in bed weakly. Yi-Shi, on the other hand, was fully moisturized and her hydrated face was white and red. Tasting one or two, Ishi daintily came to Ishi's ear and asked softly, Ishie, are you not able to anymore? After saying that, he gave a kiss on Ishi's face, very happy, only to see Ishi slowly nodded his head, and like a shock sitting up in a dying disease raised his hand and pressed it on Ishi. Yeah, no more. A man can't say no. Ishi shook her head. Yes, yes, yes. Husband is the best. Ishi covered her mouth and smiled, her soft body sticking next to Ishi's body to lie down with him. By the way hubby, that little lover of yours at Inawasha's wrote you a letter about going to Fontaine for a show and asked if you wanted to come along. After thinking about it, she asked Yishi, does Yishi want to go see it? It's a shoot. I won't watch it without you if it's an official show. So, Ishii pondered as she played with it, not expecting for Nina to get out of the house to do her job these days. It was rare. I'll see about that then. And what about the letter? The letter, if she's just finished it, should be ready to send out. I know. You be good at home. I'll go check it out. Aha. Chapter 210, Senjia. Fontaine. Thousand Weave House. It's not my place to drink, but whatever. A wide variety of rare silk clothing is available, with a dazzling array of fancy combinations. The name of this place is Kioria, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that Shiori, the owner of this place, is a trendsetter with her unique and eclectic designs. Shiori, correction. I'm the boss. Inside the Thousand Weaver house, Ishi sat cross-legged in the most prominent position, intent on savoring the fine wine in the gourd in her hand. Handsome and incomparable face, elegant and atmospheric posture is undoubtedly a unique landscape. Just sitting there can attract countless young girls to stay for it. At this time a young girl shopkeeper once again cast a glance at Ishi, blushing for a split second immediately moved away. It's the owner's rule that neither guests nor employees are allowed to eat here at Senjia, but when it came to this man, he made an exception. Rightly so, after all, this was a great man who even managed to save Fukuro-sama. Shiori, the smell of food as well as all types of drinks can affect clothing, but based on his gourd, the effect is definitely beneficial, mainly because this one can't really afford it. Ishi raised her eyes to look. Front high heels, very stylized clothes, exquisite makeup. I think this is the boss lady of this place. Qianwei, younger than I would have liked, but extraordinarily composed. Wait, teenage girls can be this size? Fruity is really calm and steady. Good morning, come along for a drink, boss lady. Ishii invited Shiori in a gentlemanly manner and conjured up a chair out of thin air that was also very personalized. The chair is made of tree rattan throughout, and the divine aura emanating from it transforms the ordinary rattan chair into something extraordinary. Shiori paused expressionlessly, trying her best to ignore the sight of Ishii. Adults were really different. That previous trial of Lord Fernina as well, came out with its own table, chairs, and drinks, and all the attention. Yes boss, just tell me what you need to do. It's still okay for me to take some time out before I leave. Shiori sat down on the other side and naturally took a taste of the wine handed to her by Ishii. Then his eyes lit up and he was back to his old self. This wine, it's got some kind of power, doesn't it? Well, thousands of years ago this was used to restore the power of the demon god. Unfortunately my friend is living quite well now to use it. Shiori was silent for a moment or two, not very shocked, knowing that you could even revive a god. Restoring some energy was no big deal. And what happens when I, as a human, drink it? You needn't worry about that. Just drink yourself to death and I'll bring you back to life. Shiori was silent again, feeling herself in a surprisingly good condition. You're so funny. I have to go get ready for the movie for the Thousand Souls Festival later. Is there anything I can do for you right now? Yes, for my daughter to design a set of clothes that do not attract men's eyes and do not expose the skin, but also particularly beautiful to match the temperament to set off the body. Also simple. At those words Shiori was a bit speechless. What kind of request was this? To put it simply, it means to wear more and less, to be both fine and simple, to be beautiful but not to attract men's eyes. I can understand your concern for your daughter as a father, but can you ask for something that can be done? I may not be able to do it with my abilities, but it's better to take a look at your daughter's appearance before making a decision. Sumeru's little auspicious grass king, right? Pretty much. The words Felicia pulled out a crystal ball and set it on the table. Kiori's gaze followed. A pair of twin sisters had been pleasant, playing happily. The big one Shiori recognizes, the little mascot grass king of Sumeru, and the one next to him must be the dress object, which is pretty much the same. How? Shiori analyzed it for a while. Designing clothes for beings above the level of gods was a rare occurrence in 100 years. Challenging enough to give it a shot. Can I have her body data? Body data? Let's see. Oh. After saying that Ishii closed his eyes. Then the rattan chair behind him instantly extended several branches and vines glowing with turquoise light to bind Ishii firmly and forcefully interrupt his spellcasting. The sudden scene startled the people in the store, and after realizing that nothing was wrong, they consciously averted their eyes and went about their business. Ishii symbolically struggled twice inside. My daughter-in-law won't let me see it. Turn around and she told me, respectively. Shiori calmly picks up the wine glass and takes a sip to suppress the shock. Is this the power of that great tree of mercy king? A god. And who would have thought that this untouchable lord would be afraid of his wife? Interesting. I see. Is there anything else you want? At that Ishii got up and stretched, and Shiori followed. Nope. Now let's go. Was going to go watch you guys film. Good. Chapter 211. New Year's Day Fun. Fontaine. Clementine Line. Clementine Line. Navia Line. The name is a bit familiar, and it even leads to the foaming mansion, which is quite convenient. In front of the elevator, Ishii was eating a bunch of Fontaine specialties in her hand, looking at the signage on each floor in a thoughtful manner. Rear waiting for the patrol rail ship. Shiori is a bit speechless. Look, so big man with the girl out without a mora? It's not a big deal to buy you a snack, but with your looks, I'm afraid people will spread the rumor that I'm keeping a handsome man, and you've been at Fontainebleau so long, and been to the Faumont Palace so many times and you've never been in an elevator? Money is a thing outside the body. Not enough, all as a friend. The words of the elevator. Forget that there is this thing. Shiori was silent for a moment or two. That's something. Even if I say it, it should be me who says it. You're quite the adult. It's fine if you walk. It's just that it's a relative detour of quite a few miles, and these two lines were established by the Prickly Rose Society, and naturally the names are named after the leaders of the Prickly Rose Society. After saying that, Shiori was puzzled. Why does it feel like I'd become your tour guide? I don't know, and I've never walked. I usually just flash right through, like this, only to see Ishii disappear in an instant, appearing behind Shiori before she could react and picking up her sideways ponytail with her hand to play with it. Shiori blanched. How did she get stuck with him? Can't judge this one by mortal common sense, but it's scum any way you look at it. What a playboy. If you have nothing better to do, settle down and wait together. By the way, what are you doing here? Shiori sighed deeply inwardly. Were all the unimaginably large people so idle? Including me. I was under the impression that the entire staff of this event, did not know each other, and followed to do what? And now there was some suspicion that he had a mind-reading-like ability, and that all the spewing he'd just done was just in his mind. So then mentally asked, can you hear what I'm thinking? I can't hear you. And besides, brother is not just any old do-nothing. Brother was invited to come and do nothing. Shiori was silent once again. You really don't even act a bit. I didn't think Xavier would have the guts to ask you to be in it. Did he pay you a lot for the movie? Or did you enjoy the novel as well? Xavier? Who? And what a novel. At that Shiori took a deep breath. Forget it, it's my fault for talking to you. Just be happy. It's okay, you're forgiven. Shiori frowned slightly as she looked up at the endless sky. Who did I invite and piss off? The corner of Ishii's mouth smiled. This little girl's look of coldness and helplessness was so funny. With the movement coming from the elevator behind them, neither Ishii nor Shiori turned around. Masterfully. Kiori-chan. Ishii, so you're here too. Before Xavier could say hello, Fluorescence took a step forward and ran over to Ishii. Not overly surprised by this as she felt like she could run into Ishii anywhere. Well, I've got quite a bit of food here. Take it and eat it. Brother's treat. Good. And this is Miss Chiori of the Chiori house, isn't it? I've heard that she's a very powerful person. I finally got to see the real thing today. Lum took it and asked Ishii while eating it, the novelty of the outfit's peculiar dress attracting the sight. Xianwei did not move and glanced at Ishii. You two are really not polite. Thank you. Seeing the real thing or something would be a better description of the one next to me. I've seen you every day, but where he's going to show up, that means something's going to happen, right? Not really. I'm here to main accompany this time. Smiling Fluorescence blinked her big eyes and came over to Ishii, smilingly opening her mouth. So Ishii, you came all the way here to accompany me, and even bought delicious. Oh, and no, it's another pretty girl who's a little gentler than you. Lum's smile froze on her face while Chiori grew more and more puzzled. How is it that such a big straight guy is surrounded by so many girls, with a higher status than one another? Your circle is a mess. Also relieved that I didn't get on his case just as long as I didn't get on his case. This guy is awful. There's probably more breathlessness after a short while with him than there has been this year combined. That's the legend of Fontaine, right? It's a great honor to see you here today. Xavier was incomparably excited as he came before Ishii. Rumor had it that this one had helped Lord Water God save the entire Fontaine. It is also rumored that he is also the husband of the water goddess, Lord Fucolos, and the father of Lord Fernina, and is highly credible, as he is said to have more than one wife, and more than a few would make sense. Ishii sized up the aspiring man once and realized that his chi was surprisingly good. The mere fact that there is a lot of help and still no regard for more is hard for the average person to do. It's just a false name. I'm much more powerful than the rumors. So what happened? Seeing as Xavier, you just didn't look quite right. Here's the thing. Chapter 212. The team. The author has been dying of exams plus fever plus cough for the past 2 days and it's hard. Debo Grand Hotel. Ishii exclaims that Xavier really knows how to talk and act, and starts off by treating the cast to a big dinner. Obviously the cast overhead is tight. No, not enough at all. Ayaka had just gotten off the boat and was so happy to see Ishii waiting there. He had really come, lifting her small skirt and running all the way over to greet Ishii. The intimate behavior made Chiori wonder if the social Bonzoni-chan was also having a fling with this adult. Kamisato Ayato, she turned around and left, as if she had made up her mind somehow, leaving me and Curfew Miyagi on the bed to watch her back. Come Ayaka, try this. Aha! At the dinner table, the duo of Ishii and Ayawa come together in a sweet picture. Lum collapsed a small face silently looking at this scene. Good, you a colorful and light-hearted Ishii. MS. Chiori, I know I was warned that there was a problem with this investor. He definitely has. With a little narration from Xavier, the crowd understands the problems the crew is facing. The investor stopped providing funds halfway through, leaving the crew at a loss. But I just couldn't say no. He was proposing a budget twice as high as anyone else's. That's the problem. Chiori responded, clutching her chest, seemingly unsurprised by the ending. Ishii nodded along. Worthy of being the leader of Fontaine's clothing industry, is the boss's vigor. I also have a reason for what happened. Get such a good script. I also want to make him good, but the funds provided by other people can't hold up the accounts. It's not easy to come across a willing to pay a lot of money. The temptation was indeed great, as Ishii pondered for a moment or two, but not everyone wants you to do well, but since it's a movie Ayaka is in, I have ways to make the financiers spit out the mora. I appreciate the kindness, but let's not do this kind of thing. I'll figure it out on my own. Hearing this, Ayaka and Kamisato Ayato looked at each other and nodded to each other before addressing Xavier. Mr. Xavier, if Ayaka and I were willing to act without compensation, would that solve the problem you're facing at the moment? At that, Xavier was startled and said with a quick wave of his hand, What? This? How can this work? You've come all this way and you're starring for no pay. No, this will never work. Ayaka and Kamisato Ayato explained with a smile. Inazuma just lifted the lockdown order not long ago. Need to strengthen cultural exchanges with other countries. Previously Inazuma and Fontaine have less cooperation. This trip is to hope for a good start for the future. Rather, this is the real purpose of our society Bonghang to come to Fontaine. But, it's too much of a burden on the two of you to act without pay. Xavier felt overpowered. These two were big names in Inawasha's name. It wouldn't be right for them to star for no pay anymore, would it? No matter what, if we want to build a formal cultural cooperation, we naturally have to show some sincerity. This screening can just be a proof of the friendly exchanges between Inawasha and Fontaine, and I personally hope that the movie will be released successfully. If it's still too much, then help me recommend a few capable people from Fontaine. Kamisato Ayato's dripping words moved Xavier to the point where he couldn't speak for a moment. The latter is also the one who immediately said that even if he had to dump his family's money, he would get enough mora for the movie. There's no need to be so desperate. Senjiya, can also help you partially in the name of brand sponsorship, together with your savings. It should be enough. Is there anything else you're missing? You guys are really great. Let's see. The team leader is still missing a cameraman, a field manager, a logistics as well as a director. Hearing this, Ishii's hand of eating paused. Tell me the truth, do you really have a team? Put down the chopsticks to look at the group of people who were discussing. After all, he is also considered to be a group of people, so it's good to help out. The cameraman, Flux Girl, can handle it. The floor manager is nothing technical, and Paimon is interested, then she'll do it. The logistics can be left to the people at Kiori's store, and as for the director, I do have a suitable candidate here. Hey, what do you mean it's not technical, so let me do it? Paimon spat. The words fell. The eyes of the people present gathered on Ishii, but they all felt that this adult is omnipotent. But these small things do not need to ask people, right? I really appreciate it. Is it convenient to reveal who you recommended? Well, I have a few thin spots in Fontaine Ante, and this person you should recognize as well. Named Fernina. Xavier was shocked to hear the name. Lord Water God? Nina? Is this lady, indeed, willing to condescend to come here? Ishii nodded and spoke gently. It doesn't matter if she wants to or not. Just come and be anyway. I'll make a trip to the Foaming Man's palace to abduct Fernina, and you go get a couple of 1,000 spirit mooses. Ah, but wouldn't that be too? Before the words were out of his mouth, Ishii disappeared into thin air. Xavier was a bit puzzled. So hasty? That's when Lum walked over and said confidently, just trust Ishii, now go get it. Good. Soon a bright flash of light flashed in the center of the crowd and a handsome man appeared with a confused Fernina in his arms. Fernina blinked her large eyes twice, looked around the room, and broke free from Ishii's grasp with a puzzled look. Instead of explaining first, Ishii picked up a Chiron moose and stuffed it into Fernina's mouth. Fernina, happy Thousand Souls Day. It's Kairashi mousse, my favorite dessert. Fernina had a vague twinkle of stars in her eyes, and you could tell she really liked eating this. Well, I have another gift for you. Don't you love reading too, Shinjin Gunman? Now I'll directly let you be the director of this novel's flopping screenings. Why, do you like it? Fernina paused, looked around the crowd, thought a little, and looked up to Ishii. Are you sure it wasn't their theater company that was short of talent that approached me? This reaction from Fernina surprised Ishii a bit. You shouldn't normally be so wise. Don't care about so many details. This girl's name is Curfew Palace. She'll be your help for a while. Come on, do a good job. I'll come and see when the time comes. Well, Chapter 213 Evolution. Lazuki, Main Street. The dark dripping sky hangs low. The romantic stars follow. I go back to, aha. Ishii hummed as she strolled through the streets of Ryu. Pedestrians coming and going on the street will wave hello to him. After all, the emperor is gone, only he can rely on. There's been a bit much going on lately, so let me run through it. First of all, Ishii gave me a baby that looks just like mom, or maybe even exactly the same. Worthy of being birthed from the same world tree, although Chinger's bloodline was impure, it was at least half of it. That said, will there be 3 Ishii lookalikes at once in the future? Secondly, it's the fact that Columbia is pregnant as well. I can imagine how cute the little fairy spirit will be when she's born. She must be just like her mom. No, I'm so handsome, can't I look like me and be a cool girl? It's not bad. Ishii smiled at the corners of her mouth and continued to walk on her way home. Speaking of which, recently Mr. Zhongli of the Hall of the Living Past was said to have unearthed antique objects used by the Rock King Emperor. In this regard, Tianquangsing Ningxuang Miss immediately said that she was willing to pay a high price to buy. Gossip Yu Hangsing wanted to fight with Tianquangsing for this treasure, and then did not snatch it. Ishii didn't need to do the math to understand that Zhongli was getting ready to get married. After all, the Sea Lantern Festival was coming up soon. Then it's time for me and my daughters-in-law to plan our wedding. After all, it's the same day, the auspicious day. Ishii's pace was a few steps lighter, and when it fell, it was expected to blow up the whole of Teyvat. It's not like there's a rule that says you can only be monogamous, but isn't marrying so many for one wedding a bit much? Whatever. Morex didn't even say anything. Why does this one look so much like? At that moment, not far from the roadside in front of the unofficial Emperor perimeter stall, a woman with a purple cat hairstyle was concentrating on her selection. Carved haru body clothing compared to the usual simple luxury, different, wearing a casual clothes, and seems to worry about other people to recognize their own, like also wearing a small duck tongue hat. The stall owner, however, was sitting on pins and needles with a look of having seen a ghost. How did Lord Yu Hongxing come? What I'm selling at this stall is technically not allowed, but it's not so bad that Lord Jade Balance Star himself would make an unannounced visit, right? Previously, he had bought a few times, especially the first time. The stall owner was afraid that carving haru was going to bring these back as evidence, so that he could arrest himself again when the evidence was solid. and then said nothing to sell a bite just for display. Our almost carved Ching angry cry. Later carved Haru George dress arm to the toe before buying a heartfelt emperor hand puppet. When the stall owner learned of this he was so scared he didn't sleep for a few days. But it seemed like nothing happened again, so he was relieved for the time being. I didn't dare to come out and set it up for a long time after that. Until today, when not long after it was set up Lord Jade Balance Star came again, as if he was squatting. Yo, good morning, what's up? Ha, who? Isha smiled and came behind Kakaro and patted her shoulder. But she didn't expect her sudden good reaction. The purple ponytail hanging down on both sides of the head turned violently and followed by an upward fling, and then as if it had been predicted, it was grabbed by Ishi's hand only. What is Miss Carving Harvest so flustered about? I have a few things going for me in Liugo, so I might as well tell you. I didn't. Only to see carved Haru's little face redden to a complete redness, with the feeling of wanting to find a crack in the ground when buying a toy and being seen by an acquaintance. The boss felt his soul floating at this moment. How come even this one is here? I didn't hear what MS Kakoharu was saying. Let me see what you're looking at. Kakaru's stuttering little voice was desperately trying to demonstrate something, with the bag of just bought Empire clay dolls in her arms. At the words carved Haru immediately blocked in front of Ishii in front of his eyes waved his arms, although so not much effect. No, there's really nothing. The corner of Ishii's mouth smiled as she looked at the bouncing carving harvest in front of her, and a large hand pressed down on her hat. Alright then. Remember to tell Ningshine that Zhonli and I are planning to get married on the day of the Sea Lantern Festival. Make the arrangements. After saying that, Ishii waved his hand and left the place, leaving behind Carving Harvest who was stunned in place, soon accompanied by the sound of something falling and shattering. Carved Haru looked incredulously in the direction that Ishii had left. You, going to marry Zhonil? Looking to the ground again, the Emperor clay doll he had been so eagerly awaiting fell to the ground and shattered. At that moment, Momoharu's aggrieved tears were about to come out. Feeling that meeting this man was bound to be no good that. Yu Hong, this young lady, it's okay, you can just take another one. As soon as he said that, the stall owner felt a deep chill down his spine, and Kakaru took another one exactly the same, and then left Moira as if she had fled the place as well. Lazuki, Forest House. Ishii continued to hum all the way back to his cozy little home happily, but just stepped into the room door a moment to feel not quite right. The whole living room was empty and quiet. How come no one was there? Ishii was a little unsure. Did they all happen to go back to their various rooms and lie down? It wasn't out of the question. But how come that stupid dragon was gone too? Durin usually sleeps in her nook Rima. I closed my eyes to feel the scent of the girls, and sure enough, all of them, no less, were there. Chinger's room? This made Ishii come a little interested. Could it be that Chinger had awakened some awesome talent that attracted everyone to watch? Or was it something about trying to use her powers again and people going to protect her for fear of any danger? Go check it out. They're all doing well. Walking into Chinger's room, he found that Yishi's brother Luanbia and Tianyu were gathered around Chinger's cot observing something. And on that bed, in front of Chinger sat a black and red-haired Lo. A young girl? Or maybe it was a girl in between. This newcomer Ishii had never seen before, but was familiar. Fresh white face, deep red glossy pupils of the eyes, especially the small pair of wings at the waist behind them were particularly bright, and as if he had just been born with nothing to wear. He just sat with his ducks unreservedly on display in front of the crowd. Ishii, you're back just in time. Durin she seems to have evolved. Yishi compiled a dress for this devilish little girl. Dulin's lazy and defenseless look. Not to mention Ishii. I look at the heart itchy. Apparently Ishii was also a bit surprised. That stupid dragon could still evolve? It's Chinger's doing. Chinger stood on the bed, thrusting her small waist to show her results to Ishii. It turns out that Chinger was too idle, so she set her sights on the pet dragon that her dad had. As a good friend, Chinger gave Durin some energy and then Durin changed. Master! A whiny voice rang out and Durin saw Ishii trying to fly towards him like she always did. Unexpectedly, she just got up and let Ishii catch her steadily and asked her, "So can you turn back into that little dragon?" Chapter 214. Thank you, Autumn D in painting, for another a great certification. Happy New Year, boss. Good luck with the dragon in Phoenix. Forest House. Yiching's bedroom. Ha! Bad woman, you get off me. Tianyu took over the Columbia in Yishi's arms, who was almost out of breath from her hug, so much so that she used her little wings to frantically flap Yishi's arms, and silently sat on the sidelines to watch the show. Interesting. Yishi, on the other hand, was concentrating and gritting his teeth as he looked at the stupid dragon that kept rolling around in Yishi's arms and begging for favor. The stupid loli that turned out to be. According to Yishi's understanding of Ishii, he has no resistance to such a cute thing. Chinger is getting a love rival out for her mom. Although Durin did the same thing when he was in his little dragon form, who wouldn't be confused looking at him now? Just like a little devil sticking to Ishii and not letting go, her body is also very material. Ishii will definitely be seduced by such a girl. Looking at Dulin who kept drilling into Ishii's arms, she was very jealous. When Ishii's voice rang out, "Didn't you hear your sister-in-law tell you to change back? Come on." Ishii lifted Durin up and set him aside, then gently took Ishii, whose face was slightly puffed up, into her arms. The small move made Ishii as if she was back to her first love, and actually turned shy, and was still a bit at a loss for words. Durin Duck sat down beside the two, moving his tiny black and red dragon wings around his waist lazily. "I want to play some more, Ishii." Ishii encircled the neck of Ishii with a small face rubbing, like a few thousand years old has a husband with 2 children a child. Ishii gently echoed Ishii's little gesture, doing this for no apparent reason, but just wanting to. Durin stood straight up on the bed and stretched, then moved his little wings and jumped forward ready to take off as Ishii and Ishii looked on. Unexpectedly, even the small wings around her waist stirring frantically could not support her weight, although equally slim, but for the first time when people would not fly. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, he was steadily caught by several vines and carried back to the bed. Durin tilted his head and blinked his big puzzled eyes. How come he couldn't fly? Looking over to Columbia, who also had small wings, she spread her small hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Not a race, eh? Come here, little dragon." Chinger waved, a bag of snacks still in her hand. Seeing this, Dulin was incomparably well behaved as he sat in front of Chinger, who was a head shorter than himself, the small wings behind him flapping rapidly. As Ishii watched this scene, could it be that the only function of the small exposed wings of winged beings after they took on human form was to betray their masters? That was when Ishii realized that there was a fleshy tail swinging around behind Durin, attracting the eye. I couldn't resist the urge to reach out and grab it. "Yawa, master." Suddenly Dulin lost strength and limp up, turned back to tearful and affectionate gaze at Ishii. Looking at Ishii froze. Ishii turned to pout and look at Ishii. Ishii saw his daughter-in-law this expression a little thought. A wave of the hand. "Tea on you. Forget it, brother Lumbi. You take a good rest. Chinger, take care of Dulin. I'll go run some errands with your mom." After saying that, the princess picked up Ishii and disappeared. Liu, Kun Yu Pavilion. Above the sky, a group of jade pavilions stood, overlooking the world and taking in the mountains. Here you can see the whole of Rizuki's multitude, the thunder of Inazuma, the abundance of Sumeru, and the prosperity of Fontaine. The style blowing from the sky is exceptionally comfortable. Ishii gently leaned his head on Ishii's shoulder. How long has it been since he came here to see the scenery? At this time, Ning Guang, who was silently watching the two inside the Chuanyu pavilion, frowned. "You too. You're not here to die again, are you? Guess what I got for you?" Ishii mysteriously asked Ishii, who thought for a moment and spoke softly. "It's enough to have you." Only to see Ishii make a dashing turn to face Ishii, and a ringing finger on his right hand struck up hundreds of white pigeons flying around the two of them. Then Ishii pulled out a small square box and opened it to Ishii under Ishii's surprised gaze, and then kneeled down on one knee. "This girl, will you marry me?" The sudden happiness made Ishii cover her mouth, and the crystals on that ring seemed to speak of eternity. "I do," gently extending his left hand out, followed by Ishii slowly putting the ring on for Ishii, with the whole world witnessing. Ishii's smile cannot stop overflowing, although they are old couples, but it feels like a lot of things have not experienced it. So Shia, putting the hand with the ring on it in his arms to feel it for a moment or two. The crystal was extremely rare and beautiful. At this time, the sky above the Chuanyu pavilion was lit up with fireworks. The sky had not yet completely fallen into the night, and the brilliant luster flashed brightly and dimly on the faces of the two men. The beauty of this moment deserves to be remembered by both of them for the rest of their lives. And this is the first time Ishii has given me a wedding ring. Ishii, aha! It will soon be the Sea Lantern Festival, when I will marry you back in style. Aha! Chapter 215 True or False. Thanks to Breezy Traveler for sending one in a big God certification. Good. Received the Great God certification again. Thank you, boss. Ahahahahahahaha. All the best to you, boss. Oh ho 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 ho. Yay! Blue Star, a city, in front of a university. A fresh and handsome man with a bag stands in front of a crowded school. The charming side of his face attracted the eyes of his schoolmates and sisters, only that he could somehow tell from his face that he was bewildered. Everything around us was familiar, but what was this sense of dissonance? Good afternoon, senpai. At that moment a delicate sensation accompanied by a living, breathing female voice came from behind her, tingling the senses. Looking back, a slightly mischievous and quirky girl was gently sliding her fingertips down her back as if to tease herself. Walnut? Looking at this woman in front of me, Ishii blurted out a name, and after saying that there was a pang of doubt as to why I would know her. Apparently Walnut was also startled for a small moment, and turned to come up to Ishii and tap his toes. I did not think that the senior actually know me. Then do you want to exchange contact information with me? A lot of people wanna have no. Walnut leaned very close, not the slightest avoidance of the sight of the surrounding people, also do not care about the appearance of men and women to make Ishii momentarily a little overwhelmed. What the hell is going on here? The surrounding people obviously didn't react too much to this. After all, that was the famous schoolboy of this university. This face value, this temperament, this kind of level male god, if not 3 days and 2 days by the girls surrounded, that is called strange. Contacts? What? Senior, you're so dull today. Of course it's Penguin. Let me help you. And no. Use it. But before the words were finished, Walnut put her small slippery hand into Ishii's pants pocket to feel around. Ishii had just felt so ticklish feeling, yet there was nothing she could do. What's wrong with this kid? Without speaking, opened the dating QR code to Walnut. Walnut also silently scanned the code, and just now the lively image of some contrast. Wow! Look you guys, a limited edition customized Maserati. A shout came out from someone in the crowd, and Ishii's eyes went with it, only to see a light green luxury supercar coming straight from not far away. The roar of the engine attracting the attention of all the people in front of the school. Ishii didn't think it should have anything to do with her, but unexpectedly the luxury car drifted to a stop in front of him, and the high-class feeling butterfly door opened automatically, so that people could see the owner's honorable face. In the driver's seat, a white-haired woman with a stunningly beautiful face pinched her slender fingers and removed her sunglasses to gaze up at Ishii. Those moving eyes seemed to be able to hook a man's soul instantly. Full of magic. Surprisingly, who is the city's youngest businesswoman tycoon here to see? Ishii looked around. It was obvious that this big beautiful woman was here to see herself. Not sure though, maybe it's just me blocking people's view. Then he saw the woman hooking her hand to him, and Ishii thought for a moment and without hesitation directly sat on it. Then the butterfly door slammed shut, followed by a kick of the gas pedal. The vehicle drove away from the place, faster than even abduction. Walnut blinked his big, plumey eyes in place, his face as red as ever. Ishii, on the other hand, was thinking of getting out of that place quickly, not realizing that this act was allowing herself to step into a bigger abyss. Why are you so obedient this time? The melodious voice came, and Ishii twisted her head to look, her eyes not knowing where to look. A clean white dress nicely complemented the figure. The lower neckline was proudly held up by the 2 seats, with the turquoise headdress on her head and those sunglasses. What a beautiful woman. Ishii didn't quite catch what she was saying. It just felt incredibly familiar, but couldn't remember who it was. But since it came to me so naturally, it must not be a bad person. Was that the new girl you just met? Seeing Ishii looking at the message scrolling in her cell phone, she casually asked. Well, came up here on my own. Don't know her well. This answer made Ishii look at Ishii one more time, and the corner of his mouth smiled. You would actually explain to me. Senior, how do you know me? Senior, who was that woman just now? Senior, are you free tomorrow? Ishii looked at a message in her cell phone and didn't know how to reply. On second thought, let's not reply for now. This is your daughter. Is this your sister? Ishii noticed the picture in the locket hanging in the car. The woman on the left was undoubtedly the one beside her. The little girl in the center, who was only a few years old, was extremely cute, and her appearance was 8 or 9% similar to the woman next to her. So she must be her sister, right? Ishii only felt a cold aura come over her, slowly twisting her head to look, and found the woman looking at herself with a smile. Oh, you don't know her? The flat, soothing tone somehow just sent chills down Ishii's spine, and there was a hint of terror. At this time, Ishii noticed the woman suddenly turned a corner into a dimly lit, deserted alley, followed by the seat behind herself inexplicably falling backward. In front of her eyes a white and slender leg crossed, then her body sank. Ishii sat on top of Ishii. Look me in the eyes and say it properly for once. Ishii held Ishii down, his eyes staring at him dead on, not giving him any chance to catch his breath. Recognize. How can this not be recognized? Ha ha. Ishii said vaguely. She could only go along with her at the moment. It felt so dangerous. But I didn't expect the woman in front of me to have her aura become more and more severe, and her tone of voice also turned cold, as if she could see that I was lying. So, who am I again? The voice without a trace of emotion seemed as if it was going to tear Ishii apart in the next second. Ishii felt the fear of death and couldn't stop her cold sweat from staying. I can't. I have to say something where I feel like I'm really going to die. Brain, spin it. Why don't you remember anything? It's time for you to play. Eyeballs quickly gather information all over again. First of all, this position I'm in with her is in no way something a normal man or woman can do. Time is running out to think. Bet, Ishii said directly. You're my wife. Words fell. The woman, as if falling off the line, generally froze in place. The car is awfully quiet. You can only hear the other side of the increasingly strong heartbeat. Ishii thought to herself that she had guessed wrongly. That's right. How could such an excellent woman be me? Aha! It's me, your wife. Who knew that the woman in front of him all of a sudden jumped up and hugged Ishii to death. Her face was happy. Ishia was glad she had made the right bet while allowing her to pamper herself. After all, who would turn down a beauty this big? After a while, Yi-shi got up again, a smile hanging vaguely at the corners of his mouth, cupping Ishi's face and said, "Actually, you really don't know me, do you?" Ishi's entire body froze in place, forcing a smile out of the corner of her mouth. "What are you talking about, my dear wife?" Ishi could tell she was happy to hear herself say that, but remained firm in her thoughts. "Do you not remember anything? Even our daughter?" "Our daughter?" Ishi's pupils were shocked as she looked at the pendant in the air. No wonder the two of them looked better and better. "Yeah, even though it was my fault that night, I didn't expect it to happen once. Anyway, now that you've admitted it, it's too late to run, so be good and go with your sister." After saying that, she returned to the driver's seat and couldn't wait to step on the gas and rushed out. Ishi only felt a wave of panic and asked cautiously, "Where are you taking me?" Upon hearing this, she smiled wanly at Ishi and gently spat out 3 words, Civil Politics Bureau. Chapter 216 Defeat. Thanks to Chemo, who likes raccoon flowers, for sending one in a big god certification. Good received 2 great certifications in 1 week. A million thanks. Lazuki, Forest House, found you. What had been a quiet and peaceful afternoon was shattered by the sudden sight of a shocking and unpeopled fissure in the upper part of the living room. Yishi's expression changed for a split second. Highly alert. How could he break through the forest house's shielding of the outside world? Taking a look at Tianyu, who was like a wreck on the couch. Who could it be if not her? "Stand down. You are here to see me." A pair of big hands blocked in front of Yishi as well as the ferocious expression of Columbine. Ishi looked at the rift in front of her. It was her who came. Yishi held Ishi's hand and gently shook his head. "No, I want to face it with you." "Me too." Ishi tenderly placed her hands on Yishi and Columbia's heads and spoke with a smile. "The situation is unique, so take care to protect yourselves. But don't worry, Ishie, found you." In the middle of the conversation, that abyssal otherworldly rift slowly stepped out of a woman with a strange style of clothing. On the outside, they are not residents of Teyvat, and are equally from off-world. "It's been a long time, Ms. Silkirk. No need for words, come to duel." Silkirk's eyes were glazed over, a sword sharp and overbearing. Smiling at the words, Ishi showed helplessness and spread his hands and said, "It's not that I won't duel you. I can't." "Why?" Only to see Ishi wrapping the waists of the 2 girls behind her into his arms with a kind face. "My daughter was born not long ago, and this lady of mine is pregnant, so I have ceased to fight." The words fell out of Silkirk's mouth in a thoughtful manner. Then he put his sword away. But then he thought about how he had pressed himself earlier to need the little wings behind him, and how this humiliation could spare you. "I'm not going to hurt your life, and there's no way I'm just going to go back today. Okay, it's not easy for you to come all the way here. Come on, Yishi, clear a scene." Although Ishi also do not understand Silkirk, but know that she speaks martial virtues, before losing against the shame of wanting to die or coming to let me touch the small wings, integrity of the child. "Well, Ishi, you be careful." Saying that, Yishi put away the furniture on the 2nd floor to make a space, then stood aside with the others and chose to watch the battle. In the center of the field, Silkirk and Ishi were pitted against each other, and the atmosphere in the windless room grew more and more tense. Yishi could see that this person possessed extremely terrifying strength and was worried that Ishi would suffer some kind of injury. "Are you still not going to use a weapon?" "I'm not the same person I was then," Silkirk reminded Ishi, who had failed to get him to use a single move even with his best efforts before. After that, it was a closed door to train hard, just hoping to win over this man who made people angry. "It's not that I don't use it, it's that I won't and I don't." "Humph, then as you wish, take it. This time I will take what I lost." "Yishi, do you know what kind of construction this is? It's soft and bouncy to the touch." On the couch, Silkirk sat lifelessly on Ishi's lap, being stroked by him with the little fin-like wing behind him. There were a few other girls around curiously watching. More shame. What an unbelievable thing to do to me," Silkirk protested angrily, but there was nothing he could do about it. He had become his underling again, and could only be killed or killed at his discretion, but he also happens to do nothing but study his little wings. Most shameful. And what the hell was going on? Fake. Absolutely fake. How could he not be hit by a single slash? He fought with him 3 times in total, and all of them were defeated completely and utterly. Losing still doesn't feel real at all. "I'm not convinced." Yishi gently shook his head, indicating that he didn't understand. There are no such creatures in Teyvat, and the World Tree has no record of them. Also, the visitor is a guest. Yishi, serve tea. Good. Ishii released Silkirk after 2 final squeezes, for fear of making someone cry from further play, which would not be good. Instead of speaking, Silkirk slipped out of Ishia's clutches as fast as he could to sit upright on the sidelines, along with the fact that these people seem to be quite nice. "You're all first-rate powerhouses. Why would you choose to hang out with humans?" Silkirk asked in disbelief. For some reason she hadn't touched anyone on the ground in a long time. Demon gods all love people. They just love them in different ways, like the rock god of Ryu, the wind god of Mond, and the former water god of Fontaine. All live on Earth as humans, and Inazuma's thunder god and Sumeru's grass god are still ruling at the moment, but they do take a trip around the streets from time to time. After all, humans are still marvelous, and it would be boring to do nothing in general. Selkirk picked up his cup of tea and tasted it. Refreshing and invigorating. Maybe I'm not after the same thing as you guys. Besides, is this tea for sale? I'd like to get some but don't have the currency here. How about something instead? Small matter, if you like it, I'll send you a few boxes is all. Yi Shi, get ready. Okay. Saying that, Yi Shi used his divine power to generate a few more boxes of tea with unusually fine and ornate packaging. Seeing this, Selkirk puts it away and leaves behind a crystal emanating unknown energy. This won't do. I also have my principles. I won't accept gifts from others for no reason. Consider this as currency. Leave first. The words fell Selkirk in the old place to reopen the otherworldly rift. Then a small hand flung a few boxes of tea thrown in. Finally looked at the memory of the past. Also followed into and then disappeared together. After Selkirk left, she came to sit beside Ishii and asked, Ishii, what is she? Do you have some kind of grudge? I'm not quite sure. Maybe. She's in the same situation as Columbia? With that, Yishi's eyes went back to Columbia, who was posing on the couch, and she flicked the little wings on her head at this side, smiling slightly. Yishi sighed in his heart. It was indeed something that Ishii could do. I'm sure it's another case of toning down people's little girls that's causing trouble, but I got the impression she had no animosity toward you, and even managed to sit down and have tea together. That's why I said not to worry. This girl is kind of half martial arts nerd. She holds a certain amount of respect for anyone who is stronger than her. Ishii got up and came to Columbia, whose soft little face seemed rounder, gently picking her up and carrying her into his arms for fear of hurting her in general. Brother Lumbia has a little fairy spirit too. It just feels so much fatter. 2 fingers pinched and fleshy. Hearing this, Ishii puffed out his chest and raised his head confidently. I fed it with one hand. Chapter 217 Unexpected Guests. Lazuki, Forest House. Knock, knock. Early the next morning, there was a steady stream of thin, rhythmic knocking at the front door of the forest house. After knocking off and on for a while, no one came to the door. Inside the bedroom, Ishii lazily rolled over and rested his arm on Ishii's chest, burying his head into his shoulder to continue sleeping. Ishii, because she was more tired, even if she knew that someone knocked on the door, she didn't want to move, so she didn't care. No one opened the door and surely left anyway. As for Columbia, the sky is not always awake when the sky is falling. On the first floor, Alicia and Noelle were already open for the day's work. This unknown guest first approached them and was then told to try knocking on the door. Tianyu in the living room is even sleeping directly on the sofa, with his face covered with a novel, The End Times. I'm not a human being. Talk to me about humanity? Ignoring the knocking at the door, saying why don't you leave? What's the point of coming early in the morning to disturb the sleep? As expected, the knocking didn't last long, and when it finally ended, peace returned to the house. Knock, knock. At noon, the familiar motion of the familiar melody resounded again, and the persistence of the visitor was evident. The first to realize that there is still an end to the sky feather that sleeps on the spot in the living room. My brother ignores you and I'm even less likely to. Soundproof the upper floors and go to sleep. The commotion at the door continued a little longer than in the morning, and the knocking was nagging at the end. The fairy spirit reception lady on the first floor clearly said that people in but also said that may be sleeping. But this is at noon, you do not get up? Inside the bedroom of Ishii. Ishii, are you awake? Yi Shi, who was in Ishii's arms, asked softly, and Ishii stroked the long hair behind her. But still sleepy. Then rest. After saying that, Yi Shi drilled deep into Ishii's arms and comfortably continued to sleep. Mommy and Daddy, there's a knock at the door. At that moment the door was pushed open and in walked a cute and cuddly little loli. Ishii and Yi Shi's eyes looked at the same time. Shinger's expression was a bit grumpy. Just she listened to the knocking sound to listen to the longest. In the morning, even if. Big noon, Mom and Dad, how not to go open the door? Looking at each other. Well, since the kid is here to press the issue, it's good to go and see who it really is. The moment they lifted the covers and emerged, the 2 men's clothes were directly on and shining. Coming. Ishii made her way to the living room door and pulled it open to take a look at who was coming. Hello, I'm. Before waiting for the person outside the door to speak, Ishii snapped to the door closed. How is he? Honey, who is it? Ishii came to Ishii's side and asked suspiciously when she saw that his reaction wasn't quite right. Ishii kept this action silent for a moment and spoke. A familiar stranger. After a moment's thought, I'd better let him in. So I opened the door again. So it's Flux's older brother Rare guest. Come in. Well, excuse me. The sudden contrast made Empty a bit puzzled. No matter what, he managed to get in anyway, and the rest will come afterward. Empty walked indoors and saw the figure on the sofa, pupils slammed. You are really there. Tianyu also seemed to feel something, slowly took the book away from his face, and then revealed that pair of contempt for everything, only my aura staring straight at the Empty. It is you, outsider. Anger all of a sudden turned tense. This is also Ishii worried. These two are now deadly rivals. The two of them have an unfinished battle ahead of them before the abyss floods the god throne, but it was good that they didn't fight as soon as they met, and of course there was no way that Ishii would let them fight here. Tianyu's white dress gradually extended into a slender skirt. Dazzling golden pupils appear to rise in place like a queen descending. Then let Ishii press back. Everyone take a seat. Shi serves tea. Good. The atmosphere was eased, and Tianyu and Empty said nothing to each other as they took their seats on the sofa. Tea's here. Yishi served tea to several people and then quietly sat beside Ishii. I wonder how this pair of enemies will rub out the sparks. Ishii was the first to take a sip from her teacup, then put it down to try to cross it against her body and asked with a smile, Is Mr. Empty here today for something? Chapter 218, Brother and Sister. Lazuki, Forest House, Living Room. On the sofa, Tianyu and Empty sat opposite each other, changing their previous lazy and exclusive appearance. The surrounding black and gold aura surged, imposing and not to be overstepped. Empty, on the other hand, was calm, picking up the tea on Yishi and lightly sipping a mouthful of it, the water rippling. Miss Tianyu, goodbye. Humph, state your purpose. Tianyu coldly grunted, long and slender legs cocked. Ishii just wanted to see how a thing let Yishi pulled back, and will be their own bare feet on Ishii legs. I want an explanation. Empty looked Tianyu in the eyes and straightened up to her. Tianyu clasped up his chest and stared at Hollow, and for a moment the atmosphere turned a little tense. Ishii thought to herself that what she was talking about should be the destruction of Kanreya back then, right? It's quite sad indeed, and thinking about that one-eyed Debo outside of Sumino gives you an idea of how glorious Kanreya was at the time. You're not in my position, and there are things that you don't understand. Tianyu timbre without undulation said, cold voice mixed with some vicissitudes and helplessness. At this time, Yishi took Ishii's neck with both arms and pulled him into his arms, then rubbed her small face against his face. Empty didn't say anything, and like Tianyu completely ignored the two people flirting on the side, as if they didn't exist. If we don't do that, we'll have to bury the whole of Teyvat with us. Hubby, come give me a kiss. Muah. So, is that what you ended up with? Empty looked around the room, cozy to the core of the layout. His eyes fell back on the novel that Tianyu was reading and he smiled contemptuously. You, who have become disheveled. Come on, Muah. Unimpressed, Tianyu leaned back and pulled an uneaten bag of chips out of his arms and continued to eat. So, what do you want, Prince of the Abyss? One more. Muah. Empty closed his eyes and gently shook his head, not answering, but saying, Kanreya will surely be restored. Whatever. Shi, it tickles. After that, the two of them, Tianyu and Empty, were speechless, and each of them fell silent. This time Air looks over to the idiot couple over there. Yishi pounces on Ishii on the couch to smell him and tries to stain Ishii with his own as well. Empty silence for a moment or two, and averted his eyes again. Really, two people who are not affected by their surroundings. At this time on the coffee table that small 7 heavenly idol-like ornaments lit up the light attracted the attention of the Empty. Could it be that so small it is the real thing? Then before the Empty reaction a woman with the same beautiful golden hair appeared out of thin air. That's right. The Empty seat is the location of the teleportation point for the little 7-day idol in the forest house. I felt my brother in. Lum moved around, not feeling quite right, and turned around to see that she was sitting on Empty's lap. Found you, brother. Without waiting for Air to open his mouth, fluorescence went up for a chokehold, backfiring Air directly onto the couch. Fluorescent blood plus 69, Empty blood plus 10. Air tapped Lum's arm 3 times to signal surrender, and only then did Lum release him. It's Flux. Long time no see. Empty was obviously a bit surprised. Obviously all avoided the various types of earth vein teleportation anchor points to go. Who knew that there was a 7-day idol right in the forest house? Well, I didn't expect to see it ahead of time. What is it that you're doing in the Ishian house this time? After saying that, Lum suddenly remembered something and turned back to look at Tianyu on the sofa, and then saw the flirting Ishii couple on the side. Ishii, I made a very pretty dress. Lace trimmed. Oh, then I'll have to go back to my room with you now and take a good look. Let's go. After saying that Ishii will be Yishi, Princess Pickup quickly evacuated this place together with Happy Go. Flux selectively ignored both of them, simultaneously relieved that as long as Ishii still looked like that, it meant nothing was wrong. Empty poured out his blood and also looked like he had thought of something. This woman, the deity of Sumeru, the king of the great tree of mercy. In terms of body shape and appearance, skin temperament, knowledge and technology, which are all complete victory fluorescence, Ishii will marry her again normal. So you're still hitting on my sister? Brother, if you can't talk, don't talk. Nothing much. Came to have a casual chat with MS. T on you. So are you guys done talking? Lum asked with a skeptical face as she put her face in front of Hala's eyes, and then glanced back at T on you, who didn't bother with this side of the story to read the novel. Chat's over. So what's up with you after that? There doesn't seem to be one. That's really great. Lum turned to a cute smile and took Kung's hand with a happy face. Empty only felt that Fluorescence definitely had something for herself with this look. Shopping? I'm in a theater company in Fontaine these days, and it's not quite staffed, so come with me and help. Theater company? Yeah, let's go. The words flickered and shouldered the Empty and disappeared together, the Empty slightly helpless, just as accompanied the Fluorescent Good. Chapter 219, Doctor? Glazed Moon. Forest House. Memories of the past bedroom. My lord, don't. My lord. Humph. The woman I see. That's mine. By the wall. Ishii pressed Yishi step by step until Yishi had no more way to retreat. Ishii snapped, domineeringly pressed her hands against the wall, her knees forward to separate Yishi's legs, her right hand then followed to lift her delicate chin lightly. No one can save you even if you scream your throat out now. It's better to obediently submit to me so that you can have an easier time as well, said Ishii, bringing her face to Yishi's smooth neck, taking a deep breath. As expected of the first beauty of Teyvat, finally fall into my hands. Oh, really? You've been tricked after all, my lord. Yishi suddenly changed her coy demeanor, straightened her chest to dislike Ishii, and stretched out her slender fingers to cross Ishii. Seeing the situation, Ishii felt bad. Could it be that she actually came that time? Actually, what about the fact that people came specifically to take down Teyvat's first beautiful man? And now, it worked, said Yishi, a turn of offense. Will be in front of the handsome and extraordinary man, press the bed to take off his clothes is to do. And no, that's not what the script says. Sis can write whatever she wants. Now that you're mine, I won't let you go no matter what. Oh, see how I'm going to eat you up bite by bite now. A small sigh of relief from Columbia. These two have been getting a little too much show fixing lately. Feel your belly, the time is almost here yet. How's it feel, Columbia? Ishii tilted her head to look at the newly woken up Columbia, her fleshy arms and legs, her face round and blossoming. At the sound of that, Columbia rubbed up against the side of Ishii's head and pressed her stomach against his ear. So Ishii was listening carefully to something while being Ishii. A light tap doesn't seem to be much. At this time, Ishii clearly felt something inside bumped his head, thinking that this child is quite naughty. Could it be that the first ever male immortal spirit is really coming? If there's anything you want to eat or drink, just tell me. Or Yishi. Chubby is kind of cute. Raising her hand to pinch Columbia's round face, soft and bouncy, it was evident that the food Yishi gave her was really good. That's when Yishi also stopped talking and drew his head to end it. Columbia has more spirit than ever today. Is the little fairy spirit about to be born? Yishi's soulful throat rolled, after which he casually asked Columbia a question, and Columbia just showed a naive smile and quietly looked at Yishi. This caused Yishi to freeze, and his divine pupils lit up to observe Columbia. Are you really going to? Yes and no. The sweet voice rang out, and Ishii felt a bit oblivious. How long had it been since she'd heard Columbia speak? Maybe there is, but not paying attention. Are you going to have a baby, girl? Ishii got up to look at Columbia and carefully took her into her arms. After finding a comfortable position, Columbia lay down in Ishii's arms and began to close her eyes. Ishii and Yishi also stopped lingering and stayed by this little girl's side waiting with her. During that time, Ishii wondered if Columbia would have a similar ability to see the future. When Chinger was first born, Columbia was obviously informed in advance. After an unknown amount of time, Yishi keenly observed a soft whimper and a slight frown from Columbia. Is it coming? Don't worry, Columbia. Ishii, you go out first and I'll take care of the rest. Good. Then Ishii let Yishi push out the room as fast as possible. Yishi, this is going to help Columbia to deliver the baby. Indeed, I am not very good at it. At the door, Ishii had just let herself be whisked out when she saw several people standing before her. Alicia, tea on you. What are you doing here? It's not like the matriarch is going to have a little baby, so I'll see if there's anything I can do to help. Ishii thought to herself that there really was some special ability among the immortal spirits that Alicia could even sense. Tianyu turned his head around and spoke leisurely. I haven't seen these from the immortal spirits and would like to see them. Sadly, I'm not even allowed to see it. It's better to leave that sort of thing to the pros. Ishii's words suddenly lapsed into contemplation, as if she had remembered something. Handed over to what? Tianyu is a little unclear. Why did Ishii only say half of what he said? Ishii glanced back at the forbidding door, unable to learn the sound of movement inside, and turned back to the door, speaking silently. Hiss like, I'm the doctor again. Yes, boss. At the beginning, this is really a medical center. So this kind of juncture, how you let out Ishii was silent for a second or two. Yeah, how did I let myself get kicked out? Nope, I didn't let the eviction happen. Cough N. In terms of medical knowledge I'm nowhere near as good as Ishii, so I'm more comfortable letting her come. That's right, after all, Sister Yi is the god of wisdom, so there must be no problem. The corner of Ishii's mouth smiled. Said the doctor, in fact, we'll stab a person to prescribe a medicine? This technical work is really not. Despite having a license to practice medicine at the highest level, it doesn't mean anything. This girl Columbia is going to have a baby too. It's a little nerve-wracking to think about it, but there's no rush, and all you have to do after that is wait quietly. After an unknown amount of time again, the door to Ishii's bedroom was slowly opened, and Ishii walked out excitedly with a smile on her face. Ishii, it's born. Male or female fairy spirits? This issue was of concern to several people in the room, and was the one that was just explored the most. Since there are no males in the current perception of fairy spirits, it would be interesting to see if this first baby born is male, only to see Ishii scratching his head, not knowing how to shoo-ah. After thinking, he opened his mouth and said, well, I'm not sure. You'll find out when you come in. The crowd then followed Ishii into the house with nervous and excited hearts. Ishii first came to Columbia to see how she was doing. Columbia still looked the same, just with a much smaller stomach. Columbia, hard at work. Ishii placed a gentle kiss on Columbia's forehead, and Columbia smiled sweetly and pointed to the wrapped cloth next to her, thinking that this must be the child little fairy spirit. The child was just born without crying. Ishii thought it was nothing. After all, it was not human, and Chinger had not cried. Boss, pick it up and take a look. Alicia was looking forward to it. She was a fairy spirit too, but it was the first time she had ever seen a fairy spirit have a baby. Then in the presence of several people, Ishii gently picked up the piece of cloth, but just after touching it Ishii realized that something was wrong. Seeming to realize what was happening, he carefully set it down again and lifted a corner of the cloth, and there it was, an egg. Chapter 220 Punishment. The Patriarch congratulates you. It's a very healthy egg. Alicia excitedly came up in front of the baby Columbian to examine it, the first offspring of the immortal spirit bloodline that Teyvat had ever seen. It was a breakthrough from the original maximum number of immortal spirits, from 0 to 1, a day of great monumental significance. Being a Tenri, what hadn't Tianyu seen before? But this was something he hadn't really seen before, mainly because there was only one Columbine left from earlier. But, while it's true that this is the offspring of an immortal spirit, isn't it true that there can never be another immortal spirit with 100% purity? Because the first generation of immortal spirits had no males, and it's likely that the bloodline will get more and more diluted. No, not really. At this point Columbine shook her head gently and placed her hand on the baby shell and stroked it tenderly. Whenever a child is born from an immortal spirit mother, the purity is bound to be 100%, which is why it is born in such a form. So it is. At the sound of the crowd's dawning realization, then this would be great, Ishii followed with a smile. The reason for the emotional fairy spirit spawn is to genetically assimilate. She silently recorded this knowledge among the world tree. Very valuable knowledge. And when exactly will the little baby break out of its shell? So excited to see if it's a boy or a girl. Alicia, who had never had a baby, asked excitedly. Columbia thought for a moment and looked to her child. Let's see when the baby wakes up from his nap. Ha, what a sleeper like his mom, Ishii said as she stroked Columbia's head, and Columbia rubbed Ishii's big hand and then started to sleep. Well, Columbine needs to rest. Rest? Come back afterward if you want to watch. Good. The word rest. Ishii hesitated for a moment, as if, it seems that Columbine has been resting all this time. Silence returned to the room, and Ishii and Yi escorted Columbia and her baby between them, ready to take a break as well. Unexpectedly at that moment the otherworldly space in the room tore open again, and the woman who then stepped out was very familiar. Sure, how dare you humiliate me 3 times? It's time to understand our grudge. Silkert pointed his sword straight at Ishii. The things he did to himself in the past were still fresh in his mind. How could this insult be forgotten? Ishii. The surge of energy woke up the newly sleeping Columbia, who turned to jump into Ishii's arms with a small expression of resignation and aggression. Looking at this scene Ishii was a little annoyed. How dare you disturb my little girl sleeping? Silk-Kirk. Ishii pronounced every word with a heavy tone, and at that Silk-Kirk felt bad. Why did he look angry? Looking around the scene, his eyes were then drawn to the piece of cloth in the center of several people. No good. Could it be that my sudden appearance scared this young girl's newborn child? But I don't see him crying. You, come with me. Yes. Ishii stepped forward and tugged Silkert by the arm and headed out of the room. Silkert knew he was in the wrong and obediently followed Ishii. Shinger, use your room. You can play in the living room first. Okay, Dad. Ishii dragged Silkert to Chinger's room and closed the door after Chinger left. Silkert looked left and right, puzzled. Why did you bring me here to come here? What do you do? My little daughter-in-law is in great need of rest after giving birth to a child, and just now it was hard to fall asleep before you woke her up. The words fell, a very loud and celestial sound echoed through the room. And didn't you just get here 2 days ago? I don't need a break, do I? Snap. Selkirk stared at the ground the entire time, gritting her teeth and not saying a word. She was willing to be punished for doing the wrong thing. Just, whatever it is, it's someone else's place. These two slaps. She felt that the slap was just too much. No, it was too much to teach her a lesson, so she didn't hold back. The slap brought a few drops of tears to Selkirk's eyes, but still he slumped silently without a word of complaint. Ishi also noticed Selkirk's teardrops. No good. No more fighting. Take a look at Selkirk. Did you hit him too hard? He's all red like that. Selkirk turned her head away, and Ishia knew it would be rude to look again, and in the process, she picked at the small wings behind her. Let's leave it at that this time, and remember to knock next time you're here. Aha! Ishia headed for the door and Selkirk tried to follow, only for the pain that came to her to cause her to stumble. Selkirk, slow down. Ishi hurriedly held this girl who had gone through her own poisonous hands, not realizing that she couldn't even walk properly. Miscalculation. The punishment was a bit too much really. Here, you stay down for a minute. Ishi carefully helped Selkirk onto the bed, who was cooperative, but still said, I'm okay with that. I'll get used to that pain in no time. Do as you're told. Get down on your stomach and take your medicine first. Ishi took out an elixir and brought it to Silky's mouth and fed it to her. Silky didn't say anything and obediently opened her mouth to take it. Is this what it feels like to be taken care of? It doesn't seem so bad. This is. Just after eating, Selkirk had a sense of comfort that his meridians were all open and his power was flowing through his body in a constant stream. Trying to run the power was unprecedentedly easy. Incredible. This scene made Ishi a bit puzzled. What's up with this reaction? You weren't missing much power in the first place, so you don't have to be surprised like this even if you recovered, right? Reporting to the master. Selkirk is not a Teyvat. The power forms are different. Here, give me a hair and I'll heal you, said Ishia. Took out a scalpel and cut a strand of Selkirk's hair, only to see a deep glow flash over Selkirk's body, and then froze as he climbed up to look at his hands. Although Ishi didn't know what this girl's reaction was again, but it looked like the injury was healed on the line. I don't really want to hit you, just a little punishment, just a little too much. The abyss. What? Hearing what Selkirk seemed to be muttering, Ishi asked without hearing. The abyss's erosion of me. All purified. No, not only that. Selkirk leapt to the ground in a backflip, then closed his eyes and ran his power as pounds of otherworldly energy continued to pour out all around him. Ho! Suddenly black and gold light appeared in front of Ishi, and then Tianli appeared with a stern cry. The worst of this force would have caused the whole of Teyvat to collapse on this, and Tenri had to show up to stop it. Is it you? Ready to realize? Chapter 211 Weapons. Ishie, what happened? Yishi also appeared beside Ishi, with a serious face as he looked at everything in front of him. Selkirk also realized something was wrong, but it was too late, so he turned to Ishi for help. Can help me again? Ishi thought a little and nodded. Leave it to me. After saying that, the two disappeared together. Inside the Dream One heart space, Shadow was swinging his feet back and forth, and was reading a light novel with a pleasant face while eating a tricolored gnocchi. Who knew that at that moment, along with a huge burst of power, there were two people appearing in front of him? Ishie? And Shadow stood up in confusion and looked at the two, the unfinished tricolored donut still in his mouth. I'll talk to you later. Right now we have to deal with the girl's situation. Good. At the word, Shadow slumped back again, not caring at all about the terrifying energy emanating from Selkirk. There is Ishi, and what am I worried about? The otherworldly space is not in Teyvat, and Amnesia can't pass it for $20 million. But Selkirk must be brought to a place that is not Teyvat, and not being in Teyvat, the only place memories can reach again is Ray Movie Nerd space. Do it without fear, without concern. Aha! Selkirk closed his eyes again, and the power surged even more violently, like it was about to break through. Scary. Eventually accompanied by a stern threat from Selkirk, the small wings behind him transformed into several meters long feathers in the twinkling of an eye, like a symbol of power. At this time, Selkirk's face can be seen in the excitement of the look, and the shock of the eyes for a long time to dissipate. Some unreal feeling. I really succeeded. Well, congratulations. The wings are beautiful. Ishi would back up to Rua Selkirk's feathers that now glowed with the same color scheme as his body, and felt a pang of loss in her heart. The current one is handsome, but the original one has a fleshy little wing that can't be compared to the feel of the hand. Thank you for helping me make a breakthrough. Please feel free to ask if you can use me in the future. Selkirk bowed to Ishie on one knee, more than able to imagine what kind of being the other was. At the very least, one may never be able to defeat him. Ishi thought to herself, look and feel that I have done you a great favor. Even before I crazy molestation you matter are not pursued. So you know what you're doing. Master, this power of yours cannot be used or even turned on in Teyvat. If it draws it all in, I will have no place to stay. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. Ishi will be convinced to nod. Have a sense of proportion, you are still in my home direct evolution. What a bizarre power. Is this the end for you guys? At this time, Shadow came to Ishi's side and asked him, and handed Ishi the 3 colored dumplings with 2 left, meaning to share one with you. Well, this is Ms. Silkirk, a swordsman from beyond the world, and a friend after a while. After saying this, Ishi opened his mouth wide and ate the 2 leftover 3 colored dumplings on the skewer into his mouth. Seeing this, Shadow froze and silently stared at the empty bamboo stick with a somewhat aggrieved look. This one is for you to try. After eating, Ishi pulled out 2 cans of Coke and gave one to each of the 2 girls. Shadow's little expression then eased. Thanks. Silkirk took it and then opened it up as Shadow had done. The blackness and the bubbles that would explode inside made Silkirk wonder for a moment if the stuff was really drinkable. But seeing Shadow happy, Silkirk was going to try. Don't worry about drinking it. You should be able to understand the saying that good medicine tastes bitter. Well, let's not talk about the liquid inside for a moment. The outside of the jar does look nice. With that said, Silkirk tilted his head back and drank half the can in one gulp, growing more and more puzzled by the end of it. I understand the reasoning, but this doesn't taste bitter. Instead it's sweet and smooth. No problem. Good medicine is bitter. This is not good medicine, so it's sweet. Don't worry about drinking it. It won't kill you. Makes sense. Finishing the rest in one gulp, Silkirk drew his own sword and asked again, Ishie, can you spar with the current me? This time, I want you to use a weapon against me. Sniffing the corners of Ishi's mouth twitching, you really do not change your mind. Okay. Weapons. I can't fight you with that scalpel, can I? Weapons. Let's see. Seeing that Ishi was a little embarrassed, Silkirk continued, so you don't actually think you don't need a weapon to fight me? Is it that you don't have one at all? Well, I can't say there aren't any, but none of them are for fighting. But that's okay, I'll grant you your wish. After saying that, Ishi pulled Lum in her arms, a move that made the 2 girls a bit puzzled, only to see Ishi directly reach his hand from Shadow's snowy whites into her, followed by drawing out a glowing purple dream one heart. Seeing this, Silkirk froze. The Teyvat, playing with flowers. Here Shadow, let me borrow your sword. You can have all these snacks. Go eat off to the side. Good. Shadow happily clutched a large pile of snacks to the side and ate them quietly. After dismissing Shadow, Ishia tried this creamy in her hand. This weapon. Well, it's still hot. Come on. Well, take that. The cutscene went on for who knows how long before Raiden Shinya felt the disturbance in space and rushed to find out what was going on from Shadow, decisively choosing to sit on the sidelines with Shadow and watch the show while he ate a snack. As expected, you can't utilize your original strength after using your weapon, and it's understandable. A strong person like you doesn't need a weapon to set you off. Take that as you will, but it's true that no weapon has been practiced. Ishii stuffed the knife back into the sheath, and when he put it away, he accidentally slipped his hand and touched it, and it was smooth and soft and elastic. As for the results of the cut, Ishii still dodge pull full, really cannot avoid the spend 40 million mora pass away and then pass back, which makes Silkirk more and more cut the more doubt. Ishii lightly counted the family fortune, although still quite a family capital, but in the future cannot fight with Silkirk. Fight with her is really defeat. Are you enjoying this? It was for me before, too, though in a different position. Silkirk looked at Ishii's hand on Shadow and asked. At the same time a loss inexplicably rose in his heart. What was going on? She's got 2 bulges of fat there that are quite a bit bigger than me. Yeah, same position now. Ishii preaches fairness, and since you said so, it would be embarrassing for me to do nothing. So she also pressed her hand in front of Silkirk's body. Silkirk didn't have much of a reaction. It just felt weird and he didn't understand why exactly this was happening. Just as well, it's not surprising that Ishii has a bit of a peculiar interest. Just as I would have nothing to say to the weak. Chapter 222. Fontaine. That guy over there. Stop right there. On the side of the street, Empty was carrying a box of stuff towards the fluorescent side with a clear face. Who knew that halfway there? A woman with an umbrella and sunglasses and almond-colored hair suddenly appeared and rushed toward her, yelling and screaming. One look at the identity of the other party is definitely not simple, and Fontaine is a country that has established justice in the name of the law, and thought to myself, I'm not going to commit anything, am I? But I absolutely can't be accounted for here. And with that, Empty put down the things in his hands and ran. Hey, what are you running for? Stop. Naivia relentlessly chased forward, only to realize that her opponent was unusually agile. Looks like it's time to get serious. The air leapt up to fire the parachute gun backward twice, using the recoil to pick up speed and charge into the air. Gotcha! But unexpectedly the Empty suddenly behind the light wings lit up a dodging precision to avoid, Naewia looked at the empty behind the 6 light wings more and more sure. There's no mistaking it. It's you. Not knowing exactly what the situation was, and not wanting to draw too much attention to himself, Hollow put away his light wings and continued to run. There's a divine Fernina present on the fluorescent side, and practically speaking, I'm not doing anything bad, so I'll just head over to her side. Even if you've lost your status as a god now, your face will still be given by the Fontanians, and it should be able to get me out of this. What the hell are you running for? Naevia said with some exasperation, not to be outdone by Lum's brother, who was as nimble as she was. Then just like that, Hollow led Naevia back over to Flux's troop. Hollow saw that everyone was there and called out, Flux, someone's chasing me. Flux, your brother's right here. Get him. Naevia similarly shouted to Flux, who took a second to realize what was going on and returned. I see. Hearing this, Hollow immediately put down his heart. You are my own sister. It is impossible to go and help an outsider to catch. Well, immediately after the empty before he could react, Fluorescence opened his light wings into a golden light attack to give him press to the ground. Phew, not bad for traveler siblings, but it gives me a good run for my money. Naevia followed close behind, holding her knees for a few breaths, and Empty, who was sitting on top of Fluorescent and pressed down, had a face of rawness. You're such a good sister to me. Flux, he's the brother you've been trying to find, isn't he? I saw him by chance on the street. He looks exactly the same as in the missing person's photo. Naewia said with her chest puffed out and her head raised with a smug look on her face, and Flux smiled as she revealed her cute face. Aha! Actually, I've already found it. I didn't have time to tell you guys that I came. Just now my brother was helping to purchase something law. At that Naevia froze and looked down at a tearful Hollow. Bad. As if he had indeed just been moving something. That's when Fernina also noticed the commotion over here and came over to ask. Flux's brother? And Naevia? What are you guys doing? Naevia ran into Empty on the road before I could tell her I'd found my brother, so she thought to help and then chased her here. Lum explained, rubbing Empty's hair in the process, wondering why on earth Isha liked to touch her head so much. Is there something special about it? Naevia hid her embarrassment with a smile and scratched her head. Ha ha, looks like it was a misunderstanding then. Empty quietly lay on the ground listening to a few people talk. Words. Fluorescence, can you get up first? It's heavy. I understand things in general, so where's what I want? Fernina asked to Hollow. At which Naevia was startled and rushed up to help Hollow up. Ah, sorry, it's all because of me. I'll get it now. Wait for me. With that Naevia ran back, air patting the dirt on her body. I'll come along. After all, it was supposed to be me. Then he left with Naevia. Ha ha, I'm so sorry for holding you up. It's okay. If it were me, I would have taken the same action as you. It's family after all. Naevia's eyes changed for a moment, then remained sunny and smiling. Family bonds are the deepest. The two walked slowly down the street together in unison, one of them carrying a box in her arms containing props for Fernina to use. Why don't you wait here for me? Be right back. Good, Empty said to Naevia, before dropping the case he was holding and walking into a nearby store. Naewia also put down the weights in her hands to rest for a while. Just now there was a real burst of speed. So tired. Soon Empty came out of it with 2 cups of dessert in his hands and handed one of them to Naevia. Thirsty after all that running? Take it and drink it. Ah, how can this be a treat for you? Obviously I'm the one chasing you one after another. Seeing this, Naevia quickly waved her hand, a little embarrassed. It's just a misunderstanding, and if I stop to listen to you, why, so we both don't have to run. Besides, it's only one drink. Big deal. Next time you buy it back. Empty smiled slightly while handing it to Naevia's heel, who paused and took it graciously this time. I didn't realize that you're quite good at thinking of the girls, so let's make a deal. I'll treat you next time. Well, we just finished running and had to move heavy stuff again. Now let's go over there and sit in the chairs for a while. It's not a bad time. Okay, let's go then. At this time, in a hidden corner in the dark, Lum was lying on the wall watching the two carefully. I knew it. Empty, this guy said and Naevia together to go. Fluorescence feel wrong. Sneak follow over to see, really so. Just to see Empty and Naevia sitting together talking and laughing, you and I. If you didn't know, you'd think you guys were so close. It's so nice to sit on the same chair with a girl and hold the same drink in your hand. How can you look like you're on a date? Obviously showed up and didn't even buy your dearest sister a drink. You take your time. I won't accompany you. Old sister. Chapter 223, Breaking the Shell. Lazuki, Forest House. And I wonder when the little fairy spirit will break out of its shell. When will it be born into this world? On the bed, Isha lay on her side while caressing this thick-handed egg. Next to her, she was holding a bowl of lotus kanji in her hand, and was feeding it to Columbia one spoonful at a time. The feeding was done without forgetting to sip Columbia's rosy little lips with the spoon, and they were, well, white and hopeful. Columbia, is this egg not to be hatched in any way? Columbia smacked her little lips twice and spoke softly. depends on the baby's mood. So that's how it is. Then there's no rush. Do you want anything else? Full. She was full of smiles. What about the feeling of taking care of her daughter? And then her own husband was still with her daughter. Forget it or don't think about it. Ishii had kept this up for a long time, mostly because she had never seen a spawn up and about. In order to maintain a sense of anticipation, Ishii did not predict the various types of information and gender of this little fairy spirit, to be saved for the reveal at the time of the breaking of the shell. When exactly is little fairy spirit going to show daddy? How long will little fairy spirit be shy? Halfway through Ishii's lingering words there was a sudden boom as a small foot kicked Ishii straight in the face with a shell. Then a little cutie with black hair and scarlet tresses popped her head out of what was left of the shell, yawning and stretching. This scene was so sudden that it stopped the scene for a few seconds, followed by Ishii's incomparably happy voice. You guys, look at that. Columbia's little baby is out. And it's a boy. A boy. Columbia also sat up from a wasted position to survey the young fairy spirit. The crimson eyes that looked like they had magical powers were very spiritual and had a vibration that came from the soul. Perfectly inherited the appearance of the immortal spirit clan. Just the current appearance is enough to charm thousands of young girls. So good to see. Can't imagine how handsome it will be when it grows up. This kid, he's kind of interesting. Ishii took the shell casings off her face and thought to herself, kick me in the gut in Columbia and come out with another kick in the gut. Well, it's very energizing. Ishii, what do you think is a good name for our baby? Columbia asked as she burrowed into Ishii's arms in a pouty manner. And Ishii thought for a moment. What do you think of the name Amnesia? Not bad. Let's call it Ishin then. Ishii's confused eyes passed over a few people, then shook her head to shake off those even more miniature 6 little wings, gleaming and neat as new. Then he took the piece of eggshell back from Ishii's hand and retracted it and put it back in the broken place and went back to sleep. Ishii, do you think it could be that he got out because he thought you were disturbing his sleep? Ishii looked at the recovered egg and analyzed it. At the words Ishii was silent for a moment or two and nodded slightly, as if, it's true that I've been babbling about this egg since the beginning. In other words, Ishii made the little baby successfully break its shell and be born on its own, with great merit. And just like his mom, he loves to sleep, and this egg is broken just enough to be restorable. After that, collect it when you can't sleep during the amnesia period. And then there really isn't any of my genes. Is this the immortal spirit race? Scary as hell. Optimizing all of the father's genes to ensure the purity of the bloodline. It's also good that the bloodline is pure. So what if it's amnesia having a child with another woman? You can't make a girl lay an egg, can you? It is also true that only female immortal spirits can ensure the purity of the bloodline of their offspring, while males cannot, as they cannot get pregnant. Anyway, let Ichan sleep well first. Ishii, wake up. What's wrong? Early the next morning, Ishii nudged Ishii's body to wake him up, as if something was wrong. Look at this. Ishii opened her eyes and looked. The egg in the center of the bed was only an empty shell. The Ishii inside was nowhere to be found. Seeing this, Amnesia froze and reached out to pick at Columbine's tiny wings. Girl, wake up. Our child is nowhere to be found. Columbia gave 2 quick twitches of her little wings, as if to locate the new number, then rolled over and said leisurely, he went out to play. I'll go check it out. At those words the two were relieved, although there was nothing to worry about in Liu. After all, it was nice to meet someone of the same clan as well as Zhongli was still around. Surely they had noticed the new beings that had come to Liu, but after all, it's a baby that has just broken out of its shell is still a little relieved to go and see where Amnesia goes. Ishii confirms Ishii's general direction towards where the immortal spirits live and walks slowly, so it's looking for them, then there's nothing to worry about. Ishii looked far away to find a group of immortal spirits all flying in the sky with their wings spread out, seemingly searching for something, and on the staggered roof a nimble and agile figure ran and leaped at full speed. What the hell is wrong with these ants? Ichi turned back as she ran, originally thinking to look at her own kind, but they all froze in place the moment they saw herself. Soon all the immortal spirits of Liu knew that the matriarch's child had been born, and that it was still a male immortal spirit, and all of them were incredibly enthusiastic and competed to be the first to come up and want to hold him. Ishiin felt bad and ran away, while the immortal spirit big sisters chased after them. Ishii silently looked at the group and released a smile, so it was playing with Ishii, and Amnesia what feels so grown up. Then in Ishii's gaze, Ishii's magical red-colored pupils lit up in the blink of an eye and grew to the size of 7 or 8 years old, and the 6 angelic wings behind him stretched out and flew into the air. Ishii nodded approvingly. Not worthy of being my son, playing a hide-and-seek can play evolution, but also more handsome. Flying into the air, Ishiin also noticed his old man and then flew behind him to hide. Father, I suspect that those ants are plotting against me. Ha ha, yes, I'll find it surprising that you're the first male immortal spirit ever. Unimpressed, Ishii picked up this little posh boy and walked the rest of the way home. Fairies are very kind. Now let's go home. Ishian nodded with a sense of doubt. Indeed, with their ability and understanding of the terrain, it's unlikely that they can't really catch me. They should be playing with themselves. Chapter 224, Groups of Immortals. Thanks to Looking at the Stars and the Sea for sending one in a Big God certification. Thank you to the owner and Happy New Year and Sea Lantern Festival, as well as wishing you all dragon luck. All things dragon. Dragon wealth and its joy. Dragon. Lazuki, Forest House, Ishie. The Sea Lantern Festival is almost here. On this day, Yishi used her petite body to continuously rub against Ishi's body, and her fluffy tones seemed to want something. Of course, Ishi understands her daughter-in-law's wish, burying her head in her arms and inhaling the fragrance of nature. Well, the Festival of Sea Lights. I've been muddling along all year, thinking it's time to get a wife, and I think you're just fine, and I've got to find a way to snatch you back as a wife. Good. I've been single for a long time too, and seeing as you're quite handsome and have a car and a house in Liu, you'll be the one. After saying that, Ishi got up and opened her big embrace to Yishi. Wife, honey. At this time, sitting on the side with his legs crossed, one hand against his cheek, was faking sleep. Ichi opened his eyes to look at the two people who were embracing each other tightly, and then closed them again. How many kids do you have and you're still not married? But it was none of my business, and I continued to be the quiet, beautiful man. What kind of dowry does Yishi want? Brother has quite a lot of family money. You can just marry over and enjoy your life. Why don't I give you the dowry? Sis has a whole country. You marry over sis to spoil you. That won't do. Brother is a man of honor. Tomorrow I will tie you over and marry you even if I tie you. After saying that, Ishi will Yishi Princess Pickup sitting on the sofa continue to bury his head in. Yishi placed his hand on Ishi's hair and gently stroked it. Well, what can a weak woman like me do? So I'll take it from you. Yishi happily hugged Ishi's head, and the powerful elasticity made Ishi's face go back and forth. To this Ishi said there was nothing he could do. Am I not also a weak man? I can only be forced to immerse myself in Yishi's big embrace. Knock, knock, come in. At that moment there was a very polite knock on the door of the room in the forest house, and then in walked a sweet, gentle girl. Ganyu followed closely behind, carrying a gift in his hand. Eishi, Happy Sea Lantern Festival. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Ganyu is so polite, even bringing gifts. Yi Shi, go serve tea. Okay. Ganyu leaned over and handed over the gifts with both hands, then sat down across from them and said, well, it's a necessity. I go ahead and set up the Immortals every day before the Sea Lantern Festival, but this year's schedule is much more lenient. The Immortals of the Jedi Clouds are all in the Liyue Harbor at this time. Originally, Ganyu thought he'd have to squeeze in a little more time this year, since there were two more people to visit. One is an emperor and the other is, Ishia doesn't seem to have any name. Luckily, though, one is in the Past Life Hall and the other is not far across the Past Life Hall bridge. By the way, but the first person Ganyu visited was not the closer Zhongli but Ishi, because there was really no reason to find any reason to visit him openly. The Emperor's earthly status is merely a guest secretary of the Hall of the Past Life, while Ganyu is a 1,000-year-old 7-star secretary. On the status when Zhongli had to get up and personally pour tea for Ganyu. And what reason did the Secretary of the 7 Stars have to give a gift to a guest secretary of the Hall of the Past on the Sea Lantern Festival, but can not send? Now learned of the Emperor's earthly identity, although it is reasonable not to send, but Ganyu does not give anyone cannot give the Emperor. By the way, Ashie, this one is Emperor De. Okay, no problem. I'll send it to Zhongli later. Ganyu, just don't worry about it. Dad, is she my mom too? Each sentence caused the few people present to fall into silence. And Ganyu even brushed her face red, sitting in place at a bit of a loss for words. Adults talking, kids don't interrupt. Now deliver something to your uncle Zhongli. Okay. After saying that, Ishin took Ganyu's gift and went to the Hall of the Living. The atmosphere in the room was restored and Ganyu was planning to move to the next place. Well then, please, I have to visit the 5 Night Stalkers at the Wangshuan next, so I'll go first. Ganyu was just about to get up when Ishi said with a big wave of her hand, no need. They are on their way to Liu Harbor in a group at this time. Their speed is extremely fast. If you rush to the bazaar now, you can meet them as well as True Lord sharpening the moon Shikuyo as well as True Lord Lishan folding the water just in time. Ganyu thought about it. Since he was here for the Sea Lantern Festival, then he shouldn't return to Wangshuin for the next 2 days. Now you can directly visit 7 Immortals at once, saving a lot of time yet. Yes, thank you very much for that. Smiling, Ganyu all relaxed and left. This year's Sea Lantern Festival will be unprecedentedly lively. After Ganyu left, Yishi smiled wanly at Ishi and continued the topic she had just talked about. Honey, let's rehearse tomorrow's process now. Oh, how would your daughter-in-law like to rehearse? Rehearsal for the bridal chamber first. At this moment, outside of Ritsuki, 5 Night Stalkers across the board were dashing towards Ritsuki Harbor. Why do you use horizontal and vertical? Because it does. I can walk by myself. The elf, with a lifeless look on his face, was carried by Varnam and Ingda, and was helpless at this. They utilize fairy spells to obscure external features, such as the lack of forearms and claws in the average person. Just now, the Five Night Forks held a meeting about going forward together this year to go to Ryu Harbor for the Sea Lantern Festival. The offer was made by the two Nightmare Girls, who were revived with great anticipation and excitement about it. Fauci and Mia knew naturally didn't have much of an opinion. Only the elf didn't feel too good about voicing his opposition, then let it be carried over by force. It's fine, elf. I've been to the Jedi Cloud Room. All the immortals there are in human form for the festival. We can't be left behind. The elf thought for a moment and got up and landed on the ground to run with them. Good. Chapter 225. Thanks to Underworld Ancestor V Holy Sun for sending in one Great God certification. Thank you, boss. Happy New Year, boss, and good luck in the Year of the Dragon. Li Yu, Jade Crystal Terrace. The weather was sunny and clear with no clouds and a clear blue sky. At this moment, the Jade Crystal Terrace was unprecedentedly bustling with people, because today was Zhongli and Ishi's wedding, their respective weddings. All of the immortals were present on the Emperor's big day, and even more came to Ishia's wedding, especially the immortal spirits who didn't leave a single one behind, as well as unknown bards from neighboring countries who came uninvited to support the show. The wedding was organized by 7 stars, but the couple had too many friends, so not many of the Liu locals were able to come and watch. Ishia is getting married. At the table closest to the stage, Lum and Ishi's wives and children were all seated here in a happy manner. These included the mysterious matriarch of the Immortal Spirit Clan and her son, the Thunder and Lightning Sisters of Inazuma, the Little Grass King of Sumeru and her sister, a common mother and daughter of Fontaine, and Tenri, who wished to remain anonymous. Columbia could see the beauty of the mood by the slow rhythmic fluttering of her little wings. That bad woman is going to marry my husband yet. Go back and pull the memory of the past back to winter and have a wedding, and let the queen officiate. No, she's also the bride. Not. Aren't you putting on quite a bit of weight, Columbia? Lum suddenly asked this, and then Columbine mood -1. Sister, when are we going to have a party with Ishi? Shadow, who hadn't stopped talking, asked True, who rested his fingers against his chin in thought. Yes, have to come to a game it, have to choose a good day it. Shadow, do not worry, leave it to sister. Aha, not everyone here was happy, and for some reason the twin-like white-haired mother and daughter seemed to be sitting on pins and needles, their heads hanging low in terror. Fu Ningna and Fu Carlos, and seeing Tianyu a moment the whole person is not good. A word did not dare to say for fear that she saw their same. Why is Tenri here too? I just ate up her god's seat. Granted, that Villette had erased Fontaine's original sin, but that was only one-sided, and Tenri himself should have been unaware of it. Tianyu also noticed the two women with dorky hairs spelled out as love hearts, and the moment she twisted her head to look at them, Fernina and Fracalos moved their heads away left and right together, their expressions unnatural. You guys, some of you look familiar. At that Fukaros jumped a little in surprise and bowed his head a little deeper. No, I don't think so. Have we met somewhere? Yes, she's not the previous water goddess Fukalos. You've got the wrong person. As the words fell, Fukaros looked towards Fernina with an unsure face. You're a real sweetie for your mom. That's when it's time for those in the know to fluoresce out and mediate. Speaking to Fracalos, she is Ishi's sister Tianyu La. You do not need to have any psychological pressure. After all, that matter Ishi have helped it. Hearing this, the two foofs nodded together, and then Fnina came over to Fracalos and whispered, why don't you hurry up and marry Ishia too, or give him a child or something? Yes, it's a necessary union. Meanwhile, another table. Today is the Emperor's big day. We are very pleased. It's not easy. Have returning and an Emperor finally come this far. A few of the immortals sipped their wine with a sniffle and a tear. A moving story of a bumpy ride. The dust fell in love with the rock, but the rock was helpless against the wind and the rain, until it was engineered by a certain last name, Memory, which caused the rock to end up in the dust. Congratulations to Lord Emperor and Lady returning to the end for tying the knot. Cheers, cheers. The scene was able to quiet down as Nimbus appeared on the wedding stage in an ethereal blue gown. The wedding of the two couples has added to this year's Sea Lantern Festival. This will be a moment in history, and you will witness it. At this moment, I, Tian Quan Ningxuan, sincerely wish you all a happy Sea Lantern Festival, and I wish the two couples a happy wedding. The words fell, the venue resounded with thunderous applause. The Sea Lantern Festival wedding. Joy on top of joy on top of joy. Everyone's face is full of happy smiles. With romantic and soothing music, two newlyweds slowly walk away from the end of the red cloth. Even though the brides were covered by red heads, you could still feel the look of happiness on their faces. One bow to heaven and earth. Second worship. Emperor. At these words Ningguang hesitated for a moment. Did the emperor himself worship himself? Husband and wife worship each other. Cloth into the cave. Yi Shi, It's already been rehearsed, no need to be so serious. That's not good. Rehearsal is just rehearsal after all. Make sure you come better today, oh hey. Chapter 226 Gifts. Lazuki. Forest House. That's a lot of stuff. Yeah, looks like it's time to expand the dream space again. After the wedding night, Ishii's family was counting the blessing gifts sent by people from all sides. First was the gift box from Zhongli, which Ishii opened with anticipation. A palm-sized ridge of rock. Silence 1 or 2. This is casually put a mini version of the e-package to send me. It looked pretty good is all, but not even close to the gift I gave Zhongli, a vine that I randomly scratched that, carefully pulled off the coffee table after picking it out. Ishii had shared a little bit of her meal with Zhongli, so I'm sure he could appreciate my thoughts. Come to look at the other gifts, and the people of Colombia were all very sincere, opening the large box that weighed nothing for a moment. Nice guy, over 1,000 feathers. Roughly, one of the fairy spirits plucked a feather from a wing, then put it together and sent it in. It can be okay, the sentiment is quite heavy to experience. For Nina and Fracalos sent a beautiful necklace. The stone's as clear as water and the texture to the touch as, well, it's just water. It's powered by Fracalos so it won't fall apart. Putting these to one side, I'm hoping that the ones from Analife's Thunder Sisters will surprise me in a different way. As expected, what Raidenjin had sent was a fan beautifully printed with a thunder and lightning crest. Ray Movie's gift was gnocchi milk and tricolored gnocchi. That's great. Sent her favorites. Putting these together with that pile of inexplicable stuff. Sighing or Liu Qixing and Ganyu sent normal points. Calligraphy, painting, jade antiques and whatnot. Phew, married, but it doesn't feel much different than usual yet. On the sofa, She leaned on Ishii's shoulder. Very happy. In her arms was cute and cuddly Columbia, all fat with the thought of dragging her out for a run in a few days. Across the sofa sat the three little ones, Naz Ida, Xinger and Ishian, who seemed to have grown up quite a bit again. Well, it's a little more formal to go through the motions, but come to think of it, it's really only been less than a year. Yeah, look how many girls you've hobbled in less than a year, and how many you have marriage licenses with. Ha! She brought her face to Ishii and asked with a smile, and Ishii placed a kiss on her soft red lips. There aren't many, and none of them compare to you. Greaseball, let me give it a good try. Then the two of them, Ishii and Shi, hugged each other and fought with their tongues. No eyes, Knock, knock. At this time there was a knock at the door, and Ishii thought to herself that someone had come to deliver another gift. Going up to the door and opening it was a very pretty fairy spirit. Greetings, my lord. I'm here to propose marriage to Ishian. What? Hearing that, the immortal spirit moved forward and said with a sincere face, please don't worry about leaving Ishian in my hands. I'll be able to take care of him and give him happiness. With a face full of surprise, Ishii glanced back at Ichi and realized that he had long since slipped back into his room. Thinking he's only a few days old and someone's proposing? It's still good that you have this heart, but let's wait until Ishian grows up a bit. After saying that, Ishii closed the door behind her, and in a short while the knocking sounded again. Right now Ishian is too young. Looking at the group of immortal spirits at the doorway, Ishii froze, then asked, you guys, wouldn't all be here to propose marriage, would you? That's right. After dismissing the excited immortal spirits, Ishii sat back down on the sofa with a helpless look on her face. That Ishian kid is really popular with the girls. That follows his old man. His that kind of appearance, no matter how to say, is also the immortal spirit tribe. Immortal spirit are first-class big beauty. Now out of a male immortal spirit, after growing up is definitely a real big handsome man. Well, I'll have to teach him that boys must protect themselves when they're out and about. Or what if they're captured and eaten up by those 10,000 plus year old sisters? Yishi, you haven't even learned it yourself yet. Ishii, you're the one who's too smart. Chapter 227, Natural Born. Li Yu, by the sea. Ah, soothing. On the chaise lounge, Ishii lazily wore a pair of sunglasses next to a parasol. Hey, not far away, Yi-Shi and Columbine, dressed in cool swimsuits and extremely eye-catching, are playing beach volleyball. Ishii's eyes cast again. Nice and good. This girl is mine, and the other girl is mine. Ishii, what are you thinking? Looking up, there were two more balls. No. Fluorescence appeared from behind Ishii's recliner, leaning down to look at him, a cold drink cupped in her hand. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, and his head skimmed toward the two bouncing on the beach. See those two girls? You said Yi-Shi and Columbia. What's wrong? Luminary white-legged it over to the other bench and laid back with Ishii, and the smile on Ishii's face was still so confident, and she swore, one day, I'll get them. Lum covered her mouth and smiled, nodding her head back and forth. I didn't expect you to have such lofty ideals. They are the king of the great tree of mercy of Sumeria as well as the head of the immortal spirit clan. What are you going to do about it? Yeah, how? At this time, Yi-Shi walked over with Columbia in his arms, and first placed her next to Ishii, and then lay down himself. There were three people in a recliner. slightly cramped but enviable. Seeing this, Ishi said excitedly to Floor. Look, fluorescent sister. I did it. The two of them have come to throw themselves at me. Ha ha, congratulations then. Geez, great. Ishia was holding Ishia in her left arm and squeezing Columbia in her right. They were one of the top females in Teyvat now. It's all mine. By the way, Ishi, lately Chinger often can't see anyone. Many times I saw her go away for a day and night before coming back. It can't be that she's following someone who's learning bad things, right? Hearing that Ishi thought about it. It seemed like that was indeed the case. Up went the World Tree's number to browse through it, then reclined her face against Ishi's shoulder. Chinger, she's in Sumeru following Nazida to school. I see. Good thing. How time flies. In the blink of an eye. The kids are in school. Ishie enjoyed the sea breeze, the sunshine inside so. Actually, it's only been a year, but it's really fast. Not long afterward Columbia dozed off, and she snuggled quietly on top of Ishi, pinching Columbia's little face every now and then. She still needs to be taken for a run. A little more weight would be perfect. Otherwise she'll turn into a little chubby sooner or later if she keeps this up. This girl sleeps all the time unless I take her out. She sleeps during the day and at night. She sleeps when she's pregnant, and she continues to sleep after she gives birth. So carefree. There's really nothing to worry about. The clan is all here. No less. And look, even the sleep is so happy. Ishi suddenly thought of something else, and together they pinched Columbia's round little face. Speaking of which, now that Ichan is taller than Mom and often missing, is she studying all the same? No, Ishian has always been in Liyue, and as for what he's doing, She didn't move and glanced at Columbine as he continued. As the only male in the fairy spirit clan and the child of the clan's leader, Ishian is accompanied by the fairy spirit whenever he's outside. Have fun. Hearing this, Ishi vaguely felt that something was wrong, closed his eyes to check it out and froze. This kid is living a much more dashing life than his dad. Instantly ruffled the little Columbian wings. Brother Luan Bia, our son has been brought down by Liyu's immortal spirit, fooling around outside all day long. Don't you care? And Columbine rolled over and spoke languidly. It's all my people. I'm relieved. Aren't you afraid they'll plot against Ishian? Isn't this quite good? And the immortal spirit clan will grow even stronger. Kind of makes sense. Ishi thoughtfully nodded. This kid was really everything at birth. Even his daughter-in-law was born with her own, and all of them are still beautiful. It's fast, too fast, and I don't know when a grandchild will pop up. That's fine. Just don't get me in trouble, and raise the rest however you like. Chapter 228, The Quilt. To the winter, the Queen's palace. Miss me? Facing this cheap husband who suddenly intruded into her palace, the Queen did not have any extra expression. You're still so cold. Ishi picked the Queen up and sat her on her throne before sitting her on her lap. The Queen's lone, cool-faced posture was also one of a kind, and her body was equally heavy. The Vulcan's god's heart has been brought back to you, so it's all there now, isn't it? In passing, he slipped a crimson into Barnabas' arms and was buried. Barnabas then just turned his head and looked at Amnesia, doing nothing else. Fine, I'll get it out for you. Only after the Vulcan's heart arrived did Barnabas turn his icy face back and continue to be a quiet, beautiful woman. But Amnesia still seemed to be searching for something, and had no intention of taking it out in Barnabas's arms. Tenri is no longer in power. Now that you've gathered the 7 hearts of God, what are your plans afterward? This question Barnabas pondered for a long time. Once a target, or an enemy, then 7 hearts of God appeared before Barnabas with a wave of his jade hand. By possessing the 7 skeletons of the third Adventist, one possesses a portion of his authority. As the words fell, a powerful force coalesced, and the 7 hearts of God then rotated and united. I will break the cycle of Teyvat with my own hands and then make it last forever. Not a bad idea. Is there anything I can do to help? Ishia buried her head in Barnabas' hair and took a deep breath. It's so beautifully frozen. It's not time to strike yet. Good. The two were speechless after that, and Ishi kept stroking Barnabas's long, icy hair. Barnabas, on the other hand, had her eyes closed against her cheek with one hand, and Ishi somehow suspected she was asleep. However, in the end, Ishi slept there instead, and the ice god still had that lonely look. Barnabas then finally made a move, glancing back at Ishi and getting up to pick him up and head for the dormitory. Well, it's cold. What am I? Where am I? On top of a bed of ice. Ishi felt a gust of coldness until she woke up. At those words Barnabas, who was lying beside him, moved his long eyelashes, then covered Ishi with another layer of covers. Ishi opened her eyes, then looked at the 3 or 4 thick layers of quilts on her body and fell into deep thought. Turning his head, he looked next to Barnabas, whose small expression was somewhat self-conscious and puzzled. Messy 1 or 2. This girl doesn't seem to have some common sense. The purpose of a quilt is not to keep you warm. It's to keep you warm, and with a bed of ice underneath this would only be counterproductive. It's a good thing I'm in good health. Otherwise an ordinary person sleeping on Her Majesty's bed of solid ice would never wake up. You're so cute. Taking Barnabas in his arms for a cuddle, he then made the bed with 2 layers of quilts. Barnabas watched quietly from the sidelines, and shifted his position when he saw the spread to his side. After the 2 layers of quilts had smoothed out, Ishi laid down on it and tried it, and it was almost done. His eyes once again went to the queen in the duck sitting position, who was dressed in a simple homey semi-transparent sari, and gave him a wicked grin. It's still a bit cold. Let's do some exercise. At those words Barnabas moved for a split second before being pulled under the covers by Ishi. I don't know how long it took, but Ishi replaced the 2 layers of frozen quilts and laid down a new one. It was still a bit cold inside the quilt because of Barnabas, but Ishi didn't mind. The queen smelled so good, like cold ice cream. Don't look like she's cold, but she's actually very warm. I'm sure women of the queen's level are like that. That said, it hasn't been long since Barnabas was born, so how did he know that Teyvat was reincarnating? This was something that even Ishi wasn't sure about. Murphy, what means do you have for preserving memories? And have I been in previous reincarnations? And what have I done? Forget about it. These things are no longer relevant. This time Teyvat will keep going and just be happy and move on with his life. Stretch Barnabas towards his arms for a cuddle and sleep. Chapter 229, Be Normal. Fortune Teller. Years later, at the top of Tianhong Mountain, the silent night sky was starry, a little light illuminating those beautiful figures. Brother, you're finally willing to come back. After Tian you promised to help. Empty let go of his estrangement from Tian Li, and at this moment, he also returned to his sister. Next to them was Ishi's large family, gathered for a picnic. Honey, I love you. I love you guys too. Ishi held up his glass and drunkenly fed Ishi a drink himself, while the 2 children sipped their drinks with ease, obviously used to it. It's the fact that Tian Yu has come to compete for favor lately, too, that's causing some headaches. Xinger returned from her studies, and in a flash, she has grown so big, and she has become more and more like her mother. Thinking about Ishi, fists tightened. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Liu, surprisingly there is a rich boy who doesn't know how to dare to propose marriage. He let Ishia throw him out on the spot, and instead went inside to continue chatting with the immortal spirit who had come to propose marriage to Ishia. Speaking of which, Xinger is quite close to that kid from the Zhenli returning couple, so we have to be on guard. In fact, there is no need to worry too much. Every time Ishi went to see the little emperor felt like a big small 2 bells sitting there. The air between his eyebrows, the way he lifted his hands and made every move was exactly like his father. Even the clothes are very similar. Zhongli, this clothes is the rock knight fork made. Know that the little emperor was born naturally, also made a body for him. Good guy, too Zhongli, so don't worry too much. The little emperor is more stoned than his dad, and for that walnut is bitter. Originally, I was happy to think that there was someone to play with, but it turned out that the little emperor's hobby was to drink tea and walk the birds and listen to the opera. However, it was good that Zhongli had gotten into the antique trade and was originally the most authoritative antique expert in Liu, and now he was also like a fish out of water, ensuring the family's affluent life. That is to say that little Zhongli did not inherit his father's good habit of loving to send bills to Mei Sang-tong, and even changed Zhongli's, but Walnut is still angry. Obviously he is so much older than little Zhongli, is a sister, but it gives the feeling that it is like an extra brother, but also often in turn to teach. The words are the same as his father. Ishia, Fernina, she says she wants your baby. At that moment Fukuro's wrapped his arms around Ishi's neck from behind, and at that Fernina froze. You're on your own instead. I don't want to take the kids. Ishie, my shadow says she wants it too. Actually, the general is perfectly capable. Come on Shadow, this string of 3 colored donuts is for you. Raiden Shinya offered, before dismissing Shadow, who wanted to say something, with a tricolored donut. Ishi smiled helplessly. This family is really getting bigger and bigger. Achoo! A sneeze from Fernina caught the attention of the crowd and she rubbed her nose, looking to Barnabas at her side. Strange, why is it so cold around this big sister? And she doesn't talk. Ishi, who is she? To the Empress of Winter, Barnabas, god of the land of ice. This is the first time you've met, isn't it? Ishia introduced herself to Fernina, who stammered at the words. After all, it's also a god of another country. Rude, or what have you to Fukulos. And Barnabas threw his head back and drank quietly without speaking. Ishi smiled at the happy scene in front of her and marveled at how good the time was. I vaguely remember recruiting the first shopkeeper myself when I first arrived in Ryu, and now I've been promoted to the boss's wife position. Ha ha. It's true that time passes like a white horse and the world is like a white cloud. Extra episode, Remembering the World of the Past. Lazuki, Forest House. Honey, I want to visit your world. On this day, She burrowed into Ishi's arms and pampered herself. For the world on the side of the memory of the past, She had learned about it from his memories, and had developed a strong interest in it. Well, but you can't go back. It's not even the same realm as Teyvat. Ishii stroked Ishi's long hair and said, returning home to the blue star. Ishii had thought about it, but it didn't feel necessary. We've got a house, money, and a beautiful woman here. What are we going back for? Family words. There's only the orphanage, whose memory is already fuzzy. No relationship. Oh. Yishi's legs sat on Ishii, very confidently said, in fact, I've been secretly perfecting the dreamscape of your world based on your memories, and it's now almost complete. I see. Awesome wife. Let's go check it out now then. Yishi pressed Ishii, who was trying to get up, back onto the bed and shook his head. Not now. Let's do some prep work to warm up before we go in. Smell Ishii, although some doubt to do a dream to prepare what, but there is no need to rush. Our time is never enough, so what do we need to do? That's certainly love, void dreams, blue star. Wow, you don't realize how shocking it is until you experience this firsthand. On the street, Yishi cheered around Ishii like a little girl entering the city for the first time, and Ishii's face was equally shocked. Is it really just a dream? Crouch down and knock on the solid concrete. It's the real deal any way you look at it. Looking again to the traffic-lined streets, the vehicles looked anything but vanilla. Yishi, how did you replicate these technological products? Just the exterior looks like? This, for you to see. A toy car appeared in Yishi's hand. After splitting it in half, the structure inside was exactly the same as a real car. Of course I learned and then built it myself. I have nothing better to do than to learn about your side of the world. That little faculty of yours really does know everything. At this Ishii was shocked. So it's true that there are steel and concrete airplanes and all that. I almost forgot that you're the god of wisdom. If an existence like Yishi appeared on the blue planet, it wouldn't be a problem to get into the best school in the world for a few days. It's just a shame that such advanced technology can't be utilized in Teyvat, where humans make bombs that are so powerful that even the gods marvel at them. Ha ha. My world has no elemental power. Everything relies on technology. Perhaps this is another sense of comparing to the gods in a mortal body. After marrying Yishi, Ishii opened up all her abilities and permissions to her, including the existence of the minor lineage. It was Yishi who often researched how to make the small faculties take shape, so let's hope she succeeds. Aha, where's Yishi? Ishii looked around. Where is my so big Yishi? At this time, accompanied by a low engine roar, Yishi, wearing cool sunglasses on his head, drove a green supercar and parked handsomely in front of Ishii. Get in the car, handsome, and I'll take you for a couple of laps. Seeing this, Ishii smiled, opened the scissor door and sat in it. Have an 82-year-old Coke tube enough? Then step on the gas pedal to the end of the original burning tires ejection start. The road all turned green lights unimpeded. The whole world has become a paradise for two people. Ishii had placed her hand on the window to feel the wind speed and passion. This one feels right. The rumor that it gives AD at this speed seems to be true then. But it's almost fun to wind up anyhow. Ishii, I'm here and you're touching the wind? Put your hand over here. So Ishii placed her hand in front of Yishi's body, and it was right. A solid feeling. That being said, Yishi even knew this trivia, worthy of being the god of wisdom. After comparing Yishi's feelings to the wind's, Ishii looked up only to find Yishi driving himself to a hidden alley. Yishi, what are we doing here? And with a bad smile, Yishi turned to straddle Ishii from the main driver's seat. Of course I want to experience the play that I can't experience in Teyvat.